On the day your cultivation was abolished, your fiancé brought a top-grade healing pill to visit you. Thinking that she was there to break off the engagement, you took the initiative to propose canceling the marriage contract in order to save face. However, you did not expect that your fiancé came purely to care for you. In astonishment, you awakened the divine choice system. Choice 1, a true man keeps his word. Must break off the engagement. Reward, Holy Emperor's remnant soul. Choice 2, with a wife like this, what more could a husband ask for? Thankful for Luo Qingqing's understanding, you choose not to break off the engagement. Reward, Husband Emperor's cultivation. Just as he opened his eyes, a young man in a green shirt excitedly ran in. Young master, your fiancé is here to see you. The image of his fiancé involuntarily surfaced in his mind. The one who had been expelled from the sect, the one who had sent a letter of divorce after his cultivation was destroyed. Gu Yuan's gaze fell on three figures walking in. The leader was a burly figure, none other than Gu Yuan's father in this life, Gu Junlin, the current patriarch of the Gu family. Following him were a woman in red and an elderly man with white hair. She was Gu Yuan's fiancée, known as the #1 beauty in the southern domain, Luo Qingchang. As for the elderly man who was not from the Gu family, Gu Yuan did not recognize him. How is your recovery from your injuries? As the patriarch, Gu Junlin was furious that his son had been crippled and lost his cultivation. After taking the healing pill, I'm almost recovered. Luo Qingchang spoke up. Gu Yuan, this is a 6th grade pill, the Snow Lotus pill, a top grade healing pill that may help restore your cultivation. With that, she took out a red box. Gu Yuan did not reach out to take it, but looked at Luo Qingchang seriously and said, Luo Qingchang, let's annul our engagement. Now that my meridians are broken and my cultivation is lost, I have become a useless person. As for you, you are the holy maiden of the divine land. If I had not become useless and continue to cultivate, perhaps I could barely be worthy of you. Luo Qingchang, taking out the 6th grade Snow Lotus pill, a very valuable pill, was seen by him as compensation for the annulment of the engagement. Rather than waiting for the other party to speak and embarrass himself, it was better to speak first and save some face. Luo Qingchang was stunned for a moment before shaking her head. You only have broken meridians and lost cultivation, not dead. Why be so pessimistic? I have confidence in your future. Do you not have confidence in yourself? Even if your cultivation cannot be restored, it's okay, I will protect you in the future. Listening to her words, Gu Yuan was a bit confused. This was not following the usual script. God-level choice system binding successful. Detected Luo Qingchang asking the host if he chooses to annul the engagement, triggering a God-level choice. Choice 1, a man of his word. If he says he will annul the engagement, then he must do so. Rewarded with a remnant of the Saint Emperor realm. Choice 2, with a wife like this, what more could a husband ask for? Thanking Luo Qingchang for her guidance, he will not annul the engagement. Rewarded with cultivation in the Great Emperor realm. Indeed, the system may be late, but it never fails to show up. Faced with the choices given by the system, Gu Yuan made his choice without hesitation. Upon detecting the host's completion of the choice, the host was rewarded with cultivation in the Great Emperor realm. Note, as the host's cultivation is a reward from this system, it will not attract any anomalies. As the system's voice fell, a mysterious energy immediately appeared in Gu Yuan's body, beginning to repair his broken meridians. Feeling the immensely powerful force that seemed capable of destroying the heavens and earth within his body, Gu Yuan couldn't help but exclaim, is this the power of the Great Emperor? Since I'm not annulling the engagement, can you accept this Snow Lotus pill? Luo Qingqing's face lit up with a charming smile as she handed the Snow Lotus pill to Gu Yuan again. Gu Yuan still did not take it and said with a smile, I appreciate your kindness, but I don't need this Snow Lotus pill. My broken meridians have already healed. Not only that, my cultivation has been restored and even strengthened. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present was dumbfounded. After coming to their senses, their expressions were strange, all thinking that Gu Yuan was lying to them. Seeing their disbelief, Gu Yuan was not surprised. With a light laugh, he released a hint of his aura. Sensing this immensely powerful and earth-shattering aura, everyone present was stunned with wide eyes and gaping mouths. Luo Qingqing's beautiful eyes widened instantly, her cherry lips involuntarily opening in shock. You really recovered and became stronger. What realm are you in now? Why can't I sense it? Gu Yuan chuckled lightly in response to her confusion. My current cultivation level is the Great Emperor. What? Great Emperor? As soon as these words came out, Luo Qingqing directly let out a shocked cry, completely astonished. The Great Emperor is the highest realm in the Tianwu continent. The white-haired old man who came with Luo Qingcheng also shook his head and said, "Even I can't see how high your cultivation level is. It should be above the realm of sun and moon. But to say that you are a great emperor is simply outrageous and absurd." However, at this moment, Gu Junlin, who had been silent all along, spoke up. Yuan'er's cultivation level is indeed that of a great emperor. They had never seen a powerful great emperor, but Gu Junlin had. In fact, Gu Junlin himself was a great emperor. Just now, Luo Qingcheng looked at Gu Yuan with a strange expression and asked, "What exactly happened to you? Why is it that even though your meridians were clearly severed and your cultivation was lost, in just 2.5 hours, not only did your meridians heal, but your cultivation level also directly became that of a great emperor?" Facing the gazes of the four people, Gu Yuan said without blushing or skipping a beat, "Break before standing. No break, no stand. I realized something earlier, but because I dared not face my true self and was afraid of burdening you, I wanted to dissolve our engagement. This is an extremely cowardly act. Because of my cowardice, I dared not face my true self, and therefore could not digest those realizations." At this point, Gu Yuan grabbed Luo Qingcheng's hand, as white as ivory, and said earnestly, "Qingcheng, thank you. Without you, I might have truly become a waste for life. Release your mind and let my primordial spirit enter your sea of consciousness." Gu Junlin came to Gu Yuan's side, looking down at Gu Yuan lying on the bed, and spoke. Gu Yuan nodded and immediately released the defense of his mind. Blood is thicker than water, and coupled with 18 years of close companionship, Gu Yuan naturally did not think that his father would harm him. Gu Junlin nodded. His mind moved, and his primordial spirit left his body. A small person identical to Gu Junlin flew out from Gu Junlin's brow. This was Gu Junlin's Yuan Shen. Gu Junlin's Yuan Shen, dressed in gold and white brocade clothes, looked askance with a domineering and majestic gaze, powerful and unrivaled, with dazzling golden light emanating from his body, as if he were a heavenly god descending to earth. It looks even more majestic and domineering than the person himself. Imperial might? Father, why would your Yuanshan possess imperial might when you're a cultivator at the third level of the mountain and sea realm? You are also a great emperor? Looking at Gu Junlin's Yuanshan, Gu Yuan couldn't help but frown and ask the doubt in his heart. This was because he was actually shocked to discover that Gu Junlin's Yuanshan was a Yuanshan of a great emperor realm. It was so powerful that it was even much stronger than his Yuanshan. But for some reason, this Yuanshan was terrifyingly strong on the outside. But if one felt it carefully, one could find that its interior was as weak as if it had been hollowed out. Gu Junlin's Yuanshan did not answer Gu Yuan's question, but turned into a stream of light that directly disappeared into Gu Yuan's brow, and then headed towards the depths of Gu Yuan's sea of consciousness. Enough to wait 2.5 minutes. Only then did Gu Junlin's Yuanshan fly out of Gu Yuan's body before it disappeared into his own body. It seems like your brat really did break through from the 9th level of the spirit elemental realm to a great emperor just by having an epiphany. Looking at Gu Yuan, Gu Junlin's face was odd to the core. Gu Yuan suddenly broke through from the 9th level of the spiritual Yuan realm to the great imperial realm. This couldn't help but cause a terrible speculation to sprout in his mind. That was that his only son Gu Yuan had been taken over by an extremely terrifying existence. When a strong person takes over someone weaker than them, their strength is restored in part. In order to verify whether his son had been taken over, he then asked Gu Yuan to let go of his mind, allowing him to enter Gu Yuan's body to probe. Luckily, after some probing, he didn't find anything out of the ordinary, and that meant that Gu Yuan hadn't been taken over. The reason why he had raised his cultivation level so much was entirely due to an epiphany. One can reach the great emperor realm with a single epiphany. The matter is still too unbelievable to believe. Even though he was once a great emperor, he was still clearly shocked now. Of course, while shocked, he couldn't help but have a smile on his face. That was being happy that Gu Yuan had become a great emperor. Father, why is there imperial might above your Yuanshan? Also, why does your Yuanshan give me a feeling of being extremely strong on the outside and weak on the inside? Looking at Gu Junlin, Gu Yuan also asked the doubts in his heart. At those words, everyone present couldn't help but perk up their ears before turning their gaze towards Gu Junlin. They are equally curious about this. Hearing Gu Yuan's words, the smile on Gu Junlin's face withdrew and he fell silent. The fists in his sleeves were unconsciously clenched. The veins on top of his fists were exposed, and a rippling blood vessel seemed like it was about to burst. A smooth breath also became extremely manic and violent at this moment, as if it might rise up and kill someone at any moment. Father, if you don't want to talk about it then forget it. Feeling the change in Gu Junlin's aura, Gu Yuan spoke out. Everyone has everyone's secrets. since his father didn't want to talk about it, he didn't want to pursue it. Just like the divine choice system in his body, that was his biggest secret. And if he didn't want to talk about it, then he wouldn't talk about it. The existence of the system could not be probed even by him, and Gu Junlin naturally could not probe it even more. After looking at Gu Yuan for a long time, Gu Junlin suddenly sighed. Hey! As the sigh fell, the raging aura around him slowly began to smooth out, and his clenched fists gradually loosened. Looking at Gu Yuan, he said, Yuaner, you're now 18 years old, and now that you've become a great emperor, a rare powerhouse in this world, there are some things that it's time to tell you. Speaking here, he glanced at the green-shirted boy and the white-haired old man present. The two of them understood and immediately got up and walked towards the outside of the room. Chapter 4 Memories of the Fear of Domination. Looking at the departing white-haired old man and the green-shirted boy, Luo Qingcheng looked at the jade hand held by Gu Yuan and whispered, Let go of my hand. I'm going out. Gu Yuan did not let go of Luo Qingcheng's jade hand, but laughed lightly. You're not an outsider. If Gu Junlin signaled for Luo Qingcheng to go out as well, then he would certainly not stop him. However, Gu Junlin did not signal Luo Qingcheng to leave with his eyes, obviously treating him as one of his own, so Luo Qingcheng naturally did not need to go out. Hearing Gu Yuan's words, Luo Qingcheng couldn't help but feel a warmth in her heart, but she still subconsciously looked at Gu Junlin. Seeing Luo Qingcheng's gaze, Gu Junlin calmly nodded. With that, he wanted to open his mouth to tell about his genjutsu, but before the words could leave his mouth, an old man rushed in with a terrified face. Under his breath, he also shouted loudly in panic, Patriarch, something big is wrong. Glancing at the visitor, Gu Junlin frowned and asked, Elder Fu, what's wrong? The old man, named Fu Lao, was the steward of the Gu family, responsible for taking care of the chores of the entire Gu family. Without the slightest hesitation, Elder Fu immediately spoke quickly. Patriarch, the Huang family, the Ma family, and the Tang family, the three great families have come to my Gu family. The patriarchs of the three great clans have all arrived, and there are also quite a few powerful people from the three great clans. They are raging, and now they are clamoring to see you. Fearing the worst, the visitor is not good? At those words, Gu Junlin couldn't help but look at Gu Yuan. The mind was already guessing. The corner of his mouth lifted up an arc full of coldness. Gu Junlin sneered. Back then, when I was the #1 celestial pride of Wuji City, the three great clans suppressed me at every turn, and when my wings were full, I killed the three great clans and nearly wiped out their clans. In the end, it was only because of father's persuasion that I let the three great clans live, and now that 100 years have passed, if they really dare to come to my Gu family to look for trouble, this time, without father's persuasion, I'll see who can bail them out. As the words fell, Gu Junlin had already turned around and walked out of the room. Moving along, Gu Junlin quickly arrived at the Gu family's council hall. Before he even entered it, a burst of arrogant and extreme yelling came from inside. What kind of tea is this? You won't even eat it if you feed it to the dogs, and you dare to bring it to me to drink. I think you're already on your way to death. Gu Junlin hasn't come to meet us yet. Is he afraid? Ha ha ha. The Gu Junlin of 100 years ago was indeed a dragon and phoenix among men. Not only was he arrogant to the extreme in my Wuji city, but when you look at the entire Koan prefecture, no, when you look at the entire southern region, it was arrogant beyond compare. But I didn't expect since the line of the central region returned like a lost dog, he has become so cowardly that he doesn't even have the courage to see us. Back then, that dog forced us to kowtow in front of the Gu family for 10 days and 10 nights. To this day, when I think back on it, I still have nightmares at night. Back then, I said that today's insults would be returned 10,000 times over in the coming day, and today is the perfect day to wipe out the former shame. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, the wind and water take turns. Don't fool the youth. Today, I'll let that sinful animal Gu Junlin know what it means to have peak moments for everyone. Don't treat a moment as a lifetime. Gu Junlin has been suppressing us for a whole 100 years, and the thought of stepping on him today makes my heart thump with excitement right now. Me too. Hearing these words, the group of Gu family members standing on both sides were enraged. The power in his body surged madly. His fists pinched and cackled, and several times he had the urge to strike, but they were all stopped by Grand Elder Gu Changa. Be at ease. I've already asked Elder Fu to notify the Patriarch. Everything will wait until the Patriarch arrives. Grand Elder. But these dogs are really bullying people too much. A grumpy Gu family elder. At this moment, his fists pinched and clucked. His eyes were about to spit fire. His body's power rippled. and he was already going to be unable to hold back from striking out. A little patience is enough to make you wait. The Grand Elder spoke faintly. Although his expression was calm, there was already killing intent bursting through the depths of his gaze towards the people of the three great clans. If you come to his Gu family to cause trouble, the only way is to die. Invisibly he has sentenced these people to death. But, the irascible elder opened his mouth to say something else, but after Gu Changa looked at him with an icy stare, he immediately shut up with a sense of humor. The majesty of the Grand Elder could not be provoked. Gu Changa, back then, even though you followed Gu Junlin's ass like a dog, weren't you arrogant to the core? What's wrong now? I'm talking about your master like this, and you, who are a dog, don't bark a few times? A middle-aged man with a repulsive face and short stature looked at Gu Changa and sneered. He was no other than the head of the Tang clan, Tang Feng. Glancing at Tang Feng, killing intent exploded in Gu Changa's eyes, and he looked at Tang Feng as if he were looking at a corpse, but after sweeping his gaze around, he still didn't choose to make a move. Now the three patriarchs of the three great clans were gathered here with the strongest members of the three great clans. With his strength, he could have easily slaughtered a head of the patriarch of the three great clans, but the other Gu family members were weaker, and it was difficult for them to resist the three great families. It's a disadvantage to do it now. The only way to counteract the people of the three great clans was to wait for the matriarch to arrive and strike together. What's that look in your eyes? Seeing Gu Changa look at himself with eyes that were as if he was looking at a dead person, Tang Feng instantly became furious, pointing at Gu Changa's nose and letting out a bellowing cry directly from his mouth. Gu Changa's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He couldn't hold back any longer. His body's power surged and he wanted to strike. However, it was at this moment that a footstep came, immediately attracting everyone's attention. The person who came was no other than Gu Junlin, the head of the Gu family. The hall, which was already incredibly noisy, instantly became quiet with the arrival of Gu Junlin, and the people of the three great clans even unconsciously lowered their breathing by a few points. For a while, the only sound in the entire council hall was the unhurried sound of Gu Junlin's footsteps ringing through the hall. As the distance got closer and closer, the people of the three great clans all took half a step, or even several steps, back in unison. Fear surfaced in her eyes and she couldn't help but lower her head, not daring to meet Gu Junlin's eyes. At this moment, they recalled the fear that they had once been dominated by Gu Junlin, coming to sit on the throne in the hall. Gu Junlin swept his eyes at the people of the three great clans and calmly asked, "What is the reason for your coming to my Gu family?" At those words, the people of the three great clans all fell silent. "You were cursing a while ago, now shut up?" Looking at the people of the three great families in such a state, Gu Junlin could not help but let out a disdainful light laugh. The response to him remained silent. Well, the silence didn't last long this time. Phew! Huang Wuji, the patriarch of the Huang family, slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, suppressing the fear of Gu Junlin in his heart before he looked at Gu Junlin and said in a loud voice, "Gu Junlin, Wuji City is too small and tiny to accommodate the four great families. There are only two paths before you now. 1. Hand over all of your Gu family's properties within Wuji City, as well as all of your Gu family's cultivation resources, and then get the hell out of Wuji City, and my three great clans will no longer look for trouble from you. 2. By destroying your Gu family, our three great clans can likewise get everything they want. Get the hell out of Wuji City, or be overthrown. How do you want to choose?" Glancing at Huang Wuji, Gu Junlin laughed, his smile full of mockery. "Threaten me? Do you know what happens to those who threaten me in the Tianwu continent?" Seeing that smile on Gu Junlin's face, Huang Wuji felt extremely uneasy, and his feet even unconsciously took half a step back. But in the end he asked stiffly, "What's the downside?" "Die." Gu Junlin slowly spat out a word. As the words landed, it instantly leapt out like a fierce tiger. Jintian finger. A finger was pointed out, and a terrifyingly overwhelming might blossomed at the tip of the finger. No! Huang Wuji simply did not expect Gu Junlin to strike so decisively and so quickly, and when he reacted, he could only let out a terrified yell while retreating backward. Unfortunately, his forehead was still directly pierced through by Gu Junlin's finger. Put! Fresh blood bloomed at the back of Huang Wuji's head like a gorgeous blood flower. Huang Wuji's eyes widened, and along with the passing of vitality in his body, he soon fell heavily backward, collapsing in a pool of blood. "My dad usually doesn't smile. I thought he was quite pretentious before, but now I feel he's quite handsome." Witnessing this scene in the void, Gu Yuan couldn't help but let out an exclamation. After Gu Junlin arrived here earlier, he arrived with Luo Qingcheng as well, but he was hiding in the void with Luo Qingcheng quietly watching and did not show himself. Great Emperor powerhouses. A single thought could open mountains and crack rocks. A single glance could pierce through the void. A single palm could destroy a world. And a single sword could cut through forbidden areas. Now that he was protecting Luo Qingcheng from the spatial storm and hiding in the void, it was as simple as eating water and drinking rice for him. Luo Qingcheng also couldn't help but let out an exclamation. I've heard my father often praise Uncle Gu before, and when I see him today, Uncle Gu is indeed as my father said, like a god from heaven. Chapter 5 Really? I don't hold any grudges. Boo! Raising his foot and dropping it, he only heard a sound like a watermelon exploding. Huang Wuji's head was like a watermelon, directly in pieces. Blood splattered all over the ground. Witnessing this scene, the people of the three great clans all felt their hearts tremble fiercely. It was as if it wasn't Huang Wuji's head that Gu Junlin's foot had stomped on, but theirs. They who were already fearful of Gu Junlin. This moment their fear of Gu Junlin deepened a few points. Some of the timid ones are starting to sweat by now. It was also fortunate that those present were all the strongest of the three great clans, and their hearts were quite good in all aspects. Otherwise there was a possibility of a scene where someone was scared less. With a turn of his eyes, Gu Junlin didn't bull **** about anything with the people of the three great families, but instead faced the Gu family members present and said, "Kill." As the word kill fell, the Gu family members present all responded excitedly. It's the patriarch. Earlier, these people had insulted the matriarch in various ways, and they had long since stopped listening, but the Grand Elder kept stopping them from doing it. The heart had long been holding a fire. Now that the patriarch had spoken out, the anger in his heart was finally released, and after the answering voice fell, without saying a word, they took out their weapons and wailed straight at the three great clansmen to kill them. Apart from Gu Junlin, who is a bit stronger, the rest of them are simply unbeatable. We are outnumbered 3 times by them. The advantage is mine. Kill. Ma Lei, the head of the Ma clan, burst out and took the lead in charging towards the Gu clan members. In an instant, the two parties were fighting together. Gu Junlin also turned his gaze to Tang Feng, the Tang family head, who was closer at this moment. Feeling Gu Junlin's gaze, Tang Feng couldn't help but raise his eyes and meet Gu Junlin's disdainful eyes. His body couldn't help but tremble. A thick fear immediately surfaced in his eyes. His cultivation level was the 8th level of the mountain and sea realm, a full 5 minor realms higher than Gu Junlin. Obviously, he had the advantage in cultivation, but he didn't even have the courage to fight in the face of Gu Junlin. It wasn't just because the Gu Junlin of the past had left an indelible shadow in his heart. It was also because Gu Junlin's battle prowess was completely at odds with his realm. You know, Huang Wuji was cultivated with him. However, Huang Wuji was seconded by Gu Junlin. Although Gu Junlin's killing of Huang Wuji accounted for a large portion of the sneak attack, but that couldn't change the fact that Huang Wuji had been killed in seconds by Gu Junlin. Now that he saw Gu Junlin's gaze, he was truly afraid, and at that moment, Grand Elder Gu Changa's voice came, instantly relieving him, only to hear Gu Changa said, "Patriarch, leave Tang Feng to me." Okay. Looking at Gu Changa, Gu Junlin nodded. Gu Changa had once been a top heavenly pride, although he had been injured later on, causing his cultivation to plummet, and now his cultivation was only the same as his, both at the 3rd level of the mountain and sea realm, 5 small realms lower than Tang Feng, but he believed that the other party could easily take Tang Feng. With a turn of his eyes, Gu Junlin no longer paid any attention to Tang Feng, but instead directed his gaze towards Ma Lei, the leader of the Ma clan who was fighting with the Gu clan members, and then with a single movement of his feet, he instantly rushed towards Ma Lei like an arrow off a string. His speed was incredibly fast, and he soon arrived in front of Ma Lei. Juntian finger. Raising his hand, Gu Junlin was pointing out a finger. Looking at the finger that Gu Junlin pointed out, Ma Lei was scared out of his wits, and his heart jumped straight to his throat. Moving his feet, his entire body instantly exploded back, preparing to use this to dodge this finger from Gu Junlin. He was fast both in speed and in reaction, but unfortunately, compared to Gu Junlin, it was obviously much slower. He had only just taken 2.5 steps back when Gu Junlin had already pointed a finger at the center of his brow, the berserk energy at the tip of his finger instantly venting out and directly penetrating. Put! Gorgeous blood flowers bloomed at the back of Ma Lei's head. Ma Lei's eyes instantly glared round, his lips wriggled, and a voice as loud as a mosquito came out. You're still so perverted. After saying that, the vitality in his body completely faded, and he collapsed straight backward. No longer paying attention to the dead Ma Lei, Gu Junlin turned his gaze to the people of the 3 great clans around him, and then without hesitation, he immediately began to fight in the crowd. The people of the three great clans were extremely struggling to deal with the Gu family members, and now with the addition of Gu Junlin, it accelerated their demise even more. However, in just half an incense burner's time, 1 out of 10 people from the three great clans were left, and only a handful of them were still alive. Looking at their own side, which was originally superior, but was now inexplicably at a disadvantage, many people from the three great clans despaired. Some people kneeled down and kowtowed to beg for forgiveness. Some people began to fight with their backs to the water. Their moves were crazy but full of loopholes, and some people cursed angrily. Why their own knives were always somehow uncontrollable when they were about to hit someone, and would even greet towards their own people. But no matter whether they were cursing angrily, turning their backs, or begging for forgiveness, there was only one end that awaited these people. That's death. When these people entered the Gu family with no good intentions, it had already doomed them to certain death today. Soon, the people of the three great clans present were all dead or wounded, and all of them were wiped out in the Gu family. There is only one place where the battle has not yet ended. That was the battle between Gu Changge and Tang Feng. At this moment, Tang Feng had lost his right arm and was being beaten up by Gu Changge in various violent ways. Its body was densely packed with sword wounds. Blood continued to gush out from the wound, directly coloring him into a bloody man. The wounds were not deep enough to be fatal, but the intense pain on his body was like a million ants eating his bones. But the pain was so intense that Tang Feng let out a burst of pig-like screams. Its mouth also kept repeating, "Gu Changge, you devil, you pervert, I won't let you go even if I die. Kill me if you can. What's the point of torturing me, if you don't kill me? When my son Tang Hao arrives, I'll break you into pieces and skin you." Tang Hao has already worshipped the Spirit Cloud sect, and is now the disciple of Feng Qingyang, the peak master of the Great Bamboo Peak, one of the 8 peak masters of the Spirit Cloud sect, and now Feng Qingyang and my son are in the Tang family. He senses that something is wrong and will definitely come towards your Gu family. If you don't kill me, I will definitely pay you back 100-fold for the torture I'm suffering right now. Listening to these words, Gu Changge couldn't help but burst into a cold laugh. Boom! With a kick that sent Tang Feng flying, Gu Changge stomped heavily on Tang Feng's chest. The tremendous force once again shocked Tang Feng into spitting blood from his mouth. Bah! A mouthful of spittle spat out, directly spat on Tang Feng's face. Gu Changge slowly squatted down, looking at Tang Feng's face with a warm smile. I'm a person who doesn't hold grudges at all. Really, don't hold grudges at all. Look, didn't you just say I was like a dog? If I held a grudge I would have killed you by now, wouldn't I? But I fought with you for so long, let you live for so much longer, and to prevent you from getting infected from your injuries, I even used spirits on my sword. I'm such a good person, do you think I don't hold any grudges at all? Saying that, he slowly straightened up, and the long sword in his hand seemed to slice through Tang Feng's neck without a second thought. A wound immediately surfaced on Tang Feng's neck. The wound wasn't shallow, but it was just enough not to be fatal. At most it would only make Tang Feng bleed to death. Gu Changge, I beg you to kill me. 2 lines of tears flowed out of Tang Feng's eyes and he uttered a voice that was almost pleading. With spit on his face and nearly 1,000 wounds all over his body, whether it was in his mind or in his body, he had been severely injured, and he knew exactly where he was going to end up. He was bound to die in the Gu family today. Instead of being insulted to death and bleeding to death, he preferred Gu Changge to give him a hard time. It's hard for me not to fulfill a request like yours. Gu Changge let out a light laugh, the long sword in her hand stabbing straight towards Tang Feng's heart. Seeing this, relief flashed in Tang Feng's eyes and he slowly closed his eyes. But the long sword didn't fall after all, and Tang Feng opened his eyes, doubts flashing in his eyes. At this exact moment, Gu Changge looked at him with a smile and said, I don't know why, but I want to listen to barking dogs right now. At those words, Tang Feng's tiger body shook as he looked at Gu Changge's smiling face, and at this moment, he only felt that it was the smile of an evil spirit from hell. After a long struggle in his heart, tears flowed from his eyes and he slowly spoke. Woof! Hearing the bark, Gu Changge smiled triumphantly. The long sword in his hand no longer hesitated and fell straight down. Put! Blood spattered and reaped Tang Feng's life. With a smile on her face, Gu Changge faced Gu Junlin and said worriedly, Patriarch, the 3 great clans have been looking down on my Gu family for 100 years, but they have never dared to take action against my Gu family, and they even avoid my Gu family people from afar when they see them. Today, the 3 great clans have gathered at my Gu family, and they still dare to be so rampant. So I think their backbone is Tang Hao's newly worshipped master, Feng Qingyang. This person, Feng Qingyang, is strong. His cultivation has already reached the 9th level of the Sun and Moon realm. and it is rumored that he is about to break through to the Saint realm. Now that Tang Hao's father, Tang Feng, died in my Gu family, Tang Hao will definitely not stop. If Tang Hao invites Feng Qingyang to take action, the Gu family is in danger. Patriarch, what now? Going to leave Woji City for a while? No need to pay attention. Gu Junlin casually waved his hand and laughed lightly. It's fine if Feng Qingyang doesn't get involved in this mess. If he wants to get involved in this mess, then he will be sent to be buried with the people of the three great families. Isn't that right? Fuchsia. The last sentence Gu Junlin said to the air. Watching Gu Junlin speak to the air, the people present in the Gu family were dumbfounded on the spot, their tiny heads filled with large question marks. It was at this moment that the space cracked open and two figures walked out from it. It was none other than Gu Yuan and Luo Qingcheng. Dad, how did you find me? Doubts could not help but flash through Gu Yuan's heart. He was hiding in the void, so it was only logical that he shouldn't be discovered. Gu Junlin laughed and said, none of my Gu family members have injuries on their bodies, and earlier I even saw one of the three great families clearly slashing at me with a knife. But in the end, that person's knife made a horizontal cut and slashed at the body of another person from the three great families. In the Gu family, who else could have done this silently except for you to strike? Chapter 6 Your father is dead. So it is. At those words, Gu Yuan nodded in realization. Hearing the conversation between the patriarch and the young patriarch, the Gu family members present looked at each other in disbelief. And when they looked at each other, they all saw confusion in each other's eyes. Some people quickly reacted from their confusion, and clarity flashed in their eyes. He clapped his hands together and spoke out. Earlier, that strong person from the Ma family was clearly going to slash me to death with a single slash, but the blade ended up slashing off course and onto the body of a member of the Tang family. And earlier I thought that I was the son of good fortune who had met with good fortune, but it turned out to be the young patriarch's strike. Earlier I also, obviously a knife were dodged, but that Tang family three ghosts as if being manipulated, lifting the big head to my knife mouth, directly by me a knife to seal the throat. Earlier I did not know what was going on, now I understand. So it is the hand of the young patriarch. If it wasn't for the young clan chief's intervention, I might have died earlier. Thanks to the young clan chief's intervention. For a moment, those present all realized that the strange things that had happened earlier were all manipulated by Gu Yuan behind the scenes. But soon, someone realized something was wrong, and a series of doubts clearly flashed in their eyes. Hasn't the young patriarch lost all his cultivation through broken meridians? Why is he able to help us silently now? Moreover, tearing space is a means that only saints have. And now that the young patriarch can tear space and hide in it, doesn't that mean that the young patriarch is a saint? What has happened to the young patriarch? Why has there been such a drastic change? Hearing this, the entire hall was instantly quiet as a pin could be heard. All of them perked up their ears in unison and turned their gazes toward Gu Yuan. Obviously, they were also curious about what had happened to Gu Yuan. Greeting the puzzled gazes of these people, Gu Yuan smiled faintly and said without a red face or heartbeat, if you don't break it, you can't build it, and if you break it, you can build it. And after my meridians were broken and my cultivation was lost, I had some enlightenment. After digesting these epiphanies, not only did I recover as much as I could from my injuries, my cultivation also saw a surge. I hid in the void earlier and witnessed the entire process. And as you are members of my Gu family, it is naturally impossible for me, as the Gu family's young patriarch, to stand by and do nothing while you are being harmed. The whole room was in an uproar when these words came out. Both were shocked. After the shock, the crowd was like ants blowing up a pot, with all kinds of voices. I didn't expect to be able to recover even with all of my meridians broken and all of my cultivation lost, and to become even stronger. Young patriarch, you're too good, turning misfortune into good fortune. Young patriarch, you are simply the son of good fortune. The young patriarch is indeed fortunate. Congratulations to the young patriarch for recovering his cultivation and also becoming more powerful. Amidst the various voices, the second elder came to Gu Yuan's side and asked with some curiosity, young patriarch, you can tear apart the void and hide in it. What realm are you in now? Are you a saint? Not a saint. Gu Yuan shook his head. Doubtful incomprehension immediately flashed in the eyes of the second elder at his words. Not a saint? But if it wasn't a saint, then how could it manage to tear the void and hide in it? In the midst of his doubts, a bold idea rose in his mind. Could it be that the realm of the lesser patriarchs is Holy King? And at that moment, Gu Yuan seemed to know what was going on inside his mind and smiled faintly. My cultivation level is only 1 billion points higher than before. Now it's a great emperor. So it's the great Emperor. Upon hearing this, The second elder subconsciously nodded his head and opened his mouth, but halfway through his words, he violently let out a shocked cry. The people present were all shocked as well, each with wide eyes, shock and disbelief written all over their faces. It was really because Gu Yuan's words had hit them too hard. The Great Emperor, that was the highest realm in the Tianwu continent. The second elder had an odd expression on his face and asked somewhat cautiously, "Young patriarch, when you said you were a great emperor, are you sure you weren't joking?" Having seen Gu Yuan's means of tearing through space, he naturally knew beyond a shadow of a doubt that today's Gu Yuan had turned into a supreme powerhouse. However, he still felt that it was too much of a stretch for Gu Yuan's words of being a great emperor. This feeling is like you give alms to the beggar on the side of the road. Turned out to be the world's richest man. Who can hear this kind of thing and not be confused? Who wouldn't be confused? Since Yuaner said he's a great emperor, then he is a great emperor. Gu Junlin spoke out at this moment. Don't pay attention to the changes in Yuaner's body. Hurry up and drag the corpse down to feed the dogs, then prepare for us to kill our way to the three great clans. As the words came to this point, coldness clearly flashed in Gu Junlin's eyes. The patriarchs and strongmen of the three great clans had gathered at the Gu family, and its visitors were not good. They had come to overthrow the Gu family or expel the Gu family from Wuji City. Now the patriarchs and strongmen of the three great clans are dead though, but the account won't just go away. Even the ones who remained among the three great families were now weaklings, no longer a threat to the Gu family, but being born in this world. Cutting the grass to get rid of the roots is a truth that many people have to understand. Gu Junlin did not intend to spare the rest of the three great families. It's the matriarch. Hearing the words of Gu Junlin, the Gu family head, all the Gu family members present nodded their heads. And then, without hesitation, he immediately dragged the bodies of the people from the three great families down to feed them to the dogs. In the meantime, the Tang family, one of the four great families of Wuji City, there was a brocade-clothed youth sitting cross-legged right on the couch. The arcane chi around it filled the air, drawing the surrounding aura toward it quickly, and eventually entering its body through one of the pores around it. The brocade-clothed youth was no one else but the young patriarch of the Tang family, one of the four great families of Wuji City, Tang Hao. Suddenly, Tang Hao, who was diving into cultivation, opened his eyes violently. Essence exploded in his eyes. Squeezing his fist, feeling the powerful force in his body that seemed to be able to easily open up monuments and crack rocks, Tang Hao couldn't help but lift the corner of his mouth slightly. 9th level of the spiritual Yuan realm. The wind and cloud skill that my master imparted to me is indeed incredibly powerful. I've only just cultivated it, surprisingly allowed me to make breakthroughs one after another, directly breaking through 3 small realms from the original 6th level of the spirit elemental realm, arriving at the 9th level of the spirit elemental realm. After sighing, Tang Hao bowed respectfully toward the middle-aged man with extraordinary aura at the side. Thank you, Master, for granting me the wind cloud skill. The middle-aged man was Tang Hao's current master, one of the 8 main peaks of the spirit cloud sect, the peak master of the Great Bamboo Peak. Feng Qingyang. A smug smile appeared on Feng Qingyang's face as he said, Apprentice, this wind cloud skill of mine is a heavenly rank lower grade technique. How can your previous garbage technique compare? Right now, you've only just started cultivating, not knowing the subtleties of the wind and cloud technique, and it took you most of the day to break through 3 minor realms. After you have thoroughly integrated the wind cloud skill, you will truly know the terrifying nature of the wind cloud skill. With your natural talent, you can completely enter metamorphosis in 3 months and mountain and sea in 1 year. Upon hearing this, the joy in Tang Hao's eyes intensified a few points. It's a pity that Gu Yuan has turned into a waste. If not, I'll make sure that he knows what it means to be in the east of the river for 30 years and the west of the river for 30 years. I'll make sure that he knows what it's like to be stepped on viciously by someone. Tang Hao spoke with some regret. As the young patriarch of the Tang family, he had outstanding talent and should have been the #1 heavenly pride of Wuji City. Naiha Wuji City produced a Gu Yuan, and his age is similar to him, even if, in the cultivation of the road is also everywhere on the head of him. Every single time in the city's juniors competition, he had been trampled under his feet ruthlessly. Now that he had managed to raise his cultivation to the same realm as Gu Yuan, it gave him the capital to be able to compete with Gu Yuan. Nay, at this time, Gu Yuan had become an invalid because he had offended the Holy Sun, and was not even qualified to lick his toes. It couldn't help but make him feel sorry for himself. Listening to Tang Hao's words, Feng Qingyang laughed, his smile full of eccentricity. If Gu Yuan hadn't been invalidated, with his natural talent and his examination on the Spirit Cloud sect, he would certainly receive key cultivation after entering the Spirit Cloud sect. So how could Tang Hao's natural talent catch up with the other party? Tang Hao's gap with him would only get bigger and bigger, and wanting to catch up with the other party was a complete fool's errand. But now Gu Yuan was wasted, and Tang Hao was his own little disciple. He naturally wouldn't speak these out and use them to suppress Tang Hao. Looking out the window, Tang Hao's eyes flashed with worry, and he spoke out. I don't know if father and the others have overthrown the Gu family yet. He traveled to the Spirit Cloud sect to pay homage to his master successfully, but instead of staying in the Spirit Cloud sect, he suddenly returned that day, and also brought his master to this place as well. There was only one purpose, and that was to try to avenge his father's shame. Back then, Gu Junlin had forced the people of the three great families to kneel and kowtow for 10 days and 10 nights in front of the Gu family's gate, once making the three great families the laughingstock of Wuji City and losing face. Although he had not experienced this matter, he had heard about it from some of the older clansmen. Although he hadn't said anything over the years, he had always kept this matter in his heart. And now that he had succeeded in worshipping his master in the Spirit Cloud sect, Gu Yuan, who had originally worshipped in the Spirit Cloud sect, had also been abolished from his cultivation and expelled from the sect because he had offended the Lord's sacred son. This, in his opinion, was simply a great opportunity to bring shame to his father. Therefore, he had a wish unfulfilled in Wuji City and brought his master Feng Qingyang to the Tang family in Wuji City. I wanted to let my master make a direct move, but it was because my master had such a high opinion of himself that he couldn't pull off a move against a small family like the Gu family. In response, although Tang Hao didn't say anything on his face, he had more or less some complaints in his heart. However, with the arrival of Feng Qingyang, coupled with the knowledge that Gu Yuan, the #1 heavenly pride of Wuji City, had been deprived of his cultivation and expelled from the Spirit Cloud sect, Tang Feng, who was the head of the Tang clan, had gained a sense of confidence. At that moment, he directly summoned the Ma family patriarch and the Huang family patriarch. Then after some conspiracy, he led the strongest members of his clan to go to the Gu family to seek revenge. Now that not a short period of time had passed, but Tang Feng was late in returning, which couldn't help but make Tang Hao's heart rise with worry. Although the four great families had all stood in Wuji City for 1,000 years, with a deep heritage, they were the absolute hegemony of Wuji City. But after 100 years ago that war, the Huang family, the Ma family, the Tang family, the three great families are greatly wounded. If not for the Gu family's last patriarch to persuade, now the Huang family, the Ma family, the Tang family, may have been destroyed. In the 100 years since then, the Huang family, the Ma family, and the Tang family, though, have gradually recovered to their peaks, but for the Gu family, it was all fear from the bottom of their hearts. Therefore, even though they had learned that the Gu family's once supreme prides, Gu Junlin and Gu Changge, were both seriously injured and their cultivation had plummeted, they were still hesitant to make a move. Now after 100 years, the three great clans finally had the courage to join forces and gather together in the Gu family. Although it was a foregone conclusion that the three great clans would join forces to destroy the Gu family or expel the Gu family from Wuji City, he was naturally worried as the young patriarch of the Tang family until he actually saw it. Seeing the worry in Tang Hao's heart, Feng Qingyang lightly smiled and comforted him. Don't worry, now that you've become my disciple, even if the three great clans aren't rivals to the Gu family, with this relationship between me and you, the Gu family won't make things difficult for your father and the Tang family. He was one of the 8 peak masters of the Spirit Cloud sect. That is, if you look at the entire Koan prefecture, that was also a top-notch powerhouse. Even if the three great families really lost, when the Gu family learned of his relationship with Tang Hao, he believed that the Gu family would inevitably have to give him face and wouldn't dare to make a move against Tang Feng against the Tang family. Him, with a face. However, as soon as his words fell, an extremely panicked voice came in from outside. It's not good. Young patriarch, something big is wrong. Your father is dead. Chapter 7, don't worry. I'll do it. Not good. The young patriarch is in big trouble. Your father is dead. A simple paragraph came, instantly causing the smile on Feng Qingyang's face to freeze, and then his face became gloomy at an extremely fast speed. The whole face was so gloomy that it could almost drip water. To know, just now, he had sworn that even if the Gu family could kill the three great families in return, with his relationship with Tang Hao, the Gu family would definitely not dare to make things difficult for Tang Feng. For the Tang family. But the next second, the news came that Tang Feng was dead. This Gu family which is killing Tang Feng. It's a naked slap in his face. Boom! Like a thunderbolt exploding in his brain. Tang Hao's body trembled violently, only feeling his brain blank. Simply didn't want to believe the news that he'd lost his dad. And at that moment, A youth rushed in a panic. He was none other than the person who had spoken out just now. Seeing the youth, Tang Hao's eyes flared with anger, and he came to the youth with an arrow step. As soon as he grabbed the youth's collar and lifted him up, Tang Hao asked angrily, "What did you say about my father? Young matriarch, your father is dead. Not only is your father dead, but the Tang family members who went to the Gu family together are all dead." The youth replied with a face full of fear. "You saw it with your own eyes." Tang Hao's tiger body shook, gritting his teeth and questioning sternly, the anger in his eyes almost spewing out of the screen. Seeing the young patriarch as an angry mad dog, the youth was fearful in his heart, but he still answered with a stiff upper lip, "Although I didn't see it with my own eyes, their soul lamps all went out. When the lamp is on, the people are on. When the lamp is off, the people are dead. The young patriarch is in mourning. I section your mom." Tang Hao cursed angrily, lifting his right hand and punching the youth hard in the stomach. The youth hadn't even expected Tang Hao to suddenly strike, and as there was a huge difference between his strength and Tang Hao's, this punch wasn't something he could catch at all. Put! Tang Hao's punch was so powerful that it directly pierced through the youth's stomach, and blood mixed with various pieces of internal organs splattered all over the place. Ah! The pain in his abdomen came, and the youth's mouth involuntarily let out a miserable scream that was like killing a pig. Soon, along with the vitality in his body completely draining away, the youth hung his head powerlessly and died completely. Boo! With a big wave of his hand, he threw the youth to the ground. Tang Hao's eyes were incomparably red, but he still said with a stiff upper lip, "The soul lamp went out. It must be because you guys didn't look after it favorably, and allowed the wind to blow out the soul lamp. My father surely won't die." Speaking here, Tang Hao turned his gaze to Feng Qingyang and said with red eyes, "Right, master?" Feng Qingyang was silent and did not reply. The soul lamp is a tool used to determine whether the person who left the soul lamp is alive or dead. A divine soul of the person who left the soul lamp remains inside the soul lamp. The presence of the soul lamp proves that the person is there. When the soul lamp goes out, it proves that the person is dead. Soul lamps usually have a special place for people to guard them, and the lights in the soul lamps can't be blown out. Now Tang Feng and the Tang family members who had gone to the Gu family's soul lamps were all extinguished, which undoubtedly meant that they were dead. But now Tang Hao was unwilling to believe this, and he didn't know how to answer the other party for a moment. After all, he had boasted earlier that even if the Gu family won, Tang Feng and Tang Hao would definitely not be embarrassed by the Gu family. Suddenly, Feng Qingyang seemed to notice something as he looked violently in the direction of the Tang clan's front door. A cold snort could not help but come out of his mouth as well. "After killing my disciple's father, this Gu family even dares to come to the Tang family in a big way. What a big nerve!" Upon hearing this, Tang Hao was taken aback. "Master, you're saying that the Gu family has come to my Tang family?" "Exactly." Feng Qingyang nodded his head and said with a cold smile, "They're already outside the door." Put! Tang Hao's feet softened and he directly knelt down, while then voicing out towards Feng Qingyang, "Master, the Gu family has bullied people too much, killing my father, and now they dare to come to my Tang family to kill me. They are not putting you in their eyes at all. I also ask you, Master, to make a move and let them know how powerful you are." "Don't worry, I'll make a move." Feng Qingyang nodded his head, and coldness clearly flashed in his eyes. The Gu family dared to strike at Tang Hao's father, Tang Feng, even though they knew that Tang Hao was his junior apprentice. This was not putting him in their eyes at all, not giving him the slightest bit of face. Now it's even more of a fanfare to come to the Tang family. There's simply a way to take death. Not to mention that Tang Hao was still his little disciple. Even without this layer of identity, he still wanted the small Gu family to know what serious consequences would result from not giving him face. Feng Qingyang waved his big sleeve, and Tang Hao immediately only felt the sky spinning. The scenery around us was changing rapidly. By the time the scenery around him stopped changing, he was already standing on top of the Tang clan's gate with Feng Qingyang. Master really does have heavenly means. Tang Hao couldn't help but let out a sigh in his heart. As he looked downward, he saw a group of people coming towards the Tang clan without any hurry. It's none other than the Gu family. Gu Yuan and his group below had obviously also noticed Feng Qingyang and Tang Hao, who had suddenly appeared on top of the Tang clan's main gate, and all of them looked up in unison. But after only a faint glance, they withdrew their gaze. Such an attitude caused Feng Qingyang, whose face was already gloomy, to look even more gloomy by a few points. With a single step of his feet, Feng Qingyang's figure instantly disappeared in place, and once again he had already arrived in front of the group of Gu family. One person stopped everyone in the Gu family. Gazing at Gu Junlin, Feng Qingyang questioned in a cold voice, "Gu Junlin, You know that Tang Hao is my disciple, yet you still dared to kill his father. Are you not putting me in your eyes? Between the words, an aura of the 9th level of the Sun and Moon realm instantly erupted from him. The berserk aura was like a huge mountain pressing down, and many Gu family members were pressurized under this aura, making it difficult to resist. It was still Gu Yuan's mind that moved, which helped them to dissolve the Sun and Moon realm 9th level aura. Gu Yuan swept his eyes over Gu Junlin and Gu Chang'e, and a hint of surprise could not help but rise in his eyes, because the two seemed not to have felt this berserk aura. Their expressions did not change in the slightest. Feng Qingyang, what are you? A hooker? Who are you to talk here? Taking a step forward, Gu Chang'e said in a cold voice, if you're sensible, get out of the way now, or else I'll let you be buried with the people of the 3 great clans today. Gu Chang'e, talking to me like this, do you want to die? Anger flashed in Feng Qingyang's eyes, but the anger in his eyes quickly turned into a cold smile. Gu Chang'e, back then, you and Gu Junlin were indeed bullish, suppressing countless heavenly prides in the entire Koan prefecture, and even the entire southern region who couldn't raise their heads. But now you should recognize the truth. The present you are as weak as ants in my eyes. I can destroy it with one finger. Saying that, the smile on Feng Qingyang's face grew stronger. The thought that the 2 supreme celestial prides that had once pressed down countless celestial prides in the southern region who couldn't raise their heads were now about to be stepped on by themselves, and then brutally killed by themselves. The pleasure was unimaginable. Noisy, Gu Junlin snorted coldly and said, Yuaner, do it. Okay, Dad. Gu Yuan nodded and took a step forward. All of these people with a bit of status seemed to know their father, and their father seemed to be quite powerful and pushy in the past. As for what Gu Junlin had actually experienced in the past, although Gu Yuan was curious, every time he asked, Gu Junlin kept his mouth shut or casually made a few perfunctory remarks. It's been that way since I was a kid. Now that someone had mentioned his father, it couldn't help but make him want to hear more about his own father. But now that father had spoken, then he had no choice but to send the man in front of him on his way. Chapter 8, Killing Feng Qingyang in Seconds. Hearing Gu Junlin's words, Feng Qingyang froze on the spot. If he hadn't seen Gu Yuan take a step forward, he would have even suspected that his ears were broken. As one of the 8 peak masters of the Spirit Cloud sect, he was naturally present on the day that the Spirit Cloud sect recruited disciples in order to be able to select the disciple of his choice. Gu Yuan was the one who had performed the most outstandingly during the Spirit Cloud sect's entrance examination today. He has had concerns about it as well. As such, he wasn't exactly a stranger to Gu Yuan. Is Gu Yuan a heavenly pride? Undoubtedly, yes. But Gu Yuan was clearly beaten by the Holy Sun and his meridians were broken and his cultivation was lost. Furthermore, even if Gu Yuan hadn't been beaten to the point where his meridians were broken and his cultivation lost, his cultivation was only at the 9th level of the spirit element realm. 9th level of the spiritual Yuan realm. This was an ant in his eyes. One finger can crush a whole lot of people. But now Gu Junlin was asking Gu Yuan, a mole, to kill him. At this moment, he was truly confused. There was a series of question marks flashing through his brain. It simply did not understand Gu Junlin's purpose for doing so. Gu Yuan didn't care if he was clueless or not. When the answering voice fell, he had already moved. With a single step of his foot, the entire person instantly disappeared in place, and when he reappeared, he had already arrived in front of Feng Qingyang. The speed was like a flash. In the middle of raising his hand, Gu Yuan blasted out a fist. This punch appeared to be plain and ordinary, but the terrifying power contained within it was enough to destroy the sky and the earth, causing Feng Qingyang's face to change abruptly. How? Feeling the terrifying aura coming from above his fist, Feng Qingyang was confused, because he actually felt the aura of death from the extreme from this punch. He didn't understand how Gu Yuan, an invalid, could throw such a powerful punch. However, despite the shock, his reaction was also extremely fast. Boo! The Qingxian stone slabs on the ground were exploded by his foot, and his figure instantly exploded back. Whether it was his reaction or his speed, it was unimaginably fast. But alas, he was facing a great emperor. Even if Gu Yuan, the great emperor, had not yet been able to completely and utterly control his power. A great emperor was a great emperor. It wasn't true that he was fast, but Gu Yuan's speed was countless times faster. Almost the moment he moved, Gu Yuan's fist had landed on his face. No sound came out. Feng Qingyang's entire body was directly exploded into a bloody mist under Gu Yuan's punch. The blood mist also completely annihilated in the air in a moment, disappearing into thin air. Its whole person was as if it had never existed. Is this the great emperor realm? It's really unimaginably terrifying. Gu Chang'e watched the scene with fire in her eyes. Past. He also had a chance to ask for the Great Emperor realm. It's just a shame. Hey. On the side, Gu Junlin calmly spoke. A single thought of a Great Emperor can tear through space. Now that Yuaner has just entered the Great Emperor, he has not yet completely and fully grasped the power of the Great Emperor. Otherwise, one more glance at Feng Qingyang would have to explode and die without even a crumb left. At those words, Gu Chang'e's eyes became even more fiery. Dead? My master died just like that? Or died in the hands of this loser Gu Yuan? This. How is this possible? Tang Hao witnessed the scene where Feng Qingyang was blown away by Gu Yuan's punch without even a crumb left, immediately revealing the look of a living ghost, his eyes glaring nearly bursting open. He simply didn't want to believe this fact, and roared as if he were crazy. My master is the peak master of the Spirit Cloud sect, one of the 3 major sects in Koanzhou. He is high and mighty. How could he be killed by a punch from a wastrel like Gu Yuan? I know. It's all a lie. A lie. For sure. Saying that, his feet suddenly slipped, and his entire body directly rolled straight down from the top of the gate. Fake. It's all fake. I must be dreaming right now. In my dream, I am the absolute master. Gu Yuan, you nightmare, go to hell. Climbing up, Tang Hao roared as if he was crazy, while quickly rushing towards Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan glanced at Tang Hao and didn't say anything, and with a thought, a ripple instantly transformed into a blade and chopped towards Tang Hao. Put. Blood splattered, and Tang Hao's head immediately flew up high, directly separating his corpse from his head. The headless body without a head only slightly shook twice, and then fell to the ground helplessly. Coming to Gu Yuan's side, Gu Junlin spoke out. Now that all the strongest members of the 3 great clans have fallen, we can leave the rest to us. If you want to go and take your revenge, go ahead, and I will lead my clan to handle the rest. For cultivators, breaking their meridians and abolishing their cultivation is like killing their parents, and this hatred is not shared. Qin Shou had beaten Gu Yuan to the point where his meridians were broken and his cultivation was lost. So how could Gu Yuan not take revenge now that he had the strength? Previously, it was only because of the people of the 3 great families that he was delayed, but now that the strongest members of the 3 great families had all fallen, the rest of them could be cleaned up by him with the people of the Gu family. Naturally, it would put Gu Yuan at ease to go forward to take revenge. Father, then be careful. I'm going. Gu Yuan nodded. With a thought, a spatial channel instantly opened up, and just at that moment, a soft, boneless jade hand gripped his palm. Gu Yuan looked back and was greeted by Luo Qingqing's sweet smile. I will be returning to the Heavenly Spirit Holy Land tomorrow, so let me accompany you for a day. Good. Gu Yuan nodded. The 2 of them then stepped into the spatial channel together. Watching the spatial channel close, the duo completely disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. Gu Junlin spoke out calmly without the slightest emotion. The Tang family, not one of them will be left behind. Kill. As the simple words fell, the Gu family members immediately raised their weapons in their hands and rushed into the Tang family as if they were fierce tigers like sheep. Soon, a sound of killing and screaming came from the Tang family. A dense blood aura rose up to the sky, heralding the destruction of the Tang clan. In the meantime, Kunzu, Spirit Cloud sect, inside the Patriarch's Great Hall, Qin Sheng, the Spirit Cloud sect's patriarch, who was dressed in green robes and sitting on top of the throne, suddenly opened his eyes, his brow furrowed in confusion. Why do I always feel unsettled, as if something big is about to happen? Patriarch, it must be because you've been thinking too much and worrying too much today that you've been distracted, right? A coolly dressed woman with a large thunderbolt and a pretty face spoke out in a comforting voice. Saying that, the woman came in front of Qin Sheng, and a pair of hands began to gently help Qin Sheng press his head. Feeling the unique touch coming from the woman's jade hands, the tip of his nose smelled that unique fragrance coming from the woman's body. Qin Sheng only felt that his entire body relaxed and the uneasy feeling gradually dissipated. It made him start to close his eyes and enjoy the woman's head presses. Soon, as the woman stopped pressing her head, Qin Sheng's brows furrowed once again because that uneasy feeling did not dissipate. Earlier, he was only concerned about enjoying himself and distracted himself, which made him feel that the uneasy feeling had dissipated, but in reality, that uneasy feeling had not dissipated. Strange, so strange. Qin Sheng furrowed his brows, only feeling very odd. Obviously, the Spirit Cloud sect didn't have any strong enemies on the one hand, and didn't provoke any terrifying big names on the other, but he had a restlessness rising out of nowhere, always feeling that something big was going on. This feeling, it's so weird. Chapter 9, Spirit Cloud Sect. Wow, 10,000 meters above the spirit cloud sect, space suddenly cracked open, followed by two figures walking out from it. It was none other than Gu Yuan and Luo Qingcheng, looking down from high above. One could take in the entirety of the spirit cloud sect. The spirit cloud sect covered an area of 10,000 miles, stretching endlessly, magnificent and majestic. 8 huge peaks rose up into the sky, seemingly comparing to the sky. Among the peaks, there are many ancient trees, pavilions and splendid palaces. Between the 8 peaks, clouds and mist, cranes circling, occasionally the sound of the crane Nico sound, like a fairyland. Worthy of being one of the 3 great sects of the Koan state, it's truly grand. Gu Yuan let out an exclamation. The great emperor's divine sense covered down and instantly sought out the holy son of the spirit cloud sect, Qin Shou. With a movement of his feet, Gu Yuan brought Luo Qingcheng and instantly disappeared in place. Once again, he had already appeared in the Holy Sun's hall. Inside the great hall, songs and dances were being sung and danced, and a coolly dressed dancer was twirling her waist and showing off her heavenly blessed seductive and delicate body to the fullest. Qin Shou was currently leaning back on his throne, leisurely and comfortably drinking a small wine. A pair of small eyes were dripping and staring at the dancing girls in the hall. His face was full of the color of contentment and enjoyment. There was also a woman sitting on her knees in front of him, helping him tie his shoes. A true illustration of what it means to be extremely extravagant and enjoyable. Indecent exposure. With a sweep of his eyes, Gu Yuan reached out to cover Luo Qingcheng's eyes, preventing her from looking at the unspeakable scene. Seeing Gu Yuan and Luo Qingcheng appear out of thin air in the main hall, Qin Shou was instantly startled, and his uncontrolled caused the woman in front of him to throw a blank stare at him. Gu Yuan. After seeing that the visitor was Gu Yuan, Qin Shou could not help but let out a gasp. There was dismay and disbelief in his eyes. Obviously, he didn't expect Gu Yuan, a waste of space who had been beaten by him with his meridians broken and his cultivation lost, to suddenly appear in the sacred Sun Palace. It's me. Gu Yuan nodded, then said in a cold voice, "Those who don't want to die get lost." As the words fell, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from his body. Feeling the terrifying aura coming from Gu Yuan's body, all of the singers and dancers and prostitutes present were scared out of their wits. Not daring to stay long, he immediately ran quickly towards the outside. Feeling the terrifying aura coming from Gu Yuan's body, Qin Shou was also startled, but soon he calmed down. As soon as he lifted the waistband of his pants, he coldly grunted, "Gu Yuan, what kind of big tail are you pretending to be in front of me? If you are sensible, get out of the Holy Sun Hall now. If not, now this Holy Sun will break your dog's legs." Although he didn't know why Gu Yuan was able to suddenly appear in the main hall, and the aura emanating from his body gave him a sense of threat that he was facing death directly, but Gu Yuan had been beaten by him only earlier and his meridians were broken, and he had lost all his cultivation to become a waste. Today, in his eyes, Gu Yuan was still a waste. He could easily take the other side. Ha! Hearing Qin Shou's words, Gu Yuan smiled. Only the smile was full of coldness. Without a single word of nonsense, Gu Yuan moved his feet and his figure instantly disappeared in place. Once again, he had already appeared in front of Qin Shou. In the middle of raising his hand, he slapped out a heavy palm. How fast is he? Before Qin Shou could even react, Gu Yuan's palm had landed solidly on him. Put! A mouthful of blood spurted out, and Qin Shou's entire body shot out directly like a cannonball. Boom! A loud popping sound came out as Qin Shou smashed through the large hall, flying several meters in a row before he smashed to the ground. After smashing to the ground, Qin Shou's mouth instantly came out with a terrified yell. "My cultivation! Why is my cultivation gone? Also, my meridians, why are they all shattered? Gu Yuan, what exactly have you done to me?" Gu Yuan's power of this palm was extremely well controlled, only abolishing Qin Shou's cultivation and interrupting his entire body's meridians. Although it seriously injured him, it left the other party with a breath. He wanted to make Qin Shou personally experience the pain that Qin Shou had brought him. How does it feel to have your meridians broken and your cultivation abolished? Gu Yuan took one step towards Qin Shou while asking in a cold voice. Qin Shou didn't answer Gu Yuan's words. Instead, he screamed in a stern voice, "Gu Yuan, you wasted my cultivation and broke my meridians. I want you to die without a burial place. Father, you quickly come and help me kill Gu Yuan." Almost the instant Qin Shou's words landed. Swish, 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 a burst of air-breaking sound rang out, followed by nearly 100 figures that would appear in the air. Their breath exuded and their aura was astounding. Surprisingly, they were all strong at the Sun and Moon realm. They were Spirit Cloud sect powerhouses who had been attracted by sensing the commotion over here. the aura of the person at the head was even more powerful, and his cultivation level was not at the sun and moon realm, but a saint realm powerhouse. He was Qin Shou's father, the sect leader of the Spirit Cloud sect, Qin Shang. With a movement of his feet, Qin Shang arrived in front of Qin Shou, raised his hand towards Qin Shou and began to probe his internal injuries. Upon probing the terrible situation within Qin Shou's body, his body trembled and his face was instantly so gloomy that it was capable of dripping water. Raising his hand, he took out a healing elixir and sent it into Qin Shou's body, injecting spiritual qi to help Qin Shou dissolve the medicinal effect of this healing elixir. Before Qin Shang spoke out, "Don't worry. This little hit you with all your meridians broken and all your cultivation lost. My father will surely help you to avenge your death." As the words left his mouth, he placed Qin Shou on the ground and turned his head to look at Gu Yuan. Boo! An explosive sound came out, and the ground was exploded by his foot. Without saying a word, his entire body was like a cannonball, shooting rapidly towards Gu Yuan. An angry fire flickered in his eyes. Although he had lived for hundreds of years and had many heirs, I don't know if it was because he had done too many evil deeds, but most of his heirs would die young. Now the only one left dead is Qin Shou, now the only son, but Gu Yuan beaten into a wreck. As a human father, he is naturally furious. The only way to vent his hatred was to kill Gu Yuan and avenge his son. Between the flips of his wrist, a lance appeared in his hand, and the power in his body surged madly into the lance, catalyzing it. In an instant, a blinding golden light immediately erupted on top of the lance, and the sound of a dragon's roar resounded in the lance. An illusory dragon shadow floated on the body of the lance, and a terrifying aura erupted on it, sweeping heaven and earth, terrifyingly incomparable. The patriarch has actually performed his stance, the dragon gusting gun. It seems that the patriarch is truly enraged. Hey, isn't it normal for the patriarch to be angry when his son has been wasted? It would be truly abnormal if he wasn't angry. The patriarch's dragon's bane gun never kills nameless people. Now it's an honor for this kid to die under the patriarch's dragon's bane gun. Yes, extremely. Seeing Qin Shang make use of his stance, the long yin gun, the gazes of the crowd of Spirit Cloud sect executives looking at Gu Yuan became as if they were looking at a dead man. Obviously, they all thought that Gu Yuan would die under this shot from Qin Shang. Gu Yuan, aren't you a wild man? Now you continue to be wild. Ha ha ha. Seeing Qin Shang striking out, Qin Shou seemed to be seeing the scene of Gu Yuan's death, only to feel that all the pain in his body was alleviated, and he couldn't help but start laughing maniacally. Soon, however, he couldn't stop laughing. Just listen. Ow! A dragon's roar resounded through the sky. Qin Shang fiercely stabbed out. A little cold aura arrived first, followed by the gun coming out like a dragon. This shot was as powerful as a rainbow, powerful and unparalleled, not something that could be blocked by ordinary people. However, in the face of such a powerful shot, Gu Yuan was unchanged in the slightest. Just as everyone thought that Gu Yuan was stunned by the shot, Gu Yuan raised his hand and extended his index finger to point out the tip of the gun against the tip of the finger. Such a scene immediately shocked everyone's eyeballs. A lot of people can't help but call it crazy. Just then, the tip of the gun was already on the tip of his finger. Everyone subconsciously thought that Gu Yuan's fingers would be crushed by the tip of the gun. And then the tip of the gun went unabated and directly twisted Gu Yuan's entire body into pieces. But the truth is that it turns everyone's perceptions upside down. See only. Chapter 10, I have no intention to explain what is right or wrong. The imagined scene of Gu Yuan's fingers being strangled by the lance, and then the tip of the lance going unabated and directly strangling Gu Yuan's entire body into pieces did not appear. What appeared to be a scene was that Gu Yuan easily resisted the dragon Jin gun with his fingertips. How? How is this possible? Such a scene immediately caused the people present to widen their eyes. Shock and disbelief written all over their faces. Father is a Saint Realm powerhouse. How could his strike be caught by a single finger of this loser Gu Yuan? This is fake. This must be a fake. This is all an illusion. Qin Shou shook his head frantically, simply unwilling to believe the scene that was happening in front of him. At the same time he rubbed his eyes vigorously, as if trying to clear the illusion before him. But no matter how much he rubbed his eyes nearly bursting open, the scene in front of him had not changed in any way. Qin Shang's face was still calm, but at this moment, he was equally shocked. While his heart was turning over in shock, the whole person had long been sweating. You know, he's giving it his all. However, under the full force of his strength, he had not injured Gu Yuan in the slightest, which undoubtedly indicated that Gu Yuan's strength was far above his. It's impossible not to panic when you think about it. I don't believe that I, a supreme powerhouse of the Saint Realm, Can't make you break your skin. Break it for me. Suddenly, he let out an explosive shout, and the power in his body surged crazily, injecting all of it into the long spear in his hand. Golden light erupted above the lance, and its aura was unknown how many times stronger than before. He lashed out, just to make Gu Yuan's fingers break the skin, but alas, no matter how much force he exerted, he failed to inflict any substantial damage on Gu Yuan, not to mention breaking the skin. He couldn't even leave a mark on Gu Yuan's fingertips. Seeing this, Qin Sheng immediately sweated like a pig. His heart only felt enveloped by endless despair. How can you fight when you can't even break Gu Yuan's skin with your full strength? Malagasy. The remaining light glanced at Qin Shou, and there was killing intent bursting through his eyes. Damn it! It's fine to be arrogant and domineering on a regular basis. Why would you mess with such a terrifying existence? I'm going to get killed by you. And at that moment, Gu Yuan's calm voice rang out. Now it's my turn. As the words fell, a terrifying might immediately began to vent above Gu Yuan's fingertips. Qin Sheng felt bad and moved his feet to retreat backward, but it's obviously too late to back out now. As Gu Yuan's fingertip proclaimed its power, his spear could not withstand it at all, and it instantly turned into a grain of dust that flew towards the back, and then that terrifying might struck, and his arm exploded on the spot, turning into blood mist, and then his body, limbs, head, mend, tonic. Qin Sheng unconsciously let out a terrified yell from his mouth, but his panic yells obviously didn't do the slightest bit of good. In the blink of an eye, his entire person was annihilated directly under Gu Yuan's might, leaving not even a crumb left. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Anyone who saw this scene, at this moment, could not help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. His face instantly became pale. His forehead constantly had bean-sized beads of sweat coming out, obviously being scared lightly. There are timid people whose crotch is cold, and there is a strange odor that rises up with it. That is scared to pee. One finger killed a Saint Realm powerhouse in seconds. It was a great shock to their young minds. Gu Yuan didn't pay attention to their reactions. With a sweep of his eyes, he looked at Qin Shou, whose gaze was dull and seemed to have been stunned. Now it's time to address the other side. And just then, a voice came from all directions. Little friend, be forgiving. My clan's patriarch was killed by you. My son's meridians were broken by you, and his cultivation was abolished by you. Now that your anger has almost subsided, let's spare my son's life, and whatever compensation you want, as long as it's something that the old man has, the old man will give it to you. As the words fell, the space in front of Qin Shou suddenly distorted, followed by a pale figure walking out from it. He was stooped, white hair, his face was full of wrinkles, and at a closer look, he actually resembled Qin Shou for a few moments. He was the oldest ancestor of the Spirit Cloud sect and the strongest person of the Spirit Cloud sect, a Saint King Realm triple triad powerhouse, Chu Sheng. My son? Keenly catching the keywords in the old ancestor's words, the people present were all unable to help but widen their eyes, and their eyes even more unconsciously lit up with the fire of gossip. Between glances at each other, though they did not speak, their eyes seemed to say, Patriarch's heir did not live past the age of 18, but Qin Shou is living to the age of 38. And its length is also with the patriarch is not at all like. This matter I have always felt strange, but also suspected that it's is not the patriarch's own. Did not expect actually really is not the patriarch's own. Qin Shou looks the same as old ancestor when he was young. Both of them make people feel uncomfortable when they look at them. Old ancestor is also too good for Qin Shou. Sometimes I've wondered if Qin Shou is related to old ancestor by blood. I didn't expect. Old ancestor is Qin Shou's father. Patriarch is so miserable, even if it's okay to help raise someone else's son, now he even lost his life for someone else's son. His heart aches for Patriarch for a split second. Heartbroken Patriarch. You're saying you're the father of Qin Shou? Looking at Chu Sheng, Gu Yuan asked with an odd expression. Yes. Chu Sheng nodded his head and recalled. That happened at a banquet in the Spirit Cloud sect. That night I got drunk, knocked out Qin Sheng, and met Qin Shou's mother. That night I took her hand and talked carelessly. The repressed thoughts in my heart were wildly expressed. Bah! Gu Yuan spat and said. The upper beam is not straight and the lower beam is crooked. The Spirit Cloud sect is one of the three major sects in Koanzhou, but its saint's son is a small-minded, narrow-minded villain. I was wondering earlier why the saint's son of the Spirit Cloud sect would be such a person, but now I've come to my senses. With a real father like you, it's no wonder Qin Shou is a beast. Listening to Gu Yuan's words, Chu Sheng was not annoyed, but spoke out. Right or wrong, I have no intention of explaining. I only hope that you, little friend, can spare my son's life. What if I don't spare his life? Gu Yuan's smile was slightly playful. Avenging the murder of my son is not shared. If you don't spare my son's life, then I will have no choice but to fight with you. Saying that, Chu Sheng stamped his feet, and a berserk Saint King Realm triple aura swept out, terrifying and overwhelming. Fight for your life? You deserve it? Gu Yuan smiled disdainfully. The entire person suddenly disappeared into thin air. Seeing this scene, Chu Sheng was immediately startled, and after his eyes swept around and did not find any trace of Gu Yuan, an uneasy feeling rose in his heart. Soon a fist had expanded wildly in his field of vision. The winds of the fists were whistling, powerful and overbearing. Feeling the terrifying destructive aura coming from above his fist, Chu Sheng only felt that his entire body was wrapped in the aura of death, causing him to unconsciously let out a cry of shock from his mouth. How could it be so strong? Gu Yuan was able to kill Qin Shang with a single finger. There was no doubt about his strength, but he did not expect the other party to be strong to such an extent, and a casual punch made him vaguely see his own two milk. Chapter 11, Spirit Cloud Sect Treasure Trove. Of course, even though he was shocked, Chu Sheng was worthy of being a strong person of the third level of the Saint King realm, and he quickly reacted. With a flip of his hand, a shield crafted from a giant turtle shell appeared in his hand. This was a defensive saint soldier that he had acquired by accident. He took the name, Sacred Soldier Xian Turtle Shell. As he injected the power in his body into the Sacred Soldier Xian Turtle Shell, the Saint Soldier Xian Turtle Shell was immediately activated. Roar! There seems to be a beast's roar echoing in the air. A giant Xian turtle silhouette appeared in front of the Sacred Soldier Xian Turtle Shell. Seemingly feeling that this was not enough to withstand Gu Yuan's punch, Chu Sheng stomped his foot and drank. Sect Protector Formation. Open for me. As the words fell, 9 colored rays of light rushed up and then connected with each other. Looking down from above, the entire Spirit Cloud sect looked as if it had been inverted by a large 9-colored bowl. At the center of the Patriarchal Grand Formation, the Patriarchal Grand Formation descended 9 different colors of light, forming 9 protections outside of Chu Sheng's Sacred Soldier Xian Turtle Shell, and only then Chu Sheng could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. With so many defensive means, even if a Saint Emperor Realm powerhouse came, they wouldn't necessarily be able to shake it. He was confident that he could withstand Gu Yuan's attack, and at that moment, Gu Yuan's fist had already arrived. Boo! A crisp pop sounded out, and the first protection formed by the Clan Protection Formation directly burst open. In an instant, the entire Spirit Cloud sect followed suit and trembled fiercely for a few moments. The first layer of protection was broken so easily. Chu Sheng's eyelids beat furiously. The 9 protections were created by the Patriarchal Grand Formation, and were integrated with the Patriarchal Grand Formation, with a shocking defensive power. But in the blink of an eye, a layer of protection was broken by Gu Yuan, which caused him to be unable to calm his heart for a long time. It was also at this moment that he profoundly realized the terror of Gu Yuan. Boom boom boom. Successive bursts of sound rang out, and the protection formed by the 9 protective formations was quickly and easily broken by Gu Yuan. The 9 protections were broken, and the Clan Protection Formation was also broken. For a moment, the entire Spirit Cloud sect was shaken by the ground. The berserk shockwave that was created when the protective formation was broken instantly swept through the entire Spirit Cloud sect. Quite a number of disciples with low cultivation were swept away by this violent shockwave, and before they could even react, they lost their lives under this shockwave, which could be described as extremely innocent deaths. After breaking through the 9 guards, the speed of Gu Yuan's fist still didn't decrease in the slightest, heading straight towards that Holy Soldier Xian Turtle Shell. Boo! A crisp pop came out. The Xian turtle's silhouette was like a bubble, and was directly dissipated by the blow. Why is this kid so perversely strong? Chu Sheng was horrified, and his heart was directly scared out of combat. As soon as he threw the Sacred Soldier Xian Turtle Shell towards Gu Yuan, his entire body instantly flew towards the distance. Want to escape? Can you escape? Gu Yuan's voice came from behind him, and Chu Sheng was instantly startled. Turning around fiercely, he only saw that Gu Yuan had already burst the Sacred Soldier Xian Turtle Shell with a punch, and then a punch was coming towards him. He wanted to resist, but how could he when his means of resisting were gone? He wanted to dodge, but the aura of Gu Yuan's punch had already locked him in place, so how could he dodge? Without any surprises, Gu Yuan's punch ended up landing on his body. The power of Gu Yuan's punch was destructive, and now it blasted at Chu Sheng's body. Chu Sheng's entire person was directly blasted without even a bit of dregs left, thoroughly annihilated in the air. With a movement of his feet, Gu Yuan regained his previous position. His eyes looked towards Qin Shou, coinciding with the moment when Shinsho also looked at him with a dull gaze. He looked as if he had been stunned, but there was still a smile on his face as he laughed nervously. ABA. Look at that, look just like the two little cuties at the entrance of the village. The same. But if one looked closely, one could still see the apprehension flickering in the depths of his dull eyes. Obviously, he was playing dumb. Gu Yuan didn't care if he was really stupid or not, and raised his hand. A huge palm print formed, and then the palm imprint fell towards Shinsho carrying a terrifying might. No! Looking at the palm print that fell from the sky, Shinsho's dull eyes were immediately filled with fear, and his mouth could not help but let out a desperate and unwilling roar. But his roar obviously didn't do any slightest bit of good. Boom! A huge palm print fell, and a loud sound came out. Shinsho's entire body was directly slapped into a puddle of blood and water, dead beyond repair. His eyes swept a circle of the surrounding Spirit Cloud sect powerhouses, and when he saw Gu Yuan's gaze, these Spirit Cloud sect people couldn't help but tremble, subconsciously lowering their heads and not daring to look at each other. Retracting his gaze, Gu Yuan came to Luo Qingqing's side and pulled Luo Qingqing's jade hand, and between the flickers of his figure, he quickly disappeared from the original place, not knowing where he had gone. Finally gone. Didn't this Gu Yuan lose all his cultivation and have his meridians broken and become a waste? Why does he suddenly possess such great strength? Elder Koan 8th. Be careful what you say nah. If Lord Gu hears these words of yours, 10 lives would not be enough for you to die. Thanks to Elder Red for reminding me. It was my mistake. As Gu Yuan and Luo Qingchun left, the pressure on the strongest members of the Spirit Cloud sect present plummeted, and only then did they dare to discuss what had just happened. Gu Yuan did not leave at this time. Instead, he brought Luo Qingqing to a cliff at the back of the Spirit Cloud sect's mountain, and then brought Luo Qingqing straight down towards the bottom of the cliff. Doubts flashed in her eyes as Luo Qingqing said in disbelief, Gu Yuan, where are you taking me? You'll see in a moment. Gu Yuan smiled mysteriously and brought Luo Qingqing to continue flying towards the bottom of the cliff. After flying for a while, Gu Yuan stopped halfway up the cliff. There was a large area of vines present here that looked flat, but when Gu Yuan gave a big wave of his hand and blew these vines away, a cave was revealed. The cave is very narrow at the beginning to pass people, walking dozens of steps to open up. At the end of the walk, there was a huge stone door that was 5 meters high and 2 meters wide, with a groove in the center of the door. The shape of the groove appeared to be a cloud, the same as the clan pattern of the Spirit Cloud sect. On top of the stone door there was also the presence of a terrifying prohibition. If they were to touch them rashly, they would definitely activate these prohibitions and thus be injured by them. However, Gu Yuan was a great emperor, and he did not place these prohibitions in his eyes. Raising his hand and blasting out with a fist, the restrictions were all nullified, and the stone door directly burst open with a boom. As the stone door was blasted open, dazzling golden light instantly shot out from within the door, reflecting the entire cave into a golden color. Upon adapting to this dazzling golden light, Luo Qingqing subconsciously raised her eyes towards the cave. This look immediately caused her beautiful eyes to roundly open, and her small mouth could not help but slightly open wide. Spirit stones were piled up like mountains inside the cave, and all sorts of exotic treasures, heavenly materials, weapons and pills were countless. This is the Spirit Cloud sect's treasure trove, isn't it? Luo Qingqing asked in a dumbfounded outburst. That's right, this is the Spirit Cloud sect's treasure trove. Gu Yuan nodded. Earlier, his great Empress Divine Thoughts had enveloped the entire Spirit Cloud sect, and he had discovered this hidden Spirit Cloud sect treasure trove at the first opportunity. Now that he was about to overthrow the Spirit Cloud sect, he naturally wouldn't let go of the things within the Spirit Cloud sect's treasure trove. The vast amount of cultivation resources within the treasure trove might not be of much help to his cultivation enhancement, but don't forget that he wasn't an orphan whose parents had both died. He still has his father, and his people. All of these cultivation resources could be used to help father and help the clan raise their cultivation level. As for why the Spirit Cloud sect should be overthrown, it was also because of this. The powerhouses within the Spirit Cloud sect were as weak as ants to him, but these powerhouses were clearly not something that the Gu family of today could contend with. The strongest person within the Spirit Cloud sect will not be wiped out now. If these powerhouses took advantage of his absence to strike at the Gu family, it would be a disaster for the Gu family. The people of the Spirit Cloud sect who were weak in strength. In the future, there was no guarantee that someone would obtain a rise against the heavens and become strong, becoming a disaster for the Gu family. To prevent such tragedies, he could only get the entire Spirit Cloud sect on the road in one piece. Perhaps this was unfair to many people in the Spirit Cloud sect, but this world has never been fair, has it? Chapter 12. Who is spying on this emperor? With a wave of his large sleeve, Gu Yuan put everything within the spirit cloud sect's treasury into the system's carry-on space. The system carrying space is the space that comes with the system. The space that could be stored within it was immense. Not at all comparable to a storage ring, it was simply too big to imagine. Gu Yuan could store it or take something out of it with just a thought. There were too many things within the spirit cloud sect's treasure trove today. Using the storage ring obviously couldn't fit, but using the system's carry-on space, it was easy to put it away. Go! Including everything within the spirit cloud sect's treasury in the system's carry-on space, Gu Yuan's mind moved to open up a spatial channel, and then he pulled Luo Qingcheng into the spatial channel and completely disappeared from the spirit cloud sect. Spirit cloud sect. With the death of the patriarch and the elder ancestor, the minds of some powerful people couldn't help but come alive. The Grand Elder's eyes signaled over. At that moment, someone voiced out, "A country cannot be without a ruler for a day, and a clan cannot be without a master for a day. It's time for us to elect someone to become the sect leader of the Spirit Cloud sect. The Grand Elder has a high position of power and respect. There is no one more suitable for the position of patriarch than him. I propose that the Grand Elder become my Spirit Cloud sect's patriarch. I also propose that the Grand Elder become my Spirit Cloud sect's patriarch." Hearing this, the Grand Elder gave the two elders who had spoken an appreciative glance, and praise flashed in the depths of his eyes. However, although there was the idea of wanting to be the patriarch in his heart, he did not show it on his face. Even more, he showed a difficult look on his face and said, "Now that the patriarch, the elder ancestor, and their bones are not yet cold, you guys want me to be the patriarch. You guys are setting me up for unkindness and unrighteousness, so don't bring this matter up again. Whoever wants to mention it again, don't blame this elder for being impolite. A country cannot be without a ruler for a day, and a clan cannot be without a master for a day. So please ask the Grand Elder to take over the position of patriarch. If you don't take over the position of patriarch, I will kneel long and hard." An elder shouted, saying that it's actually directly kneeling down. That was the elder who had a better relationship with the Grand Elder on a regular basis. With an admiring glance at the kneeling elder, the Grand Elder swept his gaze coldly at the remaining elders again. Being watched by the Grand Elder's icy gaze, the rest of the elders immediately felt like a man's back, and after only a slight hesitation, they fell to their knees. At the same time, all of them were still chanting under their breath, "Please ask the Grand Elder to take over the position of patriarch. You guys, you're harming me." The Grand Elder was happy in his heart, but his face was bitter. "Hey!" With a sigh, the Grand Elder seemed to be resigned to his fate. "Since all of you want this elder to take over the position of patriarch, then this clan will reluctantly take over the position of patriarch. If there is a suitable candidate, this clan will definitely step aside." After a pause, the Grand Elder's face chilled as he said, "My Spirit Cloud sect is one of the three major sects in Koan State, and now that the patriarch and the elder ancestor have been killed by Gu Yuan, a milquetoast brat, within the sect, this hatred is not shared. It must be avenged. Now, although we are no match for Gu Yuan, this clan hereby swears that we will avenge our patriarch and old ancestor in this life." Just after the words were said, the Grand Elder couldn't help but let out a soft eep. "Ha! Why is it dark?" Because he actually realized that without realizing it, the entire Spirit Cloud sect was actually plunged into darkness. Subconsciously looking up, this look scared him to death. What did he see? He saw that an incomparably huge palm print had unexpectedly appeared in the sky above the Spirit Cloud sect. The palm print covered the sky and enveloped the entire Spirit Cloud sect. The palm imprint fell from the sky towards the Spirit Cloud sect. The aura that seemed to be able to destroy everything permeated out from the palm print, and quite a few people from the Spirit Cloud sect were scared to the point of wetting their diapers. Escape! A thought surfaced in their minds, and the people of the Spirit Cloud sect didn't dare to stay where they were for long. With a movement of his feet, he wanted to escape from the Spirit Cloud sect to avoid being slapped to death by the huge palm imprint, but as soon as the thought surfaced, they could not help but fall into despair, just because the huge palm imprint high above the sky had already aura locked them in place. Under this aura, they were as if they were deep in a quagmire, and it was difficult for them to even move, let alone escape. Mend. No, I have done evil things in my life. Is this a punishment from heaven? Can someone tell me where this giant palm came from? I don't want to die yet. Ooh-hoo. For a time, the entire Spirit Cloud sect wailed. Unfortunately, no matter how much they wailed, the speed at which the huge palm imprint fell did not slow down in any way. Finally, the huge palm print completely fell. Rumble. Successive bursts of sound that resounded through the sky came out. The entire Spirit Cloud sect was completely destroyed directly under this palm. In an instant, a huge mushroom cloud coalesced from smoke and dust slowly rose. The earth shook, the ground shook, and a deep gully spread wildly in all directions with the spirit cloud sect as the center. The horrifying collision aftermath swept across the entire Koenjo, causing the entire Koenjo earth to follow and vibrate fiercely for several times. It startled countless powerful people from Kunzu and even the southern region. Even many old monsters were startled at this moment. Doubts flashed in their eyes as their figures disappeared in place, either tearing through the void or turning into streams of light. They all came towards the source from which this vibration came. But in just 2.5 minutes, the entire spirit cloud sect had gathered thousands of strong people in the sky. They were both old and young, and the only thing they had in common was only one thing, and that was that their cultivation levels were all extremely terrifying. The lowest were all in the Saint realm. As for the strong ones, they had even reached Saint King Saint Emperor, simply terrifying to the absolute peak. With such a group of people coming together, they could easily push across Koen State and any of the 13 states in the southern domain. They were all the supreme powerhouses of their respective forces, but at this moment, they should have been the ones with their eyes high above the ground and their arrogance boundless, looking at the spirit cloud sect that was left with a deep pit with a huge palm print after it was overthrown. But they all fell silent in a rare manner. Even the depths of its eyes showed a rare hint of panic. Overthrowing the spirit cloud sect with a single palm. Who in the world did this? Who is this person? Why is he so terrifying? Some people could not hide the fear in their hearts and made an involuntary sound. There were also people whose eyes looked towards an old man in a gray robe, unable to hide the curiosity in their hearts as they asked, Xian Yangzi, you're the best at deduction. Can you help the saint deduce who the person who made the move was? This saint is willing to pay you. Upon hearing this, everyone present turned their gazes towards Xian Yangzi. They also wanted to learn just who the ruthless person who could destroy the spirit cloud sect with a single slap was. Such a character must be known. Otherwise, in case there were fools among their own forces who would be offended by it, the ones who would be overthrown in the future could be their own forces. Meeting the gazes of those present, Xian Yangzi smiled faintly. This saint is also curious as to when exactly such a strong person appeared in my southern domain. As the words fell, he flipped his hand and took out a golden compass. Fingers pinched, invoking the golden compass. A golden runic formation immediately rose from the soles of his feet. Go! He pointed out a finger towards the front, and the golden runes were all injected into the void in front of him, which distorted and a picture emerged. The image was blurry at first, but it gradually became clearer as time went on. Seeing this, Xian Yangzi couldn't help but have a smile on his face as he said, immediately, you will be able to know who overthrew the spirit cloud sect. At those words, everyone's eyes stared at that image without blinking. However, just as the picture was about to become clear, a pair of pitch black eyes appeared, taking up the entire image. With that a voice also came out of the picture. Who is spying on this emperor? When the words landed, Xian Yangzi's face suddenly changed drastically. Not good. It's been discovered. He pinched his fingers together and was about to sever the connection. However, before he could make a move, those dark eyes had taken one look. Boo! A sound like a balloon exploding resounded, and Xian Yangzi's entire body directly exploded, turning into a cloud of blood mist. When it's true that one more look will make you explode. The image also completely dissipated at that moment. Seeing this scene, the people present all had their eyelids jumping wildly and couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Indicates that there is intimidation. I don't know whether it was because of fear or something else, but these powerful people didn't dare to stay here for long, and either turned into streams of light or tore through space to leave. Soon it disappeared here. Chapter 13, The Gu Family's Two Prideful Generations. What's going on? Is it an earthquake? Luo Qingcheng and Gu Yuan walked out from the spatial channel and just arrived outside the council hall. They felt a violent vibration in the earth and could not help but have doubts flashing in their eyes. Gu Yuan didn't speak, pretending not to hear Luo Qingcheng's words. He naturally knew that the so-called earthquake was entirely caused by the fallout from his destruction of the spirit cloud sect, but he didn't want to talk to Luo Qingcheng about these things yet. One person overthrew a power and wiped out tens of thousands of people. Such behavior is no different from that of a devil's way practitioner. He was afraid that saying it would cause Luo Qingcheng to recoil. The two of them walked into the council hall, which had two people in it at the moment. One was his father, and another was the lord of the city. The two seemed to be discussing something, but now it seemed to be deliberating, and the city lord was heading out. Yuqi, you're back. Have you gotten your revenge? Seeing Gu Yuan, Gu Junlin asked out loud. Back to father. Revenge. Gu Yuan nodded. Sit. Gu Junlin reached out and pointed to the opposite seat. As Gu Yuan and Luo Qingcheng took their seats one after another, He then spoke out. Yuan, aren't you curious as to why my father's Yuanshan is strong on the outside and weak on the inside? Didn't you want to know if my father is a great emperor? Haven't you always wanted to know about what once happened to your father? My father will tell you now that my father was once indeed a great emperor. Still a very strong great emperor. Memories flashed in his eyes as Gu Junlin spoke out. Once my father was also a heavenly pride on one side. And although I don't possess a natural holy dragon bone like Gu Chang'e, in the future if I don't die prematurely I will surely become a holy emperor and ask for the great emperor. For my father's heavenly talent is unbelievable. When I tested my talent, I directly crumbled 3 test tablets. Your grandfather said that I have the posture of a great emperor. My father's cultivation is truly heaven-defying, and he's a few degrees more demonic than Gu Chang'e. 100 years ago, Gu Chang'e and I began our rise from Wuji City, pressing down countless prides of Koan State and even the southern region who couldn't raise their heads. They were called the Gu family's absolute twin prides. Even the southern region's #1 pride, Luo Fanchen, was easily defeated by us. A piker's sin is not a sin. And the news that Gu Chang'e possessed the innate sacred dragon bone quickly spread to the central region. Some powerful people came from the central domain and suppressed Gu Chang'e and I. Not only did they take Gu Chang'e's innate sacred dragon bone with a secret method, they also seriously injured me. Speaking of this, Gu Junlin's fists unconsciously clenched, and a color of anger flashed in his eyes. But soon his fists restretched and the color of anger faded. Adjusting his state of mind, he squarely continued. When the born holy dragon bone was taken away, Gu Chang'e went from being a heavenly pride to a waste, and has been devastated ever since. And I don't know how many years passed before he came out. My father was seriously injured, injuring his origin, and in order to find a way to repair his origin, my father set foot in the central region. In the central region, I met Luo Fanchen, who was defeated by Gu Chang'e and I. He and I were sort of not fighting, and after some time together, the two of us ended up becoming sworn brothers. It was also in the central domain that I met your mother, the heavenly daughter of the Yi clan, one of the 8 ancient clans in the central domain. Yi Qinglan. Gu Yuan hadn't seen his mother since he was born, nor have I heard anything about Mama. Whether he lives or dies he doesn't know. Now that he heard Gu Junlin mention his mother, he couldn't help but ask with some redness in his eyes. Father, my mother, is she okay? Your mother is the heavenly daughter of the Yi family, one of the 8 ancient clans, and is naturally alive and well. Gu Junlin nodded with a smile on his face. Only the smile was all bitterness. A high status is naturally good, born with a golden key. The beginning of birth is the end that many people never reach in their lifetime, but the high status also signals its disparity with him, making them doomed to stay together even if they love each other. After a moment's reprieve, Gu Junlin then continued his previous words and spoke out. In the central domain, I sought out a way to repair the origin. After repairing my origin, I began to cultivate like crazy, wanting to help Gu Chang'e reclaim the born holy dragon bone. But the enemy that took Gu Chang'e's innate sacred dragon bone is too strong and powerful, and even if I raise my cultivation to the great emperor realm, I'm simply no match for it. It was also at that time that I realized the gap between a great emperor and a great emperor. Great emperors also have realm divisions. From weak to strong they are the immortal emperor, the imperishable emperor, the extreme emperor, and the taboo emperor. However, although the enemy is strong, my father will not be defeated so easily. Even after having the motivation, my father's cultivation speed was even faster, and he soon broke through from an immortal emperor to an undying emperor. I remember that day well. It was 18 years ago. To celebrate me becoming an undying emperor, Luo Fanchen, me, and your mother, we had a great time drinking at a restaurant. On that day, your mother and I no longer repressed the thoughts in our hearts, and we were truly together. It was also that day that all the great emperors of the entire Yi clan descended into the restaurant. Yi family head Yi Qingxan was furious beyond measure, bluntly stating that I, a waste of space, dared to defile the Yi family's heavenly daughter, and that there was simply a way to take death. Wanting to put me to death and take away Yi Qinglan, the enemy is outnumbered. But I am not afraid. How could it be that there was a huge disparity in strength? And although my father burned out the power of his soul and heavily injured several great emperors, I myself was shattered in my emperor body, and my cultivation realm was knocked down, injuring my origin. If it wasn't for the fact that your mother forced me to die in the end before the Yi family was willing to let me go, I would have died 18 years ago by now. Of course, although I managed to survive. But this matter has dealt me an extraordinary blow, and even when I returned to the Gu family, I spent every day with alcohol, muddling through each day. After October, A strong Yi family member descended on my Gu family and brought you to my face, saying that you were my child. After a bloodline test, you really are my son. Your coming has brought light to me in the midst of the abyss. It took the persuasion of my clan and your arrival to change my vices and get back on my feet. These things weren't said to you before because you were young and I didn't want to pressure you. But now that you're a great emperor, it's time to tell you this. Speaking here, Gu Junlin turned around. 2 lines of tears rolled down from his red eyes. Men don't shed tears, they just don't get to the sad part. Talking about the past, the memories buried deep in his heart and unwilling to recall came flooding back, which was undoubtedly a great pain for him to bear. Digesting all of this news, Gu Yuan took a deep breath and asked, Father, I want to help you recover your cultivation. Do you know how you can recover your cultivation? At those words, Gu Junlin's tiger's body shook and his heart was moved. Steaming the 2 lines of tears dry with his spiritual energy, Gu Junlin turned around and patted Gu Yuan's shoulder. His eyes filled with praise as he said, Good son. Chapter 14 Ancient Artifact. Human Emperor Streamer. Trying to help me regain my cultivation is not difficult even if you are a great emperor. After a pause, Gu Junlin spoke. You can first help me restore my damaged divine soul. Back then, burning out the power of my divine soul to forcibly raise my battle power. This caused my divine soul to suffer a serious injury. If I can restore my damaged divine soul, my battle power will increase by leaps and bounds. And with the divine soul restored, my own speed of restoring my cultivation will become much faster. Father, then how can I help you recover your divine soul? Gu Yuan asked. Imperial medicine. Imperial soul grass. Gu Junlin spoke out. The Emperor's soul grass captures the creation of heaven, absorbing the powerful souls of the world to grow, containing extremely strong soul power. Taking it can strengthen the power of the soul, and also has the effect of repairing the soul. If you can find the Emperor's soul grass for my father will be able to restore his damaged divine soul. If my divine soul is restored, even if my current realm is only the 3rd level of the mountain and sea realm, the strength I can erupt is that of an ordinary sane emperor I can easily suppress. Gu Yuan spoke out and asked, Father, where is the Emperor's soul grass available? At those words, Gu Junlin just wanted to speak, but when the words reached his mouth, he became hesitant. He did know where there was an Emperor's soul grass, but that place was too dangerous. Back then, Luo Fanchen had hopes of impacting a great emperor, but it was to help him look for Emperor's soul grass, and now the injuries on his body hadn't even healed yet. Now he didn't want his son to risk his life for himself. Seemingly guessing what Gu Junlin was thinking, Gu Yuan squeezed a smile on his face and said, Father, right now your son I am a great emperor, even if the place with the Emperor's soul grass is very dangerous, but your son I am not stupid. If it is really dangerous for me won't risk it. Gu Junlin said with a bitter smile, that place is extremely dangerous, and when you are ready to go, you are taking a risk. Gu Yuan said, Father, now that my mother has been taken away by the Yi family, and now that there is a chance to restore your divine soul, even if it's risky I'm going to give it a try aren't I? At those words, Gu Junlin fell silent. It was a while before he nodded. Indeed, even if it is dangerous, we must try. I will now tell you where to find the Emperor's soul grass. With a lift of his hand, a map of the southern region appeared on the table. Gu Junlin reached out and pointed on the map of the southern region, saying, this place is called the 10,000 Souls Abyss, and it is the southern region's forbidden zone of life. It is rumored that it was once the mass grave of the ancient flourishing demon sect, the Wangu demon sect, where countless powerful beings were buried. Even great emperors have been buried. There are countless wrong souls here, and the fury is so strong that every now and then a wrong soul crawls out from it, wreaking havoc on the party. Back then, my father and Guchanga were also newborns and had accidentally entered the 10,000 Souls Abyss. In the 10,000 Souls Abyss, we found some sacred soul grass, and we also saw Emperor's soul grass from afar. But unfortunately, the grievous souls there were powerful and unmatched, and even though at that time, Guchanga and I were already nearly unbeatable in the southern region, we were still extremely battered by those grievous souls. At that time, even though I only saw the Emperor's soul grass from afar, I sensed countless powerful grievous souls guarding around the Emperor's soul grass. I can sense the power of those unjust souls. I'm afraid that the weakest of them can erupt into the strength of a great emperor. Not one great emperor, but several, or even dozens of great emperors, or hundreds of great emperors. Even if you're a great emperor now, if you want to get the Emperor's soul grass from these unjust souls, it's still as hard as heaven. Do you still go to the abyss of 10,000 souls now? Speaking here, Gu Junlin looked at Gu Yuan with a tangled face. He wanted Gu Yuan to help him find the Emperor's soul grass to help him repair his damaged divine soul, but he felt that the trip was dangerous and he didn't want his son to risk his life. So very torn. Ding! Detected Gu Junlin asking the host if he chooses to go forward to the 10,000 Souls Abyss, triggering a divine choice. Choice 1, the 10,000 Souls Abyss is dangerous. If you go there, your life will not be guaranteed. Dad, although I also want to help you recover your damaged soul, but your life is important, so I won't go. Reward, 1 lower grade spirit stone. Option 2, agree to travel to the abyss of 10,000 souls. Reward, ancient artifact, human emperor streamer. Listening to the voice of the system ringing in his head, Gu Yuan didn't even think about it and directly responded to the system in his head. I'll choose 2. Not to mention that it still triggered the choice. Even if it didn't, he would still go. 18 years of nurturing, blood is thicker than water. This kind of bond, even if it is dangerous, he has to go. Go! Must go. Gu Yuan nodded his head and looked at Gu Junlin and said seriously, Father, don't worry. I will definitely fetch the Emperor's soul grass for you from the 10,000 Souls Abyss. Ding! Detected that the host has completed the choice mission. Reward, the ancient divine artifact Human Emperor Streamer. Human Emperor Streamer, if you don't make an effort to cultivate, you'll be a brother in the streamer. The Human Emperor Streamer is an ancient artifact, a growth artifact that can absorb all the souls in the world for its own use. The stronger and more souls it absorbs, the more terrifying the power that erupts from within it, and when it evolves to a certain degree, it can even manipulate the long river of time and reverse yin and yang, and the souls it absorbs won't disappear, but instead turn into puppets that are driven at will by the one holding the streamer. And in case of a crisis, the souls within the 10,000 soul streamer come out of their nests, and the resulting explosion will destroy the heavens and the earth. The resulting explosion will destroy the sky and the earth. The Human Emperor Streamer has now been issued to the systems accompanying space, and the host can receive and use it on his own. Listening to the system's introduction of the Human Emperor Streamer, Gu Yuan's eyes lit up. Originally, the trip to the 10,000 Souls Abyss was still full of crises, but now with this Human Emperor Streamer, it's almost like a crisis turned into an opportunity. The Human Emperor Streamer can absorb all the souls in the world. What's so much about the Soul Abyss? Souls galore. Just in time to invite all these souls into the Human Emperor Streamer. Thinking of this, Gu Yuan looked towards the ancient divine weapon Human Emperor Streamer within the system's carry-on space. Only a wisp of black gas was filling out from the Human Emperor's Streamer. Seeing this, Gu Yuan couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Worthy of being a Human Emperor Streamer. I don't know exactly how many wrong souls have been purified, but it can even emit so much black gas. It's really hard to imagine how many sins were once on those wrong souls. The Human Emperor Streamer absorbs the souls into the streamer. Those souls created too many killing sins in their lifetime. The Human Emperor Streamer purifies these souls, and rose a little bit of eerie and cold demonic gas towards the outside, which is just as reasonable as spitting out black blood after the detoxification of poisoning is completed. Right? Listening to Gu Yuan's words, Gu Junlin's heart was filled with emotion, and his eyes were unconsciously a little red. Taking a deep breath, Gu Junlin looked at Gu Yuan and said seriously, although the Emperor's soul grass is very important to me, compared to you, you are still more important. It's best if you can bring back the Emperor's soul grass, but if you can't, it's fine. I only have one request, and that's for you to come back alive. Got it, Father, I understand. Gu Yuan nodded seriously. Chapter 15 Gu Junlin, the Brazen Bandit. At this moment, Luo Qingchang, who had been silent on the side, opened her mouth. The Abyss of 10,000 Souls is located in the Imperial State, the first of the 13 states in the southern region, and from time to time, unjust souls will crawl out from it to wreak havoc on the party. In order to prevent the grievous souls from crawling out of the 10,000 Souls Abyss to plague the party, after the various forces of the Imperial Prefecture have conferred, they have decided to join forces once a year to clean up the grievous souls on the outskirts of the 10,000 Souls Abyss. In this way, even though it can't completely remove the grievous souls within the 10,000 Souls Abyss, it can also drastically reduce the number of 10,000 Souls Abyss grievous souls crawling out of the abyss, thus drastically reducing the damage that the 10,000 Souls Abyss grievous souls can do to the surrounding cities. The day after tomorrow is the day when all the forces will join forces to clean up the unjust souls in the 10,000 Souls Abyss once a year. When all the powerful people from all sides of the Imperial Prefecture gather at the 10,000 Souls Abyss. And if you want to enter the 10,000 Souls Abyss to seek out the Emperor's soul grass for Uncle Gu, the day after tomorrow to enter the 10,000 Souls Abyss would be a very good choice. Or you can just go to the 10,000 souls abyss the day after tomorrow. After saying that, Luo Qingcheng looked at Gu Yuan seriously. Gu Junlin also nodded to Gu Yuan at this moment and said, although the various forces of the imperial prefecture are not strong, many ants can bite an elephant. If you can go to the 10,000 souls abyss with the strongest of these forces, and with them attracting a portion of the infernal souls, then the infernal souls that you will face will be a large portion fewer, and you'll be a few degrees safer as well. The various forces in the imperial state? Many ants bite the elephant to death? Who are you calling an ant? Rage. What? Your son is a great emperor. Fine. We're ants. Listening to the words of the two, Gu Yuan was directly confused. With the human emperor streamer in his hand, the grievous souls of the 10,000 souls abyss had already been viewed by him as honored guests in the human emperor streamer, as part of his future battle power. The day after tomorrow, all the powerful people from all sides of the imperial prefecture would gather at the 10,000 souls abyss and start clearing out the unjust souls on the periphery. Is this clearing the outskirts of the abyss of 10,000 souls of the wrong souls? No. This is a massacre of his honored guests. It was diminishing his battle power. Moreover, how could an ancient artifact like the human emperor's streamer be shown to the public? If the day after tomorrow he entered the 10,000 souls abyss with those forces from the imperial state, and he used the human emperor streamer to purify the grievous souls in the 10,000 souls abyss, the might of the human emperor streamer would be revealed, and it would surely attract covetousness from others. In order to prevent being undetected, he wouldn't be able to use the human emperor streamer, and without using the human emperor streamer, he would have to fight with the unjust souls of the 10,000 souls abyss. So much for wasting effort, not to mention killing your own VIP. Thinking of this, Gu Yuan's heart ached vaguely. Therefore, facing the words of the two men, Gu Yuan almost didn't need to think before he directly said, I'm not joining them. I'll go to the 10,000 souls abyss tomorrow. No, I'm going to the 10,000 souls abyss today. Luo Qingcheng asked with a frown on her willow brows. Why? Gu Junlin also cast a puzzled look towards Gu Yuan at this moment. All the forces of the imperial prefecture gathered at the 10,000 souls abyss and began to clear the outskirts of the 10,000 souls abyss of the unjust souls, which was a heavenly opportunity for Gu Yuan, who wanted to enter the 10,000 souls abyss in search of the emperor's soul grass. So much free labor. Just thinking about it is enough to wake you up in your sleep with a smile on your face. But now Gu Yuan was saying that he didn't want to go with these people. This is truly baffling. Meeting the duo's puzzled gazes, Gu Yuan couldn't help but feel a toothache. He wanted a straight showdown, but he hadn't figured out how to explain the origin of the ancient divine artifact human emperor streamer. After thinking for a moment, he spoke out. I want to pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger, so that I can have the opportunity to manifest myself in front of people in the future. Thus I don't want to enter the 10,000 souls abyss with these forces from the imperial prefecture. At first Gu Yuan just found a random excuse, but said, he found, quite smooth, said also very fluent, face gradually become natural, as if he really thinks so, but he hadn't finished his sentence. Pop! Gu Junlin slapped him on the shoulder and said with a solemn face, Yuan-er, you can't think like that. My father has seen many amazing people, but they just have the idea like you. At first they just want to pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger, in order to show the saint in front of the people to pretend to wave, but pretend to be a pig for a long time, then it really becomes a pig. The path of cultivation fights with people and the sky, but with strength but to hide it. The future achievements are worrying. Promise me you won't play piggyback, okay? Looking at his father's solemn look, Gu Yuan was directly dumbfounded. How could I have not realized that my random excuses would lead to some education? LOL. One didn't hold back. Luo Qingcheng directly laughed out loud, seeing Gu Yuan's gaze looking slyly. Luo Qingcheng's smile on her face didn't diminish and she still smiled and said, You are so childish. Is it funny? Gu Yuan snapped breathlessly. Aha. Luo Qingcheng's face did not lose the slightest bit of her smile. Nodding her little head seriously, Gu Yuan helplessly skimmed his mouth. At this time, Gu Junlin looked at Gu Yuan and said with a hammer, It's a deal. Tomorrow you will send Qingcheng to the heavenly spirit Holy Land. And when the day after tomorrow you will enter the 10,000 souls abyss with all the forces of the imperial prefecture. Gu Yuan opened his mouth to say something else, but there was a flash of light in his eyes, and he nodded his head. Okay father. Afterward, Gu Yuan waved his hand, and everything he had obtained from within the spirit cloud sect's treasury instantly filled the entire council hall. Dazzling haze light erupted from these cultivation resources or heavenly materials, and it was heartwarming to watch. Looking at the various cultivation resources that filled the entire council hall, Gu Junlin instantly came to his senses and couldn't help but ask. So many cultivation resources. You went to the Spirit Cloud sect earlier. Did you loot the Spirit Cloud sect's treasure trove? Gu Yuan didn't hide it, but directly admitted it. Knowing a son is like fathering a child. Father, you guessed right. These cultivation resources are exactly what I brought from the Spirit Cloud sect's treasury. Good boy. Gu Junlin reached out and patted Gu Yuan's shoulder, smiling with approval. When it really is a tiger's father, there's no such thing as a dog's son. Back then, my father liked to go around robbing those powerful forces, and because of the excessive number of forces he robbed, he was also called a humongous bandit. And what's more, it was said that when the king crossed the border, not an inch of grass would grow. Your kid was honest before. I thought you didn't inherit this character of my humongous bandit, but now I see that I was overly concerned. Gu Yuan, Luo Qingcheng. The duo's eyes were awed to the core at this moment. Although it did not speak, its eyes were as if to say, "Good for you, thick-browed Gu Junlin. I didn't expect you to be a tough guy." Seeing the two of them looking at each other with odd gazes, Gu Junlin laughed. "Why do you think I was able to break through to the undying great emperor within 100 years? Speaking here, Gu Junlin didn't continue, but instead looked at Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan was speechless and could only open his mouth to ask, "Because your natural talent is heaven-defying and you have the qualifications of a great emperor?" Natural talent is certainly important, but without cultivation resources, it's difficult to rapidly raise one's cultivation level even if one has natural talent. Gu Junlin said, "But I don't have any cultivation resources. What should I do if I don't have any cultivation resources?" Speaking here, Gu Junlin once again looked at Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan was helpless and said, "Rob?" "Yes, exactly, rob." Gu Junlin smiled smugly. "It was by robbing and mugging that my father was able to break through to become an undying emperor in just 100 years. May I ask who else in the world today, besides me, can become an undying great emperor within 100 years? The smile on Gu Junlin's face was incredibly thick. Obviously, he was extremely happy and proud of the fact that he could become an undying great emperor within 100 years. After a while, calming his heart down and sweeping his eyes over the cultivation resources piled up all over the entire council hall, Gu Junlin seemed to know why Gu Yuan was making this move, and at that moment, he directly opened his mouth. Now that the three great clans of Wuji City have just been overthrown, there are so many cultivation resources that the clan's treasury has long since piled up, and there's no shortage of this cultivation resource of yours. Now that you've just become a great emperor, it wouldn't do to have no cultivation resources on you, so you might as well bring these cultivation resources with you." Without waiting for Gu Yuan to open his mouth, Gu Junlin was already heading towards the outside of the council hall, and only his voice came out. "Yuaner, you and Qingcheng were engaged to be married 3 years ago. After that farewell, you haven't seen each other for 3 years. Now that you've met, I won't disturb your time together." Luo Qingcheng said, "Uncle Gu's impression to me has always been that he doesn't smile and laugh. Today he even told me all about being a humongous bandit. I can see that he's very happy today." "Yeah, I haven't seen him smile in a while either," Gu Yuan said in a sigh-like manner. Looking at the cultivation resources that filled the entire council hall, Gu Yuan helplessly waved his hand and reincorporated them into the system's carry-on space. Looking at the evening sunset floating in the sky, Gu Yuan said, "I'll take you to see the evening sunset in the sky. Where can't you see the evening sun?" Luo Qingcheng squeezed a smile on her face and said, "But since it's your invitation, then I agree." Gu Yuan smiled and reached out to grab Luo Qingcheng's soft, boneless jade hand. With a thought, the figures of the two had already disappeared in place. Once again, he appeared above the clouds. This is the perfect position to witness the evening sun filling the sky and to really feel the beauty of the sunset, Luo Qingcheng said offhandedly. "So beautiful." Seemingly realizing that Gu Yuan had already sat aside, she sat down as well after a slight hesitation, then rested her head on Gu Yuan's shoulder. The tip of his nose smelled the unique fragrance emanating from Luo Qingcheng's body, and he looked at the absolutely beautiful evening sunshine. Although the wind was rising and the clouds were rolling underneath him, Gu Yuan's heart at this moment was unprecedentedly tranquil. The whole person reaches a relaxation of the mind and body at this moment. The two did not speak, just quietly looking at the evening sun in the sky. I don't know how long it took before Luo Qingcheng opened her mouth with some regret. Although the evening sun is beautiful, it's a pity that it's near dusk. Gu Yuan looked at the evening sunset that was about to dissipate in the sky and said seriously, "May love be like the evening sunset, growing later and thicker." Upon hearing this, the corner of Luo Qingcheng's mouth could not help but lift up a beautiful arc. Their clasped hands also slowly turned into interlocked fingers. Chapter 16, The 8 True Words. Early the next morning. It doesn't matter if the Emperor's soul grass can be fetched or not, but you must come back safely for me. Got it? Looking at Gu Yuan who was about to leave, Gu Junlin spoke in a heavy tone. His words were full of concern for Gu Yuan. Father, don't worry. Your son. I'm a great emperor. I'll definitely be able to safely bring back the Emperor's soul grass to you on this trip. Gu Yuan replied with a smile. Then, with a thought, a spatial passageway appeared before his eyes. Pulling Luo Qingqing's jade hand into his hand, Gu Yuan then said to the white-haired old man Wang Lao who had followed Luo Qingqing, "Let's go." Wang Lao. Wang Lao glanced at Luo Qingqing, who was being pulled by Gu Yuan, and said in a muffled voice, "Men and women are not related." Gu Yuan ignored it and pulled Luo Qingqing to step directly into the spatial passage. Elder Wang's face was filled with sorrow, but seeing that the spatial passage was about to close, he hurriedly stepped into it as well. "Be sure to come back safely," Gu Junlin murmured. "Don't worry, Jun. Gu Yuan will definitely be able to bring back the Emperor's soul grass safely." A familiar voice came from Gu Junlin, and Gu Junlin turned around to look, only to see Gu Chang'e walking towards him. "Brother Jun, yesterday's words from that brat Gu Yuan gave me some insight. Today I realized that my natural holy dragon bone seems to have grown out, but I'm a bit unsure about it. So come and help me take a look." Gu Chang'e came in front of Gu Junlin. As the words finished, with a tearing sound, he unexpectedly ripped the clothes directly off his chest, revealing a slightly sunken chest. "Born holy dragon bones can grow back after being dug up?" Gu Junlin looked a little strange. The ancient books were instead about natural-born holy dragon bones, but in these records, the owner of the born holy dragon bone, after the born holy dragon bone was dug up, he also became an invalid. There is no precedent for regrowth at all. Of course, although his heart was puzzled, Gu Junlin still probed his hand. The arcane chi surged in his palm, and then entered Gu Chang'e's body. For a moment, everything within Gu Chang'e's body was taken in by Gu Junlin. Looking towards the missing piece of the innate holy dragon bone on Gu Chang'e's chest, this look immediately caused Gu Junlin's heart to be startled. Where once the born sacred dragon bone stood was empty, but at the moment, in that vacant spot, there was an extra piece of bone. This piece of bone was very, very small, but the size of a small thumb. But on it, Taoist rhythms flowed, and there was a small, delicate golden dragon roaming around it. Although it couldn't be compared to the once-born holy dragon bone, it was indeed the born holy dragon bone. Your natural holy dragon bone did grow out. Retracting his hand, Gu Junlin still felt incredulous. Hearing Gu Junlin's words, Gu Chang'e directly jumped up in excitement. Looking at how excited Gu Chang'e was, Gu Junlin couldn't help but have a faint smile on his face. He was genuinely happy for the brother he had grown up with. It was only after Gu Chang'e had jumped for a while and finally stopped jumping that Gu Junlin asked about the doubts in his heart. "What did Yuan say yesterday? Why was it able to make your natural holy dragon bone grow back? Do not break. Do not stand. Break and then stand." Gu Chang'e couldn't hide the shock in his eyes and said, "These 6 words are like the 6 true words to me, and it was by virtue of these 6 words that I was able to regrow my natural sacred dragon bone overnight. Unbroken, broken and then established. Those are the 8 words." Gu Junlin said breathlessly. Gu Chang'e froze, and when he reacted, his mid-face suddenly flushed and he said, "Isn't this too happy?" Remembered poorly. Looking at Gu Junlin, curiosity and anticipation flashed in his eyes as he asked. These 8 true words allowed Gu Yuan to have an epiphany from a wastrel to a great emperor, and allowed me to regrow my natural holy dragon bone. Have there been any changes in your body, Brother Jun? Has the divine soul recovered some? Has your cultivation recovered? Has the damaged origin recovered? Listening to the series of questions, and looking at Gu Chang'e's expectant and curious gaze, Gu Junlin's entire body went numb. His body pressed on. If anything, it's a better mindset than before. But is that a change? Obviously not good enough. But feeling his body carefully, he did find something wrong, because he's really in better shape than he was earlier. It's because the mind is in a better state of mind and the body has become in a better state of mind. Or is it because of Gu Yuan's 8 true words? Sensing the changes in his body, Gu Junlin was confused at this moment. In the meantime, Southern Domain, Heavenly Spirit Holy Land, Ling Shao City, outside the city gates. Wow! Space suddenly cracked open and a spatial passage appeared, followed by 3 figures walking out from it. It was none other than Gu Yuan and his group. As soon as they stepped out from the spatial channel, a group of city guards wearing armor and holding lances were aiming at them with their lances in their hands. What people? The lead soldier asked with a slightly shaky voice. Being able to tear through space, Such a strong person is far beyond their ability to defeat. But for the safety of the thousands of people in the city behind them, even if you're afraid, you have to tough it out. I, the holy daughter of the heavenly spirit Holy Land, Luo Qingchang. Luo Qingchang spoke. With that, she flipped her hand and took out a token and handed it over. The man at the head trembled as he took the token. After confirming that there was no mistake, he was relieved. So it's the holy maiden Sama. Taking the token over, he immediately bowed respectfully and said in a loud voice, "My subordinate has met Lord Holy Maiden. My subordinate has met the Holy Maiden Sama." The group of city guard soldiers behind him all followed suit and bowed respectfully towards Luo Qingchang. "I want to enter the city," Luo Qingchang directly said. If it was an ordinary person who wanted to enter the city, he would have to go through layers of interrogation. But who is Luo Qingchang? The holy daughter of the heavenly spirit Holy Land. Lingxiao City was the main city under the jurisdiction of the heavenly spirit Holy Land. So naturally, she would not be stopped if she wanted to enter the city. As they entered Lingxiao City, Gu Yuan and Luo Qingchang walked down the streets, and without realizing it, their hands were back together again. Ahem! It seemed that the dust from the streets was too pungent, and Elder Wang coughed heavily twice. Seeing that the two in front did not respond, Wang Lao gave an angry grunt and said in a muffled voice, "Miss, men and women are not related." Elder Wang, you're so annoying. Luo Qingchang helplessly looked back at Elder Wang and uttered, "Elder Wang, today I have Gu Yuan with me. I don't need you to protect me. You can go now." Wang Lao's eyes snapped round, incredulously saying, "Miss, I've been responsible for protecting you since you were born, and now you're actually driving me away for Gu Yuan." Luo Qingchang was speechless and said, "Elder Wang, I'm not driving you away, but do you think it's appropriate for you to follow? Don't you think you are a bit redundant here?" "I'm redundant." Elder Wang froze. After a long silence, he looked at Gu Yuan and said seriously, "Gu Yuan, take care of Miss. If anything happens to her, I will not spare you even if I have to spell out this old life of mine." After saying that, he turned around and walked away without looking back, as if he had made up his mind somehow. Looking at Elder Wang's back, Luo Qingchang was filled with helplessness. Seemingly speaking to herself and to Gu Yuan, she said, "Elder Wang is an old man of the Heavenly Sword Villa. He also had a wife and children, but unfortunately his wife and family were all killed by his enemies, and his granddaughter, who is a few months older than me, could not escape that fate. After I was born, my father arranged for Elder Wang to protect me. Maybe it's duty, or maybe he thinks of me as that dead granddaughter of his who's been dutiful and kind to me, like a grandfather. Now that you see your granddaughter being abducted, it's normal to be unhappy inside." "I didn't abduct you," Gu Yuan denied. After a pause, as if thinking of something, Gu Yuan asked, 3 years ago, your father brought you to my Gu family. When you and I only met for the first time, why did you agree to be engaged to me? What else could it be because of? Because you're good looking, of course." Luo Qingchang playfully blinked, then turned her words around and asked, "And why did you agree to be engaged to me?" After saying that, she smiled and waited for Gu Yuan to answer. Gu Yuan spread his hands and laughed. "Don't take it for nothing. Good for you." Luo Qingchang's face was red with anger. Raising his hand, he directly pinched Gu Yuan's waist fiercely, which straightaway hurt Gu Yuan and made him suck in cool air. Chapter 17, Gu Yuan the Tough Guy. The duo's chasing and jostling attracted a lot of people's attention right away. If you have a good enough face, you will always attract attention no matter where you are or what you do. This kind of feeling, I'm sure that all of you readers who still have to press Gu Yuan head on in terms of face value, the big handsome guys, should know it very well. Hey, isn't that the Holy Maiden? Who's that guy next to him? They look like they have an unusual relationship. A group of disciples wearing the uniform clothing of the Heavenly Spirit sect passed by here and happened to see Luo Qingchang and Gu Yuan who were playing around. With a sweep of their eyes, there were doubts flashing under the eyes of several people. Luo Qingchang was the holy daughter of the Heavenly Spirit Holy Land, and they naturally recognized it as disciples of the Heavenly Spirit Holy Land. But Gu Yuan and the others did not. This brat dares to touch the woman of Emperor One's holy son. He already has a way of taking his death. A Heavenly Spirit Holy Land disciple let out a cold snort as he got up and headed towards a place in Lingxiao City. Looking at the departing person, the remaining few Heavenly Spirit Holy Land disciples glanced at each other and shook their heads unanimously. The gaze that looked at Gu Yuan also had a few more moments of pity. Emperor Yi was one of the 9 holy sons of the Heavenly Spirit Holy Land. It's not related to Luo Qingchang though, but the other party was the craziest of Luo Qingchang's many suitors. His had already regarded Luo Qingchang as his woman in private. There had been a heavenly spirit Holy Land disciple who had only spoken a few words with Luo Qingcheng. After that it was secretly sent by Emperor Yi to exterminate all 9 of that person's clans. Now Gu Yuan and Luo Qingcheng were actually playing around in public. If this matter was known by Emperor Wan. Thinking of this, several people shuddered. A scene of bloodshed seemed to have surfaced before his eyes. After some playful banter, Luo Qingcheng led Gu Yuan to a restaurant lobby for dinner. The sound of the neighboring table's conversation also reached the two of them at that moment. Have you heard? The Spirit Cloud sect, one of the 3 major sects in Kunzu next door, was destroyed yesterday. What? Spirit Cloud sect was destroyed yesterday? What's the situation? Expand on that. I don't know exactly what the situation is. I only know that yesterday the Spirit Cloud sect was destroyed. The entire Spirit Cloud sect only left a huge and incomparable palm print. The one who made the shot seems to be only one person. Xian Yangzi wanted to deduce this person. Guess what? What's wrong? Exploded. Xian Yangzi directly exploded. The death was extremely miserable. Ha? You're treating me like a child? Xian Yangzi has been famous for a long time, specializing in the art of divination and deduction, and he himself is a saint emperor, incomparably powerful. Who doesn't know him in the southern region? Now you're telling me that he just deduced a person and exploded. It can't be a great emperor that he deduced, right? Don't say it. What he deduced could really be a great emperor. Don't you guys not believe me? Yesterday's destruction of the Spirit Cloud sect. This matter has alarmed the entire southern region. Countless large forces have ordered their forces to keep a low profile so as not to offend that ruthless person who destroyed the Spirit Cloud sect. You guys will be able to tell if what I'm saying is true or false once you ask around a little bit about this matter. Brother Kai usually keeps such a low profile, but he knows this matter so clearly. I wonder which major power Brother Kai is a member of. Xian Yangzi is my brother. Condolences. Listening to the sounds of the neighboring table's conversation, Luo Qingcheng's beautiful eyes flashed with thoughts, and soon she turned her gaze to Gu Yuan. Between the opening and closing of her lips, a voice as pleasant and melodious as a silver bell came out of her mouth. The ruthless person who overthrew the Spirit Cloud sect in their mouth is you, right? It was me who overthrew the Spirit Cloud sect. Gu Yuan wanted to find an excuse, but when he looked at Luo Qingcheng's good-looking eyes, he ultimately didn't have the heart to deceive her. He didn't hide it and nodded, directly recognizing the matter. Hearing Gu Yuan's reply, Luo Qingcheng fell silent. She didn't expect Gu Yuan's killing heart to be so heavy that a large force with tens of thousands of people could be destroyed at the drop of a hat. But the silence was only momentary, and she recovered once more. Gu Yuan's killing heart was indeed a bit heavy, and he could indeed be called a ruthless man. But being born in this world, it's better to be hard-hearted than soft-hearted. Leaning, you're eating here too? Suddenly, a surprised voice came. As his eyes looked, he saw a young man dressed in brocade clothes, with a slightly stout figure and extraordinary demeanor walk in. The brocade-clothed youth was none other than De, one of the 9 holy sons of the heavenly spirit Holy Land. Seeing De, Luo Qingcheng's willow brows slightly frowned, and disgust clearly flashed in her eyes. She was really quite annoyed with this piece of dog skin. Keenly catching the disgust in Luo Qingcheng's eyes, Gu Yuan blushed and said, Qingcheng doesn't seem to like you. Upon hearing this, the smile on Emperor Yi's face suddenly withdrew and became gloomy, and he said in a deep voice, Is Qingcheng also what you called her? Between the words an aura of the 6th level of the mountain and sea realm permeated out from his body. His fists clenched, and he wanted to strike. However, upon thinking that this move would affect his image in Qingcheng's mind, his clenched fists gradually stretched out again, and the aura that had diffused out recollected into his body, squeezing out an extremely sunny and cheerful-looking smile on his face. De introduced himself. My name is De, the holy son of the heavenly spirit sacred land, and the young master of the Emperor clan, the first of the 8 great clans of the Emperor state. I wonder if your excellency is. As he said that, the smile on De's face also began to become smug and proud, and there was a hint of disdain in his eyes as he looked at Gu Yuan. Regardless of whether it was the holy son of the heavenly spirit Holy Land or the young patriarch of the Emperor clan, these 2 identities, taking out one of them alone would be enough to proudly look down on his peers. Now that he was in 2 capacities, it was normal for him to be so proud of himself. Me? Hearing the first words, Gu Yuan reached out and pointed at himself. Then he swept Luo Qingcheng into his arms with a smile on his face and said, I, Gu Yuan, Luo Qingcheng's fiancé. Hearing Gu Yuan's words, coupled with the sight of the other party taking Luo Qingcheng into his arms, the smile on Emperor Yi's face instantly froze, and then became gloomy at a speed visible to the naked eye. The power in his body began to become manic. His fists clenched, and there was anger welling up in his eyes, once again showing signs of making a move. He was the young patriarch of the Emperor clan, the first of the 8 great clans in the Emperor state, and in order to pursue Luo Qingcheng, he entered the Heavenly Spirit Holy Land and became the Holy Son of the Heavenly Spirit Holy Land. I thought that this would give me a chance to take down Luo Qingcheng, but Luo Qingcheng was like a piece of 10,000-year-old basalt ice. No matter how he behaved himself or gave him all kinds of gifts, the other party's gaze towards him had been as cold as ice and frost, and it could be said that there was no good feeling at all. Maybe what you can't have is always on the move, or something else. He liked Luo Qingcheng even more like this. Although Luo Qingcheng had always been like a 10,000-year-old basalt ice, he believed that one day, he would melt this 10,000-year-old basalt ice and make it obediently submit to his crotch. He believed that day by day, as long as he persisted, he would one day impress Luo Qingcheng, the iceberg goddess. But now a fiancé has suddenly appeared. What is this? He's worked so hard for so many years. For so many years. Simply the more I think about it, the angrier I get. Can't stand it. Can't stand it at all. Chapter 18, The Assassin of Autumn Windhouse. With power surging within his body, Di's fists clenched tightly, and he was about to strike out at Gu Yuan. But just then, Luo Qingcheng spoke up. I'll give you 3 breaths to get the hell out of here, or suffer the consequences. Although her voice was melodious, it was ice cold to the extreme and full of threats. Hearing this, Emperor Yi's entire body froze. Although the once Luo Qingcheng was unusually cold to him, she had never said such heavy words to him. This made him even angrier in his heart. The killing intent towards Gu Yuan was also a few points more intense. All because of this asshole. If not, how could Luo Qingcheng treat him so poorly? After subconsciously raising his head to meet Luo Qingcheng's eyes, the expression on his face froze. It was a pair of eyes that were so good-looking that just looking at them could etch them into one's mind. But at the moment, these good-looking eyes were filled with coldness, and the way the owner of the eyes was looking at him at the moment, it's like looking at a dead man. Such a gaze caused Di's heart to jolt. His status was honorable. Not only was he the holy son of the Heavenly Spirit Holy Land, but he was also the young patriarch of the Emperor clan, which was the first of the 8 great clans in the Emperor state. But Luo Qingcheng's status was only higher than his. Putting aside the other party's identity as the holy daughter of the Heavenly Spirit Holy Land, the other party was the only daughter of the Heavenly Sword Villa's owner, the current #1 powerhouse in the southern region, Heavenly Sword Luo Fanchen. Although his background is not weak, and his cultivation crushes Luo Qingcheng, but if he is really cross with it, but also hands on the words, then the consequences are unimaginable. If he wins, the master of the Heavenly Sword Villa, Heavenly Sword Luo Fanchen, comes with a sword to take his life. If he lost, not only would he lose face, he might also be killed by an angry Luo Qingcheng with a sword. It could be said that no matter whether he lost or won, what awaited him was only death. Thoughts surged through his mind as Taichi's fists clenched and unclenched and clenched again. In the end, he looked deeply at Gu Yuan, and without saying a single more word of nonsense, he turned around and left. Just as he stepped out of the restaurant, a young man with a treacherous face wearing the costume of a disciple of the Heavenly Spirit Holy Land greeted him. He smiled fawningly. Holy son, I'm doing all right, right? He was the one who brought Emperor Yi here just now. Speaking at this time, he came to ask for a reward. When they found out that Luo Qingcheng had another man beside her, as long as they informed Emperor Yi about it, he would reward them all. Glancing at the person who had spoken, anger immediately spewed out of Emperor Yi's eyes. If it were not for this person, how would he come here to find a belly full of anger when he was drinking well at the drunken flower house? The thought of the anger he had just received made him furious. A raised hand. Pop. A crisp slap sounded as he slapped the youth with a slap that sent him flying backwards with blood chattering from his mouth. Without even glancing at this person, Emperor Yi looked back at the restaurant with killing intent flashing in his eyes. Gu Yuan? Fiancé? Today is the day you die. Why did you save him? Looking at Luo Qingcheng, Gu Yuan asked in a somewhat tasty manner. Emperor Yi was not happy with him and had already made a move to make a move. And if he did, then there was only one way to end up, and that was to die under Gu Yuan's hands. However, Luo Qingcheng's earlier words had caused De to give up the idea of taking action against Gu Yuan, which was equivalent to saving De in disguise. Hearing the wrongness in Gu Yuan's tone, Luo Qingcheng didn't choose to answer Gu Yuan's question. Instead she smiled and said, "You're jealous?" "No." Gu Yuan returned with a stiff upper lip. "Jealous or not, you know in your heart." Luo Qingcheng laughed. Then Fang answered Gu Yuan's earlier question seriously. She said, Not only is De the holy son of the heavenly spirit Holy Land, he's also the young patriarch of the D clan, which is the head of the 8 great clans of the imperial prefecture. So if he dies in your hands, he'll bring you a lot of trouble. Moreover, tomorrow is the day when all the forces will join hands to remove the unjust souls from the periphery of the 10,000 souls abyss. If God one dies at this juncture, in case it affects the matter of removing the unjust souls from the 10,000 souls abyss by all the forces, that would not be a good thing. After all, with these people around, it will also become a bit easier for you to enter the 10,000 souls abyss and seek out the Emperor's soul grass. Speaking of this, Luo Qingqing smiled and asked, "Are you still jealous now?" Hearing Luo Qingqing's words, Gu Yuan's heart realized, knowing that Luo Qingqing was not trying to save De, but was thinking of him. This immediately made the jealousy in his heart disappear. But knowing that, he still said with a stiff upper lip, "I have never been jealous." The smile on Luo Qingqing's face grew a few points thicker. "Tough talking little brother." Gu Yuan lightly hummed, "I'm not the only one with a stiff upper lip, and you'll know if I'm small or not when you feel it." Upon hearing this, Luo Qingqing seemed to realize the meaning of Gu Yuan's words, and a blush instantly rose on her absolutely beautiful face. It also seemed like it was only then that she reacted to the fact that she had still been held by Gu Yuan, and she whispered with a slightly red face, "Now that De is pissed off at you, can you let go of me?" "Ha, good." Gu Yuan was first stunned, and when he reacted, he immediately took his hand back. Earlier, in order to swear his sovereignty, he swept Luo Qingqing into his arms. Now that De was gone, but the unique touch of holding Luo Qingqing was mesmerizing, and it was so fortable to hold. He had forgotten about this matter for a while, and now that Luo Qingqing had said so, it would be more or less inappropriate if he still held on. It's hard to let go, but you have to let go. Afterward, the restaurant finished its meal. Gu Yuan accompanied Luo Qingqing in Lingxiao City until dusk before sending her back to the heavenly spirit Holy Land. Tomorrow was the day when all the forces in the imperial prefecture would join forces to clear out the unjust souls on the outskirts of the 10,000 souls abyss, and Luo Qingqing, as the only holy maiden of the heavenly spirit Holy Land, was representing the heavenly spirit Holy Land. Tomorrow, naturally, if he was to go to the 10,000 souls abyss with the people of the heavenly spirit Holy Land, this was also the reason why he had to return to the heavenly spirit Holy Land today. It's also time for me to head to the 10,000 souls abyss and take one step ahead of the various forces in the imperial prefecture to incorporate the unjust souls in the 10,000 souls abyss into the human emperor streamer. Witnessing Luo Qingqing enter the heavenly spirit Holy Land, Gu Yuan had a smile on his lips as he turned in the direction of the 10,000 souls abyss. The unjust souls of the 10,000 souls abyss were a scourge to the imperial prefecture and even the entire southern region. But to him, the grievous souls of the 10,000 souls abyss were the VIPs of his emperor's streamer, a part of his future battle power. In order to be able to save the unjust souls in the 10,000 souls abyss, he was prepared to include those unjust souls in the human emperor streamer today. Thinking so, the corner of Gu Yuan's mouth couldn't help but lift slightly as he muttered to himself, "I'm really a great benefactor." Even the wrong souls within the 10,000 souls abyss he took the initiative to save. This action, a great good. This direction, this kid shouldn't be going to the 10,000 souls abyss, right? In the void, a middle-aged man dressed in black looked at Gu Yuan's forward direction and couldn't help but have doubts flash across his eyes. Who cares where he's going? We Autumn Wind House killers get paid to do our job. Just kill this kid in a moment and bring this kid's dog head back to Emperor 1 to complete the mission. In the void, a woman with a delicate figure and pretty face let out a cold snort. Looking at Gu Yuan, doubts flashed in the black-clothed man's eyes as he said, "This brat is so odd. My hallowed saint can't even see through his cultivation." The black-clothed woman speculated, "Perhaps this kid is a disciple of some great hidden power, and it's normal to have a supreme treasure to conceal one's breath on one's body." The two of them were killers from the Autumn Wind House, getting paid to do their job, and didn't care about who the person they killed was. In that case, prepare to freeze your hands. A cold light appeared in the eyes of the man in black, and he wanted to make a move, but it was at that moment that he suddenly froze. It was because Gu Yuan stopped at this moment and had turned his gaze towards them. It was as if that gaze pierced through the void and detected them hiding in the void. This couldn't help but raise doubts in the black-clad man's mind. Is it a coincidence? And it was at that moment that Gu Yuan's voice came, making him realize that this was no coincidence, only to see that, between Gu Yuan's lips and teeth opening and closing, a calm voice had come out. "An assassin from the Autumn Wind House? Come out." Chapter 19, Soul-Breaking Cliff, Een Soul Sect. "An assassin from the Autumn Wind House? Come out." Upon hearing these words, The two major assassins in the void both violently whitened their eyes. Glancing at each other, both of them saw a strong shock from the bottom of each other's eyes. The two of them were members of the Southern Region's #1 assassin organization. Autumn Wind House has assassinated countless powerful people. Among them, there was even no shortage of strong people who had been in the Saint King realm, but those people, without exception, had never discovered them before they struck. But now, they were only assassinating a junior, and before they could strike, they were discovered. Just as they were shocked, space violently cracked open and an invisible force appeared, directly throwing the duo out of the void. Bang bang, the duo smashed to the ground and looked back at the closed space, dumbfounded, not understanding what was happening at all. It was only when Gu Yuan's voice came, that the two of them came back to their senses. Where is Emperor One? Where is Autumn Wind House? Hearing Gu Yuan's words, the duo subconsciously looked up at Gu Yuan. When they met Gu Yuan's dark and incomparable eyes that seemed to devour everything in the world, both of them could not help but tremble inwardly. Glancing at each other, both of them couldn't help but smile bitterly. They knew that they had kicked the bucket today. Although they couldn't see through Gu Yuan's cultivation and didn't know how high his cultivation was, but the other party was able to directly discover them, and also force them out of the void by a means they couldn't comprehend. And now they were acting so calmly, so they didn't need to think about it. They could tell that Gu Yuan's cultivation was bound to be much higher than theirs. A vicious color flashed in his eyes, and the entire man in black instantly shot out, heading straight for Gu Yuan. The aura of the Saint Realm swept through the heavens and earth, terrifyingly incomparable. His strike could easily destroy a town and blow up a large mountain. But he knew, even if he was immensely powerful, there was no way he would be a match for Gu Yuan, a person whose cultivation level he couldn't see through. Thus, the moment he rushed out, he burst out, "Little White, I'll hold him off. You go." They had come here to kill Gu Yuan, and now that things had been exposed, he didn't think Gu Yuan would let them leave safely. All he could do now was to take the initiative and stall for time, so that his beloved woman could have the possibility of escaping. Upon hearing the black-clothed man's words, the black-clothed woman's eyes suddenly turned red. "Brother Zhang," the man in black burst out, "cut the crap and go." The woman in black also knows that the situation is critical, so did not say any more nonsense, resolutely turned around, and then was transformed into a black stream of light toward the distance to disappear. But before she could fly out far, a white-clothed figure with its back to her was already blocking her way. The woman in black was horrified, and her feet stopped violently. Even though it was her back, she instantly recognized who the person in front of her was, and it was none other than Gu Yuan. "He's here, So Chang." The black-clothed woman's heart sank as she subconsciously looked towards her previous position. This look instantly made her eyes red. Where it had been earlier, there was now a headless body in its place. Looking at its dress, the headless corpse was none other than Zhang, who had struck out at Gu Yuan earlier in order to give her a delay. "Since you won't let me go, none of you will live." Looking back at Gu Yuan, a vicious color flashed in the black-clothed woman's eyes. Between the words, she reversed her meridians, and all her strength was converging towards the center point at an extremely fast speed. Her entire body veins rippled several times, want to burst open. A face is also beginning to become hideous and twisted. Seems to be suffering from great pain. Gu Yuan glanced at her and couldn't help but have surprise flash across the bottom of his eyes. "You actually chose to blow yourself up?" Self-detonation could explode into an extremely terrifying strike though, but after blowing himself up, he would be dead, without any possibility of survival. Moreover, self-detonation not only required great courage, but also the immense pain of a collapsed meridian. The average person can't do the act of self-explosion even in death. Now that the person in front of him was able to choose to blow himself up, it was indeed quite surprising. "Die. Everyone die together. Ha ha ha." The woman in black hissed loudly as if she were insane. Soon, the energy gathered within her body reached a critical point. Rumble. A shocking and loud popping sound resounded through the sky, and the entire woman in black directly exploded. The violent energy shockwave formed by the self-detonation instantly swept through the 8 directions. Wherever it passes, everything is annihilated. A huge mushroom cloud made of smoke and dust also rose at this moment. It was a good thing that Gu Yuan and the others were in a deserted mountain range. Otherwise, it would not be the flowers, plants, trees, and small animals in the mountains that would die, but countless living beings. The power of self-detonation is really powerful, but it's a pity that I'm a great emperor, so even if I self-detonate, I won't be able to injure me in the slightest. As the smoke and dust cleared, Gu Yuan stood in the air, his white clothes around him spotless, not to mention being injured. With a wave of his hand, Gu Yuan took the human emperor streamer out of the system's carry-on space. Gu Yuan's code of conduct has always been, if people don't offend me, I don't commit crimes. If people offend me, I will execute them. The assassins from Autumn Wind House came to kill him, and he was bound to kill them back. Emperor Yi had found an assassin to kill him, and he was bound to kill back. The reason he hadn't directly killed these two assassins earlier was also to inquire about where Emperor Yi and Autumn Wind House were. Though both killers were uncooperative and only just met and died, but there were ways he could seek out the location of Emperor Yi and the Autumn Wind House. That is soul-searching. Although he had struck out to not only decapitate the man in black, but also his divine soul. The black-clothed woman's divine soul also directly exploded because of the self-explosion. But don't forget that Gu Yuan has the ancient divine artifact Human Emperor Streamer. The Human Emperor Streamer not only possessed the function of purifying unjust souls and absorbing divine souls to enhance themselves, but also the function of reshaping divine souls. Now that the two great killers' divine souls hadn't completely dissipated into the heavens and earth, through the Human Emperor Streamer, Gu Yuan was completely capable of remodeling the two's divine souls. With a thought, Gu Yuan catalyzed the Human Emperor Streamer. An endless black chi immediately surged out from the Human Emperor Streamer. The black chi instantly covered this area of heaven and earth, and under the pull of the black chi, the two divine souls gradually began to coalesce. Not long after, the two divine souls coalesced to completion. These two divine souls were precisely the divine souls of the two previous killers. Without hesitation, Gu Yuan directly launched a soul search on the two killers' divine souls. After a soul search, Gu Yuan had a general understanding of Autumn Wind House. Autumn Wind House was the #1 killer organization in the southern region, and its members were widely distributed. Almost the entire southern region had members of Autumn Wind House. These members of the Autumn Wind House are usually in disguise and have unique code words. Sometimes these killers are not always known even when they are right in front of you. Fortunately, these two killers that Gu Yuan had killed were not of a low level, and through the memories of these two, Gu Yuan knew the location of the Autumn Wind House's main camp, Broken Soul Cliff, In Soul Sect, a small, unheard of force of the Devil's Way. Chapter 20, A Gift of Opportunity. Although he had learned the location of where the Autumn Wind House's main camp was located, Gu Yuan did not immediately go there, but instead headed towards the 10,000 Souls Abyss. He had to rush to save the unjust souls in the 10,000 Souls Abyss into the Human Emperor Streamer before tomorrow and obtain the Emperor's Soul Grass, and only after that was the day to find Autumn Wind House to settle things with Emperor Yi. With Gu Yuan leaving here, not long after, an old man in a gray robe appeared. Looking at everything that had been destroyed around him, the gray-robed old man shook his head sadly and said, "It's a pity that I was a few steps too slow. If not, I would have been able to see the action." After a pause, the gray-robed old man couldn't help but let out an exclamation. "This place is in shambles. The warring powerhouses are bound to be formidable. And yesterday, Kunze seemed to have a great emperor appearing, saying that there are no emperors in the southern region. I think it's all bull *********. But whether or not there are any great emperors in the southern region is none of my business. I just hope that no one will disturb the old man from picking herbs." As he spoke to himself, the gray-robed old man slowly headed in the direction of the 10,000 Souls Abyss. He didn't walk fast, but with one step, he was already 10,000 meters away. Simply terrifying. 10,000 Souls Abyss, outer perimeter. This place is a gathering of unjust souls, and the fury is so strong that it is always dark and sunless. The sound of countless unjust souls roaring and hissing could still be heard from afar. So many wronged souls? Gu Yuan appeared in the skies above the outskirts of the 10,000 Souls Abyss, and as he gazed down, he couldn't help but have accidents flash across the bottom of his eyes. The unjust souls below were densely packed, and the number was so large that I'm afraid there were 80,000 without 100,000. And this was still the outer edge of the 10,000 Souls Abyss. If they were to go down, I'm afraid that the number of unjust souls within the 10,000 Souls Abyss would be even greater. The various forces of the Imperial State are coming to kill you tomorrow. I'm here to save you, so don't resist. Gu Yuan's voice was like thunder, instantly spreading throughout the 10,000 Souls Abyss. The 10,000 Souls Streamer was the nemesis of souls, and wanting to include a soul in it was as simple as eating water and drinking rice. But some souls were so powerful that if they resisted not wanting to enter the Human Emperor Streamer, then his progress in incorporating these souls into the Human Emperor Streamer would undoubtedly be much slower. He hoped that these unjust souls would recognize the time, in which case it would undoubtedly be much simpler to incorporate these unjust souls into the Human Emperor Streamer. In the face of Gu Yuan's words, the unjust souls in the 10,000 Souls Abyss below quickly responded as well. Roar! Roar, roar, roar! Amidst the hissing sounds, there were even some extremely powerful grievous souls that rose up into the sky and lunged towards Gu Yuan. Toast to the world. Gu Yuan coldly grunted and glanced over. Boo! The lunging ingrates exploded on the spot and their souls flew away. One look and explode. Such a scene caused the hissing sounds of the unjust souls below to instantly diminish. Be proactive if you know you're afraid. Gu Yuan smiled and waved his large hand. And the human emperor streamer instantly came out of his hand. The human emperor's streamer took off and rose against the wind, quickly transforming into a flag that covered the sky. Endless black chi filled out, instantly enveloping the entire sky above the 10,000 souls abyss. As Gu Yuan's mind moved, a burst of extremely terrifying suction immediately erupted from the human emperor's streamer. Under this suction, countless unjust souls flew toward the human emperor's streamer from the bottom up as if it were raining. Some of the unjust souls seemed to be enlightened, hissing and roaring, while going crazy towards the depths of the 10,000 souls abyss. There were also unjust souls hugging everything they could around them, trying to use this to counteract the suction force in the human emperor's streamer. But no matter what they did, under the attraction of the human emperor streamer, all the unjust souls were all taken in by the human emperor streamer. However, in just 2.5 minutes, most of the unjust souls on the periphery of the 10,000 souls abyss were gone, and all of them entered the human emperor streamer. Another 2.5 minutes passed. The unjust souls on the periphery of the 10,000 souls abyss disappeared as much as possible. The heavenly aura also dissipated, revealing the stars high in the sky. There were unjust souls crawling out from the depths of the abyss of 10,000 souls, but as soon as they showed their heads, they were pulled by the human emperor streamer, and were instantly sucked into the human emperor streamer. After determining that there wasn't any more of the unjust souls in the periphery, Gu Yuan lifted his hand and grabbed it, and the human emperor streamer was taken into his hand. With a movement of his feet, he leaped down towards the bottomless, pitch-black 10,000 souls abyss. There's even such a great devil in the southern region. The grey-robed old man walked out from a hidden place, his heart unspeakably shaken. The unjust souls on the periphery of the 10,000 souls abyss were weak and feeble compared to the unjust souls at the bottom of the 10,000 souls abyss, though their strength was weak and feeble. However, there were many Saint Realm grievous souls among these 10,000 souls abyss grievous souls, which were still incredibly powerful. And there were extremely large numbers, tens of thousands. With so many souls, even if he wanted to exterminate them, it would not be an easy task. But as soon as he arrived at this place earlier, he saw a person controlling a large flag easily take the souls in the 10,000 souls abyss into the flag. The demonic chi rolled above that flag, and at a glance, it was a demonic weapon of a not so low grade. From this, it would not be difficult to guess that the person who struck out was bound to be a devilishly strong person. No good. Seems to think of something, grey-robed old man secretly said a bad, and then his feet no longer hesitate, quickly rushed over, and then looked at the pitch-black incomparable 10,000 souls abyss. Without the slightest hesitation directly jumped down. I feel horribly strong now. Feeling the powerful might contained in the human emperor streamer, the upturned corners of Gu Yuan's mouth were simply harder to suppress than AK. As the more souls the human emperor streamer absorbed, the more he could sense the power in the human emperor streamer. Suppressing the joy in his heart, Gu Yuan used the human emperor streamer along the way to absorb all the unjust souls he saw around him, and soon arrived at the bottom of the 10,000 souls abyss. And by this point, the human emperor streamer in Gu Yuan's hand had already absorbed no less than 100,000 grievous souls. This place was cold and damp, and the fury filled the air, giving people an extremely uncomfortable feeling. Vaguely Gu Yuan could also sense the presence of several grievous souls with strong auras. These unjust souls were all extremely terrifying, even giving Gu Yuan a sense of being evenly matched. There was no need to think that these existences were bound to be existences far beyond Gu Yuan in their lifetimes. These unjust souls seemed to be aware of Gu Yuan's terror, so they all hid and did not choose to show themselves. This is the Emperor's soul grass that Father spoke of, right? Although the bottom of the 10,000 souls abyss was dark and pitch black, it was impossible to see everything. However, Gu Yuan was a great emperor and could still see clearly around him. Soon, he was locking his eyes somewhere. There was a palm-sized purple grass. Tao rhythms flowed above the purple grass, and golden imperial light filled the air, containing extremely powerful soul power. There was also a light blue light emerging from its body, illuminating the surroundings. Just by getting close, Gu Yuan felt that his divine soul was starting to become excited. This grass is none other than the Emperor's soul grass. Surrounding it were a number of small, thumb-sized purple grasses. Although it was only the size of a thumb, the waves of light on it flowed and the holy might filled the air, and it was equally not to be underestimated. These were imperial soul grasses that had not yet matured, and could only be called sacred soul grasses now. Around the Emperor's soul grass, Gu Yuan also sensed the aura of many terrifying existences. That was the unjust soul of the great emperor responsible for guarding the Emperor's soul grass. Emperor's soul grass, the creation of the sky, absorbing the world's powerful soul growth, contains a very strong soul power. Will be taken, can strengthen the soul power, but also have the effect of repairing the soul. These effects were equally effective for the unjust souls in the abyss of 10,000 souls. As such, some powerful grievous spirits would guard around the Emperor's soul grass, waiting for it to mature, which they would then pluck. Since you guys don't dare to show yourselves, then I'll take this Emperor's soul grass. Gu Yuan smiled and walked over to the Emperor's soul grass, then wanted to pick it, but just at that moment, the powerful unjust souls around them seemed to be unable to hold back any longer. Swish, 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 the sound of breaking air instantly resounded, and countless extremely strong and powerful grievous souls rushed out in unison, directly attacking Gu Yuan. These unjust souls were extremely powerful, and each one of them had a combat power not weaker than Gu Yuan's. Without the human emperor streamer, even if Gu Yuan was a great emperor, it would be equally difficult to deal with them. It's just a shame that there's no ifs and buts. Facing these powerful grievous spirits that suddenly rushed out, the corner of Gu Yuan's mouth lifted slightly, waiting for you to throw yourselves into the net. With a wave of his large hand, he directly activated the human emperor streamer with all his might. These powerful unjust souls were hiding, and it was not an easy task for him to include them in the human emperor streamer. But it was different now that these powerful grievous souls were rushing in on their own accord. With a wave of his hand, he urged the human emperor streamer with all his might, and before these unjust souls even had time to react, they were all absorbed into the human emperor streamer. This flag can even take in the divine souls of the great emperor realm. Could it be the legendary Devil Dao's greatest treasure, the 10,000 souls streamer? The grey-robed old man was hiding somewhere at the bottom of the 10,000 souls abyss, and when he witnessed the scene of Gu Yuan putting those powerful grievous souls into the human emperor's streamer, his heart immediately turned over in shocking waves. Fixing his mind, the grey-robed old man no longer hesitated, and his entire person instantly leapt out. The current Gu Yuan's mind was on those powerful unjust souls, and this was a heavenly opportunity that could not be missed. Chapter 21 Arrival at Autumn Wind House. The grey-robed old man concealed his own aura to the extreme. Taking advantage of the fact that Gu Yuan's attention was all over the surrounding unjust souls, he quickly arrived in front of that Emperor's soul grass. Before grabbing it out, he was about to grab the Emperor's soul grass into his hands, but just at that moment, a large hand violently grabbed out and grabbed his wrist. Looking back, it was Gu Yuan who shot out and grabbed his wrist. The grey-robed old man's heart was suddenly startled, but he seemed to have anticipated the scene before him. Flipping his hand, his other hand probed out and grabbed towards the Emperor's soul grass. His purpose was clear to the extreme, and it was none other than the Emperor's soul grass. However, before his hand could touch the Emperor's soul grass, Gu Yuan had already struck again. The power in his body surged, and he lifted his foot and kicked out heavily. A kick from a great Emperor realm powerhouse was terrifyingly terrifying, and before the grey-robed old man could even react, the kick had already landed on his abdomen. Put! A mouthful of blood sprayed out, and the grey-robed old man's entire body smashed straight out like a cannonball. Boom! A loud popping sound came out, and the grey-robed old man directly smashed a huge deep pit at the bottom of the 10,000 souls abyss, and another large mouthful of blood sprayed out. People? Gu Yuan glanced in the direction of the grey-robed old man and couldn't help but have an unexpected flash in the bottom of his eyes. He had thought that it was an unjust spirit trying to steal his Emperor's soul grass. After carefully looking at the old man for a few moments, Gu Yuan couldn't help but have surprises flash through his eyes, because this old man was very eccentric. Obviously, he was only a cultivator at the 9th level of the Saint Emperor realm, yet he was able to resist his blow without dying. Moreover, its divine soul was so powerful and incomparable that it was actually a few points stronger than his divine soul. It's really weird. Compared to Gu Yuan's surprise, the grey-robed old man's heart was turning over in shock at the moment. Gu Yuan was able to move the human emperor streamer alone to include all the unjust souls within the 10,000 souls abyss into the human emperor streamer. He knew that Gu Yuan was a demonic powerhouse. The strength was bound to be extremely strong, but he didn't expect the other party to be a great emperor. Looking down at his chest, feeling the Kirin's soft armor that was shattered against his body, this moment was both heartbreaking and thankful. Heartbroken, his holy weapon, the Kirin's soft armor, shattered. Thankfully, he had the sacred soldier Kirin's soft armor. Otherwise, He wouldn't have been seriously injured by Gu Yuan's kick right now, but would have been directly killed by Gu Yuan's kick. He couldn't help but feel a pang of fear at the thought. Upon seeing Gu Yuan clearly, the gray-robed old man was even more shocked. He's actually so young? Obviously. He hadn't expected Gu Yuan to be so young, but at the age of around 18, he could possess the cultivation of a great emperor around the age of 18, not to mention looking at the entire imperial prefecture, or even the entire southern region, or the entire Tianwu continent. It was an extremely explosive existence, an 18-year-old great emperor. Before this, not to mention having seen it, he hadn't even heard of it. For strong people, changing their appearance is simple, but bone age can't be changed. From Gu Yuan's incredibly pink bone age, it was not difficult to see that Gu Yuan was truly only about 18 years old. The tiny southern region really does have crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Shocked, the gray-robed old man couldn't help but let out an exclamation in his heart. Glancing deeply at Gu Yuan, the gray-robed old man also lost any thoughts of fighting. Raising his hand, he grabbed a nearby sacred soul grass into his hand, then flipped his hand and took out a token and directly crushed it. The token was just crushed, and a teleportation formation instantly appeared, from which an extremely strong suction force emerged, instantly sucking the gray-robed old man into it. In the blink of an eye, the teleportation formation disappeared, along with the gray-robed old man. If it wasn't for the fact that there was still a large pit on the ground that the gray-robed old man had smashed out, proving that he had been here, I'm afraid no one will think the gray-robed old man has been here. Glancing at the place where the gray-robed old man had disappeared, Gu Yuan's eyes clearly flashed with surprise. Surprisingly so decisive? Obviously. He didn't expect that the other party would just say go. Shaking his head, Gu Yuan stopped thinking about the old man. After raising his hand and putting all the unjust souls around him into the human emperor streamer, he then collected all the emperor's soul grass and sacred soul grass around him. And then he didn't leave, but continued to search for emperor's soul grass and holy soul grass at the bottom of the 10,000 souls abyss. The 10,000 souls abyss was immense, and there were countless unjust souls within it. So he didn't believe that there was only one emperor soul grass. The 10,000 souls abyss was like a gigantic and incomparable funnel, big above and small below, and soon Gu Yuan was searching the entire 10,000 souls abyss. A total of 5 emperor soul grasses and 108 holy soul grasses were found. There were also many soul grasses of low grade. The number of wrong souls that were included in the human emperor's streamer was also frighteningly high. It is about estimated that it is feared to be more than $200,000. There were 108 wrong souls that were not weaker than Gu Yuan. Most of the rest of the unjust souls, except for a very small portion, were also frighteningly strong. If Gu Yuan was in a bad mood one day and released all of these unjust souls, it would be completely possible to bloodwash any of the 13 states in the southern region, not to mention the entire southern region. Nice haul. Nodding in satisfaction, Gu Yuan flew out of the 10,000 souls abyss. Looking up at the full moon high in the night sky, killing intent flashed in Gu Yuan's eyes. It's time to settle the score. With a movement of his feet, he followed the location where the main camp of Autumn Windhouse was located from the memories of the 2 major killers. Southern Domain, Imperial State, Soul-Breaking Cliff, Een Soul Sect. The Een Soul Sect was built with its back to the Soul-Breaking Cliff, which is a poor mountain and miasma-ridden area, dark and sunless all year round, with a lack of spiritual chi, and it is simply a place where birds don't. But no one would have thought that it was such a less place. A little-known sect, the Een Soul Sect, that would be the home base of the southern region's #1 assassin organization, the Autumn Wind House. Inside the Een Ghost Sect, in an attic, an old man in fancy clothes was leaning against the window sipping tea in a very leisurely manner. He was the sect leader of the Een Soul Sect that possessed the 8th level of cultivation in the mountain and sea realm, soul-destroying heaven. Of course, his identity and cultivation were all disguises. His true cultivation level was the 9th level of the Saint Emperor realm. He also had another layer of identity, the owner of the southern region's #1 assassin organization, Autumn Wind House, master of the building. Something big is wrong. Suddenly, a middle-aged man with a slightly ugly face entered the attic and opened his mouth with a slightly ugly face. It's all been said. Address me as patriarch in the Een Soul Sect. Soul Destroyer Sky glanced at the middle-aged man, and there was clearly displeasure flashing through his eyes. The Autumn Wind House could become the #1 assassin organization in the southern region, having assassinated countless powerful people, including many people from great powers. If those great powers were to learn of his Autumn Wind House's base camp, I'm afraid that it wouldn't take more than a day for his Autumn Wind House to be overthrown by the joint efforts of those great powers that he had offended. Therefore, Extra care needs to be taken. Now that the middle-aged man even kept making such low-level mistakes, it naturally made him feel displeased. The middle-aged man reacted and immediately cupped his fists and knelt down while uttering, "Patriarch, I just joined the Autumn in Soul sect. I don't know the rules, so please forgive me." Patriarch. Soul Destroyer Heaven did not bother with him much, and at that moment, he directly said, "Speak, what happened?" The middle-aged man didn't hesitate and immediately said, "Back to Patriarch. The red and white twin fiends, Zhang Hong and Bai Yun are dead. Their soul lamps are extinguished." Dead? Soul Destroyer Sky was a bit surprised, but didn't appear surprised. Instead he casually waved his hand and said, "You go down." "I know." Hearing this, the middle-aged man was a bit surprised. The red and white twins were not lowly in the Autumn Wind House. He had assassinated countless powerful people and was a credit to Autumn Wind House. However, now that the meritorious minister had died, Soul Destroyer Tian, who was the owner of the building, was acting so calmly, which was truly baffling. However, in the face of Soul Destroyer Sky's words, he did not say anything more, and after respectfully saluting, he exited the pavilion. Looking back out the window, Soul Destroyer Heaven couldn't help but sigh. The god of slayers is dead. The red and white twin fiends are now dead, and many of the people who followed me are also dead. Master is right. The killer shall not die. If you walk by the river all the time, you'll get your shoes wet. If you want to live in peace, you have a chance with the golden pot. But how easy is it to wash your hands in gold? Autumn Wind House is my life's work. I used a whole 500 years to lead it. An unknown assassin organization, to the heights that everyone in the southern region talks about today, and now I'm not willing to wash my hands of it. But if you don't wash your hands in gold, and when will I die? You will die today. A voice suddenly rang out, instantly causing Soul Destruction Sky's face to change abruptly. Turning around fiercely, he only saw that a white-clothed figure had unexpectedly appeared in the attic at an unknown time. Chapter 22 Punishing the Emperor's Great Formation? Broken in an instant. Looking at the white-clothed youth Gu Yuan who suddenly appeared in the middle of the attic, after Soul Destroyer Sky looked up and down, his heart sank, because he was actually shocked to find that with his cultivation of the 9th level of the Saint Emperor realm he was completely unable to see through the cultivation of the person in front of him. There are 3 situations in which you can't see through your opponent's cultivation. First, the other person is an ordinary person. Secondly, the other party had a supreme treasure for concealing their breath. Third, the other party's cultivation was far higher than his own. Now the other party was able to silently appear in the attic where he was. The first 2 cases can be ruled out directly, and ruling out the first 2 scenarios, that leaves only the last one. That is, the other party's cultivation was far higher than his own. He is the 9th level of the Holy Emperor realm, higher than himself. Then the other party's cultivation must be that of a great emperor. Associating the other party's words just now, Soul Destroyer Sky's face instantly became ugly. Phew. Slowly exhaling a mouthful of turbid air and forcing himself to calm down, Soul Destroyer Sky asked out loud, "I wonder what you, my lord, are descending on my in Soul sect for? You Autumn Wind House sent assassins to assassinate me, and now I'm here to overthrow your in Soul sect to overthrow your Autumn Wind House." Gu Yuan didn't hide anything and directly spoke the words in his heart. At those words, Soul Destroyer Sky was directly confused, couldn't help but say, "My lord, are you mistaken? I, Autumn Wind House, have not assassinated you. Could the assassin who assassinated you be from another assassin organization? For example, the God of Killing organization? Or the evil god?" Gu Yuan didn't wait for him to finish his sentence and directly interrupted. "I'm not mistaken. The ones who assassinated me were your Autumn Wind House's red and white twins, Zhang Hong and Bai Yun. These are the things he learned from the 2 killers who searched their souls. It's true that the red and white twin fiends are my Autumn Wind House's people, but there was no assassination of the great emperor among the missions they took on." Doubts clearly flashed in Soul Destruction Sky's eyes. The strength of the red and white twin fiends was not considered weak in the Autumn Wind House, but it was obvious that they could not take on the task of assassinating the great emperor. And, since the creation of their Autumn Wind House, they had never taken on a mission where there was an assassination of a great emperor. Seeing the doubts flashing in Soul Destruction Sky's eyes, Gu Yuan said, "My name is Gu Yuan." At those words, Soul Destroyer Sky fell silent. Whenever there was an assassination mission, he would be the first to know about it. Therefore, he naturally knew who the red and white twins were going to assassinate. The person the red and white twin fiends wanted to assassinate was none other than Gu Yuan. All the assassination targets. Autumn Wind House has special people who have been poking around. For Gu Yuan, He had a deep memory. Not because of anything else. The main reason was that Gu Yuan was too weak and was a junior. But it was such a junior. The employer Emperor Yi was giving heavy money. He therefore remembered it well. Earlier, when the red and white twins were dead, he thought that the red and white twins were killed by others. He hadn't thought that Gu Yuan, a junior, would have such a heaven-defying cultivation, and that he would be so good at pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. He was clearly a great emperor, but he was pretending to be like a mole cricket. Now that he looked at it, the red and white twin fiends had not died at the hands of someone else, but at the hands of Gu Yuan, a great emperor. If you walk by the river all the time, you'll get your shoes wet. Sighing, Soul Destroyer Sky looked up at Gu Yuan and said seriously, "Let me go. Let Autumn Windhouse go. Let the In Soul sect go. And I'll give you all the wealth that Autumn Windhouse has gained over the years." Confused, "Kill you and these things are equally mine." With a cold smile, Gu Yuan was about to make his move. But just at this moment, Soul Destroyer Sky spoke once again. A smile appeared on his face as he said, "Talking to you so much, I am waiting for the formation to be activated." "And what are you waiting for? Are you waiting to die? Ha ha ha." As his words landed, a teleportation array instantly lit up from under his seat. The suction force within the teleportation array emanated, directly sucking Soul Destroyer into it. Gu Yuan's eyes flashed with surprise as he raised his hand and slapped out a palm. This palm contained the full force of a great Emperor Realm Strike, powerful to the absolute peak. If it was slapped, it would certainly be able to slap Soul Destroyer directly to death. However, it was also at the instant he slapped his palm out that the densely packed golden array rays in the entire attic instantly lit up. Boom! A loud popping sound came out as Gu Yuan's slap was blocked by the golden formation. Taking advantage of this opening, Soul Destroyer Sky had been directly teleported away by the teleportation formation. Gu Yuan shot out a palm and the collision of the golden formation immediately formed a berserk collision aftermath crazy raging out. The entire attic like a bubble, instantly annihilated, leaving a huge formation to stay in place. Soul Destroyer Sky, who had been teleported outside the attic, looked at Gu Yuan, who was in the middle of a golden formation, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly in triumph. He said, "The old man has traveled across the southern region for 1,000 years, and just by you, a brat with no hair growing, you want to kill me? You are also worthy." As the boss of the southern region's #1 assassin organization, he had long predicted that one day he would be discovered by a powerful person who would then come to seek revenge. For this reason, he had long ago built formations in the attic he was often in. This formation was created by him by spending massive amounts of cultivation resources. Not only did he have offense and defense, but he also had a teleportation array to allow him to escape. Now that he had actually used it, he felt a sense of triumph while celebrating in his heart. That's what he is, living in peace. Glancing at Soul Destroyer, Gu Yuan smiled. Seeing a smile on Gu Yuan's face, Soul Destroyer Sky frowned and asked, "What are you smiling about?" "I laugh at you for not running away," Gu Yuan said. "I'm a great emperor, and now that I'm out of the formation, I can crush you with just my hands. Ha ha ha." Upon hearing this, Soul Destroyer Heaven couldn't help but burst into a loud laugh. "My formation is called the Emperor Execution Formation, and it is me spending a huge amount of cultivation resources and asking many high-level formation masters to join hands to create it. And its power is so strong that it can kill a great emperor. Not to mention that you're just a young great emperor. Even if you were an old great emperor, I'm still confident that I can put you to death." Saying this, Soul Destroyer Sky stopped talking nonsense and pinched his hand, immediately activating the Emperor Execution Formation. With the operation of the Emperor Execution Formation, the mysterious and obscure runes on top of the golden formation looked as if they had come to life, and actually carried a monstrous might toward Gu Yuan to ruthlessly suppress him. These runes were so powerful that Gu Yuan needed to use his full strength to block them. This grand formation is really extremely powerful. Gu Yuan secretly nodded his head in admiration, and upon hearing Gu Yuan's words, the smile on Soul Destroyer Sky's face grew a few points more intense. However, the smile on his face soon stiffened directly, only to see Gu Yuan waved his big hand and the Human Emperor Streamer appeared in his hand. With a thought, he catalyzed the Human Emperor Streamer. Infinite black gas filled out. The mournful sound of screams resounded within the Human Emperor Streamer, followed by densely packed as a stern ghost-like souls crawled out from the Human Emperor Streamer. Under Gu Yuan's urging, these unjust souls were defiant and rushed towards the runes on top of the Emperor Execution Formation. The Emperor Exorcism Formation was certainly strong and unparalleled, but these evil spirits were not afraid to die. and there were 108 evil spirits that were not weaker than Gu Yuan's existence. Now so many unjust souls were launching attacks against the Emperor Execution Formation. However, in the blink of an eye, accompanied by a loud bang, the Emperor Execution Formation was directly broken. Gu Yuan transformed into a stream of light and instantly arrived in front of Soul Destroyer Sky. A hand probed out and pinched Soul Destroyer Sky's neck. Looking at the look of panic that surfaced on his face, Gu Yuan asked with a smile, "Why don't you smile? Is it natural not to smile?" Chapter 23 Where is the soul of the 10,000 souls abyss? Why don't you smile? Is it natural not to smile? Listening to the voice coming from Gu Yuan in his ears and feeling the terrifying might contained in Gu Yuan's palm, a layer of cold sweat immediately surfaced on Soul Destroyer Sky's forehead. At this moment, he felt a deathly aura that was strong to the extreme. If Gu Yuan wanted to, there was no need to doubt that it's inevitable that he would be able to easily pinch his throat and let him die beyond death. Thinking about this, Soul Destruction Heaven immediately moved to bring out his master behind him as he said, "Gu Yuan, you can't kill me. I'm a disciple of the Peerless Slayer Emperor. If you kill me, the Peerless Slayer Emperor won't spare you." Peerless Killing Emperor? Never heard of it. Gu Yuan shook his head, and the power in his palm was declared. So he wanted to crush Soul Destroyer Sky's throat. But just at this moment, seemingly sensing that Soul Destroyer Sky had encountered a life and death crisis, the jade pendant at its waist instantly shone brightly. A middle-aged figure floated out from it. It was a divine soul split. His gaze was like a torch, and his killing intent coalesced around him, almost turning into substance. At a glance, he was a person whose hands were stained with the blood of countless living beings. Although it was a divine soul detachment, its aura was astonishing and extraordinary. Seeing the middle-aged man, Soul Destroyer Sky was so excited that he almost cried out. Rushing out, "Master, save me!" The middle-aged man looked at Soul Destroyer Tian and nodded slightly, then faced Gu Yuan and said, "This emperor is the Peerless Killing Emperor. Soul Destroyer Tian is this emperor's disciple. You can't kill him. If you dare to kill him, when I leave the gate I will definitely pull out your tendons and strip your skin." Ka-ching! Without waiting for Emperor Peerless Slayer to finish his words, Gu Yuan had already pinched Soul Destroyer's neck. Peerless Slayer Emperor's voice came to an abrupt end. His face instantly so gloomy that it could almost drip water. There was also endless killing intent beginning to coalesce in his eyes as he looked towards Gu Yuan. He had clearly blown his own identity, but Gu Yuan even insisted on killing Soul Destroyer. This was no longer slapping his face, but rather rubbing his face on the ground. If you can tolerate it, you can't tolerate it. And if you can tolerate it, you can't tolerate it. Even though it was impossible for his own self, who was only a divine soul detachment now, to be a match for Gu Yuan. At this moment, the angry man still struck out at Gu Yuan, and the result of this is, boom! An explosive sound came out as Gu Yuan directly blasted it with a punch. "I hate threats." Shaking off his hand, Gu Yuan's gaze swept around the people of Autumn Wind House below who were frantically fleeing in all directions, and his eyes said indifferently, "Not a single one of the living beings within the Een Soul sect will be left behind." As the words landed, endless grievous souls instantly rushed out, heading straight for the living beings within the Nether Soul sect. All sorts of wailing and hissing sounds resounded throughout the Een Soul sect. The people within the Een Soul sect were all members of the Autumn Wind Building. Their apparent strength was not strong, but their true strength was not weak. There were even many Saint Holy Kings among them. It was a pity that the grievous souls in the Human Emperor streamer were too powerful. There were 108 grievous souls that were not weaker than Gu Yuan alone. And there were also many grievous souls that could erupt with Saint Realm battle power. The army of unjust souls swept through. Vast and mighty, how could it be stopped by those within the Een Ghost sect? However, in just a few short breaths, there were no living beings within the Nether Soul sect. Not to mention the people, but the chickens in the chicken coop, the eggs, the earthworms and ants in the ground, that were all killed. Gu Yuan watched this scene with a cold gaze, and with a wave of his hand, he put all the unjust souls, along with the divine souls of those who had just died, into the Human Emperor streamer. His figure flickered, and his entire body instantly disappeared in place. Once again, he had already appeared within a certain huge secret room within the Nether Soul sect. This place was filled with haze, piling up all sorts of cultivation resources, and this was clearly the Een Soul sect's treasure trove. It might be difficult for ordinary people to find a power's treasure trove, but Gu Yuan was a great emperor. The great emperor's divine thoughts swept through, and everything was nowhere to hide, and he easily found the Een Soul sect's treasure trove. Only after putting everything within the treasure trove into the system's carry-on space did Gu Yuan leave the Een Soul sect. The next day, early morning, Gu Yuan traveled to the 10,000 Souls Abyss as he had agreed with Luo Qingcheng. On the outskirts of the 10,000 Souls Abyss no less than 100,000 people had gathered at the moment, and they were people from various forces in the imperial state. From afar, one could still hear the dumbfounded murmurs of the people of these forces. Where are the souls? Where are the unjust souls? Why are so many unjust souls suddenly gone? Could it be that all of these souls have climbed out of the 10,000 Souls Abyss? If that's really the case, then wouldn't my imperial prefecture? No. Wouldn't the entire southern region be pill-popping? Impossible. These unjust souls are extremely aggressive. If they really climbed out of the 10,000 Souls Abyss, then they must have bloodied many towns. It's impossible that we haven't received any news until now. Undeniably, what you said makes sense. But right now, there isn't even a single grievous soul in the 10,000 Souls Abyss. So what's the explanation for that? It can't be that all these unjust souls have disappeared out of thin air, can it? Ignoring the noisy voices, Gu Yuan's eyes searched through the crowd and soon saw Luo Qingcheng, who was located in the area where the Heavenly Spirit Holy Land was located. Seemingly sensing something, Luo Qingcheng also turned around at this moment and looked at Gu Yuan. Seeing Gu Yuan, Luo Qingcheng moved her feet and immediately came towards Gu Yuan. Arriving in front of Gu Yuan, Luo Qingcheng looked at Gu Yuan and directly asked, "Is the disappearance of the unjust souls in the 10,000 Souls Abyss related to you?" Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan couldn't help but look at Luo Qingcheng unexpectedly. Obviously not expecting this woman's intuition to be so accurate that she directly guessed that the disappearance of the wrong souls in the 10,000 Souls Abyss had something to do with him. Although he was surprised, Gu Yuan still nodded his head and recognized the matter. Yes. Hearing Gu Yuan's words, Luo Qingcheng couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Although she had guessed it, she was still shocked when she heard Gu Yuan admit this matter in person. One must know that the unjust souls in the 10,000 Souls Abyss had existed for an unknown number of thousands of years. The unjust souls in the 10,000 Souls Abyss had always been a headache for the various forces in the imperial prefecture. They wanted to remove it completely, but they were not strong enough to do so, so they had no choice but to regularly join forces to clean up the unjust souls on the outskirts of the 10,000 Souls Abyss. The forces joining forces could only deal with the unjust souls on the periphery of the 10,000 Souls Abyss, and for the unjust souls in the center and depths of the 10,000 Souls Abyss, even the forces of the imperial prefecture joining forces couldn't deal with them at all. But now, is that all the forces cannot deal with the wrongful souls, or Gu Yuan alone will be all clear? How can this make her not shocked? Shocked, Luo Qingcheng couldn't help but feel a bit worried and asked, "You're not hurt, are you?" Gu Yuan, no. No is good. Luo Qingcheng sighed in relief between her heart. Then Feng asked, "Has the Emperor's soul grasp been fetched?" "Fetch." Gu Yuan nodded. It was also at this time that Luo Qingcheng asked the curiosity in her heart. "How did you alone clear the 10,000 Souls Abyss of so many unjust souls?" Gu Yuan carefully said the speech he had prepared long ago, with a serious expression. He explained, "After parting with you yesterday, I came to the 10,000 Souls Abyss. At first I only wanted to look around and didn't want to enter. But after I came here, a vision suddenly descended from the sky over the 10,000 Souls Abyss, and the ancient artifact human emperor streamer broke out of the ground and came to recognize me as my master. It told me that it could absorb and purify all the souls in the world, and that it could help me purify the unjust souls in the abyss of 10,000 souls. Just like that, with the human emperor streamer I cleared out the unjust souls in the 10,000 Souls Abyss without any effort." Luo Qingcheng. Chapter 24, Gu Yuan, I'm going to challenge you. Luo Qingcheng rolled her eyes in a flavorful manner, indicating that he didn't believe Gu Yuan's words at all. She bristled. "You said that you used the ancient artifact human emperor flag to collect and purify the unjust souls in the 10,000 Souls Abyss. So let me ask you, where is the ancient artifact human emperor flag that you're talking about?" After saying that, Luo Qingcheng then looked at Gu Yuan with her arms wrapped around her chest smilingly. "This is the ancient divine artifact human emperor streamer." Gu Yuan smiled, and with a lift of his hand, he took out the human emperor streamer. There really is an ancient divine artifact. The human emperor streamer. Luo Qingcheng was taken aback, a staggered expression on her face. She thought Gu Yuan was looking for an excuse to fool her, but she didn't expect Gu Yuan to actually have a human royal streamer. Suddenly, Luo Qingcheng's willow brows slightly knitted as she said, "How come this human emperor streamer of yours keeps emitting black gas outwards? And why is there a ghost crying inside?" "Ahem." Gu Yuan coughed dryly and put away the human emperor streamer without a trace before speaking out and explaining. The human emperor streamer absorbed so many unjust souls from the 10,000 Souls Abyss, and now that it's purifying the unjust souls, it's normal for it to expel a bit of black gas, and as for the ghostly cries, they're used to intimidate the enemy. Luo Qingqing's gaze was suspicious. Really? Gu Yuan was a bit weak, but he still said with a straight face, "You're my fiancé. Can I still lie to you?" Luo Qingqing would be skeptical. He believed a few points of Gu Yuan's words, but he didn't believe all of them. Far away, the area where the 8 great families of the imperial state were located, a few youths dressed in brocade garments with an extraordinary demeanor looked at Gu Yuan and Luo Qingqing, and then cast their eyes on the young patriarch of the Emperor clan, Emperor Yi, whose face was a bit less than impressive. A youth was puzzled. "Brother Emperor, didn't you say that Luo Qingqing is your woman? Why is your woman eyeballing another man now?" When one person opened his mouth, the rest of the people seemed to have opened their mouths as if they had opened their words, and they also opened their mouths to arch their fire. "Brother D, you are the young patriarch of the D clan, the first of the 8 great clans in the imperial prefecture, and now your own woman is talking and laughing with another man. If it were up to me, I wouldn't be able to endure it. Can you, Brother D? Our 8 great families of the imperial prefecture are united by the same spirit and work together. If you don't dare to take a shot at that brat, I can do it for you, Brother Emperor." "Shut up." Emperor Yi really couldn't listen any longer, and his mouth immediately let out an explosive cry to interrupt their words. These youths were all the top heavenly prides of the 8 great families of the imperial prefecture. He had always been displeased with him on weekdays, and now that he had found the opportunity, he naturally could not avoid counting on him for a while. Gazing over at Gu Yuan, Emperor Yi's brows furrowed as doubt flashed visibly in his eyes. Yesterday, he clearly let the assassins from Autumn Wind House to kill Gu Yuan, but now Gu Yuan was alive and well, which really made him confused about what was going on. After a little thought, Emperor Yi couldn't help but curse in his heart. A bunch of wastes. Although he didn't know why Gu Yuan was still alive, he understood one thing, and that was that the assassin from Autumn Wind House had missed. And why the people from Autumn Wind House would miss? In his opinion, it should be Luo Qingqing sending someone to secretly protect Gu Yuan. After all, it was only yesterday that he had a conflict with Gu Yuan. Those who knew him knew that he never took revenge overnight. It made sense that Luo Qingqing was afraid that he would kill Gu Yuan and secretly sent someone to protect him. And at that moment, after a short silence, someone else among the youths around Emperor Yi began to arch their fires. "Brother Emperor, now that Luo Qingqing is talking and laughing with another man, are you really not going to do anything about it? Or is the fact that you told us that Luo Qingqing is your woman entirely your bragging?" Brother Emperor, listening to the words ringing in his ears one after another, Emperor Yi was directly enraged. After chirping at the surrounding youths to shut up, he headed straight towards Gu Yuan. Since the assassins of Autumn Wind House were all trash and couldn't kill Gu Yuan, he would do it himself. Moreover, he wanted to prove one thing to the heavenly pride of the other clans of the 8 great clans of the imperial prefecture. That is, Luo Qingqing belonged to him and no one could snatch it away. Not even Gu Yuan, the so-called fiancé of Luo Qingqing. "There's a buzz going on. Had ha." Seeing Emperor Yi heading towards Gu Yuan, the several great clans' heavenly prides glanced at each other, and the bottom of their eyes all coincidentally flashed with a treacherous smile. Emperor Yi acted in a domineering manner and had excellent natural talent, having raised his cultivation to the 6th level of the mountain and sea realm at a young age, pressuring them, the pride of the same 8 great families, to simply lose their breath. They have long looked at it with displeasure. Now that there was a chance to see De make a fool of himself, they were naturally happy to see it. It seemed to them that Gu Yuan wouldn't be a match for Emperor Yi. But don't forget, the person beside Gu Yuan was Luo Qingqing. That was the only daughter of the only holy daughter of the Heavenly Spirit Holy Land, the only daughter of the Heavenly Sword Villa's owner, the #1 powerhouse in the southern region, the Heavenly Sword Luo Fanchen. If this one was enraged, then even if De's own strength was not bad and his background was powerful, he would only be able to take it in his stride. Just as they were thinking so, Emperor Yi had already arrived 10 meters in front of Gu Yuan. Looking at Gu Yuan, De's voice was like thunder, transmitting in all directions as he said, "Gu Yuan, I'm going to challenge you. I'm going to fight you to the death. Do you dare to fight me?" Hearing De's words, everyone's gazes converged on De and Gu Yuan in unison at this moment. All sorts of chatter ensued. Who is Gu Yuan? Why is Emperor Yi challenging him? Why? Who in the imperial state doesn't know that Emperor 1 is interested in Luo Qingqing? Now that Luo Qingqing is there talking and laughing with that handsome guy named Gu Yuan, isn't it normal that Emperor Yi can't stand it? So that's how it is. Indeed, women are all redheads. This brat named Gu Yuan is in deep trouble. Offending Emperor Yi, his 9 clans will not be protected. Miserable hammer. Wouldn't it be better not to respond to the battle? Hiding behind Luo Qingchang, with Luo Qingchang's protection, what can Emperor Yi do to Gu Yuan? Makes sense. Amidst the murmurs, many people didn't think Gu Yuan would agree to Emperor Yi's challenge. Not only them, but the person in question, Emperor Yi, was also in the same boat as them, not thinking that Gu Yuan would agree to fight him. That's why he spoke aloud. So many people heard it. If Gu Yuan didn't dare to meet the battle, he would surely fall into a cowardly and incompetent, timid as a rat infamy. In this way, for the sake of their own reputation, Luo Qingchang will certainly not be in with Gu Yuan. If Gu Yuan were to meet the battle, then he would surely kill Gu Yuan with his hands. It's phallic. Gu Yuan should die in battle. Gu Yuan did not respond to the battle and his reputation was ruined. Luo Qingchang had to separate from him. In any case, his purpose was accomplished. Meeting Emperor Yi's gaze, Gu Yuan said with a smile on his face, "If you want to challenge me, you can." Taichi had the assassins from the Autumn Wind House come to kill him, and he'd already put him on his must-kill list. Now that the other party had taken the initiative to come and send him to his death, he naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity to get the other party killed. Hearing Gu Yuan's words, the corner of Emperor Yi's mouth lifted slightly. Not surprised. Young guys always like to show off in front of the woman they love. In order to prevent Luo Qingchang from stepping in to stop him when he was about to kill Gu Yuan, the emperor said loudly to Luo Qingchang, "Luo Qingchang, a great man's word is 9 ding. Now that Gu Yuan has agreed to fight with me in life and death, this is a battle between men. No matter whether I live or he dies, you can't intervene. Can you?" "Could be." Luo Qingchang nodded with a smile. With that, he stepped aside to leave enough room for the two to engage. Chapter 25, I'm not stopping you. I'm saving you. As Luo Qingchang walked into the distance, Emperor Yi's feet stepped down, and his Berserk Mountain and Sea Realm 6th level aura instantly shot up. Ow! A loud dragon roar resounded, and a lifelike golden dragon silhouette immediately surfaced around DE. Killing intent exploded in his eyes, and without saying a word, Emperor Yi's entire body quickly headed towards Gu Yuan like an arrow off the string. The speed was so fast that it left a series of residual shadows straight behind it. Seeing this scene, many people were secretly nodding their heads, expressing their recognition of DE's strength. Some of the forces that were closer to the Emperor clan were even sending a burst of rainbow farts towards the Emperor clan patriarch, Emperor Jie Tian. Explicitly and implicitly at this moment, young Lord D is truly worthy of being a dragon and phoenix among men. At such a young age he has already raised his cultivation to the 6th level of the mountain and sea realm. His future is unlimited. Young Lord D has outstanding talent and extraordinary strength. That brat named Gu Yuan dares to snatch a woman from young Lord D. He has a way of taking death. Young Lord D is invincible in the same realm. Killing Gu Yuan is like breathing. Yes, extremely. Listening to the voices of the people around him, Di Jietian's face didn't change in the slightest, but in his heart, he was overjoyed. As a father, the better your children are, the better you look. But suddenly, it was as if time had stood still, and everyone's voices came to a screeching halt in an instant as they stared blankly in the direction where Gu Yuan and Emperor Yi were. Mouths unconsciously opened, shock and disbelief written all over their faces. What did they see? They saw that Emperor Yi had struck out forcefully and was about to blast Gu Yuan to pieces with a single punch. But just then, Gu Yuan moved. He actually dodged Di's punch in a bizarre position before blasting out with a punch. Boo! Only a sound like a balloon exploding could be heard, and Di's head instantly exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Its headless body staggered twice, and along with the rapid loss of vitality in its body, it eventually collapsed heavily. Blood flowed out, coloring the earth a dark red. It all happened too fast and too soon, so fast that everyone didn't react. After reacting, many people couldn't help but swallow their saliva, indicating that they were shocked. Some people feel that the scene in front of them is too dreamy and unreal, as if they were dreaming, and began to rub their eyes vigorously, as if they wanted to use this to distinguish whether the scene in front of them was dreaming. But no matter how much they rubbed their eyes nearly bursting open, the scene in front of them had not changed in any way. Dead. Emperor Yi was blown away with a single punch? Even if they recognized the facts, many people still felt incredulous. You know, that's Taichi, peerless in the same realm, with outstanding natural talent and a deep background. Emperor Yi. But now, DE was like an ant being easily crushed by someone of his own generation, and the one who crushed Emperor Yi was someone he had never even heard of. The shock it brought them was unimaginable. You killed my son. After a short period of being stunned, Di Jientian looked towards Gu Yuan, with two clouds of monstrous fury surging in his eyes. Killing intent exploded around his body, almost turning into substance. With a single movement of his feet, he transformed into a stream of light, carrying infinite killing intent straight toward Gu Yuan. He had one thought right now, and that was to kill Gu Yuan to avenge his son. And that's when it happened. Swish! An air-breaking sound rang out as a figure blocked in front of Di Jiantian. This was a middle-aged man wearing a green coat, with a slender figure and an elegant face. He was Heavenly Sword Luo Fanchen, the owner of the Heavenly Sword Villa and the #1 strongest man in the southern region. Looking at the person blocking in front of him, Di Jietian asked with anger in his voice, Luo Fanchen, you want to block me? Di's death is a fight between juniors. It's inappropriate for you to intervene. After a pause, Luo Fanchen said, seeing as you and I know each other, I'm not stopping you, I'm saving you. Others didn't know how high Gu Yuan's cultivation was, but he had learned about it from Elder Wang. Gu Yuan was a great emperor. An 18-year-old great emperor was indeed a bit outrageous, but after further inquiries, he chose to trust Elder Wang and believe that Gu Yuan was a great emperor. Di Jietian's strength wasn't weak. It could even be said that it was only inferior to him, not to mention that when looking at the emperor state, or even the entire southern region, Di Jietian was a top-notch powerhouse. But if one were to call out to a great emperor, its end is inevitably death. Di Jietian was also considered a figure in the emperor's prefecture. Having known each other for a while, he didn't want Di Jiantian to die like this, which was why he stepped in to persuade the other party. However, Di Jietian, who heard his words, laughed, his smile filled with sarcasm. Save me? You don't think I'm not a match for Gu Yuan, do you? Luo Fanchuan nodded seriously. You are indeed no match for him. Seeing the sneer in Di Jietian's smile intensify a few points, Luo Fanchen confessed, Gu Yuan is a great emperor. Archon? Di Jietian visibly froze, but then burst into a fit of laughter, saying, impossible, absolutely impossible. Gu Yuan, this kid's bone age is so pink and tender that he can almost pinch out water. For you and I to say that he's a great emperor is simply a slip of the tongue. Where in this world is there a great emperor that young? Now if you're sensible, get out of the way and let me kill Gu Yuan to avenge my son's death. If not, don't blame me for being impolite to you. I may not be your opponent, but the 8 great families of the imperial prefecture are united in the same spirit and work together to advance and retreat. And with the 8 families striking out together, we won't be afraid of you even if you're the #1 powerhouse in the southern region. After saying that, Di Jietian looked towards where the 8 great clans were. His lips moved slightly, as if he was transmitting a message. Immediately after that, the patriarchs of the 8 great clans took a step forward to make their positions clear. At the same time, someone else spoke out. Luo Fanchen, we don't want to be your enemy. If you're sensible, you'll obediently get out of the way. If not, don't blame us for being impolite to you. Luo Fanchen, you are certainly powerful, but do you really think that you can fight against our 8 great families with the power of one person? Good words for a ghost looking for death. Glancing at Di Jietian, and then at the several patriarchs of the remaining 8 great clans, Luo Fanchen shook his head and then made way for Di Jietian. He advised, but Di Jietian didn't believe him, and he couldn't do anything about it. Kid, who can save you now? As Luo Fanchen stepped aside, Di Jietian looked towards Gu Yuan and opened his mouth with a sly smile. Looking at that appearance, it seemed that Gu Yuan had already been treated as a lamb to be slaughtered. Gu Yuan laughed lightly. Why do I need someone to save me? No tears until you see the coffin. Di Jietian let out a cold snort, and with a single step of his foot, his entire person instantly disappeared in place. It was like a flash, and when he reappeared again, he had clearly arrived in front of Gu Yuan. A large hand probed out, and it was a heavy palm that slapped down hard towards Gu Yuan's head. This palm was powerful and heavy, containing the full force of his Saint Emperor Realm 9th level strike, which could easily open up mountains and crack rocks, and its power was extraordinary, and his speed was so fast that he reached the top of Gu Yuan's head in almost an instant. Boy, can't react, can you? Di Jietian sneered. It seemed like he had already seen the scene of slapping Gu Yuan to death with a palm. However, just as his palm was about to slap Gu Yuan's head, Gu Yuan moved. Di Jietian's speed was fast, but Gu Yuan's speed was even faster. Chapter 26, 9th level of Saint Emperor Realm? One palm will destroy it. A large hand probed out, and it grabbed Di Jietian's wrist. Feeling the terrifying force coming from his wrist, Di Jietian's heart was suddenly startled. Shatter me! He let out an explosive shout, and the power in his body surged wildly, pouring into his arm as much as he could. In an instant, his entire arm was instantly bruised and a terrifying power filled the air. Under this force, space began to become distorted, showing how terrifying the force was. He was going to use this to directly shatter Gu Yuan's hand. Soon, however, he despaired, because he was actually shocked to find that after his power was declared in Gu Yuan's hands, it was like a stone sinking into the sea, unable to make any waves. He couldn't hurt Gu Yuan in the slightest. How? How did this happen? Di Jiantian's brows were furrowed, simply not understanding why he couldn't hurt Gu Yuan even a bit with his full strength. And at that moment, Gu Yuan moved once again. Strength surged within his body, and the wrist that was tugging on Di Jiantian's wrist snapped. Rip dash. Blood instantly spurted out wildly as Di Jiantian's entire arm was directly ripped off by Gu Yuan. The pain of a broken arm swept through his entire body. A cold sweat instantly surfaced on Di Jiantian's forehead, and in his mouth he couldn't help but let out a mournful scream that was like killing a pig. Ah! The misery of the voice was chilling to the ear. He screamed miserably as he backed away. It was also at this moment that he finally believed Luo Fanshan's words that Gu Yuan was a great emperor. He was a powerful person at the 9th level of the Saint Emperor realm, an existence that rarely met an enemy under a great emperor. However, Gu Yuan had ripped off one of his arms so easily, and unless the other party was a great emperor, it would be impossible for the other party to do this so easily. He backed up quickly, pulling away from Gu Yuan almost instantly. However, after looking back with his lower consciousness, he was scared out of his wits, because Gu Yuan had already taken one step towards him. Gu Yuan's speed was not fast, but with one step, he closed the distance to him to hundreds of meters. I'm afraid it won't take 2.5 steps for his opponent to get to him, and before and after the other came to him, there is only one thing that can happen to him. That would be death. Thinking about this, Di Jiantian's face instantly paled as he raised his hand and prepared to tear through space. But soon, he was desperate to realize that the space that could have been easily torn apart was at this moment solid and incomparable, and could not be torn apart at all. He understood that this was Gu Yuan freezing the space. Freezing space? This was a tactic unique to great emperors. Unable to do anything about it, Di Jiantian could only run wildly towards the area where the 8 great families were located. At the same time, towards the people of the 8 great families, he spoke in a loud voice. Quickly save me. Who can save you? Gu Yuan's voice came from his ears, instantly scaring Di Jiantian out of his wits. Subconsciously turning back, it turned out that Gu Yuan had already arrived behind him, and at that moment, the other party had already slapped his palm quickly towards his head. This palm was powerful and unimaginably fast. Not to mention dodging. It's impossible to even think about blocking. Feeling the terrifying aura coming from this palm and looking at the crazily expanding palm in his vision, he exclaimed in horror, "Tonic, tonic, tonic, tonic," in the face of death. Even though he was a powerful person at the 9th level of the Saint Emperor realm, he could not help but feel fear. Unfortunately, Gu Yuan was not at all moved in the face of his terrified yelling. The speed of the falling palm did not diminish by half. Finally, boo! A palm fell completely, and Di Jiantian's head directly exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Along with its Saint Emperor realm divine soul was also directly slapped and exploded at this moment. All under a great emperor are ants. There is no falsehood in this statement. Even if Emperor Jietian was only one step away from being a great emperor, but when the great emperor wanted to kill him, he didn't even have a chance to fight back. As the vitality in his body rapidly drained away, Di Jietian's headless body soon smashed heavily to the ground. Boo! The headless body slammed to the ground with a modest thud. The voice was not loud, but it was like a heavy hammer hitting everyone's heart, causing their hearts to tremble. Gulp! Gulp! A wild gulping sound rang out. Everyone in the room was terrified. You know, that's Emperor Jiantian, the head of the Imperial clan, the first of the 8 great clans in the Imperial Prefecture, a top powerhouse at the 9th level of the Saint Emperor realm. But it was such a top powerhouse that was now being easily slapped to death by Gu Yuan like a big rooster. It was a great shock to their young minds. I've heard that the 8 great clans of the Imperial state are in the same breath and work together. Now that I've killed the head of the Imperial clan who was the leader of your 8 great clans, are your 8 great clans now going to come looking for me to take revenge? With his eyes looking toward the people of the 8 great families, Gu Yuan calmly asked in a voice. Between the words, an imperial might that belonged exclusively to the great imperial realm filled the air, instantly causing the people of the 8 great families to sweat. At this moment, the hearts of the people of the 8 great clans were flustered to the extreme, fearful that Gu Yuan would kill them to accompany Di Jietian's funeral. There were people who reacted quickly, and at that moment, they quickly opened their mouths to clear their relationship with Di Jietian. You're joking, Lord Gu. What the 8 great clans of the imperial prefecture are in the same breath to advance and retreat together. That's entirely that bastard Di Jietian side of the story. I, the Tang clan, am not acquainted with the imperial clan, and I won't be able to avenge his death. When one person opened his mouth, the rest of the people also reacted, and they all set aside their relationship with Di Jietian and said, my Zhao family is not familiar with the imperial clan. My Ma clan is not familiar with the imperial clan. Even someone from the imperial clan stepped in to take a stand. Lord Gu, our imperial clan has now expelled Emperor Jietian De and his father and son from the imperial clan after deliberation. Their affairs have nothing to do with our imperial clan, and we will not avenge the death of Emperor Jietian's father and son. I also ask Lord Gu to be merciful and not to implicate my imperial clan because of Emperor Jietian's father and son. When the words came to this point, the person from the emperor clan who spoke directly knelt down. The rest of the people of the imperial clan also knelt down at this moment. Looking at the large number of people from the imperial clan who had fallen to their knees, Gu Yuan couldn't help but frown slightly. These people were the clansmen of Emperor Jietian, and with his character, in order to prevent these people from taking revenge on Emperor Jietian's father and son in the future, he would have slapped these people to death with his hand as well. But these people were kneeling so quickly, it would be a bit unkind if he still took a shot at them. Just, sighing in his heart, Gu Yuan spoke out, get up, I won't kill you. Hearing Gu Yuan's words, the people of the imperial clan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Mouthfuls of thanks were exchanged. It was obvious that they were truly afraid of being casually slapped to death by Gu Yuan. It was at this moment that Luo Fanchen arrived in front of Gu Yuan. Uncle. When he saw Luo Fanchen, Gu Yuan immediately made a junior salute. Luo Fanchen was his father's sworn brother, whom he had met more than once. Luo Fanchen nodded and then asked, is the disappearance of the unjust souls in the 10,000 souls abyss related to you? At those words, Gu Yuan could not help but be a little surprised. It was obviously a bit of a surprise that Luo Fanchen was able to guess this. Although he was surprised, Gu Yuan still nodded and said, yes, for others one needs to hide, but for this, one's father's sworn brother, one's future father-in-law, there are some things that need not be hidden. Chapter 27, The Emperor's Tribulation. Sure enough, it's you. Hearing Gu Yuan's words, Luo Fanchen didn't have too many surprises. The unjust souls in the 10,000 souls abyss were incomparably powerful, and he had entered the 10,000 souls abyss knowing the horror of the unjust souls within the 10,000 souls abyss. Looking at the entire southern region, the only one who could have the strength to remove it was the great emperor Gu Yuan. Thus, his first guess was that the reason why the unjust souls in the 10,000 souls abyss had disappeared was entirely because of Gu Yuan. Now that the suspicions were confirmed, he wasn't very surprised. Although he was curious about how Gu Yuan removed the matter of the wrong souls in the 10,000 souls abyss, but everyone had everyone's secrets, and he was very sensible and did not ask more questions. He turned his words around and asked, have you fetched the Emperor's soul grass yet? Through Elder Wang, he already knew Gu Yuan's purpose for coming to the 10,000 souls abyss this time. It was to fetch the Emperor's soul grass for his father. Gu Junlin. Back to uncle. Fetched. Gu Yuan smiled and nodded. Upon hearing this, Luo Fanchuan's expression was delighted. Rubbing his hands together, he then said in a somewhat embarrassed tone, Xian nephew, back then, in order to help your father search for the Emperor's soul grass, I also entered into the 10,000 souls abyss. Uncle, I'm useless, not to mention that I didn't fetch the Emperor's soul grass, but instead, I myself was injured by the unjust souls in the 10,000 souls abyss, and my divine soul suffered a severe trauma, resulting in me not being able to break through to become an emperor for so many years. If you fetch more Emperor's soul grass, can you share one with Uncle? After a pause, Luo Fanchen added, Uncle, I don't want you for nothing. Whatever you want, as long as I have it, Uncle, I will give it. Without waiting for Luo Fanchen to finish, Gu Yuan interrupted with a voice. Uncle, you were injured to save my father. How could I possibly want something from you? I do have a surplus of Emperor's soul grass here. I can give you one if you need it. With that, Gu Yuan spread out his palm, and a palm-sized purple grass appeared in his hand, which was none other than Emperor's soul grass. Looking at the Emperor's soul grass handed over by Gu Yuan, Luo Fanchen's entire body trembled with excitement. 100 years ago he had been the #1 heavenly pride of the southern domain, although he was later defeated by two of the Gu family's supreme duo, but he didn't let that get him down, and he was never the same again. Instead, it was because the appearance of these two heavenly prides gave him endless motivation. After that, he traveled to the central region, which all cultivators aspired to. in order to improve his strength. Between but a few short years there, his cultivation had skyrocketed, and he had even met Gu Junlin, who had traveled from the southern domain. The two have since progressed together. Although the speed of his cultivation enhancement was far less than Gu Junlin's, but he was also an existence that crushed a bunch of heavenly prides. Later, Gu Junlin was heavily injured by the Yi family, and he was also injured in that battle. After his injuries improved, he entered the 10,000 Souls Abyss at the first opportunity, ready to fetch the Emperor's soul grass to help his sworn big brother, Gu Junlin, restore his damaged divine soul. However, he had never expected that the unjust souls in the 10,000 Souls Abyss were so powerful that they had caused his divine soul to suffer a serious injury as well. If he hadn't suffered this serious injury, with his natural talent, he would have become a great emperor by now. I had thought that I, who had suffered a severe injury to my divine soul, would not be able to recover from my injuries in this life, and would not be able to reach the Emperor's throne in this life. But now that the Emperor's soul grass that could help him recover from his divine soul injury was right in front of him, how could he not be excited? Gu Yuan spoke urgently. Uncle, you should quickly accept the Emperor's soul grass. Luo Fanchen had been shivering there, but he didn't accept the Emperor's soul grass. His hands were sore from the express. Hearing Gu Yuan's words, Luo Fanchen instantly reacted. Yes. After nodding heavily, he grabbed the Emperor's soul grass into his hand and refined it in a moment. As the Emperor's soul grass turned into stars and dots to enter its body as much as possible, a powerful and incomparable aura immediately began to ripple out within its body. This aura was only at the 9th level of the Saint Emperor realm at first, but it was getting stronger as time went on. Soon this aura was beyond the 9th level of the Saint Emperor realm, between the 9th level of the Saint Emperor realm and the Great Emperor realm, and it was still growing, with an aura that pushed right up against the aura of the Great Emperor realm. Rumble! The sound of thunder rang out abruptly. The sky and the earth are changing and the wind is rising. Subconsciously raising his eyes, he only saw a robber cloud high above the sky drifting in from all directions. The robbery cloud was pitch black and incomparably dark, covering the sky and the sun, enveloping 1,000,000 miles in a radius. However, in just 2.5 minutes, the sky, which was originally clear and high, was covered by robber clouds, as if it was nighttime. The golden thunder that seemed like a swimming dragon swam in the midst of the robbery clouds, emitting a burst of loud thunder sounds. The terrifying aura pressed down from the calamity cloud, immediately causing many people to change color. This is the lightning tribulation induced when breaking through to Great Emperor? Luo Fanchen's divine soul has recovered. He actually wants to break through to become an emperor? He just recovered from his injuries and he wants to break through to become an emperor. Is he crazy? The emperor's tribulation is extremely terrifying. Retreat! Some knowledgeable old-timers recognized that the thunder tribulation high above the sky was the one induced when breaking through to a great emperor. At that moment, their faces changed greatly. Not daring to stay in the same place for a long time, they have to disappear towards the distance. In just a few breaths of time, the people present had all retreated tens of thousands of meters away. Essence light exploded in Luo Fanchuan's eyes. Glancing at Gu Yuan, he spoke out. Being too close to the person who is crossing the tribulation will likewise attract the lightning tribulation. You quickly take Qingqing and retreat to the distance. Okay, uncle. Gu Yuan nodded. Coming to Luo Qingqing's side, he pulled her in. With a movement of his feet, his figure instantly disappeared in place. When he reappeared, he was already 10,000 meters away. Also at this moment, the thunderbolt in the high sky finally coalesced and took shape. Rumble. It was accompanied by a thunderous sound that resounded through the sky. A bucket-thick thunder was like a golden dragon, carrying an incomparably terrifying aura as it descended from the sky, directly toward Luo Fanchen and ruthlessly chopped down. The golden light above the thunder dazzled the heavens and earth that had been plunged into darkness by the pitch-black robbery cloud. It was instantly illuminated like day by dazzling lightning. Good coming! Looking at the thunder that came straight at him, Luo Fanchen let out an explosive cry. Instead of retreating, he actually turned into a stream of light and charged fiercely towards the thunder high above the sky. Rumble! Luo Fanduan collided with the thunder and immediately let out a terrifyingly loud sound. The terrifying collision aftermath immediately swept through the 8 directions. The vibrating space was twisted in a gust, terrifyingly incomparable. It was a good thing that the surrounding people had long retreated to 10,000 meters away. Otherwise, this collision aftermath alone would have the potential to harvest the lives of many people with low cultivation. Soon, the lightning dispersed. It revealed Luo Fanchen, who was standing in the air, looking subdued. My father-in-law is a bit raw. Looking at the subdued Luo Fanchen, Gu Yuan didn't hold back an exclamation. Rumble! The sound of thunder resounded once again, and another huge, incomparably large thunderbolt fiercely blasted down towards Luo Fanchun. This thunder was thicker, bigger and brighter than the previous one, and the aura emanating from it was even more terrifying than the previous thunder. Surprisingly, Gu Yuan was a bit surprised. He thought there was only one thunderbolt. Chapter 28, Thunderbolt Destruction. Hearing Gu Yuan's words, Luo Qingchang, who was on the side, spoke out with a grave expression to explain. The lightning tribulation that one undergoes to become an emperor is extremely terrifying and is known as the Nine Heavens Thunder Tribulation. There are a total of 9 thunderbolts in the 9 heavens. One is stronger than the other. At those words, Gu Yuan nodded in realization, then laughed. You know so much. Although he was a great emperor, he had never really understood the lightning tribulation induced by breaking through to become an emperor. Luo Qingcheng nodded gently. Then, as if she was speaking to herself, and as if she was explaining to Gu Yuan, she said, if you want to become a great emperor, you need to accept the baptism of the thunder tribulation. If you succeed in crossing the tribulation, you are a great emperor. But if you fail in crossing the tribulation, then there is only one way for you to end up, and that is to die. The 9 heavenly thunder tribulation is extremely terrifying, and there are very few people who can survive it. Out of 10,000 people, perhaps only one will succeed in crossing the threshold. This is also the reason why there are extremely many people at the 9th level of the Saint Emperor realm in the southern domain. Yet no great emperor has ever been born, because they all don't dare to cross the tribulation for fear of dying under the 9 heavenly thunder tribulation. Speaking here, Luo Qingcheng looked at Gu Yuan, her tone filled with worry and said, do you think, my father, he will be able to succeed in his tribulation? At those words, Gu Yuan fell silent. It was really that the probability of a successful transition was too small. 1 in a million probability. But looking at Luo Qingcheng's eyes that were full of worry, Gu Yuan was silent for a moment, or still had a smile on his face still comforting. Don't worry. Your father is the #1 strongest person in the southern region. He will definitely be able to succeed in his tribulation. Aha! Luo Qingcheng squeezed a smile on her face and nodded lightly. Only that smile was more or less far-fetched. As time passed, very soon, Luo Fanchun had passed through 7 thunder tribulations. At this moment, the composure on his face disappeared and was replaced by a face full of gravity. There were also many burn marks on top of his green clothes. Its breath was disorganized, and there were bloodstains overflowing from the corners of its mouth. And even its figure was a bit shaky, obviously suffering from a not-so-light injury. Rumble! The deafening sound of thunder resounded once again. The 8th thunderbolt had arrived. At this moment, the thunderbolt is no longer 1, but 1 divided into 8 as 8 fall in unison. The power of each one was no weaker than the previous one. The power was so strong that it was at its peak, and just the breath it emitted was causing ripples in the space, so it could be seen that it was strong. Luo Fanchuan's lips obviously moved several times at this moment. Gu Yuan couldn't hear what it was saying, but looking at the shape of its mouth, it appeared to be cursing dirty. Soon, the 8 thunderbolts completely fell, instantly engulfing Luo Fanchun's entire being. Dazzling thunder light shone in the sky and earth, and Luo Fanchun, who was in the middle of the thunder light, seemed to be suffering from great pain. His screams soon echoed across the field. Ah-ha-ha! Listening to this series of miserable screams, Luo Qingcheng's pink fists clenched tightly, and the worry in her eyes was even faster to overflow the screen. The lightning dispersed, revealing Luo Fanchun who was in the middle of it. Upon seeing Luo Fandang, everyone could not help but feel a sigh of relief. At this moment, Luo Fanchun's hair was scattered and disheveled. His green coat was full of holes, and his entire body was pitch black, full of traces of being burnt. The whole person can be as miserable as they want to be, as wretched as they want to be. Boom! 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 Not waiting for Luo Fanchun to have any chance to catch his breath, the thunderbolt high above the sky once again struck down fiercely. This time the thunderbolt each seems to have the power of extinction, and it divided into 9 into a full 9. Luo Fanchun had just received a thunderbolt, and before he could react, he was struck by a second thunderbolt. A mouthful of blood spurted out, and his entire body was directly split into the ground, smashing out a huge, incomparably deep pit in the ground. After making some adjustments, he climbed out of the huge pit and looked at the remaining 7 thunderbolts. The corner of his mouth lifted up in a bitter smile. If I had known that this 9 heavenly thunderbolts was so terrifying, I should have made all preparations to cross it. Miscalculation. Gazing at Gu Yuan, Luo Fanchun forced a smile and said, "Take care of Qingqing for me. Upon hearing this, Luo Qingqing's eyes instantly reddened. 2 lines of clear tears instantly came out of her eyes, and her mouth also unconsciously called out, "Father." With that, she was ready to head towards Luo Fandang, but Gu Yuan reached out and pulled her back at this moment. At the same time, Gu Yuan spoke out, "You're too weak to save uncle. It's better to leave the matter of saving uncle to me." As the words landed, Gu Yuan's figure instantly disappeared in place. Reappearing, he had already arrived in front of Luo Fanchen. Has Gu Yuan gone crazy? How dare he enter the range of the person who is transiting while someone else is transiting? Doesn't he know that this move will make the lightning tribulation even stronger? Great emperors are certainly strong, but to rashly intervene in the matter of someone else's tribulation, even if he is a great emperor, he will still have to die, right? It's a shame that such a young great emperor is dying. Seeing Gu Yuan suddenly appear in front of Luo Fanchen, countless people were shocked. Many people couldn't help but secretly shake their heads, only to think that Gu Yuan was going to die as well. Seeing Gu Yuan suddenly appear in front of him, Luo Fanchen was first stunned, but after reacting, he was instantly furious. At that moment, he directly scolded Gu Yuan. "What are you doing here? Get out of here. If you enter the area where I am having my tribulation, and you are affected by the tribulation, the rules of heaven and earth will regard you as the person having the tribulation, and a tribulation will fall. And if many people are having tribulations, the power of the tribulation will increase exponentially. Even if you are a great emperor, there is still a risk that you will fall. So get out of my way." Regarding Luo Fanchen's words, Gu Yuan treated them as if he hadn't heard them. Power surged out from his body, a destructive aura spreading out, and when he lifted his hand, he blasted his fist towards the remaining thunderbolt. His punch was so domineering and powerful that it directly crushed space. The remaining few thunderbolts directly exploded under this punch, transforming into arcs of electricity shooting everywhere. "Uncle, I'm afraid it's too late to leave now." Looking back at Luo Fanchen, Gu Yuan said with a bitter smile on his face. At this moment, there were hundreds of thunderbolts coalescing in the looting clouds above. The auras of these thunderbolts had locked him in place. Under this aura, no matter where he fled to, the lightning tribulation high above would chase after him. I might have been able to carry through those 9 thunder tribulations with a harder life, but now, these hundreds of thunder tribulations, how can I carry them? Luo Fanchen raised his head to look at the plunder cloud high above the sky, and his entire being directly despaired. 9 thunderbolts had taken most of his life, and now hundreds of thunderbolts, and these thunderbolts were clearly more powerful than the previous ones. If this all falls, splitting him and Gu Yuan to death was completely more than enough. Just as Luo Fanchen was despairing, the thunderbolt high in the sky had quickly coalesced into shape, and then slashed down fiercely towards Gu Yuan and Luo Fanchen. Densely packed thunderbolts hung down like a waterfall. The thunderbolt extinguished the world. A scene of doom. The surrounding people seemed to be able to sense the terror of this wave of thunderbolt, and at that moment, one by one, they ran as far away as they could for fear of being caught in the wave. Chapter 29, The Human Emperor Streamer Shows Its Might. 1, 2, 3, hiss. There are 360 thunderbolts in total. Taking less? 360 paths? One thunder tribulation can strike me to death 100 times. Now that 360 thunder tribulations have appeared, wouldn't that be able to strike me to death 36,000 times? So terrifying, so many lightning tribulations. Even if Gu Yuan is a great emperor, then he will surely die. Certain death. A great emperor that young died. Heaven's jealousy, nah. What a pity. Pity my ass. Dead is not his own wave of death. In the end, it's just stupidity. If he wasn't stupid, would he have died? You dare to say that to Gu Yuan's face? Looking at the hundreds of thunderbolts that seemed to be able to destroy the world, countless people could not help but shake their heads. Looking at that appearance, it was as if they had already seen the scene of Gu Yuan being struck to death by the thunderbolt. Luo Fanchen also looked at Gu Yuan at this moment and sighed. I'll die if I die. There are so many people who have died from a failed tribulation. It's normal for me to die from a failed tribulation. But your kid is already a great emperor. Why do you still want to make stupid mistakes? Now that you've been struck to death by a thunderbolt, wouldn't that be an injustice? It wasn't that he was pessimistic. It was really that the thunderbolt was too terrifying. Now that he still didn't know how far apart he was, the aura emanating from above his thunderbolt gave him an extremely strong sense of powerlessness. It felt like a 3-year-old child against a special forces soldier with an AK. Desperate and powerless. There is no hope in sight. It was also at the moment of his despair that Gu Yuan spoke with a faint smile. How can a mere hundreds of thunder tribulations split me? Upon hearing this, countless people couldn't help but have the corners of their mouths twitch. It was really Gu Yuan's words that were too arrogant. Gu Yuan didn't care how they reacted. As he spoke, he had already flipped his hand to take out the human emperor streamer. Without the slightest hesitation, Gu Yuan directly activated the human emperor streamer. In an instant, infinite black chi instantly swept out. At the same time, all sorts of mournful and extreme hissing and wailing sounds came out from within the human emperor streamer, causing countless people's scalps to go numb when they heard them. What is it? Looking at the human emperor streamer in Gu Yuan's hand, countless people's brows furrowed as doubts and incomprehension flashed visibly in their eyes. This flag of yours is a devil Dao treasure? Luo Fanchen looked at the human emperor streamer and frowned as he opened his mouth to inquire out loud. Ahem. Gu Yuan coughed dryly and said righteously, Uncle, what I have in my hand is an ancient divine weapon, the human emperor streamer, not some devilish treasure. You can't talk nonsense. Loathen dust. Luo Fandwan was speechless. This human emperor streamer magic gas rushing heaven, and there are ghosts crying and wolves howling sound from it. At a glance it is the magic path of the devil refining the most precious treasure. But Gu Yuan said that it wasn't a demonic treasure. Who would believe that? However, he didn't dwell on the matter of whether the human emperor streamer was a supreme treasure of the devil's way or not, and after a pause, hope flashed in his eyes as he asked, this ancient divine artifact of yours, the human emperor streamer, can deal with this roiling thunderbolt? That should do it. Gu Yuan nodded confidently before looking up at the sky. At this moment, the roiling thunderbolt was less than 100 meters away from them. At such a close distance, he could already clearly sense the terrifying aura coming from above that roiling thunderbolt. Without the slightest hesitation, Gu Yuan gave a low gulp. Go! With a wave of his hand, he directly offered the human emperor streamer towards the sky full of thunderbolts. The human emperor streamer left his hand and rose against the wind. At first only the size of an ordinary flag, but in the blink of an eye it was transformed into a huge and incomparable flag. The flag covered the sky and the sun, and on it, a single golden arcane rune flowed. An infinite black gas filled out, enveloping the entire high sky in the blink of an eye. Amidst a mournful hissing sound, an unjust soul was like an evil spirit crawling out of hell, scrambling to be the first to crawl out of the human emperor's streamer. Under Gu Yuan's control, these unjust souls were like they didn't want to die, and they rushed towards those thunderbolts that had struck down. The thunderbolt was terrifying, and many of the souls had not even touched the thunderbolt, so they directly exploded, turning into strands of pure soul energy that drifted out into the world and were then sucked into the human emperor's streamer. The thunderbolt was certainly as terrifying as it was, but the number of wronged souls was densely packed. After consuming tens of thousands of unjust souls, these hundreds of thunderbolts were also completely worn out. Hundreds of thunderbolts gone just like that? Until the high altitude above the robbery clouds dissipated and the sky cleared up again, many people still felt incredulous. How could he not expect that hundreds of thunderbolts would be so easily dissolved by Gu Yuan? Although tens of thousands of grievous souls were consumed in order to dissolve these hundreds of thunderbolts, but Gu Yuan was cloudy and uninjured. It still seemed to them that it was easier for Gu Yuan to dissolve these hundreds of thunderbolts. What a powerful ancient divine artifact human emperor streamer. Shocked, looking at the human emperor streamer hanging high above the sky, the crowd could not help but let out an exclamation. There was fire in his eyes. If they weren't afraid of Gu Yuan's strength, they would have already made a move to grab the human emperor streamer. Good boy. Luo Fanchen heavily patted Gu Yuan's shoulder, his eyes filled with relief. I didn't expect you kid to have grown to such an extent without realizing it. Gu Yuan smiled without saying anything. It just doesn't help to have a pang in the back of your mind. These elders, why do they always like to tap people on the shoulder when they have nothing to do? Raising his hand to put away the human emperor streamer, Gu Yuan then faced Luo Fanchen and said his farewells. Uncle, now that the emperor's soul grass has been fetched and you've succeeded in crossing the tribulation, I won't stay here for long, so I'll look back at home first. There's no rush. Luo Fanchuan waved his hand, seeing the doubts flashing under Gu Yuan's eyes. He continued, the reason why my heavenly sword villa is named Heavenly Sword Villa is because of a heavenly foreign sword. 10,000 years ago, a sword from outside the sky descended from the heavens and inserted itself into the present-day Heavenly Sword Villa. This sword is incomparably sharp and strong, with a pervasive sword intent around it. A sword cultivator who cultivates around it can get twice the result with half the effort and 1,000 miles a day. Because of this sword, my Heavenly Sword Villa has attracted many sword cultivators to join. The insertion of this sword into the Heavenly Sword Villa has not only attracted many sword cultivators, but also many powerful people, not the least of which are great emperor powerhouses, who all want to pull out this sword and become its owner. But no matter if it's a powerful sword cultivator or a great emperor powerhouse, none of these people can pull that sword out. I've also tried more than once to pull it out, but I've ended up failing. My guess is that the only person who wants to pull out that sword is the one who has the talent to defy the heavens. In terms of heavenly talent against the heavens, who can compare to you? An 18-year-old great emperor? I have a feeling that you kid can pull out that sword. Now accompany uncle to the heavenly sword villa to pull out the sword. Don't worry, the sword is yours if you pull it out. As Luo Fanshan's words landed on the ground, the system's long-lost voice sounded in Gu Yuan's head. Ding! Detected Luo Fanshan asking the host to go to the heavenly sword villa to draw his sword, triggering a divine choice. Option 1. I'm not interested in swords. Don't go. Reward, Whip of Desire, can mobilize emotions and make people excited. Option 2, draw a sword? It's a bit interesting. Go. Reward, Chaotic Sword Body, Ancient Artifact Regulus Sword. Ask the host to make your choice. Chapter 30 Gu Yuan arrives. Heavenly Sword comes out. Faced with the choices given by the system, without the slightest hesitation, Gu Yuan immediately responded with a voice in his head. I choose 2. The Whip of Desire may have been a favorite of many perverts, but he was no pervert. The Ancient Artifact Regulus Sword and the Chaos Sword Body, that's what really smells good. Looking at Luo Fanshan, he laughed lightly. Drawing a sword? It's a bit interesting. Uncle, I'll go with you. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing his choice, rewarding him with a Chaotic Sword Body and the Ancient Artifact Regulus Sword. Regulus Sword, a powerful ancient artifact that can dramatically increase the host's combat power. Ancient artifacts have now been released to the system's carry-on space, and the host can receive and use them on his own. Chaos Sword Body, the body of the Supreme Sword Path. Having this body can increase the host's cultivation speed by 1,000%, the speed of comprehension of sword path techniques and martial arts by 10,000%, the power of performing sword spells by 1,000%, and the speed of comprehending sword paths by 1,000%. The Chaos Sword Body is fusing with the host. There is a little bit of pain, so bear with it. Host, as the system voice fell, a sharp pain instantly swept through Gu Yuan's entire body. Even though Gu Yuan was a great emperor, it hurt him so much that he grimaced and grimaced. If he hadn't been gritting his teeth, he would have screamed out in pain by now. That's not a little bit of pain, that's a billion points of pain, right? It took a long time for the pain to go away. Sensing the changes within his body, the corners of Gu Yuan's mouth lifted slightly, looking satisfied. Although fusing the Chaos Sword Body had a billion points of pain, but thinking about the benefits brought by the Chaotic Sword Body, Gu Yuan was in pain and happy. Suddenly, as if thinking of something, Gu Yuan hurriedly glanced up towards the system's carry-on space. This look was a relief. This time the rewarded Regulus Sword was quite normal, not some blood-red color that was permeated with fury, but a golden-yellow color that was rooted in the righteousness of 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 the righteous. This time, the ancient divine artifact Regulus Sword was quite a bit better compared to the last ancient divine artifact Human Emperor Streamer. It's not about being strong, it's about selling. Looking at Gu Yuan, who was grimacing and grimacing for a while and then showing a smile, Luo Fanshan was as if he was puzzled by a monk and asked in confusion, Xian nephew, what's wrong with you? Gu Yuan squeezed a smile on his face and returned, I'm fine. Upon hearing this, although Luo Fanshan was puzzled, he didn't ask too many questions, and after nodding slightly, he smiled and said, in that case, then let's go. Aha! Gu Yuan nodded. He then came to Luo Qingqing's side, and after a few brief words, he parted ways with her, and he and Luo Fanshan traveled to the Heavenly Sword Villa with the people from the Heavenly Sword Villa. Noon. Under Luo Fanshan's leadership, Gu Yuan and the people of the Heavenly Sword Villa arrived at the Heavenly Sword Villa. Without stopping, under Luo Fanshan's leadership, Gu Yuan soon saw the Heavenly Sword in the center of the Heavenly Sword Villa's square. The heavenly exterior sword was inserted into the ground, leaving only half of the sword exposed. Berserk sword intent spread out from the sword, enveloping a 1,000-meter radius. A sword chi streaked across this sword within 1,000 meters, and a terrifying sword intent filled the 4 directions. It was actually forming a sword domain. Outside the sword domain there are hundreds of figures sitting on their knees, seemingly sensing the sword intent contained in this heavenly sword. These hundreds of figures were all incredibly powerful, and there were no less than a dozen strong people at the 9th level of the Saint Emperor realm. Those with low cultivation levels also had Saint King realm cultivation. which was simply terrifying. After scanning around among these people, Gu Yuan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. There's even a great emperor? It was an old man in a black robe with an introverted aura located on the periphery of the heavenly exterior sword. The old man's aura was internalized, only revealing his cultivation at the 8th level of the Saint Emperor realm. If Gu Yuan wasn't a great emperor, then he wouldn't necessarily be able to detect the other party's great emperor cultivation. Archon? An unexpected color immediately flashed in Luo Fanshan's eyes when he heard this. Following Gu Yuan's gaze, he couldn't help but frown slightly. This old man had been in the Heavenly Sword Villa for many years and was the guardian of the Heavenly Sword Villa, named Xian Yuanjie. It is rumored to have been guarding the Heavenly Sword Villa for 3,000 years, and his strength is terrifyingly incomparable, being a top powerhouse at the 8th level of the Saint Emperor realm. Rather, he didn't expect the other party to hide his cultivation, and his true cultivation was actually a great emperor as well. Maybe the guardian is into understatement. Nowadays, although he was able to see through Xian Yuanji's true cultivation, he didn't think too much about it. In this world of the weak and the strong, some people are upright and don't deliberately hide their cultivation, but there are also people who like to keep a low profile and do not want to expose their true cultivation. That's normal. Seemingly sensing Luo Fanshan's gaze looking at him, Xian Yuanji's deep eyes instantly looked over. Upon sensing the freshly broken through Great Emperor realm aura on Luo Fanshan's body, there was a sudden flash of surprise in his eyes. The movement of the 9 heavenly thunder tribulation earlier was extremely loud, and he naturally sensed it. But Luo Fanshan had injuries on his body, and he didn't think that the person who crossed the tribulation was Luo Fanshan. And now that he found out that the one who crossed the 9 heavens thunder tribulation was Luo Fanshan, he naturally was inevitably surprised. Of course, though surprised, he did not say much. Retracting his gaze, he said nothing. Its aura had once again internalized a few points. This time, unless a great emperor purposely probed. Otherwise, no one would be able to discover his great emperor realm cultivation. Luo Fanshan didn't pay too much attention to Xian Yuanjin, his gaze looking towards Gu Yuan. He laughed. Go ahead, virtuous nephew, and I hope you can pull out this heavenly foreign sword. Aha! Gu Yuan nodded and headed straight towards the heavenly exterior sword. As he walked into the range of the sword domain, an extremely powerful sword chi immediately shot towards him. Swish! 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 For a moment, the sound of breaking air was constant. These sword chi were overpowering and sharp, not to be underestimated. As the power surged within Gu Yuan's body, he was ready to blast these sword chi. But soon he just realized something was wrong, because these sword chi didn't seem to be ready to stick him. These sword chi flew to him before and after. It is as if it came to life, and even began to fly up and down around him. Vaguely he could actually sense the emotions of these sword chi. It seems to be leaping with excitement. It felt like a pug that was excited to see its master and wanted to lick it. It's an amazing feeling, but Gu Yuan could feel it. Buzz. A vibrating sound came, only to see that the heavenly exterior sword inserted in the most central position of the square unexpectedly began to tremble violently at this moment. Such a scene immediately stunned those present. Within the heavenly sword villa there was a heavenly foreign sword that fell from the sky, and this matter was not a secret in the southern region. Every once in a while, there would be a strong person or a sword cultivator who would come here, ready to take a look at this heaven's alien sword, and then wanting to see if they could pull this heaven's alien sword out. When it was crowded, the line of people who wanted to enter the heavenly sword villa went straight to the foot of the mountain, but without exception, these people ended up failing to draw their swords. Those with low cultivation were even more wretched. Just walking into the coverage of the sword domain, they were already injured by the sword chi, and they were not even qualified to touch the heavenly outer sword. Now that Gu Yuan had just entered the range of the sword domain, not only did the sword chi in the sword domain not launch an attack on him not to mention, but instead, it also flew around him. Even that heavenly exterior sword began to vibrate violently, having an extremely strong reaction. How could this not alarm them? Joy flashed in Luo Fanshan's eyes as he said, "It seems like this kid really has hope of pulling out the heavenly exterior sword. After 3,000 years of waiting, is this sword finally going to be released?" Excitement and fire clearly flashed in Xuan Yuan's eyes. Chapter 31 Legacy, Destroy the Sky. With all eyes watching, the heavenly exterior sword vibrated more and more. 2.5 breaths later, accompanied by a sound of breaking earth, the heavenly exterior sword, which was originally half of the sword body inserted into the ground, unexpectedly broke through the earth and flew out directly, and then it turned into a stream of light flying straight towards Gu Yuan. The speed is smashing. Gu Yuan simply probed and grabbed this heavenly exterior sword into his hand with great ease. A pulling force came from within the heavenly outer sword, and Gu Yuan only felt as if his consciousness was about to be pulled into the sword in his hand. After a slight hesitation, Gu Yuan did not resist the pulling force. Soon, his consciousness was pulled into the heavenly exterior sword. After so many years, someone can finally be recognized by the heavenly sword. A voice full of emotion rang out. Gu Yuan subconsciously looked over, only to see a slender white man was holding a long sword in the air with his back facing him. "Are you the owner of this sword?" Gu Yuan asked out loud. "Yes." The man in white nodded. Then he said, "I had been assassinated by a traitor, and eventually died alone, because I could not bear my inheritance to fade away, which left a residual soul in the sword, ready to look for a suitable inheritor, to take over my inheritance. If you can obtain the heavenly sword's approval, then it also means that you can accept my inheritance. My legacy is only one sword. My remnant soul can only support me for one rehearsal before it dissipates. How much you can comprehend is up to you." When he said this, he suddenly burst out, "Boy, are you going to have to watch this. This sword of mine will be strong." With that he raised his hand. Seeing this, Gu Yuan hurriedly asked, "I don't know Senior's name? I wonder who the person who assassinated Senior is. Can you tell me?" A sword that had fallen into the heavenly sword villa for 10,000 years, but no one had been able to pull it out. It was evident how powerful this sword was. From this, it was also easy to see how powerful the owner of this sword was. Since he was going to receive the inheritance of such a powerful person, Gu Yuan felt that he needed to learn the other party's name. If he had the chance, he would want to help the other party to take revenge. Upon hearing Gu Yuan's words, the man in white was silent for a moment before he said, "I, Jian Wushuang. As for the person who backstabbed me, is the person I love dearly. Her name is Lu Ruyan." When he said the 3 words Lu Ruyan, Gu Yuan could clearly feel the grief in the white man's tone. The man in white burst out again, "Kid, have you opened your eyes?" Gu Yuan looked at the man in white with unblinking eyes and responded, "Eyes wide open." The man in white nodded. With that he raised his hand. As he moves, the sky and the earth are changing and the wind is rising. An invisible sword chi instantly filled this area of heaven and earth. Endless sword intent filled the air, terrifyingly overwhelming. Its entire aura also changed drastically in an instant. It was as if it had turned into a sharp, unsheathed, absolute sword. Endless sword intent and countless invisible sword chi began to fly around him. At this moment, he looked like he had become a god in charge of the world's swords. "This sword of mine is named Destroy the Sky." The man in white spoke. Endless sword intent and countless invisible sword chi all converged towards the sword in his hand. As the words landed, no matter whether it was sword intent or sword chi, they all converged within the sword in his hand. He raised his arm high, and then chopped down with the sword from top to bottom. This sword was stunning and powerful. It directly tore the dome of the sky and split the entire sky in two, truly having the power of destroying the sky. A terrifying might swept away, and everything was annihilated. Gu Yuan's consciousness was also forced out of the heavenly outer sword at this moment. What a terrifying sword! Gu Yuan opened his eyes, unspeakable shock in his eyes, unable to return to his senses for a long time. Gu Yuan's consciousness entered the heavenly exterior sword in but a blink of an eye. At this moment consciousness returns to the body. The people around them were all still in shock from the matter of the heavenly exterior sword flying into Gu Yuan's hands. Returning to their senses, all those present felt a mix of emotions within them. They had also tried to pull out the heavenly outer sword, and some had even tried more than once. But no matter what they did, the heavenly exterior sword was as if it was connected to the earth, and could not be pulled out at all. Now that Gu Yuan just came here, without even making a move to draw his sword, the heavenly exterior sword directly broke through the ground and flew into his hand. Such a contrast. They just feel like total losers. Swish dash. A cracking sound rang out. A black stream of light was already rapidly heading towards Gu Yuan. The aura of the great emperor realm swept out from its body, terrifyingly overwhelming. The speed was so fast that in less than an instant, he had already arrived within 100 meters of Gu Yuan. "Gu Yuan, watch out!" Seeing this scene, Luo Fanchen was instantly startled and hurriedly yelled a reminder towards Gu Yuan. Without waiting for Luo Fanchen to remind him, Gu Yuan was already aware of the terrifying aura coming from behind him. Looking back, he saw that the person who came quickly was none other than the third great emperor present, the guardian of the heavenly sword villa, Xian Yuanji. Seeing Gu Yuan's gaze, Xian Yuan burst out, "Kid, hand over the heavenly exterior sword and this emperor can spare your life." "Want the sword? That depends on whether or not you have the skills." Gu Yuan gave a smile. A terrifying great emperor realm aura immediately spread out from within his body. shocking the space with a distortion that was terrifyingly incomparable. You're actually a great emperor as well? Sensing the aura of the great emperor realm on Gu Yuan's body, Xian Yuanli's eyes widened violently. There was incredulity and disbelief in his eyes. Earlier, he hadn't paid special attention to Gu Yuan, a junior. Now after learning that it was actually a great emperor as well, he was truly having been shocked. After being shocked, Xian Yuan was also complicated to the extreme inside. Since when is becoming an emperor so simple? Of course, although Gu Yuan being a great emperor shocked him, he wasn't the least bit flustered. One must know that he was a terrifying existence that had become an emperor for thousands of years. He was confident that he could turn his hand over and suppress Gu Yuan, the young great emperor, just in time for you to try out the inheritance I've just received. Exterminating heaven. With a smile on his face, Gu Yuan raised his hand and lifted the sword in his hand. Seeing this, Xian Yuan was not the least bit flustered, still hadn't put Gu Yuan in his eyes. But along with that, countless sword chi surfaced around Gu Yuan, and then converged towards the sword in his hand. Its entire aura also instantly changed drastically, as if it had transformed into a sharp, unsheathed sword. Regulus panicked, because he actually felt a threat from death from Gu Yuan. If he was gullible, he could have died. Thinking about this, Xian Yuan did not dare to have the slightest contempt. Turning over his hand, a red-colored longsword appeared in his hand, and at that moment, Gu Yuan's lips slightly opened and faintly spat out two words: "Destroy the heavens." As the words fell, he fiercely slashed out with his sword. As soon as the sword came out, a berserk aura instantly swept through the 8 directions. An extremely bright and stunning sword light instantly burst out, carrying a terrifying might that seemed to be able to destroy everything in the world. He viciously chopped down towards Xian Yuan. Chapter 32. One sword destroys the great emperor. What a strong sword! Sensing the horror of the slashing sword, Xian Yuanli could not help but be shocked in his heart. Shocked. His eyes were on fire as he looked at the sword in Gu Yuan's hand. In his opinion, the reason why Gu Yuan was able to slash such a powerful sword was entirely because of that heavily outer sword. If I had such a sword, even those great emperors in the central region would have to bow down when they see me. When he thought about it, the fire in his eyes increased a few more points. And that's when the sword Gu Yuan chopped out had arrived. Xian Yuan didn't dare to hesitate, and all the power in his body surged into the red-colored longsword in his hand. A dazzling red light immediately erupted from within the red-colored longsword. A monstrous fierce aura filled out from the red-colored longsword. He raised his sword and blocked. Boom! The two swords touched each other and immediately let out a monstrous sound. The space at the center of the collision instantly collapsed inch by inch. The violent aftermath of the collision turned into a raging wind and huge waves that swept through the 8 directions, destroying everything around them. It was thanks to the presence of Luo Fanchen, a great emperor, who had taken action to defuse the collision before letting the aftermath of the collision ravage the Heavenly Sword Villa. Otherwise, the collision aftermath from this engagement alone would have the potential to destroy the entire Heavenly Sword Villa, causing countless people within the Heavenly Sword Villa to die directly on the spot. Even though they were both great emperors, Xian Yuanji was obviously not as strong as Gu Yuan, only resisted for just 2.5 breaths. There was a large mouthful of blood sprayed out of his mouth, and his breath instantly became withered, all of his chi and blood churning, obviously seriously injured. The red-colored longsword also seemed to be of bad quality, and a crack began to surface on it. In the end, it was accompanied by a bang sound, and directly turned into a path of debris shooting in all directions. 4. Why? This kid is obviously so young. Why is he so strong? Or is that sword strong? Looking at Gu Yuan, Xian Yuan was horrified beyond measure. He knew that Gu Yuan wasn't weak, so he didn't treat him with any contempt. However, the other party was clearly in the same realm as him, but his strength was able to directly crush him. It puzzled him. He had fought against great emperors, but the difference in strength between those great emperors and Gu Yuan was completely at a different level. Gu Yuan's realm was clearly at serious odds with his battle prowess. It's like it's on. Aha! Indeed, Gu Yuan did open up. Although today's Gu Yuan hadn't completely mastered this sort of heaven-destroying, and wasn't necessarily able to utilize even 1% of its power, but he had this extremely high-grade heavenly exterior sword and chaotic sword body to add to it. The battle power it could erupt was far beyond that of an ordinary great emperor. The sword that Gu Yuan chopped out didn't care if Xian Yuanli was shocked or not. When Xian Yuanli's red-colored longsword directly exploded, the sword went unabated towards Xian Yuanli and chopped down fiercely. Looking at the chopped-down sword, Xian Yuanji's face was filled with iron. The sword exploded at the moment. Unstoppable. He's trying to hide. but the sword was no more than a few inches away from his own clever skull. It's impossible to dodge at such a close distance. Finally, the sword fell completely. Put! Fresh blood spurted out furiously, and Xuan Yuan's entire body was like a piece of wooden steak, which was directly broken apart from it and turned into two halves. The berserk impact blasted on Xian Yuanji's body, directly blasting its two halves, which were split in half, to both sides. One sword. And the great emperor is dead. A great emperor died just like that? A great emperor can even die? Am I sure I'm not dreaming? Gulp. Looking at the two halves of Xian Yuan's body, the people around him could not help but have their eyelids jumping wildly, indicating that they were shocked. It was also at this moment that they realized that the gap between a great emperor and a great emperor could be so great. And just as everyone was shocked, a divine soul suddenly drifted out from within half of Xuan Yuan's body. Taking advantage of the fact that the people around him were not paying attention, he turned into a stream of light and vanished towards the distance without saying a word. This is the divine soul of Regulus. At the critical moment he used a secret method to preserve his divine soul. Now even though his physical body had been decapitated, as long as his divine soul existed, he believed that one day he would be able to rise again. Staying on top of the mountain, he was prepared to escape first. After fleeing all the way until he escaped 10,000 miles away from the Heavenly Sword Villa, Xian Yuanjie sighed in relief. Although there was no physical body, the divine soul was still there, and it was considered to have saved his life. However, it was at this moment that a huge flag that covered the sky descended from the sky and flew in front of him. Above the flag, black gas filled the air, and vaguely there were all kinds of miserable screams coming out from it, which made him shudder. What the hell is this? Doubt clearly flashed in Xuan Yuan's eyes. Didn't understand what the flag was at all. However, just as he was wondering, an extremely terrifying suction force suddenly emanated from the flag, seemingly wanting to pull him into it. This suction force was extremely powerful and specialized in dealing with divine souls. Xian Yuan wanted to escape, but no matter how hard he tried, the distance between him and the flags were all closing at a breakneck speed. No! No! In the end, along with a terrified yell from him, Xuan Yuan's entire body was completely sucked into the flag. Another great emperor divine soul, Gu Yuan, came from afar, the corner of his mouth lifting slightly as he put away the human emperor streamer before resuming his flight towards the Heavenly Sword Villa. He had already noticed Xuan Yuan's divine soul when it escaped, but he didn't want to use the human emperor's streamer to include it in front of too many people. That's what allowed it to escape to a distance, to a place where no one was. Only then did he use the human emperor streamer to take Regulus' divine soul into it. As for why he didn't use the human emperor streamer in front of people, it was because he was afraid of being misunderstood. The human emperor streamer is an ancient artifact with the right roots, but its purification of wrong souls will discharge black gas, and there is always the sound of ghosts crying and howling inside, which is easy to make people misunderstand. Unless it was a special situation, Gu Yuan rarely used the human emperor streamer in front of people. Where were you? Seeing Gu Yuan re-entering, Luo Fanchen curiously voiced out a question. Just now, when Gu Yuan didn't say a word and left directly, he thought that the other party was going to leave without saying goodbye. Gu Yuan explained. Earlier, Xian Yuan's divine soul escaped, and I chased after him to extinguish his divine soul. At those words, Luo Fanchuan nodded in realization. Earlier, his attention was attracted by the strength displayed by Gu Yuan, but he didn't think that Xian Yuanji's divine soul didn't annihilate under that sword, but instead escaped. Uncle, this sword came to your Heavenly Sword Villa 10,000 years ago, and is the property of your Heavenly Sword Villa, and now I am returning him to you. Looking at Luo Fanchen, Gu Yuan spoke seriously. With that, he handed the sword in his hand to Luo Fanchen. Looking at Gu Yuan's actions, Luo Fanchen was confused. Those present were also confused. Everyone didn't expect Gu Yuan to hand over this heavenly exterior sword, which was extremely extraordinary at first glance, to Luo Fanchen. For the sake of this sword, Xian Yuanjie waited for 3,000 years at the Heavenly Sword Villa. In the end, he even gave his life for the sword. But now, this sword Gu Yuan was not choosing to take it for himself. Instead, they chose to give it to Loven Dust. It was also a good thing that Xian Yuan was dead and didn't know about all this. Otherwise, he would probably be pissed off alive right now. It felt as if the things that one regarded as treasures were not worth mentioning at all in the eyes of others. It's so hit and miss. Chapter 33, Returning to the Gu family. Looking at the heavenly exterior sword handed over by Gu Yuan, Luo Fanchuan's entire body trembled with excitement, his eyes on fire. As a sword cultivator, he could clearly perceive the power of this heavenly foreign sword. Its grade is bound to be frighteningly high. At the very least, it was an extreme Dao Emperor armament, and it might even be in existence that surpassed an extreme Dao Emperor armament. Now that one had the chance to own such a sword, just thinking about it was exciting, but he knew he couldn't have it. Phew. Slowly, he exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, suppressing the excitement and fire in his heart. Luo Fanchen voiced out, "Xian nephew, this sword was pulled out by you. It is your chance, and the Heavenly Sword Villa has set up a rule since this sword came to the Heavenly Sword Villa. Whoever is able to pull out this sword will be whoever owns it. And now that you pulled out this sword, it is yours. You'd better take it back." "Uncle, I have a better sword. This sword is useless. It's better to give it to you, as a gift from me," Gu Yuan said with a faint smile. Though I don't know what the grade of this sword in my hand is, but he could feel that the Regulus sword within his system's carry space was countless times better than this sword. Any better? Luo Fanchuan was taken aback at his words. He subconsciously felt that Gu Yuan was lying to him with this statement. Its purpose was to get him to take the sword. But when he thought of the ancient divine artifact human emperor streamer that Gu Yuan had taken out earlier, he thought again that Gu Yuan might actually have a better sword than this one. This kid is really something. Gu Yuan nodded his head with a light smile. "Yes, uncle. I have a better one. You can have this sword." "Well, okay then." After a slight hesitation, Luo Fanchuan nodded heavily. With a trembling hand, Gu Yuan handed over the long sword into his hand. Luo Fanchen looked at the sword in his hand. His eyes could not hide his excitement and fire. For this heavenly foreign sword that had come to the Heavenly Sword Villa for 10,000 years, he had dreamed of obtaining it. Nay, he simply couldn't get the recognition of this sword, and had been unable to pull it out. In order to be able to obtain this sword, he even imitated a sword that was exactly the same as this sword, and even named it Heavenly Sword, so it could be seen how eager he was to obtain this sword. Now that he was able to obtain this sword, he was naturally excited inside. "Slow down. Will be excited in the heart to suppress?" Luo Fanchen looked at Gu Yuan seriously said, "Virtuous nephew, in the future, but wherever you have to use to get my place despite the openings, on the mountain of daggers under the sea of fire is obliged to go." "Okay, uncle." Gu Yuan laughed and said, "Uncle, there's nothing to do now, so I'll go back home." "Okay." Luo Fanchuan nodded his head and didn't stay much longer, because he knew that the other party still had to take the Emperor's soul grass back to help his father recover from his injuries. As if thinking of something, Luo Fanduan then spoke. "Xian nephew, if you and your father are going to the central region Yi family to rescue your mother, remember to call me." At those words, Gu Yuan couldn't help but be silent for a moment. Only then did he nod. "Will do, uncle." Suddenly, Luo Fanchen pulled out a jade talisman and handed it to Gu Yuan, saying, "This is the 10,000 miles transmission note. It can be used to contact Qingcheng. Even though you're separated by 2 places, you should remember to contact each other often. So don't dilute your feelings." Gu Yuan nodded his head and put away the 10,000 miles transmission note before he said, "Uncle, I'll be going then." "Well, go ahead." Luo Fanchen nodded. At those words, Gu Yuan no longer hesitated. With a thought, space tore apart and a spatial channel instantly opened up and took shape. As Gu Yuan stepped into the spatial channel reclosed. Luo Fanchen looked at the direction Gu Yuan had left before he whispered, "With the Emperor's soul grass, I believe that Big Brother's divine soul will soon be able to recover, and it won't take long for his injuries to recover. And at that time, it will definitely be the time to set foot in the central region again and rescue Yi Qinglan." The Yi family is one of the 8 ancient clans in the central region. With deep roots and great strength, it would be extremely difficult to rescue Yi Qinglan. While Big Brother is recovering from his injuries for this period of time, it's better for me to close the door and consolidate my cultivation first, and strive not to hold back Big Brother when the time comes. Southern Region Koan State, Wuji City Gu family. As the space high above the sky suddenly tore apart, Gu Yuan stepped out from it. Many people's gazes were attracted at this moment. Right away, there were quite a few people who bowed respectfully towards Gu Yuan and said, "Greetings, young patriarch." Gu Yuan nodded his head as a greeting. As the great emperor's divine thoughts swept through the Gu family, Gu Yuan couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. In the Gu family at this moment, many cultivators were immersed in cultivation. Compared to earlier, the cultivators of the Gu clan today had all seen their cultivation levels increase drastically. A large part of this comes from the overthrown Tang, Huang, and Ma families. It was because of the overthrow of these 3 great clans and the abundant cultivation resources seized from them that the Gu family's current cultivators' cultivation levels had risen dramatically. The one who surprised Gu Yuan the most was Grand Elder Gu Chang'e. The other party's cultivation level was only the third level of the mountain and sea realm when he had traveled to the Emperor's state yesterday, but after a day of not seeing each other, the other party's cultivation had actually risen to the ninth level of the mountain and sea realm. In one day, raising 6 minor realms was simply appalling. For an instant, Gu Yuan wondered if Grand Elder Gu Chang'e had been taken over. However, after probing a bit, Gu Yuan was enlightened, because he sensed something wrong in Gu Chang'e. The innate sacred dragon bone in the opponent's body had unexpectedly grown back. Its innate holy dragon bone was crazily absorbing all the surrounding auras, which then fed back to Gu Chang'e himself, allowing his cultivation to begin to climb higher and higher. Confirming that the other party was not being taken over, Gu Yuan stopped paying attention to the other party. Soon, his divine thoughts were able to find Gu Junlin in the courtyard of Gu Junlin, who was fishing by the lake. With a movement of his feet, Gu Yuan's figure instantly disappeared in place. When he reappeared, he had already arrived behind Gu Junlin. He voiced, "Dad." Gu Junlin's attention was fully on the lake at the moment, and when he heard the sudden sound behind him, his heartbeat was startled into a sudden stop. After reacting, he could not help but be speechless in his heart. This son of God is trying to scare the old man to death, isn't he? Ahem. Coughing lightly, Gu Junlin turned back to Gu Yuan and said with some surprise in his voice, "Back? Back." Gu Yuan nodded. "Has the Emperor's soul grass been fetched?" Gu Junlin asked in a calm voice out loud. Although the voice was calm, under close listening, it was not difficult to hear the apprehension contained in its tone. "Fetch." Gu Yuan nodded. With a wave of his hand, the 4 Emperor's soul grasses and 108 sacred soul grasses instantly floated in the air. Looking at so many Emperor's soul grasses and sacred soul grasses, even with Gu Junlin's mentality, he was taken aback and subconsciously exclaimed, "That much?" Shocked, Gu Junlin couldn't help but look at Gu Yuan with more heartache in his eyes and couldn't help but ask, "Where are you hurt?" "I'm not injured." Gu Yuan smiled and shook his head. Pop. Gu Junlin reached out and patted Gu Yuan's shoulder, saying, "Father knows how strong the infernal spirits in the 10,000 souls abyss are, and the total number of Emperor's soul grass and holy soul grass in the 10,000 souls abyss may only be that much, and you were able to fetch so much Emperor's soul grass and holy soul grass, which will certainly draw the infernal spirits in the 10,000 souls abyss to attack you. So how is it possible for you to be uninjured? You can tell the truth with Father. There's no need to report the good news." Chapter 34 Angry Gu Yuan. "Dad, I'm really not hurt." Gu Yuan spoke seriously. Seeing the obvious flash of disbelief in Gu Junlin's eyes, Gu Yuan had no choice but to take out the human emperor streamer with a wave of his hand. Then Feng explained, "Father, I got this treasure by accident. This treasure is called the human emperor streamer, is an ancient artifact. It has the effect of absorbing and purifying the unjust souls. It is the nemesis of the unjust souls. With this treasure, I have effortlessly sucked in all the unjust souls in the 10,000 souls abyss. So, I'm really not hurt." Speaking here, Gu Yuan looked at Gu Junlin seriously, looking at the human emperor streamer that Gu Yuan took out and listening to what it said. Gu Junlin was instantly convinced. This human emperor streamer had not yet been activated, but with careful perception, one could similarly perceive its suppressive power over the divine soul. Indeed, as Gu Yuan said, this human emperor streamer was the nemesis of all souls. With the help of this treasure, it became reasonable that Gu Yuan had not been injured during his trip to the 10,000 souls abyss. Although he was curious as to how Gu Yuan had obtained such a supreme treasure, he knew that everyone had everyone's secrets, so he wisely did not ask more questions. Looking earnestly at the human emperor streamer, his brows suddenly wrinkled slightly as he queried, "Yuaner, why is this human emperor streamer of yours coolly bubbling with black gas? And why are there all kinds of miserable screams and hisses coming out from inside? How is it so similar to the 10,000 soul streamer recorded in the ancient books?" Gu Yuan explained righteously without turning red in the face. The human emperor's streamer purifies the wronged souls, and it makes sense to exclude a little bit of black qi. As for the sound of hissing, that is used to deter the enemy. After saying that, Gu Yuan put away the human emperor streamer and controlled those 4 emperor soul grasses and those 108 sacred soul grasses to float towards Gu Junlin. At the same time, he spoke out, "Father, the emperor's soul grass and sacred soul grass have been found for you, so quickly refine them and restore your damaged divine soul." "Good." Gu Junlin nodded, and he no longer paid attention to the matter of the human emperor streamer. A large hand probed out and grabbed an emperor's soul grass into his hand, refined in a moment. As the emperor's soul grass turned into stars and dots and entered its body, it then went towards its divine soul. Gu Junlin's originally deficient divine soul was instantly replenished, and the injuries sustained on his divine soul were quickly healed. Although its cultivation had not grown, Gu Yuan could clearly perceive that its divine soul was more than 100 times stronger than before. Gu Yuan secretly used his own divine soul to compare it to his father's. He was actually shocked to discover that Gu Junlin's divine soul was actually a few points stronger than his today. Opening his eyes, Gu Junlin's eyes were bright. Divine soul restored. Looking towards Gu Yuan, Gu Junlin spoke out. Emperor's soul grass captures the creation of the heavens, absorbs the world's powerful divine soul growth, contains extremely strong divine soul power, will take it, can strengthen the power of the divine soul, but also has the effect of repairing the divine soul, is a rare imperial medicine. This medicine has great use at critical moments. Now that my divine soul has recovered, these Emperor's soul grass and sacred soul grass can no longer be used, so quickly put them away. Fine. Gu Yuan nodded and collected all the remaining 3 Emperor soul grasses and 108 sacred soul grasses. After a pause, Gu Yuan asked, Father, now that your divine soul has been restored, can you tell me how I can help you bring your cultivation back? Hearing Gu Yuan's words, Gu Junlin fell silent. The way to bring his cultivation back was known to him, but it would be extremely difficult to help him restore his cultivation. Seeing that Gu Junlin was silent for a long time, Gu Yuan said, Father, what are you grumbling about? At those words, Gu Junlin continued to be silent. After slowing down for a while, he spoke out. If you want to help me restore my cultivation, you need a creation pill. The creation pill captures the creation of heaven and earth, and can make flesh out of the dead. Not to mention the fact that my father's cultivation is only low now, injuring my origin. Even if my father only has 1 breath left now, the creation pill can help me recover in an instant. But the difficulty of refining the creation pill is extremely high, and looking at the entire Tianwu continent, there is only one person who can do it, and that is the head of the Central Region's Pill King Valley, Pill Emperor Pillian. The first time my father injured his origin and was seriously injured, he was saved by Pillian Sr. This time when I suffered this serious injury, I also went forward to look for Pillian, and he helped me with a way to recover my cultivation, and that was to refine a creation pill. But the medicinal materials for refining the creation pill are extremely scarce. Even with the Pill King Valley's heritage, it's still poor. Hearing this, Gu Yuan spoke out and asked, what herbs are still missing? After thinking about it, Gu Junlin spoke out. There are a total of 108 medicinal herbs used to refine the creation pill, and each one of them is an extremely precious thing. My father did have some medicinal herbs in his hands after he became an emperor some years ago, and together with the Pill King Valley's heritage, he was able to put together a total of 106 medicinal herbs. There are still 2 main medicines missing. One is the Dragon Emperor's essence blood that possesses the cultivation of the Great Emperor realm, and the other is the 7-colored snow lotus. The Dragon clan is an ancient divine beast, an overlord in the ancient times, powerful beyond compare. Nowadays, although the Dragon clan is in decline, the depth of its heritage should not be underestimated as well. How easy is it to want to take the essence blood of a Dragon Emperor? As for the 7-colored snow lotus, that is something that only exists in legends, and people who are not of great fortune are simply not allowed to see it. Speaking of this, Gu Junlin revealed a bitter smile and said, now that my divine soul has recovered, I'll slowly recuperate and one day I'll be able to nurse my injuries back to health. And you've also just broken through to the Great Emperor, so it's better to consolidate your cultivation properly. Obviously, he wasn't going to let Gu Yuan take any more risks for him. However, Gu Yuan, who heard these words, was instantly furious. He growled angrily, now that my mother is in the Yi family, I don't even know if I'm alive or dead, and you say you're going to take your time to nurse your wounds. You can either tell me now where I can fetch the Dragon Emperor's essence blood and where I can find the 7-colored snow lotus with a high probability, and after refining the creation pill and helping you recover your cultivation, we'll go forward to the Yi clan together. Either that or I'm going to Ye's house right now. These words, Gu Yuan almost growled with a roar. Although he had awakened the memories of his past life not long after he was born, he had equally deep feelings for his mother who had given birth to him in this life. In the past, I didn't know about my mother, Yi Qinglan. Now we know. The thought that his mother might not be able to eat or sleep well in the Yi family made his heart twist like a knife. Now there was a chance to help Gu Junlin recover his injuries and later go to the Yi family together. But Gu Junlin said he wanted to take his time to recuperate. Naturally, he was spared a burst of anger. Cultivation had fallen and the origin was damaged. How many years could one recover from such an injury? 10 years? 100 years? Or 1,000 years? Such a long time. He could wait. But can it wait? Looking at the suddenly furious Gu Yuan, Gu Junlin directly froze. Having raised Gu Yuan that much, it was the first time he had seen Gu Yuan so angry. Looking blankly at Gu Yuan for a long time, Gu Junlin suddenly laughed. At first it was just a light laugh, but it soon turned into a big laugh, and eventually into a maniacal laugh. Ha! Ha! Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha! The laughter was wild and unrestrained, shaking the sky. Chapter 35, The Third Prince of the Dragon Race. Looking at Gu Junlin, who was laughing maniacally, Gu Yuan couldn't help but feel terrified inside. After calming down a little, he couldn't help but feel a pang of guilt in his heart. Could it be that he had suddenly become angry and had given his old man a hard time? If that's the case, thinking of this, Gu Yuan didn't dare to continue thinking about it. It was a good thing that Gu Junlin wasn't infuriated and stupid. After laughing for a while, he stopped laughing, reached out and patted Gu Yuan's shoulder heavily, saying seriously, "Good boy." Gu Yuan, the son who was a son, dared to lash out at him, the old man, and Gu Junlin was naturally upset in his heart. But after thinking that the reason why the other party was angry was all because of himself, because of his deep feelings for his mother, the little bit of displeasure in his heart instantly dissipated. In its place, I was touched and happy. It's also because of the overjoyed nature of it, which is why I can't help but laugh. After seeing that Gu Junlin wasn't dumbfounded by his anger, Gu Yuan was relieved in his heart. But on the surface he still asked with a cold face, "Now can you say where we can get the Dragon Emperor's essence blood and where we can probably find the 7-colored snow lotus?" "Yes." Gu Junlin nodded heavily. Then he said, "The northern domain where 10,000 demons are entrenched is also known as the Demon Domain. And the Dragon Clan is one of the overlords of the northern domain. So you can find the Dragon Clan in the northern domain. The 7-colored snow lotus grows in extremely cold places. There might be a 7-colored snow lotus there on the ice plateau north of the northern region." "I see." Gu Yuan nodded his head and with a thought, space instantly ripped apart, opening up a spatial passage. And then he wanted to walk into the spatial passage. But just at that moment, his hand was pulled by Gu Junlin. Gu Yuan subconsciously turned around, and before he could react, Gu Junlin embraced him in a hug. "Come back safely." "Aha." Gu Yuan nodded. As Gu Junlin let go, Gu Yuan no longer hesitated, and with a single step of his foot, he directly entered the spatial passageway before completely disappearing. On the outskirts of the northern region, the 10,000 Demons mountain range, the ancient trees here tower over the sky, their thick foliage cascading over each other, obscuring everything. Suddenly, the space above the sky suddenly cracked open, followed by a white-clothed figure walking out from it. He was dressed in white, with a slender and handsome figure, just like an exiled immortal descending to earth. It was Gu Yuan. Looking at the endless forest, Gu Yuan took out an animal skin map between his hands. After taking a few serious looks and confirming the direction, he put away the beast skin map, and with a thought, he wanted to tear through space. But that's when it happened. Ow! A loud beast roar suddenly resounded in the forest. With that, a terrifying Saint Emperor realm aura descended. A giant python wrapped in red-colored scales, 100 feet long, and emitting a terrifying demonic aura all over its body came quickly towards Gu Yuan. It was the overlord of the 10,000 Demon Mountain Range, the Red Blood Underworld Python. As a demonic beast, it had always been full of hostility towards those hateful humans who always captured demonic beasts to refine pills and medicines. Now seeing that a human had the audacity to appear in its territory and above its head, to it, the overlord of the 10,000 Demon Mountain Range, the Red Blood Underworld Python, this damned human was provoking it. There is already a way to take death, thus without any unnecessary nonsense. The moment they met it was directly pouncing towards Gu Yuan. His speed was incredibly fast, and he had arrived in front of Gu Yuan in almost an instant. And then his bloody mouth opened, and his mouth full of sharp fangs that flickered with cold light was biting down hard at Gu Yuan. The Berserk Saint Emperor realm aura swept through the heavens and earth, terrifyingly overwhelming. It was fast, but Gu Yuan was faster. Turning back, Gu Yuan looked at the red-colored underworld python with a calm gaze. The hand was lifted and a flat, uninteresting punch containing full strength was thrown out. How could a punch from the Great Emperor realm be blocked by the Red Blood Underworld Python? A giant python from the Saint Emperor realm? Present. Boom! Only a loud popping sound was heard. The Red Blood Underworld Python's head instantly exploded, splattering blood everywhere. Boom! The Red Blood Underworld Python's huge body smashed heavily into the ground, setting off a large cloud of smoke and dust. It startled countless flocks of birds for a time. Lifting his hand, Gu Yuan took out the human emperor streamer and began to help the red-blooded underworld python reshape its divine soul. Then another soul search was launched against it. Now that he had first entered the northern region, he knew nothing about the situation in the northern region. He wanted to understand the situation of the northern domain through this red-blood underworld python. Soon, Gu Yuan finished searching his soul. He also had a rough idea of the situation in the northern region. The northern domain is coiled with 10,000 demons, and there are 8 overlords, which are the Dragon Clan, the Phoenix Clan, the Tiger Clan, the Karen Clan, the Lion Clan, the Elephant Clan, the Ox Clan, and the Monkey Clan. Among them, the dragon race is the strongest. It is rumored that there are no less than 100 of its great emperors. No less than 100 great emperors. Learning about the Dragon Clan's heritage from the red-blood underworld python, Gu Yuan was directly dumbfounded. There were a total of 2 great emperors in the southern domain right now in plain sight. One was him, and the other was his father-in-law, Luo Fanchen. Nowadays, there were no less than 100 great emperors in a single hegemonic power in the northern domain. In such a comparison, the southern region was simply weak. The dragon race is extremely proud and has always looked down on other races, wanting to take a dragon emperor's essence blood from them. They will definitely not give it. If I do it the hard way, I'm facing 100 great emperors. I'm afraid that I won't be a match for them even if I have the ancient divine artifact Xian Yuan sword and the ancient divine artifact human emperor streamer. Assassinating a dragon emperor is fine, but the northern domain is the territory of the Dragon Clan. Even if I really succeed in assassinating a dragon emperor, can I really walk out of the northern domain alive? Gu Yuan couldn't help but fall into deep thought. It was also at this moment that he deeply knew how difficult it was to want to take the dragon emperor's essence blood. It was also while Gu Yuan was contemplating that the sound of a fierce fight came from the distance, attracting Gu Yuan's attention. As his eyes looked, he saw 2 figures fighting furiously in the distance. One was a young man wearing golden brocade clothes, with a handsome face and extraordinary demeanor, with a pair of golden dragon horns on his head. One was a black-robed man whose entire body was shrouded under a black robe. The black-robed man's aura was powerful, and he was clearly a great emperor. Between every move, terrifying imperial might filled the 4 directions, shaking the space and collapsing it inch by inch. The dragon-horned youth was clearly inferior to the black-robed man, but he was only at the 9th level of the Saint Emperor realm. Facing the black-robed man's attack, he could only panic and dodge. The dragon-horned youth fled as he fought, spraying blood from his mouth as he roared. "Nine-headed worm! You went on a rampage to devour my clan to raise your cultivation, and now you dare to appear openly. Aren't you afraid of death?" Hearing the youth's words, the nine-headed worm laughed. The smile was full of arrogance as he said, "When this emperor devours you and pats his ass, who can know?" The dragon-horned youth froze, and then said angrily, "The worm is doing what the sky is doing. You'll get your comeuppance sooner or later." Hearing this, Gu Yuan subconsciously said, "I don't know if the sky is watching or not, but I am indeed watching right now. Kid, what are you looking at?" The nine-headed worm seemed to have noticed Gu Yuan's presence at this moment as well, and at that moment, he coldly said towards Gu Yuan, "Now get out of here. If not, this emperor will kill you as well. Just you." At those words, Gu Yuan smiled. The smile was full of disdain. Although this nine-headed bug was the same great emperor as him, this person's breath was vague and his realm was unstable, and at a glance, he was not the type of great emperor who had cultivated step by step to the great emperor realm. Such a great emperor was a few points weaker than the Xianyuan Biao he had beheaded. But the other party is now saying that they want to kill him. They simply don't know what they're doing. Hearing Gu Yuan's words, the nine-headed worm's gaze suddenly sank as he said in a cold voice, "In a moment, after I kill Dragon Clan's third prince Long Tian, I will come to kill you." After saying that, he once again killed towards the dragon-horned youth Long Tian. Hearing the nine-headed worm's words, Gu Yuan's eyes snapped open. He was now worrying about how he could fetch the Dragon Emperor's essence blood, and right now the third prince of the Dragon Clan, Long Tian, was being hunted down. It's like getting a pillow when you're asleep. This is if you make a move to save the Dragon Clan's third prince, Long Tian, with the favor of saving his life. Are you still afraid that you won't be able to exchange it for the Dragon Emperor's essence blood? Put. A failure to dodge. Long Tian's mouth immediately sprayed out a large mouthful of blood. Its entire body was also like a cannonball, smashing down hard on the ground. A large cloud of smoke was immediately raised. The nine-headed bug descended from the sky and stomped heavily on Long Tian's chest, stepping on Long Tian's mouth and spitting out blood. Condescending down on Long Tian, the nine-headed worm smiled smugly. "GGG. Who else can save you now? Suddenly, a voice rang in Hydra's ears. Me. Chapter 36, Shocking the Dragon Emperor. Me. A simple word rang out, immediately startling the nine-headed worm. Subconsciously, he looked sideways in the direction from which the voice came. What came into view was a fist that expanded wildly in the field of vision. Seeing this, the nine-headed insect's pupils suddenly shrunk, and a strong color of fear involuntarily surfaced in his eyes. Without giving him any time to react, the punch had landed heavily on his face. Boom! A loud popping sound came out, and the head of the nine-headed insect instantly burst open. Sticky and incomparable blood was immediately sprayed all over the ground. Its headless body, under the effect of inertia, was also like a cannonball, instantly bursting out. Finally, with a loud bang, it smashed a huge crater in the ground. Gulp! Witnessing such a scene, Long Tian couldn't help but gulp. There was also a strong flash of shock in the eyes that looked toward Gu Yuan. Obviously, he did not expect that the nine-headed worm, who could completely abuse himself, would be so easily blown off by the plain-looking youth in front of him. After quickly reacting, Long Tian hurriedly struggled to get up from the ground, and then solemnly saluted towards Gu Yuan and thanked him. Thank you for saving my lord's life. A show of hands is nothing. Gu Yuan smiled casually. Then the conversation turned and asked, I heard that nine-headed worm call you the third prince of the dragon clan just now, so I guess you must have a very high status in the dragon clan? It's natural. Long Tian nodded. With a flutter of his sleeves, he stood with his arms folded and said proudly, in the dragon clan, besides my father and mother, my elder brother and second brother, it is I who have the highest status, worthy of being the third prince of the dragon clan. His status is really high. Gu Yuan sighed in admiration and then said, Third prince? I came to the northern domain this time to ask for the dragon clan's help with a small matter, and now that I've met you, I wonder if you can help me with this small favor. You saved me. The favor of saving my life is greater than the heavens. Not to mention just one thing, even if it's 100 things, this prince will also help you do it. Long Tian thumped his chest. There was a pause before he opened his mouth and asked, what favor do you want the dragon clan to do for you? Gu Yuan didn't hesitate and directly said, want some dragon emperor essence blood. What? Long Tian was shocked and let out a cry of surprise. The dragon emperor's essence blood contained the life essence of the dragon emperor's entire body and contained powerful strength. Although taking some of the dragon emperor's essence blood would not kill him, but for future cultivation, it will certainly have an impact. Light as 3 to 5 decades within the cultivation shall not inch half a step. Heavy as heavy life cannot break through. Now that Gu Yuan actually wanted some of the dragon emperor's essence blood, it truly surprised him. Seeing Long Tian react like this, Gu Yuan's heart couldn't help but sink and he couldn't help but say, the third prince has a great status. This little thing wouldn't be impossible to do, right? At those words, Long Tian couldn't help but blush in his old face. He really couldn't do it. It was true that he had a high status amongst the dragon clan, but all the clansmen who had cultivated to the level of a great emperor's cultivation were all his elders, his relatives. Now let him go to those elders and ask for essence blood. If his father knew, he'd whip him alive. Ahem. Coughing dryly to dissolve the embarrassment, he then opened his mouth in a small voice. In fact, my status in the dragon clan is not that high. In addition to my father and mother, my elder brother and second brother, those who have a higher status than me are also my second master, my third uncle, my fourth auntie, my fifth uncle, my sixth uncle. Without waiting for him to finish his sentence, Gu Yuan frowned. Then you mean you can't help me get the dragon emperor's essence blood? Long Tian wanted to say yes, but he didn't want himself to be belittled by Gu Yuan. After thinking about it, he then bitterly spoke out. It should be possible to obtain the dragon emperor's essence blood, but this matter needs to be discussed between me and father. At those words, Gu Yuan just wanted to speak, but suddenly, as if sensing something, Gu Yuan turned around violently to look, only to see that the nine-headed insect that had originally had its head blown off had actually reared up at this moment. The flesh and blood above its neck squirmed, and soon, a complete head grew back. It was a middle-aged man with a hideous face. It's none other than ninjas. He looked at Gu Yuan, his eyes filled with monstrous fury as he said, Kid, what kind of skill is a sneak attack? Do you dare to meet me head-on? Why wouldn't I dare? Gu Yuan gave a smile. With a movement of his feet, he instantly disappeared in place. Though it surprised him that the nine-headed worm was able to grow back after he blew his head off. But if he can blow his opponent's head off once, he can blow it off a second time. Seeing Gu Yuan suddenly disappear, the nine-headed worm was startled in his heart, but his reaction was also fast as hell. The power within his body was instantly mobilized by him, and the great imperial divine mind instantly covered 100 miles in a radius. Everything within a 100-mile radius could not escape his perception. Suddenly, he seemed to sense something. Found you! Joy flashed in his eyes, and the corners of his mouth lifted up in an instant. The majestic demonic power in his body erupted, and towards the right side of the body, he threw a heavy punch. This punch contained his full strength, and its power was terrifying to the extreme. The space couldn't even withstand the power of his punch, and it instantly crumbled apart by inches. The berserk force even left a huge gully on the ground that was thousands of miles long. A lofty mountain exploded in the distance. In an instant, debris shot up and smoke filled the sky. The nine-headed worm fixed his eyes and his heart sank. He did not see Gu Yuan's figure. You're no good even if you're given the chance. Suddenly, Gu Yuan's teasing voice rang in his ears. The nine-headed worm was instantly frightened. With a movement of his feet, his entire body instantly exploded back towards the distance. His speed was so fast that he had fled tens of thousands of meters away in less than an instant, and was continuing to retreat towards the distance. However, that's when it happened. An incomparably stunning golden sword light on a bright occasion suddenly rose up from the ground, carrying a power that seemed to be able to destroy everything in the world. He quickly chopped towards him. The speed of the sword light was extremely fast, just like a meteor crossing the night sky, passing by in an instant. But under this sword light, the nine-headed insect was as fragile as thin paper, and was directly split in two by the sword light. Blood spilled in the air. Dead can't be dead. The sword light went on unabated, breaking through the air and quickly dissipating completely into the heavens and earth. Great Emperor Gu Yuan's divine thoughts shrouded away, confirming that the nine-headed worm was no longer alive before nodding his head in satisfaction, and then putting the Regulus sword back away. Who is this person? Why is it so powerful? This person's bone age is so young, and he's actually a great emperor. There really are countless heroes in this world. They're both great emperors, but this person was able to kill the nine-headed worm in a second with a single sword. It's no wonder that the human race can become the master of the Tianwu continent. It's not without reason. Thousands of miles away, several figures with dragon horns on their heads were shocked as they looked at the stunning swordlight. They were great emperor powerhouses of the dragon race. It was the third prince of the dragon clan, Long Tian, who received the news that he was in danger and rushed to rescue him. Now that he had just arrived here, he saw the stunning sword cut by Gu Yuan. This genius shocked them to the core. P.S. Seeing the .com rush here. Leave a paragraph comment. Chapter 37, The Great Prince of the Dragon Clan. Brother, you're too strong, aren't you? Looking at Gu Yuan, Long Tian opened his mouth with a face full of adoration. As ancient divine beasts, although the dragons were extremely proud, they were truly worshipful from the bottom of their hearts towards the strong. Now Gu Yuan had first punched the head of the nine-headed insect, and then he had cut it in half with his sword. Such a powerful strength immediately convinced Long Tian, the third prince of the dragon clan, deeply. Gu Yuan laughed, then faced a group of people from the dragon clan in the distance and asked towards Long Tian. They are people from your dragon clan, right? As a great emperor, how sharp was his perception? He had sensed it the moment the person from the dragon race appeared. Hearing Gu Yuan's words, Long Tian immediately followed Gu Yuan's gaze towards the distance. And with this look, a joyous expression immediately appeared on his face. Excitedly waving toward the distant dragon clan people, he said, Cauldron. Among these dragons, he saw the figure of his elder brother, Long Ao. Come on, let's go over there. Hearing Long Tian's excited shout, a stout, heroic-looking youth among the dragon clan said the last word to the people around him, and with a movement of his feet, his figure instantly disappeared in place. He is the Grand Prince of the Dragon Clan, Long Ao, a great emperor realm powerhouse. Coming close, looking at Long Tian, who was full of excitement, Long Ao's face was gloomy, and he even directly ordered, take this bastard and tie him up for me. Yes, the group of dragon race great emperors all nodded their heads, and then they approached towards Long Tian while taking out the ropes and voiced out, Third Prince, I'm offended. Don't you guys come over here. Looking at the several dragon race great emperors that were approaching, Long Tian backed up repeatedly, and his mouth was also constantly emitting loud shouts. By what right? Long Ao, what gives you the right to tie me up? On what grounds? Long Ao's face sank as he said angrily, you sneaked out of the dragon clan for 3 years, and used secret treasures to cover your breath to keep us from finding you. Do you know how much father and mother were worried about you? If it wasn't for the fact that your soul lamp was still on, we would have thought you were dead. Speaking here, Long Ao snorted coldly and said, you should be glad that your second brother is in seclusion right now. If he came, he would have broken your legs by now. Hearing this, Long Tian couldn't help but shiver. A stout, muscular figure also involuntarily appeared in his mind. If his second brother, Long Wu, had come, with his character, there was a real possibility that he would break both of his legs. No longer paying attention to Long Tian, who was bound like a dumpling, Long Ao turned to Gu Yuan and said in a calm voice, "Thank you for saving Long Tian. As a token of appreciation, this is for you." With that, Long Ao took off the storage ring from his hand and handed it to Gu Yuan. When the storage ring entered his hand, Gu Yuan subconsciously probed his mind into it. This look, ooh, nice guy. The cultivation resources within the storage ring were simply massive. It was more than the cultivation resources he had obtained from destroying the Autumn Wind building plus the Spirit Cloud sect. And not just a little bit more, but several times more. The fact that Long Ao was carrying such a large amount of cultivation resources around with him even made Gu Yuan have a clearer perception of the Dragon Clan's heritage. The word unfathomable doesn't even begin to describe it. Surprised, Gu Yuan handed the storage ring back. "I can't accept this storage ring." At those words, Long Ao's eyes couldn't help but turn cold. Too little. The cultivation resources he possessed within this storage ring could already be comparable to the total cultivation resources of some major powers. Even great emperors can be moved by it. It was completely enough to use to pay Gu Yuan for saving Long Tian's life. But the other party didn't take it, which was obviously a big deal. He was naturally offended by the insatiable greed. "You've misunderstood. I saved Long Tian just casually. I'm not greedy for the Dragon Clan's things." Handing the storage ring back to Long Ao, Gu Yuan then continued, "However, I came to the Northern Domain because I have a matter that I want to ask the Dragon Clan for help." Long Ao's heart sank. As expected, the person in front of him had great intentions, but after thinking about it, he still asked stiffly, "What favor do you want the Dragon Clan to do for you?" Gu Yuan said, "Some Dragon Emperor essence blood is needed." What? Chapter 38, Indestructible Divine Skill. Long Ao's heart was suddenly shocked. Nearly without even thinking about it, he rejected it outright. No way. Dragon Emperor essence blood was too precious to Dragon Emperors. No Dragon Emperor was willing to contribute their essence blood to Gu Yuan. But just at this moment, the lips of a Dragon Emperor moved, and a voice transmission fell into Long Ao's ears. Listening to this voice transmission, Long Ao secretly nodded his head. He then faced Gu Yuan, a smile on his face as he said, "It's not impossible for you to want the Dragon Emperor's essence blood. It might not be possible to fetch it, that would depend on your ability." "What do you mean?" Gu Yuan asked with a frown. Long Ao explained, 10 years ago there was a sinful dragon named Long Xiang in my Dragon Clan, who somehow obtained a heaven-defying technique, devouring heavenly demonic dragon technique, which is extremely heaven-defying and can devour others to enhance his cultivation. After Long Xiang cultivated this technique, he began to take action against people of the same clan, and after the matter was revealed, Long Xiang encountered a siege from the people of my Dragon Clan. In the end, Long Xiang escaped to a forbidden area. The name of that forbidden land is the Burial Dragon Abyss. It is the battlefield of the duel between the human race and the dragon race in the ancient times. Within it are remnants of countless formations targeting the strongest members of the dragon race. It was named the Burial Dragon Abyss because of the large number of strong dragons who died in that battle. Anyone from the Dragon Clan who enters it will have their cultivation suppressed and will also be attacked by those formations. People of my Dragon Clan, even great emperors will risk falling when they enter it. But Long Xiang somehow found a formation talisman that is immune to these formations. With this formation talisman, he can be immune to the formations in the Burial Dragon Abyss. Long Xiang has been hiding in the Burial Dragon Abyss all these years, and the people of my Dragon Clan have been unable to do anything about him. If you want the Dragon Emperor's essence blood, you can enter it and behead Dragon Xiang. By beheading Long Xiang you will be able to obtain the Dragon Emperor's essence blood that you want. After beheading Dragon Xiang, you will also become a benefactor of my Dragon Clan, and my Dragon Clan can give you a Dragon King order. The Dragon King's order has a supreme status within my Dragon Clan, and can only be obtained by those who have done great favors to my Dragon Clan. With this order, you can make a request to my Dragon Clan, and you can even make my entire Dragon Clan fight for you once. Hearing this, Gu Yuan couldn't help but see a light in front of his eyes. Dragon King order. It could make the entire Dragon Clan go to bat for him for once. If he could obtain the Dragon King's order, it would undoubtedly be 100 times easier to take hold of the Yi family and rescue his mother, Yi Qinglan. After all, the Dragon Clan had no less than 100 great emperors in existence. Gu Yuan was just about to open his mouth to agree to traveling to the Burial Dragon Abyss. But before Gu Yuan could say anything, Long Tian shouted, "Gu Yuan, you can't go to the burial dragon abyss." "Why?" Gu Yuan glanced at Long Tian, and doubt clearly flashed in his eyes. And at that moment, coldness flashed in Long Ao's eyes as he also looked at Long Tian. Meeting Long Ao's gaze, Long Tian consciously shrunk his neck, but in the end, he still hardened his heart and said to Gu Yuan, "Long Xiang is extremely powerful. In that battle 10 years ago, in order to kill him, my dragon clan had deployed 100 great emperors. 100 great emperors only injured him and eventually let him escape. You can imagine how powerful Long Xiang is. Moreover, the burial dragon abyss is an ancient battlefield where countless human and dragon emperors were buried, and under the gathering of grievances, countless ominous things were born within the burial dragon abyss. There are corpses that have undergone necrophilia and are covered with red hair and hideous. There are great emperors whose obsession is so deep that their souls do not disperse, forming a stern ghost. If it weren't for the existence of formations in the burial dragon abyss, those ominous things would have come out long ago to plague the world. Now if you enter the burial dragon abyss, you will face not only the extremely powerful Long Xiang, but also many red-haired old monsters and many severe ghosts. Your fate will certainly be 10 deaths without a life. Therefore, you must not go to the burial dragon abyss." Finishing in one breath, Long Tian couldn't help but lower his head, not daring to look at Long Ao. He knew that Long Ao was trying to use Gu Yuan's people to remove Long Xiang, the sinful dragon of the dragon clan. But the burial dragon abyss and dragon soaring were really too terrifying. Gu Yuan had saved his life, and he didn't want Gu Yuan to enter it and lose his life for nothing. Moreover, Gu Yuan was too young, and although he was a great emperor, he did not think that he was a match for that sinful dragon. Long Xiang, the burial dragon abyss is indeed terrifying, and Dragon Xiang is also incredibly powerful. But this is the only option you have if you want the Dragon Emperor's essence blood. Glancing at Gu Yuan, Long Ao said indifferently, "This prince is not going to force you to go or not to go. The right to choose lies with you." Ding! Ding! Detected Dragon Pride asking the host if he chooses to go forward to the burial dragon abyss, triggering a divine choice. Option 1, the burial dragon abyss and dragon soaring are so horrible. So what the hell? Don't go. Reward, 1 inferior spirit stone. Choice 2, since the only way to get the Dragon Emperor's essence blood is to travel to the Dragon Burial Abyss. I'll go to the Dragon Burial Abyss and help your dragon clan kill that Sin Dragon. Reward, Super God Rank Technique. Indestructible God Technique. Tianwu Continent Gongfa rank from high to low are, Emperor, Holy, Heaven, Earth, Xian, Yellow, 6 grades. Each grade is further divided into upper, middle and lower grades. Listening to the voice of the system ringing in his head, Gu Yuan didn't even think about it and directly responded to the system in his head. I'll choose 2. Don't tell me what a great reward the system gives for choice 2. Even if there was no reward, for the sake of the Dragon Emperor's essence blood, he had to make a trip to the Dragon Burial Abyss. And how pathetic is it that the stern ghosts in the Burial Dragon Abyss haven't been out of the Burial Dragon Abyss since their birth because of the formation within the Burial Dragon Abyss? Gu Yuan was ready to take them into the human emperor's hat and bring them out to see this beautiful world. Thinking about this, Gu Yuan couldn't help but think, I'm really a great benefactor. Gazing at Long Ao, Gu Yuan calmly said, since the only way to get the Dragon Emperor's essence blood is to travel to the Dragon Burial Abyss, then I will go to the Dragon Burial Abyss to help your dragon clan kill that Sin Dragon. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the selection successfully. Reward, Undying God Technique. The indestructible divine skill was created by an ancient powerhouse, and after cultivating it to the extreme, one may not die or perish, live forever, and be reborn even if there is only a drop of blood. The undying divine skill is fusing with the host. There is a little pain. Please bear with the host. The system voice fell, and Gu Yuan's mind immediately felt a stabbing pain. A huge wave of knowledge immediately flooded into Gu Yuan's mind, stuffing his head to the brim. 2.5 breaths later, Gu Yuan Fong had just absorbed everything that had flooded into his mind. In an instant, Gu Yuan realized everything about the undying divine skill, as if he had cultivated the undying divine skill for tens of hundreds of years. What a powerful undying divine skill! Sensing the power of the undying divine skill, Gu Yuan couldn't help but let out an exclamation. Gazing around, he saw that the people of the Dragon Clan present all had open mouths and wide eyes, with the look of having seen a living ghost. Gu Yuan couldn't help but say, what kind of expressions are you guys wearing? Chapter 39 Dragon Pool. What's that look on your faces? Only after hearing Gu Yuan's words did the people of the Dragon Clan present manage to come back to their senses. But even when they came back to their senses, Their faces were still oddly colored. Long Tian had clearly said that the burial dragon abyss was terrifying, but Gu Yuan still chose to go there. Move STH. It's almost like looking for death. A great emperor, a young great emperor, but he chose to go forward to the dragon burial abyss even though he knew that he would surely die. This genius shocked them. I don't understand why there are such stupid people in the world. Shocked, Long Ao couldn't help but say, it seems that the Dragon Emperor essence blood is very important to you. It's important. Gu Yuan nodded. Can you tell me what you want the Dragon Emperor's essence blood for? Could be. Gu Yuan nodded his head and said, my father was injured. He needs to refine a creation pill in order to help him recover from his injuries. Now that the medicinal ingredients are almost gathered, there are still two main medicines missing, which are the Dragon Emperor's essence blood and the seven-colored snow lotus. If any of you have seen the seven-colored snow lotus, please tell me, and I will be grateful. Heavy thanks are not necessary. Long Ao smiled and said, when I return to my clan, I will have someone look for the seven-colored snow lotus for you. If there is news of the seven-colored snow lotus, I will be the first to tell you. Well, thanks a lot. Gu Yuan nodded his head and said, let's go. Now take me forward to the burial dragon abyss and I'll help you remove that sinful dragon in the burial dragon abyss. Long Ao, now? Gu Yuan, or what? At those words, Long Ao fell silent. Previously, Gu Yuan didn't know the horror of the burial dragon abyss, and he could understand that he wanted to go to the burial dragon abyss in the first place. But now, Long Tian had already said that the burial dragon abyss was terrifying. Gu Yuan also knew the horror of the burial dragon abyss, but Gu Yuan still wanted to travel. What's this? Is it a newborn calf? Or is it just the uninformed? You and I have the same cultivation realm. Both are Immortal Emperor 1. Now entering the burial dragon abyss. Your chances of winning a battle with Long Xiang are 9 to 1. One strike from Long Xiang and you explode into 9 pieces. After thinking about it, Long Ao said, there is a holy spring in my dragon clan called the Dragon Transformation Pool. The Dragon Transformation Pool is a cultivation treasure of my dragon clan. If you enter it to cultivate, you'll get twice the result with half the effort. Entering the Dragon Transformation Pool to cultivate can cause your cultivation to increase drastically. At your young age, you have the cultivation level of Immortal Emperor 1. Your natural talent is bound to be terrifyingly outstanding. A supreme talent like you, in the Dragon Transformation Pool, I'm afraid that it won't take 100 years for you to break through to the undying Great Emperor. Don't go to the Dragon Burial Abyss right now. Follow me to the Dragon Clan's Dragon Transformation Pool to cultivate. It's not too late to go to the Dragon Burial Abyss before you raise your cultivation to an undying Great Emperor. If it was earlier, Gu Yuan wanted to go to the Burial Dragon Abyss. He would have taken him there in the first place. But now after learning that the other party wanted the Dragon Emperor's essence blood all for the sake of his father, he felt that such a sentimental and righteous person shouldn't die so easily. Thus, he wanted to wait for Gu Yuan's strength to increase a bit before going to the Burial Dragon Abyss. However, Gu Yuan, who heard Long Ao's words, couldn't help but frown. 100 years? 100 years might pass for a great emperor with a simple retreat. But he could wait. Can it wait? The thought that Yi Qinglan might not be able to eat or sleep well in the Yi family made his heart twist like a knife. Nearly without thinking, he was ready to refuse. But that's when it happened. The system's voice rang out in his head. With the host's qualifications, coupled with the heaven-defying chaotic sword body and indestructible divine skill, if he can enter the Dragon Transformation Pool to cultivate, it won't take 10 days to raise his cultivation to the indestructible Great Emperor. Hearing the system's voice, Gu Yuan's heart was suddenly startled. Couldn't help but ask in his head, Unity's son, am I even this powerful? The absolute heavenly pride was able to break through from Immortal Emperor 1 to Immortal Emperor in 100 years in the Dragon Transformation Pool. This speed is already extremely appalling. But now the system was saying that in the Dragon Transformation Pool, it wouldn't take 10 days for him to break through from Immortal Emperor 1 to Immortal Emperor. In such a comparison, Gu Yuan was simply a heifer on a rocket. Awesome boom. How can a person recognized by this system not be powerful? If the host was a loser, this system wouldn't be able to see you. Don't belittle yourself. Host. Hearing the system's words, the corners of Gu Yuan's mouth couldn't help but lift slightly. He was still relatively happy to be recognized by the system. Glancing at Long Ao, Gu Yuan thanked. In that case, thank you very much. You saved my third brother Long Tian. It's me who should say thank you. Ha ha ha. Long Ao laughed and said, it's not too late. Let's go to the Dragon Clan now. Aha. Gu Yuan nodded. With that, the group no longer hesitated and immediately transformed into streams of light heading straight for the Dragon Clan in the depths of the northern domain. Soon, the group then arrived at the high altitude of the Dragon Clan. Before a few people could fall, swish, 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 the sound of breaking air suddenly resounded, and several figures instantly appeared above the Dragon Clan. They were the elders of the Dragon Clan responsible for guarding the Dragon Clan's mountain gate. There were 9 people in total, and each one's aura was powerful to the extreme. Surprisingly, every one of them was a great emperor. There were even 2 others whose auras were far above Gu Yuan's. The 9 people were connected by their qi, and vaguely, they actually surrounded Gu Yuan and his group, until they could see Long Ao and the others. The powerful aura emanating from their bodies slowly converged into their bodies, and then they respectfully saluted towards Long Ao and Long Tian. We have met the first prince and we have met the third prince. After saluting, the 9 dragon race powerhouses gazed at Gu Yuan with hostility in their eyes and a hint of doubt. They didn't understand why Long Ao and the others would bring back a human emperor, and it's still a human emperor who's so good looking and young. Suddenly, as if they had thought of something, the 9 Dragon Clan elders looked at Long Tian with shock in their expressions. Long Tian's reputation in the Dragon Clan, and even the entire northern region, was not good. Any good-looking young woman, as long as it is in its sights, will definitely not be able to escape its clutches. Nowadays, Long Tian was only a mere 300 years old, but he had as many as 3,000 concubines. That's a shocking number. But this guy, is not satisfied with this. Obviously there are so many concubines in the family, but like to get a womanizer. It seems that the saying, a wife is better than a concubine is better than a prostitute is better than a thief is better than a robber has really come true. At one point, Ryuo couldn't look away. It was a beating against Long Tian. That beating almost killed Long Tian alive, but it also made him peaceful. I thought that the other party was really peaceful, but it suddenly and quietly left the Dragon Clan 3 years ago. Now come back bound. Returning with him is a man of rare beauty in the world. The 9 Dragon Clan elders glanced at each other, their eyes exchanging glances as if to say, the third prince of the dragon is simply more beastly than a beast. As long as he's young, as long as he's good looking, he won't even let go of a man. Long Tian seemed to have read the eye contact of the 9 dragon race elders. Unable to resist, he let out a roar and said, it's not what you think. The 9 Dragon Clan elders glanced at each other and all nodded in unison. Sure enough, the sophistry began. A sophistry is an explanation. An explanation is a cover-up. And a cover-up is a true story. The third prince of the dragon is really more than an animal. It's a ing animal. Chapter 40 Breakthrough. Long Ao seemed to have seen through the eye contact between the 9 Dragon Clan elders and couldn't help but glare fiercely at Long Tian. Scared Long Tian straight and shrunk his head. Humph. Humming up at Long Tian in dissatisfaction, Long Ao then said to the several dragon race great emperors, the few of you take Long Tian to meet my father and mother. It's the Grand Prince. Several dragon race great emperors nodded their heads, and then brought Long Tian into a stream of light that quickly disappeared from view. Only then did Long Ao face Gu Yuan and said, let's go. I'll take you to the dragon transformation pool. Good. Gu Yuan nodded. Under the leadership of Long Ao, the 2 of them turned into 2 streams of light and headed straight towards the location where the Dragon Clan's dragon transformation pool was located. The 9 elders responsible for guarding the Dragon Clan's mountain gate were left alone standing in the air with confused faces. The dragon transformation pool is the cultivation treasure of my dragon race. That is, the people of my dragon race can only enter it to cultivate with the top heavenly pride. What is the situation with the great crown prince? Why did he bring an outsider or a human emperor to the dragon transformation pool? A Dragon Clan elder's eyes flashed with doubt and incomprehension, but no one answered his questions, for those present were likewise very puzzled by this. Suddenly, there was a dragon elder in a golden robe who had a wise gleam in his eyes and said, I know. What do you know? The rest of them all cast curious gazes at the Dragon Clan elder who spoke at this moment. Ahem! The golden-robed dragon elder coughed lightly before saying with a wise face, earlier, we all guessed wrongly. This human emperor is not the third prince's date, but the great prince's date. The crowd of Dragon Clan elders were all speechless. Someone said in a sly tone, if your words reach the ears of the Grand Crown Princess, be careful that you won't be able to see tomorrow's sun. Upon hearing this, the gold-robed elder immediately said, I didn't say anything just now. You guys didn't hear anything. Dragon nature is lustful. As a person of the dragon tribe, it is an extremely normal thing for a man to have a group of wives and concubines, but Long Ao is an anomaly. He only has one wife, and, seemingly, a fear of his wife. He also seems to get jealous easily, if his words reach Long Ao's wife. Even if he was a great emperor, then he would still have to suffer. Flying along, soon Gu Yuan and Long Ao arrived at the location of the Dragon Transformation Pool. The Dragon Transformation Pool was a large and incomparable lake. Above the lake the aura is dense. Immortal mist is indeed a cultivation treasure. As soon as he arrived here, Gu Yuan was keenly aware of the difference between the aura of this place and other places. The aura of this place is more than several times better than other places. The spiritual chi contained in the Dragon Transformation Pool was even more majestic to the point of being unimaginable. Even before entering it, Gu Yuan could already sense the majestic energy contained in the Dragon Transformation Pool. If one could enter it to cultivate, I'm afraid that one could really do twice the work with half the effort and 1,000 miles a day in cultivation. There were dozens of figures cultivating in the Dragon Transformation Pool at the moment. They were the top celestial pride within the Dragon Clan. Upon sensing the arrival of Long Ao and Gu Yuan, they all terminated their cultivation, and then turned their gazes to look at each other. Upon seeing Long Ao, they all bowed respectfully and said, "Greetings to the Grand Prince." While saluting, they didn't forget to check out Gu Yuan beside Long Ao. Doubtful disbelief flashed visibly in their eyes. Obviously, all of them were curious as to why Long Ao had brought Gu Yuan, a human race, here. Long Ao nodded slightly as a return salute. Only then did he speak in a loud voice. "The person beside me is Long Tian's savior. If it wasn't for him, Long Tian would have died by now. Now I'll bring him to cultivate in the Dragon Transformation Pool. You shall not disturb his cultivation. Understand?" "We understand." All of the Dragon Clan Celestials present responded respectfully. Glancing at Gu Yuan, Long Ao voiced out, "You cultivate here. I have things to do, so I'll leave first. If anything happens, you can contact me through this sound transmission jade talisman." With that, Long Ao handed Gu Yuan a sound transmission jade talisman. "Good." Putting the voice transmission jade talisman away, Gu Yuan nodded in response. Long Ao nodded. Then without any further hesitation, the entire person quickly disappeared into streams of light. As Long Ao left, the Dragon Clan prides present stopped cultivating, and one by one, they quickly surrounded towards Gu Yuan. There was clearly a bit of curiosity and a bit of hostility in their eyes as they looked at Gu Yuan. They didn't hide the curiosity in their hearts and asked directly at that moment, "Little brother, you're so handsome, can you double cultivate with me?" "Can't. You said you saved Long Tian? How did you save him?" "It's a long story, so I'll make it short. That's how it was saved." "Little brother, you still haven't answered whether you can double cultivate with me. Didn't I say?" "Can't. It was Long Jia who just asked you, not me." For a while, all sorts of questions came crashing down towards Gu Yuan. At first Gu Yuan had questions and answers, but gradually, he got annoyed. Helplessly, he said directly, "The Grand Crown Prince told you not to disturb my cultivation. If you are disturbing my cultivation, I will have no choice but to call the Grand Crown Prince over." Once these words came out, all of the Dragon Clan's celestial pride present left resentfully. It was obvious that the great Prince Long Ao was still very prestigious. With these Dragon Clan Celestials no longer asking all sorts of miscellaneous questions, Gu Yuan only felt that his ears were cleared, though vaguely he could hear some disgruntled muttering. E.g., taking the chicken feather as an arrow, being so grown up and tattling. "Are you a child? This princess let you double cultivate with me. This is your blessing, and you still don't double cultivate. My ass." Gu Yuan just laughed at these words. He then did not hesitate any longer and headed directly towards the Dragon Transformation Pool. After choosing a location, he directly entered the Dragon Transformation Pool, and then he closed his eyes and sat down on his knees, and began to operate the Super God Rank technique Indestructible Divine Skill, and began to absorb the energy contained in the Dragon Transformation Pool. As soon as the Gong method was in operation, the energy in the entire Dragon Transformation Pool was pulled, and it actually surged towards Gu Yuan in unison, and then surged into Gu Yuan's body through the pores of his body, entering his limbs and bones, and the meridians of his entire body, growing his cultivation. But just 2.5 hours, Gu Yuan's cultivation level then broke through from the initial Immortal Emperor first level to Immortal Emperor second level. Such a cultivation speed was simply appalling. Feeling the power within his body that had skyrocketed countless times, the corners of Gu Yuan's mouth couldn't help but lift slightly. In his heart, he also couldn't help but say, "Worthy of the heaven-defying physique chaotic sword body, worthy of the heaven-defying super god rank technique Indestructible Divine Skill, worthy of the heaven-defying me, it's just awesome." Soon, a dragon race heavenly pride opened his eyes in disbelief. Bewilderment flashed visibly in his eyes. This was because he had actually discovered that the energy contained in the dragon transformation pool was much thinner. Moreover, the energy in the dragon transformation pool was as if it had come to life, and it was actually heading towards a certain place in unison. This has never happened before. Doubtful. He looked in the direction where the energy within the dragon transformation pool had gone before, and this look instantly made his mouth unconsciously open wide, and shock crawled across his face at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chapter 41, The Dragon Patriarch's Daughter. What did he see? He saw a huge vortex forming where the energy converged. There was a person sitting on his knees in the middle of the whirlpool, cultivating. It's Gu Yuan. As it exhaled and inhaled, the entire energy within the dragon transformation pool was triggered. It actually surged into Gu Yuan's body in unison, growing his cultivation. This energy was incomparably majestic, and it was reasonable to say that even if a great emperor absorbed it into his body, it should take a long time to refine it. But what about Gu Yuan? Refined in a moment, and then he began to crazily transform the energy in the dragon pool. The dragon transformation pool contained a huge amount of energy. This energy was enough to support several or even dozens of great emperors cultivating at the same time. But now Gu Yuan is only one person. However, after only 2.5 hours of cultivation, it had already caused the energy in the dragon transformation pool to show signs of thinning. Feeling carefully, one could sense that the energy in the dragon transformation pool was a full tenth less compared to 2.5 hours ago. If Gu Yuan cultivates here for 10 days and half a month, then the dragon pool will be drained by it. Still drained of every last drop. The thought of it was both alarming and frightening. The shock was that Gu Yuan was too contrary. The fear was that Gu Yuan would completely absorb the energy in the dragon transformation pool, and in the future, he wouldn't have a cultivation treasure like the dragon transformation pool to cultivate in. Is this the strongest of the human race? It's simply terrifying. I used to think that the human race were all as weak as mole crickets and could be pinched to death at will. Until I met Gu Yuan, I finally understood why the human race won in the ancient era. The weak of the human race are really weak, but the strong of the human race are really strong. Simply ridiculously strong. Don't boast. What now? Should we interrupt his cultivation? Interrupt his training? How? Don't you know that interrupting someone's cultivation is a taboo? Moreover, the Grand Crown Prince has said that you can't interrupt his cultivation. Constantly he cultivates. So we're just going to watch him absorb the energy in the dragon transformation pool? I've already reported it to the Grand Prince. Let's wait until he arrives. As the energy in the dragon transformation pool began to become thin, after noticing this, the Dragon Clan Celestial Pride stopped cultivating one after another and began to explore the reason why the energy in the dragon transformation pool had become thin. Upon learning that it was all because of Gu Yuan, they were all shocked dog-eared. For the first time, he realized that the original human powerhouse was terrifying to such an extent. While shocked, they were worried that if Gu Yuan continued to cultivate like this, he would suck the energy in the dragon transformation pool dry. Worried, some people also contacted Long Ao. Not much longer. Several figures came from the distance. The person in the lead was a middle-aged man who was not angry, and his entire body was emitting a strong aura of superiority. He was no other than the patriarch of the northern region Dragon Clan, Dragon Chief. Behind him were dozens of figures, who were a group of the Dragon Chief's children and grandchildren, as well as the elders of the clan. We have met the matriarch. We have met the matriarch's wife. We have met the first prince. We have met the third prince. We have met. Seeing the visitor, the Dragon Clan Celestials present immediately saluted one by one. However, Long Chang didn't even look at them, but frowned at Gu Yuan in the dragon transformation pool. Feeling Gu Yuan's rapidly skyrocketing cultivation and the rate of energy loss in the dragon transformation pool, Long Chang couldn't help but frown. This son is truly a demon. If we let him cultivate, I'm afraid that it won't take 10 days for the energy in the dragon transformation pool to be absorbed by him. When these words came out, the whole room was shocked. The dragon transformation pool was created by the great powers of the dragon race in the ancient times, and 10 emperor-grade spirit veins were connected to its ground. Energy flowed into the dragon transformation pool from the emperor-grade spirit veins all the time, and with the accumulation of time, this allowed the energy in the dragon transformation pool to maintain a state of abundance all the time. Unless dozens or even hundreds of great emperors cultivated at the same time, it would take 10 days before the energy in the dragon transformation pool could be absorbed. But now the Dragon Chief said that it wouldn't take 10 days for Gu Yuan to absorb all the energy in the dragon transformation pool. Doesn't this mean that Gu Yuan alone absorbing the energy in the dragon transformation pool could be able to withstand the cultivation of dozens or even hundreds of great emperors at the same time? Such a cultivation speed was simply appalling. Long Ao put his finger into the dragon transformation pool, and after feeling it carefully, he withdrew his hand and said with a somewhat grave expression, "The energy in the dragon transformation pool has now lost 25% of its energy." Glancing at Long Chang, Long Ao apologized. "Father, I didn't expect Gu Yuan to be so heaven-defying, which is why I let him enter the dragon transformation pool to cultivate. Now I will wake him up and make him terminate his cultivation." "No!" Long Chang raised his hand and interrupted. Interrupting someone's cultivation while they are practicing is a major taboo. If it's light, the technique will backfire. If it's heavy, it will go off the rails. So don't disturb him. After a pause, a smile appeared on Long Chang's face as he said, "This kid's cultivation is so appalling. It can be seen how heaven-defying his natural talent is. Such a person's future achievements are unlimited. My dragon clan has been in decline for many years. If we can befriend him, it is possible for my dragon clan to regain its former glory." Upon hearing these words, everyone present was shaken. Long Ao was somewhat incredulous. "Father, you actually think so highly of him?" When the dragon race was in its splendor, it was an ancient era's overlord. Dragon emperors were everywhere, and dragon saints were as numerous as dogs. Although the current dragon clan had no less than 100 great emperors, in front of the glorious dragon clan, it would only barely be able to mention its shoes. But now the dragon chief said that befriending Gu Yuan could bring back the dragon clan's former glory. This is really too favorable to Gu Yuan. This son's bone age is so pink and tender that he can almost pinch out water. And by my deduction, he might just be 18 years old. To be a great emperor at 18 years old, do you know what concept that is? After saying that, without waiting for Long Ao to open his mouth, Long Chang then continued, "This is simply like nothing before or after. Golden scales are not the stuff of pools. Once they meet the wind and clouds, they turn into dragons. This son's achievements are absolutely beyond what you and I can imagine. Do not underestimate him." Speaking here, the dragon Long looked at the delicate figure. "Has the appearance of the country?" Head borne a pair of white jade exquisite small dragon horns of the youngest daughter said. Gu Yuan, in order to save his father's life, knew that he would die if he went to the burial dragon abyss, but he still chose to go to the burial dragon abyss without any hesitation. It is evident that he is a man of great affection. He was also the one who stepped in to save your third brother's life when he was in danger. It is evident that he has a good heart. Now I want to betroth you to Gu Yuan. I wonder if you are willing." Hearing this, those present were once again startled. Long Xinyan was the youngest daughter of Long Chang. For this little daughter, Long Chang was afraid of melting in his mouth and afraid of breaking in his hands. It was no secret in the entire dragon clan that the dragon chief was a daughter slave. Now Long Chang, the daughter slave, had gone so far as to pledge his daughter to Gu Yuan in order to befriend him. This is truly shocking. Shocked, the gazes of everyone present fell on Long Xinyan in unison, wanting to see if she was willing for Gu Yuan to become her husband. Chapter 42, I'm sorry, you're a good dragon. Greeting the gazes of all the people of the dragon clan, Long Xinyan did not answer the dragon chief's words at first. Instead, she looked a pair of beautiful eyes toward Gu Yuan. After a few serious glances, her small face blushed slightly and her heartbeat unconsciously accelerated. So good-looking, only slightly less so than the grand old man of readers, and so powerful. Who could not love? Ryoko. Retracting her gaze, Long Xinyan lowered her slightly reddened pretty face and whispered, "Marriage matters, it is all up to father to decide." Ha ha ha. Long Chang laughed and said, "Since you're willing for this kid to become your husband, I'll talk to him when this kid finishes his cultivation. Doesn't he want Dragon Emperor Essence blood? I'll give him a Dragon Emperor's Essence blood as a dowry so that he doesn't have to venture to the Dragon Burial Abyss." Upon hearing these words, the Dragon Race Great Emperors present all couldn't help but have their eyelids flutter, their hearts bitter. In their minds, they all involuntarily began to recall what they had done these days, and whether they had angered the Dragon Chief. Long Chang wanted to give Gu Yuan a dowry in the form of a Dragon Emperor's Essence blood. Where did the Dragon Emperor's Essence blood come from? Must be taken from them. Boo dash. A soft sound like a diaphragm being pierced came out from within Gu Yuan's body, and his realm's aura once again skyrocketed. It directly broke through from the second level of Immortal Emperor to the third level of Immortal Emperor. Once again, the energy in the Dragon Transformation Pool was invoked towards it quickly. While the people of the Dragon Clan present were shocked, there was also someone who couldn't help but say, "Cultivating so quickly, doesn't he have a bottleneck? Breaking through so quickly, isn't he afraid of an unstable foundation? Bottleneck? How can there be a bottleneck when the cultivation talent is high enough? Unstable foundation? That is even more non-existent." Long Chang laughed and said, A supreme celestial pride cannot be surmised by common sense. Speaking here, Long Chang couldn't help but sigh. This kid is so heaven-defying. His teacher must be extremely terrifying. Otherwise, it would be possible to take him as a disciple. In the blink of an eye, 8 days passed by. After 8 days of cultivation, the energy in the dragon transformation pool was absorbed by Gu Yuan as much as he could, and his realm broke through from the initial Immortal Emperor first level to the current Immortal Emperor first level. The speed of cultivation was simply terrifying. Opening his eyes, Gu Yuan's eyes were unperturbed, and his dark eyes seemed to have thousands of stars flowing in them. Squeezing his fist and feeling the terrifying power contained within his body by the undying emperor, Gu Yuan couldn't help but say, "The current me is frighteningly strong. Congratulations, young friend, on your breakthrough into an undying emperor. Congratulations!" A loud laugh rang out. Gu Yuan looked over and saw that the one who spoke was a middle-aged man with a pair of huge dragon horns on his head, who was not angry, and whose entire body exuded a strong aura of superiority. It was the Dragon Chief. Although Gu Yuan didn't know the identity of the Dragon Chief, he still replied with a smile in the face of its congratulatory voice. "Thanks to the Dragon Transformation Pool. If it wasn't for the Dragon Transformation Pool, it wouldn't have been possible for me to raise my cultivation to the imperishable emperor so quickly. In the end, I still have to be grateful to the Dragon Clan for allowing me the opportunity to enter the Dragon Transformation Pool." "Thank you for what? You saved my son, and it's only right that you enter the Dragon Transformation Pool. If you insist on saying thank you, it should be me who has to thank you." Long Chang laughed. After a pause, he squeezed a smile out of his face and said, "In order to celebrate your breakthrough to become an undying great emperor, this clan chief is prepared to host a banquet for the 8 parties. And by the way, I will betroth my little daughter Xinyan to you. What do you think?" After a pause, he added, "I heard that you are preparing to travel to the Burial Dragon Abyss for the sake of the Dragon Emperor's essence blood. The Burial Dragon Abyss is too dangerous, so don't go there. If you want the Dragon Emperor's essence blood, this clan chief will give it to you as a dowry for my daughter." Speaking here, Long Chang glanced at Long Xinyan and said, "Still not saying hello to your fiancé?" Long Xinyan's small face suddenly turned red. However, she still took a step forward and saluted. "My daughter, Dragon Clan's 9th Princess Long Xinyan, has met your excellency." As she spoke, she carefully sized up Gu Yuan. "What a? The more you look at it, the better it looks." Gu Yuan also subconsciously looked Long Xinyan up and down a few times, only to see this woman's figure is delicate, has the appearance of the country, head borne a pair of white jade exquisite small dragon horn, looks like an unparalleled beauty. Whether it's the face or the body, that doesn't say anything. Gu Yuan has met Princess Xin Yen. Gu Yuan returned a salute towards Long Xinyan, and then only then did he face Long Longzhong. "Patriarch, I appreciate your good intentions, but I already have a fiancé and cannot be with Princess Xinyan." "You have a fiancé?" Long froze, but there weren't too many surprises. Like Gu Yuan, a handsome and powerful young man, it was normal to have a fiancé or something. Laughing, the dragon long distance. "It's normal for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. Although my dragon clan is powerful, it won't require that you can only marry my little daughter alone, as long as you treat my little daughter well in the future, and don't bully her. That's it." At those words, the people of the Dragon Clan were all doubly surprised. The young princess of the Dragon Clan was going to share a husband with another woman. These words were still said by Long Chang, the Dragon Clan leader of the daughter slave, which was truly surprising. Unexpectedly, the gazes they looked at Gu Yuan were complicated. They could sense that it was the patriarch who thought highly of this young human great emperor. Not only were they surprised, but even Gu Yuan was surprised a little by Long Chang's words. If everyone in front of the screen had been there, they might have said yes, really ready to marry Long Xinyan as well, be a dragon rider. But Gu Yuan did not do so. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Matriarch, I appreciate your kindness, but my fiancée, she doesn't like me to be with someone else's woman, so I hope that Matriarch Long will take back his order." Achoo! Luo Qingchang, who was far away in the heavenly spirit Holy Land, suddenly sneezed. Touching her nose, Luo Qingchang clearly had doubts flashing in her eyes. Could it be that Gu Yuan misses me? Hearing Gu Yuan's words, the people of the Dragon Clan present were all startled. Obviously, he didn't expect that Gu Yuan would still refuse. One must know that Long Xinyan was the young princess of the northern region's Dragon Clan. To have status, to have strength, to have beauty. The people who pursued it did not say there were 10,000, then there were 8,000, but it was such a Long Xinyan, and now the Dragon Chief had promised it to Gu Yuan. but it was rejected in a row, which is really unbelievable. Long Xinyan dully looked up at Gu Yuan, tears flashing in her eyes, her voice choked with sobs. Why? Why did you refuse? Gu Yuan returned. I have a fiancé. But I don't mind. Long Xinyan's shell teeth clenched her vermilion lips, and she was on the verge of crying. Hey! Gu Yuan sighed in his heart and said, I'm sorry, you're a good dragon, but I already have a fiancé. I can't hold you back. I'm sure you can meet someone better. Long Xianyan's pink fists clenched as she exerted herself to keep the tears from rolling down her eyes. But in the end, there were still 2 lines of tears in her eyes. Looking at Gu Yuan, Long Xinyan gritted her teeth. I hate you. After saying that, he turned and ran without looking back. She was the young princess of the Dragon Clan, who had the face value, the figure, the strength, and the background. There are not 10,000 but 8,000 people who have pursued her, but in the face of these many suitors, she has been indifferent. Now it's hard to see a man who makes her heart sing, but it was rejected one after another. It was hard to take the initiative once, but it was a losing battle. It hit her as hard as you can imagine. Chapter 43 Long Wu's Exit. Little sister. Seeing Long Xinyan's sudden departure, its several older brothers all glared fiercely at Gu Yuan. The anger in his eyes almost turned into substance. Obviously, they were upset with this Gu Yuan who had made their little sister cry in anger. If it wasn't for the fact that Long Chang was still here, they would have to make a move against Gu Yuan right now, even if he was an undying great emperor. In the end, without saying anything more, they all quickly headed in the direction that Long Xinyan had left. Prepare to comfort the traumatized Long Xinyan. Looking at Gu Yuan, there was also anger welling up in Long Chang's eyes. But the anger in his eyes faded into appreciation. Gu Yuan rejected Long Xianyan, a move that certainly angered him. But after thinking that the reason why the other party rejected Long Xinyan was entirely because of his fiancée, the anger in his eyes dissipated and turned into appreciation. In this world where the weak are eaten by the strong are honored and the weak are like ants. Anyone who has strength and power, which one does not have many wives and concubines? If Gu Yuan is like this, he can still love only one person and be faithful. He is really more appreciative. Since your mind is made up, I will not mention your marriage to Xinyan again. Looking at Gu Yuan, Long Chang asked, when do you plan to travel to the burial dragon abyss? Now. At those words, Long Chang wasn't too surprised. At that moment it was straightforward. Let's go. I'll take you there. Thank you, dragon leader. Gu Yuan nodded. Only when Long Chang's mind moved, space tore apart and a spatial passageway instantly opened up and took shape. And then without the slightest hesitation, he directly stepped into it. Gu Yuan didn't think much about it and followed suit, stepping into it. As the two left, not much longer, boom, a berserk aura exploded within the entire dragon clan. Immediately afterward, a gigantic dragon that was 1,000 feet long, its entire body wrapped in red-colored scales, rose up into the sky, its mouth emitting a gurgling dragon's roar. Soon, the red dragon transformed into a topless, lanky youth with gnarled muscles all over his body. He was the second prince of the dragon clan, Long Wu. Long Wu stood in the air, his face filled with joy as he laughed out loud. This prince has finally made a breakthrough. Ha ha ha. The voice was arrogant and unruly, shaking the 9 heavens. Between the words, he did not conceal his own undying great emperor's aura. If it wasn't for the existence of many formations within the dragon clan, the breath it emitted alone would have the potential to destroy many of the buildings within the dragon clan. The people of the dragon clan who were within the dragon clan all looked up to the sky when they heard Long Wu's loud laughter. Looking at Long Wu, who stood in the air and emitted a powerful undying great emperor aura around him, all the people of the dragon clan were sending a burst of congratulatory words at this moment. Congratulations to the second prince on his successful breakthrough. Congratulations! Since today, there is another undying great emperor within my dragon clan. This is a great joy. Takashi, congratulations. Hearing these words, Long Wu couldn't help but have a smile on his face. But soon, he just sensed something was wrong. For those siblings of his were not among these respectful voices. Moreover, he didn't sense his father's aura among the dragons. Doubt flashed in his eyes. Long Wu's great imperial divine thoughts instantly spread out, covering the entire dragon clan within moments. In an instant, everything that happened within the dragon clan could not escape his eyes. Upon sensing that Long Xinyan was whimpering, and that his elder brother and his group of younger brothers were speaking out to comfort him, the color of doubt in his eyes deepened a few points. What's going on here? What happened? Doubtful, Long Wu moved his feet and instantly disappeared in place. Appearing again, He had already arrived in front of Long Xinyan with his elder brother and a group of younger brothers. Looking at the lowly sobbing Long Xinyan, Long Wu frowned and said with anger in his voice, "Little sister, who bullied you? Talk to second brother. Second brother will help you chop him up." Hearing Long Wu's words, Long Xinyan's petite body trembled and wiped the tear tracks on her face before she said in a calm voice, "Second brother, no one bullied me." Although the voice was calm, it was still not difficult to hear the wrongness in the voice under close scrutiny. Looking at Long Xinyan's red, swollen eyes that were all red, Long Wu's fists unconsciously clenched. "Again, I asked, who really bullied you? How can you not be bullied when your eyes are all swollen from crying?" "Must have been bullied." Long Xinyan squeezed out a smile on her face and said, "Second brother, really no one bullied me." It was a smile, but the smile was obviously far-fetched. "Humph." Grunting heavily, Long Wu gazed at his several younger brothers in the surroundings, his voice containing anger as he said, "If my little sister doesn't say anything, you guys say it. Tell me, who the hell bullied little sister?" "Ergo," Long Xinyan called out, seemingly still wanting to persuade, but was directly interrupted by Long Wu. "Don't you say anything," sweeping his eyes over a few of his younger brothers. Seeing that they didn't speak, Long Wu's tiger eyes glared as he said angrily, "I told you to speak, but you're all mute? Could it be that you guys want to try to see if my fist hurts?" Upon hearing this, the several dragon princes present, with the exception of Dragon Pride, couldn't help but have their bodies tremble. It seemed that they all recalled the fear that they had once been dominated by Long Wu's poisonous beatings. After thinking about it, a dragon prince finally spoke up. "Second brother, here's the thing." With that, he immediately told what had happened earlier in a nutshell. After hearing this person's words, Long Wu's brows directly twisted into a Chuan character. The whole person seems to be a furious tiger. He laughed in anger and said, "Good. A human emperor who dares to cultivate his little sister in such a way. He simply has a way of taking death." Speaking here, Long Wu looked at the several Dragon Clan crown princes and couldn't help but say angrily, "Others are bullying little sister like this, but you guys are still indifferent. What a bunch of losers." Between the words, a raging undying great emperor realm aura instantly swept out from his body. This aura was extremely powerful, and it was simply not something that could be blocked by the people present. Bang, bang, bang. All the people present could not block this berserk momentum, and they were immediately blown away one by one. In the blink of an eye, of the several dragon princes in place, only Long Ao was still standing peacefully. It wasn't that Long Ao was able to withstand this sudden undying great emperor aura, but rather that Long Wu's aura wasn't directed at him. Otherwise, Long Ao was bound to be blasted away as well. Without even looking at these stupid brothers, Long Wu turned around and left. Seeing this, Long Ao frowned and asked, "Second brother, where are you going?" "Humph." Long Wu glanced at Long Ao and gave a heavy grunt, directly transforming into a red-colored dragon and rushing up to the sky. He was obviously also very displeased with this big brother of his, and where else is he going to go? Naturally, it's the burial dragon abyss. Earlier, he had learned through the clan's conversation that Gu Yuan had gone to the burial dragon abyss under the leadership of the dragon chief. He was now going to go to the burial dragon abyss to properly teach that kid named Gu Yuan how to behave. Daring to bully his little sister like this is outrageous. Watching Long Wu leave, Long Xianyan immediately turned her gaze to Long Ao, and said with worry in her eyes, "Big brother, second brother, he listens to you the most. Go persuade him, or else with his character, he'll beat Gu Yuan to death alive." Long Ao nodded. "I'll try to persuade him as much as I can. It's just that when he said that, he didn't have much of a backbone." Long Wu's cultivation qualification was the best amongst all of Long Chang's sons, and now, at just under 500 years old, he was already an undying great emperor. Not to mention looking at the Dragon Clan, even looking at the entire northern region, it was an extremely explosive existence. It was true that the other party still listened to this brother of his, but if he really angered the other party, he is also afraid of a severe beating by Long Wu. Chapter 44, Entering the Dragon Abyss. Northern Domain, Burial Dragon Abyss. All kinds of miserable wailing sounds continued in this place, and the fury rushed up to the sky, covering the sky and the sun, plunging the 10 million miles in a circle into darkness. It gave an extremely cold and morose feeling. The place was full of broken walls, and there were still traces of various battle remnants left behind. This is the battlefield between the dragon race and the human race in ancient times, the Burial Dragon Abyss. Outside of the Burial Dragon Abyss, not only are there many demon race cultivators exploring the area, wanting to find weapons or anything of value left behind from the ancient battlefield, There are also quite a number of Dragon Clan powerhouses guarding this place. Their breath is powerful and they are guarding here in order to capture the Dragon Clan Sin Dragon, Long Xiang, when he escapes at the first time. Wow! Suddenly, the space above the outskirts of the burial dragon abyss suddenly tore apart, and a spatial channel appeared. Two figures walked out from it, separate Long Long and Gu Yuan. We have met the matriarch. Seeing the dragon chief, all the people of the Dragon Clan bowed respectfully. Long Chang nodded slightly, then faced Gu Yuan and said, "This is the burial dragon abyss, and Long Xiang is inside." At those words, Gu Yuan couldn't help but turn his gaze toward the burial dragon abyss. This look couldn't help but make Gu Yuan frown. Looking from the outside, one could vaguely see everything within the burial dragon abyss. Not only are there many strong people with deep obsessions and souls that do not dissipate into a ghost, but there are also monsters whose grievances converge to produce necrophilia and grow red hair all over their bodies. But the burial dragon abyss seems to have a natural barrier that exists, can only vaguely see everything inside, but cannot really see. After looking at the burial dragon abyss for a few moments, Gu Yuan faced Long Chang. "I'm going in." "Aha." Long Chang nodded his head and after a pause, he said, "Proceed with caution. A supreme talent like you shouldn't die so young. Don't worry, I have a hard life. I can't die." Gu Yuan laughed and then flew straight towards the inside of the burial dragon abyss. As Gu Yuan entered the burial dragon abyss, it was only a short 2.5 minutes. The outer space of the burial dragon abyss was once again cracked. Immediately afterward a burly figure stepped out from it. It's none other than Long Mo. Sweeping his eyes around, Long Wu faced Long Chang and asked, "Father, where is that bastard Gu Yuan?" "Scumbag." Long Chang's face was cold. A berserk aura swept out, instantly pressing Long Wu back and forth, and a layer of cold sweat instantly surfaced on his forehead. So strong. Long Wu was shocked in his heart. He had clearly broken through to the undying great emperor, but he was somewhat unable to even withstand Long Chang's aura. This was undoubtedly an indication of how powerful Long Chang was. "Father, what are you doing?" Shocked, Long Wu frowned and inquired. Simply couldn't figure out why the father was trying to beat him down with his aura. "Humph." Long Chang let out a heavy cold snort, and his berserk aura instantly returned to his body. He glanced at Long Wu and said in a cold voice, full of foul language, "Just broke through the undying great emperor and you're bloated? Isn't it owed to be cleaned up?" "Ahem." Long Wu dryly coughed twice to dissolve the embarrassment, before continuing his previous words and asking, "Father, where is Gu Yuan?" Long Chang said, "Entering the burial dragon abyss." "Into the burial dragon abyss?" Long Wu frowned at the burial dragon abyss inside. "Entering the burial dragon abyss, Gu Yuan will surely die. It's a pity. I was thinking of giving him a good lesson for my little sister." He had heard about the terror of the burial dragon abyss. Not only was there a red-haired old monster within it, but there were also many stern ghosts, and now there was an additional Long Xiang. Now that Gu Yuan had entered it, Gu Yuan's death had become inevitable in his opinion. At those words, Long Chang glared at Long Wu without any good reason, yet he did not say much. The buried dragon abyss was incredibly dangerous. Even he was in danger when he entered it, not to mention Gu Yuan, who had just broken through to the undying great emperor. Therefore, he couldn't say whether Gu Yuan would be able to walk out of the burial dragon abyss alive or not. Inside the burial dragon abyss, as Gu Yuan walked into it, he was greeted by all sorts of pungent and uncomfortable sensations. Gu Yuan tried to release his divine sense to look for Long Xiang. However, there seems to be a formation that shields the divine sense here, and his divine sense can't be released at all. Moreover, Gu Yuan also realized that the space here was incredibly solid, and he couldn't even tear through the space if he wanted to. It was also while Gu Yuan was observing the situation within the burial dragon abyss. Suddenly an eerie chill came on quickly. Gu Yuan's eyes looked over, only to see a mangled body coming towards him quickly. This corpse is an old man appearance, body tattered. Its circumference is full of red hair, eyes flickering with two groups of ghostly blue fire. It is the resentment is not dispersed in the corpse of the old red-haired monster. It was extremely fast and incomparable. When Gu Yuan's gaze looked at it, it was still thousands of meters away from Gu Yuan, but in the blink of an eye the time passed, and it had already reached within 3 meters in front of Gu Yuan. Roar! A loud roar came out of its mouth. The tattered arms opened up, directly grabbing towards Gu Yuan's neck, and opening his mouth to reveal a mouth full of white teeth. He bit down towards Gu Yuan. It was fast, but Gu Yuan was undoubtedly faster. In the middle of the power surging in his body, he threw out a heavy punch. Boom! An explosion immediately resounded in the burial dragon abyss. The red-haired old monster immediately flew out, heavily smashed on the ground, smashing out a huge deep pit, setting off a large area of smoke and dust. Soon after, he stood up again, and with a loud roar coming out of his mouth, he quickly came towards Gu Yuan once again. Seeing this, Gu Yuan couldn't help but frown slightly. One of his punches could easily blow up a party of small worlds, and his power was so strong that under a great emperor, a single punch could kill a large area. But hit in this red-haired old monster, not only did not burst its not to mention, its body does not have any injuries appeared, which really led him for a surprise. As he watched the red-haired old monster charge again, Gu Yuan hesitated slightly and once again threw a punch. Boom! The sound of a loud bang resounded, and the red-haired old monster once again flew backwards. It smashed down hard on the ground, once again smashing out a huge crater and setting off a large amount of smoke and dust. But it remained unharmed. It's a carp that actually stood up again. What a terrifying corpse. What a terrifying flesh. The old terrifying red-haired old monster. Now that he's dead he's still so hard. If he were alive, that would surely be a heaven-defying great emperor. Looking at the red-haired old monster, Gu Yuan couldn't help but let out an exclamation. Looking at the red-haired old monster that was charging again, this time he did not throw that seemingly powerful punch that actually hit the red-haired old monster without any damage. Instead, he silently took out Regulus. As the Xian Yuan sword was activated by him, a dazzling golden light immediately erupted from it. One by one, the mysterious and obscure runes in the sword body above the emergence seems to be on the red-haired old monster has a strong suppression force. Even let its speed are reduced a lot. Of course, although the appearance of the Regulus sword reduced the speed of the red-haired old monster by a lot, however, it was still rapidly coming towards Gu Yuan. Seeing this, Gu Yuan did not hesitate for a moment before slashing out with his sword. The red-haired old monster's physical body was extremely terrifying, able to take 2 punches from Gu Yuan and still not be injured. But the Regulus sword is an ancient artifact, powerful and cutting iron like mud. After chopping on the red-haired old monster, the red-haired old monster immediately split into 2. Gu Yuan didn't even look at the red-haired old monster that was split in 2, turned around and headed towards the depths of the burial dragon abyss. But he had only just moved, when his brows just couldn't help but furrow. Chapter 45, The Red-Haired Old Monster's Nemesis. Turning back violently, he only saw that the headless red-haired old monster had already stretched out his hands towards his neck to strangle him. How can you be still alive without your head? Gu Yuan was visibly startled in his heart. This red-haired old monster didn't have a divine soul, and now that his head had been chopped off and he was still alive, this was truly shocking to him. It's not at all clear how the other side is actually alive. Feeling the terrifying energy contained in his palms, Gu Yuan didn't dare to be careless. The Xian Yuan sword in his hand without the slightest hesitation is once again a sword cut out. Countless sword chi chopped out with the Xian Yuan sword, wreaking havoc in the red-haired old monster's body. A full 2.5 minutes passed before these sword chi completely wore out the red-haired old monster. A cloud of gray mist containing extremely strong negative emotions and a huge amount of cold and morose energy floated out from the red-haired old monster's body. Gu Yuan felt it carefully, and he couldn't help but frown slightly, because he actually realized that his entire body had become strangely itchy. Close to the gray fog closer to the hand is beginning to have a root of red hair growth. Bizarre and incomparable. Gu Yuan was startled and immediately moved away from this mass of black gas. The red hairs growing on his body then gradually disappeared, and the strange itchy feeling dissipated. What a weird gray mist. Gu Yuan frowned, suddenly seemed to think of something. Gu Yuan could not help but see a slight light in front of his eyes. The human emperor streamer can absorb all the souls, obsessions, and other growths in the world. This gray mist should be the grievances of the owner of this body during his lifetime, and the human emperor streamer should be able to absorb it, right? Thinking of this, he did not hesitate and directly took out the human emperor streamer, and then, when he activated the human emperor streamer, he threw it towards the gray mist. Red hair would grow near the gray mist, and he didn't want to become a red-haired old man himself. As the human emperor streamer approached the gray mist, a burst of terrifying suction immediately erupted from the human emperor's streamer. Under this suction, the gray mist was actually directly sucked in by the human emperor streamer. Through the special connection with the human emperor streamer, Gu Yuan could also clearly sense that the human emperor streamer had obviously become a few points more powerful after absorbing the gray mist. After sensing this, Gu Yuan's eyes brightened. It was really great that he could actually absorb the gray mist in this red-haired old monster's body. With a probing hand, the human emperor streamer was grabbed into Gu Yuan's hand. Looking at the human emperor streamer, Gu Yuan couldn't help but mutter to himself, If only this human emperor streamer could absorb the gray mist directly from the red-haired old monster's body. This red-haired old monster didn't have a divine soul or any energy in his body. Just gray mist. I think this gray mist is what can make the red-haired old monster active. If the human emperor streamer could absorb the gray mist directly from the red-haired old monster's body, then the burial dragon abyss would be a great treasure of opportunity for him. Just as Gu Yuan was thinking so, a sound came from all directions. Gu Yuan's eyes looked over and he couldn't help but light up, only to see that at this moment, there were countless stern ghosts and red-haired old monsters that were rapidly coming towards the side. The number was so great that it was no less than thousands. It was thought that these stern ghosts and the red-haired old monster were all attracted by his earlier commotion. These severe ghosts were incomparably powerful, and the aura emanating from their bodies made even Gu Yuan feel his heart palpitate. It was hard to imagine how powerful and terrifying it should have been in its lifetime. As for the red-haired old monster, although it appeared to have no spiritual intelligence, the power it could erupt was not to be underestimated. Moreover, it was immune to the attacks of most great emperors. It was simply terrifying. Thousands of severe ghosts and red-haired old monsters came in unison. If an ordinary undying emperor saw them, I'm afraid they would all be sweating. Turn and run. But Gu Yuan was different. Seeing so many stern ghosts and red-haired old monsters, not only was he not afraid not to mention, but he was also extremely excited. Just because, in his eyes, these stern ghosts and red-haired old monsters were the chance to grow his battle power. By absorbing it into the human emperor streamer, the human emperor streamer would become stronger. The human emperor streamer was his weapon. The stronger the human emperor streamer was, the stronger he would naturally become. Outside the burial dragon abyss, although Long Ao and Long Chang couldn't really see everything that was happening inside the burial dragon abyss, but vaguely, they could still see the scene of thousands of stern ghosts and the red-haired old monster heading towards Gu Yuan. With such a scene, Long Chang couldn't help but sweat hard for Gu Yuan. Worry about Gu Yuan. As for Long Wu, he shook his head inside. It's over. Gu Yuan, this miscellaneous. Ahem. Gu Yuan is finished. He will surely be eaten and wiped clean by those stern ghosts and the red-haired old monster. Right now, Gu Yuan hasn't entered the depths of the burying dragon abyss yet, so if he wants to escape, he might still have a chance of survival. After thinking about it, Long Chang opened his mouth like this. Gu Yuan hadn't really gone deep into the buried dragon abyss yet, so if he fled towards the outside of the buried dragon abyss now, there was a chance of survival. Long Wu spoke. If he had escaped in the first place, he would indeed have a chance of survival. But now that both the Li Ghost and the red-haired old monster have surrounded him, and there are formations present within the burial dragon abyss, the space is solid and incomparable, and cannot be torn apart from the space, and now, even if he wants to escape, he can't do so. Hey! Letting out a sigh, Long Chang shook his head slightly and said, it's a pity that such a young supreme pride would fall in the burial dragon abyss. Right in the middle of his words, the stern ghosts and the red-haired old monster had already surrounded Gu Yuan. Not to mention Gu Yuan, even if he went, he could only die in the face of such a situation. In his opinion, Gu Yuan's death was already a foregone conclusion. But suddenly, his gaze snapped and he couldn't help but say, what's that? Long Wu also had a clear flash of doubt in his eyes, because they saw that Gu Yuan, who was facing such certain death, had actually thrown a flag out. The flag rose in the wind, and soon it was transformed into a flag that covered the sky. The flag constantly has black gas from it, vaguely seems to have all kinds of miserable screams and hissing from it. Just as Long Chang and Long Wu were still wondering what this flag was, only to see that the countless stern ghosts below were flying towards the middle of the flag in unison. That these stern ghosts were clearly not heading into the flag on their own accord was evident from the fact that they were fleeing in all directions, or holding on to whatever they could around them to stop themselves from flying into the flag. But no matter what they did, it was hard for them to escape into the middle of the flag. Those red-haired old monsters also had clusters of gray mist floating out of their bodies, which then entered that flag. With the gray mist floating out of the body, the red hair on the red-haired old monster fell off in an instant, and it also seemed to have lost its vitality, falling to the ground one by one. But in just 2.5 breaths, the thousands of severe ghosts that were supposed to surround Gu Yuan were all sucked into the flag. Those red-haired old monsters also turned into corpses and fell to the ground because they lost the gray mist in their bodies. Such a scene caused a great shock to Long Chang and Long Wu's not-so-young hearts. The father and son glanced at each other, and both saw the strong shock and incredulity from the bottom of each other's eyes. Both of them were great emperors with extensive knowledge, but even they had never seen such a heaven-defying supreme treasure. This supreme treasure was simply the nemesis of the severe ghosts and red-haired old monsters within the burial dragon abyss. P.S. 100. 000 words, begging wave of bookshelves, begging wave of urging, begging wave of 5-star praise, begging wave of free gifts, kneeling thank you all paying support. Chapter 46, Coming for Me? The human emperor streamer is so heaven-defying. It seems that this trip to the burial dragon abyss will be very rewarding for me. Looking at the human emperor streamer in his hand, Gu Yuan could not hide his excitement as he opened his mouth. He could clearly perceive that the human emperor streamer had become even stronger than before. Just looking at some of the red hairs growing out of the human emperor's streamer, he couldn't help but frown. Previously, the human emperor streamer was just black, and it just didn't look like it would sell. Now that it had absorbed the gray mist in the red-haired old monster's body, it now grew some red hairs and looked significantly more evil by a few points. At a glance, it didn't look like any famous and righteous weapon. Instead it looked like a demonic treasure. Gu Yuan tried to pull off the red hairs, but when he pulled off some red hairs, new ones would grow. After thinking about it, Gu Yuan stopped paying attention. If it doesn't sell, it doesn't sell, and it's a better deterrent to the enemy. Comforting himself in this way, Gu Yuan put away the human emperor streamer and the Regulus sword, and dropped his gaze on the corpses beside him. There were also storage rings present on top of these corpses. Taking off some storage rings and probing into them with his mind, Gu Yuan's eyes lit up. All of these storage rings had huge cultivation resources in them, piles of spirit stones, all sorts of strange heavenly materials, all sorts of gongfu weapons, pills, etc. There are simply too many to count. However, it was obvious that because too much time had passed, all of the energy within them had passed away, and they had already turned into a pile of scrap. Gu Yuan tried to take it out, but as soon as it touched the outside world, everything turned into wind and sand and dissipated in the blink of an eye. In this regard, although Gu Yuan was sorry, there was nothing that could be done about it. However, although the things in the storage ring did not get preserved, but these storage rings can go through an unknown number of thousands of years and still do not rot, you can guess that its grade is certainly not low. Gu Yuan had no intention of letting go of these storage rings, and at that moment, he put them all into the system's carry-on space. Then with a movement of his feet, he headed straight to the depths of the burial dragon abyss. Along the way, all the severe ghosts where Gu Yuan passed were absorbed into the human emperor streamer by him. Those red-haired old monsters could not escape their fate, and were sucked out of the gray mist in their bodies by the human emperor streamer, and then turned into a cold corpse planted on the ground. 2.5 short hours. Within the burial dragon abyss, no less than tens of thousands of stern ghosts were invited into the human emperor's streamer by Gu Yuan. Become the newest VIP in the human emperor's streamer. The gray mist in the bodies of those red-haired old monsters. The human emperor streamer had also absorbed no less than tens of thousands of clusters. This makes the royal streamers all crawling with red hair. The entire flag turned blood red at this moment. Who is this man? Why is it so demonic? What the hell is that flag in his hand that's red like blood? Why can you target the stern ghosts and red-haired old monsters in this burial dragon abyss? Behind a broken boulder, a middle-aged man was quietly looking Gu Yuan up and down. There was still a strong flash of shock and doubt in his eyes. The middle-aged man wore a black robe and a hood, with a long scar on his face, and a pair of large, pitch-black dragon horns on his head, except that one of his horns was broken in half. If someone from the dragon clan was here, they would definitely be able to recognize its identity. It's no one else but the sinful dragon that escaped into the burial dragon abyss for 10 years. Long Xiang. Gu Yuan had come to the burial dragon abyss for only 2.5 short hours, but his arrival had triggered a huge commotion. He sensed the commotion, which was why he came here at the first opportunity to explore the situation. Just after arriving at this place he saw Gu Yuan move the flag in his hand to suck tens of thousands of stern ghosts into the flag. Inhaling the gray mist containing grievances within the tens of thousands of red-haired old monsters into the human emperor streamer caused the red-haired old monsters to instantly transform into inactionable corpses. Such a scene truly shocked him. After the shock passed, greed suddenly surfaced in his eyes as he looked at the human emperor streamer in Gu Yuan's hands. This burial dragon abyss is infested with severe ghosts, and old red-haired monsters wreak havoc. He had entered the buried dragon abyss for many years, although he had a piece of formation talisman that he had obtained by accident, which could immunize him against the formations targeting the dragon race within the buried dragon abyss. But he could only lower his head and be a human being in the face of these stern ghosts and red-haired old monsters. Weekdays are like rats in the gutter, either hiding or on the way to hiding. Not even a little bit of practice time. It wasn't that he was not as strong as these night ghosts and red-haired old monsters. The main reason was that as soon as there was a movement of a fight, these stern ghosts and red-haired old monsters smelled it and came. There was a time when he was besieged by the night ghost and the old red-haired monster. If he hadn't been a quick wimp and fled the first time he sensed something was wrong, he would probably have been wheeled to his death by the stern ghosts and the red-haired old monster by now. Now that he saw Gu Yuan displaying the power of that red flag, his first thought was to take it for himself. With this red flag, he could stop being afraid of these stern ghosts and red-haired old monsters. From now on he could walk sideways in the burial dragon abyss. He can look up and be a dragon. Even so, he felt that the might the red flag was now displaying was just the tip of its iceberg. This weapon was far more powerful than he had imagined. It's a hunch, but his instincts were always accurate. It was also in the midst of his fluttering thoughts that Gu Yuan's voice sounded within the burial dragon abyss. Long Xiang, stop hiding. I've seen you. Get yourself out. Hearing this, Long Xiang's heart was suddenly startled. His heart was also odd. This person is actually running towards himself. Though I don't know why the other person knows his name and why the other person is looking for him. However, since the other party had already discovered himself, there was naturally no need to continue hiding. He slowly stepped out from behind the crumbling boulder, his voice containing some surprise. I can't imagine that in the burial dragon abyss where divine sense can't be released, you'd still be able to spot this emperor. It's quite a surprise to this emperor. Chapter 47, Tackling the Thief. I can't imagine that in the burial dragon abyss where divine sense can't be released, you'd still be able to spot this emperor. It's quite a surprise to this emperor. Hearing the voice, Gu Yuan couldn't help but turn his head to look. When he saw Long Xiang, who was dressed in a black robe, he was first stunned, but soon the color of joy rose on his face. He just wanted to roar a few times to try to see if Long Xiang was in the neighborhood, but he didn't expect that it would be crooked and directly blow Long Xiang out. That was quite a surprise. Taking in the change in Gu Yuan's face, Long Xiang's face instantly became gloomy. He also realized that he had been deceived. Humph! With a disgruntled heavy cold snort, Long Xiang asked, "What are you looking for me for?" Gu Yuan smiled and said directly, "I'm looking for you to borrow some Dragon Emperor Essence blood." Borrow some Dragon Emperor Essence blood. Long Xiang instantly became furious. How dare the vertical sun? The Dragon Emperor's essence blood contained the life essence of the Dragon Emperor's entire body and contained infinite power. By surrendering it, it will surely suffer a heavy blow to itself. No Dragon Emperor would hand over their own Dragon Emperor essence blood. Now that Gu Yuan opened his mouth and asked him to borrow the Dragon Emperor's essence blood, this simply had the effect of taking death. Almost the instant his words landed, his entire body instantly disappeared in place. As if it were a flash, it reappeared and had already appeared in front of Gu Yuan. A palm strike. A layer of scales glittering with ethereal light immediately surfaced on top of his palm, and his palm was instantly transformed into a dragon's claw. This claw of his was so powerful that it directly grabbed the air and exploded with a loud sonic boom. Fortunately, Gu Yuan's reaction was also extremely fast. In the middle of raising his hand, he slapped out a palm. A palm and a claw instantly collided. Boom! A popping sound came out immediately. The terrifying aftermath of the collision instantly swept away, destroying everything in the surroundings. So strong. Feeling the terrifying power coming from above his palm, Gu Yuan was immediately startled in his heart. The power was far beyond his ability to stop. Almost instantly, Gu Yuan was shaken and flew far away. He retreated thousands of meters in a row before he was able to stop his body. Jia jia jia. Seeing Gu Yuan being blown away, Long Xiang did not ride on his victory, but instead let out a cold and strange laugh from his mouth, smugly and incomparably saying, "Kid, you're just the first level of a mere indestructible emperor, while this emperor is the 9th level of an indestructible emperor. How are you going to fight with me?" After a pause, the joy in his eyes intensified a few points and he said, "An undying emperor as young as you must taste delicious." Saying that, Long Xiang couldn't help but lick his lips. It seemed to have already fantasized about tasting Gu Yuan's deliciousness. Gu Yuan didn't say anything, but instead urged the human emperor streamer in his hand and then threw it out. The human emperor's streamer left his hand and rose against the wind, soon transforming into a huge flag that covered the sky and the sun. The black gas on it filled out, instantly enveloping this side of the world. A mournful hissing sound came out from it, followed by countless stern ghosts scrambling out from within the human emperor streamer. Subsequently, under the control of Gu Yuanfei, these severe ghosts spread out towards Long Xiang rapidly. The red hairs on the human emperor's streamer also seemed to come alive at this moment, and they all turned into a long, big and thick blood-red tentacle and rolled towards Long Xiang. Looking at the severe ghosts coming from the sky and the endless red tentacles, Long Xiang's eyelids could not help but tremble. The number of these severe ghosts with blood-red tentacles was just too much. Moreover, The power that these severe ghosts and blood-red tentacles could erupt was not to be underestimated, with each and every one of them able to erupt attacks that were not weaker than those of an immortal emperor. With a turn of his eyes, Long Xiang looked at Gu Yuan, already having an idea in his mind. Tackle the thief. There were simply too many of these severe ghosts and blood-red tentacles, and if he were to meet the battle mindlessly, I'm afraid that exhaustion could tire him out. He was prepared to kill Gu Yuan first, so that all crises would be dissolved in an instant. Chapter 48 Buddha's Wrathful Soul Lotus. Thinking so, Long Xiang instantly moved. Both claws poked out. Terrifying energy was vented from them, and a mass of pitch-black demonic chi immediately surged out from his body. The pitch-black demonic chi coalesced and eventually formed two incomparably huge black demonic dragon silhouettes on his side. The black devil dragon shadow contained extremely terrifying energy, and its terrifying breath filled out, shocking the space with a distortion. Simply terrifying. Shin demon dragon soaring. Long Xiang's mouth exploded as he struck forward with both arms in unison. Ow! As he did, the two black demonic dragons let out a roar from their mouths and charged fiercely towards the front. The two black demonic dragons braved death and charged across the room, directly blowing up all the red tentacles and stern ghosts directly in front of them. The stern ghosts and red tentacles that had surrounded Long Xiang in 3 layers, because of the rampage of these two black demonic dragons, were instantly torn open with a huge mouth. Taking advantage of this opening, Long Xiang moved his feet quickly and soon rushed out from the circle of the stern ghosts and red tentacles. Gazing at Gu Yuan, who was standing in the air with a calm face, Long Xiang couldn't help but lift the corner of his mouth slightly. Kid, your time to die has come. Without the slightest bit of procrastination, he went straight to Gu Yuan. He was originally thousands of meters away from Gu Yuan, but in less than a breath of time, he was already within 1,000 meters of Gu Yuan. You can see how fast he is. With such a close distance, he was perfectly capable of striking Gu Yuan before those stern ghosts and red tentacles surrounded him. Therefore, this moment's arrogance was incomparable. Licking his lips, Long Xiang laughed evilly. Kid, now you are at your wit's end. Have you thought about how to die? In his opinion, the stern ghosts and red tentacles in that flag were its greatest reliance. And now, the stern ghosts and red tentacles in that flag could no longer threaten him, just because he was able to take the first step to execute Gu Yuan before those stern ghosts and red tentacles got close. And with Gu Yuan dead, without Gu Yuan's control, those stern ghosts and red tentacles wouldn't be attacking him. He also gets the extremely scary red flag. I have a move called the Buddha Rage Soul Lotus. I hope you can take it. Gu Yuan smiled faintly. As the words landed, a huge lotus flower carrying incomparably terrifying might flew out from the human emperor streamer, and then it descended from the sky and smashed down hard straight towards Long Xiang. The lotus flower was of fiery red color, and its soul power filled the air, containing infinite power. This lotus was called the Buddha's Fury Soul Lotus, which was formed by Gu Yuan's fusion of several great emperor realms' severe ghosts and several red old monsters' bodies' gray mist. Because this move was inspired by a metaphysical novel he once saw come to life, he took the name of someone else's move in his stride. Hearing Gu Yuan's words, Long Xiang's heart instantly rang with alarm bells. With a single movement of his feet, he was ready to strike Gu Yuan to avoid a long night's sleep. But soon, a sense of threat from death came from above, which couldn't help but make him subconsciously look up. And at this glance, a fiery red lotus flower was seen falling from the sky, and the speed was so fast that it had reached the top of the head in an instant. Feeling the terrifying might contained within the Buddha's Fury Soul Lotus, Long Xiang's face could not help but change slightly, and his mouth involuntarily let out a terrified yell. No, 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 it is not possible. How can you strike such a terrifying blow? No wonder he reacted so greatly. It was really because the Buddha's Fury Soul Lotus was too terrifying. The might it was capable of erupting was such that even if he was a supreme powerhouse of the 9th level of the Undying Great Emperor, he felt a pang of fear. In his opinion, someone who could strike such a powerful blow should be a powerhouse above the Undying Great Emperor. But now, the person who struck such a powerful blow was someone whose cultivation level was much lower than his. How could this not shock him? Of course, despite the shock, his reaction was extremely fast and incomparable. The power in his body surged, and a burst of cold and chilly demonic aura immediately emerged around him. The demonic chi converged and formed several dark-colored energy shields in front of him, shielding him. However, when the Buddha Fury's Soul Lotus fell, the several energy light shields were like bubbles that instantly burst apart. Seeing this, Long Xiang's face could not help but change slightly. But he seemed to have anticipated such a situation. Though discolored, he did not appear alarmed. He poked out his hands. A layer of scales with a glittering ghostly light surfaced on them, and his hands instantly changed into two gigantic dragon claws. The power in his body surged and converged into his claws as much as he could. He blocked with both claws towards the Buddha Fury Soul Lotus. The moment the two claws came into contact with the Buddha's Fury Soul Lotus, a terrifying collision force immediately swept away, shocking the space with bursts of distortion. Thanks to the countless formations here, the space has become solid. Otherwise, this collision force alone could easily shatter the space. But Long Xiang obviously can't resist the Buddha's Fury Soul Lotus. Both claws just contacted the Buddha's Fury Soul Lotus, with the mighty energy above the Buddha's Fury Soul Lotus venting out. His mouth immediately sprayed a large mouthful of blood. Roar! Dragon Xiang let out a roar from his mouth that did not belong to a human, and his body immediately began to start expanding and changing at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. Soon it appeared as a 1,000 feet long black dragon. Demonic beasts have strong physical bodies and are far superior to their human counterparts. He had revealed his original body because he was preparing to use it to ward off this terrifying Buddha's Fury Soul Lotus. However, even though he had appeared in his original body, he still couldn't block the Buddha's Fury Soul Lotus. However, after just 2.5 short breaths of support, its entire dragon was directly blown away by the Buddha Fury Soul Lotus. Boom! Accompanied by an explosive sound that resounded through the sky within the burial dragon abyss, Long Xiang's huge body immediately smashed out a huge, deep pit on the ground. There was blood spewing out from everywhere on its huge body, staining the earth red. Its aura had also become withered to the extreme, obviously suffering from extremely heavy injuries. Looking at the severely injured Long Xiang, Gu Yuan couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. Obviously, he was very satisfied with the power of the Buddha Fury Soul Lotus, retrieving all the severe ghosts and red tentacles back into the human Emperor Streamer, and putting the human Emperor Streamer away. Gu Yuan moved his feet and came to the top of Long Xiang's head. He was ready to collect the Dragon Emperor's essence blood in Long Xiang's body. P.S. At the request of the readers, the realm is written again. The Tianwu continent's cultivation realm division was from low to high, body tempering, nascent soul, spiritual yuan, spiritual sea, metamorphosis, mountains and seas, sun and moon, saints, sacred kings, sacred emperors, immortal emperor, indestructible emperor, extreme emperor, and forbidden emperor. Each realm is divided into 1 to 9 levels. The Tianwu continent pills are divided into 1 to 9 orders from low to high, and each order is further divided into the upper, middle and lower 3 grades. 8th order pills were also known as sacred pills, and 9th order pills were also known as imperial pills. The creation pill was a top grade imperial ranked pill. Tianwu continent Gongfa martial arts from high to low are emperor, saint, heaven, earth, xian, yellow, 6 grades. Each grade is further divided into upper, middle and lower grades. Tianwu continent weapon level from high to low are emperor, saint, heaven, earth, xian, yellow, 6 grades. Emperor weapons were categorized from high to low: forbidden emperor weapons, extreme emperor weapons, indestructible emperor weapons, and immortal emperor weapons. The rest of the weapons are subdivided into upper, middle and lower grades for each grade. For the sake of me listening to my readers so much, all you handsome righteous Pang Yuyen people, can you click on the hypes? Send a small gift, give a 5-star book review or something? The righteous son is here on his knees to thank you. Chapter 49 Dragon King's Order. Just as Gu Yuan was about to make a move to take out the Dragon Emperor's essence blood from Long Xiang's body, only to see that Long Xiang, who was originally seriously injured and dying, violently erupted a shocking aura. Heaven-swallowing demonic dragon technique. Activate! An explosive cry came out of Long Xiang's mouth. An endless amount of pure demonic chi immediately surged out around him. At the same time, a terrifying suction force violently erupted from his mouth, actually forming a huge vortex. This suction force was extremely terrifying, and Gu Yuan had not even reacted before he was pulled by this suction force towards Long Xiang. By the time Gu Yuan reacted, he was already less than 100 meters away from Long Xiang. The chi and blood in his body churned, and Gu Yuan could keenly sense that the energy in his body was rapidly flowing towards the outside, and the direction of the flow. It was the mouth of Long Xiang. Long Xiang was devouring the energy in his body. Gu Yuan frowned, and with a single movement of his feet, he prepared to head towards the distance. But as soon as he moved, his face just couldn't help but sink, just because he felt as if he was imprisoned at the moment, and it was difficult to even move. Such pure energy. It's so delicious. Jia jia jia. A look of enjoyment appeared on Long Xiang's huge dragon face. Seeing Gu Yuan struggling, he immediately let out a sardonic laugh. Kid, don't struggle. Once the heaven-swallowing demon dragon technique is activated, it can confine the space within a 10,000 meter radius, unless your cultivation is much higher than mine. Otherwise, the only fate that awaits you is to be devoured by me. Jia jia jia. Laughing, Long Xiang mouthed and cannot help but a burst of complacency said, or young if you make up the knife I did not have to die, and now how you will end up in such a field. As the words fell, the suction power in his mouth erupted once again, but in less than the blink of an eye, Gu Yuan was already less than 10 meters away from his abyssal maw. He was about to devour Gu Yuan, and it was at that moment that Gu Yuan's voice rang out. It's not too late to make up for it. As the words fell, a golden longsword suddenly appeared in front of Gu Yuan. Dazzling golden light erupted on top of the golden longsword. Sword chi was spreading across the board, and one by one, mysterious and obscure runes flowed on it. At a glance, it was an extremely terrifying sword. This sword is none other than the ancient artifact Xian Yuan sword. The moment he saw the Xian Yuan sword, the color of panic immediately surfaced in Long Xiang's pair of huge dragon eyes. Just because he felt the threat from death from above this sword. The feeling of threat that this sword brought to him was far greater than the Buddha Fury Soul Lotus. Just as his heart was filled with fear, the regular sword had already chopped down viciously with a single stroke under Gu Yuan's control. Gu Yuan's cultivation was not as good as Long Xiang's, and after he was confined in space by his use of the heaven-swallowing demonic dragon technique, it was difficult for him to even move. But the Xian Yuan sword is an ancient divine weapon. Nothing can be chopped, nothing can be blocked, sharp to the extreme. Even if the space is confined, the Xian Yuan sword can break it open. The speed of the Xian Yuan sword was strangely fast, just like a meteor crossing the sky in an instant. Before Long Xiang could even react, he was directly pierced through his huge head by the Xian Yuan sword. Good! What a fast sword! Long Xiang's eyes were filled with shock and he couldn't help but let out an exclamation. As the berserk sword chi contained in the Xian Yuan sword raged madly within his body. Soon, Long Xiang's vitality dissipated, completely and utterly transforming into a dead body. Although Long Xiang's divine soul was shredded by the sword chi to the point where not even a little bit was left, Gu Yuan did not let it go, and after taking out the human emperor streamer to help reshape his divine soul, Gu Yuan also let him enter the human emperor streamer and become the newest guest of honor in the human emperor streamer. Using a small bottle to draw the essence blood out of Long Xiang's body, Gu Yuan waved his big hand and put Long Xiang's huge dragon body into the system's carry-on space. Dragons are ancient beasts, and their whole body is a treasure. Moreover, its dragon meat was rumored to be the world's #1 delicacy, and Gu Yuan wanted to savor it. Turning his gaze to the four directions, Gu Yuan couldn't help but lift the corners of his mouth slightly as he muttered to himself, just that impatient to enter the human emperor's streamer and become a VIP in it? As his words fell, a stern ghost and a red-haired old monster appeared in view in the distance. The number was extremely high, dense and countless. I also don't know what scale of great war occurred in the ancient times, which gave birth to so many stern ghosts and red-haired old monsters. Gu Yuan wasn't polite, so to speak. When these stern ghosts and the red-haired old monster got close, he waved his hand and urged the human emperor streamer to take in all the stern ghosts and the gray mist inside the red-haired old monster into the human emperor streamer. Subsequently, Gu Yuan did not walk out of the burial dragon abyss either. Instead, he continued to walk in the burial dragon abyss. The remaining night ghosts and red hair monsters were eliminated in one fell swoop. Time flies. In a flash, 2 days had passed. In the span of 2 days, Gu Yuan had taken all of the stern ghosts, all of the gray mist in the red-haired old monster's body into the human emperor streamer as much as he could. What made Gu Yuan somewhat surprised was that he had also searched for dozens of emperor soul grasses along with nearly 1,000 sacred soul grasses in this burial dragon abyss. It can be very rewarding. Only after determining that there were no more any of the stern ghosts and red-haired old monsters did Gu Yuan walk towards the outside of the burial dragon abyss with satisfaction. Did you fetch the dragon emperor's essence blood? As Gu Yuan walked out of the burial dragon abyss, Long Chang greeted him at the first opportunity. After looking Gu Yuan up and down for a few moments and seeing that he didn't have any injuries on his body, a burst of brilliant light immediately erupted from his eyes. Worthy of being the young great emperor of the human race that this clan head is optimistic about. To enter the burial dragon abyss and still remain unharmed is simply terrifying. Gu Yuan smiled and nodded. The dragon emperor's essence blood has been fetched. Upon hearing this, Long Chang was not surprised. After a pause, he then asked, What about Long Xiang? Did you kill it? Gu Yuan said. Kill. Immediately, joy flashed in Long Chang's eyes and he couldn't help but say, this damned bastard, Long Xiang, is considered dead. Although Long Xiang was a member of the dragon clan, he practiced the heaven-swallowing demon dragon technique, which secretly mutilated an unknown number of people of the dragon clan. Later on, in order to surround and kill Long Xiang, the dragon clan also suffered a lot of losses, and several great emperors had fallen. Now he was naturally happy to learn the news of its death. Seemingly thinking of something, Long Chang flipped his hand and took out a golden token and handed it to Gu Yuan. At the same time, he spoke out. This order is called the Dragon King's Order, and my dragon clan will send this order to anyone who has shown great kindness to my dragon clan. This order has a supreme status within my dragon clan. With this order you can make a request to my dragon clan, and even allow my entire dragon clan to make a move for you once. Prompting the Dragon King order can directly contact me. There is also a special teleportation array in the order. If you are in danger, prompting the Dragon King order can instantly teleport you to my dragon clan, and by virtue of this order my dragon clan can keep you safe. Now that you have killed Long Xiang, the sinful dragon, you have a great favor from my dragon clan, so please accept this Dragon King order and don't reject it. Gu Yuan was not polite, and after a few simple words of courtesy, he took the Dragon King's order into his hands. The Dragon King's order was a token crafted from a special Xian iron. The token was golden in color, with 3 big words Dragon King order written on one side, while a lifelike golden dragon was carved on the other. After looking it up and down, Gu Yuan put it into the system's carry-on space. It was at this moment that Long Wu, who was standing beside Long Chang and had not said anything, opened his mouth. Gazing at Gu Yuan, Long Wu asked in a deep voice, "You're the one who bullied my little sister into crying." Gu Yuan glanced at him and said suspiciously, "You are?" Long Wu said in a neutral tone, "Second prince of the dragon clan, Long Wu." As the words fell, an emperor's might of the first level of the undying great emperor exploded out from Long Wu's body. Chapter 51 Sword defeats Long Wu. What are you doing? Long Chang glanced at Long Wu and chided, "Take back the imperial might for me. Knowing the son is like knowing the father." As soon as Long Mo's butt lifted, Long Chang knew what his opponent was about to fart. It hardly took much thought for him to guess that Long Wu wanted to violently beat Gu Yuan and ruthlessly take out his anger for Long Xinyan. But who was Gu Yuan? That was an existence that could kill Long Xiang, break into the burial dragon abyss alone, and then walk out unharmed. Such a character was something Long Wu could deal with. He wasn't even sure that he would be able to suppress Gu Yuan, not to mention his good oldest son, Long Wu. Therefore, upon guessing Long Wu's thoughts, he chided the other party at the first opportunity, trying to get the other side to be sensible, to get the other side to recognize reality. But it was clear that Long Wu did not recognize reality or reason. He didn't listen to Long Chang's words to withdraw his imperial might. Instead, he looked at Gu Yuan provocatively and said, "You bullied my little sister. Now I'm going to fight you. Do you dare to answer?" "Asshole!" Long bellowed angrily. Terrifying imperial might erupted out, directly blasting Long Wu to 10,000 meters away. Without even glancing at Long Wu, Long Changxian smiled towards Gu Yuan. "Little friend Gu, don't get on my son's bad side. He's practicing and cultivating stupidly. It's not too good to use here." With that, he reached up and pointed to his temple. Gu Yuan was dumbfounded. And at this time, Long Wu flew back again. He looked at Long Chang and "It's not my brain that's not working well." Letting out a soft snort from the tip of his nose in dissatisfaction, he once again looked at Gu Yuan and asked, "Do you dare to fight me or not? Give a quick word." There was clearly anger flashing across Long Chang's face, and he just wanted to open his mouth again to make his good elder a little more sensible. But just at that moment, Gu Yuan's softly laughing response had already sounded. "What wouldn't you dare to do?" Long Chang was helpless, and the words that came to his mouth were immediately swallowed back into his stomach. Now that Gu Yuan had agreed, it would be inappropriate for him to open his mouth to make Long Wu sensible. Hearing Gu Yuan's words, joy immediately flashed across Long Wu's face. "Yeah, I'll be able to take the heat off my little sister." Suddenly, as if thinking of something, Long Wu once again spoke out. "Our battle is just a sparring match, so we won't use weapons. How about it?" Upon hearing this, Long Wu couldn't help but look at Long Wu with relief. He also knew to restrict Gu Yuan from using his weapon, so he wasn't too stupid. The dragons were ancient divine beasts. Their fleshly bodies far exceeded that of ordinary demonic beasts, and far exceeded that of the human race, whose fleshly bodies were weak. Under the same realm, 99. 99% of the human race that did not use weapons would not be a match for the dragon race. Long Wu didn't allow Gu Yuan to use his weapon, although it was a bit shameless, but facing an absolute heavenly pride among absolute heavenly prides like Gu Yuan, this was undoubtedly the right thing to do, just because it is the only way to have a chance of winning. With a glance, Long Chang looked toward Gu Yuan, curiosity clearly flashing in his eyes. He wondered if Gu Yuan would agree to the shameless offer Long Wu had made. If it was an ordinary great emperor, he would definitely not agree to such shameless conditions. But who is Gu Yuan? That was breaking a great realm on the 8th day of the great emperor realm. He only broke into the burial dragon abyss and walked out unharmed. A terrifying existence that used the first level cultivation of an imperishable emperor to decapitate the 9th level cultivation of an imperishable emperor. Long Xiang. How can such a character be compared to the average person? And Gu Yuan's answer did not disappoint him. Meeting his and Long Wu's gazes, Gu Yuan just smiled calmly before nodding his head in agreement. Yes. Hearing this answer, Long Chang couldn't help but secretly say sure enough. And there wasn't much surprise in his heart. Compared to his lack of surprise, there was a clear flash of surprise in the eyes of Long Wu, the good elder son. But the color of surprise passed in an instant and turned into a strong excitement. Gu Yuan, who didn't use weapons, was a toothless tiger in his eyes, and could be savaged at will. He was excited at the thought of beating up the other party and taking a hard hit for his little sister. Well. Long Wu said 3 good words in a row before saying, "We fight in heaven?" The destruction caused by a battle between great emperor realm powerhouses was unimaginable. So normally, great emperors of the same class would fight at a high altitude away from the ground. Could be. Gu Yuan nodded, receiving a response. Long Wu's feet instantly shot up into the sky, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived at a height of hundreds of thousands of meters. Gu Yuan didn't hesitate to move his feet and rushed up to the sky to follow. My dragon clan's physical body is strong to the extreme. My son's physical talent is even more terrifying. And now he has been able to achieve a physical body that is comparable to an emperor's soldier. But Gu Yuan agreed to be so quick. And his strength is definitely not to be underestimated. And I don't know who can win this battle. Long Chang followed with a movement of his feet, curiosity flashing visibly in his eyes. Although he was extremely optimistic about Gu Yuan, he was also well aware of the terror of his good oldest child's flesh. It was destined to be an evenly matched battle. At a height of tens of thousands of meters, Gu Yuan and Long Wu looked at each other, and in the next instant, the two of them moved. The power within Long Wu's body surged, and his entire body was like a floodbeast as he smashed through the void and came straight at Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan, on the other hand, raised his right hand and put his fingers together. A sword intent gathered between his 2 fingers, and then he used his finger as a sword to slice out a sword from the top down. An extremely bright, incomparably sharp and powerful sword light that seemed to be able to tear apart everything in the world instantly shot out from Gu Yuan's fingertips, heading straight for Long Wu. Looking at the rapidly incoming sword light, Long Wu was shocked in his heart. Nearly subconsciously, he said, "What a terrifying sword." From above this sword, he felt an extremely strong sense of oppression. Of course, even though he sensed the power of this sword, he didn't retreat, but instead advanced, and burst out with the words, "Double dragons haunting the sea." Between the words he met them with both fists. 2 red dragon silhouettes emerged from both sides of him and rushed out in unison, vaguely accompanied by the sound of roaring angry sea. The sword light collided with the 2 red dragon shadows. In an instant, a terrifying sword mark surfaced around Long Wu's body. The dragon's blood dripped down as if it was raining blood. The 2 red dragon silhouettes were only supported for a few moments before they exploded. However, the sword chi still went on its way, heading straight for Long Wu. Roar! Long Wu let out an explosive shout from his mouth, and red-colored dragon scales suddenly emerged above his arms. His arms turned into dragon claws in unison. However, this still didn't block the sword light. Long Wu only supported himself for just 2.5 breaths, and a large mouthful of blood was sprayed out of his mouth. The entire person then shot heavily towards the ground like a cannonball. Rumble! A huge sound of explosion resounded as Long Wu's body directly smashed a large mountain. I don't know how many mountain critters have lost their lives because of this. A huge mushroom cloud made up of smoke and dust also slowly rose up at this moment. Long Chang looked at the huge mushroom cloud made up of smoke and dust, and then at Gu Yuan, who was standing in the air with a calm face. Shock and disbelief crawled across his face at a speed visible to the naked eye. He had always favored Gu Yuan, and he had thought that Gu Yuan could win, but he hadn't expected Gu Yuan to win so easily, defeating an undying emperor of the same realm with a single sword, or a sword with a finger instead of a sword. What kind of concept is that? It's just outrageous. His mom opened the door for outrageous. Outrageous to the core. Chapter 51, Fengqing Xin of the Ice Phoenix Clan. This son has a great future. Future achievements are unlimited. We must not befriend him. We must befriend him. After the shock passed, Long Chang couldn't help but murmur. As for the good oldest child Longwu, he didn't even bother to look at him. After a long time, the smoke dispersed and Longwu flew out from the smoke. Although it looked extremely wretched, the injuries on its body had already healed as much as possible. Gazing towards Gu Yuan, he couldn't hide the shock in his eyes as he said, "You were able to defeat me with a single sword without using a weapon. If you had used a weapon, then wouldn't I have died in a single move?" Gu Yuan nodded directly without even thinking. It should be. Regardless of whether it was the Xian Yuan sword or the human emperor's streamer that were both ancient divine weapons, the power that could be erupted was terrifying to the extreme. If he had gone all out, not to mention Long Wu, it was Long Wu's oldest son, Long Chang the Dragon Clan chief. Gu Yuan was confident that he would be able to decapitate the other party. Hearing Gu Yuan's words, Long Wu couldn't help but skim his lips, though he knew the other man was telling the truth. But this kind of big truth, nobody likes to hear it. It's just too hurtful. Ooh. Gu Yuan gazed at the Dragon Chief and said, "Dragon Chief, this matter has been completed, so I'll take my leave." Now that the Dragon Emperor's essence blood had been taken, he was ready to head to the ice plateau north of the northern domain to search for the seven-colored snow lotus. There's no rush. Long Chang waved his hand and laughed. "Aren't you looking for the seven-colored snow lotus?" Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan hurriedly asked, "Dragon Patriarch, do you know where there is a seven-colored snow lotus?" He was looking for the seven-colored snow lotus. He had already informed Long Ao, as Long Chang was Long Ao's oldest son. It wasn't surprising to learn that he was searching for the seven-colored snow lotus now. "I didn't know before, but yesterday I did." The Dragon Chief smiled and said, "Just yesterday, the pride of the Ice Phoenix Clan of the Ice Snow Plateau, Fengqing, came to my Dragon Clan. The Ice Phoenix Clan and my Dragon Clan are both ancient divine beasts, and now that their Ice Phoenix Clan is in danger, they have come to my Dragon Clan for help. On the occasion of the deliberation, I took the opportunity to inquire about the seven-colored snow lotus, and I didn't expect that there was one within their Ice Phoenix Clan. The people from the Ice Phoenix Clan said that they can give me the seven-colored snow lotus, but only if they help their Ice Phoenix Clan solve their current troubles. In response to this, I directly agreed, and was thinking of sending someone to the Ice Phoenix Clan in a couple of days, to help the Ice Phoenix Clan resolve their troubles, and hand it over to you after fetching the seven-colored snow lotus. But now that you have come out of the burial dragon abyss, then this matter should be handled by you personally. Gu Yuan alone could block 100 great emperors. After all, it had decapitated Long Xiang, who had not been killed by the joint efforts of 100 great emperors. With such strength, it could completely help the Ice Phoenix Clan resolve their current troubles. Hearing Long Chang's words, Gu Yuan couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion in his heart. This Dragon Clan chief was just too good to him. "Thank you, Dragon Leader." Facing the Dragon Chief, Gu Yuan spoke with a serious expression. "What the Dragon Chief has done for me, I, Gu Yuan, will keep it in my heart, and in the future, if the Dragon Chief has a need to use me, Gu Yuan, just ask, and I, Gu Yuan, will definitely do my best for it." Long Chang nodded with satisfaction in his heart and smiled on his face. "You saved Long Tian. It's only right that I help you find the seven-colored snow lotus. Let's go. I'll take you to meet that Ice Phoenix Clan's heavenly pride." "Yes." As Gu Yuan nodded his head, Long Chang's mind moved, and space instantly tore apart as a spatial passage was opened up. Long Chang no longer hesitated and walked directly into the spatial passage. Gu Yuan also immediately followed. Long Yamo also thought of following. However, he had only just reached the front of the spatial channel when it instantly closed, allowing him to directly step in the air. Long Wu knew that this was Long Chang being angry because of his earlier behavior. Long Wu said sullenly, "I don't want to lose to Gu Yuan either." Who knew he would be so perverted? He thought that the point of Long Chang's anger was because he was angry because he lost and made Long Chang lose face. Soon enough, Gu Yuan was returning to the Dragon Clan with the Dragon Chief. Settling down within the Dragon Clan's Great Hall, the Dragon Chief immediately said to one of the Dragon Clan's people beside him, "Go and find Fengqing." "Yes." The people of the Dragon Clan responded and immediately left. Not long after, it brought back a woman. The woman was dressed in a long light blue dress. She had a pretty face and a tall figure. Her face had an icy expression, and she exuded an air of being uninviting. She was none other than the pride of the Ice Phoenix Clan, Fengqing. Fengqing has met the Dragon Clan chief. Feng Qingxin respectfully saluted towards the dragon chief, and then only then did she speak out and inquired, I wonder when the dragon chief will send someone forward to support my Ice Phoenix clan. I'll introduce you to someone. Long Chang did not answer Feng Qingxin's question, but instead introduced Gu Yuan towards Feng Qingxin. His name is Gu Yuan, and he's a human emperor. Upon hearing this, Feng Qingxin couldn't help but look at Gu Yuan, with doubts clearly flashing through the depths of her eyes. I don't know what long means. Of course, even though he didn't know what the dragon leader meant, he still cupped his fist towards Gu Yuan and introduced himself. Ice Phoenix Clan, Feng Qingxin. Gu Yuan also clasped his fists at this moment and returned. Human race, Gu Yuan. Seeing that the two had greeted each other, the dragon chief then continued. Gu Yuan is a human emperor with great strength, capable of helping your Phoenix clan to resolve the current crisis. I'm going to let Gu Yuan accompany you to the Ice Phoenix clan. Just him? Upon hearing this, Feng Qingxin's willow brows could not help but slightly frown. Her cultivation was not weak, being in existence of the Saint Emperor realm, although she couldn't see through Gu Yuan's cultivation. Together with Long Chang's words, he was able to determine that Gu Yuan was a great emperor, but judging from the age of Gu Yuan's bones that were so pink and tender that they seemed like they could be pinched out of water, Gu Yuan's age should also be around 18 years old. A great emperor around 18 years old is indeed outrageous. It's simply the greatest of the greatest of the greatest of the greatest. It's not too much of a stretch to say that no one has ever done it before or since. Even so, she couldn't help but begin to speculate in her heart whether Gu Yuan was the reincarnation of a certain great emperor of the ancients. Otherwise, how could one explain that the other party would have such a terrifying cultivation at such an age? However, regardless of whether or not Gu Yuan was the reincarnation of the great emperor of the ancients, he was simply too young. In her opinion, the other party was so young that even if it was a great emperor, it couldn't be strong enough. At most it had just broken through to a great emperor. But the Ice Phoenix clan was currently experiencing a crisis that required a strong person among the great emperors. At the very least, you have to be an undying emperor, and one won't even do. The minimum is several, if not dozens. She had already informed the dragon chief of all the crises encountered by the Ice Phoenix clan, but the dragon chief had only sent Gu Yuan to accompany her, which really made it difficult for her. A great emperor couldn't solve the crisis that the Ice Phoenix clan was experiencing. Taking in Feng Qingxin's expression, Long Chang seemed to know what he was thinking. At that moment, he directly laughed and said, Little friend Gu Yuan is not an ordinary great emperor. You can't underestimate him. Chapter 52 Traveling to the Ice Phoenix clan. Upon hearing this, Feng Qingxin could not help but laugh bitterly. I did not underestimate Gu Yuan. Which character who can become a great emperor is not a genius among men? Gu Yuan was able to become a great emperor at around 18 years of age, and was even more of a dragon amongst men. Even a forbidden great emperor wouldn't dare to underestimate such a character, because the other side has a great future. Even the forbidden emperor didn't dare to underestimate Gu Yuan. So where did she get the guts to dare to underestimate Gu Yuan? But Gu Yuan was simply too young enough to almost pinch. This made her subconsciously feel that it was simply impossible for the other party to solve the crisis encountered by the Ice Phoenix clan with just one person. Because the Ice Phoenix clan was currently experiencing too great a crisis, it was not something that ordinary great emperors could resolve. After thinking about it, Long Chang looked at Feng Qingxin and said, You know about Long Xiang, right? I know that Long Xiang was the Dragon Clan's former Grand Elder, only to be expelled from the Dragon Clan for practicing evil deeds, and ultimately escaped into the burial dragon abyss. Feng Qingxin nodded. Back then, when the 100 great emperors of the Dragon Clan made a move against Long Xiang, the matter had shocked the entire northern domain, and she was aware of it. Thinking of this, she also couldn't help but ask, Patriarch Long, is that Long Xiang still hiding in the burial dragon abyss now? Long Chang smiled and said, Long Xiang, died, dead. Feng Qingxin was obviously stunned, then reacted and immediately congratulated towards the dragon chief. Congratulations to the dragon chief for removing this sinful dragon. Long Xiang. Dragon Xiang had devoured an unknown number of people from the Dragon Clan back then, and later on, he had also killed several Dragon Clan great emperors who had surrounded him. Now that the other party was dead, this was a great joy for the Dragon Clan. Long Chang smiled and said, Do you know who killed Long Xiang? I don't know. Feng Qingxin shook her head, then curiously said, Who killed Long Xiang? At the same time she was muttering in her mind. Listening to Long Chang, it seemed that it was not Long Chang who killed Long Xiang, but amongst the Dragon Clan, who had the strength to kill Long Xiang other than Long Chang, the Dragon Clan's strongest person. The Dragon Clan chief? It was at this time that Long Chang slowly spat out 2 words, Gu Yuan, Gu Yuan. Feng Qingxin's heart was suddenly shocked. Her eyes looked toward Gu Yuan, and the shock in her eyes was clearly a few points greater. Gu Yuan was only 18 years old when he became a great emperor, which was something that was already enough to shock countless people. But now Long Chang said that Gu Yuan had beheaded Long Xiang, which undoubtedly shocked her a few points more. Who is Long Xiang? That was a former Grand Elder of the Dragon Clan. A terrifying existence that the Dragon Clan had failed to kill even after sending out hundreds of great emperors. But it was such a terrifying existence that was now being killed by Gu Yuan. A great emperor so young. Who can remain calm when hearing about this? Gazing at Gu Yuan, Feng Qingxin only felt that the other party's figure became even more mysterious and taller in her mind. It was also at this moment that he no longer dared to treat Gu Yuan as an ordinary great emperor. Long Chang smiled and said, Gu Yuan alone can be 100 great emperors. And now that he has accompanied you to the Ice Phoenix clan, is there any problem now? No, no problem. Feng Qingxin immediately shook her head. Gu Yuan was so powerful that he had killed Long Xiang with just one person, and his strength was completely capable of solving the current crisis that the Ice Phoenix clan was encountering. Gu Yuan isn't helping your Ice Phoenix clan unconditionally. If he helps you solve the current crisis that the Ice Phoenix clan is experiencing, you will have to give him the 7-colored snow lotus of your clan. Long spoke up. Helping the Ice Phoenix clan to solve the current crisis, the Ice Phoenix clan took out the 7-colored snow lotus in return. Although this matter was something that had been agreed upon a long time ago, but Gu Yuan was a human cultivator after all. He was also afraid that if Gu Yuan helped the Ice Phoenix clan, the Ice Phoenix clan would go back on their word and not hand over the 7-colored snow lotus to Gu Yuan. No problem. Naturally. Feng Qingxin smiled and opened her mouth. Although the 7-colored snow lotus was a rare imperial medicine in the world, if Gu Yuan could help the Ice Phoenix clan resolve the current crisis, then there was no harm in handing over the 7-colored snow lotus. Although the Emperor Pill was precious, if it was compared to the thousands of Phoenix lives of the Ice Phoenix clan, it wasn't worth mentioning at all, right? Hearing Feng Qingxin's words, Long Chang nodded, then looked at Gu Yuan and asked, when do you plan to travel to the Ice Plateau? On the way here, although he and Gu Yuan had already spoken, Gu Yuan had also agreed to travel to the Ice Phoenix clan. But he couldn't make the decision for Gu Yuan as to when exactly he would go forward to the Ice Phoenix clan. Gu Yuan's strength today was only a junior realm in front of him though. But in his heart he had long since treated it as a Taoist realm. Junior realm, people whose strength is weaker than their own. Taoist friendship realm, people whose strength is not too different from their own. Senior realm, someone whose strength was far superior to his own. Right now, Gu Yuan thought for a moment and opened his mouth. The crisis encountered by the Ice Phoenix clan had already been told to him by the dragon leader earlier. It's because of the race's competing interests. The Ice Phoenix clan used to be the well-deserved overlord of the Ice Plateau. Although over time, this clan has gradually declined. But as the saying goes, a skinny camel is bigger than a horse. The fallen Ice Phoenix clan immediately became the meat and potatoes in the eyes of countless large forces in the Ice Plateau. He wanted to overthrow the Ice Phoenix clan and seize the cultivation resources within the Ice Phoenix clan and its inheritance. At one time, the old ancestor of the Ice Phoenix clan was still alive, and those great powers of the Ice Snow Plateau didn't dare to act rashly at all. But along came 2.5 months ago, after the news of the old ancestor of the Ice Phoenix clan dying of old age spread out, those great forces of the Ice Plateau could no longer hold back, and actually began to secretly join forces to prepare to overthrow the Ice Phoenix clan. In desperation, the Ice Phoenix clan then asked for help towards the Dragon clan, which was also an ancient divine beast. Although the news that the Ice Phoenix clan had poked around was that the great forces of the Ice Snow Plateau still had 3 more days before they would make their move against the Ice Phoenix clan, but there was no guarantee that the news was wrong, and those great powers of the Ice Plateau had made an early move. So, Gu Yuan was prepared to go to the Ice Phoenix clan now. Whether or not the Ice Phoenix clan was overthrown would not have any effect on him. However, if the 7-colored snow lotus was destroyed due to the battle between the great powers of the Ice Plateau and the Ice Phoenix clan, that would not be good. After all, the 7-colored snow lotus is a rare imperial medicine in the world, a legendary treasure medicine that is not visible to those who do not have great fortune. It's hard as hell to find it. If you miss this village, you won't be able to find this store. Hearing Gu Yuan's words, Feng Qingxin's beautiful eyes instantly brightened. Nowadays, the Ice Phoenix clan was in danger of being overthrown at any time, so if one could go to the Ice Phoenix clan now, it would naturally be the best. Where is your house? Point me in the direction. How far? Gu Yuan looked at Feng Qingxin and asked with a calm expression. Without hesitation, Feng Qingxin immediately stretched out her slender jade hand to point to the north and said, "In this direction, there should be 1.8 million miles." Gu Yuan nodded, and with a thought, space instantly tore apart, opening up a spatial passage, and then without the slightest hesitation, he walked straight into it. Seeing Feng Qingxin still standing in place and staring, Gu Yuan said, "What are you still standing there for? Go." Oh, Feng Qingxin had earlier looked at Gu Yuan's handsome face that was slightly inferior to the reader's and couldn't help but look smitten. She wondered how in the world there could be someone so powerful and so handsome. It wasn't until she heard Gu Yuan's words that she came back to her senses. Hastily, he nodded his slightly reddened little face before following Gu Yuan into the spatial passageway, and as the space channel closes, a silhouette immediately rushed into the Great Hall. Xinyan, what's the panic? Looking at Long Xinyan, who rushed into the main hall with a face full of panic, Long Chang couldn't help but frown. It was the first time he had seen such a flustered look on Long Xinyan's face. P.S. Asking for free swag. Chapter 53, Love Buried in the Heart. Regarding Long Chang's words, Long Xinyan acted as if she had not heard them. She did not reply to Long Chang's words, but rather her gaze scanned in all directions, as if she was looking for something. After searching for a circle and realizing that there was no imaginary figure, her delicate body could not help but stagger, almost falling directly to the ground. It was Long Chang who was quick on his feet, and with a thought, a spiritual force was transformed into a breeze that blew across, which allowed Long Xinyan to stabilize her body and not fall to the ground. Looking at Long Xinyan, who looked like this, Long Chang frowned a few points deeper. Xinyan, what exactly happened? Long Xinyan did not answer Long Chang's words. Instead, her eyes were red and her voice choked as she voiced out a question. Father, Gu Yuan, is he still alive? With her bloodline sensing, she knew the first moment when the dragon chief returned to the dragon clan, because she was worried about someone in her heart. She rushed towards this place at the first opportunity, and after coming to this place, when she did not see the imaginary figure, she only felt that her heart instantly became empty, as if there was something extremely important to be lost. Gu Yuan had traveled to the burial dragon abyss, a matter she had already been informed of, and now that he had not appeared with Long Chang, she subconsciously assumed that he had met an untimely end. Hearing Long Xinyan's words, Long Chang visibly froze. Obviously, it hadn't occurred to him that the reason that caused Long Xinyan to be so flustered turned out to be Gu Yuan. After coming back to his senses, looking at Long Xinyan, whose eyes were red and full of lost soul, Long Chang could not help but sigh in his heart. With his understanding of his daughter, he knew that this was its already liking Gu Yuan. Come to think of it, if it wasn't for the fact that she liked Gu Yuan, with his character, how could he possibly come up with a sentence when he wanted to betroth him to Gu Yuan? Marriage matters, all depends on father's decision? If he didn't like Gu Yuan, what he said might have been something like, daughter still can't let go of father and mother, and still wants to honor father and mother for a few more years. Moreover, if it wasn't because of love, how could it be possible to say that one sentence to Gu Yuan in public? Gu Yuan, I hate you. What's hate without love? Looking at Long Xinyan, Long Chang originally didn't want to tell it that Gu Yuan was still alive, but after much hesitation, he still went soft and chose to inform Long Xinyan of the truth. Actually, Gu Yuan isn't dead. Long Xinyan was first stunned, and then said with a face full of surprise, Father, you said Gu Yuan didn't die? It seemed like that was when she realized she was acting a little out of character. Ahem. Coughing lightly twice and suppressing the expression of surprise on her face, she then pretended to be just simply curious and asked, Father, Gu Yuan went to the burial dragon abyss. The burial dragon abyss is so dangerous, but he didn't die. His life is too hard, isn't it? Father, quickly tell me how Gu Yuan survived. Or did he not go to the burial dragon abyss? By the way, Father, it seems like my second brother went to look for him as well. My second brother didn't bully Gu Yuan, did he? Long Chang calmly looked at Long Xinyan, and waited until the other party finished speaking before he said in a ghostly tone, Daughter, I know that you like Gu Yuan, and I want to set you up as a pair with him, but you have to understand that there is no possibility at all for you and Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan already has a fiancé, so it's better for you to not set your heart on him. Long Xinyan's expression froze. After slowing down, she skimmed her gaze outside before she grunted, I don't have a crush on Gu Yuan. I'm just curious. Father, you'd better quickly tell me what happened to Gu Yuan after you and he left the dragon clan. Curious. Just plain curious. Do you see that I believe you? The corner of Long Chang's mouth couldn't help but twitch slightly a few times. You can't know a daughter like her father. How could he not guess what Long Xinyan was thinking? However, after thinking about it, he didn't choose to reveal Long Xinyan, but instead began to recount everything that had happened after he and Gu Yuan left the dragon clan. When she heard that Gu Yuan had entered the burial dragon abyss, Long Xinyan's small face was filled with nervousness. Upon hearing Gu Yuan walk out of the burial dragon abyss, Long Xinyan's small face was visibly relieved, but then she hurriedly inquired, "Gu Yuan isn't hurt, is he?" After learning that Gu Yuan not only didn't suffer any injuries not to mention, but instead, he also decapitated Long Xiang, Long Xinyan couldn't help but praise while being shocked in her eyes. "That's awesome." And upon learning that Long Wu actually wanted to challenge Gu Yuan, Long Xinyan said in dissatisfaction, "Stinky second brother, how rude, Ryubo." After learning that Long Wu had been defeated by Gu Yuan with a single move, Long Xinyan exulted, "Gu Yuan is really powerful." After learning that Gu Yuan had gone to the Ice Phoenix clan, Long Xinyan's willow eyebrows directly twisted into a Chuan character, but she didn't say a word. Finishing everything, Long Chang looked at Long Xinyan and said with a face full of favor, "Daughter, if you really like Gu Yuan, I can take you forward to his home to propose marriage to you. Although my dragon clan is in decline, when we look at the entire Tianwu continent, it's a force to be reckoned with. If I bring you to the door to propose marriage, I believe Gu Yuan's family will not refuse." Parents orders matchmaker's words. Gu Yuan is such an affectionate and righteous person. As long as his parents agree to your marriage to him, I believe he won't be in a position to reject you. Hearing this, Long Xinyan's eyes immediately flashed with intent. With her sandalwood mouth open, she wanted to agree, but when the words came out of her mouth, she changed her words. "Father, I don't like Gu Yuan, and I don't want to get married that early. I still want to continue to be filial to you and mother." The words came out of her with a smile. There was just more than a little bit of bitterness in that smile. Gu Yuan was so young, so powerful, and handsome, almost comparable to a reader. Who could not love such a man? A woman of the world? But Gu Yuan has clearly rejected her. She didn't want to be rejected by Gu Yuan once more. As the young princess of the dragon clan, she also wanted face. And what is twisted by force is not sweet. In the end, she chose to bury this love deep in her heart. Listening to Long Xinyan's words, Long Chang's heart sighed, but he did not say anything more. If Long Xinyan really wanted to be with Gu Yuan, then he would be able to give up everything for his daughter's happiness, even at the cost of making Gu Yuan hold a grudge against him from then on. This is he, the head of the dragon clan, the daughter slave dragon chief. But since Long Xinyan chose to bury her love for Gu Yuan deep in her heart, it was naturally not good for him to say anything more. In the meantime, icy plateau, icy grassy mountains. Above the icegrass mountain is a vast expanse of snow-covered mountains, with a cold wind blowing through, icy and bone-chilling. A large white rabbit is cuddling on top of another small white rabbit, and that's when space suddenly ripped. Two silhouettes walked out from it, frightening the two white rabbits on the ground immediately ran away in opposite directions, a true illustration of what it means to run away from a great disaster. P.S. Single day hyped up more than 1,000 plus more. Single day the number of small gifts reaches 100 plus more. 5-star book reviews every more 20 plus more. I want to add more. Give a chance. Chapter 54 Villains die from talking too much. This is the ice and snow grass mountain. Another 500,000 miles is the ice and snow city. And another 80,000 miles past the ice and snow city is the area of my Ice Phoenix clan, the Ice Emperor Palace. As she stepped out of the spatial passage with Gu Yuan, Feng Qingxin's beautiful eyes swept over the surroundings before she said so. "I know." Gu Yuan nodded, and with his hand raised, he wanted to tear through space and open up a spatial channel once again to head to the Ice Emperor Palace where the Ice Phoenix clan was located. But at that moment, Feng Qingxin seemed to have sensed something. Her face suddenly changed, and her entire body instantly transformed into a stream of light and flew in one direction. Doubts clearly flashed in Gu Yuan's eyes. Looking in the direction where Feng Qingxin flew off, he saw that there were several figures flying through the sky rapidly 10,000 miles away. At the head of the group was a young man dressed in light blue robes with distinctive features and a handsome face. The youth's blood was churning and his breath was wilting, and it looked like he was seriously injured. From time to time, there was also fresh blood spewing out of its mouth, coloring the light blue robe red. If one were to look closely, it would not be difficult to realize that his eyebrows actually bore a slight resemblance to Feng Qingxin. The youth was named Feng Wushuang, a supreme pride of the Ice Phoenix clan, the younger brother of Feng Qingxin. GGG. Feng Wushuang, back then, you beat me up at the Ice and Snow Plateau Demon Race Heaven's Pride competition. causing me to lose face in front of the ice and snow plateau demon race. It was then that I said, 30 years east, 30 years west, do not deceive the young and weak. Weren't you rampant? Now go on being wild. Jia jia jia. Looking at the heavily injured and wretched Feng Wuxuang, a young man with a brilliant head behind Feng Wuxuang immediately let out a burst of smug laughter, while a sardonic laugh emitted from its mouth. It was also rapidly approaching towards Feng Wuxuang. Soon it was behind Feng Wuxuang. Feng Wuxuang, die for me. Jia jia jia. A hideous laugh resounded, and the youth with a head of horns slapped his palm down towards Feng Wuxuang. The aura of the 8th level of the Saint King realm erupted out in terror. The spiritual energy in the palm was vented out, and it actually transformed into a huge palm print that covered the sky and blasted down fiercely towards Feng Wuxuang. If he had not been injured, Feng Wuxuang's strength would have been completely able to block this strike with ease. Even if one were to take this blow hard, it wouldn't be too much of a problem. But now he was injured, and before he could even react, he was hit by this palm. In just a split second, a large mist of blood was shaken out around him. A large mouthful of blood spurted out of its mouth. The whole person was like a cannonball, shooting fiercely at the ground, with a loud popping sound coming out. The ground was smashed out of a huge deep pit by Feng Wuxuang. The violent shockwave shook the snow on the ground, making it seem as if goosefeather snow had fallen on this part of the world. The young man with a head and horns descended from the sky, and his foot heavily stepped on Feng Wuxuang's chest. Put! It directly stomped on Feng Wuxuang's chest and dented it, causing Feng Wuxuang to spray a large mouthful of blood mixed with fragments of internal organs out of his mouth. Feng Wuxuang's already shriveled breath was obviously a few points lower at this moment. It could be seen how powerful the force of this kick from the headhorn youth was. Moving his feet, the young man with the lofty horns put his foot on Feng Wuxuang's face. Looking down on Feng Wuxuang from above, the smile on his face was thick to the extreme. Back then, you were in the limelight. Have you ever thought that one day you would be trampled under the feet of this young clan chief? Jia jia jia. Feng Wuxuang coldly looked at the head-cornered youth. His tone contained endless remorse. Back then, I shouldn't have been merciful and spared you when I saw you kneeling down and kowtowing to me to beg for forgiveness. I should have killed you back then. Hearing Feng Wuxuang's words, the head-cornered youth's brows instantly furrowed, and there was a clear look of anger surfacing on his face. He was the young patriarch of the Ice Ox Python clan. Knight Yu, one of the many great powers on the Ice Plateau. Noble birth, deep background and heaven-defying cultivation. However, he encountered Feng Wuxuang, this asshole, at the Ice and Snow Plateau Demon Clan Heaven's Pride competition. This asshole was powerful and his cultivation far exceeded his. It was clear that he could have killed him in one blow, but he just punched him all over the place. He was not seen as an opponent at all, but as a plaything. Eventually, the other guy has had enough fun and wants to kill him. In order to survive, he had no choice but to kneel and kowtow towards Feng Wuxuang to beg for forgiveness. His head, which was already full of bags, was once again covered with a bunch of large bags because of the sincerity with which he kowtowed. Although in the end, Feng Wuxuang spared him and let him live. This matter was a lifelong shame for him. Now that it was brought up by someone, or by Feng Wuxuang, the person who made his head grow big, it instantly made him furious. But soon, the anger was turned into a big smile of triumph. Looking at Feng Wuxuang, he smiled smugly. Yes, you should indeed regret it. If you hadn't been a womanizer that day, how could you possibly have your head stomped on by me? Knight Yui, now, jia jia jia. Looking at the existence that was nearly invincible in his eyes in the past, but now he was ruthlessly stepped on by himself. At this moment, Night Spectre only felt that every cell in his body was refreshed to the extreme. Young patriarch, lest the night grows long, it's better to kill Feng Wuxuang first before talking nonsense. A middle-aged man who had come along with Night Yu spoke. His name was Night Kai, and he was an elder of the Ice Ox Python clan. A cultivation level was not weak, and he had already been a top powerhouse at the 9th level of the Saint Emperor realm hundreds of years ago. As far as he was concerned, apart from raising his cultivation, his favorite thing to do was to read those talking books of the human race. All those human talking books say that villains tend to die from talking too much. Night Spectre had clearly stepped on Feng Wuxuang, but he was slow to kill the other party. Instead, he was forcing lie there, which could not help but make him think of the villains in the talking books. In order to prevent Night Spectre, the Ice and Snow Bull Python young patriarch, from ending up like the villains in those talking books, who died from talking too much, he spoke out to remind him. Night Yu looked at Night Kai, seeming to understand what this person whose head was full of either cultivation or reading talking books was thinking. This could not help but make him disgruntled. Read less human talking books. Whether or not villains tend to die from talking too much he doesn't know, but looking at the existence that used to be high in his eyes and nearly invincible, he was now being ruthlessly stepped on by himself. How could he manage not to hold back from taunting the other party with this feeling of being so cool? This kind of feeling is like you play the game. The early stage was all kinds of abuse, but ultimately to turn the table to win the victory. You can hold back not to fool around a couple of words? Can you hold back from getting your mouth shut? Dish. Just practice more. However, seeing the displeasure rising on Night Kai's face, Night Yu still helplessly said, I'll follow you. I'll follow you. In order to avoid a long night's sleep, I'll kill Wind Wuxuan now. Is that okay? Night Kai was an elder of the Ice and Snow Bull Python clan, and in the future when he became the patriarch of the Ice and Snow Bull Python clan, the other party would be his right arm and he didn't want to offend the other party because of a single word. Night Kai sniffed. The displeasure on his face then faded down. Still, he urged, in that case, let's do it quickly. Aha. Night Yu nodded his head and looked at Feng Wuxuan as he sighed. I didn't want to let you die so painfully, but since the elders of my clan have said so, I might as well send you on your way now. The words fell from his lips and he lifted his foot. The power in his body was gathered in his foot, and he stomped down hard. This kick was so powerful that it directly stepped on the air and made a sound explosion. If it was allowed to land on Feng Wuxuan's head, if there were no accidents, its end would definitely be a foot stomping on the skull. My life is over. Looking at the crazily expanding big feet in his field of vision, Feng Wuxuan couldn't help but close his eyes in despair. It seemed as if he had already seen the scene where he was stomped on by Night Spectre and had his head blown off. Now that he was seriously injured, he was powerless to resist the kick. However, that's when it happened. Boom! Only a popping sound was heard. Night Spectre's entire body was like a cannonball, instantly bursting out. Eventually, he smashed into a large mountain viciously, and his life and death were unknown. The sudden change shocked everyone present. Looking at the person who suddenly appeared in front of Feng Wuxuan, Night Kai's eyelids couldn't help but jump wildly. True enough, villains die from talking too much. Chapter 55, the first move is a big one. Hearing the commotion, Feng Wuxuan subconsciously opened her eyes. Upon seeing the silhouette standing in front of her, Feng Wuxuan only felt familiar and subconsciously called out, Sister? It's me. Feng Qingxin turned back. Looking at Feng Wuxuan, she squeezed a smile on her face and said, Don't worry, with me here, no one will be able to hurt you. With that, she flipped her hand and took out a bottle of elixir and handed it to Feng Wuxuan. Your injuries are serious. This is a healing elixir, you take it quickly. Feng Wuxuan was not polite and directly opened the bottle containing the elixir, and then sent the elixir in the bottle directly into her mouth. Seemingly sensing something, Feng Wuxuan looked at Feng Qingxin and said with complexity in her tone, Sister, you used the blood-burning secret technique. At this moment, Feng Qingxin's body's aura was incomparably violent, and her body was wrapped in a layer of light blue aura that rose to the sky. He could tell at a glance that Feng Qingxin was using the Ice Phoenix clan's blood-burning secret technique, the blood-burning secret art, which can drastically increase the speed, combat power, strength, etc., of the person using it. However, the side effects were also extremely obvious. After using the blood-staining secret technique, the person using it would fall into a period of weakness. Their cultivation would plummet, and they would need a long period of time to recuperate before they could recover. No one would be willing to use the blood-burning secret technique if it wasn't necessary. Now that Feng Qingxin used the blood-burning secret technique as soon as she arrived, Feng Wuxuan knew that the other party was all about saving herself. Thinking about it, he was both touched and guilty. If it wasn't for him, Sister wouldn't have used the blood-staining secret technique. Feng Wuxuan guessed correctly. The reason why Feng Qingxin used the blood-burning secret technique was precisely because she wanted to save Feng Wuxuan. Earlier, if it wasn't for the fact that she had used the blood-burning secret technique at the critical moment, her speed had instantly skyrocketed. Then she really might not be able to save Feng Wuxuan before Night Spectre stomped on his head. As the pills were taken, after recovering slightly from her injuries, Feng Wuxuan once again spoke out. Sister, there are a total of 8 Sacred Emperor 9th levels here. We are no match for them. So quickly take me away. Good. Feng Qingxin nodded. Although she was also a Saint Emperor, she was only at the 6th level of the Saint Emperor realm. Even after using the blood-burning mysterious art, his strength was increased by leaps and bounds. However, the gap between her and the 9th level of the Saint Emperor realm was still unimaginably large. Wanting to face 8 top powerhouses at the 9th level of the Saint Emperor realm at the same time was simply a fool's errand. Therefore, she did not have any combat in mind. After nodding, She pulled Feng Wuxuan up and prepared to leave. However, just at this moment, a voice containing infinite fury resounded in this part of the heavens and earth. Damn! How dare you hurt me? Kai Lao, Kuan Lao, Void Lao, you guys get on it and kill her for me. As he looked, he saw that Night Spectre had already flown out from the large mountain that had exploded. But at this moment, his hair band was broken, his head was disheveled, his body was stained with blood, and he was in a sorry state like a dead dog. On its face there was still infinite anger. Think about it. He was about to kill Feng Wuxuan, but Feng Qingxin was not a martial artist and suddenly appeared to sneak attack him. Who wouldn't be angry about that? Yes, young patriarch, Night Kuan and the remaining 6 elders of the Ice and Snow Bull Python clan all responded in a loud voice at this moment. Only then did they kill towards Feng Qingxin and Feng Wuxuan. As for Night Kai, before Night Spectre could make a sound, his entire body had already quickly rushed out. Bull Python Jintian. An explosive cry came out from Night Kai's mouth. The sky and the earth are changing and the wind is rising. A creature with a bull's horn and a body like a giant python tore through space and appeared above the heads of Feng Qingxin and Feng Wuxuan, and then ruthlessly suppressed down towards the two of them. The terrifying aura on it was declared, suppressing the 8 directions, and was incomparably terrifying. Seeing this scene, the crowd of Isox Python people could not help but have their eyelids jumping wildly. Indicates that they were shocked to no end. To know, the Ox Python Jintian was Night Kai's unspeakable mastery, which was powerful and was his greatest card. It was rumored that it had used this move to withstand a random strike from a great emperor. It could be seen how powerful this strike was. Nowadays, Night Kai used this move right out of the gate in order to deal with a severely injured Feng Wuxuan, a Feng Qingxin at the 6th level of the Saint Emperor realm. It was like a cannon hitting a mosquito in their eyes. How can they not be alarmed? Shocked, Night Kuan asked with an odd expression. To deal with a severely injured Feng Wuxuan, a Feng Qingxin at the 6th level of the Saint Emperor realm. Are you as good as using such a big move right off the bat? Night Kai skimmed him and didn't say anything more. It just urged the Bull Python Jintian with all its might towards Feng Qingxin and Feng Wuxuan and pressed down fiercely. How can a bunch of idiots understand him? Having read countless talking books, he not only knows that villains usually die from talking too much, it is also known that whenever someone suddenly saves the day, the odds are that the person who saves the day is horrible to the extreme. Perhaps its cultivation was not high, but the strength it could erupt was bound to be frighteningly high. Even if they beat the other party to the brink of death, the other party might suddenly explode and decimate everyone, or letting the opponent off the hook because of gullibility. And when the other side rises, it will surely be a nightmare for them in the future. Therefore, knowing this well, he used his big move as soon as he came up. He only hoped that he could directly suppress Feng Wuxuan and Feng Qingxin. Gulp! Looking at the cow python shadow that descended from the sky and came towards her to suppress her, Feng Qingxin couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of fragrant zing, her face instantly becoming as pale as paper. At this moment, she felt a strong aura of death. The power of this strike was so strong that it was simply not something she could block. It wasn't as if she hadn't thought about running away, but the bull python void descended too fast and too quickly, not giving her any chance to escape at all. Glancing at Feng Wuxuan, Feng Qingxin's shell teeth clenched fiercely as the power within her body began to condense. Even though she knew she couldn't stop it, she still had to try. Nico! Along with a clear phoenix sound resounded in this part of heaven and earth. An ice phoenix wrapped in light blue feathers instantly rose up into the sky and charged towards the bull python. As the ice phoenix appeared, the already extremely low temperature around them became a few points lower. The next instant, the ice phoenix then collided heavily with the bull python. Rumble! It was accompanied by a loud popping sound. The violent aftermath of the collision immediately turned into a gale and swept in all directions, stirring up countless snow. The ice phoenix was clearly inferior to the bull python, and with just a simple collision, it directly exploded. Put! The ice phoenix exploded, and Feng Qingxin suffered a backlash and a mouthful of blood was immediately sprayed out. Its pretty face also instantly became distorted, as if it had felt great pain. Sis, you shouldn't have come. Looking at Feng Qingxin who was blocking in front of her, Feng Wuxuan's voice choked and there were obviously teardrops rolling down in her eyes. Men don't shed tears, they just don't get to the sad part. He didn't cry when he was surrounded by the Ice and Snow Bull Python clan, and he didn't cry when he was humiliated by Night Yu stepping on his head, but when he saw his sister suffer such serious injuries for his own sake, he cried, Jia Jia Jia, fight me, do you have the strength? Seeing Feng Wuxuan shed tears, Night Yu could not help but let out a burst of smug sardonic laughter. His eyes swept over Feng Qingxin's delicate figure. He suddenly said in a loud voice, Elder Kai, I'm a person who doesn't like wasting food since I was a child. It's a pity to kill such a beauty as Feng Qingxin. Can you leave her alive first, so that I can have a quickie? Night Kai glanced at Night Yui and his lips moved, though no sound came out. But look at the shape of his mouth, clearly swearing dirty. The probability is that he is cursing. You live your mother, you stupid pig, you a kind of punishment. If you were not the young head of the Ice and Snowball Python clan, I would have killed you now. You stupid, and so on. Retracting his gaze, he no longer stayed his hand, still controlling the bull python towards Feng Qingxin and Feng Wuxuan to ruthlessly suppress them. And that's when, boo, a popping sound came out, and the bull python instantly exploded. Night Kai's face suddenly changed as he received a backlash, and a large mouthful of blood was immediately sprayed out of his mouth. P.S. Hyped over 1,000. More tomorrow. Please ask for small gifts. Chapter 56, Scared Stupid? Who is it? Who in the world is backstabbing old me? Night Kai covered his chest and swept across the 4 directions with an angry face, trying to find the person who just struck. He didn't believe that his big move would somehow explode on its own. There must be a strong person who is secretly making a move. After looking around, he locked his eyes on a direction in the distance. There was a young figure stepping through the air without hurry. He was slender and handsome, with a handsome face that rivaled the reader's. Clothed in white, he looked like an exiled immortal descending to earth. It was Gu Yuan. It's you! Did you just make a move? Night Kai frowned and questioned in a high voice. Between the words, his gaze couldn't help but look Gu Yuan up and down. But the more he surveyed, the deeper his frown became. When he reached the back, his eyebrows were even directly twisted into a Chuan character. Just because. He actually didn't feel any cultivation aura from Gu Yuan. The other man was almost indistinguishable from a mortal except for being handsome. But the other party was able to walk in the air. This was clearly not a mortal. And vaguely, the white-clothed youth also gave him an extremely dangerous feeling, which is really odd. Upon hearing Night Kai's words, everyone present coincidentally turned their gazes towards Gu Yuan. Can't you see that we are in the middle of a great battle over here? How dare you, a junior, come towards this side. You simply have a way of taking death. Seeing Gu Yuan's pinkish bone age, Night Koan and several other elders of the Isox Python clan couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Apparently, he viewed Gu Yuan as a junior who didn't know the heights of heaven. Even if they couldn't see through the depth of Gu Yuan's cultivation, they just assumed that Gu Yuan had a supreme treasure on his body that concealed his cultivation aura. Its cultivation might be that much, but they did not see it as a threat. After all, how could someone that young have a higher cultivation level than them? Night Yu, on the other hand, the moment she saw Gu Yuan was the moment her eyes lit up and she couldn't help but praise. What a handsome youth. Licking his black and purple lips, his eyes were on fire as he whispered, being born so handsome, even though it's a male. It seems, it's not impossible. He struck. We are saved. Feng Qingxin's face flashed with joy and she couldn't help but murmur. Feng Wuxuan glanced at her sister and then at Gu Yuan. Her brows couldn't help but furrow as she inquired. Sister, is he the wild man you hooked up with outside? What are you babbling about? Feng Qingxin glared at Feng Wuxuan in a bad mood before she said, Gu Yuan and I are innocent and have no relationship. If you talk any more nonsense, I'll whip you. When she finished speaking, she couldn't help but sigh in her heart. How could a strong person like Gu Yuan be something she could hook up with? She would like to have some sort of ulterior motive with Gu Yuan, but she was very self-aware. Such as Gu Yuan, who has the strength to be strong and the face value to be comparable to the reader's Grand Master's face. How can she be worthy of him? Therefore, along the way, even though she wanted to exchange a few words with Gu Yuan in her mind, in the end, she still controlled her lust very well and didn't allow herself to interact with Gu Yuan much. Feng Wuxuan, who did not know what her sister was thinking, heard these words and her heart was relieved. It's good that there's no relationship. He didn't want his sister to marry so early. His eyes looked towards Gu Yuan, only to see that Gu Yuan had calmly opened his mouth to answer Night Kai's words. You guessed right. It was me who made the move just now. Upon hearing these words, Night Kai's face once again changed slightly. Although reason told him that a young man like Gu Yuan was too young, and his strength would categorically not be as strong. However, his intuition told him that the person in front of him was frighteningly strong. It's simply not something he can beat, though he wondered why a young man would give him this odd intuition. But his intuition had saved him more than once. He had also always trusted his instincts. Therefore, after just a short period of contemplation, he immediately shouted towards Night Spectre, Run! As the words fell, his entire body instantly transformed into a stream of light towards the distance. His speed was extremely fast, and in an instant he had already fled an unknown number of miles away. It was evident that he was really serious about running for his life. Witnessing such a scene, the crowd of people from the Ice and Snow Bull Python clan present all felt a wave of speechlessness. Obviously did not expect Night Kai will be so completely goated. Even out of the test do not even test. They directly escape and flee. Waste. Looking at the direction that Night Kai fled, Naichu cursed in a very dissatisfied manner, and then only then did he face the remaining several Ice and Snow Bull Python clan elders and almost growled. Elder Koan, Elder Void, Elder Wang, Elder Xian, what are you guys waiting for? Kill this kid who has a way of taking death for me. Yes, young clan chief. The elders of the Ice and Snow Bull Python clan present all responded in a loud voice. They then no longer hesitated, and in unison, they turned into a stream of light and rushed towards Gu Yuan. The speed was so fast that it had already surrounded Gu Yuan in an instant. The aura that uniquely belonged to the 9th level of the Saint Emperor realm erupted from their bodies, shaking the heavens and earth in a terrifying and overwhelming manner. Looking at Gu Yuan, who was surrounded by several elders but was unresponsive, disdain surfaced in the bottom of Night Yu's eyes. Boy, look at the way you came out of the gate pretty good, and that's why you're scared, silly? That's it? Neither can I. Feng Wuxuang also turned her gaze to Feng Qingxin at this moment and called out in confusion. Sister? Although he didn't say anything more, the doubt in his eyes seemed to say, Sis, are you sure this scared fool can save us? Seeing the doubt in the bottom of Feng Wuxuang's eyes, Feng Qingxin seemed to read the meaning in its eyes. This caused her to let out a cold snort of dissatisfaction. She's so powerful that you can't even imagine. Just keep a good eye on her. She couldn't help but feel a pang of dissatisfaction in her heart. This stupid brother dared to not trust Gu Yuan. Don't believe her. It's really unpackable. Hearing the dissatisfaction in Feng Qingxin's tone, Feng Wuxuang immediately didn't dare to say anything, but instead looked towards Gu Yuan. It was also at this moment that Gu Yuan had moved. Die. A simple word spat out. An invisible fluctuation instantly erupted from his body. It cut through space, transforming into a rippling blade towards the 7 surrounding Saint Emperor Realm 9th level powerhouses. Die? Ha ha ha, you kid. You're really quite capable of. Put. I don't know how many years I've lived, and I've read countless people, but it's the first time I've seen someone as rampant as you. Put. When the several elders of the Ice and Snow Bull Python clan heard Gu Yuan's words, they couldn't help but laugh. They couldn't figure out why Gu Yuan, who was surrounded by them, still dared to be so arrogant. But before they could even finish their words, a blade transformed by ripples directly cut off their heads, separating their corpses, and as a result, their voices instantly came to a screeching halt. P.S. 1 Chapter. Chapter 57, Kneel Fast and Die? Gulp. Killing 7 Sacred Emperor Realm 9th level powerhouses in a single strike, or just saying a single word, without even making a direct move. Is this still human? Looking at the scene where Gu Yuan's words landed on the ground, the 7 Isox Python clan elders had their corpses separated. Feng Wuxuang couldn't help but swallow saliva furiously. Shock and disbelief also crawled in its eyes at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this moment, there was a real sense of shock and astonishment in him. To know, those were 7 Saint Emperor Realm 9th level powerhouses. But now, just because of Gu Yuan's simple word die, the bodies were directly separated and died. Who could not be shocked by such a scene? He's stronger than you can imagine. Glancing at her stupid brother, Feng Qingxin raised her snow-white neck and opened her mouth with a smug expression. Looking at that appearance, it was as if the person who killed 9 Saint Emperors in a single word was her. When she finished speaking, she gazed at Gu Yuan, her eyes bright. It's in a woman's nature to admire strength, and Gu Yuan was acting so strong that she more love. It was a pity that she knew she was not worthy of Gu Yuan, so she quickly withdrew her gaze. She was afraid that the more she looked, the more she couldn't help but fall in love. Night Yui's pupils contracted fiercely, her eyes widened, and her mouth opened so wide that she could almost swallow an egg. Obviously also shocked, after returning to his senses slightly, he saw Gu Yuan's gaze looking at him. Night Spectre's feet went limp and he directly knelt down. At the same time, he kowtowed vigorously and said, I have eyes but no pearls and have bumped into your lordship. I still ask your lordship to spare my lowly life. I have an 800-year-old mother on top and a 3-year-old wailing grandson underneath. So have mercy on me, my lord, and spare me this cheap life. While saying this, his tears and snot had flowed all over his face, making people frown and at the same time making people not want to kill him anymore, for fear of dirtying their hands by killing such a person. He kowtowed with sincerity. Although he only kowtowed in the air, he still kowtowed the space with a thud. A large bag also instantly surfaced on its forehead, and I don't know how he did it. This maneuver is also a true illustration of what is called, as long as I kneel down fast enough, you can't bear to kill me. Seeing this scene, Feng Wuxuan only felt extraordinarily familiar. After thinking for a moment, he hurriedly raised his voice towards Gu Yuan. My lord, Night Spectre is a person who is vindictive. Don't be confused by his appearance and thus take pity on him. You should quickly make a move to kill him. He sort of remembered why this scene was so familiar. Because the Night Spectre of that year had also knelt in front of him like this and begged for forgiveness. Gu Yuan did not pay attention to Feng Wuxuan's words. This was because when he gazed at Night Yu, an invisible ripple had already transformed into a sword blade and chopped towards Night Yu. Although he was 10,000 miles away earlier, he was already aware of everything that had happened here earlier. For a villain like Night Yu, who was beneficent and vindictive, he naturally wouldn't spare the other party. The invisible sword blade quickly slashed through, and before Night Spectre could even react, his head flew up high. On his face there was also obvious dismay and confusion. It was important to realize that with the fast on his knees move, he had dodged several death crises. But now, he was clearly kneeling so quickly, but he was still directly killed, which made him doubly puzzled. His lips mumbled as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, along with the passing of vitality in the body, he didn't say anything after all. Retracting his gaze from Night Yu, Gu Yuan turned his gaze to a certain direction in the distance, and then both fingers stood side by side, and a sword intent streaked across his fingertips. He used his finger instead of his sword and slashed out. Clank! Along with the sound of a sword resounding in the void, a brilliant to the core golden sword light instantly exploded out and disappeared from view in an instant. Thousands of miles away. This brat is too demonic to be this powerful. It's fortunate that old me ran fast and skipped when I saw that the situation was wrong. Otherwise I'm afraid I'd be dead by now. Looking back at the heads of the people of the Isox Python clan flying up one after another, Night Kai couldn't help but feel a wave of gratitude in his heart as he was shocked at the powerful strength that Gu Yuan had displayed. I'm glad my instincts were accurate. I'm glad I was decisive. If he hadn't been decisive enough to run straight away, there was no need to suspect that he was bound to be just like the rest of the clansmen of the Isox Python clan, with his corpse separated and his head cut off. What is this? Suddenly, Night Kai's brows couldn't help but frown. He saw a bit of golden light coming towards him quickly. As the golden light got closer and closer, Night Kai was finally able to see it clearly. This was actually a golden sword light, and the direction it flew. It's him! Night Kai was first stunned, not understanding why this sword chi was shooting towards him. However, when he sensed the terrifying might contained above this sword chi, and the aura that locked him in place above it, his face suddenly changed drastically. No longer thinking about anything, he immediately turned around and continued to vanish. He's fast and quick, but the golden sword chi was faster. But in the time it took to breathe, it was already behind him. The might on top of the golden sword chi was declared, instantly causing a dense sword mark to surface around Night Kai. Blood sprayed out from above the wound, staining the earth. Night Kai subconsciously turned back and looked at the golden sword chi that was wildly expanding in his field of vision. A yell of horror in the face of despair instantly escaped from his mouth. Patch patch patch. A tonic. But his panic yells obviously did not do any good. The golden sword chi directly ran through his body. Endless sword chi raged madly within him, beginning to annihilate all vitality within him. Soon, his vitality dissipated and he turned into a cold corpse that smashed heavily on the ground. To this point, only then did Gu Yuan withdraw his gaze. With a wave of his hand, he put away the storage rings of the people he had decapitated. And with a thought, Gu Yuan directly opened up a spatial passage to the vicinity of the Ice Emperor Palace, because of only approximate directions, plus not having been there. Therefore, the spatial channel that Gu Yuan had opened up was not able to accurately locate the Ice Emperor Palace in the region where the Ice Phoenix clan was located. Go. One step into the spatial channel. Only then did Gu Yuan turn back to the Feng Qingxin sibling duo and said, Aha! Feng Qingxin nodded. But just when he wanted to move, his face changed and a mouthful of blood was sprayed out. The entire person's breath instantly shriveled. P.S. 2 more. Chapter 58, Ice Phoenix Clan. No cowards. Sis, what's wrong with you? Feng Wuxuan was shocked in his heart and rushed forward to inquire with concern. It's fine. The aftermath of using the blood-burning secret art is here. Feng Qingxin smiled miserably. With that, Feng said, Let's go. Let's return to the Ice Phoenix Clan now. Hearing this, Feng Wuxuan hesitated. Sister, why don't we not return to the Ice Phoenix Clan? Feng Qingxin first froze. Then as if she thought of something, her face became a few points more miserable. Her voice was a little trembling as she asked, "The Ice Phoenix clan. Something happened?" "Aha." After a moment's hesitation, Feng Wuxian nodded his head before he said, full of bitterness, "I don't know who leaked the news that you had traveled to the Dragon Clan to seek assistance. The various great powers on the Ice Snow Plateau made their move ahead of time. And just last night they all came together to strike at my Ice Phoenix clan. My Ice Phoenix clan suffered severe losses, countless clansmen died on the spot, and I was also severely injured. If it wasn't for Mother teleporting me away from the Ice Phoenix clan, I would probably be dead right now as well. Now that the Ice Phoenix clan may have been annihilated, it's possible that all the major powers of the Ice Snow Plateau are looking for us. We shouldn't go back to the Ice Phoenix clan right now. Instead, we should hide first, and when we grow up in the future, we'll avenge our clansmen by slaughtering these great powers of the Ice Snow Plateau." Speaking here, Feng Wuxian's eyes clearly had tears flickering in them. He also wanted to return to the Ice Phoenix clan, but reason told him, staying green is not a worry. What they should do now was to leave the Ice Plateau, stay up and develop, and when the time was ripe, the two of them would kill back to the Ice Plateau, instead of going back to die. After hearing Feng Wuxian's words, Feng Qingxin's delicate body softened and her entire body instantly fell to the ground. Its eyes are also instantly losing color. Done. Late. It's too late for everything. The various great powers of the Ice Plateau have united against the Ice Phoenix clan. Then can the Ice Phoenix clan block it? If the Ice Phoenix clan can't stop it, if they are overthrown by all the great forces of the Ice Snow Plateau, will that seven-colored snow lotus still be able to be preserved? Hearing Feng Wuxian's words, Gu Yuan also frowned. He didn't have any interactions with the Ice Phoenix clan, and he didn't care whether the other party was alive or dead. However, he was worried that the destruction of the Ice Phoenix clan would lead to the destruction of the seven-colored snow lotus. The seven-colored snow lotus is a rare and precious medicine in the world, which is not to be seen by people with great fortune. Now it was hard to know that the Ice Phoenix clan had a seven-colored snow lotus. If this seven-colored snow lotus was destroyed because of the great war between the various great powers of the Ice Plateau and the Ice Phoenix clan, then in the future no one knows if they will be able to find the seven-colored snow lotus again. Thinking of this, Gu Yuan immediately said to Feng Wuxian and Feng Qingxin, "Go, quickly take me to your Ice Phoenix clan." Regardless of whether the Ice Phoenix clan was exterminated or not, he had to make a trip. Go find the seven-colored snow lotus. Hearing Gu Yuan's words, Feng Wuxian frowned. Going back to the Ice Phoenix clan now was a dead end. Although he had seen Gu Yuan's strength, he didn't think that Gu Yuan alone could deal with those great powers on the Ice Plateau. It was really because the various great powers of the Ice Plateau were too strong and powerful. Under the joint hands, there were no less than 100 great emperors alone. And among these great emperors, there was no shortage of undying great emperors. It's simply terrifying to the point of despair. If I tell you to go, you go? What's the waste of words? Without waiting for Feng Wuxian to finish, Gu Yuan was directly rebuking. Flower fall. With a wave of his large sleeve, a spiritual force directly swept the Feng Qingxin siblings into the spatial channel. Now that the seven-colored snow lotus was likely to be destroyed, he was in a bad mood and naturally his attitude towards the Feng Qingxin siblings would not be good. As the space closes, Feng Wuxian, who was inside the spatial channel, he looked at Gu Yuan. Then he looked at Feng Qingxin. There were many flashes of doubt evident in his eyes. He didn't understand why Gu Yuan would be so anxious to travel to the Ice Phoenix clan when he heard about its terrible situation. Are you worried about the Ice Phoenix clan? But why would the other party, a human race, worry about the Ice Phoenix clan? The other party didn't seem to have any relationship with the Ice Phoenix clan. Did they? Is it because of my sister? But looking at the other party's icy attitude towards his sister, this didn't seem like it was for his sister's sake either. But since it's not because of my sister, then why was the other party so anxious to travel to the Ice Phoenix clan? What the hell for? The moment. A series of doubts flashed through Feng Wuxian's mind. He was also eager to ask about the doubts in his head, but Gu Yuan wasn't to be messed with at first glance, and he didn't dare to ask. As for asking your sister? Looked at his sister who looked lost in thought. Forget it. Now is not the time to ask for doubts. Northern region. Ice Plateau. The region where the Ice Phoenix clan was located. The Ice Emperor Palace. A huge blue formation enveloped the Ice Emperor Palace. Looking down from above, the blue formation was like a big blue bowl holding the Ice Palace upside down. One by one, mysterious and obscure blue runes flowed above the formation, looking extremely extraordinary. In the middle of the formation, countless clansmen of the Ice Phoenix clan were all looking at the outside of the Ice Emperor Palace at this moment with grave expressions. There were countless figures outside the Ice Emperor Palace, densely packed and extremely numerous. They surrounded the immense ice palace with 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. They were people from all the great powers of the ice plateau. Someone took human form and looked at the people of the Ice Phoenix clan inside the Ice Emperor Palace with a cold smile on his face. There are also some directly appear incomparably huge demon race body, like a lantern-sized eye staring at the Ice Emperor Palace within the Ice Phoenix clan people's every move. Matriarch, since it's death either way, order us to rush out and fight these scum. Inside the Ice Emperor Palace, a stout, more handsome-looking middle-aged man came to a beautiful woman who exuded an air of superiority all over her body and opened her mouth like this. The face of the beautiful woman can be described as absolutely beautiful. Her body is plump, her chest is choppy, her buttocks are like a full moon, and her body not only has a breath of a superior who has been in a high position for a long time, but also has a unique ripe flavor. If the Chow thieves look at it, they will not be able to hold it. Upon closer inspection, one could also realize that the beautiful woman actually bore a slight resemblance to Feng Qingxin. The beautiful woman was none other than Feng Qingxin and Feng Wuxuan's mother, the matriarch of the Ice Phoenix clan, Feng Zhouge, a terrifying powerhouse of the 6th level of an immortal emperor. Hearing the lanky man's words, Feng Zhouge didn't say anything, but continued to fall into deep thought. She didn't understand why these great powers from all sides of the ice plateau were only surrounding but not attacking her Ice Phoenix clan. The Ice Phoenix clan's defense array was certainly incredibly sturdy, but you have to know, outside the Ice Emperor's palace were powerful people from all the major forces of the ice plateau. Among them, there were no less than 100 powerhouses of the Great Emperor realm alone. If all of these people were to strike in unison, even with the sturdiness of the Ice Emperor Palace's defense formation, it would only be able to support it for 2.5 days at most, and then it would be broken. But these people are surrounding but not attacking. Why is that? She couldn't figure it out. And as the lanky man opened his mouth, the rest of the clansmen of the Ice Phoenix clan also opened their mouths at this moment. There are no cowards among the people of my Phoenix clan. Even if I were to blow myself up, I'd still have to pull in a couple of cushions. Instead of sitting here and waiting to die, why don't you let us go out and kill? Patriarch, give the order. Last night, all the major forces of the Ice Plateau suddenly joined forces to kill the Ice Phoenix clan. This caused the Ice Phoenix clan to suffer heavy deaths and injuries. Nearly 90% of the clan died last night. Although in the end, some clansmen reacted in time and opened the defense array of the Ice Emperor Palace, allowing those of them from the Ice Phoenix clan who were still quite strong to still survive. But whenever they remembered what happened last night, they couldn't wait to go out and kill those scumbags from all the big powers of the ice and snow plateau outside. Sweeping her eyes around, Feng Zhouge slowly shook her head and said, I know that what happened last night has made you all hate this group of jackals, tigers, and leopards outside. But right now, if we go out, we will surely die. Let's wait. It's not too late for us to kill there. When Tilting Heart begs for support from the Dragon Clan. It was also at the instant the words landed on the ground that a strange laughing sound also sounded at this moment. Wait? There's no need to wait. If you don't go out, they'll come in. Jia 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 jia. As this voice fell, the defense formation that shrouded the Ice Emperor Palace instantly dissipated from the inside out. In the space of a few breaths, the Ice Emperor Palace's defense array was broken. P.S. 3 more, to add to yesterday's push to break 1,000. The hypes broke 1,000, and over 100 small gifts in a single day. Plus more. Righteous fathers, step it up. I really want to explode. Chapter 59, What Happens to Traitors? Seeing that the defense array that shrouded the Ice Emperor Palace began to dissipate from the inside out, all the people of the Ice Phoenix clan froze in unison. Upon hearing the strange laughter that rang out with it, they all cast their gazes over in unison. After seeing the person who had laughed strangely earlier, the people of the Ice Phoenix clan present were once again stunned, associating the other party's words, in combination with the scene of the formation suddenly dissipating on its own. Feng Zhouge frowned with her willow eyebrows and immediately questioned in a loud voice, Grand Elder, what are you doing? The person who had just laughed was none other than the Ice Phoenix clan's Grand Elder, Feng Wuxia. The other party knew the method of breaking the Ice Palace's defense formation. Combined with his words just now, it wasn't hard to guess that it was him who had broken the defense formation away earlier. What for? Feng Wuxia slanted a glance at her and laughed coldly. Of course it's to break the defense array, so that the powerful people from all the major forces of the ice and snow plateau can come in and slaughter you. At those words, Feng Zhouge only felt a twinge in her heart, but she still asked with difficulty, My Ice Phoenix clan has treated you well. Why are you doing this? Feng Wuxia was the Grand Elder of the Ice Phoenix clan and had made great contributions to the Ice Phoenix clan. The status was remarkable. And within the Ice Phoenix clan, It could be said that it was one person under 10,000 people. But it was such a character who chose to betray the Ice Phoenix clan when the Ice Phoenix clan was in crisis. Choosing to break the Ice Emperor Palace's defense array, the Ice Phoenix clan was put directly in danger. At this moment, she only felt her heart was like a knife, heartbroken to the core. This feeling of being betrayed by one's clansman was something that one simply could not understand without experiencing it firsthand. Why? Hearing Feng Zhouge's words, Feng Wuxie snorted coldly and said, "The reason I betrayed the Ice Phoenix clan is entirely because of you. Because of me." Feng Zhouge was visibly stunned. "Right. You heard right. It's because of you." Feng Wuxie nodded heavily and said, "Feng Wuxie has been dead for so many years, and I don't even mind that you are a crippled body, but you have repeatedly rejected me. Since you're so disrespectful, then don't blame me for being impolite." Speaking here, the corner of his mouth lifted up a cold arc as he sneered. "Didn't you not want to commit to me? Then I'll still tell you. I'm going to sleep. This is the agreement I made with the great powers of the Ice Plateau. I promised to help the various great powers of the Ice Snow Plateau to overthrow the Ice Phoenix clan, and after that is accomplished, they, in turn, will promise that I will leave you alive for me to savor. GGG. Speaking here, Feng Wuxie couldn't help but let out a burst of smug sardonic laughter. It seemed as if he had already seen the scene of the high and mighty Ice Phoenix clan patriarch, Feng Zhouge, pleasuring underneath himself. "Feng Wuxie, you are simply a beast. In vain, I used to think of you as a role model, but I never thought you'd be such a clothes horse. No, he's simply more Qin show than a beast." Hearing Feng Wuxie's words, the people of the Ice Phoenix clan all threw angry gazes at him. All kinds of insults were heard for a while. The fire in his eyes was so furious that it seemed to be able to burn the sky and boil the sea. Thanks to the fact that their cultivation level was not too different from Feng Wuxie's. Otherwise, this gaze alone would be enough to kill Feng Wuxie no less than tens of thousands of times. Listening to these abusive and angry voices, Feng Wuxie just smiled faintly without thinking. He even said without shame, "Thanks for the compliment. What's the point of all the insults? It's just a little bit of frost. Now you guys like to curse, so let's do it. After all, if you die later, then you can't curse anymore." GGG. Feng Zhouge was directly exasperated and unable to speak. It took a while. Only then did her eyes spit fire and said, "Today, I will remove you, a traitor, for the Ice Phoenix clan." As the words fell, her entire body instantly headed towards Feng Wuxie. The speed was so fast that it was like a flash, and in an instant, he had already arrived at Feng Wuxie's location. Berserk Immortal Emperor 6th Might erupted out. Feng Zhouge lifted his hand and slapped out a heavy palm. "She's fast." But alas, Feng Wuxie seemed to have anticipated that the furious Feng Zhouge would make a move against him. Therefore, the moment Feng Zhouge made his move, he instantly fled into the distance. This allowed Feng Zhouge to slap the air with one palm. This fiery temper is so loved. His eyes flashed with lust as he looked at Feng Zhouge. Feng Wuxie flew to a middle-aged man whose entire body exuded coldness, and said to the man, "Ice Emperor, do it. I can't wait to taste Feng Zhouge." The man known as the Ice Emperor was the clan leader of the Ice Jiao clan, Ice Wuji. The Ice Jiao clan was one of the more powerful races on the Ice Plateau. "Good." Ice Wuji nodded. With that, one hand exploded out violently. The arms instantly transformed into sharp claws covered in blue scales. The sharp claws broke through the air, directly grabbing and exploding the air, emitting an audible explosion and heading straight for Feng Wuxie's chest. "Ice Wuji, what are you doing?" How could Feng Wuxie not expect Ice Wuji to make a move against him at this moment, which immediately startled him. While letting out a terrified yell from his mouth, he stepped on his feet and wanted to head towards the distance, but the two were just too close. Too close. Plus, Ice Wuji's strength far exceeded Feng Wuxie's. Put! Ice Wuji's palm directly pierced through Feng Wuxie's chest. Blood spurted out furiously. Ice Wuji exerted force on his palm. Only heard a bang sound. Directly pinched Feng Wuxie's heart. Although the heart had been pinched and blown out and removed, Feng Wuxie was obviously not dead yet. His eyes rolled up in surprise as he spoke with difficulty. Why? He didn't understand why Ice Wuji would make a move against him at this moment. Why? Ice Wuji glanced at him and laughed out loud. "A beauty like Feng Zhouge should be everyone's. How dare you want to eat alone? If you don't die, who will?" Speaking here, he looked around at the patriarch-level figures of the various forces present and said, "Do you all say so?" As his words fell, a burst of laughter immediately erupted around them. "The Ice Jiao clan chief is right. We also want to savor the taste of the first beauty of the Ice Plateau." Jia. Feng Wuxie is too selfish to want to monopolize Feng Jiugu. He simply has a way of taking death. Speaking of Feng Wuxie is also quite pathetic. Obviously is the Ice Phoenix clan's great elder, but in front of the Phoenix 9 song performance and a dog. Now it's not easy to agree to us to deal with their own clansmen inside and outside, but is being used by us, was used after also be killed by us, when it's really pathetic and lamentable nah, ha 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 ha. Listening to these words, Feng Wuxie's whole body trembled more than a little from anger. You guys, put. Without waiting for the words to finish, a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. The vitality in his body completely dissipated, and he was turned into a cold corpse. To his death his eyes rolled back in his head, deadly and extremely unwilling. Without even glancing at the dead Feng Wuxie, Ice Wuji faced the rest of the patriarchs of the various great forces of the Ice Snow Plateau and said, "Do it!" Aha! The patriarchs of the various great powers of the Ice Plateau nodded their heads. With that, they no longer hesitated and directly ordered to their clansmen, "Kill! Kill kill kill!" As the words fell, millions of people from the demon race immediately wailed and rushed towards the Ice Phoenix clan that was inside the Ice Emperor's palace. Chapter 60, slightly out of the way. Shocking the whole stadium. Fight them. Killing one is enough. Killing two is blood money. My Ice Phoenix clan has no cowards. Kill. Looking at the people from all the major powers that came charging in, the people from the Ice Phoenix clan all had the color of determination flashing through their eyes. They were not afraid in the slightest, and actually took the initiative to attack without retreating. Feng Jiugu, who was the head of the Ice Phoenix clan, didn't say much either. Between the flashes of her figure, she had already killed towards the great emperors of the various great powers of the Ice Plateau. Just as the two sides were about to collide and kill each other, an explosive shout violently exploded in the air. "Stop it all ing now!" The voice was like thunder, shaking the 8 directions, and along with this voice, there was also an emperor's might that was so powerful that it seemed to be capable of destroying the sky and destroying the earth. This imperial might was extremely powerful. The pressure suppressed the 8 directions. As long as the cultivation level was less than that of a great emperor, all of them were affected at this moment. Cultivation less than the Saint Realm people, that is, one by one was directly suppressed by this imperial might kneel down in unison, bleeding from the 7 orifices. Mouth unconsciously issued a cry of pain. Those whose cultivation had reached the Saint Realm could still barely resist though. However, under this imperial might, they still felt a surge of chi and blood, and it was extremely difficult. What man? The patriarchs of all the major powers of the Ice Snow Plateau were all frowning at this moment, and then they all looked towards the place where the sound came from. As he looked, he saw that a black dot was rapidly coming this way from 10,000 miles away. In the blink of an eye, the black dot arrived not far in front of them. It was also at this moment that they finally got a good look at the black spot. It wasn't a black spot at all. Instead, it's 3 people. 2 of them they knew for the most part. They were the 2 young matriarchs of the Ice Phoenix clan, Feng Wuxuang and Feng Qingxin. As for the handsome youth who came with the duo, they did not recognize him. After taking a closer look, there was an obvious flash of surprise in the bottom of their eyes. Human Emperor. The Tianwu continent is divided into the central region, the eastern region, the western region, the northern region, and the southern region. Among them, the northern region was the territory of the demon race, also known as the demon region. The demon race and the human race have always been at odds with each other. When the two meet, either the demon race devours the human race, either the human race beheads the demon race, seizes the demon pills, and eats their flesh. Therefore, normally, the human race would not come to the northern domain. Even if they arrived at the northern region, they only reached the periphery of the northern region, not daring to go deeper into the northern region at all. It had been an unknown number of years since the Ice Plateau had seen the arrival of a human race. Now, there was actually a human great emperor coming to their Ice Snow Plateau, which naturally made them feel doubly surprised. Moreover, this human emperor came at a coincidental time just as they were about to overthrow the Ice Phoenix clan, and out blocking. In other words, the odds were that this human emperor was here to help the Ice Phoenix clan. Thinking about this, Ice Wuji's figure flashed and came in front of Gu Yuan, asking in a deep voice, "You're here to help the Ice Phoenix clan?" Between the words, a strong and overwhelming undying great emperor's 6th level aura immediately erupted from his body, directly pressing down on Gu Yuan. The rest of the great emperors from the various great powers of the Ice Plateau also moved at this moment. Vaguely, their stations formed a huge circle that surrounded Gu Yuan in the center. Without even looking at Ice Wuji, Gu Yuan's gaze turned to Feng Jiugu and asked, "You're the clan leader of the Ice Phoenix clan?" When he stepped out of the spatial passage earlier, He was already just tens of thousands of miles away from the Ice Emperor Palace. The commotion over here naturally attracted him. Because of a simple concern, he also had a brief understanding of what was going on over here. Back to your lordship. My daughter is none other than the matriarch of the Ice Phoenix clan, Feng Jioge. Feng Jioge responded with a voice. She could sense Gu Yuan's power, plus the probability that Gu Yuan was here to help the Ice Phoenix clan, so she kept her stance low. Hearing Feng Jioge's words, Gu Yuan gently nodded and asked, "Is the 7-color snow lotus okay?" "Human brat, how dare you ignore this emperor? You're simply looking for death." Without waiting for Gu Yuan to finish his words, an explosive shout had already resounded in front of Gu Yuan. A furious aura came out. Gu Yuan's gaze looked over, only to see that Ice Wuji's pair of arms had already transformed into sharp claws, clawing towards him. The sharp claws broke through the air and tore through space, causing it to collapse in an instant, revealing a void behind it. It could be seen how powerful this claw was. Gu Yuan's brows furrowed, and his reaction was as fast as it could be. A large hand stretched out and the Regulus sword appeared in his hand. A grip. Instant catalyst. A burst of dazzling golden light immediately erupted from the Xian Yuan sword. On it, one by one, mysterious and obscure runes emerged and flowed on the Xian Yuan sword, looking extremely uncommon. As the Xian Yuan sword was activated, Gu Yuan also slashed down with his sword in a smooth manner. From taking out the Regulus sword, to activating the Regulus sword, and then chopping down with a sword. This set of movements traveled in a single breath, and the time it took was not even a short breath. Just as Ice Wuji was about to burst Gu Yuan's head with a claw grab, Gu Yuan's sword had landed on Ice Wuji. Under this sword, Ice Wuji's body was directly split in two. Put! Blood spurted out furiously. It dyed the sky red, making the sky look like it was raining blood at this moment. Boo! As Ice Wuji's body split in two, slammed heavily into the ground. Everyone's hearts were involuntarily trembling as if they had been hit by a giant hammer. Gulp! 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 After slightly returning to their senses, everyone involuntarily gulped furiously. The gaze toward Gu Yuan was as if he was looking at some kind of monster. To know, Ice Wuji was a peerless powerhouse at the 6th level of the Undying Great Emperor. Such an existence, no matter where it was placed, it wasn't a weakling. But now, it was split in two by Gu Yuan's sword. The shock that such a scene brought to those present could be imagined. Some even wondered if they were dreaming. Unable to resist, he pinched his little brother hard. It was really the scene in front of him that was too dreamy, giving people a sense of unreality, as if they were dreaming, until his little brother grimaced in pain and his face was full of contortions. He was then barely able to ascertain that the scene in front of him was actually happening and not in a dream. Gu Yuan didn't care about the reactions of the people around him. After chopping Ice Wuji into two halves with a single sword, he then turned his gaze to Feng Jioge and asked once again, "Is the 7-colored snow lotus okay?" "It's okay," Feng Jioge replied with some confusion. To this day she hasn't even gotten over the shock. "Just okay." Gu Yuan breathed a sigh of relief as he swept his gaze over the millions of demon race powerhouses present. He turned toward Feng Jioge and said, "I'll help you solve the crisis your Ice Phoenix clan is encountering, but you have to give me the 7-colored snow lotus. Is that okay?" Can. When Feng Jioge heard this, she immediately nodded her head like a chicken pecking at rice. In terms of Gu Yuan's current display of battle power, she simply couldn't say no. Alright, denial? Gu Yuan could get the 7-colored snow lotus just as well if he killed them. Chapter 61, Don't want to be reasonable? Then please enter the Human Emperor's Haki. Wanting to solve the current crisis encountered by the Ice Phoenix clan. Just by you. With you, a kid who doesn't know what he's doing? You think you're invincible just because you suddenly exploded to decapitate an Ice Wunderkind? Let me tell you, in my Ice Plateau, there are no less than a dozen great emperors who are not weaker than Ice Wuji, a mere human great emperor. How dare you speak out in my Ice and Snow Plateau, simply looking for death? Hearing the conversation between Gu Yuan and Feng Jioge, among the various major forces of the Ice Plateau, a stout, muscular man with a double-horned head walked out. Looking at Gu Yuan, he opened his mouth with disdain in his eyes. His breath was so powerful that it shook the space with a distortion. The cultivation aura exploded out, and it was actually an Undying Great Emperor 9th level powerhouse. It's the clan leader of the Ice Ox clan, Ox Qingyun. Someone's eyes looked over and immediately recognized the Hanyo's identity. And at that moment, Niu Qingyun then said, "What are you still waiting for? Go together and kill this human brat for me. We millions of strong demon clan members are here. The advantage is mine, and let him bluff? Kill." As Niu Qingyun's words fell, There was a single Ice Ox race powerhouse that rushed up into the sky at that moment, heading straight for Gu Yuan. That's right, this kid is only one person. Although he was able to kill Ice Wuji, his strength should not be underestimated. But with so many of us, can we still be afraid of him? Strong men of the Ice Wolf clan, give me the opportunity to kill along with the Ice Bull clan. This little killed my Ice Jiao clan's patriarch. I, Ice Wu Yun, am temporarily acting as the patriarch. Now I order you all, kill this little for me and avenge the patriarch. Kill this little to avenge the patriarch. Kill, kill, kill. With a single order given, millions of demon race powerhouses moved in unison. Regardless of their cultivation level, they all took out their weapons at this moment and used their skills to fiercely blast towards Gu Yuan. One time, all sorts of splendid attack methods bloomed outside the Ice Emperor Palace. The terrifying might was declared, shaking the space and collapsing it by inches. Such a scene immediately frightened the countless people of the Ice Phoenix clan, who sucked in a breath of cold air. Truly, the image of a million demonic powerhouses dealing with one person was too shocking. Shocked, many people of the Ice Phoenix clan couldn't help but sweat for Gu Yuan. Worry about Gu Yuan. With so many demonic powerhouses dealing with him, can he block them? No way. I have to go help him. Worry flashed in Feng Zhouge's eyes. With a flash of his body, he was heading towards a demon race great emperor. At the same time, she spoke in a loud voice. People of the Ice Phoenix clan, kill for me. Gu Yuan had come to help the strongest members of the Ice Phoenix clan, although its purpose seemed to be for that 7-colored snow lotus unique to the Ice Phoenix clan. But if Gu Yuan couldn't block it, then they would be the ones to suffer next. Therefore, as the millions of demons were now striking out at Gu Yuan in unison, she also struck out. She wanted to help Gu Yuan share some of it. It's the matriarch. When the clansmen of the Ice Phoenix clan heard Feng Zhouge's words, they immediately responded in a loud voice. They then did not hesitate any longer and immediately killed towards the millions of demon race powerhouses around them. But in an instant, they were fighting with millions of demonic powerhouses. For a while, there were all kinds of explosions, roars and screams. Destroy the sky. Gu Yuan slashed out with a sword. A golden sword light instantly swept out. Wherever it passed, nothing could be cut down and nothing could be blocked. Just one sword has destroyed an unknown number of strong demon race members. The attacking means struck by millions of demon race powerhouses were all annihilated under this sword. This sword was terrifying to the point of being heaven-defying. Such a stunning and terrifying sword immediately scared many strong demon race members into changing their colors in unison. The feet unconsciously retreated towards the back, fearful that he would be the next to die. Looking at Feng Wushuang and Feng Qingxin who were trembling in fear beside him, Gu Yuan grunted in dissatisfaction. Two tired people. As the words fell, he waved his sleeve and a fierce wind immediately rolled the two of them toward Feng Zhouge's direction. These two are too low in cultivation. Beside him he had to use part of his power to protect the other side, fearing that he would be injured by the aftershocks of a great Emperor realm engagement. This prevented him from using his full strength at all. Simply two tired people. Hearing Gu Yuan's words, Feng Qingxin looked back at Gu Yuan. Her eyes couldn't help but be a little bleak as she bitterly murmured. In his eyes, I'm actually a burden? Wushuang, lean in. Seems to have sensed something. Feng Zhouge forced a demon emperor back with a palm strike, and she immediately turned around to look. When she saw Feng Wushuang and Feng Qingxin flying in, she did not dare to hesitate and immediately flew over. The situation on the battlefield is now chaotic. Even great emperors were at risk of falling. Her daughter and the good oldest son were not in high cultivation and were at risk of falling if they were targeted by the demonic great emperors. Therefore, without waiting for the other party to fly over, she was the first to fly over, and then split a portion of her power to protect the other party. Seeing Feng Qingxin's siblings being protected by Feng Zhouge, Gu Yuan then withdrew his gaze. Sweeping his gaze over the demon race powerhouses present, coldness clearly flashed under his eyes. Originally, I still wanted to reason with you guys, so that if you retreated on your own, this matter would be over. But since you guys don't want to be reasonable, then I'll just have to sacrifice the human emperor streamer to send you on your way. As the words fell, Gu Yuan put away the Regulus sword, and then with a flip of his wrist, a red streamer appeared in his hand. It was the human emperor streamer. As Gu Yuan urged it on, the human emperor streamer rose against the wind, instantly transforming into a large blood-red flag that covered the sky. The red flag fluttered in the wind, and endless black gas began to diffuse out from it, instantly enveloping this part of the heavens and earth, plunging it into darkness. All kinds of miserable screams and hisses came out from it, and extremely strong and powerful stern ghosts and spirits, just like the evil ghosts crawling out from hell, scrambled out from it. and then went straight to the millions of strong demon race members present. The red hair on the human emperor's streamer also transformed into a large, thick, and long blood-red tentacle that descended from the sky at this moment, rapidly stabbing towards the millions of demon race powerhouses present. Looking at the densely packed stern ghosts and spirits that rushed out from the human emperor's streamer and then quickly came towards their side, along with the countless blood-red tentacles that descended from the sky, countless demon race powerhouses all changed color in unison. The eyes were horrified to the extreme, and his feet involuntarily stepped back. They could clearly perceive the terror of the blood-red tentacles and those stern ghosts and spirits. Looking at the millions of demonic powerhouses that were actually all scared to the point that their faces changed drastically and backed away in unison, Niu Qingyun couldn't help but let out a disdainful cold snort from the tip of his nose. A bunch of wastes, playing God. Looking at the severe ghosts and spirits that fell from the sky, and those blood-red tentacles, he let out a cold snort once again. With a movement of his feet, his entire body instantly shot up into the sky. The Berserk Undying Great Emperor 9th level Qi was declared and a punch was thrown out, directly bursting several of the severe ghosts and unjust souls. But so, seeing this, Niu Qingyun couldn't help but hum in triumph. However, that's when it happened. A blood-red tentacle was like a viper, rapidly shooting towards him. The speed was so fast that it arrived in an instant. Put! A gorgeous blood flower blossomed in front of his chest, and the blood-red tentacle ran directly through the back of his heart. Chapter 62, Now you know to run away? Ah! Intense pain came from the heart, instantly causing Niu Qingyun to unconsciously let out a cry of pain from his mouth. In an instant, his body began to tremble, and a cold sweat began to surface on his forehead. That's because it hurts. It just hurts too much. Looking down at the section of blood-red tentacles passing through his heart, he clenched his teeth fiercely and shouted angrily, "Shatter me!" As the words fell, the Berserk Undying Great Emperor 9 might instantly erupted. It directly shook this blood-red tentacle and burst it apart, and he unconsciously sprayed large mouthfuls of blood from his mouth because of this outburst. Phew! Covering his chest, he heaved a few ragged breaths. A color of shock and fear flashed visibly in Niu Qingyun's eyes. When he looked up, he couldn't help but feel a little more despair in his eyes. Just one blood-red tentacle could hurt him. And how many blood-red tentacles are there high in the sky right now? Dense and countless. It was about estimated that it was feared to be no less than 100,000 roots. If all these blood-red tentacles were to deal with him. No. If there were 100 of these blood-red tentacles against him, then he'll all end up in one place. That's death. Unstoppable. Can't block it at all. Thinking about it, it's not even possible to be unafraid. Moreover, this blood-red tentacle was able to injure him, a powerhouse of the 9th level of the Undying Great Emperor. Then against others, wouldn't you be able to do the crushing? Thoughts flashed through his mind. He couldn't help but cast his eyes around, and that look instantly chilled his heart. There's a massacre going on everywhere right now. Millions of demon race powerhouses, in front of these severe ghosts and spirits, and the blood-red tentacles, were just like papier-mâché. The Great Emperor was still able to barely resist, and although he was also quickly injured, he was ultimately able to resist for a while. However, the demon race whose cultivation had not yet reached the level of a Great Emperor were miserable. In the face of all those severe ghosts and spirits and red tentacles rushing towards them, they couldn't resist at all. One look, and you'll be either dead or crippled. From the time Gu Yuan had sacrificed the human emperor flag until now, it had only been a few short breaths, but there were already no less than tens of thousands of dead and injured demon race powerhouses. Blood rushed to the sky, and one by one, the strongest members of the demon race died on the spot, falling from the sky and smashing to the ground. Blood flowed out, coloring the earth a dark red. It directly turned this place into a Shura purgatory. What the hell is this damn thing? Why is it so terrifying? Looking up at the human emperor streamer that covered the sky, Niu Qingyun was horrified in his heart. Seeing that the blood-red tentacles and those severe ghosts and spirits were no longer lunging towards him, he hesitated slightly. Eventually the eyes grew determined. With a thought, he directly opened up a spatial channel. This red flag was too evil, and those blood-red tentacles and stern ghosts and spirits were more than enough to make their scalps numb. If he stayed here, even if he was an undying great emperor on the strongest person who drew one, there was a possibility that he would fall here. So he's going. It's the only way to have a chance of surviving. Thinking so, he stepped into the spatial passage. However, it was at this moment that a gentle, jade-like light laughter sounded behind him. Now you know to run away? But did you ask me? Niu Qingyun's heart was suddenly shocked. Turning back violently, he only saw a golden longsword already expanding rapidly in his field of vision. No! Niu Qingyun was instantly frightened and screamed in terror. In an almost instinctive reaction, he threw out a punch, trying to use this to block the sword. But, how sharp is the ancient Regulus sword, and how could he possibly be able to block it? Put! Blood spurted out as Niu Qingyun's fist was directly clipped. Subsequently, the Regulus sword went unabated and still fell quickly. It directly split Niu Qingyun's entire body in half with a sword. After beheading Niu Qingyun, Gu Yuan was not idle either. Between the flashes of his body, he was quickly heading towards another demon race great emperor. This demon emperor had an extremely high cultivation level and was also an undying emperor 9 extremely strong. Just one person was able to fight back and forth with a dozen great emperor knights and a dozen blood-red tentacles, though there were already some injuries in his body, but there was still no doubt about the strength of the other party. However, he was still instantly shocked into a cold sweat when he saw Gu Yuan coming quickly towards him. An involuntary yell escaped his mouth. Don't you come over here. With that, he retreated while fighting, heading towards the distance. He could sense Gu Yuan's cultivation realm breath. However, it was only the first level of the undying great emperor, a full 8 minor realms lower than him. If it's a general case, such a great emperor was not even in his eyes. But the strength Gu Yuan had displayed was simply too heaven-defying. Even Niu Qingtian, who was in the same realm as him, was beheaded by a single sword. He saw that scene with his own eyes. Now that he was faced with a dozen great emperor knights and a dozen blood-red tentacles, it was already very difficult for him to resist. If Gu Yuan comes over now, then you can imagine what will happen to him. Therefore, while yelling, he quickly retreated. It was only a pity that he, who was being held back by a dozen great emperor knights and a dozen blood-red tentacles, was simply unable to match Gu Yuan's speed. Soon it was Gu Yuan who came close, and Gu Yuan was no nonsense. The Xian Yuan sword in his hand was activated, and he chopped down with a sword. This sword contained Gu Yuan's full strength. Powerful, sharp and powerful. If this demon emperor was in his heyday, he might still be able to barely resist. But now he's injured. Couldn't resist at all. Xian Yuan's sword fell. It tried to resist some, but just to contact, its mouth is immediately a large mouth of blood sprayed out. Then, its body was directly split in two. There were no less than 100 demon race great emperors present. However, but a supreme powerhouse at the 9th level of the extinguishing great emperor was not some kind of cabbage after all. There were only 3 of them amongst the millions of demon race powerhouses. Now in just a few breaths of time, 2 had died. This genuinely frightened the remaining demon race great emperor. They immediately lost their mind to fight, and at that moment, they tore through space one by one, preparing to escape. Some demonic powerhouses whose cultivation level was less than the great emperor realm saw the horrors of the severe ghosts and grievous spirits and blood-red tentacles in the human emperor's streamer. Looking at the corpses that fell beside them, their hearts lost all will to fight, and one by one, like headless flies, they fled in all directions. Seeing this, Gu Yuan couldn't help but frown slightly. There were simply too many strong demon race members present. Even though the severe ghosts and grievous souls and blood-red tentacles in the human emperor's streamer were both very strong, and could even manage to kill some of the strongest members of the demon race in seconds. But if these demonic powerhouses were bent on escaping, then he really couldn't leave them all here. But suddenly, as if he thought of something, Gu Yuan gazed at Feng Jiugu and said, "Have your people retreat to the side. I'm going to zoom in." And the big move. Hearing Gu Yuan's words, everyone present felt a tingle in their scalp. I thought that the strength Gu Yuan showed now was all that was left. Who would have thought that it still had a big trick up its sleeve? Although Feng Jiugu was shocked, her reaction was also extremely fast and she immediately shouted at the people of the Ice Phoenix clan, "Everybody, back off." Gu Yuan's voice was not loud, but quite a few people present had followed its every move. The words of the other side, they also heard at the first moment. Now without Feng Jiugu's voice, the people of the Ice Phoenix clan were already the first to head towards the Ice Emperor Palace. Fear of being killed by Gu Yuan by mistake. Chapter 63, A Good Harvest. As the people of the Ice Phoenix clan all retreated, Gu Yuan nodded slightly. With a thought, a fiery red lotus flower immediately flew out from the human emperor streamer, quickly heading towards those fleeing demon clans below. The number is extremely high, no less than 1,000. I'm afraid, these fiery red lotus flowers are precisely the Buddha's Fury Soul Lotus, which is formed by the fusion of the grievances of the powerful stern ghosts and those red-haired old monsters. The Buddha's Fury Soul Lotus contained extremely strong power, and once it appeared, it directly distorted space and was incomparably terrifying. And these Buddha Fury Soul Lotus were extremely fast. It's like a shooting star crossing the night sky, passing by in an instant. In less than a blink of an eye, They caught up with those strong members of the demon race who fled into the distance. No! Looking at the Buddha Fury's soul lotus, countless demon race powerhouses changed color in unison. While they were screaming in terror, they had already made a move to resist. But unfortunately, their means of resistance were simply unbearable under the Buddha's Fury soul lotus. Rumble! As the Buddha's Fury soul lotus fell, the sound of a shockingly loud explosion instantly resounded. The earth shook several times like an earth dragon turning over. With that, a huge mushroom cloud condensed from smoke and dust immediately rose up. The violent aftermath of the explosion transformed into a terrifying shockwave that swept through the 8 directions. Some of the demon race powerhouses were lucky not to die under the Buddha's Fury soul lotus, but they still fell under this raging shockwave. The destruction caused by just one Buddha's Fury soul lotus was so great. One could imagine how terrifying the destruction caused by no less than 1,000 Buddha Fury soul lotuses was, with all the Buddha Fury soul lotus completely falling. Rumble! 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 There were all kinds of shocking explosions for a while. Numerous huge mushroom clouds made of smoke and dust rose up, and it was frightening to watch. The might that erupted from it was also terrifying to the very top, actually making the entire northern region follow and vibrate fiercely for a few moments. Some of the northern region demon race great emperors outside the ice plateau had sensed the shocking explosion here. They immediately unleashed their great empress divine thoughts and came quickly towards this side. However, upon sensing what was happening here, these great emperor divine thoughts were immediately withdrawn at an even faster speed. It's horrible. Can't look. Beware of drawing fire. Worthy of being the one I look up to. It's really as terrifying as it is. I'm afraid it's me against him, and my chances of winning are only 50-50. Long Chang stood at the top of a large hall, his eyes gazing at the icy plateau north of the northern domain. It seemed that he had already seen everything that happened outside the Ice Emperor Palace, and in his eyes was all horror. How could he not expect Gu Yuan, who was only a mere first-level undying great emperor, to be able to erupt with such terrifying battle power? Even if his cultivation far exceeded Gu Yuan, he was not confident that he would be able to win if he were to face Gu Yuan, outside the Ice Palace. When the smoke and dust cleared, the ground had been filled with countless more huge and incomparably deep craters. In the deep pit, there were no corpses of any demon race powerhouses to be seen, only puddles of blood that contained extremely large amounts of energy. Obviously, these demonic powerhouses didn't escape, but were directly bombarded with just a drop of blood left. Gulp! 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 When the people of the Ice Phoenix clan witnessed such a scene, they all couldn't help but swallow their saliva furiously. Shock and disbelief were written all over their faces. They knew that the great emperor was strong. It's even terribly powerful. But they had never imagined that someone could be so powerful. It's just ridiculously strong. Strong against the odds. Strong and desperate. As for those who didn't flee and were still battling with the unjust souls and the blood-red tentacles, the strongest members of the demon race who were lucky enough to still be alive, saw this scene. A deep despair could not help but emerge in their eyes. Fleeing was going to be blasted by the Buddha's Fury soul lotus with not even crumbs left, and staying where they were going to be devoured by the grievous souls and stern ghosts, and consumed by the blood-red tentacles. Either way, you're dead. Just thinking about it made the demon despair. There were demon race powerhouses who couldn't accept the fact that they were going to die, and from the heart, they opened their mouths in a loud voice to beg for mercy. I would like to submit to you, Your Excellency, and ask you to spare my life. I would like to saddle up and serve Your Excellency as a dog and horse, to repay you for not killing me. When these words came out, they immediately drew countless contemptuous gazes from the strongest members of the demon race. The human race and the demon race have always been at odds. Many of the people of the demon race would rather die than choose to submit to the human race and become the mounts of the people of the human race. Now someone was actually choosing to submit to Gu Yuan in order to stay alive. This move naturally drew the disdain of many people of the demon race. A strong demon race member even shouted, "My demon race will never be a slave." As the words fell, an aura that was raging to its absolute peak immediately emanated from his body. Follows. Boom! An explosive sound came out, and his entire body directly exploded. Berserk explosive shock waves swept away, immediately blowing up several of the severe ghosts and spirits. Self-explosion is a move to die together. It can explode several or even dozens of times its own power, but self-destructing also requires a great deal of pain. The higher the cultivation level, the more pain you need to endure. The pain was unimaginably painful. It cannot be borne by those who are not of great fortitude. This is why many people are unwilling to blow themselves up and drag their enemies along with them to the point of death. Because blowing yourself up just hurts too much and too much. Now that someone suddenly blew themselves up, This was truly shocking to many of the strongest members of the demon race. Shocked, some people also chose to blow themselves up. It seemed to want to use this way to express the point that the demon race will never be slaves. Goo-doo. The demon race person who had begged for forgiveness earlier looked at the demon race powerhouses that were blowing themselves up one after another, and was so frightened that he couldn't help but gulp. But soon, he weakly said, "Demon clans are never slaves unless food and shelter are included." This statement seems to be an excuse to stay alive. However, before he could finish his words, a demonic powerhouse that was closer and even more powerful than him quickly rushed towards him, and then with a flick of the ass, a huge scorpion tail stinger was directly pierced through his body. Shame on the demon race. I poo. The demonic powerhouse with the scorpion tail stinger disgruntledly spat heavily towards his face. It was also at this moment that a blood-red tentacle took advantage of her lack of preparedness and came quickly from behind her, running her body straight through. As a little bit of time passes, soon, however, in a matter of tea time, except for the Ice Phoenix clan, all of the millions of strongest members of the demon race died here. As the eyes looked, on the ground was a body in an extremely miserable state of death. Corpses piled up like mountains, blood flowed into rivers, dyeing the earth red. The pungent smell of blood rose up to the sky. This place is just like a scene of Shura Purgatory. With a wave of his hand, Gu Yuan utilized the human emperor streamer to include all the divine souls of the strongest members of the demon race who died here in the human emperor streamer. Even some of the dispersed divine souls Gu Yuan didn't let go. After helping them reshape their divine souls, he likewise incorporated them into the human emperor streamer, with the divine souls of the millions of demonic powerhouses all becoming VIPs in the human emperor streamer. Gu Yuan could clearly sense that the human emperor streamer had become even stronger than before. This caused the corner of his mouth to lift slightly, revealing a satisfied arc. On this trip, he harvested the souls of millions of strong demon race members. The harvest has been quite fruitful. P.S. Begging for hypes, free swag, and thanks to the righteous fathers. Chapter 64, You Know Too Much. Seeing the corners of Gu Yuan's mouth lift up, all the people of the Ice Phoenix clan couldn't help but shiver. Gu Yuan was slender and handsome, and in his white clothes, he looked as if he had descended from heaven. A smile appeared on its face, and the smile and kindness gave people a feeling like a spring breeze, making people feel warm. But think of what the other party just did. Those present just didn't find that smile kind. It only felt as if that smile was like a smile revealed by a demon from hell. GGG. It felt cold and chilly and frightening, seeing that many people in the Ice Phoenix clan were looking at themselves with fearful gazes, and even more had wary gazes. This couldn't help but make Gu Yuan frown and ask, "What kind of expressions are you guys making?" At those words, many of the strongest members of the Ice Phoenix clan involuntarily shuddered their tiger bodies and immediately lowered their heads, not daring to meet Gu Yuan's gaze. After slowing down, it was Feng Jioge who squeezed a smile on her face and laughed with her. "No, it's fine." Although Feng Jioge had tried her best to control her smile and make it look more natural, but if you looked closely, it was still not hard to see that the other party's smile was a bit far-fetched. Seeing the far-fetched smile on Feng Jioge's face, Gu Yuan couldn't help but frown. "Now that I've helped your Ice Phoenix clan solve the current crisis, you guys aren't trying to go back on your word and don't want the 7-colored snow lotus to be given to me, are you?" If that was the case, then there might be a few more VIPs in his royal streamer. Feng Jioge's face changed and she hurriedly waved her hand and said, no matter. You help my Ice Phoenix clan solve the current crisis. My Ice Phoenix clan will hand over the 7-colored snow lotus to you. This is something that was promised, so it is naturally impossible for my Ice Phoenix clan to renege. Grand Elder, you go and bring the 7-color snow lotus. Saying this, Feng Jioge violently paused. It seemed that it was only then that she remembered that the Grand Elder Feng Wuxie, who had been following her around like a follower, was a traitor of the Ice Phoenix clan and had now been killed by Ice Wuji. Your Excellency, wait for a moment. I'll go fetch the 7-colored snow lotus for you. Saying the last sentence to Gu Yuan, Feng Jioge's figure instantly disappeared in place. Retracting his gaze from where Feng Jioge had disappeared, Gu Yuan turned his gaze to the corpses of the demonic beasts below. Many demonic powerhouses had already appeared after their deaths. With a wave of his large hand, a spiritual force swept out. The millions of corpses of demonic beasts below all flew towards him quickly, and were then all included in the system's carry-on space by him. Demonic beasts are treasures all over for human cultivators. There were millions of demonic beast corpses in this place, and this was a great opportunity, a great creation for many people. Gu Yuan naturally couldn't let these demonic beast corpses stay here. Therefore, he put them all into the system's carry-on space. These demonic beasts are all extremely powerful, and now that they have appeared in their true form, a corpse alone is immense. Millions of demonic beasts piled up together were enough to pile up an extremely large mountain. A smaller storage ring couldn't even fit a demonic beast corpse. The only thing that could barely fit a demonic beast corpse was a larger storage ring. If it was an ordinary person, he might have been given so many demonic beast corpses and he wouldn't have been able to take them away. It was good that Gu Yuan was not an ordinary person. His system's carry-on space was unimaginably large. Even a million demonic beasts could easily fit it in. Soon, as Gu Yuan put all the millions of demonic beasts on the ground into the system's carry-on space, Feng Jiugu also returned. She flew to Gu Yuan's body, handing over a pillbox with a storage ring. At the same time, he spoke. This crane spirit pillbox contains the 7-colored snow lotus. As for the ones in the storage ring, they are my Ice Phoenix clan's gratitude to you, my lord. Thank you, my lord, for saving my Ice Phoenix clan. If the future lord has any orders, the Ice Phoenix clan, will be obliged. Gu Yuan nodded slightly. Reaching out, he accessed the crane spirit pillbox and the storage ring into his hand. Afterward, he directly opened the crane spirit pillbox. As soon as the crane spirit pillbox was opened, a dazzling burst of 7-colored light and a unique emperor's might immediately spread out from it. Before Gu Yuan could see what was within the crane spirit pillbox, a lotus flower with 7 colors of red, orange, yellow, green, blue and purple flew out from the crane spirit pillbox, and then he vanished towards the distance at an extremely fast speed. It was good that Gu Yuan's reaction was extremely fast. The emperor's might instantly erupted and directly suppressed it on the spot, preventing it from moving the slightest bit more. Feng Jiugu spoke up at this moment. My lord, the crane spirit pillbox is made from crane spirit wood. It can preserve the herbs well and also suppress the spirituality of these herbs. 7-colored snow lotus is a million-year-old imperial medicine, which was found by my husband under an accident. This herb has now given birth to some spirit due to its extremely high vintage. You should be careful, my lord. Don't let it run away. I see. Gu Yuan nodded and immediately placed the 7-colored snow lotus back into the crane spirit pillbox. Putting away the crane spirit pillbox, he put his mind back into the storage ring that Feng Jiugu handed over. There were many extremely high-grade demon pills inside, as well as many crane spirit pillboxes. Through the crane spirit pillbox, Gu Yuan could see some ice attribute high-grade herbs inside. Although Gu Yuan knew nothing about medicinal herbs 7 ways to 6. However, looking at the faint holy and imperial might that permeated those medicinal herbs, Gu Yuan was still able to roughly determine the grade of those medicinal herbs. Surprisingly, they were all saint pills and emperor pills. Among them, there were no less than 1,000 sacred medicines and nearly 100 emperor medicines. Although he didn't know the effects of these herbs, Gu Yuan still accepted them all, upholding the principle of don't want it for nothing. Only then did he politely say, the Feng clan chief is kind. Saint pills and emperor pills were both extremely rare and extremely precious. Feng Jiugu could take out that much at once. It was indeed considered a big deal. Feng Jiugu squeezed out a smile on her face and said, if it wasn't for you, my Ice Phoenix clan, I'm afraid I would have been exterminated by now. This bit of stuff, I just hope that you don't mind it, my lord. The smile on her face was significantly more natural this time. Obviously, it was all a lot of heartfelt talk on her part. Afterward, after a few simple polite words, Gu Yuan took his leave and left. Until Gu Yuan left, only then did Feng Jiugu look at Feng Qingxin and said, don't look, you and him are not even from the same world. You can't be together at all. Even if you keep looking, he doesn't belong to you. This little ninny hadn't taken her eyes off Gu Yuan much from the moment she appeared. Gu Yuan was young, handsome, and so powerful. What woman could look at that and not love it? It was she who could not help but look at it for a few moments. Knowing a daughter is like a mother, how could she not guess what Feng Qingxin was thinking? But she also understood that it was simply impossible for Feng Qingxin and Gu Yuan to come together, which was why she spoke out to persuade her. Seeing that her inner thoughts were actually revealed, Feng Qingxin was suddenly flustered inside, but she still stubbornly said, I'm not, your bull asterisk ting. Just the more she said the smaller her voice, to the back his directly red eyes, bowed his head without saying a word. Seeing this, Feng Jiugu couldn't help but sigh. To love but not to be loved is the norm in this world. In the meantime, southern region, imperial state, the top of a large mountain. So the person who killed my disciple is called Gu Yuan, helping others to cross the great imperial thunder tribulation with the power of one man. It also pulled out the heavenly sword Villa's heavenly foreign sword that no one has been able to pull out in 10,000 years. Hiss! There's something about this kid. After listening to the person kneeling on the ground recounting the general information about the person above the portrait, a middle-aged man with infinite killing intent surging around his body couldn't help but let out an exclamation. His killing intent almost coalesced into a substance, and he looked like a person whose hands were stained with the blood of countless living beings. My lord! I have said all that needs to be said. Now will you let me go? Kneeling on the ground was an old man in a gray robe. His cultivation was powerful, and he was clearly a Saint Emperor Realm 9th level powerhouse. With his strength, as long as he didn't encounter the two great emperors, Gu Yuan and Luo Fanchen, in the southern region, he could almost walk sideways. Even if they encountered other Saint Emperor 9th level powerhouses, they could still escape if they couldn't defeat them. But at this moment, he was kneeling on the ground, his body shaking like a sieve, cold sweat constantly dripping from his forehead, his attitude humble to the extreme. It was unknown just how powerful the man in front of him was, which had frightened him into this state. You know too much. Hearing the gray-robed old man's words, the middle-aged man slowly shook his head. Space fluctuated and a ripple transformed into a blade, directly chopping off its head. Blood spurted out furiously as the gray-robed old man's head rolled to the ground. His eyes were rounded, his lips mumbled, and a broken voice came out. No. What is it? He was just flying free in the sky for good reason. Suddenly this terrifying man descended from the sky and directly suppressed him. The other party then took out a portrait of Gu Yuan and asked if he knew the person in the portrait. He had luckily met Gu Yuan once at the 10,000 Souls Abyss, and he had done some research on a terrifying existence like Gu Yuan. Not that he wanted to investigate anything. The main reason was that Gu Yuan's strength was too heaven-defying, and he simply couldn't afford to offend such a person. If one offended those around him, then there was the same way to take death. Therefore, he was also investigating to prevent messing with the people around Gu Yuan and thus dying in one fell swoop. The man was now frighteningly strong, and in the face of the other party's inquiries, he immediately told everything about Gu Yuan. But he's clearly all finished, and yet the other side wants to kill him. And something about him knowing too much. It made him not understand. He obviously doesn't know anything. He didn't know anything about the middle-aged man. Not even his name. Just know that the other side is terribly strong. The middle-aged man did not reply to his words, but waited for the vitality within his body to completely dissipate before his figure flickered and disappeared in place. The gray-robed old man's eyes were glazed over until he died. Simply dead. He was literally dying for no reason. P.S. 3,000 words big chapter. Begging for urging. Begging for 20 seconds of free gifts to feed. Give me the power of words now. Chapter 65 Shocking Gu Junlin. Tianwu Continent. Southern Region. Kuwen Shou. Wuji City. Gu Family. Wow. Space tore apart and a figure walked out from it. He was dressed in white, with a slender and handsome figure, just like an exiled immortal descending to Earth. It was Gu Yuan. Looking at the familiar buildings around him, Gu Yuan couldn't help but smile. Back in a familiar place again. The great emperor's divine thoughts swept through. Within the Gu family, no matter if it was people or things, there was no particular change in the whole. Among the Gu family juniors, those who should be studying were studying, and those who should be beaten were still being beaten. Among the Gu family's older generation, those who should cultivate, and those who should lie down flat should lie down flat. Among the elders of the Gu family, just seeing this, Gu Yuan's gaze couldn't help but freeze. With a single movement of his feet he instantly disappeared in place. When he reappeared, he had already arrived at the courtyard where Gu Junlin was. There were two figures competing and sparring with each other right in the middle of the courtyard. It was Gu Junlin and Gu Changde. The cultivation realm of the two of them had already changed drastically compared to when Gu Yuan left. Before leaving, Gu Junlin's cultivation level was the 3rd level of the mountain and sea realm. Gu Changde's cultivation level was the 9th level of the mountain and sea realm. Now only a short 10 days or so have passed. Gu Junlin's cultivation had already reached the 3rd level of the sun and moon realm. It was enough to raise a large realm. Gu Changde was equally outrageous. Nowadays, its cultivation had already reached the 9th level of the sun and moon realm. The same was also true for the elevation of a full one large realm. The speed of the duo's cultivation could only be described in 4 words. Scary as hell. After probing for a bit, Gu Yuan did gradually come to his senses. Now Gu Junlin's great imperial divine soul had been restored, relying on its undying great emperor divine soul to absorb the heaven and earth's spiritual chi to cultivate. The other party's cultivation realm increased at an unimaginably fast speed. if it wasn't for the fact that it was injured in its origin. I'm afraid that its cultivation realm could be even higher now. As for Gu Changa, the innate sacred dragon bone in his body had completely grown out, and his cultivation was now rising at an unimaginably fast rate. If there were enough cultivation resources, with that heaven-defying innate holy dragon bone, the other party was afraid that it wouldn't take long for him to completely recover his previous cultivation. Ahem! Looking at the duo who were slicing and dicing, Gu Yuan coughed lightly. Hearing the commotion, the two of them turned their gazes to Gu Yuan in unison. It's the young clan chief who's back. A smile appeared on Gu Changa's face. He had been with Gu Junlin these days, and regarding Gu Yuan's trip to the northern domain to search for the Dragon Emperor's essence blood and the seven-colored snow lotus for Gu Junlin, these were things he knew. Gu Junlin flew to Gu Yuan's body. Looking at Gu Yuan, although his face was calm, his tone was clearly filled with concern. He said, "No injuries on this trip, right?" As he said that, one of his eyes had already begun sizing up Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan laughed. It was not injured. Upon hearing this, Gu Junlin's heart was suddenly relieved, but after looking Gu Yuan up and down, his brows gradually furrowed again and he couldn't help but say, "Yuaner, what is your current cultivation level?" With the divine soul of the undying great emperor First Realm, he was able to see through the cultivation of anyone whose cultivation was not higher than that of his peak. As Gu Yuan was leaving, even if Gu Yuan's breath was usually not visible, he was able to see through its cultivation level, which was that of an immortal Emperor 1. But now, instead, he was shocked to discover that he couldn't penetrate Gu Yuan's cultivation. What does that tell you? It meant that Gu Yuan either had a supreme treasure that concealed his breath on him, either his cultivation was the same as his peak, or far beyond his peak. It would be fine if it was the former, but if the latter is the case, that's more than a little scary. After all, Gu Yuan had only just become an immortal emperor not long ago. Hearing Gu Junlin's words, Gu Yuan smiled faintly and did not hide it as he directly said, "My cultivation level, the first level of the undying great emperor." "What? Undying great emperor 1? Hiss, hiss hiss hiss." Hearing Gu Yuan's reply, Gu Junlin was obviously shocked and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. As for Gu Changa on the side, she couldn't help but suck in several mouthfuls of cool air. Because of the lack of cool air, it actually raised the temperature around them a bit. No wonder the two of them reacted so strongly. It was really Gu Yuan's words that brought them too much shock. To know, Gu Yuan was only Immortal Emperor 1 when he left. How long has it been now? It's just a short 10 days or so. How long would it take for a normal Jedi Heavenly Pride to ascend from the first level of Immortal Emperor to the first level of Immortal Emperor? It can be as little as a few decades, or as much as hundreds or even thousands of years. As for the time taken by the top Celestial Pride, it would only be more. General skyjacking. Unless an ordinary Heavenly Pride had the luck to encounter heaven-defying chances against the weather. Otherwise, it would be almost impossible to cultivate to a great emperor. Now Gu Yuan had only used a short 10 days to break through from Immortal Emperor 1 to Immortal Emperor 1. The shock this brought to Gu Junlin and Gu Changa could be imagined. It was only after a good while that the duo gradually came back to their senses from the shock. After returning to his senses, Gu Junlin looked at Gu Yuan and couldn't help but say with a face full of joy, "My son has the talent of a heavenly god." It was rumored that there were realms above the Forbidden Emperor, and that realm is the God realm. That was a realm that only existed in legends, and no one in the Tianwu continent could reach this realm. But now, having seen his good oldest child so powerful, Gu Junlin felt that the other party had a chance to touch the realm above the great emperor. "Sky God," Gu Changa murmured, looking at Gu Yuan with eyes full of shock. Obviously, he didn't expect Gu Junlin to have such a high opinion of Gu Yuan. One must know that heavenly gods were a realm that only existed in legends, and at this time, Gu Junlin was finally unable to hold back his curiosity and couldn't help but ask, "How was the harvest of this trip?" "Not bad," Gu Yuan smiled and said. "The Dragon Emperor's essence blood and the seven-colored snow lotus are all in hand." At those words, Gu Junlin's breath was noticeably shortened by a few points. Right now, the only herbs missing from refining the creation pill were the Dragon Emperor's essence blood and the seven-colored snow lotus. Now that the seven-colored snow lotus and the Dragon Emperor's essence blood had been obtained, then all one needs to do is go to the Pill King Valley and find Pill Emperor Pillian to refine the creation pill. And if the creation pill was successfully refined and consumed, then his injured origin and his cultivation could be restored very quickly. He will be back on top again. Thinking of this, how could he still achieve inner peace? And at that moment, Gu Yuan handed Gu Junlin the crane spirit pillbox containing the seven-colored snow lotus. along with a jade bottle containing the Dragon Emperor's essence blood. At the same time, he said, "The Dragon Emperor's essence blood and the 7-colored snow lotus are right here. Father, take them." Whether it's the Dragon Emperor's essence blood or the 7-colored snow lotus, they are both extremely precious items, and since I'm not as strong as you right now, it's safer to keep them at your place. Gu Junlin shook his head and said as he pushed back what Gu Yuan had handed him. Okay. Gu Yuan nodded his head and put the Dragon Emperor essence blood and the 7-colored snow lotus back away. Both were the same whether they were in his hands or his father's, and since he was stronger now, it was undoubtedly safer to put it in his hands. And at that moment, Gu Junlin looked at Gu Yuan, his voice even trembling a little as he said, "You must have suffered a lot to be able to obtain these two things, right?" Although Gu Yuan said that he had not been injured, he only thought that it was Gu Yuan reporting the good news, fearing that telling the truth would make him worry. After all, how precious were the Dragon Emperor's essence blood and the 7-colored snow lotus? If you want to get it, you are bound to suffer a lot. P.S. Today 3 more to send. For sending small gifts for the treasure son of the explosion of more. Beg for urgency. Ask for 20 seconds of free small gifts. Ask for 5-star positive feedback. Kneeling thank you. Chapter 66, Invincible Within the Great Emperor. Really didn't suffer much. Gu Yuan let out a light laugh, and then immediately told everything that had happened earlier when he left the Gu family and traveled to the northern region. What? You broke through from Immortal Emperor First Level to Immortal Emperor First Level in 8 days in the Dragon Clan. What? The Dragon Clan chief wanted to marry his daughter to you, and you refused. What? You encountered countless great Emperor Night ghosts with countless red-haired old monsters of unparalleled strength in the Burial Dragon Abyss. What? You didn't have to blow your brains out to suppress these great Emperor Knights with countless red-haired old monsters of great strength. What? The Undying Emperor 9th Level Dragon Xiang was also beheaded by you on the adversity felling. Hiss. Hiss hiss hiss. Hearing Gu Yuan recount everything that had happened to him in the Dragon Clan and the Dragon Burial Abyss, both Gu Junlin and Gu Chang'e could not help but draw in a breath of cold air. The air was all but elevated at the moment because of the cool air being sucked out. It wasn't hard to see how shocked the duo were from this. Shocked. Gu Chang'e couldn't help but comment with a face full of shock. Against the heavens. Gu Junlin, on the other hand, was filled with shock and delight as he said, "My son truly has the talent of a heavenly god." Only after the words fell out of his mouth did he turn toward Gu Yuan and said with a face full of curiosity, "What did you encounter back there?" Gu Chang'e also immediately pricked up her ears. The duo at this moment was like readers halfway through a novel, curious about what happened next. Gu Yuan smiled faintly, then immediately recounted everything that happened next. A Dragon King's order that can make a request to the Dragon Clan and even allow the entire Dragon Clan to go all out for you once? Hiss. This Dragon Clan chief is too good to you. Hearing the Dragon Chief hand over the Dragon King order to Gu Yuan, Gu Chang'e and Gu Junlin were once again shocked. From Gu Yuan's words earlier, they already had a clear perception of the overall strength of the northern region's Dragon Clan. The other party was the strongest existence among the 8 hegemonic forces in the northern domain. With great strength and richness, it is rumored that there are no less than 100 great emperors. No less than 100 great emperors. Such a powerful dragon race could go all out for Gu Yuan once. Or is it the entire Dragon Clan striking out together? Just once, though. But just thinking about it was enough to shock Gu Junlin and Gu Chang'e. Shocked. The two of them couldn't help but sigh that Long Chang was really too good to Gu Yuan. Subsequently, when they heard that Gu Yuan had slaughtered nearly 1,000,000 demon race powerhouses with the strength of one man, Gu Junlin and Gu Chang'e were even more shocked and their scalps went numb. 1,000,000 demon powerhouses. There were no less than 100 great emperors among them. There were even more Saint Realm demonic powerhouses to the extent that they were everywhere. But it was slaughtered by Gu Yuan alone. The shock it brought them was unimaginable. Gulp. Gu Chang'e swallowed a mouthful of saliva furiously to suppress the shock in his heart, and only then did he look at Gu Yuan with a face full of oddities and asked, "Just how strong is your current strength?" Gu Junlin also turned his gaze to Gu Yuan when he heard this. Obviously he was extremely curious about this question as well. "I don't know how strong I am." Shaking his head, Gu Yuan pondered seriously before saying, "If he explodes at full power, he should be able to be invincible within the great emperors. Today, there are no less than 1,000,000 soul slaves, wronged souls and stern ghosts, in his emperor streamer. Among them, there were tens of thousands of soul slaves of the great emperor realm. There were also more grey mists transformed by the grievances of those red-haired old monsters than could be counted. It infected all of the human emperor's streamers with red hair, turning the black flag into a red-colored one. If everything within the human emperor's streamer was fused together to form an oversized Buddha's Fury Soul Lotus, then the power that it could erupt would definitely be able to be so great as to be unimaginable. Under such an attack, Gu Yuan couldn't think of any living beings that could block it for the time being. Invincible within a great emperor. Hearing Gu Yuan's words, Gu Junlin and Gu Chang'e glanced at each other, both seeing deep shock in the other's eyes. Gu Yuan was talking about being invincible within a great emperor. Then within the great emperors here must also include the extreme great emperors, the forbidden great emperors. And Gu Yuan was only the first level of the undying great emperor. Undying great emperor, one dared to claim invincibility within the great emperor. These words were truly arrogant to the extreme. However, the two of them couldn't help but choose to believe that Gu Yuan could do it. Didn't suspect anything, simply because everything that happened to Gu Yuan was itself outrageous to the extreme. Obviously, his cultivation was abolished, but he was able to have an epiphany and become an emperor on that day. Obviously, he was only the first level of the undying great emperor, but he was able to kill the 9th level of the undying great emperor against all odds. Obviously, he was only the first level of an undying great emperor, yet he was able to slaughter millions of demon race powerhouses all by himself, and among them, there were hundreds of great emperors whose cultivation wasn't weaker than Gu Yuan's, or even higher than Gu Yuan. It's outrageous to this extent. Now Gu Yuan said that its full outburst can be invincible within the great emperor realm. Seems to be not unacceptable, huh? After some more conversation ensued, Gu Junlin and Gu Yuan decided to head to the central region 3 days later. Why not now? That's because of the Gu family. Gu Junlin was the head of a clan and had the Gu family behind him, and now that he was leaving, he naturally had to find someone to hand over the job of clan head. After conferring, Gu Junlin and Gu Chang'e left the courtyard one after the other. After he left, Gu Junlin summoned all the senior members of the clan to the council hall for a meeting at the first opportunity. Spoke the news that he was about to travel to the central region with Gu Yuan. It was intended that Gu Chang'e would be the acting matriarch for this period of time, but Gu Chang'e said that he also wanted to follow and travel to the central region. Gu Junlin hesitated slightly and had to dismiss the idea of making him the acting patriarch. In the end, after some deliberation, Gu Junlin made Gu Tsunhai, the third elder of the Gu family, the acting patriarch of the Gu family. Taking advantage of this time, Gu Yuan wasn't idle either. Instead, his divine thoughts were released, and he sought out a mountain range with a relatively dense spiritual chi hundreds of thousands of miles away. Then with a thought, he tore through space and traveled to this mountain range. With a wave of his hand, countless beads emitting various lights appeared around Gu Yuan. As soon as these beads appeared, there was a dense and extremely strong demonic aura that rose up to the sky, and a huge pressure filled the 4 directions, scaring the countless demonic beasts and small animals in the mountain range here to prostrate themselves on the ground, trembling. These beads were not simple beads, but those demonic pills of demonic beasts that had been decapitated by Gu Yuan. The demonic beasts that were killed by Gu Yuan were all incredibly strong. The strong ones had the cultivation of a great emperor, and even the weak ones, that had the cultivation of a saint. All of these demon pills contained a huge amount of energy and a huge amount of demonic power. Gu Yuan was prepared to use these demon pills to cultivate and enhance his strength now. There were still 3 more days to go before traveling to the central region, and in that time, Gu Yuan was prepared to improve his strength. As for why he didn't cultivate in the Gu family but came to the mountain range tens of thousands of miles away, it was because the great emperor's cultivation moved too much and he didn't want to affect others. Moreover, Wuji City was too remote and was only a small city. Spiritual chi was already scarce. If he were to cultivate there, I'm afraid that he could instantly drain the spiritual chi within Wuji City. Even if he didn't think about the residents of Wuji City, he still had to think about the Gu family that was in Wuji City. That's why I chose to come here. As the demonic pills were taken out, Gu Yuan immediately sat down on his knees with his eyes closed, running the undying divine skill to start stepping into cultivation. Once the undying divine skill was in operation, a terrifying suction force instantly erupted from Gu Yuan's body. This suction force was extremely huge, instantly enveloping hundreds of thousands of miles in a radius. It makes heaven and earth change, and the winds rise. The spiritual chi within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles all transformed into a dragon in the wind and rapidly came towards Gu Yuan. And then it entered Gu Yuan's body through all the pores on his entire body, growing Gu Yuan's cultivation. The energy in those demon pills around Gu Yuan was also being pulled at this moment. Immediately, a majestic energy floated out from the demonic pills, and then under the pull of this suction, it entered Gu Yuan's body by following his various pores. if you look at it from a distance. At this moment, a huge vortex had appeared above the mountain range where Gu Yuan was. The vortex was formed by the convergence of aura and the energy from among the countless demon pills. The vortex was like a large funnel. The upper part of it enveloped an unknown number of thousands of miles in circumference, but at the bottom it was tiny but only a bucket thick, connecting Gu Yuan's body. From a distance, such a scene was shocking. Chapter 67, The Peerless Emperor Slayer. The commotion caused by Gu Yuan's cultivation was simply too great and too great. Soon enough, it drew the attention of powerful cultivators within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles. Right away, a number of strong people broke through the air and quickly appeared 10,000 miles away from Gu Yuan. A red-robed old man with a powerful aura of the 9th level of the Saint Emperor realm emanated from his body as he looked at Gu Yuan, and there were clearly doubts and shock flashing across the bottom of his eyes. Who is this person? Why is it so powerful? The commotion caused by the other party's cultivation was indeed a bit too terrifying. A gray-robed old man recognized the red-robed old man and immediately came to his front with an odd expression on his face. Hong Yun, you don't even know Emperor Yuan? Emperor Yuqi. He's a great emperor? No. When did my Kuan state have a great emperor? Let you have nothing less ing closed. More walk around. You listen. You like this? When to provoke the strong dead do not know. It looks like you know a lot about this Yuqi emperor. Come on, expand on that. Since you're so curious, then this saint will be merciful and tell you that Emperor Yuan, named Gu Yuan, is the son of Gu Junlin, the head of the Gu family of Wuji City. What? Wuji City? Isn't that a small city? Nope. You said he's Gu Junlin's son? Gu Junlin has a son? And he's so powerful? Good lord. I thought Gu Junlin was already invincible. But I didn't expect his son to be even more powerful than him. Can you keep your mouth shut? Gu Junlin's greatness has long since become a thing of the past. Past tense? What do you mean? Isn't Gu Junlin great now? If you're interrupting, I'm going to stop. Okay, I'll stay out of this. You go on. It was also while the two were talking that a breath so terrifying that it caused one's heart to palpitate descended from the sky, instantly causing the two to subconsciously shut their mouths. Subconsciously looking towards the sky, both of them had obvious doubts flashing under their eyes. They did not see any terrifying presence appearing overhead. Doubts flashed in his eyes and he withdrew his gaze, once again looking in the direction where Gu Yuan was. And this look immediately made the two of them feel a shock in their hearts, only to see that in front of their field of vision, a middle-aged man had unexpectedly appeared at some point. The middle-aged man stood with his hands in the air, his gaze looking towards Gu Yuan, leaving a back shadow alone for the two of them. Its body-killing intent cohesion-like substance. A look his hands stained with the blood of countless living beings. The gray-robed old man and the red-robed old man glanced at each other, and shock surfaced in the bottom of their eyes. The two of them had extremely high cultivation levels, both at the 9th level of the Saint Emperor realm, but they didn't even know when the middle-aged man had appeared. How could this make them not be alarmed? The middle-aged man did not pay any attention to the duo's shock. Instead, he looked at the direction where Gu Yuan was and murmured, "When this emperor's divine soul bilocation met you, you were only at the 1st level of the immortal emperor, and now only a short 10 days have passed, and you've raised your cultivation to the realm of the 1st level of the immortal emperor. And such a speed of cultivation enhancement is simply appalling. Such a supreme heavenly pride. This emperor even endured killing you, but you destroyed this emperor's divine soul detachment and killed this emperor's disciple. This revenge is not shared. If I don't kill you, in the future, how will I, the peerless killing emperor, still be able to gain a foothold in the Tianwo continent? How can I mix in the central region?" That's right, the middle-aged man was none other than the master of the Autumn Wind Building's owner, Soul Destroyer Sky, the peerless killing emperor, a peerless powerhouse of the 9th level of the undying great emperor. That day Gu Yuan didn't give him face. Not only did he kill his disciple Soul Destroyer Sky, but he also dispersed his divine soul detachment as well. If he hadn't been in seclusion at that time, I'm afraid that he would have traveled to the southern domain at the first opportunity to kill Gu Yuan. Now that he was out of the gate, the first thing he did was to head to the southern region's imperial state. After learning that the person who killed his disciple and blew up his divine soul detachment was Gu Yuan, he went all the way to Kuan State to find out news about Gu Yuan. After arriving in Koanzhou, he sensed that there was an indestructible emperor practicing here, and under suspicion, he came to this place. Rather, he had never thought that the great emperor cultivating here would be the Gu Yuan he had longed for. Though unexpected, he was not surprised but pleased. The fact that the Gu Yuan he wanted to kill was so easily found by him was a real surprise. At the same time the low murmur fell. The peerless Slayer Emperor also moved. He took one step in the air towards Gu Yuan. With every step he took, his aura would become 1 point stronger. At the end of the day, the space was humming with his aura alone. It's simply too horrible to imagine. Red light surged behind it, vaguely turning it into a sea of blood. At the end of the day, the monstrous sea of blood behind him actually became like substance, as if it were real. A mournful hissing sound could still be heard coming from the sea of blood. This sea of blood was created by his baneful aura, and with every person he killed, the baneful aura on his body would increase by 1 point. Now its fury is actually turned into a monstrous sea of blood. I do not know how many people it actually killed to condense the sea of blood. What a powerful aura! Even more powerful than the aura displayed by Emperor Yuan that day. The gray-robed old man swallowed his saliva, his eyes filled with shock. He wasn't a person from the Koan state, but someone from one of the great powers in the imperial state. And now he was just traveling to the Koan state. He had also been present when Gu Yuan helped Luo Fanshan cross the lightning tribulation outside the 10,000 souls abyss. He was well aware of Gu Yuan's terror. I thought that Gu Yuan was already invincible in the southern region, but now that I've seen this middle-aged man, he felt that the middle-aged man was clearly more powerful than Gu Yuan that day, and not the kind that's a star stronger. It is several times or even dozens of times stronger. Shock also surfaced in the eyes of the red-robed old man, obviously shocked by the middle-aged man's aura. Strong, just too strong. While he was shocked, there was more bewilderment in his eyes. He seemed to be speaking to himself, and also seemed to be questioning the gray-robed old man. The old man has only been in seclusion for 66 years, 6 months, and 6 days. So why have the changes in the southern region been so great? As soon as I left the gate, I encountered 2 great emperors. Are there as many great emperors as dogs now? There are as many great emperors as there are dogs? The southern domain only had 3 great emperors right now, even with the addition of this middle-aged man. Now you're saying that there are as many greats as there are dogs. What are you thinking? The corners of the gray-robed old man's mouth twitched as he directly lazily ignored him. And at that moment, the peerless Slayer Emperor had already arrived within 1,000 meters of Gu Yuan. Watching Gu Yuan continue to cultivate without even raising his eyelids, it couldn't help but make him raise his eyebrows slightly. Gu Yuan was a full 8 minor realms lower than him though. However, he didn't hide his aura, so it was reasonable that Gu Yuan should have detected his appearance. But now the other party was not even lifting his eyelids, still cultivating. What's that supposed to mean? Is it a trick? Trying to bluff him? Or did he simply not have him in his sights? Humph. Humming on in dissatisfaction, the peerless killing emperor froze his hands. Whether it was a trick or not putting him in his place. But since the other party dared to kill his disciples and destroy his divine soul split, there was no way he would spare the other party. His enmity with Gu Yuan was not shared. Chapter 68, Scared Stupid. Rumble. As the peerless killing emperor's mind moved, the monstrous sea of blood behind him churned and quickly headed towards Gu Yuan, actually emitting a loud burst of waves lapping at the shore. The sea of blood crushed through, directly crushing the space, revealing a piece of nothingness behind the space, which was truly powerful to no end. What a terrifying sea of blood. Who is this person? Where on earth did he appear from and why is he so powerful? If you ask me, who the am I asking? What's Emperor Yuchi up to? Why is he still not moving? Is he scared silly? If that's really the case, Emperor Yuan will be in a bad way today. You put your mother's fart. Emperor Yuan is the man that I, Lu Ruyan, have my eyes on. In my opinion he is not scared silly, but he doesn't put that man in his eyes at all. Although Ruyan Lu is a B*TCH who loves one when she sees one. But for once, old me thinks she's right. Wang woman, you're still a nymphomaniac at your age. The cultivators 10,000 miles away all shook their heads in unison when they witnessed such a scene, only thinking that Gu Yuan was in danger today. Only a few female cultivators had the brainless belief that Gu Yuan was not putting the peerless Slayer Emperor in his eyes at all. There was an easy way to deal with the peerless Slayer Emperor. And during their brief murmur, the monstrous sea of blood was already less than 100 meters away from Gu Yuan. At such a close distance, if Gu Yuan didn't do anything to resist, it didn't even take a single breath for the monstrous sea of blood to engulf Gu Yuan. And at that time, Gu Yuan's fate could be imagined. At this moment, countless female cultivators all coincidentally clenched their pink fists and looked at Gu Yuan with a nervous expression. Wanted Gu Yuan to open his eyes to meet the enemy. But Gu Yuan's reaction was disappointing to them. Gu Yuan continued to cultivate without any distractions. Didn't even raise an eyelid. It's as if he doesn't even know what's going on in front of him. letting the monstrous waves of blood lap at him. He did not move at all. I didn't expect that the person I wanted to kill after traveling hundreds of millions of miles from the central domain to the southern domain was such a person. After watching the monstrous blood waves come to 10 meters away from Gu Yuan, but Gu Yuan remained unmoved. Emperor Peerless Slayer couldn't help but shake his head. Killing such a great emperor who didn't even resist, it didn't make him the slightest bit interested. There was even a feeling of powerlessness in his heart as he threw a punch with all his might. But it hit cotton. However, just as the monstrous sea of blood was about to engulf Gu Yuan, the Peerless Slayer Emperor's gaze snapped. As he looked, Gu Yuan remained motionless, still sitting on his knees with his eyes closed and concentrating on his cultivation, not even lifting his eyelids. However, a red flag human emperor streamer and Regulus sword inserted beside it was violently erupting a terrifying aura at this moment. Golden light erupted above the Xian Yuan sword, and a terrifying sword intent instantly shot up. On it, one by one, mysterious and obscure golden runes appeared on its flow, looking extremely extraordinary. Snort! The Xian Yuan sword broke out of the ground on its own, and then stabbed straight towards the monstrous sea of blood in front of it. A storm of sword blades then appeared around Xian Yuan's sword, the number of extremely large, dense countless, such as the side of the sword sea. The sea of swords then followed Xian Yuan's sword straight ahead to the monstrous sea of blood. Soon, the sea of swords then came into contact with the monstrous sea of blood. The imagined sound of a huge explosion was not there. There wasn't any hoopla about it either. As soon as the sea of swords came into contact with the monstrous sea of blood, the monstrous sea of blood was like a bubble and annihilated in the air. However, in the blink of an eye, the vast and monstrous sea of blood disappeared into the air. How? How is this possible? Witnessing such a scene, everyone's pupils unanimously shrunk. Shock and disbelief also welled up on his face in an instant. How did not expect? Gu Yuan Ming did not even move. Its side inserted in the ground of the golden sword just slightly out of the hand will easily dissolve the attack of the Peerless Killing Emperor. What a strong sword! The Peerless Slayer Emperor was similarly shocked. However, while shocked, a few more points of greed and fire were evident in his gaze toward the golden Regulus sword. Previously, the might of the Xian Yuan sword was not apparent, and he only thought that it was an ordinary sword. But now that its might was on display, he immediately sensed the power of the sword. The power of its might had already surpassed that of an ordinary emperor's soldier. Regarding the shock of those present, Regulus did not do anything about it. After the sea of swords broke through the monstrous sea of blood, it carried the sea of swords straight towards the Peerless Slayer Emperor. Good coming! Heaven slaughtering and earth destroying sword. Break it for me! Looking at the Xian Yuan sword and the sea of swords that came straight towards him, even though Emperor Peerless Slayer was able to sense the terrifying might emanating from it, he was still not afraid in the slightest. A bellowing cry came out, and he advanced instead of retreating. The power in his body exploded and countless baneful chi rushed up, eventually condensing into a huge and incomparable blood-colored giant sword. The blood-colored giant sword was filled with a fierce aura that directly dyed the sky above this place into a blood-red color. As its might escaped, the space was clearly unable to withstand it and began to collapse inch by inch, revealing a void behind the space. It could be seen how terrifying this blood-colored giant sword that was transformed from his body's baneful chi was. It seems to really have the power to slaughter the sky and destroy the earth. Under his control, as soon as the blood-colored giant sword appeared, it crushed space and headed straight for the Xian Yuan sword and the Sea of Swords. The speed was so fast that it arrived in an instant. Rumble! As the blood-red giant sword collided with the Sea of Swords, a shocking and earth-shattering sound of a huge explosion immediately resounded within this part of heaven and earth. The violent aftermath of the collision swept away, instantly destroying everything around it. Countless small animals in these mountains have lost their lives as a result. Although Gu Yuan was closer to the center of the explosion, at this moment, the might of the human emperor's streamer was revealed, and he immediately resisted the aftermath of the collision. This collision aftershock did not disturb Gu Yuan's cultivation. Under the blood-colored giant sword, the Sea of Swords only lasted for a moment before directly bursting apart. The only thing left was Regulus still in the air. And at this time, the blood-red giant sword also collided with the Xian Yuan sword ruthlessly. Boom! The loud sound resounded once again, and the Xian Yuan sword supported itself for a moment before it was eventually sent flying backward by the shock, plugging back into Gu Yuan's side once again. The blood-colored giant sword also seemed to be unable to withstand the powerful might contained in the Xian Yuan sword. After the Xian Yuan sword was shaken away, soon accompanied by a loud popping sound resounded again, the blood-colored giant sword directly exploded, turning into a broken path of fateful chi that dissipated in the sky and earth. Put! The blood-colored giant sword exploded, and the peerless Slayer Emperor was backfired, and a mouthful of blood immediately spewed out of his mouth. Its aura also became withered in an instant, and it was obviously seriously injured. If I can get this sword, who is coming that I can't kill? Although he was severely injured, all that surfaced in the eyes of the peerless Slayer Emperor was joy. Gu Yuan was only the first level of the undying Great Emperor, now that he had only introduced some power into the sword, allowing the sword to protect him. The sword was able to erupt with such a powerful strength. If one were to fully activate this sword, what kind of strong power could it erupt with? Just thinking about it makes your whole body tremble with excitement, as if you've reached an orgasm. This sword, he's got to get it. Just as he was thinking so, successive air-breaking sounds suddenly resounded in the air. Emperor Peerless Slayer fixed his eyes and saw that the red flag Gu Yuan had planted in front of him had now turned into a giant red flag. A terrifying aura erupted from it, and a blood-red tentacle shot out from the flag, heading straight for him quickly. The blood-red tentacles were thick and large, and were so powerful that they could directly pierce through the void, which was simply terrifying to the point of horror. And most importantly, these blood-red tentacles were unimaginably numerous. It was about estimated that there were afraid to be tens of thousands of roots. Gulp! Feeling the terrifying might contained above the blood-red tentacles, Emperor Peerless Slayer only felt a numbness in his scalp, and couldn't help but furiously gulp a mouthful of saliva, with cold sweat instantly surfacing on his forehead. The might that could be erupted from a single blood-red tentacle alone was no less than a single strike from a great emperor powerhouse. Now there are tens of thousands of blood-red tentacles. How can this be fun? If all of these blood-red tentacles were to fall, there would be only one thing that could happen to him. That's dead. Thinking about this, the Peerless Slayer Emperor instantly sweated. With a wave of his large hand, space instantly ripped apart as he prepared to flee. It's not a wimp. It's from the heart. However, right at this moment, under the tens of thousands of blood-red tentacles connected by chi, they actually directly froze space. The space that had just been torn open with an opening instantly healed. The Emperor of Matchless Killers. Chapter 69, Submission. Looking at the suddenly healed space in front of him, looking again at the blood-red tentacles that had already come quickly carrying an incomparably terrifying aura, Emperor Peerless Slayer's face instantly turned pale, and cold sweat continuously surfaced on his forehead. Invisibly, a large word of danger seemed to appear above his large head. These tens of thousands of blood-red tentacles had blocked off his escape routes in all directions. Now that space was also frozen, it was impossible to tear through space to escape. Facing these tens of thousands of blood-red tentacles, it seemed that he could only confront them head-on. Available at. The might that erupted from a single blood-red tentacle was comparable to a great emperor striking out. Tens of thousands of blood-red tentacles came at the same time, which was equivalent to tens of thousands of great emperors striking at him at the same time. Tens of thousands of great emperors strike at the same time. Who can stand up to this? I'm afraid I can blast him to the ground. Put. With a softness in his feet, the peerless great emperor directly knelt down in the air, and then he cowed out in the direction where Gu Yuan was and begged for mercy. I am willing to submit to you, Your Excellency, and I am willing to serve you, Your Excellency, as a dog and horse, and I ask you, Your Excellency, to spare my life. This is my innate divine soul, my lord, keep it. With that, an incomparably condensed divine soul immediately flew out from within his brow. It was none other than his own soul. The original divine soul was the core of the divine soul. It's the equivalent of the human heart, the human brain. If you put it in someone else's hands, then it would be the same as handing over your life to the other party, because the other party could completely make his life worse than death through the benevolent spirit. It could even take his life with a single thought through the benevolent soul. Normally, not to mention a great emperor, it was unlikely that even a low-ranked cultivator would casually hand over his or her innate divine soul, because no one likes to put their little life in someone else's hands. But this is clearly not the usual case. If he didn't lower his stance in a hurry, the tens of thousands of blood-red tentacles would inevitably directly blast him to death. In order to be able to save his little life, he had no choice but to do this, only hoping that Gu Yuan would spare his life. When he was young, he didn't fear death at all, and even shouted, "Heaven wants to destroy me? Then I will destroy this heaven." But now that he's older, he's become life-thirsty. Put. The original divine soul was the core of the divine soul, and now that the original divine soul had been stripped from the divine soul, the Peerless Slayer Emperor's divine soul was immediately damaged. His face turned white, and a mouthful of blood was immediately sprayed out, and his breath became atrophied at this moment. However, he didn't even care about the injuries on his divine soul and still kowtowed as if he were begging for forgiveness. I also ask you, My lord, to spare my life, I am a cultivator of the 9th level of the undying great emperor, and I can do many things for you, my lord. Soon, tens of thousands of blood-red tentacles quickly arrived in front of the peerless Slayer Emperor. Just as the peerless Slayer Emperor was sweating profusely, tens of thousands of blood-red tentacles stopped in front of him. Immediately afterward, a voice with no emotion entered the mind of the peerless Slayer Emperor. Seeing as you are an undying great emperor 9th level powerhouse who seems to be somewhat useful, this Hada will not kill you, but whether or not the master can spare your life, this streamer can't make the call either. As the voice fell, a blood-red tentacle coiled around Emperor Peerless Slayer's original divine soul and retreated back into the human emperor streamer. The rest of the blood-red tentacles also retreated back into the human emperor streamer at this moment. The human emperor streamer once again became smaller, as if a small red flag was stuck beside Gu Yuan, the red flag swaying with the wind, as if nothing had happened. This emperor has actually been educated by the artifact spirit. The peerless Slayer Emperor murmured to himself with a bitter voice. That voice earlier was emitted by the artifact spirit in the human emperor streamer. The human emperor streamer was an ancient divine artifact, and it naturally had an artifact spirit present within it. When he thought that he had come here and Gu Yuan had not even put up a fight, and that just its 2 weapons had educated himself, a supreme powerhouse at the 9th level of the undying great emperor, into honesty and obedience, the peerless Slayer Emperor felt a pang of bitterness within his heart. Want to cry? Has he ever been in such a mess? As his thoughts drifted, the peerless Slayer Emperor's body began to tremble uncontrollably again. Although Gu Yuan was only an undying great emperor 1st level, his 2 weapons were terrifying to such an extent. Could the other party really look at him? An undying great emperor 9? If the other party couldn't see him, wouldn't he have to die next? Thinking of this, the fear within him couldn't help but grow a few more points. That's facing fear from the unknown. Now that the original soul has been handed over, if Gu Yuan does not want to spare him, then the other party can kill him with a single thought. Thinking about it, it's not even possible to be afraid. The feeling of having one's life in one's hands really sucks. Compared to his fear, the powerful onlookers in the distance were all filled with bewilderment, not knowing what was happening at all. Previously, tens of thousands of blood-red tentacles had struck out at the peerless Slayer Emperor in unison. So many blood-red tentacles directly obscured their vision. It showed them nothing. Now the blood-red tentacles retracted. It was then that he saw the peerless Slayer Emperor honestly kneeling on the ground. Such a scene. Who can look at that and not be confused? After a brief moment of confusion, all sorts of speculations bubbled up from their minds. Some immortal old man stroked his beard and laughed. It seems that old me guessed correctly. Emperor Profound was so powerful that he didn't put this newly emerged great emperor in his eyes at all. And in today's scene, I think that having seen Emperor Profound's fearsome nature, this newly emerged great emperor has chosen to submit to Emperor Profound. Worthy of being the Koan Saint Emperor, his vision is just poisonous. To have even guessed this scene, this saint admires it. Ha ha ha, the old man has always been extremely accurate in reading people. Listening to the words of these male cultivators, a number of female cultivators immediately rebuked angrily. Shameless, earlier you guys were saying that Emperor Yuan was in a bad way. That's right, it wasn't you moralistic hypocrites who believed in Emperor Yuan earlier. It was us. Listening to a cacophony of voices around him, Emperor Peerless Slayer frowned slightly and chided in a low voice. Shut up all of you. If you disturb Emperor Yuan's cultivation, this emperor will kill you all. His voice was not loud, even low-pitched, as if it were a mosquito whispering. But these words fell into the ears of the distant cultivators, but it was like a thunderbolt exploding in their minds. Hearing this voice, everyone's faces changed, his body shook, and blood immediately flowed out of his 7 orifices, and his breath also became withered at this moment, obviously suffering from a not-so-light injury. So scary. As their gazes looked towards the peerless Slayer Emperor, shock couldn't help but surface in everyone's eyes. The power of a single word was as terrifying as it was. Thinking of the other party's words, even though there were still many words in their hearts that they wanted to speak, they didn't dare to beat more at this moment, for no other reason than fear of death. The peerless killing emperor though was now kneeling on the ground, his body trembling, his face pale, cold sweat pouring out from his forehead, woefully resembling a dead dog. However, they understood that the reason the other party's stance was so low was not an indication that it was not strong, but that Gu Yuan was too strong. The opponent was in a sorry state in front of Gu Yuan, but if they dared to offend, then they had a way of taking death. The other side can kill them easily. Realizing this, how dare they bleat more? As the surroundings became quiet, the peerless Slayer Emperor couldn't help but nod his head in satisfaction. cultivation is most avoided to be disturbed. Although Gu Yuan appeared to not care about these verbal interruptions, he was also afraid that these people's comments would cause a hint of displeasure on Gu Yuan's part, even if that hint of displeasure is only a little. But if Gu Yuan chose not to spare his life because of this little bit of displeasure, then he'll really have no place to cry. So he chose to shut these people up while they were bleeping away. Its purpose was simply so that Gu Yuan could have a quiet and comfortable environment to cultivate. Chapter 70, Indestructible Great Emperor 5th Level. Qingqing calls father. As time passes little by little, a thick layer of dust of various colors had covered Gu Yuan's surroundings. This was naturally not any dust, but rather those demon pills that had been absorbed by Gu Yuan to remove the energy in them and eventually turned into pieces. The aura in the hundreds of thousands of miles around had also long since been absorbed by Gu Yuan. And Gu Yuan didn't use much time to cultivate this time, but just 2 days. In 2 days' time, Gu Yuan had consumed all of the millions of demon pills and absorbed all of the aura within the hundreds of thousands of miles around. After absorbing such an energy, his cultivation level had improved by leaps and bounds, breaking through from the original Undying Great Emperor 1st level to the Undying Great Emperor 5th level. Such a cultivation speed could only be described in 2 words: against the day. Opening his eyes and feeling the powerful force in his body that was so strong that it seemed to be able to destroy everything in the world, Gu Yuan couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. Although this cultivation had consumed nearly all of the demon pills and cultivation resources, but the harvest was not bad. Suppressing the joy in his heart, Gu Yuan waved his hand and put the Regulus sword and human emperor streamer into the system's carry-on space, and with a flash of his body, he arrived in front of the Peerless Slayer Emperor. Seeing Gu Yuan suddenly appear in front of him, the kneeling Peerless Slayer Emperor couldn't help but feel a tremor in his body. He knew the judgment that greeted him was coming. His voice trembled as he begged for forgiveness. I am willing to serve you as a dog and horse. Please spare my life. I am a cultivator of the 9th level of the Undying Great Emperor. I am of great use. Condescendingly looking down on the kneeling Peerless Slayer Emperor, Gu Yuan hesitated for a moment before calmly saying, "Get up." Although he was cultivating earlier, he was still aware of all the things that happened here earlier. This peerless killing emperor was not weak in all his strength, being an Undying Great Emperor 9th level powerhouse. Without the human emperor streamer and Regulus sword, Gu Yuan wouldn't even necessarily be its opponent. Now the other party has chosen to submit so sensibly, then it's not a bad idea to keep him alive. As the other party said, the other party was not weak and was able to do many things for him. Upon hearing Gu Yuan's words, Emperor Peerless Slayer's expression was instantly delighted. He knew that this was Gu Yuan choosing to spare his life. The peerless killing emperor's whole body trembled with excitement, kowtowed heavily, and said with a face full of joy, "Thank you, master, for not killing me. I will definitely serve you as master in the future." Its address to Gu Yuan also changed from lord to master. It wasn't until he had finished that he carefully got back up. Gu Yuan glanced at him and said indifferently, "There's no need to call me master. From now on, you can just call me Emperor Yuan. Call the owner." For those who don't know, he's got some kind of sick hobby. On the contrary, those who had addressed him earlier as Emperor Yuan sounded good. The Peerless Slayer Emperor nodded and said, "It's Emperor Profound." Aha! Gu Yuan nodded slightly, then as if he thought of something, he waved his hand and an Emperor's Soul Grass appeared in his hand, and then it was thrown directly towards the Peerless Slayer Emperor. This is the Emperor's Soul Grass. It can help you recover your damaged divine soul, refine it to recover your injuries. The essence divine soul was stripped from the divine soul, which caused Emperor Peerless Slayer's divine soul to suffer a heavy blow. His battle power was also damaged as a result, and since he chose to spare the other party and chose to accept the other party as a fighter, it was natural to let this fighter recover from his injuries. The Emperor's Soul Grass Gu Yuan possessed wasn't much, but it was quite a lot. Taking one plant to help the Peerless Slayer Emperor heal the injuries on his divine soul was not much of a loss. Looking at the Emperor's Soul Grass that was thrown over by Gu Yuan, Emperor Peerless Slayer subconsciously accessed his hand. When he fixed his eyes on it, his eyes just couldn't help but light up. He could clearly sense the massive soul power contained in the Emperor's Soul Grass. If he were to refine it, then his divine soul, which had just been injured due to the stripping of his innate divine soul, would surely recover very quickly. Many thanks to Emperor Profound for giving me the Emperor's Soul Grass. With a deep breath, the Peerless Slayer Emperor then heaved his thanks towards Gu Yuan. It wasn't until the other party nodded slightly that he grabbed the Earth Soul Grass and instantly refined it. As the Emperor's Soul Grass turned into stars and dots and entered his body as much as possible, the Peerless Slayer Emperor could immediately feel the changes in his own divine soul. However, in just a few short breaths, Its damaged divine soul was healed as much as possible. Come on, look back at the family. Now that the cultivation resources had been pretty much consumed, it was useless to stay here and continue cultivating, so Gu Yuan was prepared to bring the Schwangless Kill Emperor back to his home, and then head to the central region tomorrow. With a wave of his large hand, space tore apart and a spatial passageway appeared. However, before Gu Yuan could step out of it, a vibration and buzzing came from a jade talisman in the system's carry-on space. Doubts flashed in his eyes as Gu Yuan took the jade talisman out. This jade talisman was the 10,000 miles transmission note given to him by Luo Fanchen. The other party gave him this 10,000 miles transmission note because he wanted him to liaise with Luo Qingsheng. Only that he had been too busy during this period of time and he kept forgetting to use the 10,000 miles transmission note to contact Luo Qingsheng. Lifting his hand, Gu Yuan struck a ray of aura into the miles transmission note and activated it. As the 10,000 miles transmission note was activated, a pleasant and melodious voice rang out in Gu Yuan's mind. Father, you bring the strong men from the Heavenly Sword Villa to make a trip to the Heavenly Spirit Holy Land. Obviously, Luo Qingsheng was still unaware of the fact that Luo Fanchen had already given this 10,000 miles transmission note to Gu Yuan. It was thought that this 10,000 miles transmission note was still in Luo Fanchen's hands. Ahem. Gu Yuan gave a dry cough and said, I'm not your father. I'm Gu Yuan. Hearing Gu Yuan's voice, the miles transmission note side immediately fell silent. After a while, Luo Qingsheng's voice came through. How come my father's 10,000 miles transmission note is with you? Is my father with you? I'm not with Uncle Lo. Gu Yuan voiced back. As for this 10,000 miles sound transmission talisman, it was given to me by Uncle Luo to use to liaise with you, and he had already given this sound transmission jade talisman to you on the day I left for the Heavenly Sword Villa. The miles transmission note side was once again silent, and it was only after a while that Luo Qingsheng's somewhat exasperated voice came through. Since my father gave you the 10,000 miles transmission note for you to use to contact me, why have you never contacted me? Ha! Gu Yuan visibly froze at his words. Ahem. After a while, he coughed dryly to diffuse the embarrassment. It's been too busy to have time. Speaking of this, he quickly changed the topic and asked, you asked Uncle Luo to bring the strong men of the Heavenly Sword Villa to the Heavenly Spirit Holy Land. Is it possible that something happened to you in the Heavenly Spirit Holy Land? Originally, I wanted to look for my father, but since the 10,000 miles transmission note is in your hands, it's just as well to look for you. So come to the Heavenly Spirit Holy Land quickly. Something did come up that couldn't be resolved. Chapter 71, Floating Sky Demon Emperor. Hearing Luo Qingsheng's words, Gu Yuan frowned and felt a pang of anxiety in his heart. Something that can't be solved? What is it? It's a long story. I'll talk to you when you get here. That's fine. Hang on. The flowers fall, and the connection of the miles of passage is broken. Looking at the miles transmission note for a brief 2 seconds of silence, Gu Yuan put away the miles transmission note. With a wave of his hand, space tore apart and reopened a spatial passage. The direction that this spatial passage was heading to was none other than the Heavenly Spirit Holy Land. As the spatial passage appeared, Gu Yuan did not hesitate and directly stepped into it. The Peerless Slayer Emperor hesitated slightly and immediately followed suit as well. It wasn't until the spatial channel closed and there was no figure of Gu Yuan and the Peerless Slayer Emperor in the original location that the cultivators present dared to open their mouths to discuss. They hadn't spoken for 2 days due to the might of the Peerless Slayer Emperor, but it had suffocated them. Previously afraid of the Peerless Killing Emperor, they didn't dare to beat more. Now that the Peerless Slayer Emperor and Gu Yuan had left, they immediately let themselves go. For a while all kinds of noisy comments were heard. Speaking of which, a grumpy person, suddenly dissatisfied with the angry scolding. That dog day fellow, facing us he punched hard and made us bleed one by one. Facing Gu Yuan he was so coy that he could only kneel down and kowtow. This is pressing this saint in his eyes. 30 years east of the river. 30 years west of the river. One day this saint will make that dog day guy for today. Not right. It is for what he did 2 days ago that he regrets. Great emperor powerhouses are as terrifying as they are. Your current rage may have been heard by him. What? The person who had angrily cursed earlier was instantly shocked. Put. His feet softened and he directly knelt down, while kowtowing like garlic. Little man Tang Chuan, I have no intention of offending, but please, great emperor, you don't remember the little man's faults and let me go as a fart. Crowd. Witnessing this scene, the corners of the mouths of those present couldn't help but twitch, speechless to the extreme. In the meantime, Southern Domain, the first of the 13 states, the Imperial State. In the Heavenly Spirit Holy Land, inside the golden and glorious Council Hall, Sitting above the main seat of the Great Hall was a woman in red. The woman is more than 18 years old. Her muscles are as white as snow. Her face is absolutely beautiful. She has the appearance of a country and a city. Just one look can make people's hearts flutter. Its figure is tall and delicate. A red dress outlines the perfect silhouette. Looks can defend or sweet. Chart. This woman was no other than the number one beauty of the southern region. The fiancée of the Holy Lord of the Heavenly Spirit Holy Land. And now the strongest emperor of the southern region, Emperor Yuan. Gu Yuan, Luo Qingcheng. Both sides of Yu's hall were full of people at the moment. They were the high-level elders of the Heavenly Spirit Holy Land, as well as the previous Heavenly Spirit Holy Land Holy Lord, Hao Lu. At the moment, they all bowed their heads and were silent, all with sadness on their faces. An oppressive aura spread across the field. The entire hall was quiet as a pin drop, until Luo Qingcheng, who was above the main seat, put away the 10,000 miles transmission note. Hao Lu, who was the next Holy Lord of the Heavenly Spirit Sacred Ground. Only then did he ask out loud with his old face filled with nervousness. Well, will the mortal dust emperor step in to help my Heavenly Spirit Holy Land resolve the current crisis? The mortal dust great emperor. This was the honorific title given to Luo Fanduan, the great emperor. Hearing Hao Lu's words, the people present in the Heavenly Spirit Holy Land also all looked at Luo Qingcheng at this moment. If the Heavenly Spirit Holy Land encountered a crisis today, the strength of their Heavenly Spirit Holy Land would not be able to resolve the current crisis at all. Only a great emperor can solve it. After they briefly conferred, the old Saint Master Hao Lu directly ceded the Saint Master's position. By allowing Luo Qingcheng to become the Holy Lord of the Heavenly Spirit Holy Land, he only hoped to get his father, Luo Fanchen, a great emperor, to make a move through the other party's connections. To this, Luo Qingcheng refused. It wasn't a refusal to help the Heavenly Spirit Holy Land, but a refusal to become the Holy Lord of the Heavenly Spirit Holy Land. As a member of the Heavenly Spirit Holy Land, she should do her best to do her part when the Heavenly Spirit Holy Land encountered a crisis. Instead, they took advantage of the fire when the Heavenly Spirit Holy Land encountered a crisis and sought the Holy Lord's position. Nay, the old Holy Lord of the Heavenly Spirit Holy Land and the Heavenly Spirit Holy Land hierarchy disagreed. Only then did she helplessly take over the position of Holy Lord of the Heavenly Spirit Holy Land. Meeting the gazes of those present, Luo Qingcheng shook her head and said, "There is no contact with my father." At those words, the faces of those present couldn't help but change. Some even stumbled on their feet and almost fell to the ground. Hao Lu raised his head to look at the sky, old tears in his eyes, full of despair as he said in a loud voice, "The 8 old ancestors have been traumatized, and now that the floating heavenly demon emperor is about to break the seal, without a great emperor, who can hold back the floating heavenly demon emperor? This is really the heavens trying to kill my Heavenly Spirit Holy Land. Ahem." Looking at the higher-ups of the Heavenly Spirit Holy Land who reacted so greatly, Luo Qingcheng coughed dryly before saying, "I haven't finished my words yet." She was also speechless in her mind as she was interrupted before she could finish her sentence. These people like to butt in too much too. The crowd was visibly stunned. Then they all looked at Luo Qingcheng in unison, with doubts visibly flashing in their eyes. Hao Lu also asked the doubt in their hearts at this moment. What does it mean? My father's 10,000-mile transmission note was given to Gu Yuan by him, so I did not contact my father. Luo Qingcheng spoke. Now that I have contacted Gu Yuan through the 10,000 miles transmission note, I believe he will be able to come to the Heavenly Spirit Holy Land soon. Gu Yuan. Upon hearing Gu Yuan's name, those present were first stunned, followed by a burst of ecstasy. Emperor Profound is actually coming to my Heavenly Spirit Holy Land. If Emperor Profound makes a move, the floating sky demon emperor can be destroyed with the flip of his hand. Saved. My Heavenly Spirit Holy Land is saved. Truly the heavens have blessed my Heavenly Spirit Holy Land. God bless my Heavenly Spirit Holy Land. If it was before, they didn't know who Gu Yuan was, but after experiencing the line of the 10,000 souls abyss, as long as it was someone with a bit of strength and a bit of background, then they were all no strangers to Gu Yuan. It was really because the scene of Gu Yuan helping Luo Fanchen block the lightning tribulation was too shocking. From the fact that Gu Yuan had helped Luo Fanchen block the Great Emperor's lightning tribulation, it wasn't hard to tell that Gu Yuan's strength far exceeded Luo Fanchen's. Now it's actually coming to their Heavenly Spirit Holy Land to help the Heavenly Spirit Holy Land solve the current trouble it was encountering. How could they not be pleased? The floating sky demon emperor was a great emperor, and if Luo Fanchen, who was also a great emperor, came, there was a possibility of suppressing the floating sky demon emperor. But if Gu Yuan came, it would be different. In their opinion, they would certainly be able to easily suppress or even kill the floating sky demon emperor. After all, in their eyes, Gu Yuan was a terrifying existence that far surpassed Luo Fanchen and far surpassed the average great emperor. Looking at the group of executives of the Heavenly Spirit Holy Land who were all happy as if they were 200 pounds of fat, Luo Qingcheng could not help but have a smile on her face as well. She had been in the Heavenly Spirit Holy Land for many years, and she had some feelings for the Heavenly Spirit Holy Land. If the floating Heavenly Demon Emperor that had been suppressed in the Heavenly Spirit Holy Land 5,000 years ago was about to break the seal and was about to destroy the Heavenly Spirit Holy Land, this was something she didn't want to see. If Gu Yuan could come and help the Heavenly Spirit Holy Land resolve the current crisis, then she would naturally be happy. Just as the crowd was happy, a light laugh suddenly came in from outside the council hall. Yo, they're all here. The eyes looked over, and when they saw the person coming, everyone present changed their faces drastically. Chapter 72, Do you really think you're a dish? The visitor was a stout youth wearing a black robe, with a cold and morose demonic chi surging around him. The youth had an evil smile on his face and was coming towards the council hall step by step. A terrifyingly extreme aura spread out from above and below its circumference, shocking the space with bursts of distortion. It actually caused Hao Lu, who was a top powerhouse at the 9th level of the Saint Emperor realm, to feel some pressure. The lanky youth was recognized by everyone present, as the other party was Han Feng, one of the 9 holy sons of the Heavenly Spirit Holy Land, who possessed the 8th level of the mountain and sea realm cultivation. Of course, Han Feng was just a false identity for the other party. The real identity of the other party was the emissary of the Western Wasteland Demon Clan, Demon Madness. The Western region is the territory of the Devil race, where the land is barren and desolate, also known as the Western Wasteland. The Devil Crazy's entire cultivation level was also not at all the 8th level of the mountain and sea realm, but the 9th level of the Saint Emperor realm. It was only that the other party was carrying a supreme treasure that concealed his breath, which concealed him from everyone, making people think that he was only a human cultivator at the 8th level of the mountain and sea realm. And the reason why the people present were now able to recognize the true identity and cultivation of Demon Madness was entirely because of yesterday. Just yesterday, Demon Madness entered the Heavenly Spirit Holy Land's underground palace on the pretext of visiting the Heavenly Spirit Holy Land's old ancestor, the Earth Palace, where the floating Sky Demon Emperor was sealed. The 8 old ancestors of the Heavenly Spirit Holy Land were all there, and their purpose was to maintain the seal that suppressed the floating Heavenly Demon Emperor. The Heavenly Spirit Holy Land's old ancestor would also feel empty and lonely after being in the dark and sunless underground palace all year round. In order to be able to fill this emptiness and loneliness, the old ancestor of the Heavenly Spirit Holy Land would let the senior members of the Heavenly Spirit Holy Land go in from time to time to talk to them. The holy sons and holy daughters of the Heavenly Spirit Holy Land were all hand-picked heavenly prides among heavenly prides. They were similarly qualified to meet the 8 old ancestors of the Heavenly Spirit Holy Land. After meeting the 8 sacred ground ancestors and accompanying them to talk to relieve their worries, if the Heavenly Spirit Sacred Ground's ancestor was happy, he would point out a couple of things to them, so that they would benefit from them. Therefore, the 9 holy sons of the Heavenly Spirit Holy Land would often go to meet the Heavenly Spirit Holy Land's old ancestor. Han Feng had also been to the underground palace more than once, but just yesterday, the other party entered the underground palace and suddenly stormed out while talking with the 8 Holy Land ancestors. His aura was no longer concealed and revealed itself. The 9th level of the Saint Emperor realm. The 8 Heavenly Spirit Holy Land ancestors were stunned. Taking advantage of the shock of the 8 Heavenly Spirit Holy Land ancestors, Han Feng directly struck out. He timed his strikes extremely well. Strike fast and hard, directly re-injuring the 8 Heavenly Spirit Holy Land ancestors. Subsequently, as the Heavenly Spirit Holy Land ancestors wanted to join forces to suppress him, he resolutely rushed into the seal that suppressed the floating Sky Demon Emperor. The 8 Heavenly Spirit Holy Land ancestors informed Sacred Lord Hao Lu of this matter at the first opportunity. It was also on that day that the higher echelons of the Heavenly Spirit Holy Land came to know that this Han Feng, one of the 9 great sacred sons of the Heavenly Spirit Holy Land, wasn't just any Han Feng, but Demon Madness. Its cultivation level was also not even at the 8th level of the mountain and sea realm, but the 9th level of the Saint Emperor realm. Now that they saw Han Feng actually strutting toward the council hall, the people present were naturally shocked and angry. The astonishment was why the other party was able to come out from within the Heavenly Spirit Holy Land's underground palace. After all, the Heavenly Spirit Holy Land's underground palace has 8 Heavenly Spirit Holy Land old ancestors sitting in the town, and yesterday also arranged for several Heavenly Spirit Holy Land's strongest people to go to support them. The anger was naturally because of what the other side had done. What the other side did was unlike human beings. Rebellious disciple. The heavenly spirit Holy Land has treated you well, so why do you want to return the favor? A middle-aged man with an elegant face looked at Devil Crazy and questioned with anger in his tone. His face was elegant and easygoing, but at the moment, his elegant face was frighteningly twisted from anger. Adversary. Disdainfully slanting his eyes at the middle-aged man who spoke, Devil Crazy sneered. Yao Hua. This saint is the emissary of the heavenly demon clan. Devil Crazy. And after giving you a few years of being your disciple, you're really treating yourself as a dish now? If you are sensible, now kneel on the ground and kowtow a few times to this saint. If this saint is happy, perhaps he can spare your life for the sake of the master and disciple relationship over the years. If not, the only thing left for you is death. Jia jia jia. Upon hearing this, Yao Hua instantly became furious, his nose being crooked with anger. I can't imagine that I, Yao Hua, who have lived a life of honor and integrity, have taught such an asshole thing as you. Today, I'll do the people a favor and abolish you, a rebellious disciple. As the words fell, Yao Hua's aura around him violently erupted. Berserk heat waves swept through the 8 directions, and thick flames rose up, distorting space and terrorizing the world. His entire person was like a fire god descending to earth, wrapped in thick blazing fire. With a single step of his foot, he transformed into a red stream of light and headed straight towards demon madness. See this. The people present were alarmed, and they raised their voices to urge them on. Yao Hua, come back. Yao Hua was the peak master of Fire Cloud Peak, one of the 108 peaks in the Heavenly Spirit Holy Land, a strength that was naturally powerful and unrivaled, a top powerhouse at the 6th level of the Saint Emperor realm, but that also depends on who the opponent is. If the opponent was demonic madness, a top powerhouse who could heavily damage the 8 old ancestors of the Heavenly Spirit Holy Land, then Yao Hua was bound to be no match. There's no need to doubt that. After all, as strong as the Heavenly Spirit Holy Land ancestor had been heavily injured by demon madness, from this one could tell how powerful demonic madness was. Although the demon madness had relied on a sneak attack to severely injure the 8 old ancestors of the Heavenly Spirit Holy Land. But you have to know that the 8 old ancestors of the Heavenly Spirit Holy Land that are all the best among the 9th level of the Saint Emperor realm, even if he relied on a sneak attack, but being able to heavily injure 8 of the best amongst the 9th level of the Saint Emperor realm at the same time, that was enough to illustrate how powerful demon madness was. Yao Hua ignored the loud voices of persuasion around him, quickly came to the front and back of the Devil Crazy body, raised his hand as a palm heavy toward the Devil Crazy hard shot down. Xian Hua palm. With a palm strike, a huge palm print made up of flames immediately surfaced. Above the giant palm was burning with a blazing fire, baking the space with bursts of distortion, so it was evident that the power of this palm was so powerful. However, in the face of such a powerful slap, demon madness was not the least bit concerned, and even laughed contemptuously. On account of you and I being master and disciple, I'll use the moves you taught me to send you on your way. Xian Hua palm. A palm was slapped out, and a huge palm print, identical to the palm print slapped out by Yao Hua, immediately surfaced. However, what burned above Yao Hua's huge palm print was a reddish, extremely high temperature blazing flame, and what burned above the giant palm of the devil madness was the cold and chilly devil flame. Seeing this scene, the killing intent in Yao Hua's eyes increased by a few points. That's his good disciple. I can't believe he used the moves he taught him. The next instant, the palms were already in contact. Rumble. A loud popping sound came out, and the terrifying power of the collision immediately transformed into a terrifying shockwave that blasted in all directions. The entire deliberative hall was like an earthquake at this moment, shaking fiercely until a single formation rune surfaced on the walls of the hall, which stopped the vibration. Fortunately, there were many defense formations within the council hall. Otherwise, the council hall would have been destroyed directly because of the battle between the two. It was the same stance, but the power it erupted from was clearly different. With just a single contact, Yao Hua's slap was directly broken, and then the palm that demonic madness slapped out went on unabated and directly slapped on Yao Hua. Put! A mouthful of blood spurted out wildly. Yao Hua's entire body was like a cannonball, shooting straight towards the back. Or Haolu's quick eyes and hands shot out to hold Yao Hua, which didn't let it heavily smashed on the wall of the hall, and then suffered secondary injuries. Rebel! Renegade! Yao Hua reached out and pointed at demon madness, his eyes filled with anger. Put! A mouthful of blood sprayed out of his mouth again, and he didn't know whether it was because of his injuries or because he was infuriated. As the blood spurted out, its head tilted, completely softening in Haolu's arms. Chapter 73 Gu Yuan arrives. Yao Fire. Seeing Yaohua's head lolling and directly going soft in his arms, Hao Lu's eyes instantly turned red. Taking out a few healing pills and sending them into Yaohua's mouth, he helped him dissolve the medicinal power and helped him recover from his injuries. It was only then that he turned his eye gaze to Demon Madness. His eyes were filled with anger as he said, Han Feng, Yaohua is your master. How dare you make such a treacherous move to seriously injure him? Are you still a human being? Poof! A disdainful soft grunt came out, as Demon Madness stepped on his feet, and his Berserk Saint Emperor Realm 9th level aura instantly shot up, shaking the hall with a violent tremor. His voice was like thunder, overbearing and arrogant. I don't want to talk more nonsense with you guys. Now do you plan to come up one by one to die? Or are you ready to come up together to die? Now I just want to kill you all or be killed by you all. Jia jia jia. Upon hearing these words, everyone present was furious. The harlot is arrogant. Seek death. Strike together and slaughter it. Today, the old man will tell you that young people should not be too exuberant. They were the top echelons of the heavenly spirit Holy Land, and if any of them were taken out, they would all be prestigious existences. Now it was actually provoked by a junior. How can this be tolerated by them? An uncle can tolerate an aunt. At the sound of a furious cry, the group of senior officers present in the heavenly spirit Holy Land struck out. For a time, all sorts of brilliant and eye-catching attacking means blossomed within the council hall. A terrifying aura filled the great hall, directly distorting the space within the great hall. It's simply horrible as hell. However, in the face of the various means of attack coming from all over the place, Demon Madness was not the least bit surprised as he laughed. Overrate yourself. At those words, the people present were once again enraged. This demonic madness was simply too arrogant and cocky, and it was at that moment that Demon Madness moved. With a fierce stomp of his feet, a surge of imperial might erupted from his body. The terrifying aura swept out in all directions. As the aura swept through, space immediately collapsed by inches. The various splendid means of attack that came from all over the sky were also directly annihilated under this aura. This aura. He's a great emperor. How is this possible? Feeling that emperors might coming from demonic madness, all of the people present changed their faces drastically. Their cultivations were not weak. Even the weakest of them, that had the cultivation of the first level of the Saint Emperor realm. As for the strong ones, their cultivation had even reached the 9th level of the Saint Emperor realm. However, if they were facing a great emperor, then they had no chance of winning at all, unless there was a heaven-defying combined attack formation. Otherwise, not to mention that there were only hundreds of Saint Emperors present. Even if there were 100 more, 1,000 more Saint Emperors, then there would only be death. All under the Great Emperor are ants. The gap between a Great Emperor and a Saint Emperor might not seem like much, but the difference was simply too great to imagine. It's a gap that can't be bridged by sheer numbers. Just as they were shocked, the aura that erupted from Demon Madness had already arrived. PFFFFFFFFFFFF. As the terrifying aura swept by, everyone present flew out with blood. Even the council hall couldn't withstand the full force of the Demon Madness outburst of chi, and at that moment, it directly exploded and turned into a piece of rubble. For a while, smoke and dust flew up in the sky. With a sweep of his eyes, looking at the senior members of the Heavenly Spirit Holy Land who had fallen to the ground, Demon Madness pinched his fist, feeling the power within his body that seemed to annihilate everything in the world, and couldn't help but let out a smug sardonic laugh from his mouth. Is this 1% of Lord Floating Sky Demon Emperor's power? It's really terrifying. Jia jia jia. His true cultivation level was only the 9th level of the Saint Emperor realm. However, as an emissary of the Heavenly Demon Clan, he was able to share his strength with some powerful demon clans after using the Demon Clan emissary's special secret method. Yesterday, after meeting the Floating Sky Demon Emperor, and with the Floating Sky Demon Emperor's consent, he used a secret method to obtain 1% of the Floating Sky Demon Emperor's power. Although 1% of the power might not seem like much, how terrifying was the Floating Sky Demon Emperor? Even if one could only use 1% of the Floating Sky Demon Emperor's power, the battle power that could be erupted was still extraordinary. After laughing for a long while, Demon Madness stopped laughing and looked at Luo Qingcheng, who was sitting on the main seat. He laughed. Know why I didn't take a shot at you? Earlier, his aura swept through, strong as Hao Lu could not be spared, and was directly shocked to spit blood and flew backwards. However, Luo Qingcheng was still able to sit steadily on top of the main seat of the Great Hall, not because of his strength, but because he simply did not make a move against Luo Qingcheng. In the face of Demon Madness's question, Luo Qingcheng did not answer, but only looked at Demon Madness with an icy gaze. Seeing that Luo Qingcheng did not reply, Demon Madness was not annoyed. Instead, he continued, "Because I like you, be my woman and I won't kill you. How about that?" After saying that, Demon Madness was confidently raising his head. Luo Qingcheng is the #1 beauty in the southern region. There were naturally many suitors. Only in the face of these suitors, Luo Qingcheng was icy cold and refused. At one time, he had also pursued Luo Qingcheng, only to be rejected. In order to help the great plan of unsealing the floating sky demon emperor to be accomplished successfully, he could only bury this love deep in his heart. Now that he was relying on 1% of the floating heavenly demon emperor's mighty power, he had already killed the 8 heavenly spirit Holy Land ancestors who were responsible for maintaining the suppression of the floating heavenly demon emperor's seals, as well as the powerhouses who had gone to the underground palace to provide support. Without someone to maintain the person who suppressed the floating heavenly demon emperor's seal, coupled with the fact that he had used the 99 unsealing stones that could unseal the seal that suppressed the floating heavenly demon emperor, it was thought that the floating heavenly demon emperor would be able to break free from the seal today. In other words, the grand plan to unseal the floating sky demon emperor had been successfully completed. It was only at this moment that he chose to bring back to light the love he had buried deep in his heart, and having seen his powerful strength, he believed that Luo Qingcheng would not reject him. The women are all mu strong. He was only crickets over 40 years old, but he possessed a powerful cultivation of the 9th level of the Saint Emperor realm. Now it was even more so with 1% of the power of the floating sky demon emperor. So young and so powerful, no woman could not love a supreme talent like him, and he believed that Luo Qingcheng was no exception. However, Luo Qingcheng's reply was a disappointment to him. "I don't think so." Shaking her head, Luo Qingcheng faced Demon Madness and said, "Do you know Gu Yuan?" Although she didn't know why Luo Qingcheng brought up Gu Yuan, Demon Madness still nodded and said, "I've heard about it. When the Heavenly Spirit Holy Land went to the 10,000 Souls Abyss before, he didn't go there, but instead excused himself by saying that he had an epiphany in his cultivation and needed to go into seclusion. After all, the strongest people in the Heavenly Spirit Holy Land were all out, which would be beneficial for him to find a way to break the seal that suppressed the floating heavenly demon emperor within the Heavenly Spirit Holy Land. With such a heavenly opportunity, if he followed forward to the 10,000 Souls Abyss, then he would not be a qualified demon clan emissary." It was also at that time that he found the 99 unsealing stones that could help the floating heavenly demon emperor lift the seal. However, Gu Yuan was truly too powerful, and he had recognized the other party from some of the Heavenly Spirit Holy Land disciples. Rumor has it it's just heifer as a rocket. Awesome boom. Upon hearing the words of Demon Madness, Luo Qingcheng nodded before saying, "He is my fiancé." At those words, Demon Crazy's brows couldn't help but wrinkle slightly. Obviously, he did not expect Gu Yuan to have such a relationship with Luo Qingcheng. But soon, his frown slowly spread again. Squeezing a smile on his face, he said, "So what? So what?" Luo Qingcheng was obviously dissatisfied with this attitude of the other party. After a light humph, she then said, "Gu Yuan is a small-minded person. If he knew about this kind of thinking of yours, you would die. Who lives and who dies, there is no need for you to consider this. All you need to do now is to answer me whether you are with me or not. If you dare to say a word of no, I will now refine you into a demonic slave and ravage you day and night." Demon Madness had apparently run out of patience as well. With a flash of his silhouette, he came in front of Luo Qingcheng. His body was surrounded by Berserk Emperor's might bursting forth. His voice could not be refused to open his mouth. Looking at the demonic madness that suddenly appeared in front of her, anger surged in Luo Qingcheng's eyes, her pink fists clenched, and she did not say a word. It was also the moment when her desire for power reached the peak of this life. If she had great power, how could she be so passive now? If she had a strong power and the other party dared to open her mouth like that, she would have already left the other party in pieces. It's just a shame that there are no ifs in this world. Looking at Luo Qingcheng, who didn't say a word, Demon Madness stormed out. "Damn!" the stinking framer gave his face. With that, he raised his hand and slapped it. He had said his words to this point. This stinking framer was still not soft. If he didn't teach the other party a good lesson, I'm afraid those who don't know will think he has no temper. It was also just as the slap was about to fall. Boom! A terrifyingly unimaginably powerful aura violently descended from the sky. Chapter 74, 10,000 Ghosts Devouring the Heart. As this extremely powerful aura fell, it was as if time was frozen at this moment. Devil's Madness raised his hand and couldn't bring it down. A white shadow flashed. A youth with a slender figure and a stunningly handsome face appeared in front of Demon Madness. A sharp kick out. Boom! Only a shocking explosion could be heard. Demon Crazy's chest was instantly sunken. Put! A mouthful of blood was sprayed out in the air, and Devil Crazy's entire body was like a cannonball, shooting out fiercely. The speed was as fast as a shooting star crossing the night sky, passing by in an instant. It eventually smashed hard on top of a mountain peak in the Heavenly Spirit Holy Land. The terrifying collision force erupted, directly smashing a large mountain with a loud pop. A figure high above the sky was also rapidly heading in the direction of the demon madness at this moment. Its speed was so fast that it was actually a few points faster than the speed at which demonic madness flew out. Gu Yuan's voice filled with anger echoed across the field. I want it alive. The other party dared to bully his woman. If he killed the other party just like that, it would be too cheap. Yes, Emperor Yuchi. A response from the Peerless Slayer Emperor came from high above. I'm late. Are you okay? Looking at Luo Qingcheng, Gu Yuan spoke with a face full of worry. Saying that, he looked Luo Qingcheng up and down. After confirming that there were no injuries on his body, he was relieved. Looking at Gu Yuan in front of her, Luo Qingcheng's eyes reddened a bit, and although her voice was choked, she still shook her head strongly and said, I'm fine. It's good to be okay. It's good to be okay. Gu Yuan smoothly swept Luo Qingcheng into his arms, reaching out to pat the other party's back to softly soothe her. The color of fear was in his eyes. After he put away the Miles transmission note, the first thing he did was to come towards this place. However, he did not expect to see the scene of demon madness striking out at Luo Qingcheng just after arriving at this place. Luckily it came in time. If it had come even a second later, the consequences would have been unimaginable. And that's when the Peerless Slayer Emperor flew back carrying demonic madness as if he were lifting a baby chicken. At this moment, the Devil Crazy hairband is broken, pudgy, covered in dirt, breath is weak, woefully like a dead dog. Boo! As soon as he threw demon madness to the ground, Peerless Killing Emperor chided. Kneel down. I'll kneel your mom. I'm a messenger of the Heavenly Demon Clan. Wanting me to kneel. What kind of a hooker are you? Although the Devil Crazy was as wretched as a dead dog at the moment, he was very hardened. And in the face of the Peerless Killing Emperor's rebuke, he directly cursed back in anger. The Peerless Killing Emperor's eyes chilled as killing intent exploded in his eyes. With the power surging within his body, he wanted to strike out and kill demon madness directly. No one had dared to talk to him like that since he became an emperor, but after thinking about Gu Yuan's words, he still calmed down a little. As soon as he lifted up demon madness, his big hand raised and his big mouth directly called out. Snap! The sound of a crisp and pleasant slap rang out. The Peerless Killing Emperor opened his arms left and right, and soon Demon Crazy's cheeks were swollen like a pig's head. At first, Devil Crazy was still very tough, but as the slaps fell one after another, he gradually softened. In his mouth, he also kept begging for mercy. I kneel. Can't I kneel? Can you stop hitting? The Peerless Slayer Emperor was a peerless powerhouse of the 9th level of the Undying Great Emperor. Not to mention that he, Devil Crazy, only possessed 1% of the power of the floating Heavenly Devil Emperor. Even if he really was a great emperor, he would only be ravaged in front of the Peerless Slayer Emperor. Now one of the slaps of the Peerless Slayer Emperor was not running to take the life of Demon Madness though. However, its slap contained a powerful killing intent and fury between them, and the pain that hit into the face was enough to last a lifetime. At first, Demonic Madness was still able to resist, but as time passed, it was obvious that he couldn't support himself anymore, and that's when he opened his mouth to beg for mercy. Who is this man? Why is he so brave? Looking at the Peerless Killing Emperor, the people of the surrounding Heavenly Spirit Holy Land were all stunned. Gu Yuan was ridiculously strong, they were able to barely accept it. After all, Gu Yuan was a great emperor, but why were the people following Gu Yuan so strong as well? Feeling the aura of a great emperor emanating from the Peerless Slayer Emperor, they were once again startled. This person was unexpectedly a great emperor as well, and at this time, the Peerless Slayer Emperor had already stopped beating Demonic Madness severely. As soon as he did, he threw the Demonic Madness to the ground in disgust. This time the Demonic Madness was honest. Immediately, he trembled and fell to his knees. I told you to kneel to Emperor Yuan. Why are you kneeling to me? Seeing that demonic insanity had actually knelt down to himself, the Peerless Slayer Emperor angrily rebuked and kicked the other party directly to the ground. Although he was kicked in the face, Demon Madness dared to be angry. Immediately, he honestly knelt down to Gu Yuan. Seeing this scene, the people present in the Heavenly Spirit Holy Land were once again startled. Looking at each other, they all saw a strong color of shock from the bottom of each other's eyes. At first, they only thought that this strange great emperor who came with Gu Yuan was Gu Yuan's helper. But now look, this strange great emperor seems to be subordinate to Gu Yuan. It was because the other party's attitude towards Gu Yuan was just too respectful. It's like the kind of attitude a maid has for her master. Respectful to a fault. Thinking that Gu Yuan had actually taken in a great emperor for his own use. At this moment, Gu Yuan's already tall figure in their eyes grew even taller by a few points. Even a great emperor could be subdued. How powerful should this be? Just thinking about it can make your scalp tingle. After pacifying him for a while, Gu Yuan faced demon madness and said with endless killing intent in his voice, "This emperor just heard you say that you want to refine this emperor's woman into a demonic slave?" Between the words, the berserk undying great emperor 5th level aura filled the air, frightening demon madness into kneeling on the ground and trembling. He said with fear in his voice, "Misunderstanding, this is all a misunderstanding." "Misunderstanding? I misunderstood your mom." Gu Yuan was furious. As the words fell, his figure instantly disappeared in place, reappearing already in front of demon madness. Seeing Gu Yuan who suddenly appeared in front of him, Demon Crazy was so scared that he wet his diaper. An odor immediately came from the crotch. Before he could make any reaction, Gu Yuan lifted it up and threw it directly towards the sky. At the same time, he waved his big hand and the human emperor streamer instantly shot out. "If you dare to scare this emperor's woman, I'll let you taste the taste of 10,000 ghosts devouring your heart." Killing intent flashed in Gu Yuan's eyes and his mind moved. An infinite amount of black gas immediately filled the human emperor's streamer. A chillingly mournful hissing and screaming sound came out. Immediately afterward, tens of thousands of soul slaves scrambled out of the human emperor's streamer like evil spirits crawling out of hell, and then it tore straight towards the demonic madness. For a moment, the mournful screams of demon madness resounded throughout the heavenly spirit Holy Land. Chapter 75 Emperor Gao Tianba, the matchless killing emperor. The devil Crazy's voice was miserable to the extreme, and just listening to it caused countless people to feel a numbness in their scalp. As his eyes looked over, he only saw that the demon madness at this moment was being variously torn apart by thousands of soul slaves. In just a few short breaths, the demon madness was reduced to a pile of white bones. A divine soul identical to demon madness flew out from within demon madness. It was the divine soul of the demonic madness. His eyes were filled with shock and fear. The moment he rushed out of his body, he turned into a stream of light and quickly disappeared towards the distance. It was a pity that this place had long been surrounded by thousands of soul slaves in layers. How could this divine soul of his escape? Soon this divine soul of his was surrounded by thousands of soul slaves and then torn apart without even a crumb left. Only then did the anger in Gu Yuan's heart subside. With a wave of his hand, he put away the human emperor streamer and the tens of thousands of Dao soul slaves. Gu Yuan swept his eyes at the peerless Slayer Emperor and spoke out. "In the future, you will be Qingqing's protector and be responsible for protecting her well-being. If she suffers any harm, then you won't end up much better than demonic insanity." At those words, Emperor Peerless Slayer's tiger body suddenly shook. The tragic situation when the demonic cultivator died just now immediately appeared in his mind. Without hesitation, he immediately faced Gu Yuan with a serious and respectful face and said, "Don't worry Emperor Yuan, even if I die, I won't let Miss Qingqing suffer any harm." After a pause, he glanced at Luo Qingcheng and said with some uncertainty, "Emperor Yuan, she is Miss Qingqing, right?" Although he could roughly guess the identity of the person in front of him, but just in case, he decided to make sure. "Right." Gu Yuan nodded. Then he faced Luo Qingcheng and spoke out. "Qingcheng, his name is Gao Tianba, a strong person of the 9th level of the Undying Great Emperor. Having him there can protect your safety." The peerless killing emperor's name was Gao Tianba, which was what Gu Yuan had learned on his way here. Undying Great Emperor, the 9th level. Luo Qingcheng glanced at the peerless Slayer Emperor, and a shocked look immediately flashed across the bottom of her eyes. She was just a small Karamika of the mountain and sea realm, and naturally didn't know much about great emperors, but she was present at the conversation between Gu Yuan and Gu Junlin that day. She also thus knew that there were also strengths and weaknesses between great emperors, as well as realms. The realms between the great emperors, from low to high, were Immortal Great Emperor, Imperishable Great Emperor, Extreme Great Emperor, and Forbidden Great Emperor. One must know that as strong as his father was, he was now only an immortal emperor who had just broken through. But Gu Yuan was now letting a powerhouse at the 9th level of the Undying Great Emperor be her protector as soon as she opened her mouth. It really shook her up. Shocked, Luo Qingcheng couldn't help but look at Gu Yuan in confusion. "What cultivation level are you at now?" In her opinion, Gu Yuan was able to make an Undying Great Emperor 9th level supreme powerhouse obey his orders, and his cultivation was bound to be only higher. Undying Great Emperor 5th level. After a pause, Gu Yuan said, Although my cultivation is not considered very high amongst the great emperors, if I am at full battle strength, I am invincible within the great emperors. Invincible within the great emperor. The moment these words came out, everyone present was shaken in their hearts and minds, indicates that they were shocked to no end. Hearing Gu Yuan's words, Luo Qingchang was silent for a while before her eyes darkened and tears glistened in her eyes as she said, "What you said that day when I went to Gu's house was right. We really aren't from the same world, and we don't fit together at all. I don't deserve you at all. Why don't we break off the engagement?" Gu Yuan was too good. To have a body, to have a face, to have strength. And her? Other than a good figure, high face value, good cultivation qualifications, and a billion points of background. She was simply useless. With Gu Yuan, she felt as if she was a burden. She, not worthy of Gu Yuan. He didn't want to drag Gu Yuan down anymore. Gu Yuan deserves better. However, before her words fell, Gu Yuan was laughing and rubbed her little milk bag and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? You didn't even dislike me when my cultivation was wasted and I became an invalid. How could I possibly dislike you now? It's true that your current cultivation level is much lower than mine, but so what? I'll always protect you. Moreover, your cultivation qualifications are very high. It's not difficult to catch up with me. Say less of that kind of talk in the future. It hurts your feelings." Seems to think of something. With a wave of Gu Yuan's hand, 10 storage rings appeared in front of him. These storage rings contain the corpses of some powerful demonic beasts, as well as some cultivation resources that can help you raise your cultivation level. Saying that, all these storage rings flew towards Luo Qingchang. Looking at the 10 storage rings that flew in, Luo Qingchang's beautiful eyes once again trembled. These storage rings were beautifully crafted, and there was also a powerful emperor's might residue on them. And at a glance, it was clear that the grade was not low. Without waiting for Luo Qingchang to open her mouth to say anything, Gu Yuan had already spoken again. "These things will close the gap between your cultivation and mine. Don't refuse them." Luo Qingchang originally wanted to refuse, but after hearing these words, she finally nodded seriously. Taking the 10 storage rings into his hands, his mind plunged into them to take a look. Luo Qingchang was shaken inwardly. The storage space within these 10 storage rings were all immense and incomparable. It was several or even dozens of times the storage space of the storage ring she was currently wearing. Moreover, the most important thing was that all 10 storage rings were stuffed to the brim. All kinds of elixirs, holy pills and imperial pills were numerous. At most, there were some various demonic beast corpses. The corpses of these demonic beasts were all emanating a strong and extremely powerful aura. It's hard to imagine what a horror it was in life. Phew! Letting out a light breath and suppressing the shock in her heart, Luo Qingchang faced Gu Yuan and said, "Thank you." "Thanks? Thanks for what?" Gu Yuan smiled and said, "You are my fiancé, and in the future you will be my wife. So why is there a need to say thank you between husband and wife?" Upon hearing this, Luo Qingchang's pretty face couldn't help but blush, and she whitened her eyes at Gu Yuan in a flirtatious manner, humming, "Who is a couple with you?" Although the words were said, but the upturned corner of its mouth could not be suppressed. Seemingly thinking of something, Luo Qingchang then spoke, "Gao Tianba's cultivation is very high. Staying by your side can help you. You'd better let him stay by your side. I have a protector. You know, Elder Wang, an undying emperor 9th level peerless powerhouse protecting her. A little Karami of the mountain and sea realm. Was too much. Elder Wang? He can't. He's too weak." Gu Yuan shook his head and said, "Today's matter has truly frightened me. I don't want there to be a next time. So let Gao Tianba follow you." As he said that, Gu Yuan's face still visibly appeared with a look of afterthought. If he had arrived a second later earlier, the consequences would have been unimaginable. It was something he didn't want to happen again. Hearing these words from Gu Yuan, Luo Qingchang could not help but feel a warmth in her heart. After a moment of hesitation, this nodded. "All right then." At this time, Gu Yuan seemed to realize that he did not see Elder Wang around, and could not help but ask suspiciously, "Where is Elder Wang?" Luo Qingchang returned. Since that day, Elder Wang has returned to Heavenly Sword Villa, and then he sent word that he was going into seclusion. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan immediately said in dissatisfaction, "Being the protector of the Tao but not having a bit of the appearance of a protector of the Tao, Elder Wang is really unreliable. In the future, it's better to let Gao Tianba protect your Tao." The corner of Luo Qingchang's mouth twitched and said breathlessly, "I am the holy daughter of the Heavenly Spirit Holy Land. It's not like I will be in danger in the Heavenly Spirit Holy Land. It's not like this will affect anything if Elder Wang wants to go into seclusion." Gu Yuan could not be denied. You don't have to defend Elder Wang for anything. Anyway, Gao Tianba will be your protector from now on. Heavenly Sword Villa. Inside a certain cultivation chamber, Elder Wang, who was cultivating, suddenly felt something in his heart and touched his heart. He felt slightly uneasy, vaguely as if something bad was happening. Chapter 76, Entering the Underground Palace. Now that the floating sky demon emperor is about to break the seal. Holy Lord, why don't you hurry up and ask Emperor Yuan to take action to suppress the floating sky demon emperor, the Koan Peak Master, one of the 108 peaks of the Heavenly Spirit Holy Land, said in a voice transmission facing Hao Lu. Now that the floating sky demon emperor was about to break the seal and the profound emperor had arrived, it was time to get down to business. Now that the young couple is talking so hot, do you think it's appropriate to interrupt them now? Hao Lu glared back at the Koan Peak Master and transmitted his voice back. The tone was breathless. This Koan Peak Master is really too blind. I can hear your transmissions. Slanting his eyes at Hao Lu and the Koan Peak Master, Gu Yuan calmly asked, "Tell me, what's the matter with the floating heavenly demon emperor you guys are talking about?" Hearing Gu Yuan say that he could actually hear their voice transmissions, Hao Lu and Peak Master Koan both felt a surge of surprise. On second thought, though, they weren't that surprised. Gu Yuan was a great emperor, and it made sense that he could hear the sound transmission between their Saint Emperor realms. Facing Gu Yuan's question, Hao Lu didn't hesitate and immediately opened his mouth. 5,000 years ago there was a demon emperor who traveled from the western wasteland and came to the southern region. This devil is bloodthirsty. Wherever he passes, there are 10,000 miles of floating corpses and a lot of sorrows. He has gone on a killing spree within the southern region, slaughtering countless southern region living beings. And this devil calls himself the floating heavenly devil emperor. In the end, all the major forces in the southern domain joined forces which suppressed and sealed it in the Tianling Holy Land underground, with my Tianling Holy Land being responsible for suppressing and maintaining the seal. The seal that suppresses the floating sky demon emperor is strong and boundless. If it were under normal circumstances, it would only take a few strong people to maintain the seal, and the floating sky demon emperor would never be able to break through the seal. It's just a pity that a demonic emissary was mixed in amongst my heavenly spirit Holy Land. Hao Lu rambled on for a long time about everything about the floating sky demon emperor. Only then did he face Gu Yuan and said, "Now that the floating sky demon emperor is about to get out of his trap, if he gets out of his trap, he will surely wreak havoc on the world, causing the southern region to be plagued with life and death. I have the audacity to ask Emperor Yuan to make a move to resuppress and seal the floating heavenly demon emperor for the heavenly spirit Holy Land and for the living souls of the southern region. I kneel here to thank you." With that, Hao Lu directly knelt down on both knees towards Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan reached out and lifted his hand in vain, and a spiritual force lifted Hao Lu up without letting him kneel down. Only then did he say, "Let's go. Take me to meet this floating sky demon emperor for a while." The floating sky demon emperor is a devil who is a scourge to the world. Such a devil, everyone has to be executed. If he breaks the seal, he will definitely blood wash the entire southern region. As a member of the southern domain, Gu Yuan naturally couldn't just stand by and watch. Hearing Gu Yuan's words, Hao Lu and everyone present all had happy faces. With Gu Yuan's hand, the floating heavenly demon emperor was about to break the seal, and the crisis brought to the heavenly spirit Holy Land and the southern domain would be solved. Simply because Gu Yuan was able to suppress and seal the floating sky demon emperor again. "Emperor Yuqi, come with me." Suppressing the joy in his heart, Hao Lu immediately led the way in front. Gu Yuan and those present did not hesitate and immediately followed. Even Yao Hua, who was in a coma, was being held together by the princess of the Koan Peak Master. Soon, the group arrived at an inconspicuous cave in the back of the heavenly spirit Holy Land. Hao Lu introduced, "This is the entrance to the underground palace." Gu Yuan looked up and down for a few moments, only to see that there were still many array formations and restrictions present here. It was a pity that all these formations and prohibitions had been destroyed, and it was thought that it should be the handiwork of the demon madness. The cave spreads down toward the ground, the first extremely narrow only through the people, walking thousands of steps to open up. At the end of the cave was an immensely deep pit. At the edge of the deep pit, there were bodies lying around in a miserable state of death. They were the 8 elder ancestors of the heavenly spirit Holy Land who were responsible for maintaining the seal that suppressed the floating heavenly demon emperor, as well as the strongest members of the heavenly spirit Holy Land who had come to this place to provide support. Because of the devil's madness, all of them have now fallen here. On top of the deep pit there is a huge formation seal that emits a golden light. Just by getting close, there was a feeling that one's cultivation had been sealed, so it was evident how terrifying this sealing formation was. Above the golden array seal a single mysterious and obscure rune flashed, looking extremely extraordinary. The number of these runes was extremely high, and it was approximately estimated that there were afraid to be tens of thousands of them. However, at this moment, these runes were dimming at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then disappearing. In the space of just a few breaths, several runes had disappeared. With the disappearance of these runes, the golden ceiling formation had obviously weakened a bit, and even the golden light emanating from it had dimmed quite a bit. As his eyes looked towards the deep pit, he saw that it was strewn with extremely high temperature magma. The temperature of the magma was so high that it was actually directly distorting the surrounding space, simply terrifying as hell. However, in such an extremely high temperature magma, there was a middle-aged man sitting calmly on top of the magma with his eyes closed and his knees crossed. His stout body, face is not angry since way, head borne a pair of domineering black devil horns. Naked on the body crawling with a channel looks weird and incomparable black devil pattern. A look no it's not what good to mess with the existence. The man was none other than the floating sky demon emperor. A succession of ceiling formations of golden chains locked its whole body, binding it like a dumpling. Floating around it were 99 stones that emitted an unearthly aura. The very unsealing stones. From time to time, thunder would shoot out from the unsealing stone and shoot on top of the ceiling formation, destroying the structure of the ceiling formation and diminishing the power of the ceiling formation. Seemingly sensing something, the floating sky demon emperor, who was sitting on his knees with his eyes closed, violently opened his eyes. Berserk Emperor might swept out around his body, immediately shaking the surrounding magma burst. Even the ceiling formation began to tremble violently, as if it might not be able to support itself at any time, thus directly bursting open. After a while, the surrounding magma gradually returned to calm, and the vibrations of the ceiling array gradually stopped. Only then did the floating sky demon emperor look at the people present. His voice calmly opened his mouth. This emperor is about to break the seal and come out. You and the others even dare to appear here. Are you not afraid of death? Devil, don't you dare go wild. Hao Lu chided. We appeared here to suppress and seal you again. Resuppressing and sealing me? It's simply ridiculous. The floating sky demon emperor calmly looked at Hao Lu and said, what makes you think that you guys will be able to suppress and seal me again? Without giving Hao Lu a chance to open his mouth to reply, the floating sky demon emperor glanced at the peerless slayer emperor and said, is he the backbone of your efforts to reseal and suppress me? A cultivator of the 9th level of the undying great emperor? To tell you the truth, the sealing formation can no longer trap this emperor now. As long as this emperor wants to, this emperor can break the seal now. But this emperor's strength is for bloodshed in the southern region, not for breaking seals. Hearing this, Hao Lu's face changed slightly, and he hurriedly faced Gu Yuan and said, please also ask Emperor Yuan to take action and quickly retake the unsealing stone, so as not to give this devil time to break the seal. The unsealing stone was the stone that broke the seal that suppressed the floating sky demon emperor. With the unsealing stone in place, the floating sky demon emperor could break the seal without much effort. However, if the unsealing stone was recaptured now, and the sealing formation was re-maintained, the floating sky demon emperor could be suppressed and sealed again. As for why they didn't personally retake the unsealing stone, it was because even though the current floating heavenly demon emperor was suppressed and sealed, he was still able to erupt with terrifying power within the sealing formation. This power was extremely terrifying, able to instantly second anyone under the great emperor realm. This was also the reason why the 8 heavenly spirit Holy Land ancestors didn't enter the sealing formation to kill Demon Madness, even though Demon Madness had heavily injured the 8 heavenly spirit Holy Land ancestors and then hid in the sealing formation. It was because entering the sealing formation would result in being killed by the floating sky demon emperor in seconds. The unsealing stone was now unsealing the seal that suppressed the floating sky demon emperor at all times. The longer the time dragged on, the more favorable it would be for the floating sky demon emperor to break the seal. Even though he knew that the floating heavenly demon emperor would most likely not be a match for Gu Yuan even if he got out of the trap, he didn't want to actually see a scene of the floating heavenly demon emperor getting out of the trap. So that's why he opened his mouth to persuade Gu Yuan. Hearing Hao Lu's words, Gu Yuan didn't say any more nonsense. After nodding slightly, he was heading straight towards the sealing formation. Chapter 77, Human Emperor Streamer in the left hand, Regulus sword in the right hand. Watching Gu Yuan enter the sealing formation, the eyes of the floating sky demon emperor, who was in the middle of the sealing formation, could not help but sink. A terrifying power immediately surged from its body into the unsealing stone around it. With this influx of power, the unsealing stone instantly shot thunder towards the sealing formation at an even faster speed. Destroying the sealing formation at an even faster speed caused the runes on top of the sealing formation to dim and then disappear at an even faster speed. Obviously, Gu Yuan's arrival made him feel a crisis. It made him want to break the seal faster. You're in a hurry. Gu Yuan glanced at the unsealing stone beside the floating Sky Demon Emperor and couldn't help but let out a soft laugh. This floating Sky Demon Emperor said something under his breath that he could break the seal at any time if he wanted to, but now that I look at it, it's clear that he can't do it. Otherwise, how would the other party speed up the speed of breaking the seal because of his arrival? Hearing Gu Yuan's words, the floating Sky Demon Emperor immediately denied them 3 times. I didn't. I'm not. You're talking nonsense. Between the words, the power within his body exploded once again, and an even more terrifying power surged into the unsealing stone. This is a sign of extreme weakness. Ha! Gu Yuan let out a light laugh in disbelief. With a single step of his foot, his figure instantly disappeared in place. Seeing this scene, the floating Sky Demon Emperor's face changed drastically. He knew that Gu Yuan was coming to retrieve the unsealing stone. Demon blood boiling. Break it for me. A loud explosive cry came out from his mouth. The qi and blood in his body churned, and like boiling water, it began to boil violently. With that, a terrifying and unimaginable aura was vented from him. The golden chains that bound him were shaken straight up with a violent tremor. Then only heard a bang sound came out. The golden chains that bound the floating Sky Demon Emperor immediately broke and exploded. The floating Sky Demon Emperor grabbed the 99 unsealing stones into his hands. Then another palm slapped heavily towards the front. A set of movements flowing in a single breath. It seemed like a long time had passed, but in reality, not even a short half a breath had been used up. Gu Yuan's figure had already arrived in front of the floating Sky Demon Emperor when he reappeared. He had originally wanted to remove the 99 unsealing stones around the floating Sky Demon Emperor. However, he had never thought that the floating Sky Demon Emperor's speed would be so fast. He had actually taken away the 99 unsealing stones one step ahead of him. Moreover, the other party was able to judge where he appeared before slapping his palm. Whether it was reaction, or speed, or strength, it was all terrifying to the extreme. Feeling the powerful force contained within the floating Sky Demon Emperor's palm, Gu Yuan did not hesitate and similarly slapped out his palm. The next instant, the two palms collided together. Boom! A shocking sound came out, and the terrifying collision aftermath immediately swept in all directions with the two of them as the center. For a time, it actually shook the magma below with a violent churning. Even the entire cave shook violently along with it. All sorts of debris fell from above the cave, and the entire cave shook as if it might collapse at any time. In the center of the collision between the two, the spaces inch by inch collapse, revealing the space after a piece of nothingness. Visible to people, this palm power is how powerful. The two of them were separated at the first touch, and Gu Yuan retreated hundreds of steps in a row before he managed to stabilize himself. Raising his eyes, a flash of shock immediately surfaced in Gu Yuan's eyes, only to see that the floating Sky Demon Emperor was still standing steadily in his previous position. So much for a comparison of the highs and lows, even forcing me to use the Demon Clan's secret technique to break the seal. Boy, today you will die. The floating Sky Demon Emperor opened his mouth with killing intent in his eyes. He could have used the unsealing stone to slowly break the seal, but Gu Yuan's arrival was forcing him to use the Demon Clan's secret technique to forcefully break the chains on his body. Demonic blood boiling was a subtle secret art that could explode beyond one's own strength in a short period of time. After using it, it can give the user a power that is several times greater than his own, which can be described as terrifying. But this secret technique also has a drawback. That is, after a short burst, it will fall into a period of weakness. Most importantly, after using this secret technique, it would also injure the origin. In the future, if there were no heaven-defying chances, one might not be able to break through the current realm for the rest of one's life. He was the devil race's supreme pride from 6,000 years ago, and had used but cricket 1,000 years to become an extreme Tao Emperor. It can be seen what a demon it is. It's simply the greatest of the greatest of the greatest of the greatest. If he hadn't been suppressed and sealed here for 5,000 years, his cultivation would definitely be higher now. It was to become a taboo emperor, or to break through to the realm above a taboo emperor. That was all possible. Now that the unsealing stone was in his hand, he could have used it to slowly break the seal. However, Gu Yuan's arrival was forcing him to use a secret technique to forcefully break open part of the seal and seize the 99 unsealing stones. As such, it directly made the possibility of him, the greatest of the greatest of the greatest of the greatest, breaking through to a higher realm in the future become as small as it could be. How could this not make him angry? Gu Yuan at this moment was already on his must-kill list. As he spoke, The floating sky demon emperor waved his large hand. The 99 unsealing stones immediately transformed into 99 streams of light heading straight for the 99 weakest places of the sealing formation. The chains on his body nowadays were broken even though he had used a secret technique to forcefully raise his strength. But that chain was only a part of the sealing formation, not all of the sealing formations. He needed to break the sealing formation completely so that he could fully utilize his true strength. As the 99 unsealing stones came into contact with the 99 weak places of the sealing formation, the unsealing stone immediately merged within the sealing formation. With that, the sealing formation began to melt at an unimaginably fast speed. Just like snow in winter meeting the hot sun, the aura on the floating sky demon emperor also began to start climbing at an extremely fast rate as the sealing array melted away. Feeling the aura of the floating heavenly demon emperor's body climbing higher and higher, everyone present felt a numbness in their scalp. The aura displayed by the floating sky demon emperor earlier was already unimaginably powerful, but he never thought that the other party could be even stronger. How can this not be alarming? Shocked, they couldn't help but look at Gu Yuan with worry. The floating sky demon emperor was so powerful that they were also worried that Gu Yuan would not be its match. Luckily, Gu Yuan's complexion didn't fluctuate too much, which made their hearts silently sigh in relief. His eyes swept over the peerless Slayer Emperor. Gu Yuan spoke out. Take the people present and leave this place. The aura coming from the floating sky demon emperor far surpassed any opponent he had ever encountered. Although Gu Yuan was confident that he could take the other party down, but that was at full blast. He was afraid even of himself when he exploded at full strength. If the people present stayed here, I'm afraid that the aftermath of the engagement would be able to severely injure or even kill them. Hence, this was why he chose to let the peerless Slayer Emperor lead Luo Qingcheng and the crowd of the Heavenly Spirit Holy Land to leave. It's Emperor Yuqi. Hearing Gu Yuan's words, the peerless Slayer Emperor didn't say anything more. After nodding his head, he waved his sleeve, and a spiritual energy instantly rolled around the crowd, before turning into a stream of light and quickly flying towards the way he came. As the peerless Slayer Emperor left with Luo Qingcheng and the others, Gu Yuan withdrew his gaze, both hands probed out, and two ancient divine artifacts appeared in his hands. Human Emperor Streamer in his left hand, Regulus Sword in his right. P.S. 3 more, asking for 5 stars, hypes, and small gifts. Chapter 78, A Sword to Hit Hard. With his weapon in hand, Gu Yuan didn't hesitate in the slightest, and his entire body instantly transformed into a stream of light as he quickly headed towards the floating heavenly demon emperor. He was fast as hell. It left a series of stumps straight behind it. It was as if countless Gu Yuan had appeared in an instant. In less than a breath of time he had arrived in front of the floating sky demon emperor. Power surged within his body, instantly activating the two ancient divine artifacts in his hands. Countless black chi immediately filled the human emperor's streamer. Accompanied by a burst of chillingly mournful hissing and screaming sounds came out from it. A soul slave was like an evil spirit crawling out of hell, scrambling out of the human emperor's streamer, and then tearing straight towards the floating sky demon emperor. The red streamer fluttered in the wind, and a red tentacle shot out, heading straight for the floating sky demon emperor. Golden light erupted on top of the Xian Yuan sword, and one by one, mysterious and obscure runes flowed on it, looking extremely uncommon. A storm of sword blades appeared out of nowhere around Gu Yuan, and Gu Yuan's entire aura changed at this moment. It seemed to have turned into a sharp, unsheathed, absolute sword. The sword light was extremely powerful and sharp, similarly heading straight for the floating sky demon emperor. Cricket Indestructible Emperor 5th level dares to take a shot at me. Time to say no. You've got a lot of courage. Looking at the many means that Gu Yuan had struck out, the floating sky demon emperor's expression didn't change in the slightest, and he even let out a cold laugh that was full of disdain. The words fell. A berserk extreme great emperor 5th level aura swept out from him with a roar. This aura was terrifying to the extreme. It actually shook both the rushing soul slaves and those red tentacles back in unison. The sealing formation above was already dissolving at an extremely fast speed. Now that it was shaken by this aura, it actually exploded directly. With the sealing formation completely broken, the aura on the floating sky demon emperor's body actually became a few points more powerful. Heavenly Demon Palm. With a palm strike, thousands of demonic shadows emerged, forcing back those blood-red tentacles and soul slaves that were charging again. Some of the soul slaves with lower strength even directly exploded directly under this palm. After forcing back the soul slave and the blood-red tentacles with one palm, the floating sky demon emperor's large palm went straight for Gu Yuan's Xian Yuan sword without decreasing its momentum. The flesh of the demon race was already far beyond the human cultivators, such as his flesh was even able to be comparable to an emperor's soldier. Plus, His cultivation far exceeded Gu Yuan's, so he did not place Gu Yuan in his eyes. However, the next scene that occurred shocked the dog out of him. See only. Soon, the palm he slapped out was colliding viciously with the sword Gu Yuan chopped out. The imagined shocking explosion was not there. There was the regular sword that was like a kitchen knife encountering soft tofu, easily slicing away his palm. Put! Blood splattered out in all directions. Under this sword, the floating sky demon emperor's palm was directly sliced off by a large portion of the sword. How? How is this possible? Feeling the intense pain coming from the top of his palm, the floating sky demon emperor's eyes almost burst open directly from shock. How could he not expect his palm to be cut off a large portion by Gu Yuan's sword? To know, his fleshly body was capable of being comparable to an imperial soldier, but it was such a strong physical body that was mostly cut off by Gu Yuan's sword. What kind of concept is that? It's simply anticlimactic. Gu Yuan didn't care if he was shocked or not. After the Xian Yuan sword cut off a large portion of the floating heavenly demon emperor's palm, it actually went straight towards the floating heavenly demon emperor without decreasing its momentum. Put! Boom! Blood splashed up. Before the floating sky demon emperor could even react, Gu Yuan's sword had already landed on him. The Xian Yuan sword was incomparably sharp and powerful, directly leaving a long and terrifying sword mark above his chest. For a while, blood was like no money, crazily spraying out of his chest. Berserk shockwaves blossomed from the Xian Yuan sword, and the entire floating sky demon emperor was like a cannonball, shooting straight toward the back. Rumble! A loud popping sound came out. The entire cave was directly smashed and burst open. For a while, all sorts of smoke and dust flew up and huge debris smashed out. Gu Yuan's mind moved. All of the thousands of soul slaves quickly headed in the direction where they were. The blood-red tentacles followed closely behind and shot out. Gu Yuan stepped on his feet and similarly transformed into a stream of light towards where the floating sky demon emperor was. The floating sky demon emperor was a supreme powerhouse at the 5th level of the extreme Tao Great Emperor. It was tougher than any of the opponents he had encountered. If the other party was not gullible, with his strength, it would not be easy to pin down the other party. However, it was the other party's conceit that was to blame for presuming to use his physical body to fight against an ancient divine artifact. It's no different than beating a light to death in a toilet. Now that the other party was belittling him, thus being heavily injured by his sword. This is a godsend. Gu Yuan naturally wouldn't let go of such an opportunity. P.S. I'm a little groggy from drinking, so I'm working on the next chapter. Chapter 79, Instinctive Imperial Soldier. Blood-devouring demon sword. Do we need to escape that far? Only after flying out of the cave, and then 10,000 miles away, did the peerless Slayer Emperor stop? Luo Qingcheng glanced towards the location where the cave was located and couldn't help but look at the peerless killing emperor with an odd expression on her face as she asked. The distance was too far, and with her cultivation, she couldn't even see the location of the cave. It's just too far away. Back to MS. Dumpster. It's needed. The peerless Slayer Emperor did not want to answer, but after thinking about the fact that he had already been thrown by Gu Yuan to Luo Qingcheng as a protector of the Tao, he immediately spoke respectfully towards Luo Qingcheng. Emperor Yuan is extremely strong, and that what's-her-name floating sky demon emperor's strength is also terrifying, several or even dozens of times stronger than me. Their battles are bound to be terrifying to the extreme. If all of the duo's strength were to erupt in battle, the tiny heavenly spirit Holy Land might be destroyed in an instant. We are now tens of thousands of miles away from the battlefield, and although there is also a chance that we may be affected, I am here, and it is enough to keep you safe. Hearing these words, everyone present couldn't help but change their faces slightly. It was also considered to know the terrifying nature of a great emperor powerhouse. Seemingly thinking of something, Halu flipped his hand and took out a summoning jade talisman that could contact everyone in the heavenly spirit Holy Land. Catalyzing it, without the slightest hesitation, he roared out in a loud voice. Now! Right now! Right now! Run away from me! Flee as far away as you can, or you will die. Although the heavenly spirit Holy Land was now dead with the 8 old ancestors of the heavenly spirit Holy Land, as well as the group of heavenly spirit Holy Land executives who had gone to support the Earth Palace. However, there were still many disciples and lower-ranked elders in the heavenly spirit Holy Land who did not know what had happened. He didn't want these elders and disciples to somehow die in the aftermath of the battle between Gu Yuan and the floating sky demon emperor. Hearing Hao Lu's words, the peerless Slayer Emperor lightly glanced at him, but did not say anything more. Hao Lu's idea is a good one. It was a pity that even if he had notified the elders and disciples of the heavenly spirit Holy Land, but the time left for those elders and disciples to escape was simply not enough. If Gu Yuan and the floating heavenly demon emperor were to break out into a great battle at full strength and battle together, even if the heavenly spirit Holy Land elders and disciples had already begun to flee for their lives, but what was left for them was still only death, because in a matter of moments, they could die under the aftermath of the engagement. Just when the peerless killing emperor thought about these, rumble, a shocking sound of explosion resounded, and the mountain peak at the back of the heavenly spirit Holy Land where they were earlier directly exploded. Debris flew, boulders rolled down, and smoke and dust billowed up from the sky. A figure shot out of the bursting mountain peak like a cannonball. The palm of his right hand had been cut off for the most part, and there was also an extremely gruesome sword mark on his chest, which was bubbling blood out. Who else could it be if not the floating sky demon emperor? The peerless slayer emperor fixed his eyes on it, and shock immediately surfaced in the bottom of his eyes. Hao Lu and a group of other heavenly spirit holy lands looked at them, and it was hard to hide the shock in their eyes. How could he not expect that the mighty floating heavenly demon emperor would have most of his palms chopped off by Gu Yuan so quickly, and also leave a long, terrifying sword mark in his chest position? The blood on his chest and palms was as if he didn't want any money, and kept spraying out furiously. It hurts to look at it. Luo Qingcheng glanced at the peerless slayer emperor, and then at the surrounding group of heavenly spirit holy land executives, with worry clearly flashing in her eyes. What happened? Her cultivation level was not high, so she could only see smoke and dust billowing up from 10,000 miles away. But what exactly happened? She wasn't even sure. Now that the peerless slayer emperor and the heavenly spirit holy land's senior management had this shocked look on their faces, this was something that really made her both curious and worried. Curious as to what happened. The concern was Gu Yuan's safety. Back to Miss Qingqing's words. The floating sky demon emperor was heavily injured by Emperor Yuan, and now he has had a large portion of his palm chopped off, as well as a long wound on his chest, which was cut out by Emperor Yuan, and is bubbling blood out. Hearing Luo Qingqing's words, the peerless slayer emperor immediately spoke of everything he saw. After hearing this, Luo Qingqing's heart was relieved. Now that they had only flown out of the Earth Palace for a short while, the floating heavenly demon emperor was so severely injured. It was thought that Gu Yuan would definitely be able to crush the floating sky demon emperor. She didn't have to worry about anything for Gu Yuan anymore. Emperor profound, it really is as terrifying as it is. The peerless slayer emperor sighed in his heart. As his eyes turned, he saw that Gu Yuan had already rushed out from the midst of a cloud of smoke with the human emperor streamer in his left hand and the Xian Yuan sword in his right. 10,000 soul slaves took the lead in launching the first wave of attacks. They brazenly killed towards the floating sky demon emperor. Countless blood-red tentacles followed close behind. Looking at the thousands of soul slaves and countless blood-red tentacles rushing towards him, anger surged in the eyes of the floating sky demon emperor. The strength in his body exploded, and when he raised his hand, he slapped out a heavy palm. Heavenly demon palm. With one palm, thousands of demonic shadows emerged. These demonic shadows were as if they had turned into substance, and the might contained within them was terrifying to the extreme. Far better than the previous slap. Boom! A loud popping sound came out. The terrifying collision aftermath immediately turned into a terrifying energy shockwave that swept in all directions. Wherever the shockwave passed, everything was destroyed. Soon, the thousands of demonic shadows burst apart and dispersed one after another. The thousands of soul slaves and blood-red tentacles were also knocked back under this palm of the floating sky demon emperor. With his eyes raised to the rapidly rushing Gu Yuan, coldness immediately flashed across the floating sky demon emperor's eyes. I admit that I underestimated you earlier, but you don't really think that you can still injure me if I use my full strength, do you? Speaking here, an explosive cry immediately came out of the floating sky demon emperor's mouth. Come out, blood-devouring demon sword. Chapter 80. You think you can kill me? Come out, blood-devouring demon sword. As the floating sky demon emperor's words fell, a monstrous demonic aura instantly filled out from around him. A bloodbane aura that had nearly condensed into substance also rose up at this moment, directly coloring the sky into a blood-red color. Only his right hand was seen grabbing towards the back of his neck. Invisible seems to have caught onto something. With a forceful tug, a white bone sword as white as jade was ripped out of him. As soon as the bone sword appeared, it erupted with a shocking fury. Vaguely, the bone sword seems to have endless miserable screams coming out from it. One look would let one know that this was a demonic weapon that had slaughtered countless people. This sword was none other than the floating sky demon emperor's original imperial weapon. The blood-devouring demon sword. After 5,000 years, you and I can fight side by side again. Stroking his large hand over the blood-devouring demon sword, the floating sky demon emperor said with emotion in his tone. The blood-devouring demon sword also emitted a buzzing vibration at this moment. seemingly responding to the floating sky demon emperor. And that's when Gu Yuan had already arrived within 100 meters of the floating sky demon emperor with his Regulus sword. Feeling the shocking aura coming from above the blood-devouring demon sword, Gu Yuan couldn't help but frown slightly. He could clearly feel the power of this blood-devouring demon sword. Of all the swords he had seen, only two could be stronger than this one. The first sword was the ancient divine artifact Regulus sword that he was currently holding in his hand. There was also a sword that was the heavenly exterior sword that he had encountered in the middle of the heavenly sword villa. The floating sky demon emperor was now injured by him even though he had been injured due to his earlier rashness. But its make strength is not weak, plus now it has taken out its own imperial weapon, the blood-devouring demon sword. The battle power that it could erupt was categorically not to be underestimated. Gu Yuan didn't dare to take the enemy lightly at that moment. With a thought, the chaotic sword body was instantly fully opened. With the chaotic sword body fully open, Gu Yuan's entire aura changed once again. It's gotten a little sharper. It was as if it had turned into a supreme sword among supreme swords. A storm of invisible sword blades appeared around him and began to fly around him. All the long swords within a 10,000 mile radius were also sensed at this moment. They actually all turned into a stream of light and rushed up into the sky, and then headed straight in the direction where Gu Yuan was. Hey, my sword! Asterisk. I just bought the Qingshan sword for 3,000 top-grade spirit stones. My beloved sword. Don't you go away from me. What the hell? My sword flew away. Looking at the flying swords that suddenly rose up in the sky, each and every sword cultivator that was within a 10,000 mile radius of Gu Yuan was confused. How could he not expect his sword to fly towards the sky uncontrollably? At a cry of alarm, they looked up, and that look revealed a scene that they would never forget. One could only see thousands of long swords rising up into the sky, converging together like a rippling sea of swords. And then the sea of swords surged and headed in one direction in unison. Eventually, the sea of swords flew to the circumference of a young man in white, and then a long sword as if it came to life, actually began to surround that white-clothed youth began to fly. Buzz. The long sword vibrated, emitting a burst of crisp and pleasant sword sounds. It seems to be cheering. At this moment, Gu Yuan, who was surrounded by thousands of long swords, looked as if he had transformed into an immortal of swords. A single thought to induce thousands of long swords. Who is this person? Why is it so powerful? Witnessing such a scene, many people were shocked. There are also people who react very quickly, pulling the people around them to quickly disappear towards the distance. A great war is about to start. If we stay here, we will surely die. Let's go! Power surged within his body, and Gu Yuan urged his chaotic sword body and Regulus sword with all his might. Destroy the sky! As two words slowly spit out of his mouth, Gu Yuan held his sword with both hands, and then slashed out with a top-down sword. As soon as the sword came out, a brilliant sword light that stretched for 10,000 miles instantly shot out violently. The sword light was overwhelming, sharp and unstoppable. Nothing can be cut, nothing can be blocked. Thousands of long swords followed like shadows, also chopping towards the front at this moment. Looking at the incoming sword light, with the thousands of long swords, even with the power of the floating sky demon emperor, he could not help but have his eyelids flutter. The power of this sword was very strong. It was even a few points more powerful than the sword emperor who had once suppressed and sealed him. Sure, although Gu Yuan was strong, he was not afraid. Blood-devouring demon sword, break for me! An explosive shout resounded between heaven and earth. The floating sky demon emperor similarly slashed out with his sword. As soon as the sword came out, thousands of blood-devouring chi converged and actually formed a huge and incomparable blood-colored giant sword. The blood-colored giant sword broke through the air. Immediately, he met Gu Yuan's chopping sword. Rumble! A shocking explosion rang out. The blood-colored giant sword and the golden sword light successively exploded, turning into a stream of pure energy that disappeared into the heavens and earth. The violent collision aftermath immediately swept in all directions, destroying everything around. Subsequently, 10,000 long swords were like a raging storm, fiercely and rapidly falling towards where the floating sky demon emperor was. Clank, clank, clank. For a moment, the sound of swords resounded throughout the entire heaven and earth. When the 10,000 long swords had completely fallen, a huge and incomparably deep pit had appeared on the ground. The violent shockwaves swept through, actually causing the entire southern region to shake fiercely for a while as if it was an earthquake. The smoke and dust in the sky then fluttered up, and it was not known whether the floating sky demon emperor who was in the smoke and dust was alive or dead. Phew! Slowly exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, Gu Yuan's breath also began to become a bit unstable. Fully activating the Xian Yuan sword, the chaotic sword body, and the sky destruction. It was a bit overwhelming for him as well. However, the power that erupted was still very considerable. The floating sky demon emperor should be dead, right? Raising his eyes to the direction where the floating sky demon emperor was, Gu Yuan couldn't help but murmur. With a big wave of his hand, a spiritual force transformed into a gale and blew through. The smoke and dust in the sky instantly disappeared into the sky and earth as the gale blew by. The smoke and dust disappeared, also revealing the floating sky demon emperor's figure. See only. At this moment, the floating sky demon emperor was in the middle of a deep pit, with half of the blood-devouring demon sword inserted into the ground. He grabbed the blood-devouring demon sword with one hand and knelt down on one knee, panting heavily. He was covered with dense sword wounds up and down his circumference. Milky blood flowed out, dyeing the ground. He was on a dark red color. The breath on his body was disorganized, and he was obviously extremely injured. It seemed to sense Gu Yuan's gaze. He struggled to get up slowly. Meeting Gu Yuan's gaze, he revealed his morose white teeth and laughed loudly with disdain. You think you can kill me? Gu Yuan looked at him seriously for a few moments. With that, his feet moved and his figure instantly disappeared in place. Seeing this scene, the floating sky demon emperor couldn't help but have a slight change of expression on his face. However, before he could react in any way, Gu Yuan had already appeared in front of him. Raising his leg, he kicked out. Boo! A muffled sound came out, and the blood-devouring demon sword in the floating sky demon emperor's hand flew out of his hand, and his entire person also fell to the ground in response. Gu Yuan stomped his foot heavily on top of the floating sky demon emperor's chest and hummed in a disgruntled tone. At the end of your strength, you still dare to pretend with me? You're saying I can't kill you? As he said that, the regular sword in Gu Yuan's hand had already landed on the floating sky demon emperor's neck. At this moment, he could make the floating sky demon emperor's head fall to the ground with just a flick of his sword. Feeling the cold touch coming from above the regular sword's blade, the floating sky demon emperor's throat rolled and he couldn't help but gulp. Cold sweat instantly covered his forehead. Without realizing it, sweat had dampened the ground. He was really sweating in this moment. Chapter 81, Death Without Closure. Now I'll give you two choices. Choice 1, surrender your innate divine soul and submit to me. Choice 2, become a dead soul under my sword. Make your choice. Condescendingly looking down on the floating sky demon emperor, Gu Yuan calmly opened his mouth and said, this floating sky demon emperor was a supreme powerhouse at the 5th level of the extreme Tao Great Emperor. It was the most powerful existence among the people he had met so far. If he could take in such a strong person for his own use, then it would be extremely helpful for him to travel to the Yi family to rescue his mother. Meeting Gu Yuan's gaze, the floating sky demon emperor shook his head. I'm not choosing any of them. Ha! Gu Yuan visibly froze, obviously not expecting the other side to not pick. How dare he? Can't you see the situation clearly? It was at this time that the floating sky demon emperor spoke again. Back then, there were several hidden great emperors in the southern domain that struck out at me, and dozens of great emperors in the central domain that crossed hundreds of millions of miles to come here to strike out at me, and while they were clearly able to kill me, they only chose to suppress and seal me after seriously injuring me. Do you know why this is so? Why? Gu Yuan faintly asked. He wanted to see what kind of medicine this floating sky demon emperor had in his gourd. Hearing Gu Yuan's words, the floating sky demon emperor smiled confidently and proudly said, because this emperor is honorable. You only know that this emperor is the floating sky demon emperor who slaughtered countless living beings in the southern domain, but I don't know the true identity of this emperor. For your information, this emperor's true identity is the son of the heaven-swallowing demon emperor. The heaven-swallowing demon emperor's great name may not have been heard of by an ant like you, but if I were to tell you his cultivation, it would certainly startle you. Speaking here, the floating sky demon emperor visibly paused for a moment. It seemed like he wanted to wait for Gu Yuan to ask how high the heaven-swallowing demon emperor's cultivation level was, but after seeing that Gu Yuan had no intention of wanting to ask, he continued, heaven-swallowing demon emperor. He's an absolute powerhouse among absolute powerhouses at the 9th level of a forbidden emperor. After saying that, the corner of his mouth quirked as the floating sky demon emperor sneered. Now do you still dare to kill this emperor? Why wouldn't I dare? Gu Yuan said disdainfully, if your old man was really that powerful, would you have been suppressed and sealed here for 5,000 years? He won't come to your rescue? Since you were given the choice and you don't want it, I might as well send you on your way. The loopholes in this floating sky demon emperor's words were simply too big to be trusted. Speaking here, Gu Yuan raised the Regulus sword in his hand and made a gesture to chop off the head of the floating heavenly demon emperor with a single stroke of the sword. Seeing this, the floating sky demon emperor immediately became anxious, rushing to call out, "I've been suppressed and sealed here for 5,000 years, and my father emperor didn't come to save me for two reasons. For one thing, he wants me to abstain from arrogance and sharpen my mind. Secondly, it's because tens of thousands of years ago he wanted to devour and refine the entire Tianwu continent, and was suppressed and sealed in the western wasteland by all the great emperors above the Tianwu continent in a joint effort, and he simply can't make a move to save me now." "Suppressed and sealed? Can't save you?" Gu Yuan blinked, his face full of oddities. This father and son duo is so interesting. One is trying to devour and refine the entire Tianwu continent, being suppressed and sealed. One was suppressed and sealed after massacring living beings in the southern region. It's true. It's not a family. Both father and son were suppressed and sealed. Off the charts. Since your father has been suppressed and sealed, what if I even kill you now? Coldness flashed in his eyes as Gu Yuan said, "I'll give you one more chance. If you don't make a choice, I'll send you on your way now." The floating sky demon emperor still hadn't made his choice. Instead, it was a quick outburst. "Although my father emperor was suppressed and sealed, he was able to descend in a divine soul split. He is an absolute powerhouse amongst the absolute powerhouses of the 9th level of forbidden great emperors, and one of his divine soul detachments is enough to be comparable to a forbidden great emperor. If you kill me, then he will surely descend in his divine soul detachment and execute you." "A divine soul detachment that is comparable to a forbidden emperor?" Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan's face couldn't help but change slightly. There was a visible flash of joy in his eyes. His human emperor streamer had been missing a main soul until now. The might that could be erupted from a human emperor streamer with a main soul and one without could not be compared at all. Without the human emperor streamer of the main soul, Gu Yuan needed to catalyze it himself every time he used it, and it couldn't really utilize the power of the human emperor streamer. However, if there was a master soul, then without his urging, the master soul would be able to manipulate the soul slaves in the human emperor streamer to fight alone on its own according to his mind. At critical moments, the master soul could also devour the rest of the soul slaves to strengthen itself and explode with unimaginable power. Gu Yuan had always wanted to choose a suitable main soul for the human emperor streamer. Only, the human emperor streamer was extremely harsh in its selection of the main soul. It needed to be able to suppress all of the soul slaves within the human emperor streamer in order to do so. Otherwise, it was possible that only today he had selected a master soul, and on the second day the master soul would be torn apart by the soul slaves in the human emperor streamer without even a crumb left. There were quite a few great emperor soul slaves in the 10,000 souls abyss that were included in the human emperor streamer. There were even fewer great emperor soul slaves in the burial dragon abyss that were included in the human emperor streamer. It was that there were many soul slaves that were comparable to undying great emperors. However, the strength of these soul slaves did not differ much, and they could not suppress all the soul slaves in the human emperor streamer. Now, when he heard the floating sky demon emperor say that after killing him, his father, the heaven-swallowing demon emperor, would descend a divine soul detachment comparable to a forbidden great emperor powerhouse to kill him, this naturally made Gu Yuan incredibly happy. This is like a heavenly master soul. At this moment, he no longer had any desire to keep the floating sky demon emperor alive. After all, how could a cricket, a floating sky demon emperor, be compared to a divine soul detachment of his father's emperor? Moreover, this floating sky demon emperor was so hard-headed that he didn't even choose to submit. There was no use in keeping it. Might as well kill it. The floating sky demon emperor, who didn't know what Gu Yuan was thinking, saw the subtle change in the expression on Gu Yuan's face and instantly assumed that Gu Yuan was shocked by his father emperor's might. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly as the floating sky demon emperor said smugly, "Now that you know how terrifying my father is, then I'll give you two choices too. Choice 1. Submit to me and I can guarantee you a smooth future. Choice 2. Let me go and I can forget about you hurting me." Ah! Before the words were finished, a miserable scream like killing a pig came out from the floating sky demon emperor's mouth. Blood spurted out like a spring, staining the earth red, and the floating sky demon emperor's body was immediately separated. Its head was like a leather ball, rolling on the ground 2.5 times in a row. 4. Why? The floating sky demon emperor's eyes were round. Dismay was written all over his face. His lips mumbled, and a voice full of incomprehension and doubt came out. How could he not expect Gu Yuan to suddenly give him such a sword? The sword was so sudden that he didn't even react. Gu Yuan lightly grunted back. "If you're given a choice and you don't choose, what's the use of keeping you?" The floating sky demon emperor's lips mumbled. and a broken voice came out. Actually, I want to pick one. Along with the vitality in his body being completely annihilated by the sword chi and the Xianyuan sword, the floating heavenly demon emperor soon died completely, until death its eyes were round and dead. Chapter 82, Heaven-Swallowing Demon Emperor, Tianwu Continent, Western Region, 100,000 Devil Mountains. It's barren and bleak all over. At the top of a huge and incomparable skyrocketing demonic mountain, there were white bones all over the place. On top of a white bone throne piled up by countless white bones, a man was lying on top of a white bone throne with a cozy face. The man had a pair of huge devil horns on his head, his face was majestic, and his whole body was restrained, without a trace of breath leaking out. It looked like an ordinary person of the devil tribe. But how could he be an ordinary person of the demon race? He was honorable and powerful, the first strongest of the demon race, a terrifying existence that had been suppressed for an unknown number of thousands of years. Heaven-Swallowing Demon Emperor. Suddenly, the heaven-devouring demon emperor violently opened his eyes filled with disbelief as he said, "My son, Fu Tian, is dead." As his words came out, an aura so terrifying that it seemed like it could destroy the world immediately erupted from him. This aura rose up to the sky, and it actually shook the entire Devil Mountain, which began to tremble violently. Whoa! 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 An invisible chain appeared out of nowhere. Above the chains, one by one, mysterious and obscure runes flashed, and these chains were as if they had come to life, and they actually shot towards the heaven-swallowing demon emperor in unison. In less than an instant, the devouring heaven demon emperor was bound by these chains as if they were dumplings. A huge talisman seal appeared out of thin air at the top of the Devil Mountain, emitting a strong suppression and sealing power, suppressing the heaven-swallowing devil emperor who was underneath to death. The light on top of the rune seal was so bright that a huge golden formation appeared, and its successor to that huge and incomparable rune seal actually shrouded the entire Devil Mountain. This talisman was called the Devil Suppressing Talisman, and it was specially created to suppress the heaven-swallowing devil emperor. Not only were there many formations within it, but there was also a forbidden great emperor divine soul detachment that existed within it. These forbidden great emperor's divine soul bilocations were already powerful and unrivaled, and with the enhancement of the demon suppressing talisman, it was even possible for these forbidden great emperor divine soul bilocations to erupt with a terrifying power that wasn't weaker than that of the main body. Roar! Looking at the demon suppressing symbol that had surfaced above the sky, the heaven-devouring demon emperor let out a loud roar like a beast's roar from his mouth. Berserk aura erupted from his body, and the chains that bound him in less than an instant burst apart. But before he could do anything, invisible chains reappeared in the void, and then shot towards him quickly. "Get thee outta here!" The heaven-swallowing demon emperor let out a huge roar from his mouth. The berserk sonic attack instantly swept away. Before those chains could enter his 10-meter range, they were shocked and burst apart. It's simply horrible as hell. Light blossomed above the rune seal, and a figure flew out from it. Although their figures were illusory, their aura was powerful to the extreme. 81 in all. Their breaths were connected, terrifying to the extreme. As soon as it appeared, it erupted with an overwhelming power heading straight towards the heaven-swallowing demon emperor. Soon, the heaven-swallowing demon emperor was fighting with these 81 people. The violent aftermath of the battle swept through the 8 directions, shaking the entire Devil Mountain like an earthquake, and began to vibrate violently. However, although the battle between them was terrifying, the collision aftermath never spread out. When the residual waves of the collision came into contact with the golden formation, they directly disappeared into nothingness. Swish, 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 the sound of breaking air continuously resounded. Soon there were hundreds of figures with strong aura that appeared outside the demon mountain. They all had demonic horns on their heads and were tall and stout. Between their breath reveals, all of them were terrifying to the very top. The weakest of them all had the cultivation of an undying great emperor. They were none other than the absolute powerhouses of the demon race. Looking at the floating sky demon emperor who was fighting with the 81 silhouettes in the formation, the demon great emperors present glanced at each other, all seeing the doubt and incomprehension in each other's eyes from each other. It was simply impossible to figure out why the heaven-swallowing demon emperor would suddenly want to break the seal. One must know that the ones who had struck out at the heaven-swallowing demon emperor back then were all the human emperors above the Tianwu continent. That great battle was fought in the darkness of the sky, the sun and the moon, and the entire continent was broken into 5 pieces from the initial one. In the end, these human great emperors combined their efforts, which caused the heaven-swallowing demon emperor to be heavily injured and suppressed and sealed here. It wasn't that they didn't want to kill the heaven-swallowing demon emperor. Truly, The heaven-swallowing demon emperor was too powerful, and even the combined efforts of all the great emperors of the human race could not kill him. Those human great emperors refined the devil-suppressing talisman in order to suppress and seal the heaven-swallowing devil emperor. The divine soul branches of some powerful forbidden great emperors remained on top of the demon suppressor talisman. Under the enhancement of the demon-suppressing talisman, these forbidden great emperor divine soul splitters could erupt with a power no weaker than that of the main body. Unless those great emperors fell, then the heaven-swallowing demon emperor would never be able to get out of his trap. When he was suppressed and sealed, the heaven-swallowing demon emperor tried to break the seal for 3 days, but as time passed, the heaven-swallowing demon emperor became honest. It had been untold millions of years since I had wanted to break the seal, but today, the other party is suddenly Tajin demon talisman. This really makes them feel puzzled and doubtful. Just as they were wondering, the heaven-swallowing demon emperor, who was in the middle of the sealing formation, seemed to have sensed their arrival. It quickly stopped engaging in battle with those 88 forbidden great emperor divine soul detachments. As soon as he stopped, the 81 forbidden great emperor divine soul detachments quickly dissipated. The demon-suppressing talisman also quickly disappeared into the heavens and earth. Their disappearance was not really a disappearance, but a temporary concealment in the void. It would only be revealed when it sensed the tyrannical aura of the heaven-devouring demon emperor or when the heaven-devouring demon emperor wanted to leave this place. The heaven-swallowing demon emperor's face was grim as he looked at the silhouettes outside the demon mountain. His voice contained endless killing intent as he said, "This emperor sensed that my son, Fo Tian, died in the southern domain. Which one of you will go and bring back that murderer of my son?" "What? Young Lord Floating Sky is dead? Who did it? Who's got the nerve? Dare to kill young Lord Floating Sky? Who is this person? Why is he so rampant? Doesn't he know that young Lord Floating Sky is the son of the Lord?" Hearing the heaven-devouring demon emperor's words, everyone present felt a surge of surprise. How could one not expect someone to dare to kill the Floating Sky demon emperor? The floating heavenly demon emperor came out from the western region 5,000 years ago, and then went on a rampage in the southern region to massacre the living beings, and was eventually suppressed and sealed in the heavenly spirit Holy Land by some of the hidden great emperors of the southern region in conjunction with some of the great emperors of the central region, and they were aware of this matter. Even so, that time, it was still the divine soul branches of the heaven-devouring demon emperor that intervened, which didn't allow those great emperors to behead the floating heaven demon emperor. But now, after 5,000 years, the news of the floating sky demon emperor's death came, which naturally made them doubly surprised. It was simply impossible to figure out who in the end was so rampant as to dare to not put the heaven-swallowing demon emperor in his eyes. There is a saying that you have to look at the master when you beat a dog. But now someone had killed the son of the heaven-swallowing demon emperor. Is this killing the son of the heaven-swallowing demon emperor? No. This was a vicious slap in the face of the heaven-swallowing demon emperor. Uncles can tolerate it, but aunts can't. At this moment, they were enraged. A bit of anger in a fit of rage. After a few angry murmurs, they immediately began to advise towards the heaven-swallowing demon emperor. "My lord, I also know that you are very angry right now, but there are eyes watching outside. If we go out, not to mention not being able to bring back the murderer of the floating sky young lord, even my subordinate will lose his life. Yes, lord, why don't you just endure for a little while, and when an old monster dies in a few years, the divine soul split in the demon-suppressing talisman won't break, and you'll be out of the trap at that time. My lord, although young master floating sky is dead, think about it, don't you still have young master underworld, young master Ming Hai, young master Yu Yun?" All of the demon race great emperors opened their mouths at this moment to persuade. It wasn't that they didn't want to catch the murderer of the floating sky demon emperor. It was mainly because those great powers in the central domain had been staring at them, and they simply couldn't get out. Not that it's really impossible to get out, but if they went out, if they were discovered by those great powers, they might just go out vertically and come in horizontally. They weren't as heaven-defying as the heaven-swallowing demon emperor, and when they encountered those old monsters, they were truly going to be besieged to death. Moreover, the Lord has so many heirs, and with the death of the floating sky young lord, there are still the rest of the young lords. Hearing the words of these demon race great emperors, the heaven-swallowing demon emperor was immediately infuriated. Though he had a large number of children, not 10,000 but 8,000, available at, the floating sky demon emperor was the one most like him, and the most demonic one at that. Other sons die when they die. He won't even frown. But now Fu Tian is dead. He was truly heartbroken. Bunch of losers. Cursing angrily, the heaven-devouring demon emperor coldly said, "Since you guys aren't going, Then I'll go forward myself. The words fell. A figure identical to him walked out from within his brow. It was none other than his divine soul detachment. As soon as the divine soul split appeared, it transformed into a stream of light and headed straight to the outside of the Devil Mountain. The void shook as the demon suppressor talisman reappeared. 81 silhouettes also appeared at this moment. They wanted to make a move to stop the divine soul split of the heaven-swallowing demon emperor. But before they could make a move, the entirety of the heaven-devouring demon emperor instantly shot up into the sky. Seeing this, the demon-suppressing talisman and the 81 human figures immediately stopped paying attention to the divine soul split of the heaven-devouring demon emperor, and instead went straight for the heaven-devouring demon emperor. Although the divine soul split of the heaven-devouring demon emperor wasn't weak, if it was compared to the heaven-devouring demon emperor, they still prioritized suppressing the heaven-swallowing demon emperor. After all, if the heaven-swallowing demon emperor were to get out of his trap, this would be a disaster for the Tianwu continent. P.S. 3,000 words a pop. The hypes, the free swag, the 5-star reviews. It's in the hands of the righteous fathers. Yoshiko went on to code. Chapter 83. Emperor Yuan is truly powerful. My subordinate admires him. As the floating heavenly demon emperor died, the peerless Slayer Emperor waved his big sleeve and immediately flew back with Luo Qingcheng and a group of Heavenly Spirit Holy Land executives. Looking at Gu Yuan, who was holding the Xian Yuan sword and was dressed in white as if he were an exiled immortal, the peerless Killer Emperor opened his mouth from the bottom of his heart and said, Gu Yuan was only at the 5th level of cultivation of the undying Great Emperor, a few minor realms lower than him. However, the strength that erupted was unimaginably powerful. It gave him a heartfelt pang of admiration. The profound Emperor is powerful and peerless, invincible within the Great Emperor's territory. The profound Emperor is powerful and peerless, invincible within the Great Emperor's territory. The profound Emperor is powerful and peerless, invincible within the Great Emperor's territory. Among the crowd of Heavenly Spirit Holy Land executives, I don't know who roared. Immediately afterward, a roar of excitement resounded in the arena in unison. Obviously, the senior members of the Heavenly Spirit Holy Land present were all old monsters who had lived for an unknown number of years, but at the moment, they were as excited as if they were 200 years old. Emperor Yuan? That person just now is the famous Emperor Profound of the southern region. Gu Yuan? Hearing the unanimous roar of the Heavenly Spirit Holy Land's higher-ups, many of the Heavenly Spirit Holy Land disciples couldn't help but see a light in front of their eyes, and then they all came quickly towards Gu Yuan's location, wanting to witness the strongest person in the southern domain nowadays, the youngest great emperor in the southern domain, Emperor Yuan. The aftermath of the previous battle between Gu Yuan and the floating sky demon emperor could not be underestimated though, but they fled towards the distance at the first opportunity because they had gotten the news in advance. Plus, when Gu Yuan fought with the floating sky demon emperor, the force was extremely well controlled, though there was still a portion of the aftermath of the violent collision that leaked out, but it only hurt them. But it didn't kill them. Listening to the words of the people around him, although Gu Yuan's heart was somewhat fluttering, his face did not show any movement. It looks masterful. Seems to think of something. With a wave of Gu Yuan's hand, the long swords that had been drawn by him earlier due to the full force of his chaotic sword body immediately turned into a stream of light and flew towards their original owner. Looking at the long sword that flew back again, some people cry tears of joy. Someone held it lovingly in his arms. This is the sword that Emperor Yuan used. He. There were also those who looked at the longsword that was broken into pieces and tears of pain flowed from their eyes. I spent 2 spirit stones on the longsword. How could you just abandon me like that? Whoops. Although they were both sword cultivators, they did not use the same longsword weapons. Longswords of higher grades were still intact after being borrowed by Gu Yuan, but those of lower grades had inevitably shattered into several pieces. Gu Yuan didn't care about these people's reactions. With a probing hand, he grabbed the floating sky demon emperor's blood-devouring demon sword into his hand. Rather a nice long sword. Feeling the terrifying might contained within the blood-devouring demon sword, the corners of Gu Yuan's mouth couldn't help but lift slightly. This blood-devouring demon sword was just right for the main soul of the future human emperor streamer to use. This was originally a demonic weapon, and if it could be used by the heaven-swallowing demon emperor's divine soul detachment of the future human emperor streamer's main soul, then the main soul of the human emperor streamer would certainly be able to exert even more power. After all, the divine soul split of the heaven-swallowing demon emperor was also considered a demon emperor. The devil soldier and the divine soul split of the heaven-swallowing devil emperor were bound to have an extremely high degree of compatibility. It's just that I don't know if the suppressed heaven-swallowing demon emperor will really have his divine soul detachment descend to this place. was thinking. High above the sky, suddenly the sky and earth changed color and the wind rose. A pitch-black demonic chi converged and instantly covered the sky. What had been a sunny noon became instantly dark. Why is it dark? Doubts flashed visibly in many people's eyes, and they all subconsciously raised their heads to look toward the sky. And this look immediately caused countless people's faces to change drastically. Only an immense and incomparable pitch-black vortex appeared high in the sky. A figure emerged from the vortex. He bore a pair of huge, pitch-black devil horns on his head. The face was not angry. The body was stout. The muscles were gnarled on top of the naked upper body, and a strange black magic pattern appeared on its body, which looked like it gave people a strange sense of beauty. If one were to take a closer look, one could still find that, vaguely, this person actually resembled the floating sky demon emperor for a few moments. That's right, he was the floating sky demon emperor's father emperor, the devouring sky demon emperor. Although it was only a divine soul split, however, it was condensed to the extreme, just as if a real heaven-swallowing demon emperor had descended. You're the one who killed my son, floating sky? Sweeping his eyes across the field, the heaven-devouring demon emperor finally locked his gaze on Gu Yuan, who was holding the blood-devouring demon sword. His voice was like thunder, shaking the 8 directions. Just a simple sentence. It shocked countless people into spewing blood, and blood flowed out of all 7 orifices. Accompanying his words, an aura of a terrifying to the absolute peak of a forbidden great emperor swept out. It was simply difficult for those present to resist, and they were suppressed to their knees. In an instant, only 3 people were left standing in the field. They were the peerless killing emperor and Gu Yuan, and Luo Qingchang, who was being protected by Gu Yuan. Who is this person? Why is it so powerful? Feeling that powerful aura that seemed to be able to destroy the heavens and the earth, quite a few people from the heavenly spirit Holy Land couldn't help but feel their eyelids twitching. It was also this moment that they clearly perceived their insignificance. If the person above wants to, a single thought from the other side could kill them 1,000 times. How powerful is this? What kind of? Just thinking about it made their scalps tingle. Not only them, but also Gu Yuan and the peerless Slayer Emperor, who were both great emperors, also felt great pressure at this moment. Although the heaven-swallowing demon emperor was only a divine soul detachment that had descended, the other party gave them a feeling that was not like any divine soul detachment at all. Instead, it was like a true forbidden emperor. It was still an absolute powerhouse among the forbidden great emperors. It's over. Cold sweat began to break out on Emperor Peerless Slayer's forehead. Just feel invisible seems to have a big word of danger floating above the head. This heaven-swallowing demon emperor's breath alone was so powerful. If it comes down to it, I'm afraid that even if he and Gu Yuan teamed up, they wouldn't be its match. Just thinking about it makes one's heart despair. In desperation, he couldn't help but turn his gaze toward Gu Yuan, and that look was what brought a series of big question marks to his tiny head. Simply because, he saw that at this moment, Gu Yuan was actually laughing. What's he laughing at? Why was he still able to laugh in the face of such a powerful heaven-swallowing demon emperor? Is it hard to be scared out of your wits? I shouldn't. At this moment, the clueless peerless Slayer Emperor was confused. P.S. 2 more, 3 more on the way. Righteous fathers give a little push, a little prodding, a little gift. 5 stars. Chapter 84, Trying to Refine You. Kid, what are you laughing at? The heaven-devouring demon emperor seemed to have seen the smile that appeared on Gu Yuan's face at this moment as well. This caused him to let out an explosive cry that he couldn't help. The sound shook the 9 skies and vibrated the 8 directions, once again shocking many people to spit out blood. With such a powerful existence as him descending, Gu Yuan Cricket, an undying great emperor 5th level cultivator, would be lucky if he didn't feel a great deal of fear at this point. It's amazing how much you can laugh. What's that supposed to mean? Does this kid not have him in his sights? It is simply outrageous. Thinking of happy things, being happy, wanting to laugh, Gu Yuan grinned. The smile is sunny and warm. It looked as if he was the sunny, cheerful big boy next door at the moment. Hearing Gu Yuan's words, everyone present couldn't help but slowly snap a big question mark on their heads. Thinking of happy things? Is it appropriate for you to think about being happy at a time like now? It's interesting that you can still laugh in the face of this emperor. The heaven-swallowing demon emperor seemed to have come to a few points of interest, and laughed disdainfully. Thought of something happy? My human emperor streamer is lacking a master soul, and now that you're here, it's just time to take you in and refine you into the master soul of my human emperor streamer. Looking at the heaven-swallowing demon emperor, Gu Yuan lightly smiled back. Hiss! The moment these words came out, everyone present couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Obviously shocked by Gu Yuan's words, This heaven-swallowing demon emperor was so powerful to such an extent that his breath alone shook many of the people present to the point of bleeding from their 7 orifices, and his strength was simply unimaginable. But Gu Yuan said that he would take it in and refine it. What kind of arrogance is this? Slightly raising their heads, many people turned their gazes towards the heaven-devouring demon emperor, wanting to see what kind of reaction the heaven-devouring demon emperor would have after hearing these words. When the eyes looked away, they saw that the heaven-swallowing demon emperor's entire face immediately began to darken at a speed visible to the naked eye. By the end of the day it was black as a pot. Vertical arrogance. An explosive shout came out from the mouth of the heaven-swallowing demon emperor. Its terrifying aura was crazily declared out. When he raised his hand, terrifying energy gathered in his palm, and he was about to strike. But that's when it happened. Swish, 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 ow 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 ow. The sound of breaking air and a sound like the hissing of an evil spirit suddenly rang out from behind him. The heaven-devouring demon emperor couldn't help but frown slightly as his gaze looked towards the rear, only to see that at some point, a huge red flag had appeared 1,000 meters away behind him. The red flag fluttered in the wind, and thousands of blood-red tentacles shot out from within the red flag, coming straight at him. The densely packed soul slaves were also wailing and rushing towards him at this moment. Seeing the human emperor streamer appear 1,000 meters away behind the heaven-devouring demon emperor, everyone present, without exception, felt a surge of surprise. They didn't even notice when the human emperor streamer appeared 1,000 meters behind the heaven-devouring demon emperor. Earlier, everyone's attention was on why Gu Yuan was laughing. Plus, the human emperor streamer was quietly controlled by Gu Yuan to come 1,000 meters behind the heaven-swallowing demon emperor. Not to mention them, even the heaven-devouring demon emperor didn't realize when the human emperor streamer appeared behind him. With the cultivation level of the heaven-swallowing demon emperor, with a single movement of his mind, he would be able to know everything that happened within a radius of 10,000 miles. However, Gu Yuan's strength was like a larger mole cricket to him. Against such a mole, it was inevitable for him to feel contempt. Only then did he fail to notice the human emperor streamer that suddenly appeared behind him. Now, despite the discovery, he was not the least bit surprised. With his strength, he didn't believe that the human emperor streamer could pose a threat to him. Even after glancing at the human emperor streamer, he couldn't help but let out an exclamation and said, "I can't imagine that there are people amongst the human race who have refined this kind of demonic Tao supreme treasure. It's quite a surprise to this emperor." Hearing the heaven-swallowing demon emperor slandering the human emperor streamer, Gu Yuan immediately chided. "Blind your dog's eyes, this is the human emperor streamer. It's not some devilish treasure 10,000 soul streamer." There were 80,000 people present without 100,000, which if the human emperor streamer was defamed as a 10,000 soul streamer. If this matter were to spread, how would he, Emperor Yuan, still be able to gain a foothold in the southern domain? How to gain a foothold in the Tianwu continent? At that time, he just couldn't even jump into the boundary sea. Therefore, this kind of being slandered is something that he will never allow to happen. P.S. 3 more. I'm begging for a small gift to be fed and a 5-star review, so I'm thanking you on my knees. Chapter 85, Recognize me as my righteous father. No loss. The 10,000 soul streamer is the 10,000 soul streamer. Even if you deny it as much as you can, he is the 10,000 soul streamer. Black is black and can never become white. The heaven-swallowing demon emperor's voice was filled with disdain as he opened his mouth. Blind your dog's eyes. Can't you see 3 big human emperor streamers written on it? Gu Yuan chided in dissatisfaction. Hearing Gu Yuan's words, the heaven-devouring demon emperor immediately dropped his gaze onto the human emperor streamer. Sure enough, he saw 3 small words in the corner of the human emperor's streamer. Human emperor streamer. Looking at those 3 small words, the heaven-devouring demon emperor was speechless for a moment. After skimming his lips, he didn't bother arguing with Gu Yuan about anything. Between the crazy surge of power in his body, he raised his hand and slammed his fist towards the front. With one punch, all the forces in the heavens and earth were induced, and then converged into this punch. Boom! A shocking and loud bursting sound instantly came out. Wherever the fist prince passed, everything was annihilated. Even space was no exception, as it was directly blasted through a long crack, revealing a void behind the space. Many soul slaves and blood-red tentacles actually annihilated in unison under this punch. It could be seen how powerful this punch was. So scary. I love it so much. Seeing the heaven-swallowing demon emperor display such extreme power, Gu Yuan was almost jumping up and down in excitement. This heaven-swallowing demon emperor was so powerful. If he could be subdued and refined into the main soul of the human emperor streamer, then the power that the human emperor streamer could erupt would definitely be unimaginably powerful. Just thinking about it is exciting. Hearing Gu Yuan's words, those present didn't hold back and once again sucked in a breath of cool air. It directly caused the temperature within this side of the heavens and earth to rise quite a bit at this moment. Gazing at Gu Yuan, their eyes were all awed to the extreme. The heaven-swallowing demon emperor showed such a powerful strength. Gu Yuan is not afraid of it even if he is not. Now he even said something like, "So scary. I like it so much. This, crazy, must be crazy. How else could you have reacted like that?" Just as they were thinking so, Gu Yuan had already given his order icily with his face toward the peerless Slayer Emperor. "Take everyone present away." "Yes, Emperor Yuchi." The peerless Slayer Emperor didn't hesitate and immediately nodded respectfully. He knew that Gu Yuan was going to make a move against the heaven-swallowing demon emperor. Although he didn't know if Gu Yuan was a match for the heaven-swallowing demon emperor. But when the strong fight, the weak suffer. If we don't take these people from the heavenly spirit holy land away now, the likelihood of these weaklings surviving is extremely small. After nodding, the peerless Slayer Emperor didn't hesitate, and with a wave of his big hand, a terrifying gale immediately blew between heaven and earth. Under this gale, except for Luo Qingchang, all the people present in the heavenly spirit holy land were blown sideways, as if they were a leather ball rolling in the air, and one by one, they were being blown towards the distance by this gale without any choice in the matter. For the quickly departing peerless killing emperor and the others, the heaven-devouring demon emperor did not pay any attention to them, but instead turned his gaze towards Gu Yuan, who had already taken out his Xin Yuan sword, and said with a face full of oddities, "You brat is only a cricket undying emperor 5th level. You are like a bigger mole cricket in my eyes. You don't want to fight me, do you? Your son was as arrogant as you were earlier. But now, he's dead." Gu Yuan grinned. The smile was kind, but the words that were spoken caused the heaven-devouring demon emperor's face to instantly become gloomy. But soon the heaven-swallowing demon emperor's face regained its color. Looking seriously at Gu Yuan, he said with a serious voice, "Your bone age is so pink. I don't think you're more than 20 years old. Less than 20 years old is already an undying great emperor 5th level powerhouse. Your future achievements are bound to be unimaginable. This emperor intends to accept you as his righteous son. I don't know how you feel about it." After a pause, he continued, "This emperor is a peerless powerhouse of the 9th level of the forbidden great emperor. Looking at the entire Tianwu continent, there is no one who is a match for this emperor. Become my righteous son and you won't suffer. If you agree to become my righteous son, this emperor can forget about the fact that you killed Floating Sky, and also treat you as his own son, giving you more than enough cultivation resources to allow you to grow on." After saying that, the heaven-devouring demon emperor then looked at Gu Yuan seriously. Gu Yuan was so young and already had such a cultivation level. If he could be properly cultivated, his future achievements would be unlimited. It's just not impossible to surpass him. It was too much of a pity for such a genius to fall in this way. Therefore, he wanted to take the other party as a righteous son for his own use. Although the other party had killed his good oldest son, and the murder of his son was not shared. But don't forget, he has quite a few heirs. Not 10,000 but 8,000. The reason why he paid more attention to the Floating Sky Demon Emperor was purely because Floating Sky was the #1 heavenly pride of the demon race. It is an existence far beyond the other children. If the death of a Floating Sky could be exchanged for an even more demonic righteous son, then it wasn't unacceptable. Floating Heavenly Demon Emperor, no. Father, someone else killed me, and you still want to take him as a righteous son, and you also want to treat him as your own son, and you also want to give the other person cultivation resources. Have you ever considered the feelings of this real son of mine? Will Emperor Yuchi say yes? Hearing the heaven-swallowing demon emperor's words, the peerless Slayer Emperor immediately turned his gaze toward Gu Yuan. Vaguely, there was a gleam of anticipation in his eyes. He had heard of the heaven-swallowing demon emperor, and it was rumored that he was the first strongest of the demon race, a terrifying existence that could fight against all the great emperors of the entire continent with his own strength. And most importantly, the other party was not even killed after fighting off all the great emperors in the entire Tianwu Great Land with his own strength. Although it seems to be suppressed and sealed in the 100,000 Devil Mountains in the western region nowadays, but that didn't negate the power of the other side. If Gu Yuan could become the righteous son of such a powerful person, then, as Gu Yuan's subordinate, he would naturally follow suit and receive many benefits. Thus, at this moment, he was hoping that Gu Yuan would recognize the heaven-swallowing demon emperor as his godfather. Maybe that's what it is. Looking to the Lord. But along with Gu Yuan opening his mouth, he was disappointed. Only to see that, Meeting the gaze of the heaven-swallowing demon emperor, Gu Yuan spoke with disdain. A great man is born between heaven and earth. How can he be willing to live under others? Cut the crap and eat my sword. Destroy the sky. As the words fell, Gu Yuan directly urged the Xianyuan sword in his hand, and then without the slightest hesitation, he chopped out with his sword. With a sword chop, a brilliant sword light immediately shot out. This sword was stunning and overwhelming. Powerful. Seems to be really like its name. Has the power of destroying the sky. Nothing could be cut or blocked wherever it passed. Even space couldn't withstand it and was directly torn open with a long gash. It could be seen how powerful this sword was, and the speed of this sword was fast to the extreme. Just like a shooting star crossing the night sky, he had arrived in front of the heaven-swallowing demon emperor in an instant. However, in the face of such a powerful sword, the heaven-devouring demon emperor's expression did not change in the slightest. There was even a hint of disdain evident in his eyes. If the eye could speak, it's bound to. That's it? Of course, even though he did not place the sword in his eyes, he naturally would not be so foolish as to choose to carry this sword hard, only to see that he cupped his palm as a fist and raised his hand to blast out a heavy punch. Boom! An explosive sound came out, and that stunning and overwhelming sword light directly exploded under this punch. The power of a single punch was as terrifying as it was. P.S. One more. Chapter 86, The Great Desolate Heavenly Imprisoning Hand. You were given a chance and you didn't want it. In that case, a supreme demon like you must not be retained. A fist smashed Gu Yuan's chopping sword, and killing intent immediately flashed in the eyes of the heaven-devouring demon emperor. Gu Yuan was too demonic. His future achievements could not be underestimated. It's just not impossible to surpass him. Such a character, if he could not be taken in as his own when he was weak, then he could only be removed. However, before he could make a move, Gu Yuan had already chopped out another sword. The same sword, but the power should not be underestimated. Even though the heaven-swallowing demon emperor was able to easily break this sword away, he wasn't able to do so by ignoring it. Looking at the rapidly coming sword light, the heaven-devouring demon emperor had no choice but to punch out. Boom! Without any surprise, along with an explosive sound coming out, this sword light was once again smashed by the heaven-devouring demon emperor's fist. Before the heaven-swallowing demon emperor had any chance to react, a brilliant sword light again tore through space and came straight at him. It was still the same sword. Is that the only move you've got? Aren't there any other moves? Looking at the same moves one after another, the heaven-devouring demon emperor couldn't help but let out a disdainful sneer. This kind of move, he can break it with his hand. He, whose attention was all on Gu Yuan, completely failed to notice that the human emperor's streamer behind him was silently and slowly approaching towards him. In order not to attract the attention of the heaven-swallowing demon emperor, the hissing sounds of the soul slaves within the human emperor's streamer all stopped under Gu Yuan's control. The heaven-swallowing demon emperor was so powerful that if he directly used the human emperor's streamer to absorb the other party like he absorbed ordinary divine souls, he really wouldn't be able to include the other party in the human emperor's streamer. After Gu Yuan thought about it for a while, he prepared to use himself as bait to attract the attention of the heaven-swallowing demon emperor. Then, while controlling the human emperor streamer to quietly approach the heaven-swallowing demon emperor, he would strike a fatal blow while he was slacking off. Now that he heard the heaven-swallowing demon emperor's words, Gu Yuan remained unmoved. While controlling the human emperor streamer to quietly approach the heaven-swallowing demon emperor, he operated the power in his body to catalyze the Xianyuan sword, preparing to slash out that same sword again. However, that's when it happened. The system's long-lost voice, however, rang out in the middle of his mind. Ding! Detected the heaven-swallowing demon emperor asking the host if he only has the move Exterminate the Sky, triggering a divine choice. Option 1, tell the truth. Yes, it's all I can muster. Reward, a copy of Go Dao Lao Lu's cultivation manual. Option 2, naturally, this is not the only move that this emperor knows. It's just that this emperor doesn't want to bully you with other moves. Since you want to see some of this emperor's other moves, then this emperor will let you see them properly. I hope you won't be afraid of them. Reward, Ultra Divine Order Martial Arts. Great Desolate Imprisoning Heavenly Hands. Now ask the host to make your choice. Listening to the system ringing out one after another, Gu Yuan visibly froze. Even the hand that was about to slash out another sword paused in midair. After slightly returning to his senses, without the slightest hesitation, he immediately spoke out. I choose to. Go Dao Lao Lu Practice Manual. What the hell is that? If you're strong, you're still a sixth man? Not cool. Not cool. Not an option. Not an option. On the contrary, The super divine rank martial art grade desolate imprisoning heavenly hands sounded good. The name alone is heifer on a rocket, which is bound to be an awesome rumble. After punching out the sword light in front of him, his eyes looked towards Gu Yuan and realized that he was actually walking away. A ball of anger could not help but rise in the heart of the heaven-devouring demon emperor. How dare you get distracted when you're fighting the emperor? This was not even a glance in his eyes. It is simply outrageous. And at that moment, Gu Yuan, who had returned to his senses, had looked at him and answered his earlier question. It's naturally not possible that this is the only move this emperor knows. It's just that this emperor doesn't want to bully you with other moves. Since you want to see the rest of this emperor's moves, then this emperor will let you have a good time. And I hope you won't be afraid. As the words landed, the system's voice came immediately. Ding! Detecting the host completing his choice. Reward, Super Divine Rank Martial Arts. The Great Desolate Imprisoning Heavenly Hands. The Great Desolate Imprisoning Heavenly Hands were created by an ancient powerhouse and are so powerful that they have the power to destroy the heavens and destroy the world. And once executed, they can block off the space around the target and confine it. The confinement time depends on the target's cultivation level. The lower the target's cultivation level, the longer the confinement time, and vice versa. The Great Desolate Imprisoning Heavenly Hands are fusing with the host. There is a little bit of pain. Please bear with the host. A little pain again? The veins on Gu Yuan's forehead involuntarily jumped twice. Seems to recall a time when, not giving Gu Yuan any time to react, Gu Yuan was the one who felt a sharp swelling pain coming from his mind. Everything about the Great Desolate Imprisoning Heavenly Hands was as if a large invisible hand had appeared and then shoved it hard into his mind. It instantly stuffed his head. This swelling pain felt as if his head was about to explode, and it straightaway hurt Gu Yuan to show his teeth. If it wasn't for the thought that there were still people watching from afar, coupled with the fact that the heaven-swallowing demon emperor was also watching from high up in the sky, Gu Yuan wanted to just a few times to release the pain in his head. After a while, as Gu Yuan digested everything about the Great Desolate Imprisoning Heavenly Hands, the bloated and painful sensation then disappeared. Although it was only the first time he had come into contact with the Great Desolate Imprisoning Heavenly Hands, Gu Yuan had instantly integrated them as if he had been practicing for thousands of years. The power of this move, exterminating the heavens, was extremely terrifying, but Gu Yuan couldn't really utilize the full power of this move at all right now, and at most, he could only utilize 70 to 80% of it. But the Great Desolate Imprisoning Heavenly Hands were different, and the current him was able to utilize the full power of the Great Desolate Imprisoning Heavenly Hands. Moreover, he could clearly perceive the power of the Great Desolate Imprisoning Heavenly Hands. It was far more powerful than the Destroy the Sky move by several or even dozens of times. Don't want to bully me with other moves, and hope that I won't be afraid? Rather arrogant enough. Hearing Gu Yuan's words, the heaven-devouring demon emperor couldn't help but let out a cold snort. It only felt that Gu Yuan was simply arrogant beyond words, but just after he finished speaking, he couldn't help but frown slightly, because at this moment, Gu Yuan's face was distorted, as if he was suffering from great pain. It couldn't help but make him mutter in his mind, could this be Gu Yuan's pre-shake for performing other moves? Of course, although he didn't understand why Gu Yuan was like this, he still didn't take Gu Yuan too seriously, nor was there any thought of taking advantage of your illness, simply because the difference in strength between the two was just too great. That gap is like the gap between a jackal and a rabbit. With such a large gap, no matter who it was, I'm afraid that they would inevitably feel contempt and think that they could easily take the other party down. It was at this moment that Gu Yuan, who had adjusted his state, had already turned his gaze toward the heaven-swallowing demon emperor. No extra crap. Power surged within his body, and he used the Great Desolate Imprisoning Heavenly Hands as he raised his hand. Once the Great Desolate Imprisoning Heavenly Hand was struck, it transformed into a large golden hand. At first, with regards to the Great Desolate Imprisoning Heavenly Hands, the heaven-swallowing demon emperor's attitude was one of contempt, but as the Great Desolate Imprisoning Heavenly Hand got closer and closer to him, he instantly became nonplussed, and shock and disbelief crawled across his face at a speed visible to the naked eye. P.S. 2 more, update to Firefire, hyperventilating, 5-star reviews, free swag, and handing it over to the righteous fathers. Chapter 87 Entering the Human Emperor's Streamer, because he actually felt threatened at the hands of the Great Desolate Prisoner of Heaven. Who is he? The first strongest of the demon race, a ruthless man who had once fought against all the great emperors of the entire continent with the power of one man. Although today's him was only a divine soul detachment, the power he could erupt was still not to be underestimated. It was enough to be comparable to a forbidden great emperor. But it was a terrifying existence like him that was now feeling threatened by a strike struck by Gu Yuan, an undying great emperor fifth. Although the threat wasn't great, it was enough to show Gu Yuan's anticlimax. This son must not be kept. A thought rose in the mind. The heaven-devouring demon emperor looked at Gu Yuan with a few more points of killing intent evident in his eyes. And at that moment, the great desolate imprisoning heavenly hands had already arrived. A force of confinement came. Space was instantly blocked. That imprisoning force directly suppressed the heaven-swallowing demon emperor. Under this force of suppression, the heaven-devouring demon emperor could only feel that at this moment, he was as if he was deep in a quagmire, and it was difficult for him to even move. Although it was only a short moment before this confining force completely dissipated, but it still gave him a pang. After all, the cultivation gap between him and Gu Yuan was enormous. Now that the other party was able to imprison him for an instant, it was enough to show its anticlimax. It was also at this moment that the killing intent in his heart towards Gu Yuan reached its peak. This son is such a demon. He must not be kept. Thinking so, he no longer stayed his hand. Between the surges of power in his body, he slammed out a heavy fist. When a fist comes out, heaven and earth are in the same force. It seemed as if the forces in heaven and earth were all being pulled at this moment, converging into his fist. A fist blasted out, and a terrifying might was immediately declared. Boom! A loud, earth-shattering popping sound came out. The fist seal struck by the heaven-swallowing demon emperor and the great desolate heaven-imprisoning hand struck by Gu Yuan both annihilated in the air immediately. The violent aftermath of the collision immediately swept wildly in all directions. Wherever the collision aftermath passed through, it destroyed everything around it, and quite a few of the buildings of the heavenly spirit Holy Land were directly destroyed under this collision aftermath, turning into a piece of rubble. Even the space couldn't withstand the aftermath of this terrifying collision and actually collapsed in unison, revealing a void behind the space. It could be seen how terrifying the power of the duo's strike was. Under the aftershocks of this violent collision, Gu Yuan was all but forced to retreat back and forth. He retreated dozens of steps in a row before he managed to stabilize himself. On the contrary, the heaven-swallowing demon emperor was still standing steadily in the air, not even moving a bit. With such a comparison, it was evident how strong the heaven-swallowing demon emperor was. It wasn't that Gu Yuan was weak, but the heaven-swallowing demon emperor was too powerful. Gu Yuan raised his eyes and met the heaven-swallowing demon emperor's eyes that were filled with killing intent, and he suddenly grinned. Between the surges of power within his body, he raised his hand and struck out with another great desolate imprisoning heavenly hand. Looking at the large hand that flew in with a brilliant golden light, the heaven-devouring demon emperor couldn't help but frown slightly. This Gu Yuan was clearly not as strong as him, yet he always loved to smile as if he was suffering from some major illness. Or, is the other side holding something back? He couldn't figure it out. However, just when the great desolate imprisoning heavenly hand was less than 10 meters away from him, he was violently startled. Looking back violently, he only saw that at some point the human emperor streamer had actually appeared behind him. The red flag fluttered in the wind, and a blood-red tentacle was as if it had come to life, like a poisonous snake shooting rapidly towards him. At this moment, the human emperor's streamer was shining brightly, and it was actually emitting a bizarre and extreme power. Under this power, the heaven-devouring demon emperor could clearly feel himself being suppressed. The human emperor's streamer suppressed nearly 90% of his power. He could only utilize 10% of his strength at most at this moment. It also seemed like this was when he truly knew the terror of the human emperor's streamer. This is literally the nemesis of all souls. Feeling the suppressed power within his body, he then looked at the great desolate heavenly prisoner's hand that was rapidly coming towards him and the blood-red tentacles that blocked all of his escape routes in an instant. At this moment, his face became hard to see. Planted. Now that the power in his body was suppressed, the great desolate heavenly prisoner's hand that Gu Yuan had struck was so terrifying, plus the blood-red tentacles blocked his escape route. Right now, he could only choose to fight Gu Yuan's great desolate heavenly imprisoning hands. However, he who could only exert 10% of his strength could not block the great desolate imprisoning heavenly hands. Today's shame will be avenged in the coming day. Looking deeply at Gu Yuan, the heaven-devouring demon emperor waved his hand, and space was instantly torn apart as a spatial passageway was instantly opened up out of thin air. With a lift of his foot, he was ready to enter the spatial channel and leave. Planted today, he was ready to flee. But just at that moment, Gu Yuan's light laughter sounded. Isn't it too late to leave now? As the words fell, the great desolate imprisoning heavenly hands immediately blocked the space around the heaven-swallowing demon emperor. The spatial channel that had just appeared instantly healed. A force of confinement erupted from the hands of the great desolate prisoner of heaven. directly confining the heaven-swallowing demon emperor, though only for a brief moment. But that's enough. Before the heaven-swallowing demon emperor had any chance to react, the great desolate imprisoning heavenly hands had then heavily bombarded the heaven-swallowing demon emperor. How terrifying was the power of the great desolate imprisoning heavenly hands! Even though the heaven-swallowing demon emperor was a divine soul doppelganger comparable to a forbidden great emperor, it was still not a good idea to take this move hard. Accompanied by a loud popping sound, his entire body was instantly blown away. Its entire soul power escaped like green smoke, and the entire person became transparent for a few moments, obviously not badly injured. At this point, a blood-red tentacle also moved. They were actually as if they had come to life, and shot towards the heaven-swallowing demon emperor in unison. In an instant, the heaven-swallowing demon emperor was bundled like a dumpling, and then these blood-red tentacles immediately flew back into the human emperor streamer at an even faster speed. Bound by these blood-red tentacles, the heaven-devouring demon emperor immediately began to struggle violently. Even if it was suppressed by the human emperor streamer by nearly 90% of its power, the power it could erupt was still not to be underestimated. In the midst of the struggle, he actually burst countless blood-red tentacles. But how many blood-red tentacles are there? He had just broken a few blood-red tentacles when new blood-red tentacles appeared to fill the gap. Soon, under the binding of the blood-red tentacles, the heaven-swallowing demon emperor finally came close to the human emperor streamer. Looking at the human emperor streamer that was close at hand, a terrified yell immediately emanated from the mouth of the heaven-devouring demon emperor. No! No! I don't want to be a soul slave. No! Along with his terrified yells resounded within this part of heaven and earth. In the end, he was pulled into the human emperor streamer by the blood-red tentacles. P.S. 3 more. Chapter 88, The Master. The main soul of the human emperor streamer. There it is. Gu Yuan stepped on his feet and came into the air, grabbing the human emperor streamer into his hands. Unable to hide the joy in his eyes, the mind plunged into the human emperor's streamer. This look couldn't help but make Gu Yuan feel the power of the heaven-swallowing demon emperor once again. The space within the human emperor's streamer was enormous. It was like a small world, with an unimaginably large internal space. Inside, it was pitch black, filled with all kinds of soul slaves, as well as a massive gray mist floating within the internal space of the human emperor streamer. The gray mist being the grievances within the red-haired old monster's body. It had to be said that this heaven-swallowing demon emperor was indeed frighteningly strong. Even when he entered the human emperor streamer, he was not directly refined into a soul slave by the human emperor streamer. It still maintains self-awareness. At this moment, he was striking out at the surrounding soul slaves while roaring at the top of his voice. Let me out! Let me out now! The soul slaves within the human emperor's streamer were all existences without self-consciousness. Now that a divine soul with a consciousness like the heaven-swallowing demon emperor had appeared, this appeared to be quite otherworldly. Moreover, the heaven-swallowing demon emperor even dared to take the initiative. This move immediately caused the dissatisfaction of all the soul slaves within the human emperor streamer. Countless soul slaves immediately struck out at the heaven-swallowing demon emperor. Looking at the heaven-swallowing demon emperor, who was battling with all the soul slaves in an instant, Gu Yuan couldn't help but laugh lightly. I'll come to help you. As the words fell, power surged within his body and he directly activated the human emperor streamer with all his might. Wow! A black pillar of light manifested from within the human emperor's streamer, and then shot straight toward the heaven-swallowing demon emperor. At this moment, the heaven-swallowing demon emperor was fighting with the soul slave within the human emperor streamer, and he simply did not expect the human emperor streamer to suddenly shoot out a pillar of black light. Caught off guard, he was directly enveloped by the pillar of black light. Soon, the black column of light dispersed. The figure of the heaven-swallowing demon emperor was reappeared. At this moment, his aura had become a bit more powerful. With a flash of his body, his entire person instantly disappeared in place. Once again appearing, he had already appeared outside of the human emperor streamer. Not good. Retreat. When the peerless Slayer Emperor saw that Gu Yuan had already put the heaven-swallowing demon emperor into the human emperor streamer, while his heart sighed with emotion that Gu Yuan was powerful, he took Luo Qingqing and the group of executives from the Heavenly Spirit Holy Land to fly back again at the first opportunity. But before he could even get close to Gu Yuan, he was the one whose face changed drastically. This was because the heaven-swallowing demon emperor, who had clearly been put into the human emperor's streamer by Gu Yuan, had come out again. And no matter whether it was the breath or the degree of solidity of his body, it was far more than before. It really scared him enough. Without even thinking about it, he immediately led Luo Qingqing and the group of senior members of the Heavenly Spirit Holy Land to quickly retreat. But before he could retreat far enough, he just violently paused in his stance. A big question mark slowly snapped out of the tiny head, because he was shocked to see. After the heaven-swallowing demon emperor came out, he actually knelt down on one knee towards Gu Yuan and respectfully uttered, "Master." Such a scene, who wouldn't be confused if they watched it? One must know that earlier, the heaven-swallowing demon emperor was still unruly, but now it directly calls Gu Yuan master. Could this have been conditioned by Gu Yuan? Doubt flashed under his eyes. After a moment's hesitation, the peerless Slayer Emperor flew back again with Luo Qingcheng and a group of heavenly spirit holy lands. It was only obvious that there was a strong sense of caution in his eyes. If things were different from what he guessed, then there's no need to be skeptical. He would definitely take Luo Qingcheng and the group of executives of the heavenly spirit holy land towards the distance at the first opportunity. I still like how you were unruly earlier. Ha ha ha. Looking at the heaven-devouring demon emperor who was kneeling on one knee in front of him, Gu Yuan could not hide the smile on his face as he laughed. He knew that this was his combined effort with the human emperor streamer to take in and refine the heaven-swallowing demon emperor. Listening to Gu Yuan's words, the heaven-devouring demon emperor didn't say anything, only respectfully kneeling on one knee in front of him. Glancing at the heaven-swallowing demon emperor, Gu Yuan immediately ordered him, "Remodel the divine souls of this place, and afterward, let's include them all in the human emperor streamer." "Aye, master." The heaven-devouring demon emperor nodded respectfully. It was then not seen to make a move. The black chi on the human emperor's streamer spread out crazily, instantly shrouding this area of heaven and earth. A strange force filled out, and the divine souls that had previously been beaten and directly burst apart due to the great battle were immediately remodeled under this strange force, and then flew towards the human emperor's streamer. The floating sky demon emperor was an extreme Downlord 5th level existence. Although his divine soul was strangled by Gu Yuan using the ancient divine artifact Xian Yuan sword. But now, after the divine soul was remodeled, it even had some autonomous consciousness. When the divine soul was remodeled, the first time he saw the heaven-swallowing demon emperor, he was the one who saw a sudden light before his eyes. Immediately afterward, he immediately said excitedly towards the heaven-devouring demon emperor, "Father Emperor, you quickly kill Gu Yuan for me to avenge me." At those words, the heaven-devouring demon emperor frowned. With a flash of his body, he arrived in front of the floating sky demon emperor. The big hand was raised and it was a slap in the face. "Dare to disrespect your master, deserve a beating." The force of this slap wasn't small, directly causing half of the floating sky demon emperor's face to directly burst open. However, under the strange power of the human emperor's streamer, the floating heavenly demon emperor's busted half of his face instantly became as good as new again. "Master." Looking at the heaven-swallowing demon emperor and then Gu Yuan, the floating heaven demon emperor only felt that his worldview had collapsed. One simply couldn't figure out why his own father emperor would call Gu Yuan master. "Follow my father after my master, and cultivate the same way." Looking at the floating sky demon emperor, the devouring sky demon emperor spoke with a serious face. Once these words came out, a series of doubts once again popped up on the floating sky demon emperor's head. In doubt, he moved his feet and instantly transformed into a stream of light to vanish towards the distance. At the same time, he voiced out, "I'm not going to recognize the master. I'm not going to cultivate any great Tao together." Today's father emperor is truly eccentric, but no matter what, it was impossible for him to recognize Gu Yuan as his master. "I'm informing you, not asking for your opinion." The heaven-swallowing demon emperor said so. As the words fell, he instantly disappeared in place and reappeared already in front of the floating sky demon emperor. With one hand, he grabbed the other party, and then threw them directly towards the human emperor streamer. "No!" The floating sky demon emperor's voice began to echo in the middle of the field. The peerless Slayer Emperor and the group of executives from the heavenly spirit Holy Land looked at each other in dismay. Where have they ever seen such a scene? At this moment, their heads were spinning. In the meantime, Western region, 100,000 Devil Mountains, the top of a huge, incomparable, skyrocketing demonic mountain. The heaven-swallowing demon emperor was reclining on top of the white bone throne. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open. There was disbelief and incredulity in his eyes. "My divine soul detachment has been refined into the main soul of the 10,000 soul streamer?" Between the words, a monstrous rage rose from his heart. Berserk aura erupted from his body, once again startling the demon-suppressing talisman in the void. It was no wonder that he was so angry. It was really because what he had seen earlier through his divine soul detachment was too infuriating. His divine soul detachment went to the southern region, originally thinking to kill the murderer to avenge the good elder son. But I never thought that I would not be able to avenge the good oldest son even if I didn't. His own divine soul detachment had also been refined into the main soul of the 10,000 soul streamer, completely disconnected from himself. Who the wouldn't be furious? Chapter 89, The Sea of Taboo. Gu Yuan. A melodious and pleasant voice came. Gu Yuan couldn't help but look his gaze over, only to see that the one who spoke was Luo Qingcheng. Meeting the other party's gaze, Gu Yuan's eyes flashed with doubt as he asked, "What's wrong?" Luo Qingcheng said in a consultative tone, "Let's not include the divine souls of the people from the Heavenly Spirit Holy Land in the human emperor streamer. The people from the Heavenly Spirit Holy Land who died here all died because of the aftermath of the previous battle. Their cultivation level was not high, and they didn't have any consciousness at all after remodeling their souls. Those people were her former mentors and siblings. She couldn't bear to see them turn into the kind of flailing soul slaves in the human emperor's streamer." Okay. Gu Yuan didn't hesitate and directly nodded his head in agreement. Many people from the Heavenly Spirit Holy Land had died, but the cultivation level of these people was generally not high. If he could reshape his divine soul and later be included in the human emperor streamer, the power of the human emperor streamer would rise a bit, but not by much. These divine souls were dispensable to him. It was those Heavenly Spirit Holy Land ancestors and Heavenly Spirit Holy Land powerhouses that died in the underground palace that were not considered strong to him. Now the future wife has spoken again. So let's give the future wife a face and not take it. After a while of small talk ensued, Gu Yuan then bid farewell to Luo Qingcheng and his group and left. Before he left, Gu Yuan took out a 10,000 miles transmission note and gave it to Luo Qingcheng to give to her father, Luo Fanchen. Tomorrow was the day to leave for the central region. And if this trip went well, helping Gu Junlin recover from his injuries would also require him to leave for the Yi family. Luo Fanchen had said that he should bring him along when he went to the Yi family. Luo Fanchen's cultivation might be extremely high for many people, but for Gu Yuan nowadays, he could be destroyed with the flip of a hand. Although Luo Fanchen's joining would not help much in traveling to the Yi family, but what was agreed upon, Gu Yuan decided that it was better to bring the other party along as well. Even if it was to let it see the battles between Great Empress Realm absolute powerhouses, it would still be good. Observing an overwhelmingly powerful emperor battle, this was a great opportunity for anyone. For those whose cultivation had reached the level of a great emperor, this was even a great opportunity. After handing over the miles transmission note to Luo Qingcheng, Gu Yuan did not hesitate any longer, and with a wave of his hand, he opened a spatial channel and then directly walked into it. Watching Gu Yuan step into the spatial passageway, and then the disappearing back, Luo Qingcheng did not come back to her senses for a long time. Ryoko, after coming back to her senses, she swore silently in her heart, "I'll definitely cultivate hard and try to catch up with you as soon as possible." She also wanted to fight alongside Gu Yuan, but the difference in their strengths doomed her, and she was bound to become a burden to Gu Yuan if she fought alongside him. There was even the possibility of becoming Gu Yuan's weakness. This was also the reason why she had not chosen to follow Gu Yuan forward to the central region. It was also why she hadn't publicized her relationship with Gu Yuan. Even now, not many people knew that she was engaged to Gu Yuan. The reason for not announcing the marriage contract when Gu Yuan's cultivation was still weak was to protect Gu Yuan. After all, she has numerous suitors. If she let those suitors know that she had a fiancé, those suitors of hers might cause trouble for Gu Yuan. And the reason she didn't announce it now was because she was afraid that she would become Gu Yuan's soft underbelly, become a tool for Gu Yuan's enemies to deal with Gu Yuan. She didn't want to be kidnapped because of the identity of Gu Yuan's fiancé, and then use it to threaten Gu Yuan. The next day, the 3-day period has come and gone. Today was the day Gu Yuan had agreed to travel to the central region with Gu Junlin and Gu Changde. Compared to 3 days ago, Gu Junlin's cultivation hadn't made any growth. It was still at the 3rd level of the Sun and Moon realm. It is thought that it is because the matter of handing over the work of the patriarch in the past 3 days has delayed the cultivation. On the contrary, Gu Changde's cultivation level had improved greatly. 3 days ago the other party was only at the 9th level of the Sun and Moon realm. But now, the opponent's cultivation had already reached the 3rd level of the Saint realm. 1 realm a day. Such a speed of cultivation enhancement was simply appalling. Seeing that Gu Yuan was all shocked by the speed of his cultivation increase, Gu Changde couldn't help but proudly say, "Young patriarch, what do you think of my current strength?" Strength? Looking at Gu Changde, Gu Yuan hesitated for a moment and looked at an ant on the ground that had come from nowhere. At a glance, boom, the ants burst right through. Gu Yuan pointed at the ants and said truthfully, "Weak as ants." Exploding at a glance. Gu Changde, Gu Junlin. Gu Changde was speechless. You could have not said it so bluntly. Gu Yuan calmly laughed. I'm just being honest. At those words, Gu Chang'e became even more depressed. The joy that he had previously felt because his cultivation had returned to the third level of the Saint Realm was suddenly gone. Afterward, the three of them headed towards the central region under the watchful eyes of a group of Gu family members. The Tianwu continent was divided into 5 domains. They are the central, eastern, western, northern, and southern regions. In terms of overall strength, the central domain was the strongest, and it also covered the widest area, covering an area countless times larger than the other 4 domains combined. Looking from outside the Tianwu continent, the middle domain looked like a huge circle, surrounded by seawater in all directions, isolating the 4 domains. This sea is vast and infinite, and is known as the Forbidden Sea. It's the place where the central domain meets the 4 domains. Regardless of which of the 4 domains one traveled to the central domain, or if one traveled from the central domain to the other 4 domains, one would need to pass through the Sea of Taboos. The space above and beyond the Forbidden Sea was solid and abnormal. Even a great emperor couldn't tear through the space and open up a spatial passage. It can only be done by boat or by flying over the Forbidden Sea. In addition to the solid and abnormal space over the Forbidden Sea, there was also a major danger. That's the sea beasts of the sea. But after so many years, the sea beasts have also reached a tacit understanding with the beings on the shore. By simply throwing a certain amount of spirit stones towards the Forbidden Sea, these sea beasts would not strike out at the living beings on the shore. Provided, of course, that the shore beings did not actively provoke the sea beasts. There were once powerful people who didn't put the sea beasts in their eyes and flew directly over the Forbidden Sea without casting spirit stones towards the sea. At that moment, it aroused the discontent of countless sea beasts. However, that person was so powerful that he was actually a forbidden emperor. The sea beasts that struck out at him were killed by him. That day, the Forbidden Sea was dyed blood red, but just when everyone thought that person would be able to safely cross the Forbidden Sea, the powerful sea beasts from the depths of the Forbidden Sea struck. That day the fight was dark, the sun and the moon. In the end, that great powerhouse of the Forbidden Emperor died tragically in the belly of a sea beast. The Forbidden Sea is thus named. After explaining everything about the Forbidden Sea to the person in front of him, the lanky-looking man turned his head sideways and smiled at the 3 people at the next table with a mouthful of morose white teeth. The 3 of you have heard everything about the Forbidden Sea for so long, so you think you should be heading forward to the central region to make a break for it, right? I just happen to have some spots left on my Lingsha ship. It's cheap and inexpensive. I can take you all to the central region for only 3,000 top-grade spirit stones. Chapter 90 Mo Lingxiao. The northernmost part of the southern domain. There was a small city named Koan City here. 100 miles north of Koan City was the road to the central region. The Forbidden Sea. Many cultivators who were preparing to head to the central region would come here to rest their feet as they traveled to the central region. Some boatmen also solicit customers here. After Gu Yuan and the others arrived at this place, they had just settled down at a restaurant. Get ready to eat and drink so you can hit the road. Just in time. The next table was heard talking about the Forbidden Sea. Couldn't help but listen more. Now that he saw that burly man suddenly open his mouth facing himself and the others. Before Gu Yuan could react, Gu Junlin was full of surprises and said, just 3,000 top-grade spirit stones will take us to the central region? He had been to the Middle Kingdom, both when he went and when he came. He went by boat, but that price was completely different from the price this Hanyu was quoting now. He spent 50,000 top-grade spirit stones when he went. It was even more expensive when he came back, spending a full 500,000 upper-grade spirit stones. And that's just him alone. Now that he heard that the other party could send the 3 of them to the central region for only 3,000 top-grade spirit stones, how could this not surprise him? Yeah. The burly man was very self-conscious and carried the bench over, sitting at a table with the 3 Gu Yuan, picking up the pig's trotters on the table and biting down on it. A look full of enjoyment appeared on his face before he spoke out. If you guys look for someone else to take you forward to the central region, you'll need tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of spirit stones to say the least. But I'm cheaper here. I'm only charging 1,000 top-grade spirit stones for one person. And for the 3 of you, I'm only charging you 3,000 spirit stones. Don't ask me why others charge so much and I charge so cheap. Because I'm capricious. Gu Yuan, Gu Chang'e, Gu Junlin. These words really gave them a whole lot of speechlessness. After a pause, the Han Yu added, there are still 3 spots left, so if you agree, you can leave right away. If you miss this boat and want to wait for the next trip may take as long as it takes. So think about it, said the Han Yu. who had finished a pig's trotter, picked up another one and continued to gnaw on it. Ships bound for the Middle Kingdom are not daily. Instead, we have to wait for a full crowd before we can go. Now it was hard to have a boat that could leave immediately, and after looking at Gu Yuan, Gu Junlin agreed directly after a slight hesitation. We'll just take your boat. After saying that, with a wave of his big hand, 3,000 top-grade spirit stones were taken out by him. The Forbidden Sea was endless, and the sea journey was extremely distant. Flying over the Forbidden Sea to the central domain was simply impossible with his current strength, and even Gu Chang'e, who had recovered some cultivation, would have a hard time doing it. If they were to rely on Gu Yuan, it would be too much of a drain on Gu Yuan's chi, so he chose to take a boat. Seeing 3,000 top-grade spirit stones appear, the burly man's eyes were glowing green, and the upturned corners of his mouth couldn't be suppressed. With a wave of his large sleeve, he put 3,000 top-grade spirit stones into his storage ring. As he gnawed on a pig's hoof, he voiced out, "Since you guys agreed to take my boat, let's go." Gu Yuan and his group didn't hesitate and all nodded their heads in agreement. Subsequently, under the lead of the burly man, Gu Yuan's group and the youth who had talked to the man earlier quickly arrived at the seashore of the Forbidden Sea. The seashore was full of huge ships of all kinds. It is the smallest boat that is like a small mountain. The youth who had talked to the Hanyu earlier was named Chen Yun. Its cultivation was not weak. It was a mountain and sea realm heavenly pride. The other party's bones were pink and tender, though not like Gu Yuan's, which were so pink and tender that they could almost pinch out water. However, it is still tender, and is the youngest person in the room besides Gu Yuan. Their age is between 22 and 25. At such a young age, he already has such a cultivation level, and can indeed be called the pride of a generation. He had walked out of the southern domain to head to the central domain this time, and he also wanted to go and have a good time. Now seeing a huge ship docked on the seashore, it was immediately shocked and wowed. The burly man's name was Mo Lingxiao, a very domineering name. Upon seeing Mo Lingxiao leading the four to the largest giant ship, Chen Yun was even more stunned, muttering under his breath, "This 1,000 top-grade spirit stones was worth spending. It's so damn worth it." Gu Yuan's few people looked at the huge ship that stood above the sea surface like a 1,000-foot mountain straddling the sea of taboos, and there were also obvious flashes of surprise in the bottom of their eyes. 1,000 top-grade spirit stones was quite a surprise to be able to travel on such a fine giant ship. It was also at the same time that several people were surveying the huge ship. Boom! A terrifying wave of air swept over. That huge ship was like a cannonball, instantly shooting off towards the distance, stirring up large waves. In the midst of the waves, a small, dilapidated boat that had previously been docked alongside the giant ship was revealed. A silhouette on the boat was struggling to control the boat and keep the waves from knocking it over. After looking at the huge ship that shot away, and then at the dilapidated small boat, in the end, several people all landed their eyes on Mo Lingxiao. Ahem. Mo Lingxiao coughed dryly and pointed at the dilapidated boat before speaking out. "That's right, this is my Lingxiao boat." Chen Yun looked at the dilapidated boat, and a wail immediately came out of his mouth. "Uncle, you didn't say earlier that your little boat was so broken." If he had known that Mo Lingxiao's boat was so broken, he wouldn't have taken it. The small boat was so worn and old that he suspected that a single wave hitting in the Forbidden Sea could directly knock the small boat over. Mo Lingxiao replied with a serious face, "You didn't ask either." At those words, Chen Yun was directly speechless. Not only was he speechless, it was Gu Yuan and his party who were speechless. A good name for a skyboat. It's very bossy. Subconsciously they thought the ship should be dominant as well. Even if it's not overbearing, I don't think it should be that bad. But obviously, Mo Lingxiao had taught them a lesson. That is, cheap is not good enough. After a while, Chen Yun looked at Mo Lingxiao with a constipated expression and said, "Uncle, I suddenly don't want to go to the central region. Can you return my 1,000 top-grade spirit stones to me?" The little broken ship was so broken that he was afraid he hadn't even reached the Middle Kingdom yet. A wave hit and directly overturned the small boat, and he was buried in the belly of a sea beast in the Forbidden Sea as a result. Once paid, it is non-refundable. Mo Lingxiao shook his head and said seriously, "It's fine if you don't want to go to the central region, but it's impossible to give you the spirit stones that are in my pocket." At those words, Chen Yun's entire body was on the verge of tears. If it wasn't for the fact that he could sense that he couldn't beat the Mo Lingxiao in front of him, he would be ready to strike right now. "Hey!" With a sigh, Chen Yun ultimately chose to take Mo Lingxiao's small boat. 1,000 top-grade spirit stones was not a small amount to him. "Now give it all. If you don't sit down." Blood Loss. Chapter 91 Emperor Lingxiao. What do a few of you think? Still taking my boat? If you don't sit down, I won't refund the spirit stones. Seeing Chen Yun agree to take the boat, Mo Lingxiao's gaze turned to the three Gu Yuan. Although his gaze was towards the three, it's more towards Gu Yuan, simply because he couldn't see through Gu Yuan's cultivation. Although the other party's bone age is so pink and tender that it can almost pinch out water, I think its cultivation should not be as high as it is. Not being able to see through his cultivation, he should be carrying a supreme treasure to conceal his breath. But intuition told him, this very good-looking guy is not simple. The reason why he couldn't see through the other party's cultivation was most likely because the other party's cultivation was far above his. If the other party didn't take the boat but wanted him to return the spirit stones, then it would be a little less pleasant. There was no reason to spit out the spirit stones that came to hand. The spirit stones are paid, so just sit. When his remaining light glanced around and saw several people's gazes looking at him, Gu Yuan smiled indifferently. It would naturally be the best if this small broken ship could send them to the central region safely. If this little raggedy boat did get knocked over by a wave and fall into the ocean water, then he would also be able to bring Gu Junlin and Gu Chang'e to reach the central region with his own strength. In that case, come aboard with me. At those words, Mo Lingxiao couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Several people then boarded the ship under his leadership. At the moment there was another person on board. It's a teenage girl. The young girl was about 17 or 18 years old, and her chest was bulging with the beginnings of something. Although the body looked dirty, but if you looked closely, it was still not difficult to see that this was a rare beauty. From the moment Gu Yuan boarded the ship, the young girl's gaze never moved from Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan naturally noticed the other party's hot gaze. Needless to say, he must have been attracted by his handsome face. This damned nowhere charm. The young girl looked at Gu Yuan for a while before she softly spoke out. Hello, my name is Mo Yao. What's your name? Gu Yuan said bluntly. Gu Yuan. Oh, Mo Yao nodded her little head. Her small face slightly red. She lowered her head, not daring to look at Gu Yuan. Chen Yun, who was on the side, looked at Gu Yuan and then at Mo Yao. Helplessness flashed in his eyes, and he immediately cast his gaze outside the cabin. He was also the pride of a generation. An existence that was sought after by women everywhere he went. Now he was traveling with Gu Yuan in the same boat. It's so hard to have a good-looking girl. The other party surprisingly only greeted Gu Yuan and not him. What a bummer. And at that moment, Mo Lingxiao's voice came. Gentlemen, sit tight and get ready to go. As the words landed, Mo Lingxiao struck out with a spiritual force. The boat instantly shot off towards the distance. The speed was appalling. Gu Yuan glanced at Mo Lingxiao, and a color of surprise immediately flashed across the bottom of his eyes. Great Emperor. Earlier, he had not paid attention to Mo Lingxiao's cultivation. The aura escaping from the other party now was hidden, but he still felt it. Through the other party's aura, he clearly perceived the other party's cultivation level, the first level of the undying Great Emperor. It was just that what made Gu Yuan a little surprised was that the other party was strong on the outside and weak on the inside, and seemed to have suffered extremely heavy injuries. Great Emperor. Hearing Gu Yuan's words, everyone present was shocked. As their eyes looked towards Mo Lingxiao, there was a clear flash of shock under the eyes of both Gu Junlin and Gu Chang'e. How could he not expect that the other party, who looked thick-browed and big-eyed, was also a great emperor realm powerhouse? Chen Yun was also shocked, but he quickly shook his head. Great emperors aren't some kind of cabbage. There are only two great emperors among the billions of beings in my southern domain right now. One is the Abyssal Emperor, but the mortal Dust Emperor. This boatman is mediocre. How could he be a great emperor? If he is a great emperor, then I am also a great emperor. Gu Yuan, you don't need to find presents like this. In his opinion, Gu Yuan was speaking out of turn and was completely looking for presents. The genus is idle and has a sore egg. Although the Gu Yuan in front of him was also called Gu Yuan, sharing the same name as Emperor Yuan. However, he who had never met Emperor Yuan but had heard of his great name, did not think that the Gu Yuan in front of him was the same Emperor Yuan who had shaken the southern region. After all, how could a hallowed great emperor share a boat with a small person like him? Hearing Gu Yuan's words, there was also a shocked color flashing under Mo Lingxiao's eyes. He had also heard of Emperor Profound's name. When he heard Gu Yuan's name earlier, he had his doubts. But now that the other party was able to break his cultivation level with a single word, he immediately stopped doubting. The other party was really that profound emperor who had shaken the southern region. I can't imagine that even if you pull a random guest, you can meet Emperor Yuan. This is really surprising. With that, Mo Lingxiao walked into the cabin. Emperor Yuqi? Chen Yun blinked, his eyes looking towards Gu Yuan. his face odd to the core. Your Emperor Yuan? Gu Yuan didn't reply to his words, but instead faced Mo Lingxiao and said, I'm curious as to why you, an imperishable emperor, are here as a boatman. I don't want to be a boatman here either, but it's the clan leader's orders. Mo Lingxiao sighed. After hesitating for a moment, he then continued, I was originally the young patriarch of the Mo family, one of the 8 ancient clans in the central region. Just for falling in love with a woman with no background. For her sake, I chose to reject the family's fiancé. This move angered the entire Mo family, and to punish me, they killed Ruyan and punished me here as a boatman. Speaking here, Mo Lingxiao's gaze softly looked at Mo Yao and said, if it wasn't for Yao Yao, I might have gone with Ruyan by now. Chapter 92, Surrounded. Hearing Mo Lingxiao's words, Gu Changda and Gu Yuan both coincidentally looked towards Gu Junlin. It had to be said that Mo Lingxiao's experience was very similar to Gu Junlin's. It was all about the pride of a great clan falling in love with someone with no background. The only point of difference is that Gu Junlin was not executed like that Ruyan in Mo Lingxiao's mouth. With a turn of his eyes, Gu Yuan looked at Mo Lingxiao and asked out loud, Great Emperor Lingxiao, as you are the young patriarch of the Mo family, one of the 8 ancient clans in the central region, I wonder if you know about Yi Qinglan, the heavenly pride of the Yi family, one of the same 8 ancient clans? Yi Qinglan? Hearing Gu Yuan's sudden words, Mo Lingxiao visibly froze. I don't know why Gu Yuan mentioned Yi Qinglan. Of course, despite his doubts, he said seriously after a slight hesitation, Yi Qinglan is the proud daughter of the Yi family, the first of the 8 ancient clans in the central domain. Her appearance is outstanding, her strength is superb, and she even carries a supreme divine body. And back then, she was also the man of the year in my central domain, and her suitors were countless, and as the young patriarch of the Mo family, I naturally know all about her. Speaking of this, Mo Lingxiao couldn't help but sigh. It's only a pity that such a woman has fallen in love with a brat with no background power. That's really a flowering cow. Hearing this, Gu Junlin was instantly dissatisfied and couldn't help but say angrily, Who are you calling cow dung? Although his current cultivation was wasted, at one time he was also a generation of heavenly pride, an undying great emperor. How does this not relate to cow dung? You are? Mo Lingxiao glanced at Gu Junlin, and doubts immediately flashed in the bottom of his eyes. What's wrong with this guy? What's the big deal? As he looked Gu Junlin up and down twice, the doubt in Mo Lingxiao's eyes grew a few points more. Simply because, after all, he was shocked to find out, although the person in front of him only had a cultivation level of the 3rd level of the Sun and Moon realm, however, his divine soul was incredibly powerful. It was actually not even the slightest bit weaker than his divine soul. Moreover, the other party's body also had many injuries present, obviously having been extremely injured at one time. Me, Gu Junlin. Meeting Mo Lingxiao's puzzled gaze, Gu Junlin directly reported his name. Gu Junlin. Mo Lingxiao's gaze suddenly froze. After looking up and down, the color of surprise in the bottom of his eyes intensified a few points. It was a while before he spoke out. I also heard about that battle back then, and then news came out that you had died in that battle. I didn't expect you to still be alive. It really surprised me. Gu Junlin had once killed the Tang clan, one of the 8 ancient clans, alone with the cultivation of an immortal emperor, and had not yet been killed by the Tang clan in the end. He then got involved with the Yi family's heavenly daughter and was eventually beheaded by the Yi family. These things were considered big events in the central region, and although he had not paid attention to them, he had heard about them. It was just that I didn't expect that the news coming out of the Yi family was wrong and that the Yi family didn't kill Gu Junlin. Thinking that just now he actually said that the other party was cow dung in front of the other party, Mo Lingxiao was a bit embarrassed and apologized. I'm a stupid person with a stupid mouth. Sometimes I just like to tell the truth. Don't you mind? At those words, the veins on Gu Junlin's forehead couldn't help but jump twice. But before he could get angry, Gu Yuan spoke once again. Does Emperor Lingxiao know how Yi Qinglan is doing now? Hearing this, Gu Junlin's thoughts of getting angry were immediately suppressed. Pricking up his ears, his gaze went to Mo Lingxiao. Obviously, he was also quite curious about how Yi Qinglan was doing now. Meeting the gazes of the two, Mo Lingxiao spoke out. After Yi Qinglan was captured and returned to the Yi clan, he was imprisoned by the Yi clan in the Yi clan's forbidden spectral cliff. The underworld cliff, as a forbidden place for the Yi clan, is filled with a vicious miasma all year round. This miasma is extremely vicious, possessing toxins capable of causing hallucinations. Being in it, one shall be tormented by nightmares day and night. Even if a great emperor is in it, I'm sure it won't take long for him to become insane. Now that you ask me how Yi Qinglan is doing now, I think she's not doing well. Boom! Boom! Hearing this, two raging auras instantly shot up. Under these two auras, the small boat became shaky, emitting a creaking sound. It seemed as if it was about to be unable to withstand it, and then just burst open. It was thanks to Mo Lingxiao's timely reaction that he immediately protected the several people on the small boat. Otherwise, these two auras alone could potentially injure those present. Looking at Gu Junlin and Gu Yuan, she saw that both of them had angry fires dancing in their eyes. Mo Lingxiao said in disbelief, Gu Junlin is so angry. I can figure it out. After all, Yi Qinglan has a deep bond with him, and now that he hears that Yi Qinglan is suffering, it's hard not to be angry. But why are you angry, Emperor Yuan? Yi Qinglan is my mother, Gu Yuan said through clenched teeth. At those words, Mo Lingxiao's eyes could not help but flash with surprise. He hadn't heard that Yi Qinglan had a son. Upon closer examination, though, he came to his senses. A great family such as the Yi family, which was ranked first among the 8 ancient clans. It was an extremely dishonorable thing for the proud daughter of heaven from the family to now give birth to an heir with a person who had no background power and influence. How could the other guy have volunteered? Since Gu Yuan was Yi Qinglan's son, now that he knew Yi Qinglan was in a bad situation, it was not surprising that his heart would inevitably be angry. Seemingly thinking of something, Mo Lingxiao frowned. You guys went to the central region to save Yi Qinglan? Yes, Gu Yuan nodded. After arriving at the central region, he would head to the Pill King Valley to refine a creation pill that would help Gu Junlin recover from his injuries, and then he would head to the Yi family. If the Yi family didn't hand over Yi Qinglan, then there would definitely be a war with the Yi family. If they were to go to war with the Yi family, this matter would certainly alarm the entire central region. There was no harm in informing Mo Lingxiao now. Mo Lingxiao said seriously, the Yi family is the first of the 8 ancient clans in the central region, with deep roots, huge power, and great strength. Wanting to rescue Yi Qinglan from the Yi family can be quite difficult. As the young patriarch of the Mo family, one of the 8 ancient clans in the central domain, no one knew the power of the Yi family, the leader of the 8 ancient clans in the central domain, better than he did. Although the Mo family and the Yi family were the same as the 8 great ancient clans, if the Mo family and the Yi family started a great war, then the Yi family can easily crush the Mo family, and his Mo family's ranking among the 8 ancient clans of the central region was not low. Rankings represent strength. I'll save it even if it's as hard as hell, Gu Yuan said in a determined tone. Now that he had the strength and knew that his mother was suffering in the Yi family, if he didn't go to save her because the Yi family was strong, then he was simply in vain. It was worth the trip. Listening to the exchanges between the several people, Chen Yun silently let out an exclamation in his heart. I thought I was on a small, crappy boat, but I didn't expect to get so many amazing melons. Value. It's so worth it. Suddenly, the boat, which was going fast, came to a violent stop. Under the effect of inertia, Chen Yun, who had the lowest cultivation level, was almost thrown straight out. Or Mo Lingxiao's quick eyes and hands, a grab, which did not let him fly out of the boat. What's wrong? The advancing boat suddenly stopped, and several people subconsciously all looked towards Mo Lingxiao. The boatman, meeting the gazes of several people, Mo Lingxiao said with a grave expression, We're surrounded. Chapter 93, People of the 8 Ancient Clans. We're surrounded? What do you mean? Hearing Mo Lingxiao's words, everyone present could not help but frown slightly. For a moment, he did not digest the meaning of Mo Lingxiao's words at all. You'll see when you go out and look. Mo Lingxiao said so. As the words fell, he was the first to step out of the cabin. Gu Yuan and his group didn't hesitate and immediately walked out of the cabin. And just as they stepped out of the cabin, they saw a scene that shocked them. Only a huge ship was seen all around. These giant ships were like a small mountain, situated on the Sea of Taboo. Vaguely, these huge ships surrounded the small boat that Gu Yuan and his group were in. Looking at the big Tang characters floating above these huge ships and sails, Mo Lingxiao was a bit surprised. Surprisingly, it's the ship of the Tang clan, one of the 8 ancient clans. As the young patriarch of the Mo family, he was now punished for being a boatman here though. But at one time he had offended a lot of people, and many of them wanted to put him to death. As a result, on the Forbidden Sea, there would occasionally be people he had offended who would come up to look for trouble. I had thought that the people who were coming now were the same people who had come to trouble him, but the person who came was someone from the Tang clan, one of the same 8 ancient clans. This genus was doubly surprising to him. After all, he had never had any dealings with the Tang family. never offended the Tang family either. Did it come at you? With a glance, Mo Lingxiao looked towards Gu Junlin. Back then, Gu Junlin killed the Tang family alone. In the end, the Tang family didn't kill him. Instead, they let Gu Junlin escape. This matter caused the entire Tang family to lose face and fall into the laughingstock of the central region. There was even a proposal among the 8 ancient clans to kick the Tang family out of the 8 ancient clans. They are ashamed to be associated with such a family of weaklings. However, in the end, the Tang clan was not kicked out of the ranks of the 8 ancient clans. After all, the Tang clan had also had its glory. Now that the Tang clan had gotten the news that Gu Junlin was still alive from somewhere, and wanted to come and kill Gu Junlin to wipe out the disgrace of that year, it was reasonable. Maybe, Gu Junlin was a little hesitant, though he felt the odds were that the other man was coming for him. But the other party didn't bother him for so many years and only came to him now. This genius puzzled him. At this point, on top of the huge ship directly in front of him, a youth slowly walked out. He was dressed in a brocade coat with an extraordinary demeanor, and the aura that belonged solely to the undying great emperor realm escaped from his body, instantly distorting space in a terrifying and overwhelming manner. Seeing this person, Gu Chang's eyes instantly turned red. The fists were also unconsciously clenched. The youth he knew as Tang Shan. It was the person who had sent someone to dig up his natural holy dragon bone back then. Ignoring the people around him and looking down on Gu Chang'e below, the corner of Tang Shan's mouth lifted slightly and said, "This emperor once read in an ancient book that after a person with a born holy dragon bone is dug out of his born holy dragon bone, if he is tough-minded, or after he gets some kind of chance, the born holy dragon bone has the possibility to grow back, and the newly grown born holy dragon bones will become even stronger." Back then, this emperor left you a dog's life because he wanted to see if there was any possibility of your innate holy dragon bone growing out. I didn't expect you to really give this emperor a surprise. Your natural holy dragon bone has actually grown out. Saying these words, Tang Shan's tone was filled with joy. Once upon a time, although his cultivation qualifications weren't bad, they couldn't be said to be much better. If he were to rely on his own cultivation qualifications, there would be no possibility of cultivating to a great emperor in this life. But after digging up Gu Chang's natural holy dragon bone, which was later grafted onto him, his cultivation qualifications were drastically improved. That's how he was able to break through to the great emperor. The reason why he didn't kill Gu Chang'e back then was also because he hoped that the other party would regrow his natural holy dragon bone, which he would then dig up again and graft onto himself to enhance his cultivation qualifications. After being dug out of the born holy dragon bone, the possibility of wanting to grow the born holy dragon bone in is very small. So small that it is almost negligible. He actually didn't have much confidence in Gu Chang's ability to grow his natural holy dragon bone, but the other party had actually regrown their natural holy dragon bones, which was indeed a delightful thing. As for why he knew that Gu Chang'e had regrown his innate sacred dragon bone, it was because just a few days ago he had noticed that Gu Chang's innate sacred dragon bone in his body had become agitated. It's as if it's trying to leave its body to find its former owner. This agitation puzzled him. And after looking through the ancient books, he learned that this was the agitation caused by the owner of the born holy dragon bone regrowing the born holy dragon bone. He was overjoyed at the news. The first thing he did was to go to the Tianji Pavilion. Let those people from Tianji Pavilion who were skilled in deduction and divination help him deduce Gu Chang's location. After some deduction, he learned that Gu Chang'e would appear in the Sea of Taboos today. That's why he led his clan here to wait for Gu Chang'e in the first place. As his eyes swept over Gu Junlin below, Tang Shan's smile intensified a few points. Back then, you killed my Tang clan alone, causing my Tang clan to lose face and become the laughingstock of the entire central region. It wasn't long afterward that the news came that you had been executed by the Yi family. And at that time, this emperor was still secretly sorry. I didn't expect you to have survived. Today it just so happens that we can settle new grudges and old grudges together. Although I don't know why Gu Junlin didn't die, but the other side is better off alive. Because then you can kill the other party and avenge the shame of that year. Sweeping his eyes over Mo Lingxiao and Mo Yao, Tang Shan said in a cold voice, "I'll give you father and daughter 3 breaths of time to leave. Get lost." Although Mo Lingxiao had been punished by the Mo family patriarch for being a boatman here because of a woman, the other party was at least the Mo family junior patriarch. He didn't want to cross paths with them if he didn't have to. Meeting Tang Shan's gaze, Mo Lingxiao was filled with disdain. What if I don't leave? He had also heard of this person, Tang Shan, who was rumored to be bullying men and women in the name of the Tang family and committing crimes. If it wasn't because Gu Chang'e was born with a sacred dragon bone, the other party would have no chance of becoming a great emperor. Now even if the other party became a great emperor, he simply couldn't look at such trash. Don't say that he threw in his lot with Gu Yuan and the others and wanted to protect them a bit. It was that he didn't get along with Gu Yuan and the others. And he didn't like this rampant attitude of the other party. Not going? Are you sure? Mo Lingxiao's eyes narrowed as he asked in a somewhat unkind tone. As the words fell, a gray-robed old man walked over to Tang Shan. The other party's dark old face was crawling with wrinkles. His arms were like dead wood, and the whole person looked as if he might die at any time. However, the aura emanating from the other party was powerful to the extreme. A wisp of aura emanated out, causing all the people present to change their faces drastically. This person was actually an extreme Dao Lord powerhouse, Tang Xian. Upon seeing the old man, Mo Lingxiao's face couldn't help but change slightly. This old man he recognized. He was one of the 18 old ancestors of the Tang family. Rather, I didn't expect the other party to show up here. But when you think about it, it's not a surprise. Downhill is a piece of crap though. However, the other party's fit with the born holy dragon bone was extremely high. A single born holy dragon bone would allow Tang Shan to break through to the undying great emperor. However, if there were 2 born holy dragon bones, the other party's cultivation qualifications would definitely increase by a large margin once again. In the future, there was the possibility of becoming an extreme Dao emperor or a taboo emperor. In this way, it was no surprise that there was an old ancestor escorting him. P.S. Thanks to the dark crane blood moon, waste pig, demon wood dust edge, knife shadow without trace, floating in life, Nanfeng 111, Mr. Gu who loves eating duck soup, red pig, and many other gifts from the big brothers. Fire is here to wish the bigwigs that they will never stuff their teeth with cold water. Their wallets are bulging, and everything they ask for is what they wish for, and everything they hope for is what they expect. I'm begging for hypes, 5-star reviews, and free swag. Fire is on his knees. Thank you. Chapter 94, Want to leave? Did you ask me? Mo Lingxiao, now do you roll or not? Those present must die today. This matter is finalized. This is something that no one can change. If you roll, you can live. If you don't, this emperor doesn't mind killing you together. Taking in the changing expression on Mo Lingxiao's face, the corner of Tang Shan's mouth couldn't be suppressed. He loved the feeling of being overwhelmed by power. Looking at Tang Shan, Mo Lingxiao slowed down and faced Gu Junlin and Gu Yuan with an apologetic hug. Without a word, he was ready to leave with Mo Yao. If he was the only one, then even if he was undefeated, there was no way he would bow down to a piece of trash like Tang Shan. But don't forget that beside him is his daughter, Mo Yao. He couldn't let his daughter follow him into danger because of his own bent. At this point, Mo Yao, who seemed to know what Mo Lingxiao was thinking, pursed her lips as she faced Mo Lingxiao and opened her mouth. Father, please help them. At those words, Mo Lingxiao couldn't help but look at his daughter in surprise. As far back as he could remember, his daughter had been quiet and indifferent to anything. Now that he had taken the initiative to open his mouth to let him help Gu Yuan and his group, this truly surprised him. After seriously looking at Mo Yao for a few moments, he saw the other party's small face slightly reddened, her gaze averted, and she looked at Gu Yuan from time to time. Realization flashed in his eyes instantly. Gazing towards Tang Shan, Mo Lingxiao took a deep breath before he spoke in a loud voice. I'll bail out those present today. Either you leave now, or you'll kill me along with you. He was the only son of the Mo family head, though now punished by his old man for being a boatman here. But his status is there after all. He's betting that Tanshen wouldn't dare to move him, and how could he refuse when his daughter had begged him so hard for once? Hearing Mo Lingxiao's words, Gu Yuan and his party glanced at him, and there were surprises flashing in the bottom of their eyes. Rather, they did not expect that this person they had just met would choose to come forward when they were in danger. Do you think I wouldn't dare to kill you? Hearing Mo Lingxiao's words, Tang Shan's face suddenly sank. With that, he didn't say anything, and immediately spoke out towards Tang Xian beside him. Old Ancestor, since Mo Lingxiao is determined to seek death, then I still ask Old Ancestor to take action to kill him. Tang Xian didn't make a direct move, but instead gazed at Mo Lingxiao, his tone cold and questioning. Do you really want to make enemies of us for these few people? Between the words, an aura of the first level of the extreme great emperor was like a huge mountain that pressed straight down towards Mo Lingxiao. This aura was extremely terrifying, and even though Mo Lingxiao was the undying great emperor first level powerhouse, under this aura, he was still pressed down with his face reddening and his body trembling. But even so, he still gritted his teeth and carried this terrifying aura. And then he said stiffly, if you want to kill them, kill me first. Worthy of being the Mo family's young patriarch, He's quite affectionate and righteous. Tang Xian sighed in admiration. Then his gaze sank as he said in a deep voice, "But since you're determined to seek death, then don't blame me for striking out with impoliteness." As the words fell, the Berserk Extreme Tao Great Emperor One aura instantly shot up. He's, like, ready to do it. And that's when it happened. An explosive shout resounded violently within this part of heaven and earth. "A mere Tang family dares to strike at my Mo family's young patriarch. Does your Tang family want to be annihilated?" The voice fell. The sky and the earth are changing and the wind is rising. An imperial might that was slightly stronger than Tang Xian's filled this part of heaven and earth. Who is it? Tang Xian's gaze condensed as he jerked back to look. With the extreme Tao Emperor's senses, he sensed that there was a powerful aura in the distance that was rapidly coming towards this place. Soon, a figure appeared above the forbidden sea. It was an extremely ordinary-looking old man. It is one of those existences that is hard to find when thrown into a crowd. However, judging from that powerful aura emanating from the other party was definitely not some ordinary old man. He stepped on the sea and came with great speed. With one step, he was 10,000 miles away. Between flashes, the other party had appeared in front of the small boat. Kuan Lao. Seeing the old man, Mo Lingxiao called out with a complicated expression. The person who came was the grand elder of his Mo family, Mo Kuan. It was also the murderer who struck out and killed Ruyan back then. Mo Kuan glanced at Mo Lingxiao, and after nodding slightly, he turned his head toward Tang Xian and said in a calm tone, "You want to kill the young patriarch of my Mo family?" Although the tone is calm, anyone can hear the monstrous anger contained in its calm tone. Mo Lingxiao was punished by the Mo family head to be a boatman here, but that didn't mean that he was able to be held at the mercy of others. Over the years, he had been hiding in the shadows, negatively responsible for secretly protecting Mo Lingxiao. He had also seen quite a few people that Mo Lingxiao had once offended make a move against Mo Lingxiao. But those people were not able to kill Mo Lingxiao, so he did not pay any attention to them. Now that he saw this old dog, Tang Xian, actually trying to make a move against Mo Lingxiao, he was forced to show himself. It was fine for Mo Lingxiao to be injured, but if he died, the patriarch won't let him go. Hearing Mo Kuan's words, Tang Xian hurriedly bowed his head and said, "I wouldn't dare." Although both the Tang family and the Mo family were one of the 8 ancient clans in the central region, but there is also a gap between the 8 ancient clans. The Tang clan was the existence of the bottom of the 8 ancient clans, and it was rather prestigious when looking at the entire central region. However, if it was compared to the other 8 ancient clans, it was complete trash. Any random family of the 8 ancient clans had the strength to crush his Tang family. This could be seen from the fact that the Mo family's grand elder's cultivation level was slightly higher than his. The Tang family's elder, hearing Tang Xian's words, Mo Kuan didn't have the heart to say, "Since you don't dare, then why don't you get lost?" Fine. I'll roll. Tang Xian didn't dare to say anything more at all, immediately nodding his head like a chicken pecking at rice. Then with a wave of his hand, he ordered the people of the Tang clan on top of a huge ship. "Go, old ancestor. We came with great fanfare, and now we're going to leave with our tails between our legs like this?" Tang Shan opened his mouth full of reluctance. Tang Xian comforted, "There'll be a long time to come. We'll have the chance to kill them later. Now go first." At those words, Tang Shan remained unwilling, but his strength was inferior to others. Even if he was not willing, he could only nod helplessly in agreement. With a turn of his gaze, Tang Shan faced Gu Yuan and his party. "Today, Mo Lingxiao can protect you for a moment, but he can't protect you for a lifetime. Sooner or later we'll meet again. At that time, it will be your time to die." After saying that, Tang Shan turned his head towards the giant ship, but just at that moment, a voice came that made him stop in his tracks. "Want to go? Have you asked me?" Chapter 95. I've never seen such an arrogant person. "Want to go? Have you asked me?" When these words came out, everyone froze in unison. "What do you mean?" Tang Shan glanced back at Gu Yuan, who had spoken, with doubt in his eyes. He could understand Gu Yuan's words one by one. Link STH. He realized that he seemed to be a little deaf. "What do you mean? Want to leave? Did you ask me? What a drop. Do we need your permission to leave?" "It doesn't mean anything." Meeting Tang Shan's gaze, Gu Yuan squeezed a smile on his face. Smiling kindly, he said, "You had dug up the innate sacred dragon bone of the grand elder of my clan, and just now you tried to kill us. I think it's better for people like you to die here. There's no need to leave." Although Gu Yuan's smile was kind, the words he uttered caused Tang Shan and quite a few people of the Tang clan to feel a chill all over their bodies. Opposite STH. Surprisingly, they want to kill them. Tang Shan and the group of people from the Tang clan were first shocked, but immediately afterward endless anger rose in their hearts. They were all ready to spare Gu Yuan for Mo Kuan's sake, but the other side wants them to die here. This is outrageous. Tang Xian, who was on the side, turned his gaze, and a hint of a smile immediately surfaced on his old face. It seemed to think of something happy. Eyes looking towards Mo Kuan, he opened his mouth. Kuan D. As you can see, it's not that we don't want to leave, but this brat is too wild. You and I are both strong and from the same 8 great imperial clans, so we should be able to realize what it's like to be provoked like this. I also asked the Kuan Emperor to sell me face and stop meddling in my affairs with these people. I've heard that you've been enjoying delving into the art of formations lately, and I just happen to have a few copies of the Formation Emperor's insights here. With that, Tang Xian waved his hand, and several books instantly flew towards Mo Kuan. Looking at the flying books, Mo Kuan grabbed them into his hands. After casually flipping through a few eyes, a golden light immediately flashed in his eyes. Look at that look. It looks like you're about to dive into a book. Obviously, the books appealed to him. Putting a few books away, Mo Kuan voiced out facing Mo Lingxiao and Mo Yao. I've already helped your father and daughter drive the Tang family away, but this brat insisted on seeking death, so I can't do anything about it. Good words for a ghost looking for death. Let's go. Let's stay away and watch out for blood spatter. The words fell. With a wave of his hand, a spiritual force swept out, directly curling around Mo Lingxiao's father and daughter. With a movement of his feet, he was leading Mo Lingxiao's father and daughter towards the distance. His speed was extremely fast and incomparable, and in an instant he was already 10,000 miles away. Grand Elder, what are you doing? You get off me! Mo Lingxiao reacted and immediately let out a loud roar. The power in his body surged and he began to struggle. But no matter what, he couldn't break free from Mo Kuan's suppression. Grand Elder, I beg you to go help Gu Yuan. Okay, they'll die if you don't make a move. Mo Yao also spoke at this moment, but no matter how they opened their mouths and struggled, Mo Kuan was unmoved. Even the tip of his nose let out a cold snort of disdain as he said, something with no eyesight, deserves to die. He had an honorable status as the Mo family's Grand Elder, and he himself looked down on the pariahs of a poor and remote land like the southern domain. In order to prevent the people of the Tang family from killing Mo Lingxiao, he was forced to step in. Under his words, the people of the Tang clan were clearly about to leave, but Gu Yuan didn't know how high and mighty he was and wanted to kill the people of the Tang family. It's just arrogant and stupid to the core. In that case, he would give the other side the chance. Let it know that even the weakest of the 8 ancient clans, the Tang clan, was not something that ordinary people could provoke. Emperor Yuan, they're clearly leaving. Yet you're still making provocative remarks. You're really causing me a lot of pain. Chen Yun looked at Gu Yuan, and his entire body was on the verge of tears. If it wasn't for the fact that he was taking into consideration that Gu Yuan was a great emperor, he could slap him to death like an ant. Now he was afraid that he could no longer even hold back his words of anger against the other party. It's really the other side's move. It's just plain stupid, arrogant to the core. Is Gu Yuan strong? It's strong. There's no doubt about it. But if you compare it to the 8 ancient clans, it would be weak in his opinion. He had heard about the 8 ancient clans of the central domain. It was rumored to have deep roots, huge power, and great strength, with countless great emperor realm powerhouses. Even if it was the Tang clan, which was at the bottom of the 8 ancient clans, it wasn't something that Gu Yuan could fight against at all in his opinion. He couldn't help but cry at the thought that he was now in the same boat as Gu Yuan. At this moment, he only hoped that Gu Yuan would win. Only then would he have a chance to live. Otherwise, this day next year will be the anniversary of his death. Are you sure? Gu Junlin glanced at Gu Yuan, and there was also a clear flash of apprehension in his eyes. Though he knew that now that his son was powerful, he was just quite a bit stronger than he was as an old man, but he wasn't sure if the other party could beat Tang Xian, who was at the first level of the extreme Dao Emperor. Hearing Gu Junlin's words, Gu Yuan nodded slightly. Then he laughed even more easily and said, to kill such a group of rustic dogs, I don't even need to do it myself. Tang Shen, Tang Xian, the Don family guy, Gu Junlin, Gu Changge, Chen Yun, the 3 members of the Mo family in the distance. Without exception, anyone who heard Gu Yuan's words fell silent. Truly, this is an arrogant statement. It's arrogant to the core. Tang Xian didn't hold back and couldn't help but burst out. Arrogant. In all the years I've lived, this is the first time I've seen someone as arrogant as you. Today, I'd like to see if you have the capital to be arrogant. As the words landed, The Berserk Extreme Tao Great Emperor 1 aura instantly shot up. Shake the sky palm. The power in his body surged and gathered in his palm, and Tang Xian lifted his hand and slapped it down towards the boat where Gu Yuan was. With a palm out, a huge and incomparable golden palm print instantly appeared. A terrifying aura filled the air above the palm print, instantly distorting the air. Wherever it passed, space immediately collapsed by inches, simply terrifying to the extreme. Before the palm arrived, the air wave formed by its slap was shocking the seawater of the Forbidden Sea to surge. The boat also made a harsh cackling sound under the breath. The ship shook violently, as if it might burst at any moment. It was thanks to Gu Yuan's action that he blocked the terrifying aura emanating from above this palm print. Otherwise, this terrifying aura alone could have caused the people on top of the small boat to die directly. It's over. Looking at the palm imprint that exploded space and came straight at him, Shen Yun couldn't help but close his eyes in despair. Before the palm arrived, the aura it emitted was so terrifying. If this palm falls, will he live then? The answer is unquestionably, inevitably, 10 deaths. It's hard not to despair when you think about it. Looking at the huge and incomparable palm imprint that was slapping at them, Gu Changde and Gu Junlin's faces were both very unsightly. Although Gu Yuan helped them block the terrifying aura that permeated out from above the giant palm. But this palm came directly from exploding space. The shock it gave them was not small. Kid, what's the point of taking out a flag when you're not thinking of resisting my palm? Seeing that this palm is going to fall on top of the small boat where Gu Yuan is. But Gu Yuan is at this moment pulling out a small red flag, which really put Tang Xian look confused. Chapter 96, A Heavy Punch. In the face of Tang Xian's words, Gu Yuan did not reply, but instead, facing the human emperor streamer in his hand, he faintly said, not one of them will be left behind. The heaven-swallowing demon emperor, who was the main soul of the human emperor streamer, had just flown out from within the human emperor streamer when he heard Gu Yuan's order. Without even thinking about it, he directly nodded his head respectfully and said, yes, master. As the words fell, he looked at the huge palm that was slapping at him. In the middle of raising his hand, he slapped out a palm. A mere soul slave is trying to break through my heaven-shaking palm. It's simply ridiculous. Seeing the appearance of the heaven-swallowing demon emperor and sensing the majestic soul power contained in the other party's body, Tang Xian instantly understood the identity of the other party. A soul slave. The well-informed man also guessed the identity of the small red flag, the Devil's Way's greatest treasure, the 10,000 soul streamer. Although this small flag was different from the legendary 10,000 soul streamer, it was surprisingly red, but he wasn't too surprised. The 10,000 soul streamer is a legendary treasure of the Devil's Way, and there is no real 10,000 soul streamer in the world. There are only some imitations of the 10,000 soul streamer. In his opinion, what Gu Yuan had taken out was an imitation of the 10,000 soul streamer. Since it was an imitation, it was understandable that the color of the streamer was different from the real 10,000 soul streamer. Seeing that this soul slave of the heaven-devouring demon emperor had actually struck out a palm towards the heaven-shaking palm, wanting to use it to break the heaven-shaking palm, he subconsciously felt that it was impossible. After all, how could a mere soul slave break his full-strength palm? Unless the soul slave was terribly strong. But is it possible? Not at all. As far as he remembered, soul slaves were all existences that were weak to the extreme. At least he hadn't seen a soul slave of the great emperor realm. Subconsciously, he was ready to mock a few words, but before he finished speaking, he couldn't help but burst out in foul language. The expression on its face also instantly became wonderful. Eyes wide with shock. Disbelief. Disbelief. You look like you've seen a ghost. And the reason he reacted so dramatically was because only a loud boom was heard as the heaven-shaking palm he had slapped out was actually directly smashed by that one soul slave. With a punch that exploded the heaven-shaking palm, the heaven-swallowing demon emperor shook off his hand and commented, there's a bit of something, but not much. Such a scene more than shocked Tang Xian. It was the people present who said they were shocked. How could he not expect the soul slaves driven by Gu Yuan to be so powerful? Soul slaves are normally much weaker than their masters. Now Gu Yuan's soul slave had easily broken through the strike of an extreme Tao emperor. Soul slaves are so scary. Then wouldn't Gu Yuan's strength be even stronger? Thinking of this, the crowd of Tang family people couldn't help but tremble inwardly, and each of their faces became hard to see. Pills. Today. I'm afraid it's not going to be easy. Bunch of losers. His eyes swept the people of the Tang family, and seeing that their faces were all showing the appearance of a dead father, Tang Xian's heart was suddenly enraged, and he couldn't help but curse out in anger. A bunch of goons, so easily intimidated, are simply a bunch of wasteful snacks. Hearing Tang Xian's words, Quite a few people from the Tang clan lowered their heads in shame. Apparently, they also realized they were too much of a loser. After chortling, Tang Xian faced the heaven-devouring demon emperor and said coldly, "Just now it was just a random strike of mine. It's not surprising that it was broken by you. Now I..." Without waiting for him to finish his sentence, the heaven-devouring demon emperor interrupted in a cold voice. "You're full of nonsense." As the words fell, his entire body instantly disappeared in place. Appearing again, Hera had already arrived in front of Tang Xian. What speed! Tang Xian's heart was suddenly startled. Obviously, he didn't expect the heaven-swallowing demon emperor to have such a terrifying speed when he was merely a mere soul slave. It's simply too fast. Even though he was an extreme Dao emperor, he didn't even see how it appeared in front of him. When his feet moved, he instinctively tried to back away. But before he could make a move, the heaven-devouring demon emperor had already blasted out a fist between his raised hands. This punch was so powerful that it directly blew up the air and exploded space. It's simply horrible as hell. And fast as hell. Tang Xian raised his hand out of instinct and prepared to block the punch. But he had only just raised his hand when the heaven-devouring demon emperor's punch had landed on top of his chest. Put! A mouthful of blood sprayed out. Tang Xian's chest instantly collapsed, and his entire body was like a cannonball, smashing straight toward the back. Boom! Tang Xian heavily smashed into the giant ship, and with a loud popping sound coming out, the mountain-like giant ship directly exploded. The berserk shockwave swept away, instantly startling a large wave. Seeing that Tang Xian was about to smash into the sea of taboos, the two Tang family members immediately transformed into two streams of light and quickly came to Tang Xian's body, reaching out to grab Tang Xian and not letting him fall into the sea of taboos. Put! A mouthful of blood mixed with fragments of internal organs sprayed out from his mouth, and Tang Xian's entire body shriveled to the extreme. He weakly said, "This soul slave is frighteningly strong. Quickly activate the heaven-sealing earth-locking formation." The fact that he was heavily injured with just one palm was undoubtedly an indication of how powerful this soul slave was. Now, the only way to suppress this soul slave is to activate the heaven-sealing and earth-locking formation. Enable the heaven-sealing and earth-locking formation. Hearing Tang Xian's words, a member of the Tang clan beside him hurriedly spoke in a loud voice. Yes! Answers in unison came from within one of the giant ships. Immediately afterward, a golden array of light immediately shot up. The light of the formation converged, forming a huge circular light screen that instantly enveloped the heaven-devouring demon emperor and Gu Yuan's group. It was the heaven-sealing and earth-locking formation. With the appearance of the heaven-sealing and earth-locking formation, Tang Xian was relieved. Although the heaven-sealing earth-locking grand formation was not an extremely offensive attack formation, it wasn't an extremely defensive defense formation either. It's just a binding formation. But this formation is extremely weird. Once activated, it will suppress the power in the body of the person who is in the formation, so that he or she cannot exert the original strength at all. It would freeze the space where it was located, making it difficult to even move. Unless there was someone with extremely high attainments in formations who could find the weakness of this formation and thus break it. Or there are beings who are so powerful that they are at the very top of their game and break them with force. Otherwise, if this formation could not be broken, then the opponent could only be trapped in the formation. This formation will shrink little by little over time, and will eventually burst the person who is in it. Now that the formation was in place, he thought that he had been able to easily pin down Gu Yuan and his party. However, as soon as this idea of his had risen, reality had already dealt him a merciless blow. Only to see that a majestic sea-like soul force flew out from within the human emperor's streamer and straight into the heaven-swallowing demon emperor's body. The soul power within the heaven-devouring demon emperor's body was like boiling water that began to boil violently, and then, it cupped its palm as a fist and punched out. Boom! Only a loud popping sound could be heard, and the heaven-sealing and earth-locking grand formation instantly burst open. Terrifying blast shockwaves swept through the 8 directions. Many people from the Tang clan simply had trouble resisting. Boom! 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 A sound like a balloon exploding rang out. Many people of the Tang clan with low cultivation immediately exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Chapter 97. Thoroughly Maru Spicy. Why is one of your soul slaves so powerful? Looking at the heaven-swallowing demon emperor, Tang Xian couldn't help but swallow his saliva furiously. There was disbelief and incredulity in his eyes. How could he not expect that the heaven-swallowing demon emperor was only a soul slave? Yet it would be so powerful. Simply powerful against all odds. Dead people don't need to know that much. In the face of Tang Xian's words, the heaven-devouring demon emperor snorted coldly. Then he waved his big sleeve and shouted, "Brothers, come out to kill." As the words fell, the human emperor streamer instantly became countless times larger. It transformed into a huge red flag that covered the sky. The red flag fluttered in the wind, and a pitch-black demonic aura constantly filled the air from it. Immediately afterward, a soul slave was like an evil spirit crawling out of hell, scrambling out of the human emperor streamer, wailing and screaming towards the huge ship where the people of the Tang clan were. The number was extremely large, nearly filling up the entire heaven and earth, and one's scalp was numb from watching it. Each and every one of these soul slaves is powerful to the very top. It's simply not something we can defeat. Pills are hot, totally hot. Play Nima's head. I am a member of the Tang clan, one of the 8 ancient clans in the central region. I don't believe they dare to kill me. Looking at the soul slaves crawling out of the human emperor's streamers, many of the Tang clan could not help but reveal a look of despair. These soul slaves are extremely large in number, even though the breath emitted from their bodies is only a little weaker than the heaven-swallowing demon emperor. Enough to see how terrifying it is. They were even more desperate to the extreme once they exchanged hands. These soul slaves were extremely terrifying, and were simply not something that they could defeat. In desperation, there were also people who gave out bursts of applause and revealed their identity and background, wanting to borrow the identity of one of the 8 ancient clans, the Tang family, to deter these soul slaves from making a move. But this obviously didn't have the slightest effect. These soul slaves didn't care who he was, pouncing on him and tearing him apart. The Tang clan was one of the 8 ancient clans in the central region. Although it is the existence of the bottom of the 8 ancient clans, its underlying strength is still not to be underestimated. Even though they were only going out to deal with a tiny Gu Changa, they still came with many strong men. In addition to Tang Xian, the extreme emperor, there were also several imperishable and immortal emperors in existence. As for the Saint Realm powerhouses under the Great Emperor, there were even more of them. With such a lineup, not to mention dealing with a tiny Gu Changa, it wouldn't have any problem sweeping across the entire southern region. It was only a pity that they had met Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan didn't even need to do it himself. He could easily wipe them out with just the human emperor streamer. However, in just a few breaths of time, the people of the Tang clan, with the exception of a few great emperors who were still struggling to hold on, the rest of them all died tragically on the spot. The heaven-swallowing demon emperor didn't even make another move, but instead manipulated the human emperor streamer and began to incorporate as many of the dead person's divine souls into the human emperor streamer as he could, and then instantly refined into soul slaves, before ordering them to kill towards the people of the Tang family below, turning an enemy into a friend. This human emperor streamer, there's something evil about it. Witnessing such a scene, Gu Junlin could not help but frown. With a turn of his gaze, he faced Gu Yuan and said with a somewhat worried expression, "Yuaner, this human emperor streamer of yours, can you really manage it? This human emperor streamer is too evil." If one day, Gu Yuan was overwhelmed by the desire to improve his strength, then Gu Yuan would be a disaster for the entire Tianwu continent. The other party was completely capable of using the heaven-defying human emperor streamer to incorporate the divine souls of everyone in the Tianwu Great Land into the human emperor streamer and use it to enhance their strength. Seemingly knowing what Gu Junlin was thinking, Gu Yuan lightly laughed with a smile on his face. "Although my human emperor streamer is positively hairy and evil, Father, don't worry, I won't use him to indiscriminately kill innocents. If he was really someone who killed innocents indiscriminately in order to enhance his strength, then he would have been invincible by now, with the blood of countless living beings on his hands. Although he was ruthless in his methods and did not give anyone a chance to live when he struck, but that was to the enemy, not against innocent people." Hearing Gu Yuan's reply, Gu Junlin nodded, unable to help but breathe a sigh of relief in his heart. Although he didn't know what the future held, at least Gu Yuan hadn't been swept away by the desire to improve his strength and chose to turn the butcher's knife on innocent people now. "Young patriarch, Tang Shan is trying to escape. Stop him." Suddenly, a loud shout came from Gu Changa from the side. Gu Yuan followed Gu Changa's gaze, only to see on top of a huge ship, in an inconspicuous place, Tang Shan was tearing the space with his dog sneakily, opening up a spatial passage. Obviously, the other party was preparing to escape. Seemingly hearing Gu Changa's yell, Tang Shan turned back to look viciously at Gu Changa and said in a cold voice, "I'll lend you my born holy dragon bone for a few days for safekeeping, and I'll bring my old ancestor to you." After saying that, he directly turned around and stepped into the spatial passage. "Want to leave? Can you walk away?" Gu Yuan's eyes went cold. Both fingers stood side by side, and a stern sword chi immediately surfaced at his fingertips. And then, without the slightest hesitation, he joined his fingers like a sword and raised his hand to chop out a sword. A brilliant sword light instantly shot out as the sword came out. This sword light was incomparably powerful and sharp, and most importantly extremely fast. It's like a shooting star crossing the night sky, passing by in an instant. Before Tang Shan could even react, this sword light had already directly chipped away one of the legs he had just stepped out on. The spatial channel that had just been opened up also directly collapsed under the sword. Stepping on his feet, Tang Shan's entire body fell to the ground at once. Blood spurted wildly from the base of his thigh. The intense pain immediately caused a neuter-like scream to come out of his mouth. Ah! The misery of the voice, the tears of the listener and the sadness of the hearer. Gu Yuan's figure flickered and arrived in front of Tang Shan. Looking down at Tang Shan, who was rolling on the ground, he couldn't help but say, "Almost even let you escape." With that, Gu Yuan's large hand stretched out and grabbed towards Tang Shan. Seeing this, Tang Shan's face suddenly changed drastically. Unable to help himself, he roared angrily, "What do you want? I am the youngest son of the Tang family head, one of the 8 ancient clans in the central region. If you dare to touch me, my Tang clan will make sure you die without a burial place." Pop! Gu Yuan backhanded Tang Shan across the face. It was only then that he said, full of irritation, "Be quiet." Although Gu Yuan had withdrawn some force from this slap, it still swelled half of Tang Shan's face high up. A sharp pain struck, hurting Tang Shan with a grimace, but he held back hard from screaming, simply because he was afraid that if he screamed out, he would be given so many hits by Gu Yuan in. Don San has been honest and begged to be spared. As soon as he grabbed Tang Shan's collar, Gu Yuan's figure flickered, and once again he reappeared. He was already on top of the boat. Boo! Throwing Tang Shan to the ground like a piece of trash, Gu Yuan then faced Gu Chang'e and said, "Grand Elder, this person is at your disposal." The reason he didn't kill Tang Shan directly was because he wanted to leave the other party alive and let Gu Chang'e dispose of him. The other party had dug up Gu Chang'e's natural holy dragon bone. This caused Gu Chang'e to be directly reduced from a former heavenly pride to a waste. Although Gu Chang'e didn't say it, but the most important thing on his body was taken away by Tang Shan. It's inevitable that he hated to cut Tang Shan into 1,000 pieces. Under the accumulation of days and months, Gu Chang'e's hatred for Tangshan could be imagined. If we hand over Tangshan to Gu Chang'e now, after letting it vent, its mind would certainly be enlightened, which would be extremely helpful for future cultivation. Moreover, Gu Chang'e's first innate sacred dragon bone was inside Tang Xuan. If it could be scooped up and reintegrated into Gu Chang'e's body, then it would certainly cause Gu Chang'e's cultivation qualifications to rise again. Even its cultivation level has the potential to increase. Chapter 98, Unrequited Vengeance. A gaze full of killing intent stared Tang Shan dead in the face. It was only after a while that Gu Chang'e came back to her senses. Looking at Gu Yuan, he said in a serious tone, "Young patriarch, great kindness is not appreciated. In the future, as long as you say a word, I, Gu Chang'e, will be obliged to go up to the mountain of daggers and down to the sea of fire for you." "You're overstating it, great elder. It's just a matter of lifting a hand." Gu Yuan smiled and waved his hand before he looked at Tang Shan and said, "Grand Elder, Tang Shan is at your disposal." "Thank you, young patriarch." Gu Chang'e thanked her again. With that, his eyes looked towards Tang Shan as he walked over with a cold intent. What do you want?" Seeing Tang Shan walking towards him, Tang Shan was so scared that he wet his diaper. One backed away from the other, and a terrified yell escaped his lips. "Don't come over, don't you come over." At this moment, he was truly afraid. When Gu Yuan had carried him along just now, he had already sealed all the meridians in his body. Now he couldn't mobilize the power in his body. Just like a mortal, if Gu Chang'e wanted to do something to him, then he would be powerless to resist at all. The boat is that big. Where can you retreat to? Scream, scream. The more you scream the more excited I get. GGG. Looking at Tang Shan, who was retreating backward one by one, Gu Chang'e couldn't suppress the upturned corners of her mouth. At one time, he was a generation of heavenly pride, and together with Gu Junlin, he was known as the southern region's greatest pride. But it was because of the arrival of the man in front of him that everything changed. Not only did the other parties seriously injure Gu Junlin, but they also scooped up his innate sacred dragon bone, turning him from a heavenly pride into a waste. For a heaven's pride, going from a heaven's pride to a waste was an extremely difficult thing to accept. If it wasn't for the fact that it was backed up by the conviction of wanting to take revenge, Gu Chang'e, who couldn't accept the fact that he had turned from a heavenly pride into a waste, had already chosen to commit suicide a long time ago. It could be said that for so many years, he had been thinking all the time about how to get revenge and how to get back what he had lost. now seeing that Tang Shan was right in front of him, or a Tang Shan that could be held at his mercy. His mood at this moment was not to mention how wonderful it was, how happy Gu Changda laughed, how ugly Tang Shan's face became. At this moment, Tang Shan could already imagine in his mind what was waiting for him next. The color of determination flashed in his eyes, and Tang Shan jumped towards the sea of taboos with the carp. He'd rather die, nor do they want to fall into the hands of Gu Chang's singer. However, before he could fall into the water, Gu Changda grabbed the only leg he had left. With a big hand, he pulled Tang Shan, who was about to fall into the water, into the boat. Soon the boat was resounding in the middle of the Tangshan like neuter pig screams. The wretchedness of the voice. It's so sad that it makes you cry. What kind of people are these? It's horrible. Ugh. Chen Yin cowered in a corner of the small boat shivering, tears glistening in her eyes, almost on the verge of crying from fear. What happened today really scared him, this hemorrhoidal young man who was ready to go to the central region to break into the world. It simply turned his perception upside down. It was horrible. Even though I die today, the Tang family will avenge us. In the center of the battlefield, as the last Tang clan emperor let out a cry of unwillingness before dying, this great battle was also finally coming to an end. All the members of the Tang family are dead. The heaven-swallowing demon emperor dispatched his soul slaves to start scavenging the people of the Tang clan for anything useful. He himself turned his gaze to the 3 members of the Mo family, who were 10,000 miles away. Killing intent flashed in his eyes. His entire person instantly transformed into a stream of light and quickly headed towards the 3 members of the Mo family. He was fast as hell. Behind him were thousands of residual shadows. It was as if thousands of heaven-swallowing demon emperors had appeared in an instant. Mo Kun, Mo Lingxiao, Mo Yao. Looking at the rapidly approaching heaven-swallowing demon emperor, the 3 members of the Mo clan were all startled in unison. The strength that the heaven-swallowing demon emperor had displayed earlier was evident to them all. For the other party to want to kill them, it was as simple as drinking water and eating. Now the other party was actually showing killing intent towards them. How does that keep them calm? Put. Quickly coming back from his shock, Mo Kuan's feet softened and he directly knelt down. At the same time, he said in a loud voice, Emperor Yuan, I have eyes but no eyes to impinge on you. Your Excellency, please spare my life. Saying this he kowtowed in the air, actually thumping the space. He's not being a wimp. He's being from the heart. He wanted to run, but the swallowing heaven demon emperor was so fast, and the aura on his body had already locked him down. How can he escape? As for fighting each other, don't be ridiculous. With the battle power displayed by this heaven-swallowing demon emperor, how can we fight? He could crack with a single punch from the heaven-swallowing demon emperor. Hearing Mo Kuan's words, the heaven-swallowing demon emperor's figure only gave a slight lurch, and then he was already charging towards Mo Kuan's trio once again. He was in the human emperor's streamer and did not know what had happened earlier in the outside world. If Gu Yuan said that no one would be left behind, then no one would be left behind. These people weren't in the same boat as Gu Yuan, so they were enemies. Since it's an enemy, it's kill. The speed of the heaven-swallowing demon emperor was very fast, and in the blink of an eye, he was already within 100 meters of Mo Kuan. Between the surges of soul power in his body, he raised his hand and slapped his palm down towards the 3 Mo Kuan people. With a palm out, a huge palm print condensed from soul power instantly took shape. This huge palm covered the sky and was terrifying. The terrifying aura it emitted alone caused Mo Kuan's 3 faces to instantly turn pale. This palm, strong. It's strong. They can't even block it. My life is over. In desperation, Mo Kuan couldn't help but let out a wail. The giant palm fell quickly, but just as it was about to land on the 3, Gu Yuan's loud cry rang out. Stop! As the voice fell, the giant palm came to a violent stop. The heaven-swallowing demon emperor's aura became high and low in an instant. Apparently it had suffered a backlash from forcing the giant palm to stop. There is no turning back from the bow. Now that the giant palm had been slapped out, controlling it to stop, he naturally suffered a backlash. Master? Turning back to Gu Yuan, doubts immediately flashed in the eyes of the heaven-devouring demon emperor. They're not the enemy. Gu Yuan spoke faintly, answering the heaven-devouring demon emperor's doubts. At those words, the heaven-devouring demon emperor instantly realized. With a thought, he dispersed the giant palm, and with a flash of his figure, he headed towards the distance, continuing to command the soul slaves to scavenge the people of the Tang clan for anything useful. Since it's not an enemy, it's better not to kill it. Phew! As the giant palm dispersed, the faces of the 3 Mo Kuan people looked much better. The pressure that the heaven-swallowing demon emperor had given them earlier was simply too great. Looking deeply at Gu Yuan, Mo Koan didn't say a word and directly transformed into a stream of light to vanish towards the distance. He was the grand elder of the Mo family, one of the 8 ancient clans in the central region, and today he was actually forced to kneel. I will not be a man until I have taken this revenge. Chapter 99, Setting Sail Again. Watching Mo Koan leave, Gu Yuan didn't think much about it. With a flash of his figure, he arrived in front of Mo Lingxiao and Mo Yao before he spoke apologetically. Sorry for the shock. The original intent of his earlier order to the heaven-swallowing demon emperor was for the other party to slaughter the people of Tang. Rather, he did not think about it, because he did not express it clearly. The heaven-swallowing demon emperor actually struck out at Mo Lingxiao and Mo Yao. One must know that earlier, Mo Lingxiao and Mo Yao had stepped forward to help him when they didn't know his strength. Although Gu Yuan didn't need help, but the other man's action still moved him inwardly. Now his own men are the ones who are trying to kill each other. Although he spoke out in time, which prevented the heaven-swallowing demon emperor from injuring them. However, this move still made Gu Yuan a little overjoyed. Mo Lingxiao showed a smile on his face and waved his hand. It's fine. This is all a misunderstanding. I can understand. Mo Yao also spoke out at this moment. It's fine. Gu Yuan, you don't need to blame yourself. Did you call Gu Yuan too? Mo Lingxiao reached out and gently patted Mo Yao's little head, saying, Call Emperor Yuan. Calling a great emperor by his name was a great disrespect to many great emperors, though he could tell that the odds were that Gu Yuan wouldn't be able to count on such a trivial matter. But he also wanted to use it to knock his daughter around. Her own daughter's eyes were on the verge of sprouting little stars when she looked at Gu Yuan. This was clearly a precursor to moving towards Gu Yuan. He wants to knock his daughter around and make her realize her status. Let it be known that there was no possibility at all for her to be with Gu Yuan. He didn't want his daughter to take the initiative once in exchange for a lifetime of introversion. Hearing Mo Lingxiao's words, Mo Yao's eyes couldn't help but dim a few points. Obviously, she also realized the gap between herself and Gu Yuan. There's no way they're going to be able to do anything at all. The little thought in her heart for Gu Yuan was immediately buried in her heart. No more fantasizing about anything. Gu Yuan was unaware of what the father and daughter were thinking. Hearing Mo Lingxiao's words, he immediately smiled and waved his hand. It doesn't matter what it's called. There's no need to be too concerned. After a pause, he turned his words around and said, Let's go. It's time for us to continue our journey to the central region. Good. Mo Lingxiao and Mo Yao immediately nodded their heads. Then it was back on top of the previous boat. Master, here's what we got this time. The heaven-swallowing demon emperor arrived in front of Gu Yuan, and with a wave of his sleeve, a bunch of storage rings flew over immediately. The quantity is extremely large. About the estimated fear is not tens of thousands of pieces. These were the storage rings that those from the Tang clan carried with them. Gu Yuan casually picked up a storage ring. His mind probed into it to take a look, and his mouth immediately couldn't help but let out an exclamation. Worthy of being one of the 8 ancient clans in the central region, the Tang family really does have a deep heritage. Whether it was spirit stones or heavenly materials in the storage ring, it was countless. Any one of them, the cultivation resources contained inside could be comparable to a major power like the autumn wind house that Gu Yuan had once destroyed. Seeing that several people around him were also stunned by so many storage rings, shocked, a pair of eyes could not move away from the storage ring. Gu Yuan thought for a moment before speaking. Seeing is believing. Each of you pick 10 storage rings. When these words came out, Mo Lingxiao and Chen Yun's eyes were glowing green. Chen Yun swallowed furiously before he said uncertainly, Can I also pick? He was just a mole, and he was even qualified to pick 10 storage rings. The surprise came so suddenly that it left him in a bit of disbelief. Since I said it's okay to see it, then naturally it's okay. Gu Yuan smiled and spoke faintly. There are thousands of storage rings here. Distributing 10 pieces to each of them was nothing to Gu Yuan. Hearing this, the eyes of those present all had a look of interest, but no one picked it. In the end, it was Gu Yuan who took 10 storage rings for each of them. Include the remaining storage ring and the human emperor streamer in the system's carry-on space. Gu Yuan's gaze swept, and doubts immediately flashed across the bottom of his eyes. Couldn't help but ask toward Gu Chang'e, where's Tang Shan? Because he actually didn't see Tang Shan's figure. Tang Shen. Hearing Gu Yuan's words, Gu Chang'e immediately replied seriously, already dead. I threw him into the sea and fed him to the sea beasts. Chen Yun winced, seemingly remembering the tragic situation when Tang Shan died just now. Gu Yuan didn't see it just now, but he saw Gu Chang'e's abuse of Tang Shan. Just thinking about it made him cringe. Learning that Tang Shan was dead, Gu Yuan couldn't help but ask, then the born holy dragon bone. Before he could finish, Gu Changa had already spoken. The born holy dragon bone that belongs to me has been dug out. With that, he took out a bone as white as jade from his storage ring, with a single subtle and obscure rune flowing on it. A golden dragon looms above the bones. This bone is precisely the born holy dragon bone. Looking at the born sacred dragon bone in his hand, Gu Changa muttered to himself, now that another born sacred dragon bone has grown back in my body, if I can fuse this born sacred dragon bone, my cultivation qualifications will surely increase once again. After a pause, he said with some uncertainty in his tone, moreover, I can feel that this born holy dragon bone contains an extremely powerful force. If I can fuse with it, I'm afraid that my strength will also be able to have a drastic increase. Hearing this, Gu Yuan immediately smiled and congratulated him. Congratulations to the Grand Elder for reclaiming his own natural holy dragon bone. The rest of the people also opened their mouths in congratulations to Gu Changa at this moment. Now that we have a big boat, we shouldn't have to take a small one, should we? Gu Yuan glanced at the giant ship of the people of the Tang clan and spoke faintly with a smile on his face. Although a number of giant ships had been destroyed earlier due to the great battle, there was still one giant ship that was intact now. Upon hearing Gu Yuan's words, everyone present dropped their gazes on the giant ship in front of them. The crowd then boarded the huge ship. Throw the bodies of the Tang family members on the boat into the sea. The group set sail again. As the giant ship faded away, a head of strange-looking sea beasts were showing their heads from the middle of the seawater. Smell the blood coming from the tip of your nose. These sea beasts were thrilled beyond words. So many corpses of human great emperors to enjoy a delicious meal. I saw this great emperor's corpse first. You guys want to rob it? Do you want to die? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. This great emperor's corpse was clearly the one I saw first. Want the corpse of a great emperor? Unless you can beat me. For the sake of a corpse of a Tang clan member thrown into the sea, these sea beasts had actually begun to scramble. To the sea beasts, these powerful cultivators of the human race were a great tonic. On weekdays, because of the agreement reached between the sea beasts and the human race, passing ships only need to drop a certain amount of spirit stones. They can't make a move on the passing ships. Otherwise it will trigger a big war between the sea beast clan and the human clan. Now seeing a body left behind by a human race fighting amongst themselves, this is simply a gift of nature. It's not surprising that they broke out into a scramble for these bodies. Chapter 100 Immortal Emperor 9. Middle Domain. One of the 8 ancient clans, the Tang clan. Inside the glorious council hall, it was full of people at the moment. They were a group of senior members of the Tang family. Their cultivation levels were all terrifying to the extreme. The weakest were all immortal emperors. From this, it is not difficult to see how powerful the Tang family's heritage is. Surprisingly, the faces of all the people of the Tang clan present at this moment were hard to see. All of them look like dead dads. The reason why they had such a look on their faces, not that they really have a dead dad, rather, it was because someone dared to provoke the majesty of his Tang family. Just now, the elder in charge of guarding the Soul Palace informed them of a fact that they simply couldn't accept. That is, the soul lamps of Tang Shan and one of the 18 Tang family ancestors, old ancestor Tang Xian, as well as quite a few people from the Tang family, all went out. The extinguishing of the soul lamp meant that the person who had left a strand of his divine soul within the soul lamp had also died. The clan's oldest ancestor was dead. Tang Shan, the youngest son of the Tang clan's head, was also dead, and many other members of the Tang clan were also dead. Killing their people, this was not putting their Tang family in their eyes at all. This move was simply provoking the majesty of his Tang family. How can this not make them angry? No matter who it is that dares to kill someone from my clan, the only way out is death. Sitting on top of the main seat, Tang family head Tang Tian, there was clearly killing intent bursting through his eyes. With a sweep of his eyes, he looked to the side at a youth who bore a slight resemblance to him and asked out loud, Miaoer, go to Tianji Pavilion and make sure you find out who killed Shaner and Xuanzu. Dare to kill Xuanzu and Shaner, I will break that person into pieces. The youth called Miaoer was none other than Tang Tian's eldest son, Tang Miao. Hearing Tang Tian's words, Tang Miao shook his head. Father, there's no need to go to the heavenly hall. I can probably guess who killed Xuanzu and Tangshen. Tang Tian glanced at Tang Miao, doubt clearly flashing in his eyes. You know? Yes. Tang Miao nodded his head and said, Father, you've just come out of the gate. You don't know anything. Just a few days ago, the born holy dragon bone in Tang Shan's body stirred, and he checked the ancient books to learn that it was the original owner of the born holy dragon bone, Gu Changa, who had grown a newborn holy dragon bone. In order to be able to obtain Gu Changa's newly grown born holy dragon bone, Tang Shan traveled to Tianji Pavilion. Through the people of the Heavenly Hall, he learned that Gu Changa would appear on the Sea of Taboos. He then traveled to the Sea of Taboos with ancestor Xian and some of the strongest members of the Tang clan, preparing to seize Gu Changa's newly grown born holy dragon bone. Now that Tang Shan and Xian Zhu and the people of the Tang clan are suddenly dead, I think it's probable that it has something to do with Gu Changa. Related to Gu Changa? Tang Tian frowned and couldn't help but say, Gu Changa is a waste. Even if he regrows a new innate holy dragon bone now, what strength does he have to be able to kill Xuanzu and Shaner and the others? Because Tang Shan's innate sacred dragon bone had been grafted onto his body by digging it out of Gu Changa's body. He had a certain understanding of Gu Changa. Although Gu Changa once seemed to be a celestial pride, such a celestial pride was still a mole in his eyes. Now that he heard Tang Miao say that Xuanzu and the others' deaths were related to Gu Changa, it made him subconsciously think that it was impossible. After all, even if Gu Changa regrew his natural holy dragon bone, his strength wouldn't increase much. Even if he regained his peak, he would still be no different from an ant. Such a person could kill Xianzu and the others? No way. Not at all. Hearing Tang Tian's words, Tang Miao spoke again. Father, the odds are that Gu Changa doesn't have the strength to kill Xuanzu and Tang Shan and the people of my Tang family. But father, don't forget that he's a heavenly pride who can regrow his natural holy dragon bone. Such a heavenly pride is the object of many old monsters' favor. If Gu Changa, by chance, is valued by a hidden old monster and accepted as a disciple, and that old monster is with Gu Changa, at that exact moment, Tang Shan and the others met up with him. And in order to show off his strength in front of his disciples, that old monster executed Xianzu and the others. Does that explain why Tang Shan and the others obviously went to look for Gu Changa, but they all lost their lives instead? Hearing this, Tang Tian couldn't help but secretly nod his head. If things were really as Tang Miao had said, then everything would become extremely reasonable, no matter who it is. But since it dares to kill my clan, the only thing that awaits it is death. Coldness flashed in his eyes, and with a wave of Tang Tian's hand, a token flew towards Tang Miao. This is the ancestral order. Take it and go to the clan's old ancestors, and let them accompany you to the Sea of Taboos to avenge the death of Tang Shan and Xian ancestor, as well as the people in the clan. If Tang Shan and the others had met Gu Changa at the Sea of Taboos, then the odds are that Tang Shan's murderer is still on the Forbidden Sea. Its father, Tang Miao nodded. Receiving the ancestral order, he immediately traveled to the ancestral land of the Tang clan in search of the clan's old ancestor. What? Xiao Xian is dead. To dare to kill someone from my clan, no matter who it is, he already has a way to take his death. Quickly take me to the murderer of the people of my clan. I will make him pay in blood. Arriving at the ancestral ground and finding the 17 old ancestors who were here, Tang now explained his intentions at the first opportunity. After hearing this, all 17 old ancestors were incomparably angry, and then without hesitation, they let Tang Miao lead the way in front of them, rushing straight out of the Tang family ancestral ground while heading towards the direction of the Forbidden Sea. 17 old ancestors all coming out? It seems like the old ancestors are truly angry. Feeling the 17 powerful auras that had risen up from the Tang clan's ancestral land, Tang Tian's tone was filled with surprise. Then, he couldn't help but have a faint smile on his face. 17 old ancestors were deployed at the same time. Unless they were from the same clan that was one of the 8 ancient clans of the central domain. Otherwise, any power would only end up being crushed in front of it. Gu Yuan, who was in the Forbidden Sea, didn't know about the Tang clan's reaction. At this moment, he was sitting in a cabin with his eyes closed and his knees crossed to cultivate. Placed around him were all the cultivation resources obtained from the people of the Tang family. Piles of spirit stones, piles of heavenly treasures, and so on. As Gu Yuan operated the super god rank technique Indestructible God Skill, a terrifying suction force immediately erupted from within Gu Yuan's body. This suction force instantly enveloped hundreds of thousands of miles in a radius. Under this suction, the aura of hundreds of thousands of miles in a radius was immediately pulled, and then it transformed into a dragon in the wind towards Gu Yuan, eventually entering Gu Yuan's body through the various pores of his body and starting to grow his cultivation. The spirit stones and heavenly materials piled up beside him also had a huge amount of energy gushing out at this moment, and then entered Gu Yuan's body. As he cultivated, Gu Yuan's cultivation immediately began to skyrocket at a speed visible to the naked eye. 6th level of the Undying Great Emperor. 7th level of the Undying Great Emperor. Imperishable Great Emperor 8th level. Undying Great Emperor 9. Soon, Gu Yuan was able to break through from the initial 5th level of the Undying Great Emperor to the 9th level of the Undying Great Emperor, breaking through 4 minor realms in succession. He had only used a short 4 days. The speed of cultivation was simply appalling. Opening his eyes, Gu Yuan looked at the spirit stones and heavenly materials that had turned into various colors of dust beside him, and couldn't help but let out an exclamation. If I had the resources to cultivate, with my natural talent, coupled with the chaotic sword body and the undying divine skill, I'm afraid that it won't take long for me to ask for the pinnacle. Suddenly, Gu Yuan seemed to have sensed something. Eyes snapped in one direction. This is, P.S., 100 chapters in. And all of you who can read this are my true righteous fathers. Righteous fathers can point to urge more, give a 5-star praise, feed a little gift. Righteous son here on his knees to thank. Chapter 101, 10,000 Thunder's Divine Body. It's, the born holy dragon bone fusion has succeeded? Gu Yuan looked in the direction. In there was exactly one of the cabins where Gu Changa was. At this moment, Gu Changa already had the presence of 2 innate sacred dragon bones in his body. The 2 born holy dragon bones were melding together at a speed visible to the naked eye. As the 2 born holy dragon bones melded together, Gu Changa's cultivation realm immediately began to skyrocket at an extremely fast rate. Saint Realm, Saint King Realm, Saint Emperor Realm. In just a few short breaths of time, his cultivation had arrived at the Saint Emperor Realm, and the speed at which his cultivation realm skyrocketed did not diminish by half. Soon its cultivation realm came to the 9th level of the Saint Emperor Realm, directly approaching the Great Emperor Realm. Rumble! A sound of thunder suddenly resounded high above the sky. The sky and the earth are changing and the wind is rising. A single robber cloud immediately floated in from all directions at an extremely fast speed. The robbery cloud was pitch black, covering the sky and the sun, enveloping millions of miles in a radius, like a huge black cloth covering the sky. However, in just a few breaths of time, the sky, which was originally clear and bright, was covered by robber clouds, as if it was nighttime. The golden thunder that seemed like a swimming dragon swam in the midst of the robbery clouds, emitting a burst of loud thunder sounds. A terrifying aura pressed down from within the robbing clouds, immediately scaring the sea beasts in the forbidden sea towards the deep sea. Gu Yuan glanced at Gu Changa and couldn't help but frown. This thunderbolt had obviously been attracted by Gu Changa, but at this moment, Gu Changa was all about fusing the born holy dragon bone, and his cultivation realm had clearly broken through to Great Emperor, but his cultivation realm was still rising. It was as if the other party was not even aware of what was going on in the outside world. In this situation, if the thunderbolt struck, Gu Changa would surely die 10 deaths. Gu Junlin obviously realized this as well. He found Gu Yuan at the first opportunity, and then spoke directly. Yuaner, now that the Grand Elder has attracted a lightning tribulation, with his current condition he simply can't survive the tribulation, and when the tribulation strikes, he'll surely die 10 deaths without a chance of survival. Do you have any way to help him survive the lightning tribulation? Gu Changa was deeply attached to him, and now that it was so hard for him to get back his own natural holy dragon bone, he couldn't bear the thought of him being killed by the thunderbolt, which is why he found Gu Yuan. Wanted to see if Gu Yuan had any methods that could help Gu Changa cross the lightning tribulation. Ding! Detected Gu Junlin asking the host if he has a way to help Gu Changa survive the lightning tribulation. Triggering a divine choice. Option 1, there is naturally a way. I will help him to pass through the thunderbolt. Reward, 10,000 Thunder God Body. Choice 2, it's a thunderbolt. What can I do? Whether I live or die depends on the Elder's own destiny. Reward, a copy of The Secret of Being Alone. Listening to the voice of the system ringing in his head, Gu Yuan was previously stunned. Then after reacting, he didn't even think about it. He directly said, I choose 1. Not to mention that the reward for choice 1 was incredibly generous. Even if there was no system reward, by virtue of Gu Changa's relationship with him, it was impossible for him to let him die under the thunderbolt. Looking at Gu Junlin, Gu Yuan spoke, there is naturally a way. I'll just help him get through the thunder tribulation in the district. As Gu Yuan's words fell, the system's voice immediately sounded in his head. Ding! Detected host completing choice successfully. Reward, 10,000 Thunder God Body. 10,000 Thunder God Body, Supreme Thunder Road Body. Born close to thunder. With this body can be immune to all the world's thunder attack means. Can absorb all the world's thunder to strengthen their own bodies. The more absorption of thunder, the stronger the 10,000 Thunder God Body. The 10,000 Thunder God Body can also make the host to increase the speed of cultivation by 1000%. The speed of Thunder Road skills and martial arts to enhance the speed of understanding of the Thunder Road by 10,000%. The power of the Thunder Law to enhance the power of the Thunder Road to enhance the speed of understanding of the Thunder Road by 1000%. 1000%. The 10,000 Thunder God body is fusing with the host. There is a little bit of pain. Please bear with it, host. As the system voice fell, a sharp pain instantly swept through Gu Yuan's entire body. Even though Gu Yuan was now a supreme powerhouse of the 9th level of the Undying Great Emperor, the pain still caused him to grimace and his face to distort. If he hadn't been gritting his teeth, he would have screamed out in pain by now. It felt as if high-voltage electricity had traveled through every cell of my body. Pain. It hurt so much. It took a long time for the pain to go away. Sensing the changes within his body, the corners of Gu Yuan's mouth lifted slightly, looking satisfied. Although fusing the 10,000 Thunder God body had a billion points of pain, but think of the benefits brought about by the 10,000 Thunder God body. Gu Yuan was in pain and happy. Yuqi, what's wrong with you? Seeing Gu Yuan's face twisted with a look of pain one moment, and then revealing a smile the next, Gu Junlin's expression was odd to the extreme. How strange is this good old child of his own? It's okay, I'm okay. Gu Yuan waved his hand before he said, Father, you sit here. I'll go block the robbery for the Grand Elder. After saying that, Gu Yuan stepped towards the outside of the cabin. You're making me sit here? Looking at Gu Yuan's back, Gu Junlin's eyes widened and his voice was unconsciously raised quite a bit. He was a bit skeptical in this moment. Even he suspected he had heard wrong. After all, being closer to the person who had undergone the tribulation was something that would be judged by the rules of heaven and earth as the person who had undergone the tribulation. And the power of the thunderbolt would increase exponentially. Now that Gu Changa had attracted the lightning tribulation, the right thing to do was to stay away from Gu Changa. But Gu Yuan was letting him sit here. It made him wonder for a moment if he'd heard wrong. He was even worried that Gu Yuan, unaware of the closer proximity to the person who had undergone the tribulation, would be judged by the rules of heaven and earth to be the person who had undergone the tribulation, and a more terrifying thunder tribulation would be descended upon him. At that moment, he was ready to speak, but before he could open his mouth, Gu Yuan's voice had already come. Father, you didn't hear me wrong, just sit here. As the words fell, Gu Yuan's figure had already disappeared within the cabin. When he came outside the cabin, he saw Mo Lingxiao leading Mo Yao and Chen Yun towards this side. Seeing Gu Yuan, Mo Lingxiao spoke up at the first opportunity. Emperor Yuan, Gu Changa fused the born holy dragon bone. His cultivation has skyrocketed, and now he has already broken through to a great emperor, attracting a lightning tribulation. If we are here, we will be viewed by the rules of the heavens and the earth as the one who is transmitting the tribulation, and even more terrifying lightning tribulations will be descended. So you should quickly call up Great Emperor Junlin, and let's stay away from this place. No need. Gu Yuan waved his hand and said, you guys stay right here, don't go anywhere. The District Thunderbolt, leave it to me. Upon hearing this, Mo Lingxiao slowly gouged out a large question mark on his head. Chapter 102, 10 Deaths. At this moment, the clueless Mo Lingxiao was confused. He had made it so clear, but Gu Yuan still wants them to stay where they are and not go anywhere. Who could hear that and not be confused? He even suspected he'd heard wrong. Unable to help himself, he once again said, Emperor Yuan, did you just say that you want us to stay right where we are? Yeah, you heard right. Gu Yuan nodded seriously. The 10,000 Thunder's divine body is immune to all means of thunder attacks in the world and can absorb thunder to strengthen itself. The more thunder he absorbed, the stronger he became. Mo Lingxiao and the others stayed where they were, not far from Gu Changa, so that they would be viewed by the rules of heaven and earth as people who had crossed the threshold, descending even more terrifying thunder. In this way, the more thunder he could absorb. As far as he was concerned, the more thunder there was the more excited he was. Now that Mo Lingxiao and the others wanted to stay away from this place, he naturally wouldn't agree. Rumble. The sound of loud thunder suddenly resounded high above the sky. Mo Lingxiao and Mo Yao as well as Chen Yun subconsciously looked up, and that look immediately scared the living daylights out of them, only to see that there were already countless more thunderbolts high above the sky. Thunder was like a dragon in thunder, accompanied by the sound of thunder. Countless streaks of thunder fell down like a waterfall. The dazzling golden light illuminated this part of heaven and earth as if it were daytime. Thunder destroys the world. A scene of doom. Each thunderbolt was the thickness of a water bucket, and its power was terrifying to the extreme. The aura alone that escaped from it scared Chen Yun and Mo Yao to the point where their bodies trembled and their faces turned pale to the extreme. This thunder made them feel like they were facing death head-on. If these thunders fall, no need to be skeptical. They're bound to meet their tai. It was Mo Lingxiao, who was an undying great emperor, who also became extremely pale at this moment. One or two thunderbolts he was not afraid of. It can even be easily resisted. But how much thunder is there high above the sky right now? Momochi? Chidori? Or is it Mundo? Too much. Can't even count. If all of these thunders were to fall, even if he was an undying emperor, then he would only be blasted into dregs. Thinking of Gu Yuan's words just now, Mo Lingxiao couldn't help but look at Gu Yuan with worry, wanting to see how the other party, who had spoken out of turn earlier, should now resist this roiling thunder. However, after the gaze fell on Gu Yuan, instead, he was visibly flabbergasted, simply because, after all, he realized, Gu Yuan looked at the roiling thunderbolt, and not only did his face not have any expressions of gravity, worry, fear, dread, or regard for death. Instead, there was an excited smile. The look it gave to that roiling thunder was as if it was a man who had been single for 100 years who had met a great beauty without an inch of clothing. Excitement! Excitement! It's hard to hold your own. Looking at Gu Yuan who looked like this, Mo Lingxiao's head once again slowly snapped out a big question mark. He wanted to ask Gu Yuan what he was laughing at. Why are you laughing? And why that look was so incomprehensible. But the words just reached his mouth, and then he swallowed back hard. Simply because, as he watched the thunder dropping down from the sky, Gu Yuan moved his feet, and his entire person had already rushed up into the sky. This is the 9 heavenly thunder tribulation? Who is transiting the tribulation? Now that Tang Shan is dead, if his born holy dragon bone was taken by Gu Chang'e and fused, the fusion of the 2 born holy dragon bones could allow Gu Chang'e's strength to skyrocket, and the person who is now crossing the threshold might be Gu Chang'e. Gu Chang'e? If it's really Gu Chang'e, then it's really not hard to find where you're going. Go over and take a look. Aha! After Tang Miao and the 17 old ancestors of the Tang clan arrived at the Sea of Taboos, they saw that someone had attracted a thunderbolt at the center position of the Sea of Taboos. This made them rush towards that side at the first opportunity. Upon arriving tens of thousands of miles away from the giant ship that Gu Yuan and the others were traveling in, they looked at the terrifying thunder that hung down from the sky. The 17 old ancestors of the Tang clan were all shocked. They had never seen someone's tribulation attract so many thunderbolts. Look at each other. They all looked odd to the extreme. Their cultivation levels were all incredibly powerful. All of them were existences that had long since crossed the 9 heavenly thunder tribulation for an unknown number of years. They were no strangers to the 9 heavenly thunder tribulation, but it was the first time they had seen thunder in a scene like the one they were in now. As for why there was so much thunder, they could guess. It was thought that someone should be closer to the person who had undergone the tribulation, and was regarded by the rules of heaven and earth as the person who had undergone the tribulation, and a more terrifying thunderbolt descended afterward. That's what caused such a scene. It was precisely because they knew this that their expressions were odd to the extreme. They didn't understand what kind of stupid person would choose to stay by the side of the person who was transiting while someone else was transiting. Such a terrifying thunder tribulation. Even if old man encounters it, he will have to die. And the person who crosses the tribulation with the people around him will surely die under the tribulation. The 3 ancestors of the Tang clan subconsciously shook their heads as they looked at the roiling thunderbolt. It is only assumed that the person crossing the tribulation and those around him will die under the tribulation. The rest of the Tang clan ancestors also nodded their heads at this moment, clearly agreeing with the words of the Tang clan's 3rd ancestor. If the person crossing the tribulation is Gu Chang'e, then it would be a bit of a pity. The 6th ancestor of the Tang clan unfortunately opened his mouth. Now the deaths of Tang Xian and Tang Shan as well as a bunch of Tang clan powerhouses were most likely related to Gu Chang'e. If Gu Chang'e and those around him died under the lightning tribulation, then they wouldn't be able to personally avenge Tang Xian as well as Tang Shan and the group of powerful members of the Tang clan. It's a real shame for them. After all, they had come here because they wanted to avenge Tang Xian, Tang Shan, and a bunch of other powerful people. What did the man want? Is he trying to fight against this roiling thunder with his own strength? Suddenly, Tang Miao looked startled, looking towards the very center of the roiling thunder. There, a white-clothed figure rose up into the sky. It went straight towards the roiling thunderbolt. Such a scene had truly shocked him. The 17 Tang clan ancestors also saw the white-clothed figure that rose up into the sky. They were first startled, but then they all shook their heads in unison. Overrate yourself. If heaven wants to make it perish, it must first make it crazy. This person even attempts to use his own strength to fight against the thousands of thunders. He simply already has a way to take his own death. There is a way to take death. 10,000 thunderbolts will fall, and he's bound to die 10 deaths. 10 deaths, obviously. They all did not think that Gu Yuan could fight against thousands of thunderbolts with his own strength. They are not the only ones who think so. It was the Mo Lingxiao trio on top of the giant ship that thought the same. At this moment, their faces were pale to the extreme. The fear in his heart was written directly on his face. The thousands of thunderbolts in the sky above had now locked them in place. Even if they stayed away from Guchanga right now, thousands of thunders would follow them. Now they could only hope for a miracle. Expect Gu Yuan to be able to block the thousands of thunderbolts. Failing that, they'll be the next to die. Just as their thoughts were drifting, thousands of thunderbolts had already struck Gu Yuan as hard as they could. P.S. Happy Tanabata. Chapter 103, Extreme Dao Great Emperor, shocking the entire arena. Rumble. A terrifyingly loud sound of thunder suddenly resounded over the sea of taboos. Thousands of thunderbolts bombarded Gu Yuan's body as much as they could. In an instant, Gu Yuan was wrapped in thousands of thunder. Between the flashes of dazzling lightning, every bone on Gu Yuan's body became visible. He even let thousands of thunder strike his body without doing any defense. Is he not afraid of death? Looking at Gu Yuan, who was enveloped by thousands of thunder, Mo Lingxiao stared with wide eyes, disbelief and incredulity in his eyes. Earlier, Gu Yuan had asked them to watch as its lone person resisted the thunder. Though he didn't think Gu Yuan would have any means to be able to resist the thousands of thunderbolts, but he subconsciously still had illusions, fantasizing that Gu Yuan had some kind of crushing card that could withstand these thousands of thunderbolts. But now Gu Yuan directly did not use any means to harden against the thunder. This move directly doused his illusions. The power of each and every one of these thunderbolts was extraordinary. If he used an attack or defense, he might be able to withstand some of the thunder. But if one didn't use any means, and instead chose to just resist the lightning tribulation with one's fleshly body, don't say Gu Yuan is just an indestructible great emperor. Even if Gu Yuan is an extreme great emperor. No, so much thunder, and the power of each thunderbolt was so powerful. Not to mention extreme great emperors. Even if a forbidden great emperor came, he might not be able to endure so much thunder without dying. The moment Gu Yuan, who was wrapped in thousands of thunderbolts, had turned into a dead man in his eyes. Father, Gu Yuan won't die just like that, right? Mo Yao looked at Mo Lingxiao. Her eyes somewhat reddened as she asked. Gu Yuan was so handsome and so powerful. The moment she saw it, she sprang to life. If Gu Yuan died in front of his eyes like this, she can't take it. Hey! Meeting his daughter's hopeful gaze, Mo Lingxiao didn't say anything, but only sighed gently. He also didn't want an absolute heavenly pride among absolute heavenly prides like Gu Yuan to die like this, but that's just the way it is. He couldn't bear to deceive his daughter. Although Gu Yuan, who was now wrapped in thousands of thunderbolts, was alive or dead, now, he had become a dead man in his eyes. Hearing Mo Lingxiao's words, tears flashed in Mo Yao's eyes. A pair of pink fists involuntarily clenched. At this moment, her desire for strength reached the peak of this life. If she had the strength, she would be able to pursue Gu Yuan openly, and not have to bury her love deep in her heart because of the gap between them. If she had the strength, there was no way she would have watched the one who made her heart sing fall into danger. If there is strength, it's just a shame. There are not so many ifs in this world. At this moment, Gu Yuan, who was wrapped in thousands of thunderbolts, had become a dead man in their eyes. It's not just them. It was the dozen or so Tang clan ancestors in the distance as well as Tang Miao who thought the same. No wonder they think so. It was really the thousands of thunder that were too terrifying. Not to mention that Gu Yuan was only an undying great emperor. Even if Gu Yuan was a forbidden great emperor, under such a terrifying thunderbolt, I'm afraid that there is only one way to die. And just as the crowd was thinking so, the thunder that encased Gu Yuan had gradually dissipated, revealing the figure of Gu Yuan who was in the middle of it. What? He's not even dead. And his aura. Extreme Dao Emperor. Fighting against thousands of thunder with his own strength. Not only did he not die, not to mention that, but he also made a breakthrough. What kind of joke is this? Novels don't even dare to write like this. It must be fake. It must not be real. I must be dreaming. As the dazzling thunder light gradually dispersed, revealing Gu Yuan in it, the 17 Tang clan ancestors and Tang Miao were all stunned dog-eared. Just because. They were shocked to see that Gu Yuan, who had fought against thousands of thunderbolts with his own strength, not only didn't die, but his cultivation had even broken through. Gu Yuan had simply overturned their perceptions. How can this keep them calm? Some of them even suspected that they were dreaming, and were unwilling to believe that the scene in front of them was real. But upon pinching on his body and feeling the pain coming from it, he understood. It just seems to be true. Compared to their shock, Mo Lingxiao and the others were also shocked though, but after the shock, they were full of joy. That was being happy for Gu Yuan for blocking the first wave of lightning tribulation, and happy for their own sake. After all, the aura of thousands of thunders had already locked them in place. If Gu Yuan couldn't block this thunderbolt, although Gu Yuan would die before them, they would then be unable to escape being blasted by the thunder. They weren't confident that they could block the thousands of thunderbolts. Is this Emperor Yuqi? So handsome, so powerful. Looking at Gu Yuan, who stood in the air, dressed in white like an immortal descending from heaven, Mo Yao's pair of good-looking eyes immediately lit up with little stars. Although she knew that the gap between her and Gu Yuan was extremely wide and destined to not have a single possibility. However, if Gu Yuan was so good as to be comparable to a reader, it was hard for her not to love him. Mo Lingxiao glanced at Mo Yao, but did not say anything more. Knowing his daughter like a father, he could naturally probably guess what his daughter was thinking. But Gu Yuan's excellence was an unchangeable fact. All he could do was to keep his daughter from getting in too deep. Beyond that he could interfere with nothing else. After all, Gu Yuan was so outstanding, not to mention her daughter. If he had been a woman, he would have been hard-pressed. Rumble. Just as the crowd's thoughts were drifting, the thunderbolt above the sky coalesced once again, and then smashed down fiercely towards Gu Yuan. There were still thousands of thunderbolts coming out in unison. The aura emanating from it was undoubtedly a few points more powerful than the previous thunder. It was the shape that was noticeably larger and thicker than even the previous thunder. The lightning tribulation induced when breaking through to a great emperor was the 9 heavenly thunder tribulation. The reason why the 9 heavens thunder tribulation was called the 9 heavens thunder tribulation was because there were 9 of them, and one thunder was stronger than the other. Although, because of the reason that there were more people gathered around the person who was crossing the threshold, it caused the first thunderbolt to turn into tens of thousands of thunderbolts. However, if one were to seriously do the math, what Gu Yuan had passed through was indeed only the first lightning tribulation. Mo Lingxiao seemed to have also remembered the fact that there were a total of 9 thunderbolts in the 9 heavens, and the joy on his face slowly converged and became worried. Gu Yuan was able to fight against thousands of thunderbolts by himself without being injured, a move that was truly heaven-defying. But the 9 heavenly thunder tribulation was stronger with each tribulation. The further back it went, the stronger and more terrifying the thunderbolt became. Even though Gu Yuan had now raised his cultivation to extreme Dao Emperor, it was still an unknown whether he would be able to block the next lightning tribulation. However, what happened next was to make his newly risen worries instantly dissipate. See only, facing the thousands of thunderbolts that were even more powerful than before, Gu Yuan not only didn't have any fear, but instead let out a loud laugh of joy to the extreme. Let this thunder come harder. P.S. Happy Eve. Lonely Coder's fire begs for hypes and free swag. Cream. Chapter 104 Extreme Dao Emperor 8th Level. Try. Let this thunder come harder. Gu Yuan's loud laughing voice resounded over the entire sea of taboos. The laugh gave off an indefinable feeling. It made people subconsciously think that this was Gu Yuan not putting the next lightning tribulation in his eyes at all, thinking that Gu Yuan could easily survive the next tribulation. And as the words fell, Gu Yuan's entire body once again rose up into the sky, meeting the thousands of thunderbolts that struck down from the sky. Still unprepared, it was still carried hard by the power of the flesh alone. The shock of such a scene is unimaginable. Fortunately, Gu Yuan had a similar experience once before. The people who saw this scene now were still incredulous, but they still quickly came back to their senses. Rumble. The sound of thunder shook the sky as thousands of thunderbolts once again fiercely bombarded Gu Yuan. Soon, the lightning dispersed, revealing the figure of Gu Yuan who was in the middle of it. Its breath was smooth and not disorganized, and its white clothes were not stained with dust, and it actually did not suffer any harm from the thousands of thunderbolts. What made people shocked was Gu Yuan's cultivation. Earlier, Gu Yuan had fought against thousands of thunderbolts with his own strength, and not only was he not injured, but his cultivation had directly broken through from the 9th level of the Undying Great Emperor to the 1st level of the Extreme Great Emperor. Nowadays, against the thousands of thunderbolts, Gu Yuan's cultivation had once again risen by a small realm. Right now, he was already a supreme powerhouse at the 2nd level of the Extreme Dao Great Emperor, being struck by lightning, not to mention not being injured. His cultivation had skyrocketed. It's almost as if it's open. Once again, this brought no small amount of shock to those who witnessed this scene. Shocked. Among the 17 old ancestors of the Tang clan, there were old ancestors who looked at the thunder coalescing high above the sky, their eyes visibly flashing with eagerness to try. This person was struck by lightning and instead of being injured, his cultivation skyrocketed. That is to say, being struck by lightning will raise your cultivation level. How about I'm going to try getting struck by lightning too. As soon as the third ancestor of the Tang clan spoke these words, the Tang clan's oldest ancestor and Tang Miao who were present were all startled, and then rushed out. Junior, are you out of your mind? Other people will increase their cultivation level if they are struck by lightning. You go to be struck by lightning. You will die. Wow. This roiling thunder. Not to mention that you're only the 9th level of the Extreme Emperor. Even if you're a Forbidden Emperor, I'm afraid you'll still have to GA. Don't be impulsive. Third ancestor, you can't be impulsive. Listening to the words of the surrounding Tang clan ancestors, the third ancestor of the Tang clan could only dispel the idea of going to be struck by lightning. Actually, I'm only thinking about it. I'm not going to be stupid enough to go and get struck by lightning. That said, however, there was still a leap of faith in his gaze towards the roiling thunder. He had been stuck at the 9th level of the Extreme Tao Emperor for an unknown number of years, and due to his restricted talent, he might not be able to break through to a Forbidden Emperor in his entire life. Now seeing Gu Yuan's cultivation rise when he was struck by lightning, he also wanted to follow Gu Yuan's example and become stronger when he was struck by lightning. Him, too eager for a breakthrough. And just as they were talking, rumble, accompanied by the sound of thunder that resounded through the sky, the third wave of thunder had fiercely bombarded Gu Yuan. This time the thunder was stronger, bigger and thicker than the previous one, but when it landed on Gu Yuan, it still didn't cause any damage to Gu Yuan. Instead, Gu Yuan's cultivation level even broke through a small realm again because of this wave of thunder tribulation. It directly reached the 3rd level of the Extreme Tao Great Emperor. Being struck by lightning once breaks through a small realm. This truly gave the distant Tang clan ancestors envy. As Tang clan ancestors, their cultivation realms were all terrifying to the very top. The weakest ones were all at the 8th level of the Extreme Tao Emperor. The strong ones had even reached the Forbidden Great Emperor. They had cultivated to this point, and the hardship involved. If they were to tell it, it would be enough to make the listener cry and the hearer sad. Now that he had seen Gu Yuan break through a small realm after being struck by lightning once, it was as if he was hanging on. This really made them envious. There were even several Tang clan ancestors who couldn't help but want to run over and try to see if being struck by lightning could cause them to break through, but they're afraid they'll pass away if they try. In the end, he could only suppress the idea of trying it out in his mind. Soon, the 4th wave of thunderbolts arrived. There were no surprises. Gu Yuan was still uninjured, and his cultivation had risen by a small realm once again. Extreme Tao Great Emperor, the 4th level, and then there was the 5th wave of thunderbolts, the 6th wave of thunderbolts, the 7th wave of thunderbolts, the 8th wave of thunderbolts. Gu Yuan still hadn't suffered any harm from these thunderbolts. Instead, his cultivation level was rapidly rising as waves of lightning tribulation fell. A wave of thunderbolts breaks through once. 8 waves of thunder tribulation fell, and his cultivation had already reached the 8th level of the Extreme Tao Great Emperor. Is this the 10,000 Thunder God body? It's really deep in my heart. Squeezing his fist, feeling the terrifying power of the 8th level of the Extreme Tao Emperor within his body, Gu Yuan couldn't suppress the upturned corners of his mouth. The 10,000 Thunder God body could absorb thunder to strengthen itself, and the more thunder it absorbed, the stronger the 10,000 Thunder God body would become. At first, he thought that it was only his physique that was powerful from absorbing thunder. However, reality told him that absorbing thunder would not only strengthen the 10,000 Thunder's divine body, but it would also directly raise his cultivation level. This is it's a blast. If it wasn't for the fact that he had absorbed too much of the same type of thunder and after absorbing it again, he would no longer be able to raise his cultivation level. Gu Yuan would have wanted to help someone cross the threshold, because that way you can raise your cultivation faster. The lightning tribulation induced when one becomes an emperor is known as the Emperor Tribulation, also known as the 9 Heavenly Thunder Tribulation. It looks the same, only one is stronger than the other. But in truth, these 9 thunderbolts were fundamentally different. This was also the reason why Gu Yuan was able to raise a small realm with every wave of thunderbolt he absorbed. In the future, if someone became an emperor, Gu Yuan would help block the calamity and absorb the 9 heavens thunder tribulation, although it could also strengthen his body. But if he wanted to achieve the current effect and directly enhance his cultivation, then it would be simply impossible. It's like getting a shot the first time you get sick and can recover quickly, but when you've had the shot many times, and you get it again, in not having the same kind of effect as the first time in general, the needle here means nothing else. Don't get me wrong. Audit day. Rumble. The sound of thunder resounded again. The 9th wave of thunderbolt had arrived. Gu Yuan raised his head to look, only to see thousands of thunder once again coalescing and molding in the midst of the calamity clouds, and then ruthlessly chopping towards the bottom. It was just that compared to the previous thunder, this one was simply powerful to the point of being terrifying. It was actually more powerful than the sum of the previous 8 waves of thunder power. However, even though the power of this 9th wave of thunder was unimaginably powerful, Gu Yuan's expression remained unchanged in the slightest. Just because, being in the 10,000 thunder god body, he was immune to damage no matter how strong the thunder was. This kid was struck by a thunderbolt. Nothing happened to him, and his cultivation skyrocketed. If he can, surely I can. Seeing the 9th wave of lightning tribulation falling, the 3 ancestors of the Tang clan finally made up their minds. The entire person instantly transformed into a stream of light and quickly rushed towards the center of the falling thunder. Seeing this scene, the Tang clan's ancestors and Tang Miao were all startled in unison. How could one not expect the Tang clan's 3 ancestors to be heading towards the center of the falling thunder at this moment? The current wave of thunder was the 9th and final wave of the 9 heavenly thunder tribulation. The power of this wave of lightning tribulation was the sum of the previous 8, and it was so powerful that it was unimaginable. With the strength of the Tang clan's 3rd ancestor, he would be able to block such a thunderbolt, not to mention one, even if it was 5 or 10. But the problem was that there were simply more than 5 or 10 channels of thunder now. Rather, it's 1,000 paths, 10,000 paths. Moreover, as the 3 ancestors of the Tang clan entered the range where the person who was transiting was located, they would also be regarded by the rules of heaven and earth as the person who was transiting. The number of thunderbolts is bound to increase still further. It will also get scarier. With this being the case, the 3 ancestors of the Tang clan headed to the center of where the thousands of thunderbolts were falling. Move STH. It's simply a death wish. There is a way to take death. Chapter 105, Try and Die. Junior, get back here. The 9th thunder tribulation is terrifyingly terrifying. You'll only die if you go. Come back quickly. Sanzu, don't you think about it. Returning from their shock, the remaining 16 old ancestors of the Tang clan and Tang Miao all opened their mouths towards the Tang clan's 3 ancestors to persuade them. Wanted the other side to come back quickly and not go forward to seek death. If others can be struck by lightning to raise their cultivation, I can certainly do the same. Today's thunderbolt is so odd that it won't even hurt anyone. If I miss today, I don't know when I'll have to wait until I want to make a breakthrough in the future. Don't worry. I'm just trying. I'm sure I won't pass away. The 3rd ancestor of the Tang clan looked back at the remaining Tang clan ancestors, and after uttering a few words of comfort, he turned his head, before resolutely and quickly heading towards the center of the falling thunder. He was as fast as he could be. A distance of tens of thousands of miles was already there in just 3 or 2 breaths, and with his appearance, the rules of heaven and earth instantly regarded him as a person who had crossed the threshold. A terrifying thunderbolt quickly coalesced and formed in the midst of the thunderbolt, and then quickly fell towards him. The numbers were extremely high, and they were all powerful to the extreme. Feeling the terrifying might contained within these thunderbolts, the 3 ancestors of the Tang clan couldn't help but gulp. Cold sweat also began to surface on his forehead. Even his body couldn't help but tremble slightly. No wonder he reacted the way he did. It was really because the might contained in this thunder was too powerful. It actually made him feel like he was facing death head-on. Instinctively, he prepared for defense. But after thinking that Gu Yuan was defenseless against the thunder, he hurriedly pushed down the idea of trying to prepare a defense again. In his opinion, the reason why the thunder didn't hurt Gu Yuan was solely because Gu Yuan didn't make a defense. If he had made a defense, he might have been injured by the thunder. He didn't want thunder to hurt him, which was why he chose to learn from Gu Yuan. Phew! Slowly, he exhaled a mouthful of cloudy air, pushing down the fear in his heart. The 3 ancestors of the Tang clan closed their eyes and spread their arms wide to meet the thunder falling from above without making any preparations, seemingly to embolden themselves. He also let out a loud cry from his mouth, then let the thunderbolt come more violently. Looking at the 3 ancestors of the Tang clan who had suddenly appeared not far away, Gu Yuan's head slowly snapped out a large question mark. Where is this from? Surprisingly, he prepared to meet the final wave of the 9 heavenly thunder tribulation without doing any defense. This was not putting the final wave of the 9 heavenly thunder tribulation in his eyes at all. Or did the other side live long enough to seek death? Can't figure it out. Don't get it. The target of the thousands of thunderbolts had been the person who had crossed the threshold from the beginning to the end. Or it is because the person who was far away from the transiting is regarded by the rules of heaven and earth as the one who is transiting. Gu Yuan appeared in the air, and the reason why thousands of thunderbolts struck him was because he had activated the 10,000 thunder divine body, which drew these thunderbolts to him. Now that the Tang clan's 3 ancestors looked like they were looking for death, Gu Yuan thought for a moment and did not draw the thunderbolt that the other party had attracted to himself. Since the other party was determined to seek death, then he would be merciful and fulfill the other party. Thinking of this, Gu Yuan couldn't help but nod his head darkly. Sure enough, I'm just a good-hearted person. Below, Mo Lingxiao, Mo Yao, and Chen Yun, all three of their gazes fell on Gu Yuan. Seeing the three ancestors of the Tang clan who appeared not far from Gu Yuan, it looked like they were looking for death. They couldn't read it, but they were greatly impressed. Tang Miao and the Tang clan's ancestors in the distance saw that the Tang clan's three ancestors were actually facing the thunder directly without defense. It was a frightening sight for them to watch. Right away, a Tang clan ancestor chided. Junior, what are you doing? Cultivation is not easy. Don't waste your life. Life is so wonderful. Don't do anything stupid. Third ancestor, do you realize what you're doing? With that said, there were also Tang clan ancestors who were ready to go over to help the Tang clan's third ancestor or bring the Tang clan's third ancestor back. But before they could move, Tang Chu, who was the Tang clan's first ancestor, rebuked and terminated their thoughts of trying to go and help the Tang clan's third ancestor. Get back here, all of you. Being closer to the person who is undergoing the tribulation will be regarded by the rules of heaven and earth as the person undergoing the tribulation. And even more terrifying thunder tribulations will fall if you guys go over there now. Not only will you not be able to help Junior, you'll also lose your own lives along with it. Hearing this, the hearts of the several Tang clan ancestors who were preparing to go forward to help the three ancestors of the Tang clan were startled. Immediately, he dismissed the idea of going forward to help the three ancestors of the Tang clan. Although they were beloved family members and brothers in arms with the three ancestors of the Tang family, but if helping the three ancestors of the Tang clan will get you killed, then it's better not to help. Beloved family and friends, brothers in arms, compared to their own little lives. Bull asterisk 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 2. In the end, they could only stare at the Tang clan's third ancestor with dead eyes, expecting that the Tang clan's third ancestor would be like Gu Yuan, who was fine even after being struck by lightning. And as their gazes watched, the thunder had already reached the top of the heads of the three ancestors of the Tang clan. Feeling the terrifying aura coming from the thunder above his head, the three ancestors of the Tang clan subconsciously swallowed their saliva. But in the end, he still hardened his heart and did not choose to resist the coming thunder. And the result of this is, rumble. A loud thunderous sound resounded, and the terrifying thunder instantly bombarded the three ancestors of the Tang clan fiercely. Instantly, an unbearable and intense pain instantly spread throughout the entire body of the three ancestors of the Tang clan. The three ancestors of the Tang clan hadn't even thought that Lei Thunder would go out of his way. He hadn't even done any defense anymore. And it was surprising that he was still subjected to such intense pain. Caught off guard, he didn't hold back one bit. A neuter-like squeal immediately came out of his mouth. Ah, the sound is so miserable that anyone who has ever seen a neutered pig understands it. Forcibly enduring the pain, the three ancestors of the Tang clan turned their gazes to Gu Yuan, who was wrapped in thousands of thunderbolts. Seeing that the other party didn't even grunt, it looked like they didn't feel any pain. This instantly unbalanced him. Unable to resist, he loudly questioned, "Why is that kid fine? Splitting me hurts so much." None responded to his words. The only thing that responded to him was the thunder he had drawn. Boom, boom, boom. Thunder fell one after another, and the three ancestors of the Tang clan were soon bombarded with blood from their mouths. There was a lot of screaming. He wanted to escape, but these thunderous auras had already locked him in place. No matter where he fled, the thunder was chasing him. Moreover, the speed of these thunderbolts was extremely fast and incomparable. Even if he escaped, he couldn't run away from these thunderbolts. He wanted to block it, but the thunder was dense and numerous. The defensive means had just been cast, and at most, it could only withstand 3 or 5 thunderbolts before it would be broken. How can this be blocked? Unstoppable. Can't block it at all. After just a few short breaths, the three ancestors of the Tang clan were dying from the thunderbolt. On the verge of death, his eyes looked toward the group of Tang clan's ancestors and Tang Miao in the distance, and he spoke with difficulty. "Help! Help me!" In response to his plea for help, the Tang clan's group of ancestors all turned their heads aside, unable to bear to look at the Tang clan's third ancestor any longer. It wasn't that they didn't want to save the three ancestors of the Tang clan, but they can't be saved. They go, and they die, as the thunder fell one after another. Soon, the three ancestors of the Tang clan completely died under the thunder. The thunder didn't stop blasting just because he was dead. Still blasting away. It wasn't until the three ancestors of the Tang clan died without even a speck of dust to be found that these thunderbolts headed towards Gu Yuan under the traction of his 10,000 thunder god body. Chapter 106, Think I'm soft tofu? How can you ask for help when you're clearly seeking your own death? Don't get it. Don't understand it. Looking at the three ancestors of the Tang clan, who hadn't even a speck of dust left by the thunderbolt, Gu Yuan couldn't help but shake his head. Expresses no comprehension at all. Soon, as all the thunder was absorbed by Gu Yuan's cultivation broke through once again, coming to the 9th level of the extreme Tao Emperor, only one step away from the Forbidden Emperor. The pitch-black robbery clouds high above also slowly dissipated as Gu Yuan absorbed all the thunder. Junior, Sanzu, Sango, a dozen figures flashed by, and a group of Tang clan's old ancestors and Tang Miao appeared at the location where the Tang clan's three ancestors had died. They all had sad faces. After all, the dead Tang family's three ancestors were their beloved family members and brothers in arms. It's normal for them to look sad. In sorrow, there was the Tang clan's fourth ancestor who fiercely looked at Gu Yuan and said with infinite anger in his voice, "It was you. You're the one who killed Sango." Me. Gu Yuan reached out and pointed at himself, his tone filled with suspicion. At this moment, the clueless Gu Yuan was confused. That third ancestor of the Tang clan had clearly sought death on his own, actively stepping into the range of the person who was crossing the threshold of the tribulation, and was regarded by the rules of the heavens and earth as a person crossing the threshold of the tribulation, and descended the thunder tribulation. Now that the other party had died under the thunderbolt, these people blamed him for the death of the Tang clan's third ancestor. It is simply outrageous. It's downright deceptive. That's right. It's because of you that my third brother died. Meeting Gu Yuan's gaze, the Tang clan's fourth ancestor spoke in a loud voice. If it wasn't for the fact that you took thousands of thunder hard with your own strength without being injured, not to mention that you also drastically increased your cultivation, a move that moved my third brother's heart and gave him the idea of wanting to give it a try, and that's why he passed away. Do you think he would have died? Tell me, was my third brother's death because of you? Hearing this, Gu Yuan was dumbfounded. I can hard receive 10,000 thunderbolts and not only not get injured, not to mention, but my cultivation has skyrocketed instead. It's because I'm powerful. His third brother tried to emulate me, and it's none of my business if he dies? Did I ask him to learn from me? No, right? Speaking of which, Gu Yuan looked at the Tang family's four ancestors with a faint smile. You, the Tang clan's fourth ancestor, was dumbfounded, reaching out and pointing at Gu Yuan for half a day. But in the end, he only uttered the word you. Obviously he also knew that he was being unreasonable. Sango's death was entirely self-inflicted, but Gu Yuan's attitude had clearly angered him. The harpies are too deceitful. Give me death. With an explosive cry, he struck out with anger. A terrifying to the extreme peak of the extreme Tao Great Emperor 9th level aura violently erupted out. With a movement of his feet, his entire body instantly transformed into a stream of light and rushed towards Gu Yuan. Its speed was so fast that in less than the blink of an eye, it had already arrived in front of Gu Yuan. The power in his body surged crazily, and he raised his hand to blast out a fist. This punch was so powerful that it exploded space and came straight at Gu Yuan's face. Above his fist, a blazing fire churned, scorching the space with a burst of distortion. An extremely fearful aura emanated from the fist, making it easy to perceive the power of this punch. The Tang clan's group of ancestors all noticed the fourth ancestor of the Tang clan who had made the move, but they did not have any thoughts of stopping it. The three ancestors of the Tang clan were seeking death on their own though. But the reason why the Tang clan's three ancestors had taken the initiative to seek death was entirely because of Gu Yuan. Therefore, they had a resentment present towards Gu Yuan. If the Tang clan's four ancestors could directly subdue Gu Yuan, this was a scene they would be happy to see. Do it without a word? Treat me like soft tofu? Then this emperor will tell you today that you kicked a steel plate. Coldness flashed in his eyes as Gu Yuan's palm flashed with thunder and he grabbed out with a palm. He directly and steadily grabbed the punch that the Tang clan's fourth ancestor blasted at him, not giving the Tang clan's four ancestors any chance to react. Gu Yuan's hand slammed. Rip dash. Blood spurted out furiously as Gu Yuan directly yanked the entire arm of the Tang clan's fourth ancestor down hard. Intense pain swept through his entire body, and immediately the pain caused a cry of pain to escape the mouth of the Tang clan's fourth ancestor. Ah! My hand! My hand! But soon, the pained cry from its mouth turned into a terrified yell again. What? What do you want to do? It turned out to be Gu Yuan who dropped his arm like it was trash, and then grabbed his neck while he was still in pain. This set of actions flowed in a single breath. Not to mention that the Tang family's four ancestors didn't react. Even Tang Miao Tang family's group of ancestors didn't react. After reacting, they immediately let out an explosive cry. Let go of Junior. Kid, let go of Xiaoxi, and I'll leave your body intact. Little, let my fourth brother go. With these words, they wanted Gu Yuan to release the Tang clan's 4 ancestors. But for their words, Gu Yuan acted as if he hadn't heard them, but instead looked at the Tang clan's 4th ancestor and said indifferently, in the same realm as me, yet as weak as a mole cricket. You're one of those wasteful great emperors that were piled up with all sorts of cultivation resources, aren't you? The Tang clan's 4th ancestor almost didn't spit out blood from anger as he listened to these words. Great emperors were the top powerhouses of the Tianwu continent, and it was only possible for one to be born out of hundreds of millions of people. This was an existence that could not be piled up with cultivation resources. But now Gu Yuan was saying that he was a waste great emperor who had piled up with cultivation resources. It really pissed him off enough. As for the weak, he's no weakling. It was just that Gu Yuan was ridiculously strong, which made him seem a bit weak. And there was a reason why Gu Yuan was ridiculously strong. It was important to know that the technique he cultivated was a super god stage technique, and he also possessed 2 powerful physiques. In such a situation, it would be really abnormal if he wasn't strong and couldn't manage to crush cultivators of the same realm. Kid, this emperor advises you to obediently release Xiaoxi. If not, this emperor will let you die a miserable death. Tang Chou spoke in a calm voice. Between the words, an aura of a forbidden great emperor 5th level erupted from his body, pressing down towards Gu Yuan with a threatening meaning drawn out. Then I'd like to see just how badly I'll die. Gu Yuan glanced at Tang Chu and gave an unimpressed smile. As the words fell, he exerted a fierce force in his hand. Click! The sound of bones breaking rang out as the thunder in Gu Yuan's palm went straight into the Tang clan's 4th ancestor, beginning to annihilate all of his vitality. Almost in an instant, the Tang clan's 4th ancestor's head tilted, and he was completely lifeless. Chapter 107, Massacres. Damn! You dared to pinch Xiaoxi to death in front of me. You deserve to die. I'm going to whip you into shape and skin you. Little! You actually strangled my 4th brother. You actually strangled him. You deserve to die. I can't believe you killed 4th brother. Little stinker. I'm going to kill you. Kill you. The eyes of the Tang clan's group of old ancestors were crimson with anger to the extreme. Hatred for Gu Yuan reached its peak. They never thought anyone would dare to kill their clan in front of them. This is not putting them in their eyes at all. There was only one thought in their minds right now. That is, kill Gu Yuan to avenge the 4 ancestors of the Tang family. Noisy. Hearing the angry curses of these people, Gu Yuan only felt a wave of annoyance and let out a low gulp. Berserk thunder violently coalesced from his body, and then blasted straight toward the people of the Tang clan present. No one had expected Gu Yuan to be so overbearing as to make the first move. You know, the anger is theirs. They haven't even made a move yet. Now that Gu Yuan had suddenly struck out, this had pushed the anger in the hearts of the Tang family's ancestors in Tang Miao to the peak. But just as they were getting angry, the thunder had already arrived. The power of the thunder was extremely terrifying, and it was fast to the extreme. In less than an instant, he had already arrived in front of the Tang clan's crowd. Boom! 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 Successive sounds of explosions rang out. A few of the Tang clan ancestors who hadn't even reacted yet, as well as Tang Miao, had already been hit by the thunderbolt before they could even make a move to resist. Put! 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 Blood spurted out of their mouths as they were all spat out and flew backwards by the thunderbolt. Only Tang Chu, who reacted faster, and the 3 Tang clan ancestors, resisted the arrival of the thunder, and only then did they not fly backwards in blood. Of course, though, the blow struck by Gu Yuan did not blast them into spitting blood and flying backwards. However, they resisted this strike still made them subconsciously take half a step back. This son is so demonic. Tang Chou and the 3 Tang clan ancestors who had blocked the blow glanced at each other, and both saw a strong look of shock in the bottom of each other's eyes. They were able to react far beyond the rest of the old ancestors, and that was because they were stronger. The weakest ones were all at the first level of the Forbidden Great Emperor. The strongest Tang clan first old ancestor was even at the 5th level of the Forbidden Great Emperor. However, their strikes were only able to block the random strike struck by Gu Yuan, which really shocked them. Shocked, they glanced at each other, killing intent clearly bursting through their eyes. This son is too demonic and must not be kept. It must be eradicated. Berserk auras rushed up, and all sorts of splendid attacking means had already blossomed from their hands before they blasted down fiercely towards Gu Yuan. The Tang clan ancestor and Tang Miao, who had previously spat out blood and flew backwards, also reacted. They forced themselves to endure the pain in their bodies and similarly struck out their mastery. For a moment, all sorts of splendid attacking means blossomed over the sea of taboos. All of these attacks were terrifying to the extreme. Almost every attack exploded space. The terrifying aura that escaped from it alone shook the waves of the taboo sea. Looking at the many means of attack that smashed in, Gu Yuan didn't dare to be careless. With a large hand, the Regulus sword instantly appeared in his hand. Between the powers surging within his body, the Regulus sword was instantly activated. In an instant, golden light blossomed and was unforgivable. One by one, mysterious and obscure runes wandered on top of the Xian Yuan sword, looking extremely extraordinary. The unparalleled, incomparably sharp sword qi and a ray of thunder appeared on top of the Xian Yuan sword, making the might that the Xian Yuan sword could erupt a few points more powerful. Without hesitation, Gu Yuan raised his hand and chopped out with the sword. Destroy the sky. A brilliant golden sword light instantly exploded out as the sword was cut out. This sword was stunning and overwhelming. Its power is so strong that it seems to have the power of destroying the sky. The sword light was incomparably powerful and sharp, and nothing could be cut or blocked. Once it appeared, it directly tore a long hole in space. It could be seen how powerful this sword was, and the speed of this sword was unimaginably fast. It is also like a shooting star crossing the night sky, passing by in an instant. Under Gu Yuan's sword, all of the attacking means coming towards him were broken in unison. How is this possible? He's clearly only at the 9th level of a mere extreme Dao Great Emperor, so why was he able to cut out such a stunning and overwhelmingly powerful sword? Fake. This must be fake. Watching the means of attack struck by his side was easily broken by Gu Yuan's sword. The crowd of Tang clan ancestors and Tang Miao were shocked doggedly. For a while it was simply too much to accept this fact. Some people were even as if they had been stunned, and began to growl and roar madly. But no matter how they reacted, it couldn't change the fact that Gu Yuan had broken many of their attacks with a single sword. While they were shocked, the sword light that broke their many means had already chopped towards them without decreasing its momentum. The speed of the sword light was extremely fast. Plus at this moment, the Tang clan's group of ancestors were in another brief moment of shock. Even when the sword light reached their bodies, they had already reacted. But in this situation, no matter whether it is to escape or block, it is not possible. Put. As the sword light fell, several Tang clan ancestors were instantly cut down by the sword light. This sword light was extremely terrifying, and right away, it left many injuries on their bodies and sent them flying. Blood dripped down like bloody rain, coloring the sea of taboos red, the fresh and sweet-smelling blood of a great emperor. This could make the sea beasts that were watching from afar cry with gluttony. If it wasn't for the fear that they would be put to death by these human cultivators if they came over, they would have inevitably rushed over to enjoy the delicacy by now. This brat is too evil. Quickly used the Tang clan grand formation. Seeing that a member of the clan was injured, Tang Chou made a decisive decision to speak in a loud voice. Yes. Hearing the words of Tang Chu, the first ancestor of the Tang clan, all the Tang clan ancestors present responded in a loud voice. Subconsciously they looked in the direction where Gu Yuan was, preparing to cast the Tang clan grand formation. However, when their gazes landed on where Gu Yuan was, they were shocked in their hearts. Simply because, the location where Gu Yuan was empty. There wasn't any figure of Gu Yuan at all. Where's the boy? The crowd of Tang clan members all felt their scalps tingle as their eyes scanned the surroundings, trying to find Gu Yuan's figure. And just then too, a sound like neuter suddenly resounded in this part of the world. Tang Chou subconsciously looked his gaze over, and at that look, his eyes went red. It turned out to be Gu Yuan who took advantage of his inattention and directly chased after the Tang clan ancestors who had been blown away by his sword light earlier. And then, the hand rose and the sword fell. Hands up and swords down. Almost instantly, several members of the Tang clan died at the hands of Gu Yuan. None of these people were a match for Gu Yuan at their peak moments now that he was seriously injured. If he was caught up by Gu Yuan, wasn't it only a dead end? Seeing Gu Yuan decapitating a Tang clan ancestor, and then quickly heading towards a closer Tang clan ancestor, Tang Chou's eyes were red, and his mouth immediately let out a high explosive voice. Kid, stop it! The sound shook the sky and spread far and wide. The berserk sonic power immediately shook the space distortion, causing the waves of the forbidden waves below to surge. Gu Yuan naturally heard Tang Chu's explosive shout, but he didn't make any move to stop at all. Quickly arriving in front of and behind the closer Tang clan ancestor, he raised his hand and chopped down with a sword. No! At the same time as a terrified yell came from his mouth, his head also flew up high at this moment. One sword, and the bodies are separated. Another Tang clan ancestor died on the spot. Chapter 108, Lei Lai. He didn't even look at the Tang clan ancestor who had been decapitated by himself. Gu Yuan moved his feet and was already killing towards the other Tang clan ancestor. Seeing that Gu Yuan ignored his words and still dared to kill the people of the Tang clan, not to mention that he was now actually heading towards another Tang clan ancestor, this move immediately made Tang Chou furious beyond measure. Little, give me death. A long whistle. With a movement of his feet, Tang Chou's entire body was like a flash, and he actually appeared directly in front of Gu Yuan. Between the flips of his wrists, a blue and silver-colored lance instantly appeared in his hands. Without the slightest hesitation, he directly prodded the blue and silver lance. Once the blue-silver lance was activated, the blue-silver light suddenly blossomed into an unforgivable light. He held his gun in both hands and stabbed it violently towards Gu Yuan. A little cold aura arrived first, followed by the gun coming out like a dragon. The long spear directly pierced through space, terrifyingly incomparable. Ow! The sound of a dragon's roar resounded as a blue and silver dragon appeared. Once the blue and silver dragon appeared, it was as if it had come to life and blasted straight towards Gu Yuan. The two were so close, coupled with the fact that Tang Chou struck without the slightest bit of procrastination. The flow of water and clouds came together in a single breath. If it is an ordinary extremely great Emperor 9, no, not to mention the 9th level of the extreme Dao Emperor, I'm afraid it would be impossible for an ordinary forbidden emperor to react. But how could Gu Yuan, who possessed two heaven-defying physiques and cultivated super god-rank techniques, not react? Almost the instant Tang Chou appeared in front of him, he reacted instantly, and then he catalyzed the Xian Yuan sword in his hand and stabbed out. The blue and silver dragon that was rapidly blasting towards him was under the sword, just like a balloon meeting the tip of a needle. Just one contact and it directly burst. It turned into a strand of extremely pure energy returning to the heavens and earth. The blue and silver dragon exploded, and the shot stabbed out by Tang Chou arrived. One moment, the tip of the gun against the tip of the sword. Boom! The two only just touched each other, and an earth-shattering roar erupted. Berserk shockwaves immediately swept in all directions with the two of them at the center. This shockwave was extremely terrifying, annihilating everything wherever it passed through, and also causing the sea of taboos to turn over monstrous waves. The space closer to the duo was even directly shaken and collapsed, revealing a void behind the space. In 4 words, it's simply terrifying. This brat is clearly only at the 9th level of the extreme great emperor's cultivation, but how was he able to erupt with such a strong power? Glancing at the arm that was trembling more than once, Tang Chou's heart suddenly turned over in shock. Obviously they were shocked to no end. To know, characters who could cultivate to the level of a great emperor were none other than the greatest of the great prides of the heavens. After reaching the great emperor realm, there was no such thing as crossing over. After all, everyone was once a heavenly pride? There may be a gap under the same realm, but the gap is bound to be not too big. Normal circumstances come to mind. One realm, one sky. Between great emperors, there was only a small realm difference, and those in higher realms could easily hang those in lower realms. With his cultivation at the 5th level of Forbidden Emperor, if he wanted to pinch Gu Yuan, who was at the 9th level of Extreme Emperor, it would be as simple as eating water and drinking rice. After all, the difference between the two is too great. But the truth? Not only did he not take any advantage when he was in hard contact with Gu Yuan, not to mention, also countered by Gu Yuan's shocked blood chi overturned. It's outrageous. For a moment, he wondered if Gu Yuan was open. It was also while he was shocked at Gu Yuan's strength. Click and clack. Boo! A series of sounds came, and Tang Chou's eyes instantly rolled in surprise as he looked at the blue-silver colored lance in his hand. Almost didn't pop his eyeballs right out of his head, because he was actually shocked to see that the blue-silver colored lance in his hand was crawling with dense cracks at an extremely fast speed. And then under his gaze, the blue lance even directly exploded. It turned into a piece of lance fragments shooting out in all directions. One of the lance fragments even coincidentally cut across his cheek, leaving a not-so-deep scar on his face. Touching the blood flowing from his face, Tang Chou couldn't help but murmur, "Pain. This is not a dream." But since it's not a dream, why is this kid so ridiculously strong? Gu Yuan not only didn't get injured, not to mention that he had the upper hand when he was in a situation where his cultivation wasn't as good as his, but he also had the upper hand with him. That would have been outrageous enough. But now, the blue-silver colored lance that collided with the other party's long sword even burst open. This was simply too much for him to take in for a moment. One must know that his blue-silver colored lance was an imperial weapon, and it wasn't even an ordinary imperial soldier. It was a Forbidden Emperor's soldier. This kind of weapon was already the highest grade weapon in the Tianwu continent, but now it is with Gu Yuan's long sword burst open at the first touch. This is the Forbidden Emperor's soldier? For a moment he wondered if his blue and silver-colored lance had been dropped, switched to some crap weapon. After all, a forbidden emperor soldier couldn't reasonably be bursting open at all. Clank! The sound of crisp sword roars suddenly resounded. A cry of alarm from a Tang clan ancestor also rang out at this moment. Be careful! Primordial ancestor! Father, be careful! Look out! Listening to these exclamations of surprise, Tang Cho snapped out of his skeptical life. And just as he came back to his senses, it was his face that suddenly changed, and a cold sweat instantly surfaced on his forehead. Just because, in his field of vision, a golden longsword was expanding crazily. With a movement of his feet, he instinctively prepared to retreat, wanting to use this to block the stabbing sword. However, before he could back away, put! A brilliant flower of blood bloomed in the back of his heart. The Regulus sword ran through his heart, stabbing him directly through the heart. Thousands of sword chi and a terrifying to the extreme thunder followed the Xian Yuan sword and madly surged into his body, beginning to destroy his body and annihilate all his vitality. However, in the blink of an eye, Tang Chu's head was tilted and completely lost all life. Put! Gu Yuan pulled the Regulus sword out of his body, and then, with a movement of his feet, he immediately killed towards the Tang clan members who were still alive in the room. Even the primordial ancestor is dead. This kid is simply not something we can defeat. Withdraw. 30 years east of the river and 30 years west of the river. Don't deceive the old age. One day, I will make you pay for what you did today. Tang Yin, cut the crap. Retreat quickly. Seeing Gu Yuan kill, all the people of the Tang clan who were still alive changed their faces drastically. This time around, they didn't have any thoughts of wanting to fight Gu Yuan. With a single movement of their feet, they were instantly transformed into a stream of light flying in all directions. Although at this moment, they were in a sorry state like a dead dog, they still didn't forget to put down a sentence of harsh words. Look at that look, as if they could escape today. Looking at the people of the Tang clan who fled in all directions, Gu Yuan did not go after them, but slowly spat out 2 words. Ray, come on. Chapter 109, you're a son of fortune, right? Ray, come on. 2 simple words spat out from Gu Yuan's mouth. Gu Yuan's entire aura instantly changed drastically. A streak of golden thunder immediately surged out from around him, wrapping him in a ball. This moment for him, it was as if he had become the thunder god in charge of the thunder in the world. A mysterious aura rose up from him. One moment, the sky and the earth are changing and the wind is rising. Rumble, rumble, thunder roared high in the sky, with a thunderous sound that resounded through the sky. A bucket-thick thunderbolt with dazzling golden light descended from the sky, ruthlessly splitting down on the fleeing Tang family members. The power of these thunderbolts were all terrifying to the extreme, and the speed is so fast that it's instantaneous. The people of the Tang clan could only sense the arrival of the thunder, but they were simply too late to react before they were blasted by the thunder. Ah, 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 a sound like a pig-killing scream echoed in the air over the sea of taboos, and could not be calmed for a long time. The loudness of the voice was so loud that it was actually not even comparable to the sound of a thunderclap. Soon, the sound stopped, the sound of thunder disappeared, and there was no longer any figure of any of the Tang family members in the original place. All members of the Tang clan were annihilated. All of them were bombarded by thunder and not even crumbs were left. Seemingly thinking of something, Gu Yuan patted his head and said with some remorse, exerting too much force, I didn't even leave my storage ring behind. Amidst the sounds of remorse, Gu Yuan waved his sleeve and took out the human emperor streamer. Although these people died even though they were bombarded by the thunder and their divine souls were annihilated, the human emperor streamer was an ancient divine artifact, so it was still very easy to reshape these people's divine souls. But in just half a quarter of an hour, Gu Yuan had reshaped the divine souls of the Tang family members through the human emperor streamer, and then he had put all of them inside the human emperor streamer. As a divine soul was instantly refined into a soul slave by the human emperor streamer, Gu Yuan could feel that the human emperor streamer had become even stronger. With a movement of his feet, Gu Yuan's figure disappeared in place and reappeared already on top of the giant ship. Congratulations to Emperor Profound for breaking through to the 9th level of the Extreme Tao Lord. When he saw Gu Yuan appear in front of him, Mo Lingxiao smiled and opened his mouth with congratulations at the first opportunity. Mo Yao and Chen Yun reacted, and both spoke up as well. At this moment, Mo Yao and Chen Yun looked at Gu Yuan with little stars in their eyes. Puff! Chen Yun suddenly knelt down towards Gu Yuan before kowtowing as if he were pounding garlic. Little man Chen Yun, I've admired Emperor Yuan for a long time, and would like to worship you, Emperor Yuan, as my master. Please do so. Bang! 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 Chen Yun knocked his head with a thud. In just a few breaths of time, however, A red mark appeared on his forehead. It can be said to be sincere. However, Gu Yuan politely refused. I don't accept disciples. With that, Gu Yuan raised his imaginary hand and a spiritual force appeared, lifting Chen Yun up. After that, he didn't even look at the disoriented Chen Yun, and was heading straight towards the cabin he was in earlier. He was so young himself that he didn't have any good ideas about being a teacher. Even if there is, the disciple he wants to take in should at the very least have cultivation qualifications that are not weaker than his, and be younger than him. Kid, I see that you have amazing bones and are a 1 in a million cultivation genius. This emperor intends to take you as a disciple. I wonder if you are willing to worship me as your master. Looking at the disoriented Chen Yun, Mo Lingxiao spoke with a light smile. Chen Yun had already cultivated to the mountain and sea realm at a young age, and could indeed be called a genius amongst the 10,000. Although he couldn't be compared to an absolute heavenly pride among absolute heavenly prides like Gu Yuan, the other party could indeed be called a genius. It would be nice to be taken as a disciple. Hearing Mo Lingxiao's words, Chen Yun could not help but look up at him. After looking up and down, Chen Yun turned around without a word and headed straight towards the cabin he was previously in. Mo Lingxiao, looking at Chen Yun's back, Mo Lingxiao's entire face turned green with anger. He was at least a great emperor, and now, for the first time, he wanted to take on a disciple, but he was rejected. The feeling, that's something you can't understand without experiencing it firsthand. It was hard to take the initiative once, but it was such a complete loss. One initiative for a lifetime of introversion. At this moment, he no longer had any thoughts of wanting to take on a disciple. Mo Yao snickered. Father, how does it feel to be defeated? It was the first time she had seen Mo Lingxiao suffer defeat. Glancing at the snickering Mo Yao, Mo Lingxiao slowly converged the expression on his face and asked with a serious face, did you ever realize anything from the scene that just happened? Not ever. Mo Yao smiled and shook her head. At this, Mo Lingxiao wasn't surprised, and then he spoke the words he had prepared long ago. Chen Yun worshipped his master and was miserably rejected. I took on Chen Yun as my disciple and was also miserably rejected. This is a truth I want to tell you through these two events. What reasoning? Mo Yao subconsciously asked. Mo Lingxiao looked up at the sky and said indifferently, never open your mouth easily before you are absolutely sure. Otherwise, one initiative may be exchanged for a lifetime of introversion. So it is with the worship of a teacher. So it is with the acceptance of an apprentice. And so it is with the expression of love between a man and a woman. Listening to the words in front of her, Mo Yao didn't notice anything wrong, but when she heard it say men and women, Mo Yao instantly understood. This was Mo Lingxiao saying that she liked Gu Yuan and was talking about her. I'm afraid that she's not going to be able to take the initiative for once, and that she'll be introverted for the rest of her life. She, who was originally snickering, also became lost with these words from Mo Lingxiao. Obviously, she once again realized that there was in no way any possibility between herself and Gu Yuan. Looking at the lost Mo Yao, Mo Lingxiao no longer said anything more. Lifting his hand, a spiritual power struck out. The giant ship instantly shot out. You boy, I'm really getting the hang of this. As Gu Yuan walked into the cabin, Gu Junlin glanced at him before opening his mouth with an odd tone in his voice. Although he was inside the cabin earlier, he was still able to perceive what was happening outside the ship. When he saw that Gu Yuan was actually alone to meet the thousands of thunderbolts, he was really sweating for Gu Yuan, worrying that he wouldn't be able to block the thousands of thunderbolts. It was really that the thunder was too terrifying. When he saw that Gu Yuan easily blocked the thunder, and not only did he not get injured, not to mention that his cultivation had skyrocketed instead, at that moment, he was truly there to be shocked. Shocked, he felt a surge of happiness. It's good that my son is okay. When he saw the Tang clan's ancestors arrive, he sweated for Gu Yuan again. The Tang clan's old ancestor was powerful. Although his last intrusion into the Tang clan didn't attract the Tang clan's old ancestor's hand, so he didn't know exactly how strong he was. But the other party was the old ancestor of the Tang clan, one of the 8 ancient clans in the central region. So it didn't need to be thought about to guess that it was bound to be terrifying to the extreme. He was starting to worry about Gu Yuan's safety again. It wasn't until he saw Gu Yuan easily take down the Tang clan ancestor that he let out another sigh of relief. After a pause, Gu Junlin looked at Gu Yuan and said in an odd tone, your kid is a son of Qi, right? Chapter 110, 9 Rings of the Bell. Tang family pill spicy. I'm a child of Qi. Gu Yuan's face was visibly odd for a few moments, turning misfortune into good fortune, turning danger into safety, gaining blessings from misfortune, turning the impossible into the possible, having great fortune and great chances on one side. This is precisely the characteristic of a son of fortune. Your kid is exactly like the son of Qi in the talking books. I think your kid is the son of Qi. Gu Junlin spoke with an odd and serious expression. Once when he was young, he also liked to read some hot words. Though the talking heads are too outrageous to be true at first glance for the sons of the air, it just looks like a very brainless feeling. But you can't help but have a good time watching it when your brain is thrown. I had thought that the son of Qi and whatnot would only appear in talking books. But what happened to Gu Yuan during this period of time could not be said to be like the son of Qi in the Book of Words. It could only be said to be exactly the same. That's why he then suspected that Gu Yuan was a son of Qi. Maybe. Gu Yuan nodded his head with an odd expression on his face even after a little thought. Although he didn't want to admit it, he really didn't seem to be too far off from those descriptions of the son of Qi. Stomp. The sound of footsteps came and immediately attracted the attention of Gu Junlin and Gu Yuan. As he looked over, he saw Gu Chang'e coming from outside the cabin. The other party's aura was as powerful as the abyss. It was no longer the little Kalemi who was at the third level of the Saint Realm. Instead, he turned into an absolute powerhouse of the first level of the undying Great Emperor. Although such a cultivation level was still the same as that of a small caramel in Gu Yuan's eyes nowadays, the other party had indeed become stronger. With a smile on his face, Gu Yuan congratulated. Congratulations to the Grand Elder for breaking through to become an undying Great Emperor. Gu Junlin also smiled and congratulated at this moment. Congratulations on breaking through to become an undying Emperor. Listening to the duo's congratulations, Gu Chang'e couldn't help but have a smile on her face. At one time, he was the pride of a generation. Although he had hopes of breaking through to become an emperor, but because of the arrival of that bastard Tang Shan, the other party dug up his innate holy dragon bone. Not only did it leave him with no chance of becoming an emperor in this life, not to mention, it also turned him from a heavenly pride into a waste. Now that he had retrieved the born holy dragon bone that belonged to him, coupled with the newly grown born holy dragon bone, the two born holy dragon bones fused with each other, which allowed him to directly break through from the third level of the Saint Realm to the current undying Great Emperor. This move naturally made him a million times happier. After a while, suppressing the joy in her heart, Gu Chang'e then faced Gu Yuan and seriously thanked him. I thank the young clan chief for deflecting the thunderbolt for me earlier. Although he was fusing the two born holy dragon bones, he still had some understanding of what was happening in the outside world. He knows, if it wasn't for Gu Yuan helping him to block the lightning tribulation, it would be questionable if he could even survive right now, not to mention breaking through to become an undying Great Emperor. After all, he who had previously fused two born holy dragon bones couldn't be distracted from resisting the lightning tribulation. There's no need to be polite, Grand Elder. Gu Yuan smiled faintly and said, if it wasn't because of the lightning tribulation that the Grand Elder had attracted, I wouldn't even be able to break through to the 9th level of the extreme Dao Great Emperor right now. At this point, Gu Junlin finally failed to hold back his curiosity and subconsciously asked, Yuan, can you tell your father why, in the face of the thunderbolt, you didn't get injured, but instead, you were blessed by the disaster and directly broke through from the 9th level of the imperishable emperor to the 9th level of the extreme Dao Emperor? Hearing this, Gu Chang'e also couldn't help but perk up her ears and look at Gu Yuan with wide eyes. Obviously, he was also extremely curious about this point. Resisting the thunderbolt, not to mention not being injured, his cultivation skyrocketed. He had never heard of such a thing before this, let alone seen it. There's never been any mention of it in the ancient texts either. Well, Gu Yuan pondered a little, but still chose to tell them the truth. Just earlier, I just awakened a special physique. This body is a kind of thunder road physique called the 10,000 Thunders Divine Physique. And with this body, I can be immune to all means of thunder attacks in the world, and I can also absorb thunder to strengthen my body. Now you guys know why I wasn't hurt by the lightning tribulation, but instead, I was blessed by the disaster and my cultivation skyrocketed, right? Hearing this, Gu Junlin and Gu Chang'e both nodded in disbelief. He also understood why Gu Yuan hadn't been injured in the face of the thunderbolt, and instead, his cultivation had skyrocketed. Although one doubt was solved, another doubt appeared in Gu Junlin and Gu Chang'e's mind at this moment. How did you awaken this 10,000 thunder god body? Upon hearing this question, Gu Yuan thought for a while, not knowing how to answer after. He directly spread his hands and said with an underhanded look, I'm a genius. I can awaken when I want to. Where's the why? Gu Chang'e, Gu Junlin. The corners of the two's mouths could not help but twitch slightly twice, but they did not ask anything more. Gu Yuan had said this. These words were either the truth, either that or the other person doesn't want to explain. Either way, It was a little inappropriate for them to ask any more questions. It looks like we're almost at the Middle Kingdom. As the giant ship traveled along, Gu Yuan looked out through the window, and at the end of the Forbidden Sea, the shore could already be seen faintly. There are 8 ancient clans in the central domain, which are Yi family, Chu family, Lin family, Chao family, Shi family, Su family, Mo family, Tang family. The 8 ancient clans were the deservedly dominant forces in the central domain. They were deep, powerful, and strong, joined hands to control the entire central region. Among them, the Yi family Chu family controlled the best region of the central region, the eastern region. The Lin family Shao family controlled the northern region of the central region, which was second only to the eastern region. The Shi family, the Su family, controls the western part of the central region. The Mo family Tang family controlled the southern region of the central region. The moment, inside the blue-silver mountain range where the Tang family was located. Knock, knock, knock. 9 bells in succession emanated from the depths of the Tang clan, eventually resounding throughout the entire blue-silver mountain range. The sound of the bells was loud and clear, and all the people of the Tang clan who were within the blue-silver mountain range heard the 9 bells. 9 rings of the bell? My Tang family is in danger of being overthrown? What a joke! My Tang family is one of the 8 ancient clans in the central region. How could it be in danger of being overthrown? Could it be that my Tang family's ancient clock is broken? But that doesn't make sense. Maru Spice. The bell rings 9 times. My Tang family Maru Spice. Never mind. No matter what happens, there's a taller one on top. So I'll just keep enjoying myself for now. Anyone who heard these 9 bells all changed their faces drastically. How could one not expect the clan's ancient bell to ring at this moment? Or to ring a full 9 times? You have to know that the bell ringing 9 times represents the family is in danger of being destroyed. Although their Tang family was the existence at the bottom of the 8 ancient clans, it was one of the most powerful forces in the world. Now the ancient bell is telling them that their family is in danger of being destroyed. This was simply difficult for them to accept for a while. Some were shocked and chose not to believe it, while others looked up to the sky and wept, thinking they had lived to see the end of their days. Others choose to live one day at a time if they can. Prepare to enjoy the moment first. Chapter 111 Arrival at the Tang family. Tang clan. Inside the splendid council hall. Sitting at the top of the great hall, Tang family president Tang Tian looked at the crowd of Tang family executives in the great hall, and despair flashed in his eyes. First, all the soul lamps of all the old ancestors were extinguished. Now my Tang clan's ancient bell is giving 9 more warning chimes. All signs point to the imminent destruction of my Tang family. It seems that my Tang family has incurred an existence that shouldn't be incurred. Speaking of this, remorse clearly flashed in Tang Tian's eyes. Although he didn't know exactly who he had provoked, Tang Shan had died because he was looking for Gu Changa to seize the born holy dragon bone. The Tang family's group of ancestors had now died in order to avenge Tang Shan and the others. He could vaguely feel that these two things were categorically related to Gu Changa. The thought of it made him regret his actions. If he had sent someone to kill Gu Changa when he learned that Tang Shan had left Gu Changa alive after digging up Gu Changa's innate holy dragon bone, where would this have happened? It's just a pity that regret is useless. With a flash of remorse in his eyes, Tang Tian then continued. Today I declare the Tang family disbanded. You guys go now and inform the clan to leave the Tang clan and leave the Blue Silver Mountain Range. From now on, no one may claim to be a member of the Tang family. If you disobey, you will die without a burial place. In order to prevent the terrifying existence that had killed a bunch of the Tang family's ancestors from coming to his door to decapitate and destroy the Tang family, he could only take the first step to turn the Tang family into a whole. In this way, the Tang family can live. Otherwise, the Tang family will die. Now that even the clan's strongest 18 old ancestors were dead, if the existence that killed their old ancestors arrived, they simply did not have the strength to be able to block it. Moreover, even if the existence that killed their old ancestor didn't come to overthrow their Tang family, if the former enemies of the Tang clan were to learn of the news of the deaths of the 18 Tang clan ancestors, his Tang clan would be in the same danger of annihilation. He had no choice but to make such an arrangement. Patriarch, do we really have to leave the Blue Silver Mountain Range and the Tang clan? The third elder of the Tang clan opened his mouth with red eyes and a face full of unwillingness. He didn't want to leave the place where he was born and raised. Moreover, it was not even possible to declare to the outside world that he was a member of the Tang family, which was simply unacceptable to him. Matriarch, we have a clan protection formation and are not afraid of anyone in the world. Can we not leave? Matriarch, is there really no other choice? Patriarch, I don't want to leave the Tang clan. I don't want to leave the Blue Silver Mountain Range, and I want to proclaim to the outside world that I'm a member of the Tang clan. The Tang clan's group of elder executives all spoke up at this moment. Obviously, their thoughts were the same as the third elder of the Tang clan. I don't want to leave either. But who made us mess with people we shouldn't have messed with? Tang Tian sighed and said, staying here will only lead to death. Quickly go inform the clan and leave this place as soon as possible. Matriarch. There are Don family elders who still have to speak, but the words had just been uttered when they were interrupted by Tang Tian's fierce bellow. Tang Duan. This patriarch's words don't work anymore, do they? Tang Dust's tiger's torso shook as he immediately bowed his head and said, I wouldn't dare. Glancing at Tang Dust, Tang Tian sighed slightly and spoke out once again. Don't worry. Today's parting is for a better reunion in the future. There's no fear of no firewood when there's a green mountain left. One day, this clan chief or you, or the clan's heavenly pride, someone will definitely be able to reach the pinnacle, and at that time, we will be able to avenge the clan's old ancestor, and we will be reunited. Now you go down and inform the clan to stay away from this place. Hearing these words, the people present immediately stopped talking and all respectfully said, yes, matriarch. After that, they were ready to leave, but that's when it happened. A soft laugh came in from outside. Want to turn into a hole, accumulate power, and later rise against the heavens to seek revenge on me? Do you think I'll give you guys this chance? Hearing this voice, everyone's gazes looked outside the great hall in unison. Meeting their gazes, a young man and a middle-aged man walked into the grand hall without haste. The youth had a slender figure and a handsome face, and with a white coat, he looked as if he had descended from heaven. It was Gu Yuan. The middle-aged man with a slightly stout figure and thick eyebrows was none other than the Gu family's grand elder, Gu Chang'e, who had become an undying great emperor first-level absolute powerhouse because he had just fused the two-born holy dragon bones. Earlier, through the soul search of the Tang clan's oldest ancestor, Gu Yuan had learned where the Tang clan was located. Gu Yuan had always been kind-hearted, and fearing that the Tang family ancestor and the others would be lonely inside the human emperor streamer, he was prepared to let the entire Tang family go in to accompany them. Thus, after disembarking from the Forbidden Sea, he came to the Tang clan at the first opportunity. Grand Elder Gu Chang'e, now an undying great emperor, also wanted to come along to see the world, and Gu Yuan didn't refuse and let him follow. Who are you people? What are you doing in my Tang family? What are the protector elders for? How did you let two great emperors just barge into the council hall like that? How dare you barge in while my Tang family is deliberating? You already have a path to death. Looking at Gu Yuan and Gu Chang'e, who had suddenly appeared in the council hall, the people of the Tang clan present immediately let out a burst of angry shouts. Apparently, they still think of themselves as superior beings. Quiet. Tang Tian reached out and pressed down until the people present quieted down, and only then did he stare deathly at Gu Yuan Dao. Does Senior really want to drive everyone to extinction? Although Gu Yuan's bone age was so pink and tender that he could almost pinch out water, he could sense the extreme Dao Great Emperor 9 aura coming from the other party. This was a supreme powerhouse at the 9th level of the extreme Dao Lord. He can't fight it. It's called seniors because you can't beat them. Associating Gu Yuan's earlier words, he had already guessed that it was Gu Yuan who had killed his Tang clan's group of ancestors. Although he didn't understand why the 18 old ancestors of his Tang clan would die at the hands of Gu Yuan, a person at the 9th level of the extreme great emperor, but now was clearly not the time to be curious. He only needed to know one thing. That is, the one who killed the clan's oldest ancestor was the person in front of him. I don't want to drive out the enemy either, but mercy to the enemy is cruelty to oneself. Gu Yuan faintly opened his mouth to answer Tang Tian's words. At those words, Tang Tian couldn't help but let a thick despair emerge in his eyes. There were quite a few Tang clan great emperors present, but he was the only one who had reached the 9th level of the extreme Dao Great Emperor. Although he is in the same realm as Gu Yuan even beheaded his old ancestor. Killing him would be as easy as eating water or drinking rice. It's hard not to despair when you think about it. After a pause, Tang Tian softened his tone by a few points and said, spare the Tang family, and all the cultivation resources of my Tang family, heavenly materials, weapons and pills, techniques and martial arts, and array formations and talisman seals, all of them can be given to you. Hearing this, Gu Yuan laughed, his smile filled with sarcasm. Confused, kill you all? And those things in your mouth, they're mine too. Chapter 112, Destroying the Tang Family. Hearing this, Tang Tian instantly understood Gu Yuan's determination to overthrow his Tang family. Since you won't give my Tang family a way out, then my Tang family will die with you. People of the Tang clan, kill for me. Let's fight him. As the words fell, a berserk extreme great Emperor 9 Chi instantly shot up from his body. With a movement of his feet, he burst out, "Silver dragon winding." The words fell. Snort! The sound of breaking the ground resounded, and a thick and strong blue vine with a cool dragon-like appearance broke out of the ground. And then, as if it had come to life, it twined towards Gu Yuan. Looking at the rapidly winding blue vines, Gu Yuan simply glanced at them. Two golden thunderbolts instantly shot out from both eyes. Boom! An explosive sound resounded within the council hall, and the blue vines instantly exploded under the golden thunder. So strong! Seeing this, Tang Tian's face couldn't help but change slightly. He knew that Gu Yuan was strong, so he didn't choose to take the enemy lightly, and used his mastery, Silver Dragon Entanglement, as soon as he struck. However, he had never imagined that his mastery would be so weak in Gu Yuan's eyes. Just a glance seemed to explode right out of the gate, just as he was shocked in his heart by the strength that Gu Yuan had displayed. Gu Yuan stepped on his feet, and his entire body had already transformed into a stream of light that was rapidly coming towards him. Gu Yuan's speed was so fast that he left a trail of residual shadows directly behind him. In an instant, it was as if countless Gu Yuan had appeared. Before Tang Tian could even react, Gu Yuan was already in front of him. A large hand grabbed out and directly pinched Tang Tian's neck as Gu Yuan said with a sneering smile on his face, "Want to die with me? With you?" As the words fell, Gu Yuan stopped talking nonsense. The palm snapped. Only a clicking sound and the crunching sound of bones breaking came as Gu Yuan directly pinched Tang Tian's neck. Thousands of thunder mixed with thousands of sword chi madly surged into Tang Tian's body. Almost instantly, it annihilated all vitality within Tang Tian's body. As the vitality in his body quickly dissipated, Tang Tian's head lolled, completely transforming into a cold corpse. Dead! The patriarch is dead! The matriarch was pinched to death just like that. How is this possible? The patriarch's strength can already rival that of the clan's old ancestors, and now he's just pinched to death like this? I'm dreaming, right? Hiss! It hurts so much. This is not a dream. From the time Gu Yuan made his move until he crushed Tang Tian to death, not even a single breath was used up during that time. The people of the Tang clan present didn't even react. By the time they reacted, Tang Tian had already transformed into an ice-cold corpse, and the shock this brought them was unimaginable. For a moment, many people couldn't believe the scene in front of them. Some even suspected that they were dreaming and couldn't help but pinch themselves hard. Feeling the pain coming from their bodies, they realized that the scene in front of them was really happening, and they were not dreaming. And with the gradual acceptance of the fact that Tang Tian had been pinched to death, those present were immediately in disarray. Some people's eyes were red and their mouths let out explosive shouts as they came quickly towards Gu Yuan, wanting to avenge their dear clan leader. There were also people who fell to the ground in a state of dismay, muttering under their breath, "Maru spice, my Tang family pills." There were also people who knelt down and begged for mercy, only hoping that Gu Yuan would spare their lives. There were also people who reacted extremely quickly, immediately protecting the people around them in front of them, while they themselves fled towards the outside without looking back. But no matter how they reacted, when Gu Yuan came here, the end of their extermination was already doomed. Gu Yuan didn't care about their reactions. Power surged out from his body, and a streak of thunder condensed from him before shooting out. After easily harvesting a few people who didn't know how to die and dared to strike at him, with a wave of his big hand, the human emperor streamer appeared in his hand, and then shot out toward the high sky above. At the same time, he spoke out, "All living beings within the Tang clan, leave no one behind." The human emperor's streamer left his hand and rose against the wind, instantly transforming into a huge flag that covered the sky and the sun. The red flag fluttered in the wind, and the infinite black chi rushed up, instantly enveloping the entire Tang clan, the entire silver blue mountain range. The heaven-swallowing demon emperor had just floated out from the human emperor streamer, and when he heard Gu Yuan's words, he immediately nodded his head respectfully and said, "Yes, master." Then he waved his hand and shouted, "Brothers, out to work." The words fell. Ow dash. One by one, the soul slaves were like evil ghosts crawling out of hell, scrambling to be the first to rush out from the human emperor's streamer, and then wailing and screaming as they tore towards the people of the Tang family below. The red hairs on the human emperor's streamer also transformed into a thick, strong, and long blood-red tentacle shooting toward the people of the Tang clan below at this moment. What is it? Looking at the countless soul slaves and blood-red tentacles that appeared high above the sky, there were thick doubts and incomprehension flashing under the eyes of the people of the not Tang clan. They're not sure what's going on right now, but whether they are clear or not, Those soul slaves and blood-red tentacles had reached them in an instant, and then began to reap their lives. For a moment, all sorts of miserable screams and hisses echoed throughout the entire Tang clan. Gu Changde came here originally prepared to help Gu Yuan. Now that he had become an undying emperor, he felt terrifyingly strong. There should be strength to be able to help Gu Yuan, but after seeing Gu Yuan's methods, he immediately dismissed the idea of striking out. He is not weak, but if he is compared with those powerful soul slaves in the human emperor's streamer, it doesn't seem to be strong either. It's better not to go out of your way to be humiliated. Now that all 18 of the Tang family's ancestors had fallen, even Tang Tian, the head of the Tang family, had been pinched to death by Gu Yuan as easily as he had pinched an ant. The rest of the Tang clan didn't have anything too high-end in terms of combat power at all. However, in a matter of tea time, there was no longer any living being within the entire Tang clan. All of them died miserably under the thousands of soul slaves and blood-red tentacles. Not to mention the people, even the eggs in the chicken coop, the ants in the ground. None of these were spared. They all died. Corpses and bones piled up like mountains, blood gathered like streams, and a dense blood aura rose up to the sky, coloring the entire sky above the Tang clan a blood red. This place has just turned into a scene of Shura hell, as the heaven-swallowing demon emperor took the dead divine souls of all the Tang clan members into the human emperor streamer. Gu Yuan scoured the entire Tang family again before putting away the human emperor streamer and heading outside the Tang family with Gu Changde. And with Gu Yuan and his group leaving not long after, a stream of light shot out and appeared above the Tang clan. The number is so large that I am afraid it is no less than 1,000. Their auras were powerful, and they were all clearly powerhouses of the great emperor realm. They were the strongest among the major powers in the southern region. The Tang clan, one of the 8 ancient clans, was overthrown in less than half a day. Who was that person earlier? Why is he so powerful? I observed that the flag in his hand seems to be the legendary Devil Dao's supreme treasure. The 10,000 soul streamer. Could he be an emissary of the Western Wasteland's devil clan? An emissary of the demon race from the Western Wasteland? It's possible. A demonic treasure like the 10,000 soul streamer can only be refined by those demonic clans in the Western Wasteland. A demonic messenger from the Western Wasteland? The devil race emissary is so bold? Dare to make trouble in my central domain? Looking down on the Tang clan below from a high altitude, anyone who came here was shocked. While shocked, they began to speculate about Gu Yuan's origin. Chapter 113 Mo Kuan's Dead End. This person actually overthrew the Tang clan with just his own strength. It's simply terrifying to the extreme. Such a character. My Mo family must not be messed with. An old man in a gray robe couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. With that, he turned his gaze to Mo Kuan, who was beside him. Great elder, who on earth humiliated you? Let's go. Quickly take old ancestor to avenge you. He was one of the many old ancestors of the Mo clan, with a cultivation that was terrifying to the absolute peak. It was a forbidden great emperor. There was a time when he went out and encountered danger. It was the great elder Mo Kuan who reacted in time and called in the strongest members of the clan to help him at the first time. Otherwise, he might have died that time as well. The move arguably saved his life. Now that Mo Kuan had returned to the clan, the first thing he did was find him, saying that it's even been humiliated by a kid, forcing him to kneel and kowtow. This matter is simply something that can be tolerated by an uncle but not by an aunt. Not to mention that Mo Kuan had been kind to him, even if Moken didn't favor him. Based on the other party's identity as the Mo family's grand elder and what he had done for the clan over the years alone, it was impossible for him to stand by and watch with folded arms. Therefore, he was ready to help Mo Kuan avenge his humiliation at the first opportunity. It was only when he had just walked out of Mo's house not too far away that the devilish aura rising up from the sky over here attracted him. And that's why he came here for a slight stay of 2 seconds. Upon hearing the words of his old ancestor, Mo Kuan hesitated for a moment before looking at the direction Gu Yuan and Gu Changde had previously left and said, "It was the man who overthrew the people of the Tang family who humiliated me." Earlier, although they hadn't dared to show up when Gu Yuan overthrew the Tang family, they had only watched from afar. But he still recognized Gu Yuan and Gu Changde at once. "You said the person who insulted you was the one who destroyed the Tang family?" The Mo clan's old ancestor glanced at the direction Gu Yuan and Gu Changde had left, before asking with an odd expression on his face. "Yes." Mo Kuan nodded his head. Hearing this, the Mo family ancestor fell silent. After a while, he transformed into a stream of light and headed straight towards the direction where the Mo family was. Seeing this, Mo Kuan rushed to catch up and said suspiciously, "Old ancestor, where are you going?" The Mo clan's oldest ancestor looked up at him, his face full of confusion. "Who are you? Do I know you?" Mokun. At this moment, Emokun's tiny eyes were filled with great doubts. Although he didn't know why the old ancestor would ask this, Emokun hesitated and still spoke out. Old ancestor, I'm the Emo family's grand elder Emokun. The Emo clan ancestor shook his head. Sorry, not familiar. At those words, Emokun was directly confused, not knowing at all why the Emo clan's old ancestor had to say that he was not familiar with him. Although he was confused, seeing that the Emo clan's old ancestor was preparing to leave again, he still stopped in front of it at the first opportunity. But, before he could say anything, the Emo clan's old ancestor was already full of mischief and said, "Get out of the way. If not, beware of the old man being impolite to you." After a pause, he continued, "Today, I will abolish your Emo family grand elder status as the Emo family's 8th generation elder, and expel you from the Emo family. From now on, you will have no further relationship with the Emo family. If you dare to come near the Emo family, you will be killed." Speaking of this, there was killing intent bursting through the bottom of the eyes of the Emo clan's oldest ancestor right then and there. This killing intent was extremely dense, and it actually caused Emokun to involuntarily shiver. At that moment, they didn't dare to block the Emo family ancestor, and immediately made a path with good sense, simply because he could sense that the Emo clan ancestor's words did not seem like he was joking. If he was blocking its words, the other party would really strike out at him. Remember what old me said. You have been expelled from my Emo family. You no longer have any involvement with my Emo family. Looking deeply at Emokun, the Emo clan's old ancestor turned around and turned into a stream of light to vanish towards the distance. This Emokun even dared to mess with the fierce man who could overthrow the people of the Tang family. Such a person could not stay in the Emo family. Staying in the Emo family would inevitably bring about the destruction of the Emo family. Although his Emo family was quite a bit stronger than the Tang family, but Gu Yuan's previous breezy appearance, at a glance, he didn't use his full strength. If he used his full strength, his Emo family might not be able to block it. It was totally not worth it to offend such a fierce man for a Emokun. Therefore, he chose to abolish his status as a grand elder and expel him from the Emo family at the first opportunity. And this Emokun is also uneducated. Isn't it normal for Emokun to kneel down and kowtow to beg for forgiveness in the face of a fierce man like Gu Yuan? The fact that the other party could spare him was simply like Emokun stepping on dog in his opinion. It's simply a stroke of luck. But Emokun dared to say that Gu Yuan had insulted him. Still want revenge. It's just stupid. Such a stupid person. The Emo family doesn't need. If it wasn't for the fact that he was thinking that Emokun was still gracious to him, and that he was still doing a good job in the Emo family, he would be ready to clean up for the Emo family right now. I've been abolished as the Emo family's grand elder and expelled from the Emo family just like that? Looking at the back of the Emo clan's old ancestor, Emokun's entire face was unsightly to the extreme. How could I not have thought of that? He only wanted to find Gu Yuan to avenge his insults, but he had caused himself to be abolished as the Emo family's grand elder and expelled from the Emo family. Swish, 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 the sound of breaking air resounded. Several figures surrounded Emokun. A middle-aged man with an extraordinary demeanor at the head looked at Emokun and said with a smile on his face, "I heard that the Emo family's old ancestor abolished your status as the Emo family's grand elder and expelled you from the Emo family?" Saying that, his terrifying to the very top extreme great emperor aura had already locked Emokun. Although the rest of the people did not speak, but their aura will also lock Emokun. These were all people who had been offended by Emokun at one time or another. They were very dissatisfied with Emokun, and even wanted to kill him, but they could only choose to hold back due to the Emo family behind Emokun. Now that Emokun had been abolished as the Grand Elder and was also expelled from the Emo family, this was a great time for them to clear the air. They naturally wouldn't choose to let Emokun go. Wei Tang, what do you want to do? Looking at the person who spoke, Emokun's face became slightly ugly for a few moments, and in his eyes there was also a clear flash of caution. The person in front of him he recognized, and could even be said to be familiar with, because it had been on good terms with him. It's his sworn brother. As to why they turned against each other as brothers, it was because of a stormy night. That day, both he and Wei Tang were drunk. Wei Tang's wife is charming, seductive and delicious. He didn't hold one, launched a charge right in front of Wei Tang. When Emokun recalled it afterward, only one word came to mind. Very moist. Though Waito didn't react too violently afterward, but their brotherly bond was also completely broken by that day. From that day until now, Wei Tang had not spoken to him once. Now the other party suddenly came to him and opened his mouth when he was abolished as the Emo family's grand elder and expelled from the Emo family. He didn't think the other man was here to comfort him. Meeting his gaze, Wei Tang's eyes exploded with killing intent and said, "Do what? Of course it's to kill you, Mo Koan. Back then when you did that beastly thing in front of me, I always chose to hold back, just for the sake of today's reckoning. Mo Koan, 300 years ago you insulted me, took away my innocence, and killed my entire clan. From that moment on, I hated to eat your flesh and drink your blood. Today, I will make your life worse than death. Mo Koan, don't try to resist, you'll definitely die today. The heavens have eyes, Mo Koan, you will die today. What's the point of talking so much with this damn devil? Strike together and kill the devil. Kill." As Wei Tung opened his mouth, the rest of the powerhouses that surrounded Mo Koan also opened their mouths at this moment. At the end of his words, power surged within their bodies and they all shot out towards Mo Koan. Today, Mo Koan's death seems to be a foregone conclusion. P.S. Begging for hypes and free swag. Chapter 114 3 Losers. Destroying the Tang family? Ridiculous. What? The Tang family was destroyed? Are you kidding me? The Tang clan is one of the 8 ancient clans in the central region, with deep roots, huge power, and great strength. Who has the strength to overthrow the Tang clan? This news is false, right? As for Mo Koan, what's that hook 8? If he's dead, he's dead. Why are you talking to me about him? This emperor and the contemporary master of the Heavenly Chance Pavilion are close friends, and what I said just now was all told to me by the master of the Heavenly Chance Pavilion himself. And everything is true. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The Heavenly Chance Pavilion master himself told you? If that's really the case, then the Tang family should really have been destroyed, and Mo Koan should really be dead. Nope. Why am I paying attention to Mo Koan? Senior, since you're a close friend of the Heavenly Chance Pavilion master, do you know who overthrew the Tang clan? The sky is the limit. Soon, the news of the Tang family's destruction, Mo Koan's expulsion from the Mo family, and his death on the same day afterward was like a gust of wind that swept through the entire central region. For a moment, everyone speculated about who had overthrown the Tang family. Check. Find out. You must find out who destroyed the Tang family. The clans that were also part of the 8 ancient clans were also sending out their manpower at this moment, ready to find out who had overthrown the Tang clan. Their move was not a desire to avenge the Tang clan, which was also one of the 8 ancient clans. Rather, they want to find out who this person is and then bring him or her into the fold. To be able to overthrow the Tang clan, this was enough to prove how powerful the person who had struck was. Such a person, if he could be drawn into his own family as an envoy or elder, it would undoubtedly be able to drastically increase the family's combat power. They don't want to miss out on such talent. Tianji Pavilion was a powerful force second only to the 8 ancient clans in the central region. They were most skilled in the method of divination and deduction. The 8 ancient clans wanted to find out who it was that had overthrown the Tang clan, and the first thing they did was to find the Heavenly Hall. They did not refuse the request of the 8 ancient clans, and at the first opportunity, they launched a deduction, and the result of this is, they didn't push it out of their asses not to mention. Instead, 2 great emperors died. Even the heaven-peeping mirror of the Tianji Pavilion's pavilion master directly burst open. This silenced the Tianji Pavilion master wholeheartedly. In the end, he had no choice but to give up his deduction and go forward to the southern region of the central region to find someone to inquire about. At that time, there were many people who had seen Gu Yuan destroy the Tang family, but most of them had only seen his back, and no one had seen his face at all. Other than Mo Koan, who was a little more familiar with Gu Yuan, no one was able to recognize Gu Yuan at all. Now that Mo Koan is dead, basically no one knows that it was Gu Yuan who destroyed the Tang family. Even the Mo family's father and daughter and Chen Yun were unaware of it. It was only because Gu Yuan had parted with them first, and only later traveled to the Tang clan. No one would have thought that the murderer who had destroyed the Tang family would come from this remote part of the southern region. Naturally, no one went to Mo Lingxiao and these boatmen to inquire about the matter. In this way, even more so, no one could guess that it was Gu Yuan who had overthrown the Tang family. Central region, Eastern region, 9 Dragons Mountain Range. Yi family, inside the patriarch's hall, dressed in brocade clothes, not angry and imposing. His body exuded an extremely superior aura of Yi family. Patriarch Yi Qingsong was sitting on top of the patriarch's throne with his eyes closed. Suddenly, Yi Qingsong snapped his eyes open and looked towards the entrance location of the main hall and asked, "Have you found out who overthrew the Tang family?" As his words fell, a middle-aged man walked in from outside the great hall. "Yi Xian has met the patriarch." The middle-aged man bowed respectfully towards Yi Qingsong. Only then did he squarely shake his head and say, "Returning to the words of the patriarch, I did not find out who overthrew the Tang clan. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingtsong frowned and said, since you didn't find out who overthrew the Tang family, why did you come back? Between the words, an extremely strong aura pressed down towards Yi Xian, almost failing to press Yi Xian to directly kneel down. Feeling Yi Qingtsong's powerful aura, Yi Xian was shocked in his heart. He could clearly perceive that the patriarch had become stronger. Phew! Slowly, he exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and pushed down the shock in his heart. Only then did Yi Xian speak out. Matriarch, I didn't find out who overthrew the Tang family though, but I found out something else. Another thing? Yi Qingtsong obviously came to have a few moments of interest and asked, what is it? Yi Xian didn't hesitate and directly said everything he had poked around. Gu Junlin father and son and Gu Chang'e have come to the central region. The reason why Tang Shan broke through to become an emperor was because he took away Gu Chang'e's innate sacred dragon bone. This matter has reduced the genius Gu Chang'e to a waste in a day. I'm afraid Gu Chang'e would dream of killing Tang Shan. Back then, Gu Junlin had barged into the Tang family alone for Gu Chang'e's innate sacred dragon bone, and although the divine maiden, Yi Qinglan, secretly helped him to escape the Tang family's pursuit in the back, I'm afraid that with Gu Junlin's character, he would have hated to destroy the Tang family as well. Now that they have just arrived in the central region and the Tang clan has been destroyed, I suspect that this matter is their doing. Seemingly thinking of something, Yi Xian's tone firmed up a few points and said, no, it's not doubt, it's certainty. I've checked the coordinates of the three of them, and among them, Gu Chang'e and Gu Yuan had arrived at the Tang clan. In that battle back then, although the goddess begged for mercy, his Yi family spared Gu Junlin's life, but his Yi family had said that Gu Junlin would not be allowed to come back to the central region. If not, the Yi family will behead them. In order to prevent it from sneaking into the central region, he had also secretly planted a strand of divine soul inside Gu Junlin's body. His cultivation wasn't very high in the Yi family, but if it was placed in the outside world, it would be a hidden old monster-level existence. The wisp of divine soul he planted, Gu Junlin couldn't even detect it. Gu Chang'e was also once a heavenly pride-level existence, although he had been turned into a waste by Tongshen digging up the innate holy dragon bone. However, he also wanted to see if this former heavenly pride had the possibility of re-emerging and killing his way to the central region, so he also planted a strand of divine soul in his body. As for Gu Yuan, although he was abandoned by the Yi family at birth because his cultivation qualifications were too poor, but that was, after all, the child of the goddess, and he also wanted to see if the other party would ascend to the central region in this life. It also planted a strand of divine soul in its body. This was also how he was able to know about the Gu Yuan trio's arrival in the central region. There's nothing wrong with your analysis. Yi Qingtsong glanced at Yi Xian before continuing, but I don't agree with what you said. Gu Junlin, a waste. Gu Chang'e, likewise a waste. Gu Yuan, little punk. Three losers put together. The Tang family could have sent just one person out to crush them to death. And now you're telling me that they overthrew the Tang family? Simply ridiculous. Yi Xian disagreed with Yi Qingtsong's words. After all, he clearly saw Gu Yuan and Gu Chang'e's coordinates appear in the Tang family, but what Yi Qingtsong said was so reasonable that he couldn't refute it at all. Gu Junlin, a waste with his cultivation wasted. The Tang family could easily crush the other party by sending a random person. Gu Chang'e, the waste that had been gutted of his innate holy dragon bone, was likewise easily crushed to death by any random person in the Tang clan. Gu Yuan, an abandoned waste, is now too young. From birth to now but a little more than 18 years old, and now its highest cultivation is not high. A random person from the Tang family could easily crush him to death if they wanted to. Such three people said they overthrew the Tang family. There really isn't a shred of credibility. After a while, Yi Qingtsong calmly opened his mouth. Don't worry about the matter of who overthrew the Tang clan. Since Gu Junlin dared to come to the central region, let's go ahead and kill him. He had once said that if Gu Junlin dared to take half a step into the central region, it would be the end of his life. The fact that it had the audacity to appear in the central region now was a sign that it had not taken his words to heart at all. Since this was the case, there was no need to give Yi Qinglan any face and leave Gu Junlin any way to live. Yi Xian nodded respectfully. It's the matriarch. Chapter 115 Arrival at Pill King Valley. Central region. Northern region. The aroma of medicine permeated all around Ata Valley. Three figures appeared high above the sky, looking down on the valley below. Looking at one of the Dan towers in the valley, smelling the various Dan scents wafting from below, Gu Yuan spoke. This is the Medicine King Valley, isn't it? Gu Junlin nodded his head. Just about to speak, a voice came and answered Gu Yuan's question first. That's right, This is the Medicine King Valley. The voice comes before the person arrives. As the words fell, a middle-aged man in a Dan robe flew up from below. As his eyes swept over the three Gu Yuan, the middle-aged man's eyes clearly lit up. A smile appeared on his face as he said, "My name is Dong Shizhang, an alchemist from the Pill King Valley. I don't know if the three of you are preparing the medicinal materials for our alchemists to help you make pills, or are you purchasing pills?" His cultivation level wasn't too high, just the first level of the Sun and Moon realm. With his cultivation, he couldn't even see through the Gu Yuan trio's cultivation. Not being able to see through the cultivation, these are three fat sheep, regardless of whether Gu Yuan's trio was carrying a treasure that concealed their breath, or their cultivation was higher than his. It was enough to show that the other party did not lack spirit stones. So in his case, was it not a fat sheep? Gu Yuan spoke out. "Want to refine a pill? Only make one?" Loss clearly flashed under Dong Shizhang's eyes. "You can't make much money from refining a single elixir, but the loss is fleeting." A smile appeared on his face once again as he said, "Since it's about refining pills, then follow me into the Pill King Valley to discuss it in detail." A mosquito is still meat. Moreover, in case the other party refined any high-grade elixirs, they could likewise earn quite a lot. Even if the other party's refined pills were not of a high grade, they really couldn't earn any spirit stones. But once there is a second time, service is good, and developing the person into a repeat customer is also earning. He had once taken a direct order for 1,000,000 pills because of his good service. Therefore, he understands the importance of service attitude. Hearing Dong Shizhang's words, Gu Yuan nodded his head and agreed. "Okay." Receiving a response, Dong Shizhang immediately led the way in front. At the same time, he spoke out. "I wonder what kind of pills a few of you want to refine." Gu Yuan replied, "A creation Dan." At those words, a question mark slowly snapped out of Dong Shizhang's head. The pill of creation? What kind of potion is this? Why had he never heard of it? However, after thinking about it, he still said seriously, "The creation pill is extremely difficult to refine and requires a large amount of spirit stones. A few of you should be psychologically prepared." Although it was not known what kind of elixir the Dan of creation was, but he couldn't let his guests see that he didn't understand. This would make the guests doubt his ability and the strength of the Medicine King Valley, and he is just responsible for selling pills. He does not understand normal. A moment to find an alchemist to ask a question to know what grade of Dan of creation is. Soon, led by Dong Shizhang, Gu Yuan and his group entered within a hall in the Pill King Valley. There were already quite a few people in the hall at the moment. They were people who had come here to buy pills, or to provide medicinal materials for Pill King Valley to help them refine pills. "Have you heard? The Tang family has been destroyed." "Are you kidding me?" The Tang family is one of the 8 ancient clans. Although it is the existence of the bottom, but it has deep roots, huge power, and great strength. Who has the strength to overthrow it? That's right, the Tang family is so strong. How could it be wiped out? Your news is too fake. I'm fake with this news? You guys now are staying here too long. The news of the Tang family's destruction is spreading like crazy in the outside world. Okay, hiss, could it be that the Tang family has really been destroyed? Entering the hall and listening to these people's comments, both Gu Junlin and Gu Changa's gazes couldn't help but glance at Gu Yuan. I'm afraid these people don't realize that the person who overthrew the Tang family is right in front of their eyes. Dong Shizhang didn't notice the wrongness of Gu Junlin and Gu Changji's gaze, and after leading the three to choose a good position, he then spoke. "Three of you wait here for a moment. I'll go and arrange for an alchemist to refine pills for you. The dried fruits and candied fruits on the table are specialties of my Medicine King Valley, so feel free to savor them as you please." After saying that, Dong Shizhang immediately left. Soon enough, Dong Shizhang arrived inside a Dan tower. Finding the owner of this Dan tower, he immediately spoke out. "Elder Lu, you're still free here, right?" "There is." The man known as Elder Lu nodded his head and spoke out. "What kind of pills are being refined? How many portions?" "Refining the creation Dan." Dong Shizhang immediately spoke out. "Refine one. Creation pill? Refine one?" Elder Lu frowned. "I've never even heard of what the creation pill is. I can't refine it here. Go ask somewhere else." "Can't refine it?" Dong Shizhang raised an eyebrow. "Elder Lu, you are a 5th grade alchemist. If you don't want to refine an elixir you should just say so. You said that you haven't even heard of this kind of elixir. Aren't you being too perfunctory? I really haven't heard of an elixir like the creation Dan." Elder Lu was helpless, then directly waved his hand and said, "Go ask somewhere else. I'm going to take them to refine the spring return pill." Hearing Elder Lu's words, Dong Shizhang was angry and furious, but he was just a salesman of pills. Where could he offend these great alchemists? In the end, I had no choice but to leave. As Dong Shizhang left, there were elders within the Dan Tower who had a good relationship with Elder Lu, who leaned over. He hesitated for a moment, but still spoke out. Old Lu, over the years, Dong Shizhang has pulled in quite a few orders for this Danta of ours. The order for 30,000 aphrodisiac pills for the Acacia sect a few days ago was also given by him, and he's brought in quite a bit of revenue for my Danta. One elixir is too little to open the furnace alone to refine the elixir and basically earn no spirit stones. I know you don't want to refine this elixir, but you shouldn't use the fact that you don't recognize this kind of elixir as a reason to send him away, right? It's just so perfunctory. Elder Lu could not cry. Old 6. It's not that I don't want to refine this one elixir. It's because I really haven't heard of this kind of elixir. He was naturally aware of Dong Shizhang's contributions to this Dan Tower of theirs over the years, not to mention that there was also a charge for refining a single elixir. Even if there was no charge, he could still refine it, but he really hadn't even heard of this kind of Dan of creation. He really couldn't refine it. This. Hearing Elder Lu's words, Old 6 was also visibly confused. He thought it was an excuse that Elder Lu had made because he didn't want to refine pills. Rather, I didn't expect that what the other party said would be true. As for whether Elder Lu was fooling him, this is not possible. He and Elder Lu were friends for hundreds of years. The other party would not cheat him even if he cheated his daughter-in-law. As he left the Dan Tower where Elder Lu was, Dong Shizhang immediately traveled to the other Dan Towers. He met a dozen masters of the Danta. From the 5th grade alchemist he saw at the beginning to the 8th grade Dan sage at the back. The answers they received were all, without exception, that they had never even heard of the Dan of creation. The moment Dong Shizhang was sweating a bit. If he couldn't refine the pills required by his guests, his signboard as the No. 1 alchemy sanctuary in the central region of the Pill King Valley would be smashed. Chapter 116, Pill Emperor Pillian. What now? Go back and tell them that my Medicine King Valley can't refine the pills they want? Or, to find the Pill Emperor who is in seclusion to recuperate from his injuries? At this moment Dong Shizhang was really sweating. If he couldn't refine the pills that the guests needed, the signboard of the Pill King Valley as the first alchemy shrine in the central region would be smashed. He who had brought the Gu Yuan trio to the Medicine King Valley would also be implicated. I'm afraid, if it's light, he'll be expelled from the Pill King Valley, or if it's heavy, he'll be hung up and beaten by the Pill King Valley. It was possible that the Pill Emperor would know about this whatsoever creation pill, and there was also a high probability that he would be able to refine this kind of pill. But the other party went out some time ago and came back with serious injuries. Right now the other party is still in seclusion recuperating from their injuries. If you go to the other side, clearly something is not right. This will disturb the Medicine Emperor's healing. However, after thinking about it for a while, Dong Shizhang finally decided to choose to go forward and look for the Pill Emperor, the lesser of two evils. Finding the Medicine Emperor would at most only disturb his healing. But if he went back now and said that no one in Medicine King Valley knew about the creation Dan and could not refine it, then the signboard of his Pill King Valley Central Region's No. 1 alchemy sanctuary would really be smashed. Soon, Dong Shizhang arrived outside the Dan Tower where the Pill Emperor was located. What is it? The two guards responsible for guarding this place glanced at Dong Shizhang, their eyes clearly flashing with vigilance as they opened their mouths. The Pill Emperor was currently in seclusion to heal his wounds, and their task was to be responsible for protecting the Pill Emperor from being disturbed by others. Now that Dong Shizhang had arrived, they immediately pulled their guard full. Hearing the words of the two guards, Dong Shizhang didn't ink and immediately explained his intentions. The two guards hadn't wanted to pay too much attention to Dong Shizhang. However, after hearing him say that if they couldn't meet the Pill Emperor, it would smash the signboard of the Pill King Valley's No. 1 alchemy sanctuary in the central region, they still chose to go and inform the Pill Emperor of the matter. Soon, an old man in a Dan robe walked out from the Dan Tower. It was none other than the No. 1 alchemist in the central region, the head of the Pill King Valley, Pill Emperor Pillian. Greetings to the Pill Emperor. Seeing the old man, Dong Shizhang immediately bowed respectfully. Pillian glanced at Dong Shizhang before he faintly said, "Let's go. Take me to see Gu Junlin." The creation pill was an elixir that he had seen on top of an ancient medicinal dictionary. This kind of elixir captured the heaven's creation, and could bring back the living dead, as long as they didn't die, and possessed extremely miraculous medicinal effects. He had always wanted to try refining it. It was a pity that the medicinal materials used to refine the creation pill were incredibly precious, extremely scarce, and difficult to find. He couldn't even find the herbs to refine the creation pill, which was why he hadn't been able to do so. Gu Junlin had begged him to help him refine an elixir that could cure the injuries in his body, and he had accidentally blurted out this miraculous elixir, the Dan of Creation. In other words, the only people in the world who knew about the creation pill were him and Gu Junlin. Now that Dong Shizhang had the guards inform him that someone wanted to refine the creation pill, his first guess was that it was Gu Junlin who had come. After many years, Gu Junlin has once again come to my Pill King Valley. Could it be that he's gotten together the herbs to refine the creation pill? Thinking so, excitement flashed visibly under Pilyan's eyes. For an alchemist like him, it would be a great opportunity if he could have the chance to refine the imperial rank upper grade pill creation pill. If he could successfully refine it, his attainments in the Dan Dao would definitely be taken to the next level. With Dong Shizhang leading the way, the duo soon arrived at the hall where Gu Yuan and his group were. Ji Ba Da have met the Pill Emperor. The villainous Ji Bo has often met the Medicine Emperor. Du Zhe have met the Pill Emperor. Villain. Seeing Pilyan arrive, everyone within the hall rose in unison to respectfully salute towards Pill Emperor. Respect flashed visibly on their faces. Pill Emperor Pilyan's strength didn't rank at all in the central region, but his attainments in the alchemy course were extremely high. It is the 8 ancient clans of the great personage to see that is also to be polite treatment of the existence. Now that the other party had actually appeared in front of them, they naturally didn't dare to slack off. Pilyan nodded slightly as a greeting. He then proceeded to head towards where Gu Yuan and his group were under the leadership of Dong Shizhang. Gu Junlin has met the Pill Emperor. Gu Chunga has met the Pill Emperor. Gu Yuan has met the Pill Emperor. Seeing Pilyan arrive, the 3 Gu Yuan also immediately rose and spoke respectfully. For this one alchemist of the central region, they could be said to be giving full respect. It's you! With a sweep of his eyes, Pilyan couldn't help but land his gaze on Gu Yuan. Its feet also subconsciously took half a step back. Gu Yuan he had met. It was none other than the Devil Dao Emperor he had met earlier when he had traveled to the 10,000 Souls Abyss to pick the Emperor's soul grass. It was the first time in all his years that he had been beaten and spat out blood, and now that he saw that the person who had beaten him to the point of spitting out blood had actually appeared in front of him, he naturally recognized him at a glance. The Pill Emperor has seen me? Seeing that Pilyan was looking at himself, and that there was also a color of fear flashing in the bottom of his eyes, there was clearly doubt flashing in Gu Yuan's eyes, although he felt that there was something familiar about Pill Inferno, as if he had seen it somewhere before. But the other party was the one alchemist of the central domain, and since Gu Yuan was now coming to the central domain for the first time, he felt that he should have never seen it before. Hearing Gu Yuan's words, Pilyan instantly guessed that this was Gu Yuan not recognizing himself. Thinking about it, the current him, dressed in luxurious clothes, and his temperament was not like earlier. It was normal that Gu Yuan didn't recognize him. Gu Yuan didn't recognize him, and he immediately pretended that he didn't know Gu Yuan either. Being beaten was black history, and he wouldn't take the initiative to talk about it. Sweeping his eyes at Gu Junlin, Pilyan then faintly said, "You want to find me to refine the creation pill? Have you prepared the medicinal materials to refine the creation pill? It's all here." Gu Junlin nodded his head. With that, he immediately took a storage ring containing many medicinal herbs out of his arms. He then turned his gaze back to Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan understood Gu Junlin's eyes for a second, and with a wave of his hand, the Dragon Emperor's Essence Blood and the 7-colored Snow Lotus appeared instantly. What's in here is the Dragon Emperor's Essence Blood and the 7-colored Snow Lotus. The moment these words came out, the gazes of everyone within the hall looked over in unison. The importance of Dragon Emperor Essence Blood to a Dragon Emperor cannot be overstated. For this person to be able to fetch it, this person is not simple. Is the Dragon Emperor's Essence Blood precious? Yes, it's very precious. But in front of the 7-colored Snow Lotus, it's just a fart. The 7-colored Snow Lotus is born in the land of extreme cold, is the legendary imperial medicine. Non-great luck people cannot see. Many alchemists cannot see their whole life. Now this person can even find it. It seems that this person is a person with great luck. The Dragon Emperor's Essence Blood and the 7-colored Snow Lotus are both extremely hard to find precious herbs, and I wonder what high grade the elixir that needs to be refined is. That it would require the use of the Dragon Emperor's Essence Blood and the 7-colored Snow Lotus. Curiosity flashed visibly in the eyes of everyone in the hall. Curious as to what high grade the refined elixir was, it would require such precious Dragon Emperor Essence Blood and 7-colored Snow Lotus as medicinal ingredients. Pilyan turned a blind eye to the reactions of the people around him, but instead, his eyes were fiery as he looked towards the Dragon Emperor Essence Blood and the 7-colored Snow Lotus. That gaze was like a man who had been single for 500 years seeing a naked beauty scratching her head in front of him. Can't stand a little bit of it at all. Chapter 117 Yi Xian arrives. With trembling hands, he took the jade bottle containing the Dragon Emperor's essence blood and the crane spirit pillbox containing the 7-colored snow lotus. Pilian first opened the jade bottle containing the Dragon Emperor's essence blood. As the jade bottle opened, a raging dragon might instantly fill the air. What a powerful Dragon Emperor essence blood! The owner of this Dragon Emperor essence blood is at least an undying Dragon Emperor. Feeling the terrifying energy and that majestic vitality contained within the Dragon Emperor's essence blood, Pilian couldn't help but let out an exclamation. Undying Dragon Emperor. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The essence blood of an undying Dragon Emperor? Having become an undying Dragon Emperor, why is this Dragon Emperor still willing to hand over his entire essence blood to others? Doesn't he know what Dragon Emperor essence blood means to a Dragon Emperor? A dragon race that has cultivated to the undying Great Emperor realm. Do you think he would not know what his Dragon Emperor essence blood means to him? You brat is really stupid. But since this Dragon Emperor knows the importance of the Dragon Emperor's essence blood, then why would he choose to hand over a whole body of Dragon Emperor's essence blood? It can't be that he was chopped up and bled, right? It's not out of the question. There is a fart possibility. The dragon race has always been proud of itself, looking down on any other race. Coupled with the great wars of the ancient era, the dragon race and my human race have long since formed a blood feud. If the owner of this indestructible Dragon Emperor's essence blood is truly decapitated and bled out, the one who decapitated the Dragon Emperor's essence blood will surely be rounded up and killed by the dragon race. Then where do you think this undying Dragon Emperor essence blood came from? You ask me. Who the am I asking? As Pilian's words fell, the entire room was in an uproar, and then they all turned their gazes to Gu Yuan, wanting to know how this undying Dragon Emperor essence blood was obtained. Not only were they curious, but Pilian, who was a Pill Emperor, was also very curious about how Gu Yuan had obtained this undying Dragon Emperor essence blood. After a slight hesitation, he directly asked the curiosity in his heart. Little friend, how did you obtain this undying Dragon Emperor essence blood? Can you tell us a thing or two? Gu Yuan nodded his head and directly said, this undying Dragon Emperor essence blood was obtained by me by killing a Dragon Emperor of the 9th level of the undying Great Emperor. Thus, after a pause, Gu Yuan spoke apologetically towards Pilian again. The last time I didn't know the identity of the Pill Emperor. I almost kicked you to death casually as a wrong soul. I'm here to apologize to you. Earlier, Gu Yuan hadn't recognized Pilian's identity, but as he took a closer look, he was finally able to realize why Pill Inferno gave him that familiar feeling. Because they had met at the abyss of 10,000 souls. He also almost kicked the other guy to death as an ingrate. Hearing Gu Yuan's words in front of him, Pilian was shocked in his heart. Obviously not expecting that the other party would go so far as to behead an undying Emperor 9th level Dragon Emperor in order to obtain the undying Dragon Emperor's essence blood. Moreover, he didn't expect Gu Yuan to be so heaven-defying in strength that he was able to kill an undying Great Emperor 9th level Dragon Emperor. But when he heard Gu Yuan's later words, his face instantly became 100 times uglier. Almost got kicked to death at random as an ingrate. Feel free to kick the dead. What's that supposed to mean? Is that to say he's weak? Although it's true that he's not strong. It can be said like this. His hallowed Pill King Valley Master. No. One alchemist in the central region doesn't want to lose feisty? However, Gu Yuan's next words caused him to instantly smile. It seems like the Pill Emperor was after the Emperor's soul grass at the time of the 10,000 souls abyss last time. This Imperial soul grass will be taken as my reparation to you. With that, Gu Yuan waved his big hand and a small purple grass appeared. Dao rhythms flowed above the purple grass, and golden Imperial might filled the air, containing extremely powerful soul power. It was the Emperor's soul grass. Emperor soul grass is a rare emperor medicine in the world. This medicine takes the creation of heaven and earth and contains extremely strong divine soul power. Absorbing it can strengthen the divine soul and repair the damage to the divine soul. And now such a rare emperor medicine in the world is just sent out like this? This is also too generous, isn't it? Magnificent. It's so bold. Seeing Gu Yuan actually take out the Emperor's soul grass and give it to Pilian, the people present were once again in an uproar. Obviously all of them hadn't expected Gu Yuan to be so generous. Politis was also doubly surprised. It was not really a good idea to accept an imperial medicine that was so valuable in front of so many people. But the Emperor's soul grass can strengthen the divine soul, and as an alchemist, he needed to have a strong divine soul the most. He simply couldn't say no. Ahem. Coughing dryly, Pilian forced down the upturned corners of his mouth that he couldn't suppress in any way before he said, "Let bygones be bygones. I let it go a long time ago. You don't have to apologize to me. As for this imperial soul grass, consider it as my payment for refining the creation dan for you. With that, Pilian grabbed the emperor's soul grass, refined in a moment. As the emperor's soul grass turned into bits of starlight and merged into Pilian's body, although Pilian's cultivation level remained unchanged, still at the 9th level of the Saint Emperor realm, his divine soul was getting stronger at a speed visible to the naked eye. At first, its divine soul was at most comparable to an average undying Great Emperor divine soul, but now the other party's divine soul was already comparable to some weaker extreme Dao Great Emperor divine souls. Yes, feeling the divine soul that had become stronger, Pilian couldn't help but reveal a smile on his face. Then, his gaze turned to the crane spirit pillbox containing the 7-colored snow lotus. Gently opening the pillbox, a dazzling 7-colored light instantly shot out from within the pillbox, and at the same time, a unique emperor's might spread out from it. Before Pilian could see what was within the pillbox, a lotus flower with 7 colors of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple then flew out from within the pillbox, and then turned into a stream of light straight towards the distance. It's worthy of being a 7-colored snow lotus that people with non-great chi are not allowed to see. If it were an ordinary person, I'm afraid it could escape even if they encountered it. Seeing this scene, Pilian couldn't help but let out an exclamation. Then, with a wave of his hand, a wave of arcane chi struck out, immediately causing the 7-colored snow lotus to obediently fly back within the crane spirit pillbox. The creation pill is a top-grade imperial grade pill. This pill captures the creation of heaven and earth and is extremely difficult to refine. Although I am a pill emperor, I think it will take a short time to refine this pill. Putting away the crane spirit pillbox, Pilian spoke out. You guys will wait for 3 days in my Pill King Valley, and I think that in 3 days' time I will refine the creation pill for you. Gu Yuan and his group were just about to open their mouths, but just at that moment, a voice rang out one step ahead of them. 3 days? This emperor wants them dead now. How can they wait 3 days for you? Hearing this voice, everyone's gazes looked outside the hall in unison. Soon, 3 figures walked in from beyond the hall. After seeing the 3 people clearly, everyone present was shocked in unison. Some of those who reacted quickly even immediately saluted respectfully. I, Ji Bo, have often seen Emperor Xian, and I have seen Emperor Qing to see Emperor Bai. Little man Ji Wu has met the Xian Emperor, and the Qing Emperor has met the White Emperor. Villain. When one person opened his mouth, the rest of them all followed. At the same time they were thrilled in their hearts. Today, not only did he meet the Central Region's #1 alchemist, Pill Emperor Pilian, not to mention, he even met the 3 forbidden great emperors of the Yi family, which was the head of the 8 ancient clans. This is a real surprise. Unexpectedly, their hearts couldn't help but be filled with curiosity. Curious as to why these 3 forbidden great emperors of the Yi family, who were usually gods and goddesses, had appeared here. Is it to buy a potion? Can the status of the other party completely do not need to personally come? Just casually order a person can. It was hard to figure out what exactly these 3 Yi family forbidden great emperors were here for. Can't figure it out at all. Chapter 118, Sealing the Sky, Unlocking the Earth and Executing the God-Slaughtering Demon Finger. Looking at the 3 Yi Xian Yi Qing Yi Bai who walked into the hall, Pilian frowned and asked, the 3 of you have come to my Pill King Valley not knowing what you are here for? Pill Emperor, why do you need to knowingly ask? Yi Xian let out a light laugh. Sweeping his gaze over everyone in the hall, he said in an icy voice, if you don't want to die, get out now. As the words landed, a strand of forbidden great emperor aura swept out from him. Anyone who felt the aura of this forbidden great emperor's face changed drastically, and then they didn't dare to hesitate and immediately turned into a stream of light and flew towards the outside. In the blink of an eye, only a few people were left in the hall that had just been overcrowded. Gazing at Gu Junlin, Yi Xian revealed a mouthful of morose white teeth and laughed. 18 years ago the matriarch left you a dog's life for the sake of the divine maiden. At that time, he said that you would be forbidden to set foot in the central region for the rest of your life, or else it would be the time of your death. Now since you dared to disobey the patriarch and come to the central region, then today is the day of your death. As the words fell, a terrifying taboo emperor's might rumbled out from him, and then like a huge mountain, he ruthlessly pressed towards the 3 Gu Junlin. So strong. Feeling the terror of this forbidden imperial might, both Gu Junlin and Gu Chang'e could not help but change color slightly, and it was at this moment that Gu Yuan took a step and had stepped forward. With a thought, the chaotic sword body was activated, and a storm of sword blades appeared before directly meeting the aura that Yi Xian had erupted. Boom! A loud bang violently resounded within the hall. The forbidden imperial might that erupted from Yi Xian's body immediately fell apart. That storm of sword blades also directly annihilated under this strike. The violent shockwave immediately ravaged the entire hall, overturning many tables and chairs and benches. To be able to easily break my imperial might with the cultivation of the 9th level of the extreme great emperor. Glancing at Gu Yuan, there were obvious flashes of shock under Yi Xian's eyes. This is the chaotic sword body? After looking Gu Yuan up and down, the color of shock under his eyes was obviously a few points thicker, because he was actually shocked to discover that Gu Yuan was at this moment like he had transformed into a peerlessly sharp, incomparably sharp, peerless sword. This phenomenon was undoubtedly an indication that Gu Yuan possessed some sort of powerful sword body. The storm of sword blades induced by just activating his sword body could easily break his forbidden emperor's might. This sword body is strong. It was very similar to the chaotic sword body recorded above the ancient books. It could even be the chaotic sword body. If it's really a chaotic sword body, this son has a great future ahead of him. It must not be kept. Thinking of this, a strong killing intent could not help but appear in his eyes. Between the surges of power in his body, he was ready to strike. But at that moment, Pilian stepped on his feet and stopped in front of him. Looking at Pilian, who had suddenly appeared in front of him, Yi Xian's eyes sank, and displeasure was immediately written all over his face. Pil Emperor, what are you doing? Could it be that you want to make an enemy of my Yi family for them? Pilian smiled and said, being an enemy of the Yi family? I wouldn't dare. Since you don't dare, why don't you get lost? Although I don't dare to make an enemy of your Yi family, you are now in my Pil King Valley. The smile on Pilian's face withdrew, and his voice went a few points colder as he said, in my Pil King Valley, no matter who it is, they have to follow the rules of my Pil King Valley. Your Medicine King Valley's rules? Yi Xian's eyes clearly flashed with sarcasm as he said, what rules of your Medicine King Valley? Fighting is not allowed within my Pil King Valley. If you dare to start a fight within my Medicine King Valley, then don't blame this emperor for being impolite to you. After a pause, Pilian added, I don't want to get involved in the matter between your Yi family and Gu Junlin, but he's my guest now. You can't touch him. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes, a dangerous signal flashing in his eyes as he said, you mean you want to protect Gu Junlin and the others? I didn't say that. Pilian shook his head and said, I said I don't want to get involved in what's going on between you two, but he's now a guest of my Pil King Valley. You can't touch him. And what if I prefer to move him? Saying that, Yi Xian said with a sneering smile on his face, I'll give you face and call you Pil Emperor, but if I don't give you face, you're just a mole in front of me. Little Yin Z. Now if you obediently roll away, this emperor will not find you trouble. If you do not roll away, believe it or not, this emperor will let you enter the ground today? Saying that, its entire body of forbidden emperor might once again erupted. And just then, a voice rang out in the middle of the hall. Arrogant. Is Little Yin Z something you can call yourself? Believe it or not, I will teach you a good lesson for Yi Qinsong today? As the words fell, a terrifying aura suddenly descended, instantly enveloping the entire hall. Yi Xian subconsciously looked towards the direction where the voice came from, only to see a middle-aged man with a sturdy figure and a strong aura of superiority emanating from his entire body walk in from outside the hall. Shao family head, Shao Chen. Seeing the visitor, Yi Xian's heart was startled. How could one not expect that the Shao family head of one of the 8 ancient clans would appear here? Just as he was shocked, another explosive shout rang out. Old Shao, this kid dared to disrespect Brother Pilian. What are you wasting words with him? Kid, eat me. Seal the sky and lock the earth to exterminate the god and demon slaughtering finger. As the voice fell, an immense and incomparable finger carrying an incomparably terrifying might descended from the sky, aiming straight at Yi Xian's 3 people. This finger directly shattered the entire hall and crushed space, simply terrifying as hell. The power that escaped from it alone made the eyelids of those present jump wildly. Gu Yuan reacted in time, pulling Gu Junlin and Gu Changge with him as he instantly burst back. Shao Dust's eyelids furiously jumped twice, and he also reacted as fast as he could, pulling Pilian and retreating explosively. Yi Xian's trio also wanted to retreat into the distance to avoid this terrifying finger. However, the chi above the fingerprints had already locked them in place, and there was simply no way for them to retreat. Why is that maniac here? Malagasy. Grass. Feeling the terrifying might contained above this finger, Yi Xian, Yi Qing, Yi Bai and the 3 of them couldn't help but burst out. Between the words, they moved as well. Power surged within their bodies as they struck out their own means to resist this finger. The power of this finger was simply ridiculously strong. The means that the 3 of them had jointly struck were certainly not weak, but they were still quickly annihilated under this finger. In the end, this finger landed directly on the 3 people. Rumble. A terrifyingly loud popping sound resounded throughout the entire Pill King Valley. With that, a huge mushroom cloud made of smoke and dust slowly rose. From this, it was easy to see how terrifying the heaven sealing and earth locking god slaughtering demon finger was. Chapter 119, Let them live 3 more days. You're not afraid to just get them killed if you zoom in right off the bat? Looking at a figure that came quickly in the distance, Xiaodust's eyelids could not help but jump twice. The person who came was no one else but the patriarch of the Lin family, one of the 8 ancient clans, and the most fiery-tempered patriarch amongst the bunch of patriarchs of the 8 ancient clans. Lin Hao, daring to disrespect brother Pillflame, so much for getting him killed. Lin Hao shrugged indifferently, and only then did he face Pillian and asked, Brother Pillian, are you alright? Although Pillian's strength was not ranked in the central domain, however, his alchemy attainments are extremely high, and he is the #1 alchemist in the central region. The other party had refined many pills for all the major powers in the central region over the years. Its influence is one of the best in the Middle Kingdom. Yi Xian had dared to insult Pillian in public, and he was striking now. Even if he did kill Yi Xian, Yi Qingtsong wouldn't say anything if he knew. Hearing Lin Hao's words, Pillian looked at the hall that had been blown into ruins, and then looked at the alchemists coming out of one of the surrounding Dan towers, and immediately said without any good humor, What do you think? It's not a big problem that the lobby was destroyed, just build it again. But he had hundreds of Dan towers in the Medicine King Valley. There were alchemists seriously refining pills in these Dan towers. It was because Lin Hao's strike had disturbed those alchemists from refining pills. This move may cause many alchemists to simply blow up their furnaces. This loss, it's simply too big to measure. Looking at the alchemists who walked out from one of the Dan towers, Lin Hao obviously knew that just now. He had made a move that caused the Medicine King Valley to suffer serious losses. At that moment, he couldn't help but say awkwardly, I'm sorry, Pillflame brother, it's mainly because I just arrived and heard that you were being bullied, and I didn't hold back a single moment. Which is why, without waiting for him to finish, Pillian had already waved his hand and said, That's just it, you also made a move for my sake. I don't blame you. Although Lin Hao had made a serious loss to Pill King Valley, but it's after all for him, he couldn't do anything to blame Lin Hao yet. Hearing Pillian's words, a smile appeared on Lin Hao's face. After a pause, Lin Hao spoke. Brother Pillian, I came to your Pill King Valley today because I want to find you to refine an emperor-ranked pill. Xiaodust also spoke at this moment. Brother Pillian, I came to your Pill King Valley today because I also wanted to find you to refine an emperor-ranked elixir. Hearing these words, Pillian instantly realized. No wonder these two appeared so coincidentally. It turned out that it was because the other party wanted to find him to refine an emperor-ranked elixir. Without hesitation, Pillian directly agreed. It's no problem if you want to refine pills, but I just agreed to help Gu Junlin refine pills, so you may need to wait a few more days. Xiao Chuan and Lin Hao did not hesitate and both nodded their heads in agreement. And at that moment, the smoke and dust in the sky dispersed, and a huge deep pit appeared where the hall had been earlier. 3 figures were revealed in the deep pit. It was none other than Yi Xian Yi Bai Yi Qing. The 3 of them were all in a sorry state at the moment. Their breath shriveled to the extreme, as if they might die at any time. The 3 of them each took out a healing elixir and sent it into their mouths to take it, after which they then turned their gazes towards Lin Hao. Yi Xian forced down the anger in his heart to look at Lin Hao and said, Patriarch Lin, are you trying to make your Lin family go to war with my Yi family for Gu Junlin? Go to war? Lin Hao slanted his eyes at Yi Xian and sneered. I'm the Lin family patriarch. I can represent the Lin family. Can you represent your Yi family? Yi Xian was visibly choked. Although his position in the Yi family was not low, he could not yet do anything that could represent the Yi family. After a pause, he then continued, although I can't represent the Yi family, but to kill Gu Junlin is the order of my Yi family's patriarch. If you want to do something to stop me, I can have my Yi family's patriarch come and talk to you. I didn't say I was going to stop you from killing Gu Junlin either. Lin Hao spread his hands indifferently and said, The only reason why I made a move against you is purely because you spoke ill of Brother Pillian. Yi Xian frowned and said, Then if I go to kill Gu Junlin now, you won't stop me? No blocking. Lin Hao spread his hands indifferently. It's not like he's familiar with Gu Junlin, so why should he block it? Also the moment Lin Hao's words fell, Pillian opened his mouth. I don't want to get involved in the matter between your Yi family and Gu Junlin, but Gu Junlin is now my guest. He is now in my Medicine King Valley. In Pill King Valley, you have to follow the rules of my Pill King Valley. Anyone who dares to make a move in my Medicine King Valley, then don't blame me for not being polite. Hearing this, Yi Xian almost didn't spit out blood from anger. Anyone who dared to make a move in the Medicine King Valley would be treated impolitely. That's a righteous thing to say. But Lin Hao, this asshole, even blew up the hall where your Medicine King Valley receives guests. Why don't you go easy on him? What a double standard. Pill Emperor, according to what you're saying, if Gu Junlin stays in your Pill King Valley all the time, then won't I never be able to kill him? After thinking about it, Yi Xian asked with such an opening. With that, he silently took out a Miles transmission note in his hand. The Pill King Valley wanted to protect Gu Junlin, the Shao family patriarch, and the Lin family patriarch wanted to protect Pillian. He was unable to kill Gu Junlin. As it is, then let the patriarch himself kill it. Glancing at the 10,000 miles transmission note in Yi Xian's hand, Pillian faintly spoke. My Pill King Valley doesn't keep idle people. How could I let Gu Junlin stay in my Pill King Valley all the time? When I refine the pills they need to refine, I'll expel them from the Pill King Valley. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes immediately flashed with a color of interest as he asked, how long does it take you to refine the pills? Pillian faintly said, 3 days. 3 days? It can wait. Then I will let you live 3 more days. With his eyes glancing in the direction where Gu Junlin was, Yi Xian put away the 10,000 miles transmission note in his hand before he spoke out. I hope that you can remember what you are saying right now. Otherwise, I don't mind having the matriarch step on your Pill King Valley. Saying this, Yi Xian waved his sleeve. Go! As the words fell, Yi Xian, Yi Qing, Yi Bai and the 3 of them immediately turned into a stream of light and rushed out of the Pill King Valley. He was prepared to wait outside the Medicine King Valley for 3 days. 3 days later, it was Gu Junlin's time to die. Looking at the departing Yi Xian trio, Gu Yuan's feet moved and he was ready to follow them. Pill King Valley was Pillian's territory, and as he did not want anyone to make a move in Pill King Valley, Gu Yuan had not made a move. After all, Pillian still had to help Gu Junlin refine the creation pill, so this phase still had to be given. But now that Yi Xian's trio had left the Pill King Valley, he felt that he could chase after them and kill them. I don't offend people, but if they do, I'll kill them. This had always been Gu Yuan's code of conduct. As if he knew what Gu Yuan was thinking, Gu Junlin stepped in to pull him back. Seeing Gu Yuan's eyes looking doubtful, Gu Junlin spoke out. Now is not the time to kill them, so let them live for 3 more days. After experiencing many things, he had complete confidence in Gu Yuan's strength. But now, if Gu Yuan killed the 3 Yi Xian, it would definitely alarm the entire Yi family. It was possible that the Yi family would send someone stronger against them. It was possible that it was Yi family patriarch Yi Qingsong himself. And at that time, he, who wasn't even in the Saint realm, would inevitably become a liability to Gu Yuan. He didn't want to be a burden to Gu Yuan, which was why he advised Gu Yuan not to make a move yet. When the creation pill was successfully refined and he regained his strength, it would be a good time to strike. At that time, even if he couldn't help Gu Yuan, he wouldn't be a burden to him. Chapter 120, No Going. Hearing Gu Junlin's words, Gu Yuan immediately realized what he had in mind, and after a slight hesitation, he nodded slightly as a promise. There was no harm in letting Yi Xian's trio live for 3 more days. Moreover, it wasn't a good time to collide head-on with the Yi family. Soon, after giving a brief explanation, Pillian walked alone within the Dan Tower he was in. Alchemists cannot be distracted when making pills and need a quiet environment so that they can concentrate wholeheartedly on making pills. If someone was around when the elixir was being made, this would cause the person making the elixir to be distracted and thus unable to concentrate, which would most likely lead to the failure of the elixir. If the elixir being refined was a normal ordinary elixir, even if there were people around, it would not affect anything for Pillian, one alchemist of the central region. However, what he had refined was an emperor rank upper grade elixir like the creation Dan. This kind of elixir was extremely difficult to refine, and he didn't dare to be careless, so he didn't want anyone to disturb him from the side. At Pillian's command, Pill King Valley Grand Elder Pillian led Gu Yuan and the 3 of them to one of Pill King Valley's more remote courtyards. Only after coming to this place and sweeping his gaze to see no one in the 4 directions did Pill Cloud whisper, "There is a secret room below this compound, and within the secret room is a teleportation channel that can teleport the 3 of you to the southern domain. The 3 of you who have offended the Yi family will surely die without a burial place if you stay in the Pill King Valley. Now the 3 of you will leave the central domain through the teleportation channel. As for the creation pill you want, the Pill Emperor will have someone send it to you after he refines it." After a pause, Pill Cloud continued, "The Yi family is very strong. My Pill King Valley can't protect you, but I, Pill King Valley, have accumulated a lot of connections after so many years in the central region. If you leave, even though the Yi family will be enraged, I think that they shouldn't make things too difficult for my medicine King Valley. Hearing this, the three of them, Gu Yuan, were all quite surprised, unexpected and heartfelt. This medicinal inflammation is really good for them. After fixing his mind, Gu Yuan then said seriously, we appreciate Pill King Valley's kindness, but we won't leave. Although the Yi family is strong, we are not weak either. Hearing these words, great doubts immediately flashed through Pill Cloud's tiny eyes. You're not weak? An extreme Emperor 9, an imperishable Emperor, and a little Kalami of less than the Saint Realm. A lineup like yours really isn't weak when looking at the entire Tianwu continent. But do you know what you're up against? That was the Yi family, the first of the 8 ancient clans that had stood on the Tianwu continent for an unknown number of tens of thousands of years. The Yi family was deep, powerful, and strong, with as many great emperors as dogs and saint realms everywhere. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it was the absolute overlord of the Tianwu continent. In his opinion, the 3 Gu Yuan people were nothing but ants in front of a behemoth like the Yi family. It can be destroyed at any time. But now Gu Yuan said something like, although the Yi family was strong, they weren't weak either. That just sounded ridiculous to his ears. After thinking for a moment, Pill Cloud spoke. You guys aren't in the central region and don't know how terrifying the Yi family is. You are not in the central region. Seeing the Yi family is like a frog in a well looking at the moon in the sky. If you are in the central region, seeing the Yi family is like a mayfly seeing the sky. Hearing this, Gu Junlin and Gu Chang'e both frowned uncontrollably. Is the Yi family really that terrifying? Gu Chang'e didn't know anything about the Yi family at all. And although he had heard of its power, he really didn't expect Pill Cloud to have such a high opinion of the Yi family. Although Gu Junlin had spent many years in the central region and had heard of the Yi family more than once, and had even met the Yi family patriarch, Master Kang Song, once, the other party had not taken action against him. Even some of the strongest members of the Yi clan did not make a move against him. He only knew that the Yi family was strong, but he didn't know exactly how strong it was. Now that he heard these words from Pill Cloud, he genuinely felt a surge of surprise. The Yi family is naturally terrifying to the extreme. Pill Cloud nodded heavily, then looked at Gu Junlin and said, I've heard of you. You broke through to the undying great emperor in less than 100 years. Would you say you're considered an undying heavenly pride amongst the undying heavenly prides? Naturally, it counts. Gu Junlin nodded proudly. It took less than 100 years to break through to the undying great emperor. Other than Yuaner, he had never heard of anyone more demonic than him. He was still relatively proud of his cultivation qualifications. You can indeed be called the absolute heavenly pride of absolute heavenly prides. Pill Cloud nodded his head, and then turned his words around and said, but supreme celestial pride like you abound in the Yi family. Even the Yi clan has heavenly pride that is even more demonic than you. This is also why Yi Qingtsong wanted to strike you down after learning that you were having an affair with goddess Yi Qinglan. If you were truly a supreme pride, with a heavenly talent that defies the heavens, do you think that the Yi family would make a move against you? Hearing this, Gu Junlin fell silent. Indeed, if his cultivation qualifications were truly heaven-defying to the extreme, how could the Yi family possibly want to kill him? Seeing Gu Junlin's silence, Pill Cloud gazed at Gu Yuan and said, now you still decide to stay in the central domain? You'll die if you stay in the central region. Although it was Pill Yen who had explained to him to send Gu Yuan and the others out of Pill King Valley and out of the central region, but as Gu Yuan was such a heavenly pride, he also did not want the other party to die at a young age. I appreciate Pill King Valley's kindness, but I'm not leaving the central region. Gu Yuan slowly shook his head. Mother Yi Qinglan is still suffering from nightmares day and night at the Yi family's forbidden spectral cliff. This trip is to rescue my mother. Now that Yi Qinglan hasn't even seen him, how could he possibly leave? If he wasn't thinking of refining the creation pill to help Gu Junlin recover from his injuries, he would be ready to head to the Yi family alone right now. Perhaps it was because he was an orphan in his previous life, and in this life, he valued family extraordinarily. When he thought of his mother suffering from nightmares day and night in the Yi family's forbidden spectral cliff, he was truly heartbroken to the extreme. After a pause, Gu Yuan continued, don't worry, as long as we refine the creation pill, we'll immediately walk out of the Pill King Valley, and definitely won't add any trouble to your Pill King Valley. Pill Cloud frowned and asked again, staying in the central domain is something that will kill you. Are you sure you don't want to leave? No. Gu Yuan shook his head, his tone 10,000% firm. A good dead ghost can't stop it. Pill Cloud glanced at Gu Yuan in disappointment and let out a heavy cold snort. He turned and walked away, as if he had made up his mind somehow. P.S. Sore throat, muddled head. Cold is so hard oh, Chapter 121. Who still thinks I'm confused? Take advantage of these 3 days to all cultivate. With that said, Gu Yuan waved his hand and a storage ring immediately flew out from his system's carry-on space, and then flew towards Gu Junlin and Gu Chang'e. These storage rings were filled with the cultivation resources obtained from the Tang clan. Yes, Gu Junlin and Gu Chang'e both nodded their heads, and then they received some storage rings before walking straight into one of the cultivation chambers of the compound. Between flips of his wrists, Gu Yuan took out a miles transmission note. As the 10,000 miles transmission note was activated, Luo Qingqing's melodious and pleasant voice soon came from over there. I am. Hearing Luo Qingqing's words, Gu Yuan didn't hesitate and immediately said directly, there are still 3 days before I go to the Yi family. Uncle Luo asked me to inform him when I go to the Yi family. Now you help me to relay a message to him. After a pause, Gu Yuan added, if he's coming, then be quick about it, or else by the time he arrives it should be all done. Good. After responding, Luo Qingqing then worriedly said, this trip is dangerous. You have to be careful. Don't worry. Everything is under control. Gu Yuan gave a comforting cry and said, I still have things to deal with on my side, so I'll leave it for now. Yeah. Cutting off the miles transmission note, Gu Yuan waved his hand and took out another token. The token is made of special basalt iron. It is golden in color. On one side, the 3 big words Dragon King Order were written, while on the other side, a lifelike golden dragon was carved. This token is none other than the Dragon King's Order. Gu Yuan studied it for a while before he understood how to use the Dragon King's Order, with an energy injected into it to catalyze it. Ow ho! A low dragon's roar resounded. The golden dragon on top of the Dragon King's Order was actually as if it had come to life and flew out directly from the Dragon King's Order, and then it merged into the void, and a picture immediately appeared in space. The image was at first like a mosaic, and it was impossible to see everything in it, but as time gradually passed, the pictures soon became clearer. In the picture, Long Chang was sitting at the top of a large hall, looking at Gu Yuan. He spoke with a smile on his face. Little friend Gu Yuan suddenly urged the Dragon King's Order to find me. I wonder what it is about. Gu Yuan didn't make any nonsense and said bluntly, Dragon Clan Chief, you said that by virtue of the Dragon King's decree your Dragon Clan can have the whole clan fight for me once. Does that still count? Count on it. Long nodded. Gu Yuan nodded his head and said, since that's the case, then I would also like to ask the Dragon Clan Chief to lead the entire Dragon Clan to make a move for me once. When do we strike? 3 days later. Take a shot at who? The Yi family, one of the 8 ancient clans. Yi family? Long Chang visibly froze, even the smile on his face stiffened for a moment, and it was at that moment that a voice also came over from the screen on the Dragon Chief's side. My Dragon Clan is now long gone, no longer what it once was. If we strike against the Yi family now, it will inevitably have the power of destruction. We must not strike. Right. The Yi family is incredibly powerful and has deep roots. So my Dragon Clan must not make a move. If I make a move against the Yi family, my Dragon Clan will be pill spicy. Patriarch, you must never think it over. If you make a move against the Yi family, my Dragon Clan will be pill spicy. Listening to this one voice, Gu Yuan couldn't help but frown. One must know that the Dragon Clan had hundreds of great emperors in existence. But now, once they heard that they were going to take action against the Yi family, the Dragon Clan was a second wimp. It seemed that the power of this Yi family was far beyond his imagination. If it is inconvenient for the Dragon Clan to make a move, I won't force myself. After thinking about it, Gu Yuan spoke thus. If the Yi family is really unimaginably powerful, the Dragon Clan didn't dare to make a move, so he didn't force himself. Hearing Gu Yuan's words, Long Chang was visibly silent. After a while, he raised his hand and said, silence, as the voices in the screen quieted down. He then gazed at Gu Yuan and said seriously, little friend Gu Yuan, as I said, by virtue of the Dragon King's Order I can allow my Dragon Clan to make a move for you once. Although the Yi clan is strong, my Dragon Clan is not afraid of it. Since you opened your mouth, then my Dragon Clan will agree to take on the Yi family. Don't worry, I will definitely lead the entire Dragon Clan to arrive at your location within 3 days. As the words fell, a cacophony of voices rose once again over there. Little friend Gu Yuan, I'll take care of the clan's affairs first, so I'll leave it at that. The Dragon Chief said so. After saying that, the image was like ink entering water, and quickly began to dissolve until it completely dissipated. It seems that the Yi family is far more powerful than I thought, and I wonder if the Dragon Clan will come. After thinking for a moment, Gu Yuan shook his head and took out the cultivation resources he had obtained from the Tang clan. and he too entered one of the cultivation chambers in the compound and began to cultivate. Regardless of whether the dragon clan came or didn't come, it couldn't affect the fact that he killed the 3 Yi Xian people and then headed to the Yi clan. Before that, what he should do was to improve his strength. In the meantime, Northfield, dragons. Within a large hall of the dragon race, voices rose and fell in the great hall. Patriarch, you're confused. Now with a word from Gu Yuan, you're going to lead my dragon clan to war with the Yi clan. Patriarch, you're confused. Patriarch, now that my dragon clan is in decline, how can I be a match for the Yi clan? If it was during the heyday of my dragon clan wouldn't be afraid of the Yi family. But now my dragon clan is in decline. Patriarch. Listening to the voices of the people around him, Long Chang rubbed his brow with a headache, until the crowd had pretty much said their piece and gradually quieted down. That's when he spoke up. Do you guys think I don't know that the dragon clan is in decline right now and is not a match for the Yi clan at all? Hearing this, a dragon clan elder immediately asked, Clan chief, since you know that, then why did you still agree to Gu Yuan's trip to the central region and go forward to take on the Yi clan? My dragon clan has been in decline for many years, and if I want to regain my former glory, I can't rely on you guys, and I can't rely on me either. Looking at the crowd of dragon clan executives within the great hall, Long Chang seriously said, Gu Yuan, this kid is not simple. He broke through from Immortal Emperor 1 to Immortal Emperor in just 8 days within my dragon clan's dragon transformation pool. This cultivation qualification is simply ridiculously high. Later on, this brat first executed Long Xiang, and then went forward to the Ice Plateau to execute the millions of demonic powerhouses that were besieging the Ice Phoenix clan. Now that such a period of time has passed again, just how much this brat's strength has risen is unclear even to this clan chief. Such a supreme heavenly pride. Do you guys think he would not have a mentor? He dares to call out the Yi family. You guys might think he's a newborn calf who isn't afraid of tigers, but in my opinion, he completely has the strength to fight against the Yi family. Just now he asked me if the dragon clan could help him out, and he acted calmly. If he really needed my dragon clan's help, do you think he would still be acting this calmly? Definitely not. In my opinion, the reason why this kid called up my dragon clan is not because he wants my dragon clan to help him, but because he wants to give my dragon clan a chance to return to former glory. As long as we help him, my dragon clan will surely rise. Speaking here, Long Chang looked around at everyone present before he faintly said, this clan chief has decided to take the dragon clan up to help Gu Yuan. Who still thinks I'm confused now? Chapter 122, A Change in the Sky. Gu Yuan has the strength to fight against the Yi family. Gu Yuan was giving his dragon clan a chance to bring back the dragon race to its former glory. Upon hearing the words of the dragon chief, the eyes of the dragons present all flashed with an obvious expression of interest. If what Long Chang said was true, then it didn't seem like it would be impossible for them to take on the Yi family for Gu Yuan. Go gather all the great emperors in the clan. That is, the few old things that are in closed seclusion are also called up. Seeing the flashes of interest in the eyes of those present, Long Chang struck the iron while it was hot. Whether or not my dragon clan can rise depends on this time. It's the matriarch. The sound of an answer rang out, and the dragon clan's grand elder immediately went forward to gather all the dragon clan members in the clan whose cultivation had reached the great emperor realm. However, there were also people from the dragon clan who hesitantly opened their mouths. Clan chief, what you just said are all your guesses. If your guesses are wrong, my dragon clan will be doomed. Matriarch, would you like to reconsider? Are you questioning this patriarch? Slanting his eyes at the person from the dragon clan who spoke, Long Chang grunted in dissatisfaction. Now that this patriarch has said all that needs to be said, if you wimp out and don't dare to go, I won't force the issue. But if you wimp out and try to make my dragon clan miss the chance to return to its former glory, then beware that I won't spare you. Hearing these words, the people of the dragon clan present all cast contemptuous glances towards the dragon clan member who had spoken earlier. There was even a person from the dragon race who grunted in dissatisfaction. What a glutinous dragon! Goon dragons! For my dragon clan to have a cowardly dragon like you is truly a shame for my dragon clan. Listening to these words, the person of the dragon clan who spoke earlier directly turned red with anger. I'm not some cowardly dragon, goon dragon. Isn't it just about making a move against the Yi family? It's always fine for me to be the first to rush ahead. Looking at the people of the dragon clan below, Long Chang couldn't help but lift the corner of his mouth slightly, but in his heart, he couldn't help but say, Gu Yuan, I've poured out everything I have for you, so don't let me down. Soon, all of the dragon emperors within the dragon clan were summoned to the top of the dragon clan's huge square. There were an extremely large number of dragon emperors, 201. Even some of the dragon emperors within the dragon clan who were in seclusion had come out. An old-looking like he might die at any time, an old man of the dragon clan. He looked at the dragon chief and said in a ghostly tone, "Clan chief, the old man does not have much longevity. It's fine for you to ask me to put my life on the line for you, but if afterward, it fails to make my dragon clan regain its former glory, and instead, it also puts the dragon clan in the realm of doom and gloom, the old man will have to take you along for the funeral before he dies." At those words, the expression on Long Chang's face visibly stiffened down. After slowing down, he then squeezed a smile on his face and said, "Don't worry, old ancestor, this trip will definitely bring back the past glory of my dragon clan. Let's hope so." The dragon clan ancestor nodded, and then said no more. The dragon chief swept his gaze over the 200 dragon emperors present before he said in a loud voice, "Today is the day my dragon race rises again. Anyone from my dragon clan, come with me to support Gu Yuan." As the words fell, Long Chang's entire body directly appeared, transforming into a 1,000 feet long golden dragon. Ow! Along with a dragon's roar that resounded through the sky came out, Long's entire dragon instantly shot up into the sky, heading straight in the direction of the central region. Ow! 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 The sound of dragon roars resounded endlessly, and all of the dragon emperors showed up in their original bodies, and then followed the dragon leader, heading straight in the direction where the central domain was located. Big brother, second brother, fourth brother, fifth brother, sixth brother, seventh brother, Gu Yuan, you must live. Looking at the dragon emperor who rose up in the sky, Long Xinyan put her hands together in silent prayer. Long Tian, who was on the side, looked at the departing dragon emperor and couldn't help but sigh. If he had cultivated properly, he would certainly be able to help Gu Yuan now, but the woman had hurt her too deeply, and after so many years, he still hadn't been able to break through to become an emperor. He couldn't help his savior Gu Yuan at all. Women will only affect the speed of my cultivation. From today onwards I'm going to stay away from these mediocre people and cultivate properly. With this thought in his mind, Long Tian prepared to leave the dragon clan while no one was looking. It was a pity that he had only just moved when his 3,000 wives and concubines had already surrounded him. "Brother Tian, are you preparing to abandon your slave again?" Boing boing. "Xiao Tian, you want to go out and get laid again?" "Sisters, let's break his third leg today and see how he'll still get his hands on women in the future. It's not good to break his legs, is it? He is our husband after all." In the meantime, the gazes of countless great powers of the northern domain all gathered over the dragon clan at this moment. Looking at the 201 dragon emperors that rose up into the sky, countless great powers of the northern domain were all shocked, fearing that these dragon emperors would come to trouble them. It was only after they saw that these dragon emperors were actually heading towards the central region in unison that they breathed a sigh of relief. But soon, their hearts were filled with strong doubts again. 201 dragon emperors. Even those old undead ones have come out. What is their dragon clan preparing to do? What kind of great event has happened to the dragon clan that would cause the dragon clan great emperors to come out in unison? The dragon clan has been in decline for many years, and now that all the dragon emperors in the clan have shown up together, this is something big that must have happened. Tianwu continent. There's going to be a change in the sky. At the same time, a figure was furiously racing across the Sea of Taboo. He was so fast that he actually surpassed several huge ships in a row. Someone who was within the giant ship saw this scene through the cabin and was immediately stunned. "I've never seen such a fast man." Others were speechless. "Running that fast? Is this rushing to reincarnation?" But after he finished speaking, a person next to him was a big mouth smacked over. Directly smacked him to the ground. Just as he was about to question why the other party had smacked him, the person who had smacked him had already opened his mouth with an angry face. "It's fine for you kids to die, but don't cause us to die with you." Upon hearing this, the youth who had been slapped immediately shut up and didn't dare to say anything. The person who was flying on the Forbidden Sea was no other than Luo Fanshan, who had gotten the news. When he learned that Gu Yuan was going to make a move against the Yi family in only 3 days, he headed towards the central region at full speed at the first opportunity. When the energy in his body was almost depleted, he took out an elixir and took it, then continued to rush again. He only hoped that he could reach Gu Yuan's location within 3 days. He was going to help Gu Yuan, his future virtuous son-in-law. Chapter 123, Slight Cultivation. Shocking the entire arena. Time was like a shuttle, and 2 days had passed in the blink of an eye. In 2 days' time, Gu Yuan's cultivation had once again skyrocketed by a large margin, with so many cultivation resources piled up by the Tang family. It directly broke through from the original 9th level of the Extreme Tao Emperor to the 1st level of the Forbidden Emperor. Such a cultivation speed was simply appalling. Moreover, with the thorough activation of the chaotic sword body and 10,000 thunders divine body, coupled with the full force operation of the ultra-divine rank technique undying divine skill, the commotion caused by his cultivation was simply terrifying. The terrifying suction force directly enveloped the entire Medicine King Valley. As he exhaled and inhaled, the aura within the entire Medicine King Valley was pulled, transforming into a dragon in the wind that flew rapidly towards him, and then an immense and incomparable vortex formed in the air above his head. The vortex was like a tornado, connecting the sky above and Gu Yuan below, bigger on top, smaller on the bottom. A steady stream of energy was being channeled into Gu Yuan from the top to the bottom, growing Gu Yuan's cultivation. Thanks to the hundreds of Dan towers in the Pill King Valley, there are formations that isolate the internal and external auras. Otherwise, Gu Yuan's cultivation would definitely affect the alchemists who were inside the Dan Tower. Sure, although Gu Yuan's cultivation did not affect the alchemists within the Dan Tower, but other than the alchemists who were inside the Dan Tower, everyone in the Pill King Valley was attracted by the commotion caused by Gu Yuan's cultivation, and then they all came towards this side. In 2 days' time, the compound where Gu Yuan was located had been surrounded by 3 layers. All sorts of comments were heard for a while. Such a vision. What is this? Someone is practicing. What? Cultivation? Are you sure practicing can induce such a vision? I also don't believe that such a vision was induced by cultivation, but this matter was spoken by Great Emperor Shao Dust himself, so it can't be a lie, right? Great Emperor Shao Chen, the head of the Shao family, one of the 8 ancient clans? Hiss. If it's really his words, then I believe it. It's just that I don't know who the person practicing it is that can induce such an outrageous vision. Listening to the burst of discussion coming from below, Shao Dust, who was sitting on top of the clouds, could not help but let out an exclamation. The commotion caused by this kid's cultivation is too terrifying, and I don't know how high his cultivation qualifications are, worthy of being the heir of the Yi family's goddess. Speaking of this, Shao Dust couldn't help but sigh again. If it wasn't for the fact that this brat had offended the Yi family, I would have wanted to rope in into my Shao family, which is lacking such a genius. Spoken as if anyone's family doesn't lack such a genius. Lin Hao on the side laughed, and then he couldn't help but say, it's not true that the Yi family has a deep heritage, but the other party can even abandon such a heavenly pride. This truly makes me not see the point. As the patriarch of the Lin family, one of the 8 ancient clans in the central region, he knew the terror of the Yi family better than many. From Pil Yen they had learned of Gu Yuan's identity, the only heir of the Yi family's goddess, Yi Qinglan. As for why they appeared here, it was entirely because the commotion caused by Gu Yuan's cultivation had drawn them here. Perhaps when the Yi family abandoned Gu Yuan's cultivation qualifications hadn't yet been revealed and he was regarded as a waste by the Yi family. After thinking about it for a while, Shao Chen answered Lin Hao in this way, but just after he finished speaking, a cry of shock could not help but escape from his mouth. This kid, he's actually going to break through again. Hearing this, Lin Hao's heart and soul shook. As his eyes looked downward, he saw Gu Yuan sitting cross-legged within a cultivation chamber through the layers of obstruction, only to see that at this moment, the energy within Gu Yuan's body was like boiling water that had begun to boil violently. This is the very sign of a breakthrough. It wasn't long before their eyes looked away either. Boom! A muffled sound violently emanated from Gu Yuan's body. Gu Yuan's cultivation realm skyrocketed. Breaking! Forbidden Great Emperor 2. As Gu Yuan made his breakthrough, an even more terrifying suction force once again erupted from within him, sweeping across the entire Pill King Valley, and then wail on all the energy within the Medicine King Valley. Shao Dust and Lin Hao exchanged glances, and both of them saw a strong color of shock from the bottom of each other's eyes. 2 days to break through from the 9th level of the Extreme Dao Emperor to the 2nd level of the Forbidden Emperor. Such a cultivation speed was simply appalling. Shao Chen and Lin Hao recalled the decades they had once used to break through from the 9th level of the Extreme Dao Great Emperor to the 2nd level of the Forbidden Great Emperor. A mouthful of old blood barely escaped his lips. They broke through from the 9th level of the Extreme Dao Emperor to the 2nd level of the Forbidden Emperor in 100 years. Such a cultivation speed. Only the word demon can describe it. They had also been proud of their cultivation speed. But today, when I saw Gu Yuan, they just feel like they have been living completely on dogs for so many years. An inexplicably hard feeling rose from the heart, sad and bitter. A true illustration of what it means to have no comparison. 1 realm a day. Such a cultivation speed is simply ridiculously fast. I've never seen such a powerful character in all the years I've lived. I admit that this kid's cultivation qualifications are heaven-defying. but his cultivation speed is so fast that it will inevitably lead to unstable foundations and limited future achievements. Lin Hao said with some reluctance. He believed that someone was more demonic than him. After all, the heroes of this world are like crucians in a river, but he didn't believe that anyone could be demonic to such an extent. Compared to a demon like Gu Yuan, a demon like him was like trash. He was the patriarch of the Lin family, one of the 8 ancient clans in the central region, and with his identity here, he was destined to have been a person of astonishing talent as well. Even he was trash in front of Gu Yuan, so wouldn't the others be the trash of trash? Thinking so, he took it all the more well. Subconsciously, he thought that Gu Yuan breaking through so quickly would lead to unstable foundations and limited future achievements, but when he looked Gu Yuan up and down through the layers of obstruction, his entire body was dumbfounded. Gu Yuan's breath was like an abyss like the sea, incomparably thick, and at a glance, the foundation was extremely solid. Where is the slightest hint of unstable roots? Xiao Chen looked at Gu Yuan for a while before he withdrew his gaze. Seeing Lin Hao's dumbfounded look on the side, he knew that the cultivation qualification Gu Yuan had shown must have hit Lin Hao hard. Sighing slightly in his heart, he reached out and patted Lin Hao's shoulder, uttering a comforting voice. Although I have also boasted of being a genius, when I see Gu Yuan today, I have to admit that the other party is just awesome. You should try to accept that fact, too. Hearing Xiao Chen's words, Lin Hao didn't reply and just nodded woodenly. Only after a long time did Lin Hao look at Xiao Chen and said, "Old Xiao, this son has the talent of a heavenly god. If he dies in the hands of the Yi family like this, it would be too much of a pity. Why don't we give him a hand?" Gu Yuan was too demonic, which made his heart rise with love for talent. "Are you crazy?" Xiao Dus stared wide-eyed with an unbelievable expression and said, "Although you and I are in the same 8 ancient clans family as the Yi family, but what strength of the Yi family are you not clear about?" Gu Yuan was abandoned by the Yi family, and now he's displaying such a demonic cultivation qualification. Such a person must be killed by the Yi family. The Yi clan won't let this brat off the hook for you and me. If you and I were to make a move to protect this kid, we might end up not keeping this kid. Not to mention the fact that the clans behind you and I might even be implicated in this and be plunged into doom and gloom. He knew the terror of the Yi family better than many. If the Yi family wanted to, there would only be one ancient clan in the Tianwu continent right now. That is, the ancient Yi family. Chapter 124, Blowing Up the Furnace. Hearing Xiao Chen's words, Lin Hao sighed slightly, only to dismiss the idea of helping Gu Yuan. It's a pity that young people are too exuberant and don't know the truth of patience. Otherwise, if they meticulously develop and grow, they may not be able to have the strength to resist the Yi family in the future. Looking at Gu Yuan, Lin Hao sighed. Xiao Chen was dumbfounded and lost his smile. Can you call yourself a young man without being exasperated? At those words, Lin Hao also smiled. They were young once, too. He opened his mouth to say something, but that's when it happened. Rumble! A loud explosion that resounded through the sky violently resounded within the Pilking Valley. With that, a huge mushroom cloud made of smoke and dust slowly rose in the distance. What the hell? The direction this explosion came from seems to be the location where the Medicine Emperor's Dan Tower is located. Something won't happen to him. Medicine Emperor? Will it? Ha! No way? Whatever. Go ahead and check it out. Go go go. All of the people present originally had all of their attention on the vision caused by Gu Yuan's cultivation, and when they heard this sudden burst of sound, their hearts were immediately startled, and they immediately shifted their gaze over. Upon seeing that the mushroom cloud was rising from within the Dan Tower where Pilian was located, those present were once again startled, and then, driven by curiosity, they immediately headed quickly towards the location where the mushroom cloud had risen. Xiao Chen and Lin Hao, who were high above the sky, glanced at each other and did not hesitate as they immediately transformed into 2 streams of light and quickly headed towards the Dan Tower where Pilian was located. In just 2 breaths of time, however, the dense crowd outside Gu Yuan's compound quickly disappeared into thin air. Even Gu Chang'e and Gu Junlin, who were in the compound, walked out of the compound and then quickly headed towards the Dan Tower where Pilian was located. Such a big commotion. It can't be a blown furnace, right? Gu Yuan stopped his cultivation, and not only was there no joy on his face from the 2-day breakthrough to the 2nd level of the Forbidden Great Emperor not to mention, but instead, a touch of worry welled up. Although he was in cultivation, he still knew something about the outside world, and also learned from those people that the direction of the explosion was the Dan Tower where Pilian was located. Logically, at this moment, Pilian should be refining pills, but suddenly there was the sound of an explosion. This made him subconsciously think of a possibility. Friar, Alchemists would fail at alchemy for a number of reasons, and an alchemy failure would either make the elixir into a spent elixir or blow up the furnace. If the elixir was refined into a wasted elixir, at most, they would only lose some of the herbs used to refine the elixir. But if you blow up the oven, not only would the refining of the elixir be scrapped and some of the medicinal materials used to refine the elixir be lost, but it would also produce an extremely terrifying explosion. The higher the grade of the elixir, the greater the damage caused by blowing up the furnace. Now the Dan Tower where Pilien was suddenly exploded, which made him subconsciously think that the furnace had blown up. Otherwise, there was no explanation as to why the Dan Tower where Pilien was located would produce an explosion. Hey, let's hope something else caused the explosion and not the furnace. A sigh came out from Gu Yuan's mouth. Gu Yuan immediately transformed into a stream of light and quickly headed towards the location where the Pil Inferno Dan Tower was located. Soon, Gu Yuan appeared at the location where the Pilflame Dan Tower was located. It was just that the previous Dan Tower had long disappeared, replaced by a ruin. Surrounding them was an alchemist who was filled with anxiety and was calling out for Pilien. Looking for Pilien. These alchemists were attracted by the previous explosive commotion. Cough cough cough. Suddenly, a violent coughing sound rang out from among the ruins. With that a voice that was weak to the core came out. Someone pull me. Hearing this voice, the two alchemists who were closer to the location where the voice came from couldn't help but change their faces. Pil Emperor. Amidst the exclamations of surprise, they immediately headed quickly in the direction from which the sound came. They heard the identity of the owner of the voice, which was none other than Pil Emperor Pilien. They quickly moved some of the debris out of the way, and a wretched figure was revealed. It was an old man with a broken hairband, a disheveled head, a blood-stained body, a tattered and torn Dan robe, and a breath that was weak to the extreme. From a distance, it looked like a wretched old dog that was about to fall ill. Up close, it also looks like a wretched, sickly old dog. But if you look closely, this was surprisingly the number one alchemist in the central region, Pilien, who was known as the Pil Emperor. Pil Emperor, what's wrong with you? Upon seeing Pilien, everyone present was shocked, and then leaned over in unison. Concern was evident in many people's eyes, along with a few moments of curiosity. Obviously, he hadn't expected Pilien to have gotten himself into such a mess. Greeting the gazes of everyone present, Pilien did not speak, but instead tremblingly took out a small jade bottle. Opening the small jade bottle, he sent the elixir inside into his mouth. As the elixir entered his stomach, Pilien's pale face regained some blood color. Its aura, which was weak to the extreme, had only recovered a bit. Facing the gazes of the people present, Pilien slowed down for a long time before he said with a bitter face, blow up the furnace." When these words came out, the whole room was shocked. Although they had long guessed it, they still felt incredulous and unbelievable when they heard Pilien admit it himself. One must know that Pilien was a Pil Emperor. It's the number one alchemist in the central region. It's the master of medicine King Valley. With so many halos added, Pilien was in their eyes, alchemy that was an invincible existence. As long as it was an elixir, there was nothing that Pilien couldn't successfully refine in their eyes. But now it was a nearly invincible existence of alchemy that had blown up the furnace. This was simply difficult for them to accept for a while. Compared to these people's difficulty in accepting it, Gu Junlin was more concerned about his creation Dan, the creation pill. Before Gu Junlin could finish his sentence, Pilien had already interrupted with a face full of bitterness. The creation pill is ruined. What? The creation pill destroyed? Gu Junlin's body trembled. His entire body looked like it had instantly aged hundreds of years. Even his body was unconsciously hunched a few points. Being a genius and being beaten into a waste, this would have made people despair. Fortunately, there was the existence of the creation pill, which allowed him to see the hope of becoming a heavenly pride again. But now that the furnace has blown up, the creation Dan is ruined. It directly annihilated his hopes of becoming a genius again. That hit him as hard as you can imagine. It's a good thing he didn't just break down. Hey. Pilien slowly sighed before speaking apologetically. Sorry, it's me being brave. This creation pill is extremely difficult to refine. I'm simply not capable of refining this kind of pill. Speaking of this, Pilien was filled with bitterness. Although the creation pill was extremely difficult to refine, he felt that with his alchemy skills he should be able to refine it as well. However, he had never imagined that refining the creation Dan had extremely high requirements for the person refining the Dan. It's simply too high to be true. He just didn't have control of one fire, and it led directly to the blowing up of the oven. He had ultimately overestimated himself and underestimated how difficult it was to refine the creation pill. When he thought of the fact that he had wasted the precious materials for refining the creation pill, he felt guilty. Chapter 125. It's very simple. I'll become an honored one. Looking at Gu Junlin, who was struck by the blow, before glancing at Pilyan, who was filled with guilt. The color of thought flashed in Gu Chang's eyes as he silently moved his feet and came in front of Gu Yuan before he whispered, "Young patriarch, now that the creation pill is ruined, do you have any remedies?" When he finished speaking, he looked at Gu Yuan with an expectant face. Although Gu Yuan was dozens of years younger than him, Gu Yuan, the young patriarch, was mysterious and tall in his eyes. The other side always makes the impossible possible. Even when he was beaten into a waste, he was able to have an epiphany to become an emperor on the same day. It was simply bullish. Now, although the creation pill was destroyed, if Gu Yuan made a move, it might not be without a remedy in his opinion. Hearing Gu Chang's words, Gu Yuan gave him a calm look. Two big breathless words clearly emerged in his eyes. He wasn't an alchemist, so how could he remedy the already destroyed creation dan? And even if one was an alchemist, then it would be impossible to remedy a ruined elixir back, right? Subconsciously, he opened his mouth to ask Gu Changda what was going on in his head, but before the words could be uttered, the system's voice had already sounded in his mind. Ding! Detected Gu Changda asking the host if he has a method to remedy the destroyed elixir, triggering a divine choice. Choice 1. The elixir has been destroyed. The wood has been turned into a boat. There is no remedy. Reward, a piece of lower-grade spirit stone. Option 2. Isn't it just that the potion is ruined? It's easy to remedy it. Can't I just become an honored one? Reward, divine alchemist inheritance. Ask the host to make your choice. Listening to the voice of the system ringing in his head, Gu Yuan blinked, his eyes full of surprises. Obviously, he didn't expect Gu Chang's words to trigger a divine choice. In the face of the system's choice, Gu Yuan didn't hesitate for a second and directly said, "I choose too." Although it was unknown if the divine alchemist's legacy could remedy the already destroyed creation pill, but it was impossible for him to give up the divine alchemist inheritance for a spirit stone, right? Cultivators had bright ears and eyes, and although what Gu Changda had just said to Gu Yuan was lowered, most of the people present still heard it. Anyone who heard Gu Chang's words couldn't help but have the corners of their mouths twitch at this moment. The remedy? How can this be remedied when the pills have been destroyed? That's just it. How do you remedy that? Even the pill emperor couldn't refine this kind of elixir, and now that the elixir has been destroyed, you're even presuming to let your young patriarch remedy the situation. I really don't know what you're thinking. If your family's young patriarch's alchemy attainments far exceed those of the pill emperor, there may not be no remedy, but as I see it, your family's young patriarch doesn't seem to have any alchemy attainments at all. Does he? He isn't even an alchemist. I think you're in a hurry, even saying such brainless things. Listening to these words, Gu Changda couldn't help but grunt coldly. A bunch of rat-eyed people. Is my family's young patriarch's ability not something you can imagine? Hearing this, the people present were just about to open their mouths to retort, and at that moment, Gu Yuan had already opened his mouth with a calm voice. Isn't it just that the elixir is ruined? It's simple to remedy it. Wouldn't it be fine for me to become an honored one? Listening to Gu Yuan's words, a big question mark slowly snapped out on the heads of those present. They could understand Gu Yuan's words, but together, they realized they couldn't seem to understand. You say you have a remedy? Then tell me, how are you going to remedy it? The pills are ruined. This matter is finalized. Can you still turn rottenness into magic, and turn the waste pills into treasure pills? That's just it. Gu Yuan ignored the voices around him and instead listened attentively to the sound of the system ringing in his head. Congratulations to the host for completing the selection. Reward, Divine Alchemist Inheritance. Divine Exalted Alchemist Inheritance, the inheritance of a divine exalted realm alchemist, containing all kinds of subtle alchemy techniques in the world, is an unparalleled treasure. The divine alchemist inheritance is fusing with the host. There is a little bit of pain. Please bear with me. Host, as the system's words fell, a majestic stream of knowledge was instantly hardwired into Gu Yuan's mind, filling his mind to the brim. In an instant, Gu Yuan felt like his head was going to explode from the rise. Luckily, having had a few previous experiences, he had prepared himself early this time, which prevented him from baring his teeth from the pain. Soon, with digesting this knowledge, Gu Yuan had directly changed from a person who knew nothing about alchemy to a person with extremely high alchemy attainments. As for how high, it would at least be far beyond Pilyan, the #1 alchemist in the central region. When she just came back to her senses, she was met by Gu Junlin's eyes that were full of anticipation. Between four eyes, Gu Junlin asked with anticipation. Yuan, the creation Dan has been destroyed. Do you really have a remedy? Yes. Gu Yuan nodded with a light smile. If it had been earlier, he would naturally have had no remedy. But now that he had obtained the inheritance of a divine sovereign realm alchemist, he had at least 80 remedies. Hearing Gu Yuan's words, Gu Junlin's eyes lit up and his entire body almost jumped up in excitement. He had thought that the creation pill had been destroyed by Pilian's refining, and that he might not be able to recover from his injuries for the rest of his life, and not be able to change from a waste back to the genius he once was. But now Gu Yuan said there was a remedy. How could he not be excited about this? Compared to his excitement, the people around him were speechless to the extreme. You say there's a remedy and you have it. Who do you think you are? You can even remedy a ruined elixir. You're so awesome. Why don't you go and make elixirs yourself? Families who understand. Really hard to live without words. Not only did they think this way, but Pilian, who had just recovered a bit, also thought this way. He was the number one alchemist in the central region, the head of Pil King Valley, Pil Emperor Pilian. Not to mention that the pill that was destroyed was still an emperor rank upper grade pill of such an unimaginably high grade as the creation pill. It was the normal pills that were destroyed he had no remedy for. The only remedy would then be to re-refine it. Now the moment Gu Yuan opened his mouth, he said that he could remedy the already destroyed creation Dan. How could this make him believe that the other man could do it? Yuan, can you really remedy the already destroyed creation Dan? Slightly calming down from his initial excitement, Gu Junlin hesitantly asked again. What had happened to Gu Yuan during this period of time was indeed outrageous to the extreme. But how could it be remedied when the creation pill had already been destroyed? He was worried that what Gu Yuan said was to comfort him. If that's the case, it's harder. I can when I say I can. Greeting the questioning gazes of those present, Gu Yuan smiled faintly and stepped towards the center of the Dan Tower. Seeing this, all eyes fell on Gu Yuan in unison. There were 3 parts disdain in their eyes, 3 parts sneer, and 4 parts ready to see the joke. Obviously, all of them did not believe that Gu Yuan had a remedy. But the scene that happened next shocked the dog out of all of them. Some even couldn't help but burst out in foul language. Groovy. Chapter 126, Nirvana Alchemy Technique. See only. Greeting the gazes of everyone present, Gu Yuan made his way to the center of the Dan Tower. With a wave of his big hand, the wreckage immediately floated up, and then flew towards the distance. A grain of dust floated up from the ground in all directions, and then came towards Gu Yuan in unison under the pull of spiritual power. Just as everyone was wondering what Gu Yuan was going to do, Gu Yuan's palm spread out and a cluster of fire appeared in his palm. The divine charm flowed above the fire, scorching the space with a distortion, looking extremely extraordinary. This is a Dan flame, and looking at the grade of this Dan flame, this is at least an emperor rank. An emperor ranked alchemy fire? Doesn't that mean Gu Yuan is an emperor ranked alchemist? More than that, looking at the grade of this Dan fire, it seems to be even higher than the grade of the Pil Emperor's emperor-ranked Dan fire. In other words, Gu Yuan is a Dan Emperor whose alchemy attainments far exceed those of the Pil Emperor. Alchemy attainments far exceed those of the Pil Emperor. How is this possible? How could he have such high alchemy attainments when he's so young? Even if he breaks through to become a taboo emperor at such a young age, and his alchemy attainments are still so heaven-defying, he's a monster, isn't he? Seeing the cluster of flames in Gu Yuan's palm, the alchemists present were all shocked dog-eared, their scalps tingling. As alchemists, they recognized the identity of the cluster of fire in Gu Yuan's palm at a glance. It is the Dan fire, and it was still a Dan fire of a not-so-low grade. It was an emperor-ranked Dan fire that was a bit higher than the rank of Pilian's emperor-ranked Dan fire. It wasn't difficult to become a low-rank alchemist. All one needed to do was to familiarize oneself with the alchemy method, plus practice over time, and one would always be able to concoct a low-rank elixir. However, if one wanted to become a high-level alchemist, then one would need to harbor the Dan flame from within the body. It was only because refining high-grade pills demanded an extremely high level of fire control from the person refining the pills. The only way to do this is to have the Dan fire contained in oneself to be able to do it as if it were a fire, to be able to grasp the fire more accurately. As the alchemist's alchemy attainments gradually improve, the alchemist's mastery of the fire will become more and more perfect, and the grade of the fire will gradually become higher as the alchemist's alchemy attainments improve. Now Gu Yuan had taken out an even higher grade of Dan fire than the Pil Emperor's Pil Flame Dan fire right out of the gate. This undoubtedly illustrated from the side that Gu Yuan's alchemy attainments were far above those of the Pil Emperor. To know, Pil Emperor Pil Yen was the #1 alchemist in the central region. It's the master of medicine King Valley. There were hundreds of thousands of alchemists in the central region, if not millions. Among so many people, only Pilien could be called the #1 alchemist in the central region. From this, it was easy to see how powerful Pil Inferno was. Now, Gu Yuan, who was so young, had demonstrated alchemy attainments that far surpassed Pilien's. How could they not be shocked? Looking at the Dan fire in Gu Yuan's hand, more than just the alchemists within the Pil King Valley were shocked. It was Pilien, who was the #1 alchemist in the central region, who was also shocked. After the shock passed, listening to the comments of the people around him, he couldn't help but frown and chortle in a low voice. Bing quiet. Though I don't know what Gu Yuan is going to do now, but whatever it's meant to be, he felt it was never good to have someone pushing around. He wanted to give Gu Yuan a quiet environment. Hearing Pilien's words, the people present who were originally talking immediately shut their mouths in a sensible manner, and then they turned their gazes to Gu Yuan, wanting to see what Gu Yuan was going to do next. Gu Yuan was oblivious to the reactions of the people around him, when that grain of dust flew in front of and behind the body. With a thought, the Dan fire in his palm immediately flew towards the dust, and then the dust was wrapped completely. With the power of the Dan fire, he peeled away this grain of dust. It's like peeling some kind of fruit, the only way to see the essence of it. A moment later, all the dust was stripped away, revealing the essence at the very center, glittering with bits of golden light. It was also here that a faint medicinal fragrance began to diffuse from the Dan fire in front of Gu Yuan. This is the legendary Nirvana alchemy technique. I never thought that I would be able to see the Nirvana alchemy technique one day. This life of mine, it's worth it. Seeing such a scene, Pilien's entire face flushed with excitement and his body trembled. What Gu Yuan was doing now was extremely similar to an alchemy technique he had seen on top of an ancient medicinal dictionary. The ancient pharmacopoeia states, there was a Dan sage who presumptuously made an emperor-ranked elixir in preparation for using it to break through to become a Dan emperor, and ultimately blew up the furnace due to a problem with the fire. A certain herb of that elixir was already extinct, which meant that it was simply impossible for him to be refining the elixir he wanted. But that elixir was important to him. Eventually, that Dan sage sought out a Dan emperor whose alchemy attainments were above his. The two discussed remedies. In the end, the Dan emperor he sought out said that although the blowing up of the furnace had destroyed the elixir had not completely lost its potency as a result, but had only been divided into thousands of parts. It was only necessary to bring together the pills that had been blown to dust, and then refine the essence and fuse it to remedy the pills. Afterward, the potion that had been destroyed by blowing up the furnace was remedied. That Dan sage was directly stunned into heaven when he witnessed the means that the Dan emperor had executed. Ask him afterwards what this means. That Dondi, after some thought, said that both were reborn from destruction. It is then called the Nirvana alchemy technique. The idea that a destroyed elixir could still be remedied and brought back was simply nonsense in Pilien's eyes. Off the charts. It's outrageous. The whole thing was fiction in his mind. But when he saw the technique Gu Yuan used today, he immediately realized that the Nirvana alchemy technique was not a fiction at all, but was truly there. Thinking that he would be able to see this kind of alchemy technique that was only recorded in the ancient medicinal pharmacopoeia. As the #1 alchemist in the central region, he was naturally thrilled. Nirvana alchemy technique? What the hell is this? Why haven't I heard of it? Pil Emperor, can you tell us about this Nirvana alchemy technique? Hearing Pilien's words, doubts flashed in the eyes of all the alchemists present. They then all turned their gazes towards Pilien, wanting him to help them with their confusion. Looking at the puzzled gazes cast around him, Pilien didn't clear up the confusion for them. Instead, he was full of excitement. Shut up and watch. We're witnessing a miracle. When he finished speaking, he stared at Gu Yuan with a pair of dead eyes. At this moment, his gaze toward Gu Yuan was excited and fiery. The gaze was as if you were single and saw a stunning beauty scratching her head in front of you without an inch of clothing. P.S. There's another one being written. Colds are really bad, and righteous fathers should pay attention to keeping warm. Don't catch a cold. Chapter 127 9-Line Creation Pill. Hearing Pilien's words, the gazes of those present once again looked toward Gu Yuan, and by this time, Gu Yuan had already refined all the essence from all the dust. These essences were like dots of starlight flickering in the Dan fire in front of him, looking beautiful. Fuse me. A low drink suddenly came out of Gu Yuan's mouth. As his words fell, the fire of the Dan fire in front of him skyrocketed, and even the temperature suddenly became much higher. It sent a rush of heat through those closer. Such a high temperature. This will damage the internal structure of the elixir, right? Pilien hesitantly opened his mouth. Gu Yuan glanced at him and said faintly, "You understand?" Although his tone was calm, Pilian still heard the dissatisfaction in his words. This made him not dare to say anything at once. He had all but destroyed the elixir, and now Gu Yuan was remedying the elixir he had destroyed. So who was he to say anything? Watch and learn. That's what he should do. As time passes little by little, those dots of starlight essence in the Dan fire immediately began to fuse together at a speed visible to the naked eye. In a moment's time, however, a golden pill slowly took shape. Under the quenching of the Dan fire, the golden Dan was especially piercing. A ruined elixir can even be remedied back. What kind of means is this? So amazing. It seems like the title of the #1 alchemist in the central region is going to change hands after today. Looking at the golden elixir wrapped in the Dan fire, everyone present was shocked. How could he not have expected that an elixir that had obviously been destroyed would still have the possibility of being restored, turning the impossible into the possible, and the corrupt into the magical? Truly a divine means. Pilian's whole body trembled, his face flushed with excitement. Looking at that appearance, those who did not know thought that he had remedied the ruined pills back in general. Gu Junlin was equally excited. The creation elixir remedies came back and he was able to recover from his injuries. The elixir has obviously been remedied back. Why doesn't he stop? Suddenly, a Pill King Valley alchemist spoke out in confusion. Upon hearing this, many alchemists frowned unanimously. Apparently, they also realized that Gu Yuan did not have any intention of stopping after he had remedied the pills, but instead, they still urged the Dan fire to quench the pills that were in the middle of the Dan fire. This action immediately caused many alchemists to be puzzled, not understanding what Gu Yuan was selling in his gourd. As time gradually passed, many alchemists' frowns became deeper and deeper, and their faces became more and more grave. In some cases, their eyebrows were even directly twisted into a Chuan character. The reason why they reacted in such a way was entirely because, as time passed, the elixir that had been quenched by Gu Yuan's Dan flame was no longer as bright as it had been earlier, but instead had become a bit charred and black. By the end of the day, the elixir, which was originally golden, had become pitch black. It was as black as a piece of black charcoal. If it wasn't for the fact that Gu Yuan possessed a Dan flame that far surpassed Pilian's Dan flame, making it known that Gu Yuan was a Dan emperor that far surpassed Pilian, the alchemists present were afraid that they would have long ago directly rebuked Gu Yuan. After all, in their eyes, the current elixir was ruined by Gu Yuan's refining. The creation pill was a top-grade imperial-ranked pill, and although it had been destroyed, it was now clearly being remedied and yet it had been scrapped. Even though whether the pill was good or bad had nothing to do with the alchemists present, but in the eyes of the alchemists, this move was disrespecting the Dan, disrespecting the Dan Dao. With this move, it would be hard for any other alchemist to avoid feeling angry, wanting to raise his voice to scold Gu Yuan for this disrespectful move of the elixir. But Gu Yuan's means had just shocked them fiercely, which made them think again that Gu Yuan wouldn't scrap the elixir. At this moment, the alchemists present could be described as having mixed feelings to the extreme in their hearts. Okay. Looking at the elixir that had completely turned into pitch black charcoal, Gu Yuan nodded with a smile of satisfaction. As the words fell, he moved his mind, and the Dan fire instantly disappeared, leaving a quail egg-sized pitch black elixir floating in the air alone. Well, looking at the quail-sized pitch black elixir, he also looked at Gu Yuan, who was wearing a smile on his face. A series of question marks surfaced unanimously on the tiny heads of those present. Although this elixir had the shape of an elixir, one look at the color and one could tell that it had been refined and wasted. Now Gu Yuan is saying yes. It was beyond their comprehension at all. At this moment, great doubts surfaced in the tiny eyes of those present. Someone opened their mouth to speak, but the words just came out of his mouth but turned out to be groovy. The expression on his face also instantly became as if he had seen a living ghost. Stunned, puzzled, incredulous, unbelievable. Not only him, it was the rest of the people present who had the same expression as him. The reason they reacted so much, totally because, with the instant Gu Yuan's words fell, a fresh breeze blew through. A thick layer of dust was immediately blown away by the wind on top of the pitch-black elixir floating in the air. The dust that clung to the body was blown away. The true creation Dan was immediately revealed. The golden light burst forth, not to be forced to look at. A medicinal fragrance that was soothing to the mind and soul filled out, instantly enveloping the entire Pill King Valley. This medicinal scent, just a sniff of it made me recover some of my injuries. It's amazing. I just took a whiff and felt a whole lot more energized. Me too. Me too. Smelling the medicinal fragrance that permeated out from the creation Dan, the hearts of those present were suddenly startled. simply because they actually realized that their injuries had recovered a bit just by smelling this medicinal fragrance. Those who have no injuries are refreshed by the smell of it, and their whole being is refreshed. Is this the creation pill that captures the creation of heaven and earth and can save the living dead even if they leave a breath? It's truly magical. Pilyan opened his mouth full of shock. His earlier refining of the creation pill caused the furnace to blow up. The power of a blow-up oven is not trivial. It didn't kill him, but it did seriously injure him. After taking the healing elixir, his injuries recovered a bit, but it didn't change the fact that he was seriously injured. But now, just by smelling the medicinal fragrance diffused by the creation pill, it had restored most of his injured wounds. How could he not be surprised? It was also just as the crowd was sighing. The golden light that erupted from the creation dan dissipated, and its true appearance was revealed. It was a thumb-sized golden elixir. It didn't look too different from an ordinary elixir. The only difference is, there were 9 extremely unimpressive-looking lines on the creation dan. 9 stripes creation pill. Seeing those 9 lines on the creation pill, Pilyan only felt a tingle in his scalp, his entire body sweating, and he couldn't help but let out a cry of alarm. According to the ancient pharmacopoeia, the refining of pills required that the impurities in the pills be removed to a certain extent before the pills could be made to appear as danlines. It was rumored that pills would only have a maximum of 9 danlines. Among the pills that Pilyan had refined, the only way to make a pill appear with danlines was to refine some low-grade pills, and the number of danlines that appeared was pitifully small, with the most being a first-grade pill that appeared with 3 danlines. The higher the grade of the elixir, the more difficult it was to refine. It was already good enough to be able to refine it, not to mention removing the impurities in the elixir to a certain extent, allowing the elixir to appear as a dan pattern. But now Gu Yuan casually remedied the pills he had destroyed with his hands, not to mention, it also made the legendary 9 danlines appear on this pill. It was a shock to him in every way imaginable. P.S. Finally caught up. Requests for hypes. Requests for small gifts. Chapter 128, Not Admitting a Disciple. The alchemists present obviously also realized what a 9 danlines elixir represented. At that moment, each one of them was shocked doggedly. There are alchemists with quick reflexes. Moving his feet, he stepped forward, and with a thud, he directly knelt down. Then he kowtowed as if he were pounding garlic and said, I, Pill Fiery Spice, have admired you for a long time, and I want to worship you as my master. So please fulfill your wish. This asshole reacted so quickly? Looking at Pill Fiery Spice, who knocked his head with a thud, the alchemists present could not help but be stunned for a while. After reacting, they also immediately kneeled down while kowtowing like garlic. I have admired you for a long time, and I want to worship you as my master. So I ask for your fulfillment. In the blink of an eye, the Pill King Valley's alchemists fell to their knees in unison. They want to progress so badly. Looking at these kneeling alchemists, a struggle clearly flashed in Pilyan's eyes. He wants to get better too. But he was the #1 alchemist in the central region and the head of the Pill King Valley. With so many identities added, he could not kneel, otherwise his whole life would be ruined. But the hesitation was only for a second. Put. This one alchemist of the central region, the Pill King Valley's Valley Master, he ultimately chose to kneel down. Immediately after kneeling, he raised his voice. I, Pilyan, have admired you for a long time, and would like to worship you as my master. Please fulfill your request. When he finished speaking, he immediately kowtowed heavily. Sincerely, he knocked the ground with a bang. As the #1 alchemist in the central region, his obsession with the Dan Dao was unimaginable to the onlookers. He also wants to be instructed by others so that he can progress. Nay, he had never encountered anyone whose Dan Dao attainments exceeded his. Now it was hard to meet Gu Yuan, an existence whose Dan Dao attainments far surpassed his. He also wanted to worship the master and get guidance from the other party so that he could progress. It's okay to die at the beginning of the day. If Gu Yuan could take him on as a disciple, instruct him and allow him to progress. The dignity of the Pill King Valley Master in the one alchemist in the central region. All of these could be discarded. Just how high is this Gu Yuan's Dan Dao attainments? Why did even Brother Pilyan, the one alchemist of the central region, go out of his way to kneel down and beg the other party to accept his disciple? Looking at the large number of Medicine King Valley alchemists who knelt down in unison, Lin Hao looked at Xiao Chen and asked with some surprise. It was understandable for an average alchemist to kneel, but even Politis knelt. It was beyond his comprehension. In his opinion, even if Gu Yuan's attainments in the Dan Dao were not bad, he was at most only a little bit higher than Pilyan. It wasn't so bad that Pilyan would kneel down and beg the other party to accept his disciple. I don't know. Facing Lin Hao's question, Xiao Chen directly shook his head. He wasn't an alchemist, so how could he tell how high Gu Yuan's Dan Dao attainments would be? After a pause, he continued, although I don't know how high Gu Yuan's attainments in the Dan Dao are, I think it should be far beyond Pillian, though he didn't know how high Gu Yuan's Dan Dao attainments would be. But since the other party can make Pillian not hesitate to put down his identity and kneel down to beg for an apprentice, I think that his Dan Dao attainments should be higher than Pillian's billion points. Get up! Sweeping his eyes over the Pill King Valley alchemists who had suddenly all knelt down, Gu Yuan waved his hand, and a spiritual force swept over, lifting them up. Greeting the expectant gazes of all the alchemists present, Gu Yuan calmly said, "No disciples." After saying that, Gu Yuan raised his head towards the sky. Hearing Gu Yuan's words, the eyes of the alchemists present couldn't help but dim a few points. Obviously, not being able to worship Gu Yuan as their master was a great regret for them. Seeing Gu Yuan raise his head to look at the sky, doubts flashed across the eyes of those present, and they too couldn't help but raise their heads to look at the sky. This look, however, caused the faces of those present to change once again. Earlier, their attention was all on Gu Yuan, and they hadn't paid attention to the changes between heaven and earth. Looking up at the sky now, they saw the change high above them at first glance. The sky and the earth are changing and the wind is rising. A dark and incomparable robbery cloud was looming from all directions at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few breaths of time, however, this robbery cloud was like a black curtain covering the high sky. It was midday when the sun was high in the sky, but with the appearance of the robbing clouds, the entire Medicine King Valley seemed to have fallen into boundless darkness. Rumble! A loud thunderous sound suddenly resounded in the midst of the robbery clouds. It was the commotion caused by a thunderbolt tumbling through the robotic clouds. This is a Dan robbery. Politus couldn't help his eyelids from fluttering twice. As the one alchemist of the central region, he could tell with just one glance why the robbery clouds appeared high above the sky. It was entirely because of the 9 stripes creation pill that Gu Yuan had refined. Pills want to appear Dan lines can only appear if the impurities within the pill are removed to a certain extent. The maximum number of Dan lines that will appear in a pill is 9. Once the 9 Dan lines appeared, it was enough to show that the impurities in the body of this elixir had been completely removed, reaching a state of perfection. This kind of elixir has a great probability of attracting an elixir catastrophe. This was something that Pil Yen had seen on the records in the ancient medicinal dictionary. I thought it was a legend, but I didn't realize that a pill could actually attract a Dan robbery. This is really a hard shock to him. And just as he was shocked, rumble! A terrifyingly loud thunderous sound suddenly resounded. The sky and earth suddenly brightened. A thunder that looked like a golden dragon descended from the sky, ruthlessly slashing down towards the location where the creation Dan was located. The terrifying aura emanated from it, and it was actually not even slightly weaker than the thunderbolt that was induced when he became an emperor. And the speed of this thunder was fast to the extreme. Almost in the blink of an eye it had reached the top of the creation Dan. Seeing that thunder was about to destroy the creation pill, and just then, Gu Yuan moved his feet and had already appeared where thunder was. And then he spread out his palm, and this thunder fell on him as if it was being tugged. And then it was absorbed by him and completely disappeared. As this thunder entered his body, Gu Yuan's cultivation aura clearly skyrocketed by a large margin. Not yet broken through, but not far from it. As this thunder was absorbed by Gu Yuan, the thunder high above the sky immediately dispersed in all directions and soon disappeared. It's as if it never existed. That's gone? It's kinda sad. Looking at the completely dissipated robbery cloud, Gu Yuan shook his head with some regret. It was a pity that there was only one Dan tribulation. Otherwise, he would have been able to make a direct breakthrough with the help of this Dan tribulation. With a big wave of his hand, he grabbed the creation pill into his hand. Gu Yuan came to Gu Junlin's body, while then handed the pill over. Father, quickly take the creation pill to recover your injuries. Yes, Gu Junlin nodded heavily. The whole person became flushed with excitement and his body trembled uncontrollably. He was finally going to recover from his injuries and get back to the top. How can you not be excited? After the answering voice fell, he no longer hesitated. Receiving the creation Dan, he directly swallowed it into his stomach. Refined in a moment. Chapter 129 Gu Junlin Undying Great Emperor 6th level. Along with refining the creation Dan into his belly, the medicinal power of the creation pill instantly exploded in the body, turning into a warm stream that merged into the entire body meridians and limbs of Gu Junlin's body. It began to repair his damaged origin and the injuries he had received. His cultivation also instantly began to skyrocket at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye it skyrocketed to the Saint Realm, and after that, Holy King Realm. Holy Emperor Realm. Immortal Emperor Realm. Undying Great Emperor Realm. Soon it returned to its peak. It was expected that the other party's skyrocketing cultivation would stop at this moment. However, he had never thought that the other party's cultivation realm was still growing. Indestructible Emperor 2. Indestructible Emperor Triple. Indestructible Emperor 4. Indestructible Emperor 5. Undying Great Emperor 6. It was only after he had broken through to the 6th level of the Undying Great Emperor that his skyrocketing cultivation level came to a halt. Feeling the powerful strength possessed within his body, Gu Junlin squeezed his fist, his face unable to hide his joy, and said, "Now I just feel horribly strong." In his excitement, he faced Gu Yuan and said, "Yuaner, punch me, let me see how much stronger you are than me." Gu Yuan was speechless. "You can crack 9 pieces with one of my punches. Are you sure you want me to punch you? Swell. This is really swell." Only after hearing Gu Yuan's words did Gu Junlin calm down a little. It seemed like that was when he remembered how powerful Gu Yuan was. Ahem. Dryly coughing twice to dissolve the embarrassment, Gu Junlin then changed the topic and asked, "Yuaner, why is it that after I took the creation pill, my cultivation has obviously recovered to its peak? Why would it still skyrocket by a few small realms? A normal creation pill will be able to restore you to your former peak. But the creation pill refined by Emperor Yuan now is not a normal creation pill, but a 9 stripes creation pill." Without waiting for Gu Yuan to speak, Pill Yen, who was on the side, had already spoken first. "The quality of the 9 stripes creation pill far exceeds that of ordinary creation pills. The impurities in the body of this kind of elixir have been removed cleanly, and the medicinal effect it contains is simply not comparable to ordinary creation elixirs that possess impurities. Even though you've only taken one 9 stripes creation pill, the medicinal effect it possesses is several times that of a normal creation pill. In other words, you're equivalent to taking several creation pills. The medicinal effect possessed by a single creation pill will allow you to recover, and it's normal for the extra medicinal effect to be absorbed and refined by you, allowing you to raise your strength a bit. So it is." Hearing Pill Yan's words, Gu Junlin immediately nodded in realization. And that's when the two of them, Xiao Chen and Lin Hao, who heard Pill Yan's words, however, had a clear flash of light in front of their eyes. They had come to the Pill King Valley because they were prepared to look for Pill Yan to refine an emperor-ranked elixir. If we could get Gu Yuan to refine an emperor-ranked elixir that possessed a Dan pattern, then the potency possessed by its elixir will also increase dramatically. They hoped that the elixir they made would contain a stronger medicinal effect. Thus, upon hearing this, the first thing they did was to come to Gu Yuan and speak. "Little friend Gu Yuan, can I ask you to help me refine an emperor-ranked elixir? As for the reward, feel free to mention it." "Me too." Looking at the duo in front of him, Gu Yuan didn't agree to help him refine pills at first. Instead, he asked rhetorically, "You are the Lin family patriarch and Xiao family patriarch of the 8 ancient clans in the central region, right?" Exactly. Lin Hao and Xiao Chen both nodded their heads. Gu Yuan nodded, and after a pause, he then spoke out. "It's fine to help you guys refine pills, but I'm about to go to the Yi family to rescue my mother. So can you guys help me at that time?" Now that he had inherited the divine alchemist inheritance, refining emperor rank pills was as simple as eating water and drinking rice. The two people in front of him, regardless of their identity and background, their strength was one of the top few people in the central region. If helping them to make pills would allow these two to step in and help him when he traveled to the Yi family, then it would become a little easier for him to travel to the Yi family to rescue his mother. Hearing Gu Yuan's words, both Lin Hao and Xiao Chen were silent. They were well aware of the Yi family's power. Offending the Yi family for the sake of refining an emperor-ranked elixir, it's not worth it. But after looking at the wretched Pill Yen beside Gu Yuan, they hesitated again. If it was earlier, they felt that Pill Yen should have been able to refine the emperor-rank pills they needed to refine. However, Pill Yen's earlier blowing up of the furnace made them wonder about Pill Yen's strength. If he took the herbs to Pill Yen to refine, Pill Yen would once again blow up the furnace. Then the herbs they had worked so hard to collect would be ruined. The thought made the two of them even more torn. After a long while, Xiao Chen then said, "The elixir I need to refine is the Emperor rank upper grade longevity Dan. If you can help me refine this elixir, then I will help you when you go to the Yi family to save your mother." He's thought it through. The longevity pill was vital to an old ancestor whose lifespan was not much. Without the longevity pill, it wouldn't take many years for the old ancestor to fall, and then his Xiao family would fall as a result. However, if he possessed the longevity pill and allowed his old ancestor to live for 10,000 more years, then his Xiao family would not fall. 10,000 years of time. and the old ancestor had the possibility of breaking through to that realm. If it's breakthrough, then his Shao family might leap to become the head of the 8 ancient clans in the central region, become the ancient race that crushed the remaining 8 ancient races. So, if Gu Yuan could really refine the longevity pill, then it wouldn't be impossible to help Gu Yuan when he traveled to the Yi family. Eternal life pill. Lin Hao was slightly shocked and couldn't help but say offhandedly, "Old Shao, that old thing in your house is going to die?" He knew that the longevity pill was an elixir that prolonged life. Normally life-prolonging elixirs did not grow much for great emperors. Only an emperor-ranked elixir like the longevity elixir would be of great use to a great emperor. It can make all the great emperors live for 10,000 more years. Now that the elixir Shao Chuan wanted to refine was actually this kind of elixir, it made him subconsciously think of the old ancestor in the other party's ancestral land who had lived for an unknown number of tens of thousands of years. It was rumored that that old ancestor was going to die 10,000 years ago, but he never died. Gradually, some people took this as a rumor, and now when he heard that Shao Chuan was going to refine the longevity pill, he instantly understood that that old ancestor of the Shao family really did not have much longer to live. Shao Chen glanced at Lin Hao indifferently and didn't say anything. Although he was on good terms with Lin Hao, he wasn't able to talk to him about everything. Longevity pill? I can help you refine it. Just give me the herbs. Gu Yuan nodded with a light smile. The formula for refining the longevity pill was in the Divine Exalt Alchemist inheritance, and he was able to refine it. Good. Shao Chen nodded and immediately pulled out a storage ring from his pocket and handed it to Gu Yuan. Receiving the storage ring, Gu Yuan gazed at Lin Hao and faintly said, "Clan Chief Lin, how have you considered it?" Lin Hao nodded his head in the end after a little thought. "If you help me refine an Emperor Grade Upper Grade Xianyang Dan, I'll help you when you go to the Yi clan to save your mother. This is the herb for refining the Xianyang Dan." With that, Lin Hao handed a storage ring to Gu Yuan. Right now that most gifted and proud daughter of heaven in the clan was suffering from the torture of the Taiyin divine body day and night. If he couldn't refine the Xianyang Dan to harmonize his yin and yang, I'm afraid the other party wouldn't be able to hold out for long. The other party was the proud daughter of his Lin family, with a Taiyin divine body and a promising future. It would be too much of a pity if she were to fall just like that. If Gu Yuan could refine the Xianyang Dan and save the other party, then it wasn't impossible to help Gu Yuan out. Chapter 130, Frozen Hands. Reaching out, he took the storage ring containing the medicinal ingredients for refining Xianyang Dan from Lin Hao. Gu Yuan nodded slightly before stepping aside. With a wave of his hand, the medicinal materials within the storage rings handed over by Lin Hao and Shao Chen immediately flew out, and then floated in front of him. With both palms spread out, Gu Yuan's mind moved, and 2 clusters of fire immediately rose from his palms. "Emperor Yuan, are you preparing to concoct 2 pills at the same time?" Seeing this scene, Pilyan couldn't help but ask out. "If you know, then why do you knowingly ask?" Gu Yuan manipulated the 2 Dan flames to refine the pills that Shao Chen and Lin Hao needed while faintly responding to Pilyan. Hiss! Hearing Gu Yuan's words, Pilyan couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Although he had guessed that Gu Yuan was preparing to refine 2 types of pills at the same time, when he actually heard it, it still shocked him to the core. To know, an absolutely quiet environment was needed when refining pills, so that one could concentrate on refining pills. Under normal circumstances, it was simply impossible for one person to concurrently concoct 2 different elixirs, as this would lead to a distraction from concocting the elixir, which would lead to problems with concocting the elixir. Refining 2 different elixirs at the same time required 2 minds at once, and required an extremely high level of alchemy attainment on the part of the person who was refining the elixir. Now Gu Yuan was refining 2 pills at the same time in front of so many people and answering his questions. It's no longer one mind, it's multiple minds. He was concentrating on refining an emperor rank upper grade elixir, or an absolute silence, which all led to blowing up the furnace and destroying the elixir. Right now, Gu Yuan was concentrating on refining imperial rank upper grade pills, and he still looked like he had a light-hearted demeanor. Such a contrast. All he felt was a pang of sadness inside. What first alchemist of the central region? What pill king valley master? What pill emperor? In front of Gu Yuan, all of this became a joke. While his heart was sad, his eyes were staring at Gu Yuan without blinking. Observing an alchemist whose alchemy attainments are far above one's own is a great opportunity for an alchemist. He didn't want to miss it. The alchemists present obviously didn't want to miss this great opportunity either. Each of them stared at Gu Yuan without blinking, afraid of missing any detail of Gu Yuan's alchemy. Some alchemists even silently took out their shadow-retaining jade records, prepared to record the entire process of Gu Yuan's alchemy. Wait until afterward to take it to a sale or to view it for yourself. Gu Yuan's speed in refining pills was fast, as a precious and incomparable medicinal herb was sent into the Dan fire, and then under the refining of the Dan fire. However, in a matter of tea time, the two pills had already taken shape in the two Dan fires in front of Gu Yuan, as the elixir became burnt, until it finally became black like black charcoal. Only then did Gu Yuan withdraw the two Dan flames and faintly said, "All right." As his words fell, a breeze blew through, blowing away the thick layer of dust on the surface of the elixir. Two golden pills appeared in everyone's view. Fix your eyes. Both pills had 9 Dan lines on top of them. These two pills were still 9-stripe pills. Another 9-stripe elixir. Pilyan couldn't help but suck in his breath. Obviously, he hadn't expected Gu Yuan to be able to refine the legendary pill with 9 Dan lines under his multitasking. This Dan Dao attainment was simply frighteningly high. As the high altitude above once again, there was a gathering of robberies clouds. Xiao Chen and Lin Hao, who were on the side, both spoke at this moment. Since this elixir was made for us, let us block the elixir robberies that are induced. No need. Gu Yuan refused out loud without even thinking. He can strengthen himself by absorbing the thunder. How could he get stronger if he let the duo help him withstand it? Soon, as the two terrifying Dan robberies high above the sky formed in the midst of the robbing clouds, rumble, rumble, as two thunderous sounds that resounded through the sky suddenly resounded in the air. Two thick thunderbolts immediately carried an incomparably terrifying destructive aura towards the elixir in front of Gu Yuan as it quickly slashed down. However, before these two thunderbolts could fall completely, Gu Yuan had already taken the first step to activate the 10,000 Thunder God body to draw the two thunderbolts onto himself. As the two thunderbolts fell, they were completely absorbed by Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan's cultivation directly broke through. Forbidden Great Emperor Triple. Looking at Gu Yuan, who had suddenly broken through his cultivation level, Xiao Chen and Lin Hao glanced at each other, both seeing enlightenment and shock in each other's eyes. They finally realized why Gu Yuan didn't let them block the Dan tribulation. Because the other party can absorb thunder to strengthen his body. Earlier, Gu Yuan's cultivation had increased when he had blocked the Dan tribulation induced by the creation Dan, and although they had sensed it at that time, they didn't dare to be certain. It was really too heaven-defying to be able to raise one's cultivation level by absorbing thunder. But now, Gu Yuan's cultivation directly broke through after absorbing two thunderbolts, which undoubtedly showed that Gu Yuan was truly so heaven-defying. Just as they were shocked, Gu Yuan had already arrived in front of them, and then handed them 2 pills each. I've already refined the pills you want for you. I hope you can keep your promise and help me when I go to the Yi family. Don't worry, we will never go back on our word on what we promised you, Xiao Chuan and Lin Hao said as they put away the pills that needed to be refined. After a pause, the duo asked, "When are you going to the Yi family?" Gu Yuan said, "Tomorrow." Although Gu Junlin was now recovering from his injuries and could go to the Yi family now. However, he had previously contacted the Dragon Clan with his uncle, Luo Fanchen. He was prepared to wait one more day. Moreover, Xiao Chuan and Lin Hao had promised to help him, so if the other party really kept their promise to help him, then it was only fair to give Xiao Chuan and Lin Hao a little time to prepare. Good. Then let's gather at the Yi family tomorrow. Xiao Chen and Lin Hao both nodded their heads, and then the two of them moved their feet and instantly turned into 2 streams of light rushing up into the sky. Flying along, he flew out tens of thousands of miles away from the outside of the Pill King Valley. Lin Hao stopped and faced Xiao Chen and asked, "Old Xiao, now that the elixir is in our hands, there is absolutely no need for us to offend the Yi family for this kid, don't you think so?" "Indeed," Xiao Chuan nodded and said, "the Yi family is incredibly powerful. Even if you and I were to attack together, then it would be difficult to counteract it. For the sake of a Gu Yuan, choosing to make an enemy of the Yi family is indeed not worth it. It is an extremely unwise choice." But after a pause, he added, "But since I promised, I have to help even if it's not worth it." Hearing this, Lin Hao grinned and laughed. "Originally, I was still hesitant to really help Gu Yuan, but with your words, that's enough. It just so happens that I also want to see the Yi family's true depths." As Xiao Chen and Lin Hao flew out of the Medicine King Valley, 3 figures appeared outside the Pill King Valley. "Since these 2 ING assholes are gone, do it now." Looking at Xiao Chen and Lin Hao's departing back, Yi Xian opened his mouth with a face full of gloom. Earlier, due to the fact that these 2 were in the Pill King Valley, he had to put off his intention of striking out at Gu Junlin and the others. He had no choice but to promise to wait for Pilyan to refine the creation pill and let Gu Junlin and the others leave the Pill King Valley before making his move. But now, the 2 damned bastards, Xiao Chen and Lin Hao, had already left. he naturally had no need to be keeping his word. Chapter 131, Why Don't You Kneel? Flying into the Medicine King Valley, Yi Xian laughed out coldly as he looked down on Pilian below. Now that those two bastards Lin Hao and Xiao Chen are gone, now you still want to protect Gu Junlin and the others? If you still want to protect them, today this emperor doesn't mind sending you all on your way together. As the words fell, a berserk forbidden emperor might immediately permeated out from his body, causing many people with low cultivation below to feel a great crisis. Each one was pale and couldn't help but shiver. Hearing Yi Xian's words, Pilian was clearly infuriated. This Yi Xian is really not putting him in his eyes. With anger in his voice, he was ready to speak, but before he could speak out, Gu Yuan, who was on the side, had already spoken first. I wanted to let you all live for one more day, but since you want to seek death, then I will send you on your way now. He was planning to kill the three Yi Xian Yi Qing Yi by tomorrow before killing the Yi family. However, since Yi Xian's trio took the initiative to come to the door, and they were still coming from a bad place, then naturally, there was no need to wait until tomorrow. The moment the words fell, Gu Yuan stepped on his feet, and his entire body instantly shot up into the sky. He was strangely fast. In an instant, he had arrived in front of Yi Xian, great desolate imprisoning heavenly hands. With the power surging within his body, Gu Yuan's starting move was a super divine rank martial art, the great desolate imprisoning heavenly hands. A hand was slapped out, and a huge and incomparable golden handprint instantly emerged. Above the golden handprint, golden light flowed, and one by one, mysterious and obscure runes flashed on it, and at a glance, it was powerful to the extreme. As soon as the golden handprint appeared, it carried a monstrous might towards Yi Xian's trio and fiercely bombarded them. So fast. Looking at Gu Yuan, who had suddenly appeared in front of them, Yi Xian's trio was visibly startled, all of them not expecting Gu Yuan's speed to be so fast. Seeing the great desolate imprisoning heavenly hands that Gu Yuan had slapped out again, the hearts of the three of them were even more directly turned over in shocking waves, because they actually felt a great threat from this move. While their hearts were shocked, their reactions were also as fast. Raising their hands, they each struck out their proud mastery. Prepare to use this to break Gu Yuan's move. Imperial Fist. Yi Xian blasted out a fist, and a large fist print flew out immediately. The god's might of the fist prints filled the air, containing extremely powerful might. Yi Cheng and Yi Bai similarly struck their proud mastery. Hegemony Palm. Dragon Elephant Boom. The next instant, the several attacks immediately collided together viciously. Rumble. The sound of a shocking explosion suddenly resounded in the sky above the Pilking Valley. Several means of attack annihilated into the air one after another, creating a huge explosion. The terrifying collision force immediately swept through the 8 directions, shaking the space with a burst of distortion. In the center of the collision, that is even the space has collapsed down a large piece, revealing a piece of nothingness behind it. Yi Xian's trio was forced back into the distance by the force of the collision. Feeling the vibrating breath within their bodies, all three of them couldn't help but feel a pang of shock in their hearts. Gu Yuan's cultivation they could sense was much stronger than 2 days ago. 2 days ago, the other party was at the 9th level of the Extreme Tao Lord, and now they were already at the 3rd level of the Forbidden Tao Lord. Such a cultivation speed was simply appalling. Of course, that wasn't what shocked them the most. What shocked them the most was Gu Yuan's battle power. To know, the three of them were all absolute powerhouses at the 8th level of the Forbidden Emperor. It was a full 5 minor realms higher than Gu Yuan. With the three of them striking out, it was reasonable to say that suppressing a Forbidden Great Emperor 3rd tier Gu Yuan would be as simple as eating water and drinking rice. But now, when he made a move, not only did he not take any advantage of the situation, but instead, he was also hit by Gu Yuan's internal breath vibration and suffered some injuries. How could this not alarm them? Clank! Just as their hearts were shocked by Gu Yuan's combat power, a crisp and clear sound of a sword suddenly resounded in the air. Look in the direction the voice came from. Only Gu Yuan was seen holding the Xian Yuan sword at the moment. The body was surrounded by a storm of thousands of sword blades. At this moment, Gu Yuan's entire aura changed drastically, as if he had transformed into a sharp and overwhelming sword. Just as they were looking, Gu Yuan had already slashed out with his sword. With a sword out, a brilliant to the extreme golden sword light instantly shot out, carrying an extremely terrifying destructive aura as it rapidly came towards them. This sword was stunning and overwhelming. The power is strong and overwhelming, and where it passes, it rips through space. Seemingly nothing can be chopped and nothing can be blocked. Most importantly, the speed of this sword was fast to the extreme. It's like a shooting star crossing the night sky, passing by in an instant. No! Looking at the rapidly approaching sword light, all three of Yi Xian's mouths couldn't help but let out a terrified yell, and a strong color of fear surfaced in their eyes. They sensed an extremely strong aura of death from above this sword. If this sword falls, they could die. Read this. Not even afraid. They want to escape, but the sword light was too fast. They can't escape at all. They want to resist, but the power in their bodies had only just been activated when the sword light had already landed on them. Put, put. As the sword light fell, two blood flowers immediately bloomed in the air. Yi Ching and Yi Bai were directly split in two by this sword light, with the terrifying sword chi contained in the sword light raging crazily in the body, annihilating all its vitality. However, in the blink of an eye, the two were completely turned into two cold corpses. Looking at the Yi Ching Yi Bai duo who were heavily falling towards the ground, a layer of cold sweat immediately surfaced on Yi Xian's forehead. Then looking at the shadow that suddenly appeared in front of him, he immediately said respectfully, "Many thanks to Lord Patriarch for stepping in to save me. At the critical moment just now, it was the light in the storage ring bestowed upon him by the Patriarch that blossomed, and one of the Patriarch's divine soul detachments appeared, and then he grabbed him and dodged Gu Yuan's sword with an extremely fast speed. That's what allowed him to escape." Waste. Yi Qingsan's divine soul doppelganger slanted his eyes at Yi Xian, his face clearly tinged with a bit of hatred. He had asked Yi Xian to kill Gu Junlin and the others, and it was even if the people were not killed. Yi Xian had even almost died under the hands of a person at the third level of a forbidden great emperor. It's a waste. Are you the patriarch of the Yi family? The first of the 8 ancient clans in the central region? Yi Qingsong? Hearing the duo's conversation, Gu Yuan looked at Yi Qingsong and asked out loud. Between the words, his pair of eyes couldn't help but look Yi Qingsong up and down as well. Since you know of this emperor, why don't you kneel when you see him? Yi Qingsong's voice was like thunder, and his words were as condescending as possible. Although it was only a divine soul detachment, he didn't seem to place Gu Yuan in his eyes. Chapter 132 Yi Qingsong kneeled down. Kneel? With just one of your divine soul detachments? Hearing Yi Qingsong's words, Gu Yuan smiled. The smile was filled with sarcasm and disdain. This Yi Qingsong was only cricket a divine soul splitter, but he dared to ask him why he didn't kneel. That's a lot of arrogance. Hearing Gu Yuan's sneering and disdainful words, Yi Qingsong's face instantly became gloomy. He was the patriarch of the Yi clan, the first of the 8 ancient clans in the central region. Although it was only a divine soul split, but looking at the entire central region, who would dare to underestimate him? Who doesn't meet him with respect and trepidation? Now he was just asking Gu Yuan, a Bone-Age Pink Jr., why he didn't kneel down when he knew his identity when he saw him, the patriarch of the head of the 8 ancient clans in the central region. The move actually drew sarcasm and disdain from the other side. It was a moment of anger for him. This son is too arrogant. He would have to teach it a bloody lesson to do so. Kneel down for this emperor. An explosion like thunder came out of his mouth. A terrifying to the absolute peak of Forbidden Emperor 9 Emperor might instantly erupted from his body, and then pressed down fiercely towards Gu Yuan. The emperor's might crushed down, directly shocking the space with inches of distortion and collapse, and it was absolutely powerful. Kid, you will eventually pay a bloody price for your sightlessness. As the emperor's might pressed down in a mountainous line towards Gu Yuan, Yi Qingsong couldn't help but let out a cold snort from his mouth. It seemed that he had already seen the scene of Gu Yuan being prostrated by his imperial might. Although he was only a divine soul detachment, he was stronger than many Forbidden Emperor 9th level powerhouses. He was confident that he could suppress Gu Yuan with his imperial might alone. Looking at the crushing imperial might, Gu Yuan's expression didn't change in the slightest, as if he didn't place it in his eyes at all. Meeting Yi Qingsong's gaze, Gu Yuan spoke. Since you like making people kneel so much, let you taste what it's like to give someone a knee. With that, Gu Yuan waved his hand and the human emperor streamer appeared in his hand. If the other party had descended in their original form, it might be difficult to deal with them. But the other party descended was only a divine soul detachment. The divine soul detachment was also considered a divine soul, and he didn't even need to do it himself. Using the human emperor streamer he could directly suppress the other party. You told me to get on my knees. Hearing Gu Yuan's words, Yi Qingsong was filled with dismay. Even wondered for a moment if I had heard wrong. In all his life, it was the first time he had seen someone dare to say such things to him. He was just about to say something, but immediately his face changed violently, only to see a mysterious chi surging out from within the human emperor streamer in Gu Yuan's hand. The emperor's might that he had struck was like a bubble, and in an instant, it completely dissipated. What's going on here? Yi Qingsong was dumbfounded. How could he not think to understand why his emperors might had suddenly disappeared into thin air? And just as he was shocked, a terrifying force of suppression violently erupted from the human emperor flag in Gu Yuan's hand, and then quickly suppressed towards him. This suppressive force was terrifying and incomparable, seemingly capable of suppressing all divine souls in the world. He hadn't even reacted yet. But, under this force of suppression, he was directly suppressed to his knees. Patriarch, why are you kneeling down for this kid? When Yi Xian, who was on the side, saw his own patriarch suddenly kneeling down to Gu Yuan, he was directly shocked doggedly at that moment. Shock and incredulity were written thickly in his eyes. Simply couldn't figure out why his own patriarch would kneel down for Gu Yuan, although he could sense a force of suppression acting on the patriarch. But this force of suppression didn't seem very strong to him. At least he can resist. Even he can resist the power of suppression. But the patriarch cannot resist. It's impossible not to be clueless. He obviously didn't know that the human emperor streamer specialized in curing all kinds of divine soul disobedience. The previous human emperor streamer might not necessarily have been able to easily suppress Yi Qingsong's divine soul detachment. However, the current human emperor streamer had absorbed the divine souls of many powerful people. Plus there was the presence of the heaven-swallowing demon emperor, the main soul. The human emperor streamer had long since grown to an extremely terrifying point, not to mention one of Yi Qingsong's divine soul detachments. Even if Yi Qingsong's true divine soul came, that could be easily suppressed. Hearing Yi Xian's words, Yi Qingsong said that he was also confused. He didn't want to kneel either, but the suppressive force was too powerful. It's simply not something he can beat. Before he could even react, he was suppressed to his knees. After coming back to his senses, Yi Qingsong subconsciously wanted to struggle to get up, but after realizing that no matter how much he struggled, he couldn't get up, he immediately stopped struggling and instead gazed at Gu Yuan and said in a cold voice, "I am a divine soul bilocation of Yi family patriarch Yi Qingsong, the head of the 8 ancient clans. You are insulting me like this now. In a moment when my body arrives with people, I will make sure that you will not be able to beg for your life or for your death. Now let me up if you know what's good for you. When my main body arrives in a while, I can leave your body intact," Gu Yuan said with an odd expression. "So I'm going to die anyway?" "That's right." Yi Qingsong nodded heavily. Now he was over the Medicine King Valley. There were countless people below who were watching at the moment, but they were forced to kneel by Gu Yuan. The move cost him his face. Whoever Gu Yuan was, he had to die. The only way to wash away his shame. "You were going to kill me, and now you want me to let you up. And you're so righteous about it. It seems you're used to being high and mighty." Gu Yuan snorted coldly and said, "Swallowing sky. Go give him 2 slaps to thwart him." "Yes, master." The heaven-swallowing demon emperor's voice rang out. Then a figure rushed out from the human emperor streamer, and then came to Yi Qingsong's body and raised his hand to send 2 big mouths up. Pop, pop. The sound of the 2 slaps was crisp and loud, resounding throughout the Pill King Valley. It directly stunned countless people who witnessed the scene. "How dare you hit me?" Receiving 2 big mouths, Yi Qingsong was shocked and angry, and couldn't help but burst out. "How could I have never imagined that one day I would be slapped twice in an extremely humiliating manner?" But when he saw the person in front of him, he couldn't help but let out an exclamation of surprise from his mouth. "You're the heaven-swallowing demon emperor." Saying these words, a strong look of shock and fear clearly surfaced in his eyes. Although he hadn't experienced the heaven-swallowing demon emperor's one-man battle against all the great emperors of all the races on the Tianwu Great Land, however, he had heard the legends about the heaven-swallowing demon emperor from those old ancestors in his clan. Still grew up hearing about it. Even as a child he was terrorized by those old ancestors when he didn't want to cultivate. If you don't want to cultivate, old ancestor will have no choice but to send you to the heaven-swallowing demon emperor. The heaven-swallowing demon emperor is the most powerful and cruel devil in the world. He loves to eat children the most, especially a kid like you who doesn't like to cultivate. When those old ancestors terrorized him, they would also take out the lingering images of the heaven-swallowing demon emperor brutally killing certain great emperors and show them to him. At that time, it had made him cry more than once, making him no longer dare to slack off on his cultivation, fearing that he would be sent to the heaven-swallowing demon emperor by the old ancestor. It could be said that the heaven-swallowing demon emperor, whom he had never really met, was the end of his childhood. Now that he saw the living heaven-swallowing demon emperor right in front of him, the bad memories in his heart were evoked. He couldn't even be afraid if he wanted to. Chapter 133, adding another taboo great emperor's soul slave. You're not the heaven-swallowing demon emperor. You're just one of his divine soul detachments, right? Soon, Yi Qing-song realized that something was wrong with the heaven-swallowing demon emperor in front of him. Although the heaven-swallowing demon emperor in front of him was exactly the same as the real heaven-swallowing demon emperor. But the other party was just a divine soul with no physical body. And the other side wasn't so powerful as to be desperate. It was stronger than he was now. But at least it wasn't stronger than his original body. This made him instantly realize that the other party was a divine soul detachment just like him. In the face of Yi Qing-song's question, the heaven-swallowing demon emperor did not answer, but stood silently in front of him, waiting for Gu Yuan's next order. Seeing that the heaven-devouring demon emperor did not answer himself, Yi Qing-song also stopped pursuing the matter of whether or not the other party was one of the god soul detachments of the heaven-devouring demon emperor. Instead, he turned his gaze to the human emperor streamer in Gu Yuan's hand and said indifferently, "The streamer in your hand is an imitation of the 10,000 soul streamer, right?" Earlier, he hadn't recognized the human emperor streamer in Gu Yuan's hand, but now that he saw the divine soul split of the heaven-swallowing demon emperor coming out of the human emperor streamer, coupled with the extremely strong suppressive force emanating from the human emperor streamer, he had already guessed the identity of the human emperor streamer. It was clearly the legendary Devil Dao's greatest treasure, the 10,000 soul streamer. It was just that the real 10,000 soul streamer was extremely difficult to refine. Plus the human emperor streamer flag in Gu Yuan's hand was red, not black. This caused him to subconsciously assume that the human emperor streamer in Gu Yuan's hand was an imitation of the Devil Dao's supreme treasure, the 10,000 soul streamer. Hearing Yi Qing-song's words, Gu Yuan frowned. At that moment a direct order was given. Swallowing Sky. Give him 2 big mouths. Let him know what happens when he talks nonsense. The one in his hand was clearly the human emperor streamer, but it was said to be the Devil Dao's greatest treasure, the 10,000 soul streamer. It's still an imitation. That kind of slander, he doesn't accept. It's the master. The heaven-swallowing demon emperor's answering voice rang out. Follows. Pop. Pop. Too clear. Loud slaps sounded again. That was the heaven-swallowing demon emperor ruthlessly smacking Yi Qing-song with 2 big mouths. Once again receiving 2 big mouths, Yi Qing-song was incomparably furious and couldn't help but roar. A man can be killed but not dishonored. Kill me if you can. Killing you, that would be too cheap. Looking at Yi Qing-song, Gu Yuan said in a cold voice, "Your Yi family sticks it to you. Injured my father and imprisoned my mother in your Yi family's forbidden land, the underworld cliff, to be tortured by nightmares day and night. Now that you want to die, how can I let you die so painfully?" Hearing these words, Yi Qing-song's heart and mind shook, and he subconsciously said in a shocked voice, "You are Yi Qing-lan's son?" "That's right." Gu Yuan nodded his head and said, "I am Yi Qing-lan's son, the one who was abandoned by your Yi family at birth." Upon hearing these words, Yi Qing-song's heart immediately turned over in shocking waves. How did not expect that the infant who was abandoned by the Yi family at birth, now but just 18 short years, would grow to such a point? One must know that they had checked Gu Yuan's cultivation qualifications at the time of his birth. Not quite a scrapper, but clearly not a genius. But it was such an outcast who wasn't considered a genius. But he had broken through to become a forbidden great emperor in just 18 years. The shock this brought him could be imagined. Such a cultivation qualification was simply appalling. If he had known that Gu Yuan's future achievements would be so high, how could his Yi family have abandoned him at birth? At this moment, Yi Qing-song's intestines were green with remorse. Originally his Yi family's supreme talent, but now he has become his Yi family's enemy. Just thinking about it makes you regret it. After slowing down, Yi Qing-song then spoke out. "Now I'll give you a chance to rejoin the Yi family. Will you do it?" "Chance?" Hearing Yi Qing-song's words, Gu Yuan couldn't help but let out a disdainful cold snort from the tip of his nose. This Yi Qing-song obviously valued the cultivation qualifications and strength he was displaying now, and wanted him to come to the Yi family to work as a cow for the Yi family, but crowned it as giving him a chance. There's a lot of irony in that. Gu Yuan was also too lazy to talk more nonsense with Yi Qing-song. With a wave of his large hand, he was able to catalyze the human emperor streamer. Mend. Tonic. Tonic. Along with Yi Qing-song's terrified shout, his entire divine soul was instantly sucked into the human emperor streamer, and after, refined in a moment. As of this moment, the human emperor streamer contained one more soul slave of a forbidden great emperor 9th level powerhouse. "Where do you want to go?" Turning his gaze to Yi Xian, who was surreptitiously preparing to tear through space and open up a spatial channel to escape, Gu Yuan calmly asked. Hearing Gu Yuan's words, Yi Xian's diaper was wet. The fear in his heart reached the peak of this life. As strong as one of the patriarch's divine soul doppelgangers had been easily resolved by Gu Yuan, now he couldn't even be afraid. But the fear was only momentary. A fierce color flashed in his eyes. With a single step of his foot, the entire person instantly transformed into a stream of light and flew towards the bottom of the Pill King Valley. Gu Yuan was too strong for him to deal with. However, Gu Junlin and these people were not strong. If they could be captured and used to pin down Gu Yuan, then they could live today. However, it was also the moment he moved. Gu Yuan had opened his mouth icily. Swallow the sky. Kill him for me. It's the master. The heaven-swallowing demon emperor's answering voice rang out. His entire person immediately chased after Yi Xian at an extremely fast speed. His speed was incredibly fast, and in less than a breath, he was already behind Yi Xian. In the middle of lifting his hand was a heavy slap towards Yi Xian's head. The heaven-swallowing demon emperor's divine soul doppelganger was already incredibly powerful, and now that it had become the main soul of the human emperor's streamer, its strength had once again had a boost. In an instant, Yi Xian only felt that his entire body was wrapped in a strong aura of death. It scared his entire being to the core, but before he had any time to react, the heaven-devouring demon emperor's palm had landed on top of his head. Boo! A sound like a balloon exploding resounded, and Yi Xian's head directly exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Although his head had been blown off, Yi Xian's divine soul had not been seriously injured. His divine soul instantly flew out of his body, and then without the slightest stop, he directly disappeared towards the distance. However, the heaven-swallowing demon emperor seemed to have long anticipated this scene. A large hand grabbed out, and a huge palm that covered the sky instantly appeared before it pinched Yi Xian. The palm snapped. Ah! Accompanied by Yi Xian's neuter-like voice resounded above the entire Pill King Valley. Yi Xian's divine soul immediately exploded into a cloud of gray mist. To this point, the Yi family members who had come to the Medicine King Valley were all dead. Although Yi Xian and the others were dead, Gu Yuan had always disliked waste, prompting the human emperor streamer to directly reshape the divine souls of these people, and then all of them were incorporated into the human emperor streamer, becoming VIPs within the human emperor streamer for use in a powerful human emperor streamer. Suddenly, a terrifying aura came from afar, immediately attracting the attention of everyone present. Chapter 134, The Dragon Race Arrives. As he looked, he saw that in the distance, there was an incomparably huge dragon emperor of various colors, emitting a powerful aura, rapidly coming towards this side. The number was extremely high, 201. A terrifying aura rose up to the sky. The dragon's might filled the air, shaking the space and distorting it, and it was terrifyingly incomparable. Gulp! Looking at that one dragon emperor, a Pill King Valley alchemist couldn't help but swallow his saliva and looked at Pillian with a pale face and said in a trembling voice, Pill Emperor, these dragon emperors are coming in a fierce manner. I'm afraid that they are not coming from a good place. Is it possible that someone from Pill King Valley of mine has offended someone of the dragon clan? At those words, Pillian couldn't help but have his eyelids flutter. Although there was a guardian of the 9th level of the Forbidden Great Emperor within the Pill King Valley, there were 201 dragon emperors who had come now. This was clearly the entirety of the dragon clan's reserves. If it was really the case that any of his ungrateful alchemists within the Pill King Valley had offended the people of the dragon clan, then his Medicine King Valley. Danger! Thinking of this, Pillian swept his gaze over all the alchemists present and said in a cold voice, Which one of you has offended the people of the dragon clan? Stand out for me now. Now come forward and tell me what happened, and I can find a way to save you. If you don't come forward now, when the dragon clan's people arrive in a moment, then I, Pill King Valley, won't care about you. Hearing this, the people present looked at me and I looked at you, and no one made a sound for a long time. It was only after a while that an alchemist seemed to have thought of something and whispered, Pill Emperor, one of the ingredients in Emperor Yuan's refining of the creation pill was the Dragon Emperor's essence blood. That Dragon Emperor essence blood was obtained by Emperor Yuan when he killed a Dragon Emperor of the 9th level of the Undying Great Emperor. Now that the Dragon Clan's people are coming to my Pill King Valley, do you think there's a possibility that these Dragon Clan people are not targeting the people of my Pill King Valley but Emperor Yuan? Hearing these words, a look of realization emerged in the eyes of everyone present. Obviously, they also agreed with this alchemist's words. It was thought that these Dragon Emperors had come to find Gu Yuan rather than him. Pill King Valley. If that's the case, Emperor Yuan is in danger. Pillian opened his mouth with a somewhat ugly expression. Although the dragon race was in decline, its heritage should not be underestimated. Although it was not as good as the Yi family, which was the first of the 8 ancient clans in the central region, it was not much weaker than the other 8 ancient clans. Now the other party had come to Gu Yuan with such a great deal of vigor. Plus Gu Yuan had also just offended the Yi family. offending two powerful forces on the Tianwu Great Land at the same time. Gu Yuan couldn't even think about not dying. Gu Yuan's alchemy attainments were extremely high. If he died like this, it would indeed be too much of a pity. Just as they were brainstorming, the 201 dragon emperors high in the sky had already arrived in front of Gu Yuan. Just as they had suspected, these dragon emperors had indeed come to find Gu Yuan. However, the imagined scene of those dragon emperors directly striking out at Gu Yuan after finding him did not appear. Before and after these dragon emperors came to Gu Yuan's body, they all revealed their original bodies. And then he saluted politely towards Gu Yuan. Greetings to Emperor Yuan. Greetings to all the dragon emperors. Facing these dragon emperors' salutes, Gu Yuan returned the salute. Looking at this scene, great doubts immediately surfaced in the tiny eyes of the crowd of alchemists within the Peking Valley. It's nothing like they thought it would be. Gu Yuan had killed an undying dragon emperor. Shouldn't these dragon emperors want to flay Gu Yuan? Why were these dragon emperors still so polite to him? Don't get it. Don't get it at all. Can't think straight a bit. At this moment, the Peking Valley alchemists were all curious to the extreme in their hearts. Nay, their own strength was insufficient. And even if they were curious, they didn't dare to ask out loud. Little friend Gu Yuan, this clan chief is not late, is he? Long Chang looked at Gu Yuan and laughed. Saying that, its pair of eyes also couldn't help but look Gu Yuan up and down a few times. As he surveyed, a strong look of shock also involuntarily surfaced in the depths of his eyes. It was because he actually realized that with his current cultivation level, he couldn't even see through Gu Yuan's cultivation level. What did it mean to not be able to see through Gu Yuan's cultivation? It meant that Gu Yuan's cultivation was far above his. One must know that he was the Dragon Clan Patriarch, a peerless powerhouse whose cultivation had reached the first level of the Forbidden Great Emperor. How long has it been? The other party had then already raised his cultivation to a point far beyond him. Just thinking about it is mind-numbing. As for whether or not Gu Yuan possessed a supreme treasure to conceal his aura on his body, this was what prevented him from seeing through Gu Yuan's cultivation. That had crossed his mind, but the thought was only just snuffed out as soon as it appeared. Gu Yuan wasn't old 6, so how could he possibly use a supreme treasure of hidden breath to conceal his breath? Hearing the dragon leader's words, Gu Yuan had a smile on his face and said, "The dragon leader came at just the right time. Not too late. To have a cultivation of the third level of a forbidden great emperor at such a young age, you kid has the talent of a heavenly god." A few old and undead people of the dragon clan looked Gu Yuan up and down for a few moments, and they couldn't help but let out shocked exclamations. Obviously shocked by Gu Yuan's strength at such a young age. What the hell? Forbidden Great Emperor triple? Long Wu stepped forward from amongst the crowd of dragon emperors, his gaze deadpan on Gu Yuan as he couldn't help but ask, "Your cultivation level is the third level of a forbidden great emperor." Between the words, there was suspicion in his eyes. To know, from the time he had emerged from the gate until now, although his cultivation had had an increase, it wasn't much of an increase. Not even a small realm had been raised. It was still the first level of the undying great emperor. Now these old undead of the dragon clan were saying that Gu Yuan, who had the same cultivation level as him some time ago, had now become a forbidden great emperor triple triad powerhouse. It was a great shock to his young mind. He subconsciously didn't believe it, simply because the matter is so outrageous. Meeting Long Wu's suspicious gaze, Gu Yuan gave a crooked smile and nodded. "My cultivation level is indeed the third level of a forbidden great emperor right now." As the words fell, a terrifying strand of forbidden great emperor triple aura immediately filled the air. Feeling this terrifying aura of a forbidden great emperor triple, not only was Long Wu shocked doggedly, it was quite a few dragon emperors who couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Although those few old undead of the dragon clan had already spoken of Gu Yuan's cultivation, but now that they had truly felt Gu Yuan's cultivation aura, it was still a great shock to their young minds. And at that moment, Long Chang had asked what all the dragon emperors present were concerned about. "Little friend Gu Yuan, when are you going to the Yi family?" Now that all the great emperors of the dragon clan were out, the dragon clan's interior was empty, and if a strong person took advantage of the opportunity to steal home, then the consequences are unimaginable. So the first thing he wanted to know was the time to go to the Yi family. Chapter 135 Yi Qingsan's battle strength is heavenly. Hearing Long Chang's words, Gu Yuan thought for a while before speaking out. Tomorrow. He had already made a deal with the Shao family patriarch and the Lin family patriarch. They promised that they would go to the Yi family tomorrow. Then we'll go back tomorrow. Although he didn't know exactly how strong the Yi family was, Yi Qingsong possessed the battle power of the 9th level of a forbidden great emperor in a single divine soul detachment. And from that, he could see how powerful the Yi family was. It's simply too powerful to imagine. Going to the Yi family to save his mother. Then naturally the more people the better. So he was going to go tomorrow. Okay. Long Chang nodded his head and said, then go to the Yi family tomorrow. My humble self, Pill King Valley Master. Meet the Dragon Emperors. Gu Chang'e. Meet the Dragon Emperors. Gu Junlin meets the Dragon Emperors. At this time, Pil Yen, Gu Chang'e and Gu Junlin below had already flown up. Upon arriving in the air, they immediately bowed politely towards a group of dragon chiefs and a group of dragon emperors. In the face of their salute, the group of dragon emperors didn't even return the salute, but instead looked on with cold eyes. It was normal for them to be polite to Gu Yuan as he possessed the Dragon King's order and was someone who had done great favors to the Dragon Clan. But other humanoids, not familiar. Seeing this attitude from a group of dragon emperors, all three of Pillian felt nothing but a wave of embarrassment. Dragon Clan Dragon Chief, meet the three of you. It was still Long Chang who laughed out loud at this moment, which helped Pillian's trio diffuse their embarrassment. After a burst of small talk ensued, these dragon emperors rested individually in the mountain range outside of the Pill King Valley under the leadership of the dragon leader. Pillian wanted to let these dragon emperors enter the Medicine King Valley, but these dragon emperors didn't appreciate it at all and directly refused. The subsequent Gu Yuan was not idle. He took out various medicinal herbs and began to refine pills. He was going to refine some pills for healing his injuries, and in the meantime, he was using the Dan tribulation induced by the refining of pills to enhance his strength. Gu Yuan manipulated the Dan fire to refine 2 pills at the same time. Soon, the 2 9 lines pills were refined by Gu Yuan, and with the completion of the refining of the 2 9 stripes pills, the Dan tribulation appeared. Without hesitation, Gu Yuan directly absorbed these 2 danjins and used them to grow his cultivation. Gu Yuan then proceeded to start refining a new elixir. This day, thunder continued in the Medicine King Valley. The entire Medicine King Valley was shrouded under pitch-black robbery clouds, day and night. With the absorption of enough Dan jacks, Gu Yuan's cultivation level broke through once again. It directly broke through from the 3rd level of the Taboo Great Emperor to the 4th level of the Taboo Great Emperor. It was also here that Gu Yuan had sufficiently attracted 100 Dan robberies. The 100 Dan tribulation had allowed Gu Yuan to make a breakthrough though. However, he had absorbed too many Dan jacks, causing him to absorb Dan jacks now that he was no longer able to grow his cultivation. In response, Gu Yuan couldn't help but feel a pang of pity. However, although absorbing the Dan tribulation could not increase his cultivation, he was still prepared to refine some healing pills. Heading to the Yi family, it was inevitable that a big battle would break out, so it was only right to prepare more healing pills. It was also at the time when Gu Yuan was refining the pills that Luo Fanshan also found this place by virtue of the mutual sensing between the 10,000 miles transmission notes. Looking at Gu Yuan, who was refining pills to attract the Dan tribulation, Luo Fanshan's entire being was directly astonished as a heavenly being. How could he not have expected Gu Yuan to still be able to refine pills? And the alchemy attainments were still so powerful that it would attract a Dan calamity. Compared to his shock, the rest of the people present acted calmly, simply because they have been shocked for a long time. As time passed little by little, Gu Yuan soon refined hundreds of 9 lines pills. The time has also come tonight. Gu Yuan had just collected a 9 lines pill and was just about to take out the herbs to proceed with refining the pill. But suddenly, as if he had sensed something, his gaze instantly looked in the direction of the east. The few old and undead dragon emperors among the dragon emperors also seemed to have sensed something, and their gazes also looked towards the east. As he looked, he only saw a middle-aged man in the distance wearing brocade clothes, with a face that was not angry, and an aura that was terrifying to the extreme that was emanating from his body was stepping through the air. He walked slowly, but with one step he was already 10,000 miles away. In just a few breaths of time, however, it had already arrived over the Pill King Valley. This is a strong man. Looking at the middle-aged man, several of the old and undead dragon emperors couldn't help but gaze a few times. Their cultivation levels were not weak. All of them were at the 9th level of the Forbidden Great Emperor. But from this middle-aged man, they felt a great pressure. The middle-aged man was no one else but Yi family patriarch Yi Qingsong. The dragons? Sweeping the mountains outside the Pill King Valley, Yi Qingsong first surfaced an accident in the bottom of his eyes. But all of this is that a strong disdain surfaced. I can't believe you were able to get the Dragon Clan to help you. But with these stinking loaches, you don't think that you'll be able to stand up to my Yi family, do you? Stinking loach. Hearing these words, all of the dragon emperors present frowned, anger visibly surfacing on their faces. They were noble dragons, and now they had been scolded by Yi Qingsong as stinking loaches. This is simply something that an uncle can tolerate, but an aunt can't. the power in his body surged, and a terrifying aura rose up, and several dragon emperors immediately appeared in their original bodies, turning into a stream of light and heading straight for Yi Ching-song. They wanted to let Yi Ching-song know what a painful price they would pay for looking down on them. Overrate yourself. Looking at the several dragon emperors rushing towards him, Yi Ching-song let out a cold snort filled with disdain from the tip of his nose. With a wave of his large sleeve, a terrifying to the extreme golden blade aura instantly burst out. The golden blade ons tore through space, emitting an extremely terrifying aura. Several dragon emperors had not even reacted yet. This golden blade on was then already splitting heavily on them. Put. Dragon blood poured down like rain, and several dragon emperors had a bone-deep slash mark appear on their bodies without fail. Under this strike, several dragon emperors smashed heavily to the ground like a cannonball. Rumble. The deafening sound of explosions resounded. The earth shook, and several huge mushroom clouds coalesced from smoke and dust slowly rose up. When the smoke and dust cleared, several huge pits appeared in the same spot. The several dragon emperors in the giant pit all had withered breaths at the moment, and were obviously all seriously injured. A casual strike is this powerful. Gu Yuan's eyelids couldn't help but flutter, and he sort of understood why one of Yi Ching-song's divine soul doppelgangers would be so arrogant, and would ask him why he didn't kneel just after meeting him. It turned out that it was because its essence was powerful against all odds, although the dragon emperor who made the move was not the strongest amongst the group of dragon emperors. However, among the dragon emperors who had struck out, the weakest dragon emperor that had the cultivation of an undying great emperor. As for the strong ones, that was even up to the third level of the extreme Dao great emperor. However, it was such a few dragon emperors that were casually and seriously injured by Yi Ching-song. From this, it was easy to see how powerful Yi Ching-song was. It's simply strong. Gu Yuan had never seen someone so powerful, so strong. It looks like this guy is not far from that realm. Several old and undead dragon emperors glanced at each other, and all of them saw a strong color of shock from the bottom of each other's eyes. Their cultivation level was also the 9th level of the Forbidden Great Emperor. However, in terms of the battle power that Yi Ching-song had casually displayed, it was simply not something that they could match. This made them instantly understand that the other party was already not far from that realm. Chapter 136, Kneeling Again? With a turn of his eyes, Yi Ching-song opened his mouth with his face toward Gu Yuan. You are the son of Yi Qinglan, and are considered a member of my Yi family. Now kneel down and kowtow, and I can let you return to the Yi family and grant you the Yi surname. For Gu Yuan to have such strength at such a young age was enough to see how high his cultivation qualifications were. It's not too much to say that he has the talent of a heavenly god. Plus, Gu Yuan was still able to refine 9 strike pills. At this moment, the love of talent could not help but rise in his heart. There was some reluctance to kill Gu Yuan. Decided to give Gu Yuan a chance. Give the other party a chance to rejoin the Yi family. His voice was calm, but his tone was condescending. It seemed as if rejoining the Yi family and obtaining the Yi surname was a matter of extreme honor. Making me kneel again? Hearing Yi Ching-song's words, Gu Yuan raised his eyebrows. Then, as if he thought of something, he grinned. Earlier, your divine soul detachment also brought me to my knees, and now he is within my human emperor's streamer. Now you're asking me to kneel down again. I see that you want to go in and reunite with your divine soul detachment in the human emperor's streamer. Hearing Gu Yuan's words, Yi Ching-song's face immediately became gloomy at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, his face was so gloomy that it could almost drip water. He could sense everything that his divine soul detachment had encountered earlier. How could he not be furious at the thought of his divine soul detachment being suppressed by Gu Yuan with the 10,000 soul streamer and humiliated by kneeling down, and then being incorporated into the 10,000 soul streamer? Since you won't eat your toast, I'll have to make you eat your punishment. A cold snort fell. Yi Ching-song waved his big hand, and a golden pike shot out immediately. He wanted Gu Yuan to know the price of underestimating him. The pike was like a sword, tearing through space with unparalleled sharpness, carrying an extremely terrifying destructive aura towards Gu Yuan quickly. Feeling the terrifying aura of destruction contained above this golden pike, Gu Yuan didn't dare to take it lightly. With a large hand, the Regulus sword instantly appeared in his hand. Power surged within his body, instantly catalyzing the Regulus sword. As the dazzling golden light on top of the Xian Yuan sword erupted, and one by one mysterious and obscure runes flowed on it, Gu Yuan raised his hand and chopped out with a heavy sword. As soon as the sword came out, a golden sword light instantly shot out to meet the golden pike. In an instant, the golden sword light was clashing with the golden pike. Boom! Accompanied by a loud popping sound, the golden pike staff instantly exploded. turning into a channel of pure energy that escaped between heaven and earth. On the other hand, the golden sword light did not thus diminish, and after chopping up the golden paillettes, it actually went towards Yi Qingtsong quickly without decreasing its momentum. This sword is actually this powerful? Surprise clearly flashed across Yi Qingtsong's eyes, obviously not expecting the strike he had struck to be easily diffused by Gu Yuan with a single sword. One must know that he was a full 5 minor realms away from Gu Yuan. Moreover, he wasn't just any ordinary Forbidden Emperor 9 strong, but a terrifying existence that had sensed that realm. Not to mention the 4th level of a Forbidden Emperor. Even an ordinary 9th level of a Forbidden Emperor would not necessarily be able to receive his attack. Now that Gu Yuan was easily defusing his strike with his cultivation at the 4th level of the Forbidden Emperor, how could this not surprise him? Of course, despite the surprise, he did not appear flustered. With a wave of his big hand, another golden pike shot out. Boom! Another explosive sound came out, and the golden pike exploded once again. And the golden sword light also exploded at this moment. The aftermath of the violent collision swept away, blowing the clothes of the two of them hunting. This is a weapon that surpasses an emperor's weapon. It's a divine weapon. Looking at the Regulus sword in Gu Yuan's hand, Yi Qingtsong couldn't help but narrow his eyes. He could sort of see why Gu Yuan, who was only a cricket taboo great emperor at the 4th level, was able to erupt with such strong battle power. It was entirely because of the sword in the other's hand. Because he actually felt a divine might from that sword. Possessing divine might, this was undoubtedly an indication that this was a divine weapon. Tianwu continent weapon level from high to low are Emperor, Holy, Heaven, Earth, Xian, Yellow, 6 grades. Among them, the Emperor soldiers were further divided from high to low: Forbidden Emperor soldiers, Extreme Emperor soldiers, Indestructible Emperor soldiers, and Immortal Emperor soldiers. In the Tianwu Great Land, the highest grade weapon was the Taboo Emperor soldier, but as the head of the Yi family, the first of the 8 ancient clans in the central domain, he knew that there were even stronger weapons that existed above the Taboo Emperor soldier. That weapon was clearly a divine weapon. Divine weapons were weapons that were above imperial armaments. Its might was monstrous, and possessing any of the divine artifacts would be equivalent to possessing the terrifying power to cross the border. Although he had never really seen this kind of weapon, with the records above the ancient books, he still judged the rank of the Regulus sword at the first time. It was clearly a divine artifact. That's a bit insightful. The Regulus sword in my hand is precisely a divine weapon. Hearing Yi Qingtsong's words, Gu Yuan could not help but feel a surge of surprise in his heart. This was the first time he had seen someone recognize Regulus as a divine weapon. Although Xianyuan sword was an ancient divine weapon, an existence that surpassed ordinary divine weapons, but that's still an artifact, isn't it? Regulus sword? That's a good name. Receiving Gu Yuan's affirmation, a hint of greed clearly surfaced under Yi Qingtsong's eyes. Knowing about divine artifacts, he naturally wanted to possess one. Now that he had learned that the Xianyuan sword in Gu Yuan's hand was a divine weapon, he subconsciously wanted to take it for himself. That's what he thought. Did the same thing? It would be a waste to have an ancient artifact like the Xianyuan sword in your hands. This kind of artifact can only bring out his true power in my hands. Bring it to me, you! The hand that stole heaven! An explosive shout came out as Yi Qingtsong's large hand violently grabbed out. As he moved, a large invisible hand seemed to emerge in the void, and then grabbed towards the Xianyuan sword with a speed that was so fast that it was unimaginable. Before Gu Yuan could even react, a terrifyingly huge force had descended on top of the Xianyuan sword. This huge force was so terrifying that it almost caused the Regulus sword to come out of Gu Yuan's hand. Still, Gu Yuan reacted in time, holding the Xianyuan sword with all his might, pushing the chaotic sword body with all his might, and then chopping out the sword, exploding the big invisible hand, which didn't allow the Xianyuan sword to be snatched away by Yi Qingtsong. For the head of the Yi family to rob a weapon from one of my juniors, that's really shameless. Glancing at Yi Qingtsong, Gu Yuan couldn't help but let out a snort. Yi Qingtsong did not speak. After seeing that his heaven-stealing hand had failed to take away the Xianyuan sword in Gu Yuan's hand, with a single step of his foot, his entire person had instantly disappeared in place. Reappearing again, he had already arrived in front of Gu Yuan. The power in his body exploded, and when he raised his hand, he slammed his fist down towards Gu Yuan. Since we can't steal it, we'll rob it in the open. Don't say that in the Tianwu continent. If he sees something, then it has to be his. It was what Gu Yuan had done to his divine soul detachment earlier that he couldn't possibly spare Gu Yuan. Chapter 137. The battle is decided. With one punch, a golden fist mark immediately emerged. A single rune flashed above the golden fist mark, drawing the power of heaven and earth into it. allowing the power it could erupt to reach a peak. The fist seal burst the air to emit a sonic boom, crushing space and falling hard towards Gu Yuan's face. The punch was fast, but Gu Yuan was on guard. As the fist seal smashed in, he also slashed out with his sword. This sword was Gu Yuan's sword that fully utilized the Xian Yuan sword. Chaotic sword body, 10,000 thunder god body, and destroy the heavens. The might contained within it was simply powerful to the extreme. The fist print that Yi Qingtsong had struck was like a bubble under the sword, bursting apart in an instant. And then the Xian Yuan sword went unabated, heading straight for Yi Qingtsong. Looking at the rapidly approaching Regulus sword and feeling the terrifying aura contained on it, Yi Qingtsong's brows could not help but frown slightly. Rather, he didn't expect that his own all-out strike would be easily deflected by Gu Yuan as well. It was also at this moment that he finally put away his contempt for Gu Yuan. With a large hand, a long-handled greatsword appeared in his hand. The power in his body surged, catalyzing the long-handled greatsword, and Yi Qingtsong lifted his hand and slashed out. The blade of the knife collided with the blade of the sword in an instant. Clank! Deafening sounds of gold and iron clashing rang out. The violent collision aftermath immediately spread wildly in all directions. This collision aftermath was extremely terrifying, shocking the space where it passed with gusts of distortion, destroying everything around it. The duo touched down and instantly put distance between them. Worthy of being the head of the Yi family, his strength is not weak. Feeling his arms, which were numb from the huge shock, Gu Yuan couldn't help but let out an exclamation. He was now a forbidden great emperor 4th level powerhouse, only 5 minor realms lower than Yi Qingtsong. Now all kinds of means came out. Not only did he fail to manage to crush Yi Qingtsong, not to mention, instead, he didn't even have the upper hand, but only fought a 50-50 fight. From this, it was not difficult to glimpse how powerful Yi Qingtsong was. Humph! Hearing Gu Yuan's words, Yi Qingtsong couldn't help but let out a light hum from the tip of his nose. He clearly held the cultivation advantage, but he failed to manage to crush Gu Yuan, and he didn't even get the upper hand, only fighting a 50-50 battle. It was a disgrace to him. Now that Gu Yuan's words were in his ears, he only felt very harsh. Again, an explosive shout came out. Power surged within his body as he once again charged towards Gu Yuan with his long-handled greatsword. His speed was extremely fast, and he instantly arrived in front of Gu Yuan, then raised his hand and chopped down with a heavy knife. Looking at Yi Qingtsong, who was charging again, Gu Yuan did not retreat but advanced, carrying the Regulus sword to meet him. Soon the two of them were fighting together. The exchange of hands between the two is incredibly fast, but just a few short breaths, the two will have already exchanged no less than hundreds of moves. For a moment, terrifying collision explosions were endless. Every time the two of them exchanged hands, the collision aftermath that was generated was terrifying to the extreme. Wherever it passed, space twisted and collapsed, and everything was destroyed. A Dan tower within the Pill King Valley was blasted by the aftermath of an engagement and instantly exploded. I don't know if any innocent people died tragically in this instant. Looking at the terrifying aftermath of the battle between the two, quite a few cultivators within the Pill King Valley with low cultivation levels were scared to the point of shivering, fearing that they would die tragically under the aftermath of the battle between the two. Fortunately, Pilyan had opened the Pill King Valley's Mountain Protector formation at the first opportunity to protect the Pill King Valley, which prevented the fallout from the duo's engagement from continuing to wreak havoc on the Pill King Valley. As the head of the Yi family, which was the first of the 8 ancient clans in the central region, Yi Qingtsong was immensely powerful, and was one of the most pinnacle combatants in the Tianwu Great Land. But today's Gu Yuan wasn't weak either. Although his cultivation level was quite a bit lower than Yi Qingtsong's, he cultivated the super god rank technique Indestructible Divine Skill, and his body's energy reserves far exceeded those in the same realm, which allowed him to unleash big moves at will. Plus, he possessed the ancient divine artifact Regulus Sword, as well as 2 powerful physiques. This made his battle power far exceed his cultivation. Although it was only the 4th level of the Forbidden Great Emperor, when he fought with Yi Qingtsong, that wasn't the slightest bit weaker. For a while, although he couldn't help Yi Qingtsong couldn't help him all the same. This kid's battle power is so heaven-defying. Perhaps he can really bring my dragon clan back to its former glory. Looking at Gu Yuan, who was engaged in battle high above the sky, an old and undead dragon emperor spoke thus. Also, just as everyone's gazes were gathered high above the sky, the dragon chief had silently arrived in front of an old and undead dragon emperor to speak. Dragon hidden ancestor, amongst my dragon clan, you have the most skillful means of concealing your breath, and you're also strong. Above them fighting so fiercely, can you sneak up and then give Yi Qingtsong that one hit? Speaking here at the end, a cold color flashed in Long Chang's eyes and made a neck-wiping gesture. Hearing Long Chang's words, Long Ying couldn't help but frown and said, I'm the grand old ancestor of the Dragon Clan, a forbidden emperor, 9th level Dragon Emperor. Now I'm going to die within a few years, and you're asking me to sneak attack someone else. What kind of a dragon would I become if this spreads out? Dragon Kane? You're trying to make me late. At those words, Long Chang couldn't help but bristle. This old dragon hidden ancestor used to be an old six who was good at sneak attacks, or else he wouldn't have been able to develop a skill of concealing his breath. I can't believe you're still in love with your reputation now that you don't have a few years left to live. Sure enough, dragons are fickle. After thinking about it, Long Chang spoke again. Old ancestor Long Yin, you've seen Gu Yuan's strength? He still has that great killing weapon, the human emperor streamer, that he hasn't sacrificed yet. And now that our dragon clan is helping out, it's a blessing in disguise. This is if we wait for someone to have beaten Yi Ching-song, then aren't we making a trip for nothing? Old ancestor Long Yin, now that you've made your move, in the future, you'll be the one who will be responsible for my dragon clan's return to its former glory. Of course, if you don't make a move, then as a junior, I can't force you. It's up to you whether you make a move or not. After saying that, Long Chang then reared his head to look at the duo engaged in battle high above the sky. As for Long Yin, who heard these words from Long Chang, he was only briefly silent for a moment before he spoke out. In that case, then I will make my move. At those words, Long Chang couldn't help but lift the corner of his mouth slightly. Now Yi Ching-song only came alone, but Yi Ching-song's strength was heaven-defying, and many of the dragon emperors among them could not help much at all. Although some of the old undead of the dragon clan were able to intervene, the dragon clan's arrogance made them disdain to surround Yi Ching-song, which was why they delayed to make a move. Now that he had snubbed the dragon hidden ancestor to make a move, as long as the dragon hidden ancestor made a move at the critical moment, then the battle was already decided. This move would allow the dragon clan to bind deeper with Gu Yuan. If Gu Yuan grew up in the future, then by virtue of his relationship with Gu Yuan, it would become incredibly easy for his dragon clan to recreate its past glory. Chapter 138, Exterminating His 9 Clans. Boom! Another hard collision, with a loud popping sound coming out. The two of them, Gu Yuan and Yi Ching-song, immediately pulled apart. Feeling the deficient energy in his body, Yi Ching-song's gaze looked towards Gu Yuan, and in the depths of his eyes, he couldn't hide his shock. One must know that he was the best of the Forbidden Emperor 9. Not only was his battle strength far beyond that of an ordinary Taboo Great Emperor 9th level powerhouse, but his body's energy reserves were also far beyond that of an ordinary Taboo Great Emperor 9th level. He had been fighting with Gu Yuan for so long that the energy in his body had begun to gradually dry up, but Gu Yuan was still not red in the face or jumpy in the heart, and at a glance, the energy in his body was still very sufficient. Even if Gu Yuan's battle power was heaven-defying, even the energy reserves in his body were so heaven-defying, which made him want to not be shocked. Looking at Yi Ching-song, who didn't charge again, Gu Yuan couldn't help but grin and said, "This is all that the head of the Yi family, the head of the 8 ancient clans? This won't work?" Obviously, he was also aware of the fact that the energy in Yi Ching-song's body was beginning to dry up. Hearing Gu Yuan's words, Yi Ching-song only felt incomparably harsh, causing a monstrous rage to well up in his heart. This kid is just too crazy. Although his heart was angry, Yi Ching-song did not show it in the slightest. With a lift of his hand, a healing elixir appeared in his hand, directly sending the healing pill into his mouth and taking it, along with the majestic medicinal power dissolving in his body. The energy in Yi Ching-song's body was instantly replenished. His hands once again gripped the long-handled sword in his hands, and with the power surging within his body, he wanted to strike again, but that's when it happened. Put! A gorgeous flower of blood blossomed in front of his chest, and a sharp pain that drilled into his heart came violently from the center of his heart. Under this pain, Yi Ching-song did not hold back, and immediately let out a neuter-like scream from his mouth. Ah! In the midst of the screams, Yi Ching-song looked down, only to see a long sword run through the back of his heart, bringing him intense pain. The long sword stirred in his heart, and the terrifying energy was crazily vented in his body, causing Yi Ching-song to spurt out a large mouthful of blood. Glancing backward, he saw that an old man with a pair of dragon horns on his head and an internalized aura was holding a long sword and giving him a sword from behind him. A sword stabbed him through the heart. Seemingly noticing Yi Ching-song's gaze, the old man grinned, revealing a mouth full of yellow teeth. The old man was none other than one of the old and undead dragon emperors amongst the dragon clan, Dragon Yin, who was the most adept at concealing his breath. Just now, he had found an opportunity. which was why he had sneak attacked the heavily injured Yiqing-song. Old thing, you don't speak of martial virtues. To sneak up on me, you seek death. Killing intent exploded in his eyes, and Yiqing-song couldn't help but let out an explosive cry from his mouth. As his voice fell, an aura that was terrifying to the absolute peak violently erupted from his body. This aura was extremely terrifying, directly shaking the long sword inserted into his body out. Even Long Yin was shaken back a few steps, holding the long-handled knife in his big hand. Yiqing-song violently turned around and slashed down towards Long Yin. This blade contained all of Yiqing-song's power, and was so powerful that it directly split through space. And it was extremely fast, not giving Long Yin any chance to react at all. Seeing that the big sword was about to fall on Long Yin's body, but just at that moment, Yiqing-song's eyelids trembled, as if he had sensed a great threat. He turned his large sword and chopped behind him. There, Gu Yuan had already slashed his sword towards him. The blades of the knives and swords collided in an instant. Clank! A sound of gold and iron clashing resounded. The violent impact immediately swept away. This impact was extremely terrifying. Yiqing-song was blasted by this impact, and blood once again spurted out of his mouth. His whole person was also like a cannonball that shot out fiercely at that moment. Rumble! A loud popping sound came out as Yiqing-song directly smashed a large mountain. In an instant, boulders rolled down, rubble flew, and smoke filled the sky. Gu Yuan moved his feet and immediately caught up, but when he came to the location where Yiqing-song had smashed down, he did not find any figure of Yiqing-song except for some bloodstains with a huge deep pit in the same place. After searching around, Gu Yuan couldn't help but frown, simply because there wasn't any scent of Yiqing-song in the original place. This was undoubtedly an indication that Yiqing-song had escaped, and at that moment, Yiqing-song's voice had already echoed out across the field. The old thing doesn't talk about martial virtues, and the young thing doesn't talk about martial virtues either. Today's shame will be avenged in the coming day. You guys wait. The coming day? I'll kill you while you're sick. A cold aura flickered in Gu Yuan's eyes, and then he faced downwards towards the Long. Patriarch Long, now that Yiqing-song is deeply wounded, it's a good opportunity to head to the Yi clan. Let's go. After saying that, Gu Yuan had already torn through space towards the Yi family. Yes. Long nodded his head. He then immediately summoned the Dragon Emperors present and immediately followed. Gu Junlin, Gu Chang'e, and Luo Fanchen also followed at the first opportunity. Even some of the alchemists within the Pilking Valley silently followed. As strong as Yiqing-song was heavily injured, Gu Yuan still has that great killing weapon, the 10,000 soul streamer, that he didn't use. Could it be that Gu Yuan really has the strength to fight against the Yi family? Looking at Gu Yuan's group and a group of dragon emperors who quickly disappeared outside the Pilking Valley, Pilyan couldn't help but fall into deep thought. After thinking for a while, he got up and quickly headed towards the location of that Pilking Valley guardian deep within the Pilking Valley. He worshipped Gu Yuan, who did not agree. But if Gu Yuan was in danger on this trip, and he had the Pilking Valley guardians come in with a wave of snow to save Gu Yuan, then he would undoubtedly become extremely successful in worshipping Gu Yuan at that time. After seeing Gu Yuan's divine alchemy techniques and that horrifying Dan Dao attainment, he truly wanted to worship Gu Yuan as his master. Middle Domain, the region where the Yi family, the head of the 8 ancient clans in the central domain, was located. Eastern region, over the 9 Dragons mountain range. Wow! Space suddenly tore apart, and a figure fell out of it. His face was pale and his breath was wilted, and it looked like he was seriously injured. The brocade clothes were stained with blood, the hair bands were broken, the hair was tousled, and the whole person was in a sorry state to the extreme. As soon as he appeared, his entire body was rapidly falling towards the bottom. Swish, 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 air-breaking sounds rang out one after another, and several elders responsible for guarding the Yi family's periphery appeared in the air. Who dares to trespass on my Yi family? As soon as they appeared, they let out explosive shouts in unison. Between the words, a terrifying forbidden great emperor aura rose up, shaking the void with a distortion. Hiddenly, they even surrounded Yiqing-song. Obviously, they didn't recognize Yiqing-song. Instead, they treated him as someone who had trespassed into their Yi family. Open the mountain protector formation first. Looking at a few people, Yiqing-song weakly spoke out. Upon hearing Yiqing-song's words, several elders were first stunned. Upon reacting, they were instantly shocked. Matriarch, how did you get so badly injured? Who injured you like this? To dare to injure the patriarch like this, no matter who it is, I will exterminate his 9 clans. Right, he must be exterminated. Chapter 139, Yi Family's Underbelly. Listening to the words of several Yi family elders, Yi Qingsong only felt a wave of irritation and couldn't help but burst out. Shut up all of you. The few Yi family elders who were originally rambling, when they heard Yi Qingsong's rebuke, they immediately shut their mouths in a sensible manner. From this, it was easy to see how high Yi Qingsong's status was in the Yi family. As several people quieted down, Yi Qingsong took out some healing pills and sent them into his mouth to take. It was only then that he spoke out to a few people and arranged. You will open the mountain protection formation. You go to the underworld cliff and bring Yi Qinglan to me. You go and summon the great emperors of the clan to the council hall to deliberate. Patriarch, do the 10 elders need to be notified as well? A Yi clan elder asked hesitantly. The 10 old ancestors of the Yi family were all in closed-door breakthroughs right now, but they were also considered great emperors, and he didn't know whether to inform the other party or not. Upon hearing this elder's words, Yi Qingsong hesitated for a moment before he said, there is no need to notify the 10 old ancestors. Against a tiny Gu Yuan, plus a bunch of lousy mudskippers, there was absolutely no need to disturb the 10 closed-door ancestors. Yes, Patriarch. Hearing Yi Qingsong's arrangement, several elders immediately nodded their heads in agreement, and then they no longer hesitated and immediately followed Yi Qingsong's words. Soon, a huge curtain of light rose from the Nine Dragons mountain range, eventually shielding the entire Nine Dragons mountain range. Looking down from above, it was as if there was a giant light blue bowl that had inverted the entire Nine Dragons mountain range in it. Above the light curtain, a single subtle and obscure rune flashed on it, looking extremely extraordinary. This was none other than the Yi family's mountain protection formation. The defense was unimaginably high, enough to withstand the attacks of all the strongest people in the world. Soon, under the summoning of these few elders, a number of great emperors soon gathered in the Yi family's council hall, and one after another. There were still great emperors who were coming from outside. Outside the main hall, heads were gathering, and each person of the Yi family whose cultivation was less than that of a great emperor was curiously looking towards the main hall, wanting to know what exactly had happened that would cause the patriarch to summon all the great emperors in the clan. Inside the council hall, looking at Yi Qingsong, who was sitting at the top of the great hall with a gloomy face, all of the great emperors of the Yi family present couldn't help but frown. The current Yi Qingsong though had already washed up a bit and changed his clothes again, looking the same as he did at an unusual time. However, the breath on his body was suddenly high and low, and under careful perception, it was not difficult for them to perceive that he was seriously injured. Upon discovering this, doubts flashed visibly in the eyes of the great emperors present. Had no idea what was going on. When he had traveled to the Pill King Valley earlier, Yi Qingsong was the only one. He hadn't notified the rest of the Yi family, so no one knew what had happened to Yi Qingsong, although his heart was curious. But looking at Yi Qingsong's face that was so gloomy that it could almost drip water, the great emperors present still didn't dare to ask about the curiosity in their hearts. Each one of them bowed their heads in silence, and the atmosphere of the great hall was depressing to the extreme. After a long time, Yi Qingsong swept his eyes at the Yi family great emperors that almost filled the council hall, before he faintly asked, all the great emperors in the clan have arrived, right? Back to the patriarch's words, aside from the 10 old ancestors, all 308 great emperors of my Yi family are here. A Yi family elder nodded in response. Yi Qingsong nodded slightly and was just about to say something, but just at this moment, a Yi family elder stepped forward and spoke with an ugly face. Patriarch, I did not find Yi Qinglan within the underworld cliff. Ha! Yi Qingsong's brows furrowed violently as he said, what do you mean you didn't find it? Not found means not found. Yi Qinglan is missing. I suspect that she has escaped. The Yi family elder said stiffly. Escaped? Yi Qingsong was obviously stunned, and then without even thinking, he said offhandedly, impossible. Absolutely impossible. The underworld cliff was a forbidden place for the Yi family, and it was filled with a vicious miasma all year round. This miasma is extremely vicious and contains hallucinogenic toxins. Entering it, even a great emperor would find it difficult to resist and would be plunged into the agony of being tormented by nightmares every day. It wouldn't take long for the person in it to be tormented by the nightmare and go straight mad, making it impossible for him or her to utilize his or her true strength at all. Plus, there were still strong Yi family members guarding outside the Forbidden Land. Therefore, there was no possibility of escape for those who entered it. Now this elder was saying that Yi Qinglan might have escaped, which made him subconsciously think that it was impossible. Instead, he wondered if Yi Qinglan was dead, tortured to death by nightmares. If that was the case, then it was really a pity. After all, he was still expecting to use it to threaten Gu Yuan and make him obediently ambush him. Just, after thinking for a while, Yi Ching-song waved his hand. Dead or escaped? Leave her alone. Sweeping his eyes across the room, he then raised his voice. 18 years ago, the proud daughter of my Yi family's heavenly daughter had an affair with Gu Junlin, and at that time, I left Gu Junlin a dog's life for Yi Qinglan's sake, the wild seed born of Yi Qinglan and Gu Junlin. I spared his life even then, but now this pair of father and son do not know good and bad, once again ascended to the central domain not to mention, but also killed Yi Xian Yi Qingyi by 3 people. Even my divine soul detachment also let Gu Yuan that little refined into a soul slave. Earlier, this little did not speak of martial virtues, and even teamed up with an old loach of the dragon clan to sneak attack on me. I've summoned you here today for one thing only, and that is to kill Gu Yuan and his father, as well as that group of rotten loaches who don't know how to die. As he said this, killing intent flashed visibly in his eyes. Obviously, what Gu Yuan had done to the Yi family to him earlier had caused him to hold a complete grudge against Gu Yuan. Hearing these words from Yi Ching-song, all the great emperors present were shocked doggedly. Obviously, they didn't expect Gu Yuan's father and son to be so strong that they were able to kill Yi Xian Yi Qingyi by, not to mention that they even refined the patriarch's divine soul detachment into a soul slave as well. Most importantly, Gu Yuan had even teamed up with the people of the Dragon Clan to severely injure the clan chief. This is truly shocking. While shocked, there was also someone who hesitated. Patriarch, the fact that Gu Yuan and the Dragon Clan's people were able to injure you is enough to show how powerful Gu Yuan is. Why don't we notify the old ancestor about this? Among those present, it was Yi Ching-song who was the most powerful, but it was Yi Ching-song who was injured by Gu Yuan. Plus there was a strong Dragon Clan member following him. This made them not be able to afford the slightest bit of underestimation at all. Thus, the first thing that was done was to get those 10 near-invincible old ancestors of the clan to make a move, to deal with a bunch of rotten loaches. A milquetoast brat. One needs to call an old ancestor? Slanting his eyes at the person who spoke, Yi Ching-song said without any good humor. When it comes to things, you know to call out to your old ancestor. Did my Yi family raise you for a dry meal? Hearing this, the person who spoke immediately bowed his head in shame. It was also at this moment that a voice like rolling thunder resounded throughout the entire Nine Dragons mountain range. Yi Ching-song, hand over my mother and I'll spare your life. Chapter 140, The War Begins. Hearing this explosive shout, Yi Ching-song's entire face was instantly so gloomy that it could drip water. He knew that it was Gu Yuan that little came. This clan chief didn't go looking for you, and you even dared to come looking for you. You simply have a way of taking death. All the great emperors will kill out with me. I'd like to see how this brat is going to resist my Yi family. A cold snort of dissatisfaction came out, and Yi Ching-song's entire person instantly turned into a stream of light and rushed out of the council hall. The group of Yi family great emperors didn't hesitate and all turned into a stream of light to follow. How dare you call the clan leader by his name? Who is this person? Why is he so bold? What do you care who he is? Calling the patriarch by his name. He's already a dead man. That's right, calling the clan leader by his name. Daring to talk to the clan leader like that, no matter who it is, that's only a way to death. Anyone from the Yi family had already sentenced Gu Yuan to death in their hearts at this moment. Soon, Yi Ching-song was leading a group of Yi family great emperors to appear high in the sky of the Nine Dragons mountain range, looking away from Gu Yuan across the Yi family's mountain protection formation. Coldness flashed in his eyes as Yi Ching-song looked at Gu Yuan and opened his mouth. Kid, my Yi family has stood on the Tianmu continent for so many years. And you're the first one who dares to come to my Yi family to pick a fight. You'd better really have some strength, or else this is where you'll be buried today. Gu Yuan didn't bother to talk nonsense with him, and then directly said, Yi Ching-song, now if you're sensible, you'll obediently hand over my mother. If not, I'll overthrow your Yi family today. Overthrowing my Yi family? Rather arrogant enough. Yi Ching-song grunted heavily in dissatisfaction, then waved his big sleeve and directly said, all of you, kill out with me. Today, I will let this arrogant brat know that my Yi family is powerful. As the words fell, Yi Ching-song took the lead and rushed out of the mountain protector formation. The rest of the Yi family didn't hesitate and immediately followed. The Yi family's mountain protective array could resist all means of attack from the outside world, and the only way to enter the mountain protective array from the outside was to break the mountain protective array. But if you want to go out, there are no restrictions. The Yi family's mountain protector formation, which can be exited but not entered. The reason why Yi Ching-song had opened the mountain protection formation was also not because he was afraid that Gu Yuan would bring the Dragon Clan to fight his way in. It was entirely because he didn't want the Great War to affect the Yi family's low-ranking cultivators who were in the middle of the Nine Dragons mountain range. Kill. Looking at the Yi family's crowd that flew out of the mountain protection formation, Gu Yuan didn't hesitate for a second, and along with a loud shout ringing out, he took out his Regulus sword and directly met Yi Qing-sung. The rest of them did not hesitate, and each of them picked a suitable opponent to meet. The big battle is imminent. There were 308 Yi family great emperors, and each of these great emperors was powerful to the extreme. There were no less than 100 forbidden great emperors alone. Among them, there were several forbidden emperor 9. The strength of his strength was not at all comparable to that of the dragons and Gu Junlin and the others. Plus, the Yi family emperor had the advantage of numbers. Once they exchanged blows, the dragon clan side was at an absolute disadvantage. There were even a few weaker dragon emperors who were hit with blood spurting wildly just as soon as they exchanged blows, and were directly seriously injured. Only the dragon chief and a few old and undead dragon emperors were still barely able to fight the Yi family emperors that surrounded them. The destruction caused by a great battle between hundreds of great emperors was also unimaginably large. In just a few breaths, however, it had already punched out countless huge and incomparable deep pits in the earth outside the Nine-Dragon Mountain range. The terrifying collision power swept out, shaking the entire middle region with violent trembling. It was also thanks to Yi Qing-sung having someone open the Yi family's mountain protection formation in advance to protect the Yi family. Otherwise, the aftershocks of their engagement alone would have killed all the Yi family's low-ranked cultivators. What a fierce battle! The Dragon Clan even dared to make an enemy of the Yi family. What kind of thinking is this? I really don't know who gave them the courage. They don't think that the current Dragon Clan is still the peak moment it once was, do they? The fallen dragon race even has over 200 great emperors. I really don't know how strong it was in its heyday. Even though the moment of its prime was strong, it's still lost to our human race? In their heyday, perhaps they could break bread with the Yi family. But now, they're simply not worthy. Quite a few great emperors of the central domain sensed the movement of the great battle over here, and one by one, they all flew towards the side at that moment. When looking at the battlefield, everyone was doubly surprised. Obviously, he didn't expect the Dragon Clan to have such guts as to dare to make an enemy of the Yi clan. After being surprised, they couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief, sighing at the power of the dragon race. It's simply surprising that they are all clearly gone, yet they still have such heritage. Of course, even though they knew how powerful the Dragon Clan was, they didn't think that the Dragon Clan would be a match for the Yi family, simply because the Yi family had stood on the Tianmu continent for an unknown number of thousands of years. With a deep heritage and great strength, it was simply impossible for a fallen dragon race to be able to defeat them. Who is that young man? Why is he so brave? Suddenly, someone locked their eyes on a certain spot. It was hard to hide the shock in his eyes, simply because he was actually shocked to find that there was a white-clothed youth facing the siege of 5 forbidden great emperors of the 9th level and Yi Qing-sung, the patriarch, who had not lost the slightest bit of ground, not to mention that, but instead, he was still at ease, and seemed to have gained some upper hand. Upon hearing this person's words, the gazes of many great emperors looked over in unison, and as they took a closer look, the color of shock was also evidently surfacing in the bottom of their eyes, because they were actually shocked to find that the white-clothed youth was so pink and tender in bone age that he could almost pinch out water. This is certainly an indication that the youth is young to the core. Of course, it wasn't the youth's youth that shocked them the most. Rather, it was the youth's cultivation and battle prowess. Its cultivation level was the 4th level of a forbidden great emperor, but the battle power it could erupt was heaven-defying to the extreme. One person alone battled 5 forbidden great emperors of the 9th level, plus Yi family patriarch Yi Qing-sung, and not only did he not fall into a disadvantage, but he even gained some upper hand. Who can remain calm after watching this battle power? Not only were they shocked, but Yi Qing-sung and the 5 forbidden great emperor 9th level powerhouses who were at war were also shocked inside. This Gu Yuan is really a bit too heaven-defying. Luckily, the rest of the Yi family emperors who were fighting the dragons were steadily gaining the upper hand, which made them breathe a sigh of relief. Now they just needed to consume until the remaining great emperors of the Yi family killed the rest of them. Then all the great emperors would surround Gu Yuan, and Gu Yuan would surely die. Thinking about this, a great emperor spoke up at that moment. Kid, you're not weak, but the strength of those lousy loaches is not. When my Yi family's great emperor beheads those rotten loaches and then comes to besiege you, what will you do then? My Yi family is not only numerous, but also powerful. Even if your strength is heaven-defying, you're still going to die today. These words, he wanted to use to mess with Gu Yuan's mind. With a broken mind, there would naturally be a break in their moves, and then they would be able to take down Gu Yuan faster. Hearing this great emperor's words, Gu Yuan glanced at the battlefield without a trace. Indeed, as this great emperor had said, the overall strength of the dragon clan was inferior to the Yi family. The vast majority of dragon emperors had been injured by now. With the passage of time, I'm afraid that it won't take long for the dragon race to completely fall. And with the defeat of the dragon clan, Gu Yuan would be facing all the great emperor powerhouses of the entire Yi clan. Chapter 141 Yi Family Ancestor. Eat me. Seal the sky and lock the earth to exterminate the god and demon slaughtering finger. An explosive shout resounded violently between heaven and earth. With that, an enormous and incomparable finger carried an incomparably terrifying might from the sky. The target was directly aimed at the Yi family's great emperor. This is that bastard Lin Hao. Looking at this huge finger that descended from the sky, quite a few Yi family great emperors couldn't help but have their faces change. They recognized at a glance that this was Lin Hao's mastery. Seal the sky and lock the earth to exterminate the god-slaughtering demon finger. Not daring to be careless, they immediately activated the power within their bodies and met this one huge finger. Rumble! The sound of loud explosions came out, and many Yi family great emperors were directly blown away by this finger, smashing several large mountains in a row. At that moment, another explosive sound rang out. Eat me! 9 waves! The sound of explosive shouts fell, and a sound of shocking waves immediately surfaced between heaven and earth. 9 palm imprints descended from the sky, and then the 9 palm imprints merged into one, coalescing into a giant palm imprint. The target of this huge palm print was still the Yi family emperor. This is that bastard Xiao Chen. Looking at this palm, the faces of many Yi family great emperors changed once again as they recognized it. This palm was precisely Xiao Chen's best technique. 9 waves. In his heart, although he was puzzled as to why Xiao Chen was striking out at himself and the others, the Yi family great emperors reacted extremely quickly as they immediately urged the power within their bodies to strike out their own masterpieces in an attempt to ward off this palm. Soon, this palm fell. Rumble! Loud sounds resounded once again, and many Yi family great emperors were once again blown away. Xiao Chen and Lin Hao were both the best amongst the forbidden great emperors, perhaps a bit weaker than Yi Qingsong at his peak moment, but against ordinary great emperors, that could still manage to easily crush them. Yu Xiao and Lin families want to join in the fun too. Yi Qingsong swept his eyes at Xiao Chen and Lin Hao who were coming from afar as well as the great emperors of the clans behind the two men, and his entire face instantly became gloomy. Xiao Chen sighed. Gu Yuan helped us refine pills and we promised to help him out. This is something that was promised. I can't go back on my word. Lin Hao chimed in. Me too. Well. Yi Qingsong laughed back in anger and said 3 good words in a row heavily before he raised his voice towards the area where the Yi family was located. Quickly go and invite the old ancestor. A Gu Yuan. He could not put in his eyes. The fallen dragon race he could also not put in his eyes. As for Gu Junlin Gu Chang'e, this kind of small Karamaika, he was even less in his eyes. However, if the Xiao and Lin families were added to the mix, then he could no longer have any underestimation. Both the Xiao family and the Lin family were one of the 8 ancient clans in the central region, and they had deep roots and were extremely powerful. If the two clans were to strike together, it would truly be able to counteract his Yi family. It's the matriarch. Upon hearing Yi Qingsong's words, one of the Yi family members who were inside the mountain protection formation immediately answered and then quickly headed towards the place where the Yi family's oldest ancestor was in seclusion. And at this moment, Xiao Chen and Lin Hao also spoke out to the great emperors they had brought with them. Leave no one of the Yi family behind. With that, the two of them immediately killed towards the Yi family's people. The great emperors they brought with them didn't hesitate and immediately killed towards the people of the Yi family. Xiao Dust and Lin Hao brought an extremely large number of great emperors. Xiao Dust had brought 235 great emperors, of which there were no less than dozens of forbidden great emperors, and there were also several forbidden great emperors of the 9th level of power. Lin Hao brought 253 great emperors, among which there were likewise dozens of forbidden great emperors, and several forbidden great emperors of the 9th level as well. With their addition, the situation was instantly reversed. The Yi family, which had the upper hand, instantly fell into a disadvantage. Immediately, several Yi family great emperors were heavily injured. The situation changed too quickly, causing many onlookers to feel a surge of surprise. How could he not expect the Xiao and Lin families to help Gu Yuan at this moment and deal with the Yi family together? Compared to their surprise, the Dragon Clan's side was a thrilled one. They had gambled right on the dragons. Gu Yuan can really deal with the Yi family, and as long as the Yi family was destroyed, when Gu Yuan grew up afterward, it would be hard for his Dragon Clan not to rise. Fight! The more you fight, the closer I am to getting out of this trap. Western region. 100,000 Devil Mountains. At the top of a gigantic and incomparably rising demonic mountain, the heaven-swallowing demon emperor sat on a throne made of white bones. Looking in the direction of the central region, he seemed to have seen everything that had happened to him outside of the Yi family, and he couldn't suppress the upturned corners of his mouth. The devil-suppressing talisman that suppressed him had the presence of the divine soul bilocations of 81 powerful taboo great emperors. Under the enchantment of the demon-suppressing talisman, these divine soul doppelgangers could erupt with a strength not weaker than that of the main body, and coupled with the presence of the demon-suppressing talisman, this had prevented him from being able to unseal the seals all this time. The people who had left their souls behind were many of the 8 ancient clans in the central region. Now that the people of the 8 ancient clans had begun to fight within themselves, it allowed him to see the opportunity to break the seal. This naturally pleased him 10,000 times over. As time passed little by little, soon, the battle reached a white-hot stage. More than 300 great emperors of the Yi family had already fallen, no less than 100. Only some of the tougher great emperors were still barely able to fend off the Shao family's Lin family's dragon clan as well as Gu Junlin's attack. There were also more or less injuries that began to surface on the bodies of these Yi family great emperors, and they were clearly on the verge of not being able to support themselves. Such a scene immediately caused many onlookers to feel a sigh of relief. Just think that the mighty Yi family is about to be destroyed today. But just at this moment, 9 raging auras instantly shot up, and 9 pale figures quickly rushed out from the depths of the Yi family. Their breaths were all terrifying to the very top. It was clear that they were all at the 9th level of the Forbidden Great Emperor. They were none other than the Yi family's old ancestors. Old ancestor, you finally come out. If you don't come out, we may never see you again. Oh, old ancestor is here. We are saved. These people dared to bully their way into my Yi family. So please ask the old ancestor to execute them. Seeing these 9 Yi family ancestors, the Yi family great emperors who were struggling to support themselves were each so excited that they almost cried out. Although the 9 elder ancestors were all at the 9th level of the Forbidden Great Emperor, there were not many such powerhouses present. However, their Yi clan's old ancestors' taboo great emperor 9th level was not the same as a normal taboo great emperor 9th level. They all sensed the existence of that realm, and they were all existences that had sensed a hint of divine power. Although they had only sensed a trace of divine power, the battle power they could erupt with was able to easily crush an ordinary Forbidden Great Emperor 9. Therefore, seeing the 9 old ancestors come out, they felt that they could easily suppress Gu Yuan and the others. Chapter 142 9 old ancestors attacking together. Sweeping their gazes across the entire field, looking at the severely injured Yi family great emperors and the dead ones one by one, the faces of the 9 Yi family ancestors were hard to see. Looking again at the fact that the 5 Forbidden Emperor 9th level Yi clan members and Yi Qing-sung, the Yi clan patriarch, couldn't help Gu Yuan, a Forbidden Emperor 4th level person. The 9 Yi clan ancestors' already unsightly faces obviously became a few degrees more unsightly. Bunch of crap snacks. A cold snort filled with anger came out from the mouth of the Yi clan ancestor. As he raised his hand, a huge palm print that covered the sky instantly took shape. The palm print contained extremely terrifying power, and once it appeared, it caused everyone present to feel a great sense of crisis. This palm was strong. Just as the crowd was sighing that this palm was very strong, the palm print had already crushed space and slapped towards Gu Yuan's location at an extremely fast speed. Although the gaze of this palm was Gu Yuan, the might it declared out enveloped Yi Qing-sung and the rest of the Yi family great emperors, the 5 forbidden great emperors of the 9th level of power, as well. This instantly caused the 5 forbidden great emperor 9th level powerhouses of the Yi clan and Yi Qing-sung to change their faces drastically, not daring to have the slightest hesitation. Cursing in their hearts, they moved their feet and instantly retreated explosively, moving away from the coverage of this palm. Gu Yuan also felt a strong sense of crisis from under this palm. He also wanted to escape to the distance to avoid the palm. Nay, the speed of this palm was extremely fast, and the aura of this palm had locked him in place, making him become slow to act and unable to dodge. Since you can't hide, you don't hide. The color of determination flashed in his eyes as Gu Yuan's body exploded with power, instantly pushing the 10,000 Thunder God body and Chaos God body with all his might. With the two physiques fully activated, Gu Yuan's entire aura instantly changed drastically. A streak of golden thunder appeared and wrapped him, making him become like a thunder god. Thousands of sword chi emerged and surrounded his body, and Gu Yuan's entire person became a bit more stern. In an instant, he seemed to have turned into a supreme sword and a sword god. Destroy the sky. Between the opening and closing of his lips, two calm words came out of Gu Yuan's mouth. As the words fell, Gu Yuan urged the Xian Yuan sword with all his might and chopped out viciously. As soon as the sword came out, A terrifying golden sword light immediately ripped through the space and shot out, meeting the huge palm print that was slapping at him. This is a divine weapon. Feeling the terrifying destructive aura contained within the sword and the strand of divine might that seemed to be able to suppress everything in the world, the 9 Yi clan ancestors all coincidentally looked towards the Xianyuan sword in Gu Yuan's hand. With just one glance, they recognized the grade of the Regulus sword. It's an artifact. If I could have a divine weapon, I could be called invincible. With such a thought surfacing in their minds, the gazes of the 9 Yi clan ancestors looking at the Xianyuan sword all became visibly hotter by a few points. There is greed mixed in with the heat. They all clearly had the idea of wanting to keep Regulus for themselves. And that's when the sword Gu Yuan chopped out had already made contact with the huge palm print that had slapped down viciously. Rumble. As soon as the two came into contact, an extremely terrifying explosion was created, erupting with a loud pop that resounded through the sky. The terrifying force of the explosion transformed into a terrifying shockwave that swept through the 8 directions. At the center of the collision, the space collapsed, revealing a void behind the space. A terrifying shockwave swept through, and space was immediately shaken and distorted. Some of the great emperors who were fighting were hit by the shockwave formed by this collision force, and immediately spat out blood from their mouths, and the whole person was like a kite with broken strings, ruthlessly smashing towards the distance. So strong, gazing towards the place where the explosion was located, the eyes of the great emperors present all coincidentally flashed with shock. Clearly having been shocked by this collision, it would be a waste to keep the artifact in your hands. This kind of artifact should be given to my Yi family in order to utilize his true power. Kid, if you're sensible, hand over the divine weapon and this old ancestor can give you a hard time. Kid, old ancestor advises you to listen. Kid, don't try to resist. With you, there's no way you're a match for us old guys. The 9 Yi family ancestors spoke one after another. Between the words, they moved their feet and vaguely surrounded Gu Yuan already. Berserk Imperial might rose to the sky, and his aura had already locked Gu Yuan in place. It was obvious that they were determined to get Regulus. If you want divine artifacts, it depends on whether or not you have the skills. Gu Yuan smiled and with a big wave of his hand, he took out the Human Emperor Streamer. He then said, this object is called the Human Emperor Streamer. It was refined by an ancient powerhouse, and it is also an ancient divine artifact. If you guys have the strength, this divine artifact can also be yours. What? Another divine artifact? Ilua Bean. Young will have such a strength, not only carrying 2 kinds of powerful physique, not to mention, there are also 2 pieces of divine weapon evening body. This kid is the son of luck, right? More than that, the fact that this brat has fought one battle after another without showing any fatigue is enough to show that the energy in his body far exceeds that of ordinary people. Although carrying 2 special physiques would cause their bodies to contain energy far beyond normal people, it definitely did not reach this level. I suspect that the technique he cultivates is also a heaven-defying upper-grade emperor rank technique, or a legendary god rank technique. The only way to make him so heaven-defying, cultivating heaven-defying techniques, carrying 2 powerful physiques, and possessing 2 divine weapons. This kid is going to heaven. This son is such a demon, with a great future ahead of him. Since he has been provoked, he must not be kept. That's right, since we've provoked it, we mustn't stay. Hearing Gu Yuan's words, all 9 Yi family ancestors were shocked. How could he not expect Gu Yuan to have a divine weapon in addition to Regulus? After associating the 10,000 Thunder God body and Chaotic Sword body that Gu Yuan had previously activated just now, the 9 Yi clan ancestors were all numbed by the shock. This kid is really against the sky too much. As Yi family ancestors, they had already seen that Gu Yuan was carrying 2 powerful physiques when he had previously activated the 10,000 Thunder God body and the Chaotic Sword body. Although they didn't know what kind of technique Gu Yuan cultivated, they could guess that his cultivation technique was bound to be heaven-defying to the extreme. At the very least, they were all upper-grade imperial ranked feats. Such a character, if he could be drawn in, then he would certainly be able to strengthen the Yi family. But since we're offended and can't be drawn in, then the only way to remove it is to go ahead and remove it. If such a person grew up, he would definitely become a nightmare for the Yi family in the future. Thinking so, the 9 Yi family ancestors had already moved in unison. Sword breaks the vault. Shocking palm. Thunder fist. Heavenly fist. They each struck out their respective means to blast towards Gu Yuan in unison. The brilliant means bloomed in the air and looked beautiful. But behind the beauty lies a danger that can kill a person countless times. Chapter 143 Human Emperor Streamer appears. The 9 Yi family ancestors struck out in unison, and just the aura that escaped from them caused many great emperors to change their faces. It was also the moment when one knew just how great the gap between a great emperor and a great emperor was. It was some forbidden great emperor 9th level powerhouses that couldn't help but have their hearts shaken. It was also at this moment that they realized that the gap between the 9th level of a taboo emperor and the 9th level of a taboo emperor could be so great. Unless this kid has a heaven-defying undercard, he will die. An old Shao clan ancestor who had followed Shao Chen said so. He was also the best amongst the 9th level of taboo great emperors, an existence that far surpassed the unusual 9th level of taboo great emperors. Now that he had seen the 9 Yi family ancestors strike, he could clearly perceive the power of the 9 Yi family ancestors. It can simply be called invincible in the world. Under such powerful 9 people joining forces, unless Gu Yuan had a heaven-defying undercard. Otherwise, he didn't think Gu Yuan would be able to survive. Not only did he think so, but the group of great emperors who had come to help Gu Yuan also thought so. There were obvious flashes of worry in the bottom of all of their eyes that were worried for Gu Yuan. If it wasn't for the fact that they were aware of the gap between themselves and the 9 Yi clan ancestors, they would be ready to go to Gu Yuan's rescue right now. Yuaner once said that he was invincible within the great emperors, so I think he should be able to deal with these 9 Yi family ancestors, right? Gu Junlin looked in the direction where Gu Yuan was and murmured something comforting to himself. These 9 old things of the Yi family are truly strong beyond measure. Can he be a match for the young patriarch? Gu Changa murmured, a few more points of worry evident in her tone. Compared to the worries of the group of great emperors helping Gu Yuan, the Yi family great emperor and one of the Yi family members below were excited. Looking at that appearance, it seemed as if he had already seen the scene of Gu Yuan being killed by the 9 Yi family ancestors. Obviously, they didn't think that Gu Yuan would be able to block the attacking means of the 9 Yi family ancestors. It was only thought that Gu Yuan would die under the attacking means of the 9 Yi clan ancestors. Not only did they think so, but the 9 Yi family ancestors also thought so. After they struck their own means of attack, a winning smile emerged on their faces. They had been at the taboo emperor for many years, and now they had sensed the existence of a realm above the taboo emperor. You had an extra strand of nearly invincible divine power in his body. With such battle power, not to mention that Gu Yuan's cultivation was only the 4th level of a forbidden great emperor. Even if Gu Yuan was a forbidden great emperor of the 9th level, they would still be able to easily suppress him. And meeting the gazes of everyone present, Gu Yuan moved. With a wave of his large hand, the human emperor streamer immediately shot out as a stream of light, heading straight for the attacking means struck by the 9 Yi family ancestors. As soon as the human emperor's streamer was taken out of his hand, it rose against the wind and soon transformed into a huge red flag that covered the sky and the sun. Red streamers fluttered in the wind, and a blood-red tentacle emerged. A stream of black gas emerged from the human emperor's streamer, instantly filling this part of the heavens and earth. Let this side of heaven and earth be plunged into darkness. Ow 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 ow. Like the hissing of hellish ghosts, the sound of miserable screams came out. Hearing people shudder, a figure flashed out from the human emperor streamer. He bore a pair of huge, pitch-black devil horns on his head. The face is not angry. The body is stout, naked upper body above the muscle gnarled. A strange black magic pattern in its body hidden. Looks to give a person a kind of strange beauty. The other party's body was surrounded by demonic chi surging. His breath was deep, and just the aura he emitted brought a great sense of oppression. Upon seeing the appearance of this person, the 9 Yi family ancestors present all changed their faces, fear clearly surfacing in their eyes as they subconsciously took half a step back. They recognized the identity of the person in front of them. Heaven-swallowing demon emperor. That terrifying powerhouse who had fought against all the great emperors of the entire Tianwu continent with his own strength. They were people who had experienced the era of the heaven-swallowing demon emperor and were able to clearly know just how terrifying it was. Now that they saw it actually appear right in front of their eyes like this, they were inevitably startled. But soon, they were brought back from their fear, simply because they had discovered something wrong with the heaven-swallowing demon emperor in front of them. This heaven-devouring demon emperor is not his heaven-devouring demon emperor. The opponent didn't have a physical body, not to mention that he wasn't even as strong as he remembered. They instantly realized that this was merely a divine soul detachment of the heaven-devouring demon emperor. Although the heaven-swallowing demon emperor was strong, they were not afraid of the other party's one divine soul detachment. It was also just as their minds shifted that Gu Yuan's voice rang out. Swallow the sky. Get them for me. It's the master. The heaven-swallowing demon emperor's voice rang out. A massive amount of soul power immediately surged towards the heaven-devouring demon emperor's body from the human emperor's streamer. Under the supplementation of this soul power, the heaven-devouring demon emperor's aura became stronger and stronger. It's getting stronger. Soon, The aura it emitted was such that the 9E clan ancestors couldn't help but change their colors. Because at this moment, they actually sensed an extremely terrifying sense of crisis from the heaven-swallowing demon emperor. When the aura emanating from the heaven-devouring demon emperor reached a critical point, the heaven-devouring demon emperor moved. With a probing hand, a white bone sword as white as jade immediately flew out from the human emperor's streamer, which was then held tightly in his hand. This white bone sword was called the blood-devouring demon sword. It was the floating sky demon emperor's original imperial weapon, which Gu Yuan had obtained by killing the floating sky demon emperor. After refining the heaven-devouring demon emperor into the main soul of the human emperor streamer, Gu Yuan gave this sword to the heaven-devouring demon emperor. The heaven-devouring demon emperor had long since refined this sword. It was only that the opponents he had encountered before were too weak, which was why he had not been able to use the blood-devouring demon sword. Now that the 9E family ancestors were all strong to the very top, the heaven-swallowing demon emperor didn't dare to take them lightly, which was why he took out the good oldest child's innate emperor weapon. With the blood-devouring demon sword in his hand, the heaven-devouring demon emperor raised his hand and chopped out several swords, heading straight for the attacking means of the 9E family ancestors. Soon, the several swords chopped out by the heaven-swallowing demon emperor were the ones that ruthlessly collided with the attacking means struck out by the 9E family ancestors. Rumble, rumble, rumble. For a while, there were all kinds of loud popping sounds. The violent aftermath of the battle swept through the 8 directions, and immediately made the faces of the great emperors present change drastically, so that they did not dare to have the slightest stay, and immediately transformed into a stream of light toward the distance to escape, fearing that they would be swept by this violent aftermath of the battle and thus be injured. Under the aftermath of this engagement, mountains and rivers collapsed and the earth shook. Even the Yi family's mountain protection formation became shaky, seeming like it might burst open at any moment. From this, it was easy to see how powerful the two warring sides were. I can't believe that you were able to refine one of the divine soul branches of the heaven-swallowing demon emperor into a soul slave. That's some skill. A soul slave was able to erupt such a terrifying battle power under the human emperor streamer's augmentation. This divine artifact must be owned by my Yi family. Indeed, such a divine artifact should belong to my Yi family. Seeing the powerful battle power displayed by the heaven-swallowing demon emperor, the 9 Yi family ancestors were not only unafraid, but instead, the fire and greed in their eyes was obviously a few points greater. P.S. The cold has not been good, but also aggravated. Strange difficult Lu. It's my birthday. Can I say happy birthday? I'll buy a cake and make a wish. And I wish me and all my readers peace and joy, good health, everything I wish for, and a big wallet. Red Heart. Chapter 144 easily suppressed. But soon, the fire and greed in the eyes of the 9 Yi family ancestors disappeared and turned into a strong look of panic, only to see that after the heaven-devouring demon emperor had broken away their means of attack, he was already holding the blood-devouring demon sword in his hand as he quickly came towards them. A terrifying aura rose to the sky, making it easy to perceive the terrifyingness of the heaven-swallowing demon emperor. It wasn't the heaven-devouring demon emperor that scared them the most, but rather behind the heaven-devouring demon emperor. Behind the heaven-devouring demon emperor, thousands of blood-red tentacles shot out from the human emperor streamer and came towards them along with the heaven-devouring demon emperor. And there is also a densely packed soul slaves like hellish ghosts, scrambling out of the human emperor streamer, wailing and screaming towards them. The number of these soul slaves was extremely high, so densely packed that it was impossible to count exactly how many there were. The most frightening thing was that there were quite a few strong people among these soul slaves. Even though the 9 Yi family ancestors were the best of the forbidden great emperors, they still could not help but feel fearful and powerless at this moment. Much too much. With such a large number of soul slaves, consuming them could easily exhaust them. How could they not be alarmed by this? Not only were the 9 Yi family ancestors shocked, but anyone who saw this scene was also ruthlessly shocked. So many soul slaves. This is too terrifying. Is this the bottom card these people use against the Yi family? It's truly terrifying. The Dragon Clan, the Shao Clan, the Lin Clan, and that heaven-defying young taboo emperor. With such a lineup, it seems truly possible to overthrow the Yi clan. Yi family. Pills. The cultivators watching the battle from afar couldn't help but let out sighs of relief as they looked at the roaming soul slaves. Look at that appearance. Seems to have seen the Yi family destruction scene. Just as they were sighing, the heaven-swallowing demon emperor had already carried thousands of blood-red tentacles and the densely packed soul slaves to the front of the 9 Yi family ancestors. The great battle started immediately, and the heaven-swallowing demon emperor carrying thousands of blood-red tentacles and the densely packed soul slaves instantly fought with the 9 Yi family ancestors. For a moment, all kinds of terrifyingly loud explosions were heard. The berserk aftermath of the engagement swept through the 8 directions, causing heaven and earth to change color and causing people to be shocked. Although in a short period of time, the thousands of blood-red tentacles and densely packed soul slaves led by the heaven-swallowing demon emperor would not be able to take down the 9 Yi family ancestors. However, with the numerical advantage, coupled with the fact that the heaven-swallowing demon emperor was able to raise his strength with the help of the soul slaves within the human emperor's streamer, he still suppressed the 9 Yi family ancestors into a downward spiral. This made the faces of the Yi family's great emperor, who had just thought that he was winning and had a joyful look on his face, and the people of the Yi family below him all turn ugly at this moment. Look at that look. It's like you've eaten fly. Obviously, they hadn't expected that the nearly invincible 9 Yi family ancestors would be easily suppressed by Gu Yuan's weapon, the human emperor streamer. Earlier, the appearance of the 9 Yi family ancestors had caused many people to subconsciously stop fighting, and now that the 9 Yi family ancestors had been suppressed, the Shao family emperor, the Lin family emperor, and a group of dragon emperors, they once again struck. As their eyes turned, they took out their weapons to kill towards the Yi family emperor. The Great War resumes. Gu Yuan glanced a few times at the direction where the 9 Yi clan ancestors were located, and after realizing that the heaven-swallowing demon emperor was able to deal with the 9 Yi clan ancestors by manipulating the human emperor streamer, he no longer paid any attention to it, and instead, he turned his gaze to the remaining Yi clan great emperors, and then the entire person turned into streams of light quickly heading towards the Yi family emperor. Between the lifting of his hand, a terrifying sword was sent towards the Yi family great emperor. But, before this Yi family emperor could even react, his entire body was directly split in two under this sword. Berserk to the extreme power in its body crazy raging, soon it is to wear out all its vitality crushed its soul, so that it turned into an ice-cold corpse. The Yi family great emperors who were now at a disadvantage each had their own opponents, and some Yi family great emperors even needed to deal with several great emperors at once. But no one dealt with Gu Yuan, which allowed Gu Yuan to simply be like a fish out of water in the middle of this battlefield. Wherever he passed, he could easily cause the Yi family great emperor to pass away with just a single slash of his sword. When other great emperors fought, even if they fought with their heads broken and bloodied and their bodies crippled, they were not fatal, and it would take a not-so-short period of time to kill the other party. But Gu Yuan was different. The weapon he used was the ancient divine weapon Xian Yuan sword, which contained a power that could annihilate everything. As long as it was chopped by the Regulus sword, the power within the Regulus sword would instantly annihilate all vitality within its body. Soon, as several breaths of time passed, the number of Yi family great emperors who had died at the hands of Gu Yuan reached an extremely frightening number of more than 50, together with the Yi family great emperors who had died at the hands of others. No less than 200 Yi family great emperors had now fallen. The Yi family emperors who were still alive had many injuries present on their bodies. All of them were struggling to support themselves, and it was obviously only a matter of time before they were defeated. Suddenly, Gu Chang's anxious voice came, causing Gu Yuan's heart to jolt. Young clan chief, Yi Qingsong is going to strike at the clan chief. Go save him. With a sweep of his eyes, he only saw two figures in the distance that were rapidly coming this way. The person in the lead was none other than Gu Junlin, and behind Gu Junlin was Yi Qingsong, who was full of gloom. Now the battlefield is extremely unfavorable to the Yi family. If you do not want to come up with what to crack the law, the Yi family is afraid that today really want to finish. After some thought, Yi Qingsong wanted to capture Gu Junlin and use it to threaten Gu Yuan. In this way, the Yi family's crisis can be solved. However, he had never thought that Gu Junlin, this waste, was clearly so much lower in cultivation than him, but with his injuries, he simply could not catch up with the other party for a short period of time, which naturally made his heart unhappy. The good thing was that as time passed, the distance between him and Gu Junlin was rapidly closing. It was believed that it wouldn't take more than a few breaths to catch up to the other party and suppress them, thus using them to threaten Gu Yuan. But that's when it happened. Clang! A crisp sword roar that resounded through the heavens and earth rang out, and a golden sword light had already torn through space and was rapidly coming towards him. The sword light contained an extremely powerful destructive aura above it, which made Yi Qingsong not dare to be careless at all. The power in his body surged and catalyzed the long-handled greatsword in his hand, and he had already slashed out, wanting to use it to ward off this blade. If it was earlier, he would have been able to block this sword, but now he was injured. Plus he was in a hurry to fend it off. Boom! The sword light and the greatsword collided instantly, accompanied by a loud explosive sound that resounded through the sky. Yi Qingsong's mouth was sweet. and a mouthful of blood was immediately sprayed out of his mouth. The terrifying force acted on top of the long-handled greatsword, which made him unable to block it at all. The whole person was like a cannonball in an instant, rapidly shooting backwards. Rumble! Yi Ching-song smashed on top of a large mountain, directly smashing and exploding it. In an instant boulders tumbled down and debris shot up, kicking up a large amount of smoke and dust. Before he could struggle to get up, a figure had already arrived in front of him. A foot stepped out and heavily stepped on top of his chest. A huge force came from him, directly denting his chest, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood once again, which he couldn't help but do. Before he had any time to react, the tip of the golden sword quickly zoomed in his field of vision, making him unable to hold back his heart and soul. The mouth also couldn't help but let out a terrified yell. No! 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 Don't! No! Chapter 145 Heavenly God Yi Chen. Looking at the crazily expanding golden sword tip in his field of vision, Yi Ching-song at this moment was truly terrified. He could clearly perceive the terror of this sword. If this sword really falls, then he's bound to end up miserable. 10 deaths and no life. It was a good thing that the sword didn't fall completely after all, but stayed an inch in front of his neck. This is what allowed Yi Ching-song to survive. Holding the Xian Yuan sword in his hand and looking down on Yi Ching-song, Gu Yuan asked in a cold voice, "Now, are you going to hand over my mother or not?" Hearing Gu Yuan's words, Yi Ching-song's face instantly paled for a few moments, and even cold sweat couldn't help but surface on his forehead. He also wanted to hand over Yi Qinglan, but now that Yi Qinglan wasn't even in his Yi family, how could he do so? At the end of your life, you're still unwilling to hand over my mother? Seeing that Yi Ching-song did not reply, a cold color clearly flashed in Gu Yuan's eyes. The Xian Yuan sword in his hand stabbed downwards, directly against its neck. The Xian Yuan sword was incomparably sharp, and as soon as it came into contact with Yi Ching-song's neck, it caused a bloodstain to emerge on top of his neck, dripping blood. Feeling the terrifying might contained within the Xian Yuan sword, the cold sweat breaking out on Yi Ching-song's forehead increased by a few more points. If Gu Yuan wanted to, there was no need to doubt that he would be dead in an instant. It was a moment of pissing in his diaper. Meeting Gu Yuan's pitch-black eyes filled with coldness, Yi Ching-song's lips trembled and he said stiffly, "Yi Qinglan has disappeared. She's not in my Yi family." "What? Disappeared? Not at Yes?" Gu Yuan's brows visibly furrowed. Then, as if he thought of something, his entire face was instantly so gloomy that it could drip water. "You killed my mother." As the words came to this point, the Xian Yuan sword in Gu Yuan's hand clearly bloomed with an extremely terrifying aura of destruction. "No!" Feeling the terrifying destructive aura contained above the Xian Yuan sword, Yi Ching-song immediately and quickly shouted, "My Yi family didn't kill your mother. She has truly disappeared. If you don't believe me, I can swear." Now that whether he could live or not was at Gu Yuan's whim, he was also afraid that Gu Yuan would directly kill him in a rage, which was why he quickly opened his mouth. "Disappeared? Not in your Yi family? So where do you think she could have gone?" Gu Yuan asked with a frown. "I don't know about that." Yi Ching-song spoke stiffly, but before the words were finished, a faint voice had already sounded from the side. "She went to the God realm." The voice rang out extremely abruptly. Moreover, it was extremely close, immediately attracting the attention of Gu Yuan and Yi Ching-song. As he looked, he saw that an old man with a full head of white hair and a red face, dressed in brocade clothes and looking extremely spiritual, had unexpectedly appeared within 10 meters of the two of them at some point. The other party's breath was introverted and looked like an ordinary old man, but the other party was able to appear within 10 meters of him unknowingly. Gu Yuan wouldn't treat the other party as some ordinary old man. "Who are you?" Power surged within Gu Yuan's body, ready to strike at any time. Before his eyes flashed with vigilance as he asked, "Ancestor Yi Duan." Before the old man could speak, Yi Ching-song, who had been stepped on by Gu Yuan, had already opened his mouth with an excited face. The old man was no other than the first ancestor among the 10 old ancestors of the Yi family, Yi Chen. Hearing Yi Ching-song's words, Yi Chen nodded and smiled. With that, his gaze turned to Gu Yuan as he flexed his fingers. A golden light immediately burst out. This golden light contained extremely terrifying power, and once it appeared, it directly tore through space and came straight at Gu Yuan. Feeling the terrifying might contained above the golden light, Gu Yuan's face couldn't help but change. Not daring to have the slightest hesitation, he fully operated the undying divine skill technique at the first moment, catalyzing the 10,000 thunder divine body and the chaotic sword body, and then catalyzed the Xian Yuan sword in his hand and chopped out with a single stroke of the sword. He wanted to use this to ward off this golden light. But he had clearly underestimated the power of this golden light. The Xianyuan sword and the golden light only just made contact, and Gu Yuan felt a terrifying force acting on top of the Xianyuan sword, which then spread throughout his entire body. This power was extremely terrifying and simply unbeatable. Put! A mouthful of blood sprayed out from Gu Yuan's mouth, and before Gu Yuan even had the chance to make any reaction, his entire body was already blown away like a cannonball. Rumble! A loud popping sound came out, and it was the commotion caused by Gu Yuan ruthlessly smashing a large mountain. Such a scene immediately caused many people to be shocked. How could they not expect the nearly invincible Gu Yuan to be heavily injured? Yuqi! Young matriarch, Emperor Yuqi! Amidst the cries of alarm, many people immediately stopped fighting and flew towards the direction where Gu Yuan was. I'm fine. Gu Yuan flew out from the roiling smoke and dust, and as he met the concerned eyes of those present, he squeezed a smile on his face and comforted them. But only after he finished speaking, another mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. Obviously, Yi Chen's earlier strike had caused him extremely heavy injuries, wiping the blood that remained at the corner of his mouth. Gu Yuan looked at Yi Chen and opened his mouth. What did you mean earlier when you said that my mother went to the god realm? Looking at Gu Yuan, Yi Chen thought for a moment before laughing. Seeing as you're about to die, since you asked, I'll be merciful and tell you, your mother, Yi Qinglan, is actually not from this world, but is the goddess of the Yi family of the divine realm. The divine realm is a world above the 3,000 great worlds, a world that all cultivators aspire to, where there are countless cultivation resources, countless heavenly materials and treasures, countless heavenly prides, and countless powerful existences have been born. And the Yi family of the divine realm is a superb family that has stood in the divine realm for hundreds of millions of years without falling. In a super great clan such as this, any pride of the clan will conceal their identity and be arranged to train in the 3,000 worlds below the divine realm. And the only way to return to the Yi family is to grow to a certain point by one's own efforts. This is also the reason why the Yi family of the divine realm has stood in the divine realm for 10,000 years without falling. Yi Qinglan came to the Tianwu continent among the 3,000 worlds to train. Originally she needed to grow to a certain point by her own efforts before she could return to the Yi family. But she was in love with this waste of a man, Gu Junlin. And this matter alarmed the Yi family of the divine realm, causing the Yi family of the divine realm to be enraged beyond measure. And that's why they chose to bring Yi Qinglan back ahead of schedule. Speaking of this, Yi Chen couldn't help but sigh. If it wasn't for Yi Qinglan's death threat, now Gu Junlin, this waste of a man, along with you, this little bastard, would have long since been obliterated by the strongest members of the Yi family in the divine realm by now. Yi Qinglan gave me a divine elixir when he was taken away and made me promise not to make a move against Gu Junlin and you little bastard. At that time, I promised, which allowed Yi Qingsan to keep you guys alive. But since you have killed your way to my Yi family without any goodwill, and slaughtered so many people from my Yi family, then today is the day of your death. As the words came to this point, an aura that was terrifying to the extreme violently swept away from Yi Chen's body. This aura was extremely terrifying and had already surpassed the level of a forbidden great emperor. That's the aura of the heavenly god realm. Chapter 146, Submission or Death? This aura, he's already broken through above the emperor realm. Above the emperor realm? Will we be opponents then? All cultivators below the emperor realm are ants, and cultivators below the emperor realm are no different from ants in our eyes, and can be wiped out at will. An existence above the emperor realm looks at us as we look at cultivators below the emperor realm. We are ants in his eyes, and can be erased at will. Then wouldn't we be Maru spicy? Yes. Feeling the terrifying aura that erupted from Yi Chen's body, the faces of the great emperors who had stepped in to help Gu Yuan were covered in sorrow. Just think of today's pills as spicy. Some people are happy and some people are sad. Compared to their sorrow, one Yi family emperor and the people of the Yi family were as happy as if it was the new year. One cheered excitedly. Elder Yi Duan is invincible. Elder Yi Duan suppresses the 8 directions and is invincible in the world. Elder Yi Duan is invincible. Victory will eventually be mine. Looking at their excited appearance, it was as if the dust had settled and Yi Chen had already killed Gu Yuan and the others. Listening to the excited voices of the people of the Yi family, an old and undead dragon emperor spoke up in dissatisfaction. Then let me meet Yi Chen for a while and see if it's really that strong above the emperor realm. As the words fell, he took a step out, and his berserk forbidden great emperor 9 aura immediately shot up. Ow! A dragon's roar that resounded through the heavens suddenly resounded within this part of heaven and earth. This dragon emperor directly appeared in his own body, and then rushed towards Yi Chen at an extremely fast speed. Overrate yourself. Looking at the rapidly approaching Dragon Emperor, Yi Chuan let out a light hum filled with disdain from the tip of his nose. Instead of retreating, he advanced, and in the middle of raising his hand, he fiercely blasted out a fist towards the front. This punch looks ordinary, without the slightest powerful breath escaping, and the speed is not fast, just like an ordinary old man's random punch. However, when this punch landed on the Dragon Emperor, the might it displayed was a numbing sensation. Rumble. Only a loud popping sound could be heard from the sky. This Dragon Emperor was like a cannonball, smashing heavily towards the back. After landing on the ground, the crowd's eyes looked at it, and all of them couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cool air, only to see that this Dragon Emperor was emitting a wail from his mouth. His breath was withering, and his vitality was rapidly draining away, obviously suffering from extremely heavy injuries. With a casual punch, he had severely injured a forbidden Great Emperor 9 Dragon Emperor. This strength was truly shocking to those present. Compared to the shock of those present, Yi Chen acted very calmly. It was as if what he had casually re-injured was not a forbidden Emperor 9 powerhouse, but a roadside chicken. With a turn of his gaze, Yi Chen looked at the Shao family emperor and the Lin family emperor and said indifferently, "It's fine for others to come to my Yi family, but you Shao and Lin families are one of the 8 ancient races with my Yi family, and you've come to join in the fun as well?" Meeting Yi Chen's gaze, the great emperors of the Shaolin 2 families all involuntarily bowed their heads and dared not reply. After a while, it was Xiao Dust who spoke out. "Little friend Gu Yuan helped me refine pills and I helped him out. This is something that was promised. I can't go back on my word." "Me too." Lin Hao also nodded in response at this moment. "So it is." Yi Dust nodded with a sudden realization, and then his words changed. "Now that my Yi family has suffered heavy losses, it's the time to use people. If you, the Shao family and the Lin family, are willing to kneel down and submit to my Yi family, I can spare your lives, but if you do not submit, then you will end up in the shape of this dragon." As the words fell, his entire body instantly disappeared in place, reappearing already in front of that Dragon Emperor who had been severely injured earlier. "No!" Looking at Yi Chen who suddenly appeared in front of him, a strong color of fear immediately surged in the eyes of this Dragon Emperor who was seriously injured. But before he had any chance to react, Yi Chen had already stomped heavily towards his head. This kick was terrifying and contained an incomparably powerful might. It was simply not something that this severely injured Dragon Emperor could block. Present. Boo! Only a sound like a balloon exploding could be heard, and the huge dragon head of this Dragon Emperor, who had been seriously injured, instantly burst open. Blood spilled and dyed the earth a dark red. With a foot stomping on the head of a taboo Emperor 9 Dragon Emperor, Yi Chen acted as if nothing had happened. With a flash of his figure, he returned to where he was previously, and only then did he look at the great emperors of the 2 Shaolin families with a smile on his face. He smiled kindly and benevolently, like a neighborly and approachable old grandfather. But this smile fell in the eyes of the people present, but it was like the hideous smile of the hellish ghosts, making the people present feel cold, like falling into ice. Being looked at by Yi Chen, the great emperors of the Shaolin 2 families seemed to be under immense pressure, causing their faces to unconsciously become unsightly, and cold sweat began to surface above their foreheads involuntarily. Finally, someone among the Shaolin 2 great emperors could not bear the pressure. Put. Both knees softened, directly kneeling down, while out loud, "I, Lin, from the bottom of my heart, would like to submit to the Yi family." One person knelt down, and soon there were others one after another. Put. "I, Xiao Songxin, am willing to submit to the Yi family. I am also willing to submit to the Yi family. I am also willing to submit. I'm the same." In a few breaths of time, nearly half of the great emperors in the Shao and Lin families were kneeling down towards Yi Chen. It's not a wimp. It's from the heart. Looking at the kneeling Shao family emperor and Lin family emperor, Xiao Chen and Lin Hao's faces both instantly turned ugly to the extreme. Apparently he didn't expect there to be so many timid and fearful people in his clan. Compared to their ugly faces, Yi Chen looked at the group of great emperors kneeling down towards him, but he couldn't help but let out a burst of unrestrained laughter. Those who know what they're doing are the ones who know what they're doing. Not bad, not bad. Ha ha ha. After laughing for a while, Yi Chen stopped his laughter, and only then did he face the great emperors standing in the 2 Shaolin families and said in a cold voice, "You and the others are so ungrateful, and it seems that you are determined to be an enemy of my Yi family. This courage of yours I admire, but if you don't think of yourselves, you should also think of your wives, children, grandchildren and future generations. Now the old man will give you another chance to choose. Will you choose to submit or will you choose to die?" Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, The great emperors of the Shaolin two families who were still alive were obviously shaken. The fact that they didn't kneel down just now showed that they weren't that afraid of death and Yi Chen, but as Yi Duan said, they still had their wives and children, as well as their children and grandchildren. It's okay for them to die, but they don't want future generations to be implicated by them. After a brief moment of hesitation, a large number of people fell to their knees again at that moment. Seeing this, Yi Dust could not help but smile with satisfaction. Full of cold intent, he looked at some of the great emperors of the Shaolin two families who remained unmoved. Only then did Yi Dust turn his gaze to look at the group of dragon emperors and opened his mouth. It just so happens that my Yi clan is still short of some mounts and mountain protection divine beasts. I wonder if your dragon clan would be willing to submit to my Yi clan. Chapter 147. This is all above the emperor realm? A mount. A mountain guardian beast? Hearing Yi Chen's words, all of the dragon emperors couldn't help but frown, and anger clearly surged out of their eyes. As ancient divine beasts, the dragons were incredibly proud and honorable. And now Yi Chen even wanted to accept them as mounts and as mountain protection divine beasts. This was a naked humiliation to them. How could they not be angry? There was also simply no way that the dragon race's condescension would make them choose to submit. There was a violent-tempered dragon emperor who even directly exploded his foul mouth and angrily said, "I submit to your mom." Saying that, its feet moved, a terrifying aura rushed up, and the whole person had already gone straight to Yi Chen to kill him quickly. "Since you want to seek death, I'll fulfill you." Looking at this dragon emperor who was rapidly coming, killing intent flashed in Yi Chen's eyes, and when he lifted his hand to invoke the power of heaven and earth, he punched out. This punch looks ordinary, but the energy contained in it is simply unimaginably large. How can the people present be able to compete? Looking at the punch that Yi Chen had struck, a color of fear clearly flashed in the eyes of this dragon emperor, but the color of fear had disappeared in just an instant. Since he dared to make a move, he naturally guessed what would happen to him. The odds are that you'll die, but he is not afraid. He couldn't stand the humiliation any more than he could die, seeing that the two of them were about to collide together. But just at that moment, a voice full of coldness rang out. "Your opponent is me." The words fell. Clank. A crisp to the core sword sound rang out. A golden sword light appeared violently, and then went straight towards Yi Chen with a speed that was so fast that it was overwhelming. This sword light tore through space, which contained extremely terrifying sword intent and a thunder that seemed to be able to destroy everything in the world, and was so powerful that people did not dare to underestimate it. Even if Yi Chen was already in existence above the Forbidden Emperor, it was the only heavenly god realm existence above the Tianwu continent. However, in the face of such a powerful sword, he still didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless. With a flash of hesitation in his eyes, the punch he threw towards the Dragon Emperor was forced to meet this rapidly coming golden sword light. The fist mark and the sword light collided in an instant. Rumble! A loud popping sound instantly came out. The center of the collision instantly collapsed, and the terrifying aftermath of the collision immediately swept through all directions. It destroys everything in the world, distorts space, causes the earth to shake, and kicks up a huge cloud of smoke and dust. Feeling the terrifying aftermath of this collision, all the great emperors present changed their faces greatly, and then they didn't dare to have the slightest hesitation, and immediately fled towards the distance, fearing that they would be swept away by the aftermath of this collision, and thus suffer serious injuries. Retracting his hand, Yi Chuan looked at the bloodstains that surfaced above his fist and could not help but frown slightly. There was also an obvious flash of surprise in his eyes. Rather, he didn't expect that he could still be injured by Gu Yuan even though he had clearly cultivated above the forbidden great emperor and reached the heavenly god realm. This is a real surprise. It's like man and ants. How could it not be a surprise that he was injured by an ant even though the gap was obviously huge? Accidentally, two clouds of anger also visibly surfaced in his eyes. Damn little man, how dare to hurt him? Simply have to take death. Compared to his anger, Gu Yuan was the corner of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a sneering smile as he said, "That's all above the emperor realm? It doesn't seem that strong." At this moment, his breath was thick, and he didn't look the slightest bit injured. That was because he had just taken a not-so-low grade 9-strike healing elixir that he had personally refined. This allowed him to recover from his injuries. Hearing Gu Yuan's words, quite a few people felt a wave of scalp numbness. How could he not expect Gu Yuan to provoke Yi Chen at this time? This move is no different from looking for death. Yi Chen was already furious after being injured by Gu Yuan. Now that he heard these words from Gu Yuan, he, who was already angry, became even angrier by a few points. This is all above the emperor realm. How dare you look down on the emperor realm above? Then I'll tell you right now just how powerful the emperor realm above is. As the words fell, his entire body instantly disappeared in place. Seeing this, the alarm bells went off in Gu Yuan's heart. The undying divine skill was running at full power. The 10,000 thunders divine body, the chaotic sword body, and the Xian Yuan sword were all being pushed by him at full power. As long as Yi Chen appeared, then his thunderous strike would inevitably be welcomed. However, Yi Chen's speed was simply too fast and too quick. Gu Yuan only felt a silhouette flash in front of him, which appeared to be Yi Chen, but before he had any time to react, Yi Chen had already raised his hand and slapped his palm heavily towards him. This palm was terrifyingly incomparable. With just one contact, it hit Gu Yuan's chest and instantly dented it. Put! With a sweetness in his throat, a mouthful of blood immediately spurted out of Gu Yuan's mouth. His entire body was also blasted backwards under this terrifying force just like a cannonball. Gu Yuan, Yuqi, young matriarch, Emperor Yuqi. Seeing this scene, quite a few people who were closer to Gu Yuan couldn't help but be startled. With a movement of his feet, he wanted to go forward to catch Gu Yuan, but before they could make a move, along with a distortion in the space where Gu Yuan was located, a figure had appeared in front of him. It's none other than Leaf Dust. Seeing this, quite a few people felt a surge of shock and scalp numbness. Gu Yuan was also shocked. How did he not expect Yi Duan, this old thing, to ride the wave of victory, not giving him any chance to catch his breath? Even if it was true, the speed was even so fast. It's time to end it. Greeting Gu Yuan's eyes that were filled with shock, Yi Chen grinned, revealing a mouth full of yellow teeth. His figure appeared above Gu Yuan in a flash. The power in his body surged, and he gathered all the power in his body into his foot, and without the slightest hesitation, he stomped down heavily. This kick was absolutely powerful, and when it landed on Gu Yuan, it once again caused Gu Yuan to spit out blood from his mouth. Gu Yuan's entire body also slammed down hard towards the ground at an extremely fast speed under this kick. Rumble! A shocking explosion resounded violently within this part of heaven and earth. The ground was directly smashed out by Gu Yuan into an incomparably terrifying deep pit. Debris shot up in a flash, and a huge mushroom cloud made of smoke and dust slowly rose. The terrifying power of the collision spread along the deep pit throughout the entire middle domain, causing the middle domain's earth to shake and causing many people in the middle domain to be unable to help their faces change drastically. Yi Dust stood in the air, looking down on the roiling smoke below. A faint smile appeared on his face as he said, "Now do you still think that this is all there is above the Emperor realm? Unfortunately, you're too dead to answer. Ha ha ha." As he said that, Yi Chen could not help but let out an unrestrained laughter from his mouth. It seemed as if he had already seen the scene of Gu Yuan's death. Thinking about it, he was now a terrifying existence in the heavenly god realm. Cultivation crushed Gu Yuan by far too much. Gu Yuan was just an ant in his eyes. How could it be possible that he could be blocked by Gu Yuan? A cricket forbidden great emperor 4th level mole cricket, when he was striking out with all his might? In his opinion, the current Gu Yuan was bound to die 10 deaths. Ridiculously laughing, he stopped laughing, because a voice had already come out from the deep pit below. "You don't think you've killed me, do you?" Chapter 148, See if I'm done abusing you. "You don't think you've killed me, do you?" Hearing this voice, everyone's gazes looked over in unison, only to see, amidst the dust billowing up from the sky, Gu Yuan walked out from it without any haste. His breath was thick. Where did he look injured on his body? Gu Yuan had taken the high-grade 9 stripes healing pill that he had concocted himself, which allowed him to recover from his injuries so quickly. Even if you didn't die, suffering such a serious injury and recovering in an instant, your kid deserves to be the son of the goddess is truly heaven-defying. Looking at Gu Yuan, Yi Chen couldn't help but let out an exclamation. However, the coldness and killing intent in his eyes had become a few points more intense. This son is too rebellious and must not be kept. It must be eradicated before it is too late. With a movement of his feet, he moved again, looking at Yi Chen, who had suddenly disappeared. Gu Yuan frowned slightly, but soon his furrowed brows stretched again. With a lift of his hand, a 9 stripes rapidity pill of the lower grade of the imperial rank was sent into his mouth. Rush elixir, an emperor grade lower grade elixir. After taking it allows the person taking it to explode with a speed that exceeds their own by 100 times. As the rush dan was taken, Gu Yuan's figure instantly disappeared in a flash. Boom! A loud popping sound came out. That was the popping sound made by Yi Chuan's punch that ruthlessly blew up Gu Yuan's location just now. Surprisingly fast? Yi Duan looked at the empty body in front of him, and there was obviously an accident flashing in the bottom of his eyes. Obviously, he didn't expect Gu Yuan's speed to be so fast. Surprisingly, he was able to dodge his attack first. This speed was just a lot faster than even him. And just as he was alarmed, clank, a clear sound of a sword resounded in the air. Gu Yuan had unexpectedly appeared behind him at some point. Then without the slightest stop he chopped down towards him with a sword. Gu Yuan, who had taken the rush pill, was very fast, even a few points faster than Yi Chen, a heavenly god realm existence. But Yi Duan's reaction wasn't slow either. After noticing Gu Yuan's chopping sword behind him, he turned around violently. In the middle of lifting his hand, it was a punch that fiercely blasted away. Boom! An explosive sound came out, and a terrifyingly huge force instantly swept through Gu Yuan's entire body. The direct shock caused Gu Yuan to spit out blood from his mouth, and then flew backwards towards the distance. Yi Chuan glanced at the faint sword marks that surfaced above his fist, then without saying anything, he directly chased after Gu Yuan, who had flown out backwards. Luckily, this time Gu Yuan didn't let him catch up. Instead, he stabilized himself in the air first, and then his feet moved and disappeared once again. Looking at the location where Gu Yuan had disappeared, Yi Chen's entire face was so gloomy that it could almost drip water. This little is just too good at escaping. Clank! The sound of the sword resounded, and golden sword light violently blossomed in the air. Gu Yuan struck again with a sneak attack. Boom! Another punch sent Gu Yuan spitting blood and flying backwards. Yi Chen looked at Gu Yuan, who seemed to have disappeared between heaven and earth, and couldn't help but say angrily, "Little you only know how to escape? Do you dare to fight me fair and square?" Gu Yuan, who had just fled to the distance and took out a healing elixir and sent it into his body to recover from his internal injuries, heard Yi Chen's words, and he laughed with a smile full of indifference. "Don't dare." After a pause, Gu Yuan continued, "Trees don't want skin and will surely die. People don't want face and the world is invincible. It's not for nothing that you're a bit of a powerful old dog, because you're a shameless old dog, occupying a cultivation advantage and still letting me fight you openly. Ridiculous. If you have the ability to lower your cultivation to the same realm as me, you'll see if I'm done abusing you." Hearing this, Yi Duan was furious beyond measure, but with a turn of his eyes, as if he thought of something, he immediately said in a loud voice, "As long as you dare to fight with me, then I will suppress my cultivation to the same realm as you. Don't you dare." "Why don't you dare?" Gu Yuan smiled. Upon hearing this, a treacherous smile immediately flashed across Yi Chen's eyes. His entire cultivation level was immediately lowered by him at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, he had suppressed his cultivation to the 4th level of the Forbidden Great Emperor realm. Only then did he speak. "I've already lowered my cultivation to the same realm as you, so come out and fight me." Gu Yuan was so heaven-defying that under the same realm, he would definitely not be an opponent. Naturally, he wouldn't be foolish enough to actually lower his cultivation to the same level as Gu Yuan and then fight Gu Yuan head-on, because that would be the same as looking for death. He was preparing to suppress his cultivation to lure Gu Yuan into a battle with him, and when Gu Yuan came close, he exploded with all his strength so that he could easily subdue Gu Yuan. "Yes." Hearing Yi Chen's words, Gu Yuan nodded his head and lifted his hand as a 9-stripe berserker pill of the middle grade of the imperial rank appeared in his hand, and then without the slightest hesitation it was sent into his stomach. The 9 stripes berserker pill of the middle grade of the emperor rank could allow the person taking it to erupt into a battle power that exceeded his or her own by several times or even dozens of times in a short period of time. As the berserk Dan entered his stomach, the terrifying medicinal power instantly dissolved within Gu Yuan's body, and then transformed into a stream of warmth that instantly swept through every part of Gu Yuan's body. In an instant, Gu Yuan could clearly perceive that his battle power was several or even dozens of times more powerful than before. Feeling the raging power within his body, Gu Yuan smiled in satisfaction. Between the flashes of his figure, he had already appeared behind Yi Chen, and then without the slightest hesitation, he chopped down with a heavy sword. This Yi Chuan had lowered his cultivation. Such a heavenly opportunity. If he didn't take advantage of the opportunity to sneak attack and seriously injure or kill the other party, wouldn't he be a fool? "Little," said that the same realm bright and fair battle, "you do not talk about martial arts, even sneak attack." Feeling the terrifying aura coming from behind him, Yi Chen's entire face instantly became difficult to see, and his mouth could not help but let out a furious rebuke. Obviously, he didn't expect Gu Yuan to be so shameless. He had clearly lowered his cultivation level, and the other party still didn't fight him openly, but even chose to sneak attack him. The move. It's just a stinker. It was a good thing that he wasn't really prepared to depress his cultivation to the same realm as Gu Yuan and then fight the other party openly. Otherwise, it would be a real disaster. Turning around violently, his cultivation instantly returned to the heavenly god realm. In the middle of raising his hand, he had already thrown a heavy punch towards the front. This punch was powerful, but the imagined scene of Gu Yuan being blown away as earlier did not appear. Instead, half of Yi Chen's fist was directly sliced off for the most part under Gu Yuan's sword. Looking at the half fist that had fallen, Yi Chen was visibly dumbfounded. Obviously, he hadn't expected Gu Yuan to suddenly erupt with a terrifying battle power that far exceeded his previous one. Drilling pain came from his hand, directly causing his mouth to stifle a huge squeal like a neuter pig. Ah! After Gu Yuan cut off half of his fist with his sword, the regular sword did not stop because of this, but went on to chop at Yi Chen's chest without decreasing its momentum. Xian Yuan's sword is an ancient divine weapon. How sharp is it? Even though Yi Chen was a heavenly god realm being, he was still left with a deep and visible wound on his chest by the Xian Yuan sword. The divine blood contained extremely terrifying energy, and after it dripped down on the ground, it directly smashed the ground out of a not-so-small deep pit. Berserk impact erupted from the Xian Yuan sword, and Yi Chuan was also directly blown away under this sword. Chapter 149, means used, scaring everyone. Rumble. As Yi Chen ruthlessly smashed into the ground, a loud explosive sound that resounded through the sky immediately came out. With that, a huge mushroom cloud made up of smoke and dust slowly rose up at this moment. An existence above the Emperor realm was actually heavily injured. A person at the 4th level of a forbidden emperor heavily injuring a terrifying existence above the Emperor realm. This is too fake. I'm dreaming, right? Hiss. The chicken hurts. This isn't a dream. Looking at the heavily injured Yi Chen, those who witnessed this scene were all stunned dog-eared. Some people felt that this scene was too dreamy and fake, as if they were dreaming, which made him resist the urge to pinch his little brother hard. It was only until the heartbreaking pain hit him that he clearly realized that the scene in front of him was not dreaming, but was really happening. Gu Yuan didn't pay any attention to the shock of those present. In a single movement of his feet, he was already heading quickly in the direction where Yi Chen had smashed down. Take advantage of your illness. Now was a heavenly opportunity to kill this old dog Yi Chen, so he naturally would not miss it. Gu Yuan's speed was incredibly fast, and in an instant, he had arrived at Yi Chen's location. Looking at Yi Chen, who had just struggled to get up from the ground with a gloomy face, he raised his hand and chopped down with a sword that contained his full strength. I admit I did underestimate you earlier, but you're not naive enough to think that I'm no match for you, are you? Looking at Gu Yuan, who was quickly chopping a sword, Yi Chen spoke thus. Between the words, he grabbed his large hand in vain, and a large golden blade appeared and was grasped in his hand. This great sword was none other than his original imperial weapon, the Qilin blade. No, the current Qilin blade could no longer be called an imperial weapon. It should be called a divine weapon. This Qilin blade was his original imperial armament, and it had been warmed up in his body with a secret technique. As his cultivation broke through to the heavenly god realm, the grade of this Qilin blade had also risen, and it had now become a divine weapon. With the Qilin blade in his hand, a storm of blades surfaced around him, causing his entire aura to instantly change drastically, as if he had transformed into a supreme sword, and as if he had transformed into a god of blades. Blade breaks the vault. A low cry came out of Yi Chuan's mouth as he slashed out a sword. With one blade, a golden blade aura instantly shot up into the sky, heading straight for Gu Yuan. The blade ripped through space, and there was a lifelike unicorn shadow in it. This slash was extremely terrifying. Even though Gu Yuan had taken the Berserker pill, which had increased his battle power by a lot, however, this blade still made Gu Yuan feel a great threat. It made him instinctively want to run, trying to dodge the cut. Nah, the two were too close together. It was too late to try and dodge. The only thing to do was to carry it hard. With no other choice, Gu Yuan could only fully mobilize all the power in his body to converge in the Regulus sword, and then meet it. Soon, the attacking means struck by the two of them collided together. One moment. Rumble. A loud popping sound came out instantly. The aftermath of the battle between the two immediately swept in all directions, stirring up a large area of smoke and dust. A terrifying energy shockwave swept across the entire middle region, once again causing the middle region's earth to shake violently. Feeling the terrifying force transmitted from within the Regulus sword, Gu Yuan's face instantly changed drastically. Before he could react, a huge force directly shocked him into spitting out blood, sending him flying backwards again. Although Yi Chuan's feet did not move, the terrifying force caused the huge pit under his feet to expand once again. His aura also became undulating at this moment, and it was obvious that taking this move from Gu Yuan was not easy for him either. Gu Yuan flew backwards all the way and kept flying for tens of thousands of miles before he managed to stop his figure. After stopping his stance, Gu Yuan flipped his hand and took out a few high-grade 9 stripes healing pills and sent them into his abdomen. As the terrifying medicinal power of the 9 stripes healing pill melted away within him, restoring all the injuries in his body in an instant, he then turned his gaze to where Yi Chen was. Great desolate imprisoning heavenly hands. A low cry came out as power surged within Gu Yuan's body and he directly struck out the great desolate imprisoning heavenly hands, a super divine rank martial art. In an instant, a large golden handprint appeared instantly, and then carried an incomparably terrifying might toward Yi Chen's location. The golden handprint contained an extremely terrifying power and a subtle power of confinement. It could block the space around Yi Duan and imprison him. After striking the great desolate imprisoning heavenly hands, Gu Yuan raised his hand and chopped out several more swords. And then with a thought, he directly took over the human emperor streamer from the heaven-swallowing demon emperor. Accompanied by a miserable to the extreme hissing and wailing sound came out from within the human emperor streamer. Under Gu Yuan's control, the countless soul slaves and the countless blood-red tentacles were merging at an extremely fast speed. However, in less than the blink of an eye, there was a fiery red lotus flower floating out from the human emperor streamer. The lotus flower was fiery red in color, and its majestic soul power filled the air, containing an extremely terrifying power. It was the product of Gu Yuan's fusion of the soul slaves within the human emperor's streamer and the grey mist within the red-haired old monster. The Buddha's Fury Soul Lotus. The might contained within the Buddha Fury Soul Lotus was powerful to the absolute peak. The moment he appeared, he directly struck the 9 Yi family ancestors who had previously fought with the heaven-swallowing demon emperor, blasting them away. Under Gu Yuan's control, all of these Buddha's Fury Soul Lotus transformed into a stream of fiery red light and smashed towards Yi Chen's location. All of this seemed to have taken a not-so-short period of time, but in reality, the time taken was as short as it could be. Just a blink of an eye, the imprisoning power in the hands of the great desolate prisoner of heaven erupted, imprisoning Yi Chen. When Yi Chen broke free from his confinement, what greeted him was a golden hand that contained incomparably terrifying might of the great desolate heaven imprisoning hand. This was followed by countless sword lights that contained extremely terrifying might. Then there was Gu Yuan's final big kill. The Buddha's Fury Soul Lotus in the sky. Even though Yi Chen was a heavenly god realm powerhouse, he still couldn't help but feel a tingle in his scalp at this moment. So many tactics in such a short period of time. Moreover, each of the attacking means was ridiculously strong, causing him to feel a sense of threat. Most importantly, because the great desolate imprisoning heavenly hands had briefly erupted with the power of confinement, imprisoning him, these means of attack had now arrived. He had no place to hide if he wanted to. The only thing to do is to carry it hard. Malagogic. Why does this kid have so many tricks up his sleeve? Unable to hold back a foul mouth, Yi Chuan's internal strength surged, urging the Qilin blade in his hand to immediately resist the many means of attack that came. It had to be said that Yi Chen was worthy of being a terrifying existence in the heavenly god realm. The battle power it could erupt was simply too powerful to imagine. The powerful great desolate imprisoning heavenly hands were easily broken with a single slash. The several terrifying sword lights chopped out by Gu Yuan were also easily broken by him. Even the Buddha's Fury Soul Lotus, he had easily broken several of them. Nay, the number of Buddha's Fury Soul Lotus was too much. He failed to fend off one in time and was unfortunately smashed by a Buddha's Fury Soul Lotus. Then before he could adjust his form, the Buddha's Fury Soul Lotus arrived in the sky. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The roiling Buddha's Fury Soul Lotus fiercely bombarded Yi Chen's body, and for a time, the sound of explosions was endless. Every time a Buddha's Fury Soul Lotus fell, the entire central region trembled viciously like an earthquake. It could be seen how powerful the might contained within this single Buddha Fury Soul Lotus was. Although all of these Buddha's Fury Soul Lotus were smashing into Yi Chen, however, every time a Buddha's Fury Soul Lotus smashed down, the hearts of those present could not help but tremble with it. They were obviously terrified. Chapter 150, Yi Chuan is dead? The sound of explosions rang for a full tea time before it managed to stop. The smoke and dust floated in the wind. A dense irregular deep pit was faintly visible from the smoke and dust. Even if Yi Chen is a terrifying existence above the Emperor realm, but now that he has endured a series of such terrifying attacks, I think he should be dead, right? Just now, the sky full of fire lotuses was enough to kill a forbidden Emperor 9 strong man thousands of times. Although Yi Chen is strong, the probability is that he is dead. Although, probably, by all rights, Yi Chen should be dead. But Yi Chen is after all an existence above the Emperor realm. How strong above the Emperor realm is, no one knows. Whether Yi Chen is dead or not right now, it's really hard to say. Looking at Yi Chen's previous location, those present could not help but speculate whether Yi Chen was dead or not. Gu Yuan's series of attacks were simply appalling. and the might that erupted from them was so powerful that it struck fear into the heart. But Yi Chen was, after all, the only terrifying existence above the Emperor realm in the current Tianwu Great Land. Whether or not the opponent could block Gu Yuan's series of terrifying attack methods, they don't have a clue in their minds. Gu Yuan didn't pay any attention to their speculations. Instead, he released his majestic sea-like divine sense to probe towards the bottom. After some probing, Gu Yuan couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Worthy of being a terrifying existence above the Emperor realm, this didn't even manage to kill you. From his divine sense, he detected that Yi Chen was still alive. Although his breath was withered, his whole body was stained with blood, his robes were broken, and his whole person was in a sorry state, just like an old dog that was about to die of old age. But there was still vitality within the other party. The other party was indeed still alive. This isn't even dead? Worthy of an existence above the Emperor realm. It's truly heaven-defying. An existence above the Emperor realm is indeed heaven-defying. But compared to Emperor Yuan, that's still too weak. Indeed, Emperor Yuan is invincible within the Emperor realm, and invincible above the Emperor realm as well. Hearing Gu Yuan's words, everyone present couldn't help but be shocked. Straight away, the existence above the Emperor realm was too terrifying, and Gu Yuan had used so many means, but he hadn't been able to kill it. Although they guessed, when the guess came true, they were still inevitably shocked in their hearts, and while shocked, they couldn't help but think of Gu Yuan, who had seriously injured Yi Chen. Such a strong Yi Chen was even seriously injured by Gu Yuan. At this moment, the already mysterious and powerful Gu Yuan became a few points more powerful in their hearts. Gu Yuan didn't pay any attention to the reactions of the people around him. When he probed that Yi Chen was not dead, he waved his hand, and once again, a Buddha's Fury Soul Lotus appeared in the human Emperor's streamer. This time, although there weren't as many Buddha's Wrath Soul Lotus as there were earlier, the number was still so great that it caused people to despair. As soon as these Buddha Fury Soul Lotus appeared, they were smashed down fiercely at an extremely fast speed towards Yi Chen's location. Rumble, rumble, rumble. For a moment, unceasingly loud explosions resounded once again, though the scene had been seen earlier, even one more horrifying than this. But now that he saw it again, it still made the people present unable to help but look horrified. It's just too strong. Ryoko. When all the Buddha's Fury Soul Lotus completely fell, the heavens and earth suddenly quieted down. Everyone's gazes were unanimously looking towards the area where Yi Chen was, wanting to see if Yi Chen was dead or not. After some probing, the people present could not help but suck in a breath of cool air. Through their divine sense, they saw Yi Chen, who was in a huge deep pit. At this moment, Yi Chen's body was tattered, and his entire body was scorched black. Most importantly, they had not detected any vitality from Yi Chen. This was undoubtedly an indication that Yi Chen was dead, the first oldest ancestor of the Yi family, a terrifying existence above the Emperor realm. To be blown to death by Gu Yuan with the Buddha's Fury Soul Lotus in such a hard way, this naturally caused those present to feel a pang of shock, while their hearts were alarmed. All the great emperors who had made a move to help Gu Yuan looked at each other with obvious smiles flashing under their eyes. If Yi Chen lives, Gu Yuan dies. Then there's only one thing that can happen to them, and that's death. They simply couldn't withstand the wrath of a terrifying existence above the Emperor realm. Now Yi Chuan died and Gu Yuan won. That means they don't have to die, and they're naturally happy. Compared to their happiness, the Yi family emperor and the individual Yi family members who were in the middle of the Nine Dragons mountain range were as ugly as if they had eaten fly feces. Originally, I thought that old man Yi Duan was a terrifying existence above the Emperor realm, and that suppressing the curmudgeons who came to the Yi family to cause trouble was completely out of hand. However, he had never thought that old man Yi Duan was also a useless waste of space. It was so easy to get killed. Now that Yi Chen was dead, who could block Gu Yuan? All that seemed to await them was death. They're not outright crying right now, and that's a good mindset. Those who shared their ugly faces were also some of the Lin family emperors and Shao family emperors who had previously chosen to kneel down and submit in the way of Yi Chen's majesty. Kneeling in submission is supposed to be humiliating to the extreme, but to stay alive, they kneeled. I thought I could live after kneeling, but now take a look at. They seem to have made the wrong choice. Kneeling down towards Yi Chen and choosing to submit was not only humiliating, but if Gu Yuan chose to liquidate them, then they might even have to die. It's hard not to feel bad when you think about it. Subconsciously, they looked towards Gu Yuan, wanting to see how Gu Yuan would deal with them. Meeting their gazes, Gu Yuan seemed to have guessed what they were thinking. At that moment, he turned his gaze towards Shao Chen and Lin Hao and opened his mouth. Many thanks to the two patriarchs for bringing people to help me. I, Gu Yuan, will keep this matter in mind, and if there is any need to use me, Gu Yuan, in the future, feel free to ask, and I will definitely do my best to help. As for the people in your clan who have turned to submit to Yi Chen on the verge of battle, this matter is a family matter between your two clans, and the two clan leaders can handle it on their own. Hearing Gu Yuan's words, Xiao Chen and Lin Hao opened their mouths one after another. You help us refine pills and we help you. This is something that was promised. There is no need to say thank you. Rather, it is we who should be thanking you for leaving the disposition of these traitors to us. Many of the people they had brought with them had chosen to subjugate Yi Chen on the verge of a fight for some reason. And if Gu Yuan was now settling scores and wanted to kill these people on the verge of a fight, then they wouldn't say anything. However, Gu Yuan had given them the right to dispose of these people on their own, which naturally made them grateful. The people who could come to help Gu Yuan were all great emperors of the clan, and although they had made a mistake now, their strength could not be ignored. They will naturally be dealt with when they return, but the crime is not to death. In the future, these people will remain the backbone of their clan. Those who were on the verge of falling out of the battlefield obviously also realized this point, and at that moment, each of them looked at Gu Yuan gratefully. Although going back to the clan would make it impossible to escape from a mortal sin, it was better to be alive than dead, and at that moment, Gu Yuan had already turned his gaze to the group of Yi family great emperors who were still alive. Just now, when your old ancestor Yi Duan came out, you guys seem to be laughing a lot. Why don't you laugh now? Chapter 151 Self-Belief. Hearing Gu Yuan's words, the group of Yi family great emperors were all filled with bitterness and silence. Laughing? Now old man Leaf Dust is dead. The ones who will die soon will be them. How can they laugh at this? Looking at the group of Yi family great emperors who were filled with bitterness, Gu Yuan opened his mouth and was just about to say something, but as if sensing something, he jerked his head around to look. Not only him, some of the powerful great emperors present seemed to have sensed something as well, and all of them turned their gazes to where Gu Yuan's gaze was looking at this moment, and that look instantly caused their eyelids to stifle a flutter, only to see that Yi Chen, who was already dead, at this moment, was actually rapidly coming towards Gu Yuan with a speed that was so fast that it was unimaginable. His speed was incomparably fast, and even before Gu Yuan could react, he had already arrived within 100 meters of him. By the time Gu Yuan reacted, the other party had already arrived in front of him, and then the other party held him in his arms like an octopus in death. Being hugged by Yi Chen, Gu Yuan only felt a vicious chill. He burst out, "Ye old dog, let go of me." Between the words, he fully operated the power in his body, urging all the power he could, only hoping to shake Yi Chen away. But even though Yi Chuan was shocked by his full force outburst and spat out blood from his mouth, he was still holding on to him with a deadly grip. "I won't let go." Yi Dust let out a sardonic laugh from his mouth. "Old me, a heavenly god realm existence, was actually beaten like a dog by you little. I'm going to die after carrying the first wave of Soul Lotus bombardment, and you're even coming with a wave. Since you won't give me a chance to live, let's go to hell together." Between the words, he reversed his meridians, and all of his strength was converging towards the center point of his body at an extremely fast speed. His entire body veins rippled several times, want to burst open. A face is also beginning to become hideous and twisted. Seems to be suffering from great pain. Feeling the power changes within Yi Chen's body, Gu Yuan was instantly shocked and angry. "You're actually going to blow yourself up." Self-detonation could explode into an extremely terrifying strike though, but after blowing himself up, he would be dead, without any possibility of survival. Moreover, self-detonation not only required great courage, but also the immense pain of a collapsed meridian. The average person can't do the act of self-explosion even in death. Now that Yi Chen had chosen to explode himself, this naturally caused Gu Yuan to be doubly shocked. And what made him angry was that this damned old dog was even going to drag him along for the ride. At this moment, 100 million grass mud horses immediately raced past Gu Yuan's heart. Yi Chen was in existence above the Emperor realm. If the other party exploded himself, or if he exploded himself under such a close distance with him, then what happens to him? 10 deaths and no life. It's bound to be 10 deaths. Thinking of this, Gu Yuan desperately struggled. Directly hitting Yi Chuan, he spat out blood. But no matter how much he struggled, this Yi Chuan just held him to death and wouldn't let go. The people present also sensed the change in Yi Chen's internal power at this moment, which instantly caused each of them to change their faces drastically. "Damn! How is this old thing still alive? He's going to blow himself up. Get out of here. Move." "What? Self-explosion? How terrifying should an explosion above the Emperor realm be? Let's go." As a voice of panic fell, The great emperors present immediately transformed into a stream of light and disappeared into the distance. Self-explosion could erupt into an extremely terrifying strike. How much damage an existence above the emperor realm could cause by blowing itself up was unclear to anyone, but it doesn't take much thought to guess that the damage it causes is bound to be unimaginably great. If they really let Yi Chen, an existence above the emperor realm, succeed in blowing himself up, then everyone present would die. It wasn't just them, it was even possible that the entire central region would be buried with them. Thinking about it, it's not even possible to be afraid. The great emperors present fled very quickly, but in the blink of an eye, many of them fled tens of thousands of miles away. However, there were also those who didn't leave and instead still rushed towards Yi Chen. That was Gu Junlin. At this moment, his eyes were red as he rushed towards the location where Yi Chen and Gu Yuan were, while letting out an explosive cry under his breath. "Ye old dog, let go of Yuaner. What are you doing here?" Glancing at Gu Junlin, who was quickly rushing towards him, Gu Yuan burst out, "Go away! Let me help you!" Saying that, Gu Junlin's feet did not stop, still rapidly coming towards Gu Yuan. Hearing Gu Junlin's words, Gu Yuan was infuriated and laughed. Even he, a forbidden emperor, couldn't break free from this old dog Yi Chen, so Gu Junlin coming could be useful? Hey, what a father-son love. I know you're in a hurry, but hold your horses. I'll bring everyone to be buried with me. Ha ha ha. Slanting his eyes at the rapidly approaching Gu Junlin, Yi Chen's face full of grimace immediately revealed a fierce smile. Ridiculously laughing, a series of blood spurted out of his mouth again. That was Gu Yuan desperately struggling in his arms, causing him to take another hard hit. Yi Chuan let out a burst of laughter in the shape of a madman, and as he laughed, he spewed out another glob of blood from his mouth. Malagasy, I'm not really going to bury you, old dog, am I? Looking at Yi Chen, who just wouldn't let go no matter how much he struck, Gu Yuan couldn't help but burst out. With a glance at the dragon chief who had yet to leave, Gu Yuan said in a loud voice, "Please also ask the dragon chief to take my father away." Long Chang did not hesitate. After nodding, he came behind Gu Junlin, and with a terrifying burst of power, he carried Gu Junlin towards the distance as if he were lifting a chicken cub. When a terrifying existence above the emperor realm exploded itself, the power it could erupt was bound to be terrifying to the extreme. Gu Yuan, who was being held by Yi Chen, was already equivalent to being sentenced to death. He didn't leave at the first opportunity because he was afraid that Gu Junlin would follow him to the grave. Not to mention that Gu Yuan had even opened his mouth now. Even if Gu Yuan hadn't opened his mouth, he would have taken Gu Junlin away. And with all the great emperors present moving away from this place, the energy gathered within Yi Chen's body had also finally reached a critical point. Die. Everyone die together. Ha ha ha. Along with it, a burst of laughter that looked like madness came out. Terrifying energy shockwaves immediately erupted from Yi Chen's body. Rumble. A shocking and loud bursting sound resounded through the sky as Yi Chen and Gu Yuan directly exploded apart in a split second. Chapter 152. This emperor has returned. The violent shockwaves formed by the self-detonation swept in all directions with Yi Chen's self-detonation as the center. Wherever it passes, everything is annihilated. The closer Nine Dragons mountain range was the first to be affected. The Yi family's mountain protection formation burst open in an instant, and the many people of the Yi family within it didn't even send out a single miserable scream, and they directly died on the spot. The huge Nine Dragons mountain range was destroyed in an instant, forming a huge mushroom cloud that rose up. This shockwave continued to spread in all directions. The entire central region was like an earthquake at this moment, with the earth collapsing and the mountains and rivers collapsing. A lot of people in the center of the region have not even reacted to be directly dead on the spot. The only people who survived the shockwave were some cultivators with not too low a level of cultivation, or those who were on the periphery of the central domain. But even if they managed to survive, the shockwave still caused many people to be seriously injured or fall into a coma. Put. Lin Hao sprayed out a large mouthful of blood from his mouth, his gaze looking towards the location of the Nine Dragons mountain range, and a thick fear immediately surfaced in the bottom of his eyes. When he realized that Yi Chen wanted to explode himself, he was the first to escape. By the time Yi Chen pulled Gu Yuan to blow himself up to be buried with him, he had already fled millions of miles away from the Nine Dragons mountain range. But even though he escaped to such a distance, the shockwave generated by Yi Chen's self-detonation still hit him hard, making him unable to hold back the blood from his mouth, which genuinely caused him to feel a wave of fear. The consequences of an existence above the Emperor realm blowing itself up were simply too frightening. Like him, there were few who could not help but sigh at this moment. Although Gu Junlin was also heavily injured under this shockwave, causing him to spit blood out of his mouth continuously and his breath became shriveled to the extreme. The whole thing seems like it could die at any moment. However, he didn't seem to notice the injuries on his body, and after taking some of the high-grade 9-stripe healing pills that Gu Yuan had given him, he flew towards the 9-dragon mountain range with all his might. Under his breath, he also kept murmuring, "Yuaner, you're so powerful, surely you'll be fine, right?" Long Chang looked at Gu Junlin and couldn't help but sigh softly. The destruction caused by an existence above the Emperor realm blowing itself up was too great. Not to mention 1 Gu Yuan, even 100 Gu Yuan would have to die. But this is obviously not the right time for such a great truth. After a slight hesitation, he did not care about the injuries on his body and immediately followed Gu Junlin. At the same time, he used the Miles transmission note to start gathering the dragon emperors who were still alive. The shockwave formed by Yi Chen's self-destruction just now was certainly terrifying. But the living great emperors of the Yi clan had fled before Yi Chen's self-destruction. The weak Yi family emperors had died long ago, and the ones left were all strong. It was fine if those people died under the shockwave formed by Yi Chen's self-detonation, but if they lived, and if it happens to happen to meet them just right, then the consequences are unimaginable. The narrow way is the way to go. With insufficient strength, if they met, the only way out was death. The only way he could guarantee the safety of himself and Gu Junlin was to gather all the dragon emperors together. In the meantime, the western region of the Tianwu continent, 100,000 Devil Mountains, the heaven-swallowing demon emperor stood still at the top of a gigantic and incomparable skyrocketing demonic mountain. Looking in the direction of the central domain, he seemed to have seen everything that was happening in the central domain, which made him unable to resist letting out a burst of laughter that was unrestrained to the extreme. The Yi family's people are dead and wounded. The Shao family's Lin family has suffered heavy losses. The Tang family has been wiped out. And some of the powerful cultivators in the central region have all been injured at this moment. So many people have died and been injured. And the power of the demon suppressing talisman is also being diminished at this moment. The demon suppressor talisman can no longer suppress me. Today, the day that this emperor will be freed from his trap. Ha ha ha. Between the words, a terrifying aura instantly rose up from him. It seemed to sense the terrifying aura of the heaven-swallowing demon emperor rushing up. A huge talisman seal appeared out of thin air at the top of the Devil Mountain, emitting an overwhelmingly strong suppressive sealing power, deadening the heaven-swallowing devil emperor below. The light on top of the rune seal shone brightly, and an immense golden formation appeared, succeeding the immense rune seal and enveloping the entire top of the demon mountain. This talisman seal was precisely the demon-suppressing talisman that was specially created to suppress the heaven-swallowing demon emperor. Whoa! 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 An invisible chain immediately appeared out of thin air. Above the chains, one by one, mysterious and obscure runes flashed, and these chains were as if they had come to life at this moment, shooting towards the heaven-devouring demon emperor in unison. If it was before, when faced with these chains, the heaven-devouring demon emperor would need to strike out with all his might in order to shake them off. But now, the heaven-devouring demon emperor just blasted out with a single punch. These chains then exploded in unison. It wasn't that the heaven-swallowing demon emperor had become stronger. Rather, a number of divine soul splitters in the demon-suppressing talisman had died in their original bodies, causing the divine soul splitters in the soul-suppressing talisman to perish. The demon-suppressing talisman had also diminished in power as a result. As the heaven-swallowing demon emperor burst these chains, only to see the light above the demon-suppressing talisman bloom greatly, and a figure flew out from it. Although their figures were illusory, their aura was powerful to the extreme. They were none other than the divine soul detachments that existed within the demon-suppression talisman. Under the enchantment of the demon-suppressing talisman, they could burst out with a terrifying power that was no weaker than their own bodies. At one time there were 81 in all. Between their breaths connecting, the power they could erupt would be difficult for even the heaven-swallowing demon emperor to counter. It was able to suppress the heaven-swallowing demon emperor to death. But now, because of the death of a portion of these divine soul split bodies' main bodies, these divine soul split bodies were now only a mere 40-odd channels, and their breath wasn't connected. Although it was still terrifying to the extreme, trying to suppress the heaven-swallowing demon emperor was clearly impossible. Soon, these divine soul detachments were burst by the heaven-devouring demon emperor one after another. After blowing up these divine souls, the heaven-devouring demon emperor rose up into the sky and blasted straight towards the demon-suppressing talisman high in the sky. Nowadays, the power of the devil-suppressing talisman was greatly reduced, and under the devouring heaven demon emperor's attacking tactics again and again, it was soon hit with a cracked surfacing. It was thought that it wouldn't take long for this demon-suppressing talisman to be exploded by the heaven-swallowing demon emperor, and at that time, it would be the time when the heaven-swallowing demon emperor would get out of his trap. Swish, 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 breaking sounds rang out one after another. Soon, hundreds of figures with strong auras appeared outside the demon mountain. They all had demonic horns on their heads and were stout and tall. Between the breath reveals, all of them were terrifying to the extreme. The weakest of them all had the cultivation of an undying great emperor. As for the strong ones, that even reached the terrifying 9th level of the forbidden great emperor, they were none other than the absolute powerhouses of the demon race. Looking at the heaven-swallowing demon emperor who was fiercely blasting towards the demon-suppressing talisman in the formation, the demon great emperors present looked at each other, and without the slightest hesitation, they also blasted towards the demon-suppressing talisman in unison. The devil-suppressing talisman was specially created to suppress and seal the heaven-swallowing devil emperor. The might it contained was naturally terrifying to the extreme. If it was before, even if the entire force of the demon clan was raised, plus the heaven-swallowing demon emperor, then it would be impossible to break it away. However, now that the divine soul split within the demon-suppressing talisman had been partially diminished, this caused the power contained within the demon-suppressing talisman to be greatly weakened as well. Under the combination of inside and outside, it didn't take long for the demon-suppressing talisman to be completely blown up. As the demon-suppressing talisman burst open, the sealing formation that had enveloped the demon mountain dissipated. The already powerful aura of the heaven-swallowing demon emperor had clearly become a few points more powerful in this instant. With his eyes looking in the direction of the central region, the heaven-devouring demon emperor grinned and couldn't help but let out a loud laugh as he said, "This emperor is back. This time, I'll see who can stop me." Chapter 153, Bloodwashing the Tianwu Continent. Congratulations to the Lord for getting out of the trap. Congratulations to the Lord for getting out of the trap. Congratulations to the Lord for getting out of the trap. The devil emperors present all knelt down in unison towards the heaven-swallowing devil emperor and opened their mouths in congratulations. Get up. You guys go gather all the demonic powerhouses. Bloodwash the Tianwu Continent today. Just start with the Middle Kingdom. Coldness flashed in his eyes as the heaven-devouring demon emperor spoke to all the demon race great emperors present. Among the people who dealt with him back then, those from the central region were the most numerous. Moreover, the central domain had just now heavily injured quite a few strong people due to Yi Chen's self-destruction. Now that he was out of the trap, it was the perfect opportunity to take revenge on the central domain. Yes, hearing the heaven-swallowing demon emperor's words, all of the demon race great emperors present nodded excitedly. And then without the slightest hesitation, they immediately went forward to gather all the people of the demon race. The people of the devil race have always been brutal in nature, preferring to fight, and are naturally warlike and bloodthirsty. Ever since the heaven-swallowing demon emperor, the demon race co-lord, was sealed by all the great emperors on the Tianwu Great Land in a joint effort. However, whenever a person of the demon race dared to step out of the western region, they would be greeted with a siege from the strongest people in the Tianwu Great Land. This move caused many strong demon race members to die, with no choice but to hide in the 100,000 Devil Mountains in the western region. The devil race can only languish. The western region, also known as the Western Wasteland, is barren and bleak all over, and no one likes to stay in such a tight place. The devils are no exception, but they were forced to hide. Now that the heaven-swallowing demon emperor had broken the seal that had suppressed him and ordered the bloodwashing of the entire Tianwu continent, the people of the demon race present were naturally all excited. Being able to go and burn and pillage and do wrong and completely unleash your nature is exciting just to think about. Soon, under the summoning of the devil emperor, all the devil cultivators were summoned to the devil mountain where the heaven-swallowing devil emperor was located. A large swath of Wu Yang, directly occupying the entire magic mountain. The number is extremely high. Even if it's not 10 million, it's 8 million. From the forbidden great emperors down to the people of the demon race who had just stepped into cultivation not long ago. What should be here is here, and what shouldn't be here is here. Sweeping his gaze over all the demonic cultivators, the corner of the devouring heaven demon emperor's mouth lifted slightly as he laughed loudly. Let's go. I'll lead you guys to kill your way out. As the words fell, the heaven-devouring demon emperor took the lead towards the 100,000 Devil Mountain. The rest of the demon race cultivators all followed with excitement one by one. There are many people with strong cultivation outside the 100,000 Devil Mountain. They were the existences responsible for guarding the 100,000 devil mountains and preventing the devil race from going out to do wrong. Their strength wasn't very strong, but it definitely wasn't weak either. The cultivation levels are all great emperors. The western region's 100,000 devil mountains are huge, and they are still unaware of the fact that the heaven-swallowing devil emperor has broken the suppression seal. At this moment, they were converging together in 2s and 3s, still talking about the unprecedented explosion in the central domain earlier. Suddenly, someone seemed to have sensed something and couldn't help but look towards the 100,000 devil mountain, and this look immediately made him stare with wide eyes, revealing a look of living hell. The mouth also couldn't help but tremble out. Demon! The demon race's people have come out. The people of the demon race have always been restless, and from time to time, there will be people of the demon race coming out of the 100,000 demon mountain. So what's so strange about that? Since there are those who are not afraid of death who dare to come out, then just kill them. A horse-faced man next to him smiled disdainfully, not impressed at all. But as he spoke, his voice came to a screeching halt. That was because a figure had appeared behind him at some point. The other patted the shoulder, his voice calm as he asked, "You want to kill me?" Between the other party's words, a terrifying aura of the 9th level of a forbidden great emperor filled the air, causing him to feel a great crisis. Subconsciously looking back, he was greeted by the indifferent face of the heaven-devouring demon emperor that did not show the slightest bit of emotion. Looking at this face, the expression on the horse-faced man's face first froze, and then fear crawled over his face at a speed visible to the naked eye. They were responsible for holding down the fort here, and they naturally knew something about the devil-swallowing demon emperor, the demon clan's co-lord and the demon clan's #1 ruthless man. Although I have never seen it in person, I have seen its portrait. Now the other party just appeared in front of him alive, which really scared him enough, and then looked behind it. It was densely packed with demonic powerhouses. Who could remain calm in such a scene? You're lucky if you don't pee in your pants. Silently swallowing a mouthful of saliva to suppress the fear in his heart, he mobilized the power in his body and prepared to escape. But the heaven-devouring demon emperor seemed to have already known what he was thinking. Before he could make any moves, the heaven-devouring demon emperor had already covered the top of his head with a palm. Terrifying suction force erupted from his palm, and the horse-faced man only felt that every bit of power possessed by his entire body was converging towards the top of his head at this moment, and then passed through the heaven-devouring demon emperor's palm into the heaven-devouring demon emperor's body. The intense pain of power being forcefully withdrawn swept through his entire body, instantly causing the horse-faced man's face to distort, the veins on his forehead to bulge one by one, and his mouth also involuntarily let out a burst of violent screams like neuter pigs. Ah! The voice was so miserable that it was creepy to hear. The people around them couldn't help but shiver when they saw the horse-faced man in such pain, obviously terrified. Between the surges of power within their bodies, they were not trying to rescue the horse-faced man. Instead, prepare to flee. But they only just moved, and the thousands of demonic powerhouses behind the heaven-swallowing demon emperor also moved. However, in the blink of an eye, all of the human cultivators present died tragically at the hands of the demonic powerhouses. The horse-faced man also turned into a bony, jagged, dry corpse as all the power in his body was absorbed by the heaven-swallowing demon emperor. Boo! With a wave of his hand, the heaven-devouring demon emperor casually tossed the horse-faced man, who had turned into a dry corpse, aside. Feeling the slightly enhanced power within his body, the corner of his mouth lifted slightly, and with a single movement of his feet, his entire body was already heading towards the central region, behind the thousands of demon race cultivators. They didn't have the slightest hesitation and also immediately followed. The Sea of Taboos was like a natural barrier isolating the 4 domains outside of the central domain. There are countless powerful sea beasts in the Taboo Sea, and if you want to go to the central region from the Taboo Sea, you need to drop a certain amount of cultivation resources towards the Taboo Sea, so that the powerful sea beasts in the Taboo Sea won't attack the people who cross the sea. But the heaven-devouring demon emperor crossed the sea from the Sea of Taboos, but he did not drop his cultivation resources towards the sea. At first there were powerful sea beasts emerging from the sea. Wanting to see who was so bold as to cross from the Forbidden Sea, he dared to not leave his cultivation resources behind. This move is a death wish. Unbeknownst to me, it's the one that's really looking for death. The moment it showed its head, it was directly seconded. There are also sea beasts around that are ready to venture out to see who was so bold as to cross the sea without paying the cultivation resources. But when they saw the sea beast that had just shown its head and was seconded, the other sea beasts were instantly frightened, and one by one, they hid into the deep sea, not daring to show their heads again. Apparently, they were also afraid of getting seconds if they showed their heads. Chapter 154 Slaughter. Central Region. 9 Dragon Mountain Range. Yuan, your cultivation was abolished and you were able to have an epiphany to become an emperor. You carry 2 ancient divine artifacts, even the 7-colored snow lotus, which is an emperor's medicine that is not allowed to be seen by those who are not people of great Qi. You sought it out. Someone like you was bound to be a legendary son of Qi. Sons of fortune can always turn misfortune into good fortune, turning the impossible into the possible. And the lucky ones have their own destiny, so you definitely won't die, right, brat? My daughter is still waiting for you in the southern region. You can't die. Are you hiding somewhere right now? Come out quickly instead. Young patriarch, you're so bullish. You shouldn't die, right? Arriving at the 9 Dragons mountain range, which had been blown up into a huge and incomparably deep pit, Gu Junlin and Luo Fanchen, as well as Gu Changa, immediately began searching for Gu Yuan's figure in the huge pit. When an existence above the Emperor realm blew itself up, the power of the explosion created was unimaginable. Almost no one could survive such a horrific explosion. Yi Chen was holding Gu Yuan when he blew himself up. The hope that Gu Yuan could survive was slim to none. However, they didn't want to believe that Gu Yuan would die so easily, which was why they started searching for him in the deep pit, and the result of that was that no matter how much they searched, that was nothing. In the sky above the huge deep pit that the 9 Dragons mountain range had been transformed into, it was full of people at the moment. They were a group of dragon emperors from the Dragon Clan and the great emperors from the Shaolin 2 families. As Yi Chen blew himself up, they also came to this place one after another. One was prepared to see what kind of destruction the explosion created by Yi Chen's self-detonation would cause. Secondly, he wanted to see if the living great emperor of the Yi family would return here. If the living great emperor of the Yi family returned here, then they would immediately make their move and kill him. Since it offends, it is imperative to do so by eliminating the root and branch. It was a pity that they had come here and waited for quite a while, but they never saw any of the Yi family's great emperors. It was not known whether the Yi family emperor was dead or afraid to appear here to be executed by them and did not dare to appear. Looking at the 3 people who were searching in the deep pit, the group of dragon emperors high above the 9 Dragons mountain range and the great emperors of the 2 Shaolin families all shook their heads in unison. The explosion created by an existence above the emperor realm blowing itself up was simply too terrifying. Gu Yuan, who had been held by Yi Chen to self-destruct and accompany him to the funeral, they did not think that the other party could survive. Although they were thinking so, they soon flew into the giant pit and started searching. Gu Yuan was already dead in their hearts, and they were now preparing to search to see if they could find the 2 ancient divine artifacts Gu Yuan had left behind. Those 2 ancient divine weapons were the current highest grade weapons in the Tianwu continent, and no one would not want to obtain them. I can't imagine that the Dragon King's order wasn't directly destroyed by the explosion. That's unexpected. After some searching, Long Chang looked at a token in his hand and couldn't help but let out an unexpected exclamation from his mouth. The token in his hand was golden in color, with a lifelike golden dragon on one side, and the 3 big words Dragon King Order engraved on the other. This was the very same Dragon King Order that he had handed over to Gu Yuan. The Dragon King's Order was made from special Shen iron, and not only did it have a supreme status in the Dragon Clan, it also contained a voice transmission array that could contact him and a teleportation array that transmitted to the Dragon Clan. With this, if they wanted to return to the Dragon Clan now, it would become extremely convenient and they would be there in the blink of an eye. Seeing Long Chang find the Dragon King Order, excitement flashed under the eyes of the great emperors of both Shaolin families. Even something like the Dragon King Order hadn't been destroyed by Yi Chen's self-detonation, so Gu Yuan's 2 ancient divine artifacts were bound to still be there. Thinking so, the crowd searched even harder. And just as the crowd was searching, the heaven-swallowing demon emperor had already arrived in the western region of the central domain leading the demonic powerhouses. Because of Yi Chen's self-detonation, the entire central region was affected. Many people died as a result, and those who survived that were more or less injured. Coming over a city, the heaven-devouring demon emperor's majestic sea-like divine sense was released. In an instant, everything within the city was in his sights. Whether they are wailing about their miserable lives and the death of their husbands at a young age, or are crying about why their lady died and left them alone in the world and how they should live, all of it was taken in by the heaven-devouring demon emperor, and even the sound reached his ears. Since it's so painful to live, let me send you all free. The corner of the heaven-devouring demon emperor's mouth lifted up slightly, and a light laugh escaped from his mouth. Between the words, he waved his big sleeve. A pitch-black demonic mist instantly burst out. It enveloped the entire city in an instant. A terrifying suction force erupted from the black mist, but wherever the black fog in all living beings, in this moment only feel their whole body power is uncontrollably surging outward, and then into the black fog. As the pain from the loss of power in their bodies swept through their entire bodies, there were soon quite a number of people uncontrollably letting out a mournful and miserable scream. For a while the entire city let out a chilling scream. When the screams stopped, all the living beings in the city were turned into a skeletonized corpse, with no more energy in their bodies. The heaven-devouring demon emperor's mind moved, and the black mist that enveloped the city returned to his body as much as it could. And as these black mists containing extremely strong energy returned to his body, the entire aura of the heaven-devouring demon emperor became significantly stronger. Squeezing his fist, feeling his own terrifying to the extreme peak of the forbidden great emperor 9-peak power, the corner of the heaven-devouring demon emperor's mouth couldn't help but lift up slightly. Go ahead and slaughter to your heart's content. Go ahead and unleash your nature. Ha ha ha. Looking at all the people of the demon race behind him, the devouring heaven demon emperor let out a loud laugh and said, hearing the heaven-swallowing demon emperor's words, all the people of the demon race present nodded excitedly, and then wailed and rushed towards the city within the middle domain. The heaven-swallowing demon emperor wasn't idle either, and in a single movement of his feet, he was heading towards another city. The devil race, under the leadership of the heaven-swallowing devil emperor, came with such ferocity that before the strongest people in the western region of the central region even reacted, the entire population of the western region was massacred by a large portion. By the time the two hegemonic forces in the western region of the central domain, the ancient clan Shur clan and the ancient clan Su clan, reacted, the heaven-swallowing demon emperor had already arrived at the mountain range they were in with millions of demon clan powerhouses. The Shur and Su families had not experienced the previous battle between Gu Yuan and the others and the Yi family, although Yi Chen's self-detonation had also affected them, but their overall strength didn't diminish much as a result. By the time the heaven-swallowing demon emperor arrived with his men, they had already made a resistance. Nay, the heaven-swallowing demon emperor was too strong, and the people of the demon race were not weak either. However, as soon as they exchanged blows, the two ancient clans directly fell into a disadvantage. Soon the two ancient clans were directly destroyed by the people of the devil clan led by the heaven-swallowing demon emperor. Only a few great emperors managed to escape. Chapter 155, Refining the Central Domain. The heaven-devouring demon emperor didn't care about the person who escaped. After thinking for a moment, he then ordered to the demons present, "Ergo, go to the 4 domains. I'm going to refine the middle domain." Hearing the heaven-swallowing demon emperor's words, the people of the demon race present couldn't help but be shocked in their hearts. The once heaven-swallowing demon emperor was the one who wanted to devour and refine the Tianwu continent, thus being suppressed and sealed by all the great emperors on the Tianwu continent in a joint effort. Now that the other party had just gotten out of the trap and wanted to devour and refine the middle domain, they were worried that the heaven-swallowing demon emperor would repeat his mistake. But after thinking about it for a while, they ended up not saying much. After the answering voice fell, they immediately headed quickly towards the outside of the central domain. With the departure of the people of the surrounding demon race, the heaven-devouring demon emperor immediately sat down on his knees with his eyes closed. Inside the body of the heaven-swallowing demon technique was running. A dark and incomparably pure and extreme demonic chi was as if it didn't need any money, crazily diffusing out from his body. The speed at which the demonic aura filled the area was very fast, but in the blink of an eye, it enveloped everything within a 10,000 mile radius. And then the demonic aura continued, still enveloping in all directions. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of breaking air resounded one after another, and soon countless figures conveniently appeared on the heaven-swallowing demon emperor. They were the most cutting-edge battle force in the central region today. It was after sensing the arrival of the heaven-swallowing demon emperor that they arrived in droves. Not only was it the group of dragon emperors who were in the central region that had arrived, it was the Shao family, the Lin family, the Chu family, and the Mo family, who were all here at this moment. Even some reclusive great emperors came here. It could be said that apart from the Yi family, who also didn't know whether they were alive or dead, all the great emperors of the central region had come. Gazing downwards at the heaven-swallowing demon emperor, a Shao clan ancestor angrily voiced out, "Damned heaven-swallowing demon emperor, you're trying to devour and refine this world again." He was present when the heaven-swallowing demon emperor was sealed and suppressed. Now that he saw the devilish aura that was madly diffusing outwards around the heaven-devouring demon emperor, he instantly understood that this damned bastard, the heaven-devouring demon emperor, was preparing to refine this world again. Shao Xian, I can't believe you're still alive. The heaven-devouring demon emperor opened his eyes and glanced at the Shao family ancestor who had spoken, some surprise evident in his voice. Back when he was suppressed and sealed, there were rumors that this old thing was going to die, but after tens of thousands of years, the other party is still alive and kicking, which really surprised him. And Shao Xian was none other than the Shao family's first-generation ancestor. Upon hearing the heaven-devouring demon emperor's words, Shao Xian did not respond but instead spoke out towards the great emperors present. The heaven-swallowing demon emperor wants to devour and refine the Tianwu continent, taking the opportunity to break through to become a god. If he succeeds in his breakthrough, all of us will die. Now everyone join me and we'll join forces together to suppress him. Upon hearing Shao Xian's words, all the great emperors present nodded their heads, and then without the slightest hesitation, they immediately operated the power within their bodies, and then struck out their own means of attack towards the heaven-swallowing demon emperor to ruthlessly smash down. For a moment, all sorts of splendid attacking means blossomed above the heaven-swallowing demon emperor. Some of them had experienced suppressing and sealing the heaven-swallowing demon emperor, while others had not. But it doesn't matter if you've experienced it or not. Regarding the terror of the heaven-swallowing demon emperor, they all knew a bit about it in one way or another. The other party could be an enemy of all the great emperors in the Tianwu Great Land before they were gods. Most importantly, all the great emperors in the Tianwu Great Land had joined forces to only suppress and seal him, not kill him. Such a terrifying existence. If it were to be allowed to devour and refine the heavenly martial continent and thus make a breakthrough, then everyone would die, whether it was for the Tianwu continent or for himself. Now they're all out. Nearly all of the great emperors of the central domain were gathered in the field. 1,538 in all. Among them, there were nearly 100 people of the 9th level of the Forbidden Great Emperor alone. You can see how powerful such a lineup is. They struck out with no reservations at all, and the destruction they caused was simply too great to imagine. However, looking at the various means of attack that smashed down from the sky, the devouring heaven demon emperor's face not only did not show the slightest hint of fear, but his mouth even let out a slightly disdainful light laugh. The people who surrounded me back then were twice as many as they are now, which managed to suppress and seal me. Nowadays with you kittens and cats, you don't think you can do anything about me, do you? The moment these words came out, the faces of some of the older great emperors became ugly and grave for a few moments. They had experienced the siege against the heaven-swallowing demon emperor back then and knew the terrifying nature of the heaven-swallowing demon emperor. The other party was now comparing the 1,000 or so great emperors of theirs to 2 or 3 kittens, and these words were simply arrogant beyond measure. However, they who knew that the heaven-swallowing demon emperor was powerful did not feel that the other party's words were arrogant. Instead, it feels like the other person is telling the truth. Compared to them, the great emperors who had not experienced the events of that year were all furious when they heard these words from the heaven-swallowing demon emperor. Damn heaven-swallowing demon emperor, do you know what you're facing? You're facing over 1,000 great emperors. Even if that existence above the emperor realm, Yi Chen, came, I'm afraid that he would still be trembling in the face of so many of us. How dare you compare us to 3 or 2 kittens? You really don't know how to write the word death. Clearly, they were all infuriated by the heaven-swallowing demon emperor's words. Yi Chen, a waste of space who relied on pills to elevate to the heavenly god realm. You guys are also comparing him to me? Hearing the angry words of these great emperors, the heaven-devouring demon emperor couldn't help but lose his smile and shake his head. His heaven-swallowing devil technique could not only devour other people's chi and blood cultivation to strengthen his body, but also devour other people's memories. Coming to the central region, he had devoured quite a few people with his heaven-swallowing devil technique and had also seen Yi Chen, who was fighting Gu Yuan, from afar from some people's memories. Yi Chen had indeed broken through to the realm above the emperor realm, but the other party was clearly not as powerful as the god realm he had imagined. After associating Yi Chen's words that Yi Qinglan had given him a divine elixir, the heaven-devouring demon emperor immediately understood that Yi Chen had relied on that divine elixir to be able to break through above the emperor realm. Relying on pills to break through, even if Yi Chen was an existence that surpassed the emperor realm, in his eyes, it was a waste. Between the words, the heaven-devouring demon emperor also turned his gaze towards the various attacking means that were ruthlessly smashing towards him. Swallow me! With a low shout, the heaven-devouring demon emperor waved his sleeve, and a huge vortex composed of dense demonic chi instantly appeared above his head. Those smashing various means of attack instantly did not enter the huge vortex, and then it was like a stone sinking into the sea, instantly disappearing cleanly. Witnessing such a scene, many great emperors were staring with wide eyes, revealing a look of living hell. Obviously they were shocked by this tactic of the heaven-swallowing demon emperor. And just as they were shocked, the heaven-swallowing demon emperor spoke again. Your attacks, I return them. As the words fell, the giant vortex revolved retrograde, and the various means of attack from earlier shot out backwards from within the giant vortex. Each shoots at the person who struck the means of attack. There were great emperors who reacted quickly and immediately stepped out, which managed to block their own previously struck means of attack. But there were also quite a few great emperors who had not anticipated this scene at all. At that moment, before he could even react, he was blown away by the attack he had struck earlier and spat out blood. Chapter 156, Death to the Devil. A simple collision instantly let many great emperors know the terror of the heaven-swallowing demon emperor. It caused a look of gravity to appear on their faces. The heaven-swallowing demon emperor was far more powerful than they could imagine. And at that moment, the heaven-devouring demon emperor slowly got up. Heavenly demon binding heaven. The calm 4 words fell, and a sound of chains suddenly resounded between heaven and earth. The crowd subconsciously looked toward the direction from which the sound came. This time, he saw that at some point, the devilish chi escaping from the heaven-swallowing demon emperor had actually enveloped this area of heaven and earth. In this endless demonic chi, there were dense, pitch-black colored huge chains rapidly coming towards them at the moment. Black runes flashed on top of these chains, emitting an extremely cold and morose aura. And the number is so high, so dense that it is impossible to count. As the chains rapidly approached, the people present did not hesitate, and they all struck out their own attacks to go straight for the chains, trying to use this to break these chains. All kinds of explosions were heard for a while, but to one's surprise, these chains were exceptionally sturdy, and the great emperors under the undying great emperors could not do any damage to these chains at all, and at most, they could only beat these chains backward. Only an existence above the extreme great emperor could strike out with all their might to burst it, but just after breaking some chains, new chains would converge and form in the demonic energy, coming towards them again. The source is unending and simply unbeatable. At this moment, many great emperors could not help but feel despair. It was the first time they had seen such a terrifying tactic, and a defense that inevitably reveals cracks over time. Soon there were several great emperors who couldn't react well enough and revealed their cracks. And what happens when you reveal a breaches? Put, put, put. Blood blossomed, and the relentless chains directly pierced through the person who had revealed a break. A terrifying suction force erupted within the chains and began to crazily suck all the vitality and power from the body of the person who had pierced through. It has caused them great pain. This great pain swept through the whole body. Simply cannot be carried. Straight to let their mouth cannot help but let out a sound like neuter miserable voice. Ah, ah. With the gradual passage of time, these people who were pierced by the chains were soon transformed into a set of thin and bony dry corpses. Seeing this scene, the great emperors who were still alive couldn't help but have their eyelids fluttering furiously. Obviously there was shock. After some confrontation, there were finally some great emperors who could not bear the pressure and were afraid of dying miserably at the hands of the heaven-swallowing demon emperor, and they directly disappeared towards the distance with a movement of their feet. However, they had only just moved when a chain hidden in the dark shot out like a poisonous snake, piercing through them in an instant, and then absorbed all the vitality and power in their bodies, and soon they were turned into a set of thin and bony dry corpses. There were also great emperors who wanted to tear the space, but the space enveloped by the black demonic chi of the heaven-swallowing demon emperor was exceptionally strong and solid. Wanting to tear through space to escape was simply impossible. You can't fight. You can't escape. At this moment, many great emperors despaired. Can't see any hope of surviving at all. Right now, they were barely able to withstand the heaven-swallowing demon emperor's means of attack. But over time, then they're all going to die. It's hard not to despair when you think about it. But suddenly an explosive voice rang out across the field. All come to me. Upon hearing this explosive cry, everyone's gazes looked in unison, only to see that the person who spoke was the Dragon Clan's clan chief, Long Chang. At this moment, Long Chang was holding the Dragon King Order, and between the power surging within his body, he directly activated the Dragon King Order. As the Dragon King Order was activated, a light blue vortex appeared out of nowhere. This vortex was precisely the teleportation array in the Dragon King's order that could transport them directly within the Dragon Clan. This teleportation array can directly teleport us to the Dragon Clan. If you don't want to die, all of you come with me. As soon as the words fell, Long Chang pulled the closer Gu Junlin directly into it. The rest of the great emperors did not hesitate and immediately followed. However, in the blink of an eye, the great emperors present all entered the teleportation formation and left. Only a few great emperors were pierced through by the black chains before they could react. and then the chains absorbed all the vitality and power in the body, turning into a thin and bony dry corpse. Escaped? After looking at the place where the group of great emperors had disappeared, the heaven-devouring demon emperor muttered in a low voice, and then withdrew his gaze, no longer paying attention to it. These people escaped now, and when he devoured and refined the central domain and took the opportunity to break through to become a god, these people would eventually die. Northfield. Dragons. As a group of great emperors appeared in the sky above the dragon clan, upon seeing the dragon chief and the other group of great emperors, all the people of the dragon clan felt as if those in darkness were seeing a glimmer of hope, and each of them were thrilled. The dragon clan's mountain protection formation was fully opened at this moment. Inside the mountain protector formation were the people of the dragon race, and outside the mountain protector formation were the people of the demon race. These people of the demon race were ferocious, and they were extremely strong and bloodthirsty. As soon as they arrived in the northern region, they launched a full-scale slaughter of the northern region. All the demonic beasts they saw were slaughtered by them. Nowadays, the great emperor powerhouses within the dragon clan have all gone to the central region, and although the dragon clan has opened the mountain protector formation and resisted the attack of the demon clan, however, under the fierce attack of the demons, the mountain protection formation was also shaken, and it seemed like it might burst open at any time. Now that they had seen Long Chang and the other group of dragon emperors return, they were truly excited. So many great emperors. Compared to the excitement of the people of the dragon race, the people of the demon race were visibly startled after seeing Long Chang and the others. How could one not expect so many great emperors to suddenly appear within the dragon clan? Long Chang's gaze swept around the room, and he immediately gained an understanding of the situation between the scenes. Coldness flashed in his eyes as he raised his voice. Damn demon race! How dare you strike against my dragon race? Looking for death. Everyone, please also follow me to exterminate the demons. As the words fell, accompanied by a loud dragon's roar that resounded through the sky, he directly appeared in his original body and blasted towards each and every demon race powerhouse. The rest of the great emperors didn't speak, but they also mobilized the power within their bodies at this moment before charging towards the demon race in front of them. There were quite a few demons present, but they were only a small portion of the demon race's power. Among them, there were only a handful of great emperors, and most of the rest were demonic cultivators below the emperor realm. How could one be a match for so many great emperors in front of them? Seeing so many great emperors striking out, they pissed their pants. Without even the thought of resisting, they turned into a stream of light and fled in all directions. However, the great emperors present were all first-rate powerhouses in the world, and there were even quite a few taboo great emperors. The speed at which these people of the demon race escaped was certainly not slow, but how could they escape Long Chang and the other group of great emperors? Soon enough, these people of the demon race were caught up by Long Chang and a bunch of other great emperors, and were then killed here. Chapter 157, Xian Tian Demon Emperor. Malagogic. If I can't defeat the heaven-swallowing demon emperor, can I still defeat you bunch of stinking fish and shrimp? Looking at the corpses of a person of the demon race lying on the ground, Long Chang couldn't help but spit. The rest of the great emperors also followed at this moment and cursed angrily, seemingly wanting to use this to vent their anger. Seemingly thinking of something, Luo Fanshan's face couldn't help but change and he couldn't help but say, the devil race came to the dragon race, and I've seen many figures of the devil race people in the northern domain, so isn't it true that there are also devil race people who have gone to the southern domain? Just as he thought of this, Luo Fanshan realized that a 10,000 miles transmission node in his storage ring was vibrating violently at this moment. Taking out the 10,000 miles transmission node, Luo Fanshan activated it, and Elder Wang's voice immediately came from inside. Lord Zhuang, the southern domain has a large group of demonic powerhouses from somewhere. These demonic powerhouses kill on sight. They come in force, and these demons are extremely strong. You must not return to Heavenly Sword Villa. Upon hearing this, Luo Fanshan couldn't help but tighten up inside and hurriedly asked, is Qingcheng alright? Master Shuang, these demon race people came too fast. The Heavenly Sword Villa has already turned on the mountain protection formation. I only dared to hide in the Heavenly Sword Villa. I didn't dare to go out. Miss is now the Holy Lord of the Heavenly Spirit Holy Land, and the Heavenly Spirit Holy Land's protective mountain formation is not weak. Miss should be fine now. You mustn't go back to the southern region. Listening to Elder Wang's nonsense one after another, Luo Fanshan returned with a somewhat ugly face. I know. After saying that, he directly disconnected the 10,000 miles transmission node. With a sweep of his gaze, he looked at Long, Patriarch Long. The southern region is in danger, so I'll take my leave. Now that his daughter was in the southern region, he had to make a trip to the southern region for her sake. Patriarch Dragon, we'll take our leave first as well. Gu Changda and Gu Junlin also spoke at this moment. As people of the southern domain, now that the southern domain was in danger, they naturally couldn't do nothing. There are also demonic powerhouses present in the northern region, so I won't accompany you. After thinking about it, Long Chang then spoke. Although the demonic powerhouses that came to the Dragon Clan were killed by them, however, there were not many strong demon race members who came to the northern region. When those demonic powerhouses learned of what happened here, they would inevitably come here to avenge the deaths of their fellow clansmen. Therefore, right now, he could not bring anyone forward to support Gu Junlin and the others. Xiao Xian thought for a moment and spoke out. If it wasn't for the longevity pill that young friend Gu Yuan had refined, the old man would be dead by now. Now that little friend Gu Yuan is away, the southern domain where he is located will be guarded by me. I'll accompany you guys to go forward to the southern region. When he heard Xiao Xian's words, joy clearly flashed under Luo Fanshen's eyes. Xiao Xian was the Xiao family's first-generation ancestor, a leader amongst the 9th level of the Forbidden Great Emperors. If the other party could follow them forward to the southern region, their chances of winning against the southern region demon clan powerhouses would undoubtedly be much greater. Seeing that the old ancestor was going to go, the rest of the Xiao family great emperors also took a stand at this moment, also follow forward to the southern region. In this way, the great emperors present were divided into 2 groups, one going to the southern domain and one staying in the northern domain. Southland, the first of the 13 states, the imperial state, outside the heavenly spirit Holy Land. A man with a fire-red robe and a pair of huge devil horns on his head was looking lustfully inside the mountain protector formation. His name was Xian Tian, and he was the 8th son of the heaven-swallowing demon emperor. Although his cultivation qualifications were not as good as the floating sky demon emperor who was the son of the heaven-swallowing demon emperor. However, the floating sky demon emperor had been suppressed for many years, plus he was still much older than the floating sky demon emperor in terms of age. This allowed his cultivation to far exceed that of the floating sky demon emperor by a great deal. Nowadays, he was already a forbidden great emperor's 6th level existence. Following behind him was a group of demonic powerhouses. At the place where his gaze went, there was a convergence of everyone within the heavenly spirit Holy Land. The person at the head of the group was a woman. Her muscles were as white as snow, and her face was absolutely beautiful, with the appearance of a beautiful country, tall and delicate, with a red dress outlining a perfect silhouette. She looks both defendable and sweet. Just looking at it makes your heart pound. One can't help but want to subdue the other person and jia. Just thinking about it makes the devil's blood boil. The woman was none other than the Holy Lord of the Heavenly Spirit Holy Land, the daughter of the Heavenly Sword Villa's Villa Master, and the fiancée of the strongest great emperor of the southern region, Emperor Yuan. Luo Qingcheng. Licking his ebony lips, the Xian Tian demon emperor looked towards Luo Qingcheng and opened his mouth. Now that my father emperor is out of the trap, when he finishes devouring and refining the central domain, it's inevitable that he can break through to become a god. At that time, everyone on the Tianwu Great Land will submit at the feet of my father emperor, and my status will also see a surge, becoming the son of God under my father and above all men. Now this divine son gives you a chance. Obediently remove the mountain protection formation, then serve this divine sun day and night, and this divine sun can give you, and those around you, a chance to live. If not, when this divine sun breaks this turtle shell, it will be the time for all of you to die. As for you, I'll make you beg for your life when the time comes. Jia. Filled with a grim smile, the Xian Tian demon emperor then continued. The right to choose is given to you, but I will only give you 10 counts of time to consider. Now make your choice. 10, 9, 8. Listening to the Xian Tian demon emperor's countdown, the people of the Heavenly Spirit Holy Land all clearly panicked. He looked at the Xian Tian demon emperor outside the mountain protection formation and the vast swath of demonic people behind him. They eventually looked at Luo Qingcheng again. Someone who was greedy and afraid of death spoke up in a low voice at this moment. Holy Lord, for our sake, why don't you just give in? When these words came out, they immediately drew the angry gazes of Luo Qingcheng and many others. But more people are choosing to be silent at this moment. Obviously, they were also hoping that Luo Qingcheng would agree to the Xian Tian demon emperor at this moment. Boo! A sound like a balloon exploding rang out, and the person from the Heavenly Spirit Holy Land who had spoken earlier directly exploded into a cloud of blood mist. The peerless killing emperor coldly swept his eyes at the people around him, raised his hand to point at the cloud of blood mist, and spoke in a cold voice. Miss Qingcheng is Emperor Yuan's fiancée. If you guys say anything else of great disrespect, this person will be your downfall. As the words fell, he turned his gaze to look at the Xiantian demon emperor outside the mountain protection formation and said in a cold voice, "What the son of God? You're so hungover? Do you know that all of your father's divine soul detachments have been refined into soul slaves by Emperor Yuan? Now if you are sensible, you will quickly retreat from the heavenly spirit Holy Land. If not, when Emperor Yuan arrives, he will refine you into a soul slave as well." Hearing these words, anger clearly surged in the Xiantian demon emperor's eyes. His hallowed Xiantian demon emperor had been scolded. That's just it. Uncles can tolerate it, but aunts can't. Chapter 158, Not Dead. But suddenly, something seemed to come to mind. The corner of his mouth lifted up slightly as he sneered and laughed. The Emperor Yuan in your mouth should be Gu Yuan, right? That big explosion in the central domain earlier. Even though you guys were in the southern domain, you should have been able to sense it, right? You guys probably don't know that that big explosion earlier was an existence above the Emperor realm blowing itself up. And that existence above the Emperor realm blew himself up. He blew himself up while holding Gu Yuan. Now you're using Gu Yuan to scare me, not realizing that the Gu Yuan in your mouth is long dead, or the dead scum kind. Hearing this, Luo Qingqing's face instantly paled for a few moments, but she opened her mouth in disbelief. Your bull asterisk 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 ting. Gu Yuan is a great emperor. How could he die? Little beauty. Still really naive. Since you don't believe it, I'll make you believe it now. The Xian heavenly demon emperor smiled. With a wave of his large hand, a screen instantly appeared in front of him. The image was exactly that of Gu Yuan being held by Yi Chen and blowing himself up. As the son of the heaven-swallowing demon emperor, he cultivated the heaven-swallowing demon technique as well. Although because of his cultivation qualifications, he could not fully master the heaven-swallowing demon emperor. He could not, like his father, devour all the power of others at will to enhance his own cultivation. But from time to time, devouring some people to grow their own cultivation, and devouring other people's memories can still be done. This image was obtained by devouring the memories of a person who had watched the battle from afar. Seeing the image of Gu Yuan being held by Yi Chen and blowing himself up in the middle of the screen, Luo Qingqing's body could not help but stagger, and her already pale face instantly became devoid of any trace of blood present. After the people of the demon race came to the southern domain, she used the 10,000 miles transmission note to contact Gu Yuan, but it's not even contactable. It was then that she began to worry about Gu Yuan. Now that he heard these words from the Xiantian demon emperor, coupled with the sudden appearance of the image, even if she didn't want to admit it, she had to face reality. Gu Yuan, maybe it's really dead. But just as she was despairing, the peerless Slayer Emperor on the side spoke in earnest. Miss Qingcheng, don't let him fool you. It's simply impossible for Emperor Yuan to die. My original divine soul is with Emperor Yuan. If he's dead, then I'm bound to be dead now as well. And I'm alive and well now. Which undoubtedly means that Emperor Yuan is not dead. Hearing this, Luo Qingqing's face then looked much better. And at this time, the Xiantian demon emperor was obviously impatiently waiting. Since you won't eat your toast, I'll have to ask you to eat your punishment. Heavenly demon palm, break it for me. An explosive cry came out of his mouth. Between the power surging within his body, all of it converged towards his palm. With that, he was only seen slapping out a palm. A huge palm print that covered the sky instantly appeared. The black demonic chi surged above the palm print, carrying an incomparably terrifying destructive aura as it fiercely fell towards the mountain protector formation in front of him. This palm was terrifying to the extreme. Just the aura that escaped from it alone shook the mountain protector formation. When this palm completely fell, the heavenly spirit Holy Land's mountain protection formation simply couldn't block it. Rumble, with a loud popping sound coming out, the mountain protection formation collapsed in an instant. It directly exploded and returned to the heavens and earth as an extremely pure energy. Berserk energy shockwaves swept through the 8 directions. Quite a few cultivators from the heavenly spirit Holy Land were blasted by the energy shockwave before they could even react. At that moment, each one of them had blood spurting wildly from their mouths, obviously suffering from extremely heavy injuries. For a while, all kinds of wailing sounds continued. Some people with low cultivation are even more miserable, and before they even have time to let out a scream, they are directly dying of gas. Luo Qingcheng stays, none of the rest. As the Xiantian demon emperor gave the order icily, the people of the demon race behind him immediately shouted back one by one. It's the young lord. As the words fell, they were already holding weapons and wailing as they rushed towards the people of the heavenly spirit Holy Land. The heavenly spirit Holy Land was not weak in the southern region. But in front of the people of the demon clan, it was ridiculously weak. Even the great emperors were only one of the peerless Slayer emperors, so how could they be a match for the demon race? However, just after a simple contact, there were quite a few people from the heavenly spirit Holy Land who directly died in place. Miss Qingcheng, I'll take you away. Seeing that the situation was not good, the peerless killing emperor waved his sleeve and a spiritual force rolled up Luo Qingcheng. The whole person then quickly fled towards the distance. Because of the Xian Tian demon emperor's order, the people of the demon race present did not approach Luo Qingcheng. This also gave Luo Qingcheng and the peerless Slayer emperor a chance to escape. By the time the people of the demon race reacted, the peerless Slayer emperor had already fled tens of thousands of miles away with Luo Qingcheng. A mere undying emperor wants to escape under my nose? Ridiculous. A light snort full of disdain escaped from the tip of the Xian Tian demon emperor's nose. With a movement of his feet, the entire person instantly disappeared in place. When he reappeared, he had already reached the sky above the peerless great emperor. What speed! Glancing at the Xian Tian demon emperor who had appeared in the sky above, the peerless Slayer emperor could not help but be shocked in his heart. Rather, he didn't expect the other party's speed to be so fast, and at that moment, a terrifying sixth level of forbidden great emperor pressure erupted from the Xian Tian demon emperor, like an invisible mountain, weighing heavily on the back of the peerless Slayer emperor, causing him to let out a muffled grunt. On your knees! Explosive shouts filled with majesty came out from the Xian Tian demon emperor's mouth. Emperor Peerless Slayer could clearly sense that the terrifying pressure had become a few points more powerful. Under this pressure, his feet couldn't help but bend. Cold sweat instantly surfaced on his forehead, and his entire body began to tremble involuntarily. He desperately mobilized the power in his body, trying to straighten his back, but the difference in strength between the two was too great. Even if he mobilized his body's strength with all his might, under this pressure, his feet still started to bend a little bit. Seeing that he was about to kneel down in the air, a ferocious color flashed in the eyes of the peerless Slayer Emperor. I'll be tough today. I won't kneel. The words fell. The power within the peerless Slayer Emperor's body instantly boiled, causing his entire aura to become several times stronger. This was him using the blood-burning secret technique. With the use of the blood-burning secret art, that pressure instantly subsided to nothing, and the peerless Slayer Emperor finally straightened his back once again. Surprise flashed across the bottom of the Xian Heavenly Demon Emperor's eyes as he said, suddenly becoming quite strong. It seems like you're using some secret technique that can enhance your strength. After a pause, he spoke again with disdain flashing under his eyes. But even if you used some secret method to forcefully increase your strength, a mole cricket is still a mole cricket after all. No matter how hard you fight, that won't turn the world upside down. Die. The flat voice fell. The Xian Heavenly Demon Emperor slapped his palm out with a lift of his hand. With a palm out, a huge palm print that covered the sky instantly appeared, and then it carried an incomparably terrifying destructive force down towards the peerless Slayer Emperor below. Sensing the terrifying sense of danger coming from above, Emperor Peerless Slayer's eyelids couldn't help but furiously jump. This palm is strong. It was simply powerful to the extreme. Even if he used the blood-burning secret technique, that was simply not something he could block. As for escaping, this palm had now blocked the space around him. Its aura locked him in place, causing his actions to become involuntarily sluggish. How the are we gonna get out of here? There's no escape. In the end, the difference in strength between him and the Xian Tian Demon Emperor was still too great. All he can do now seems to be to close his eyes and wait for death. And that's when, clank, a crisp and clear sound of a sword chime resounded between heaven and earth. As the sound of the sword's roar fell, an extremely bright golden sword light came from the distance. With a single sword, he split the palm slapped out by the Xian Tian Demon Emperor into two. The sword light did not reduce its momentum. Not waiting for the Xian Tian Demon Emperor to have any chance to react, it ran through his body. It then chopped heavily on the ground, leaving a deep gully on top of the ground that was 10,000 miles long. P.S. Righteous Fathers, point and click to urge more. Send small gifts. To starve to death pinched. Chapter 159, Chaos Bell. The Xian Tian Demon Emperor was dumbfounded. Seemingly sensing something, he couldn't help but look down, only to see a bloodstain emerge. Bloodstains appeared, splitting his entire body in two. Before he could react, along with a gust of wind, his body instantly split into two, transforming into two halves and falling down towards the ground. With all the vitality in the body quickly passed away, it was soon turned into two halves of a cold body. Young Lord, the young Lord is dead. How is this possible? The young Lord is a peerless powerhouse at the 6th level of the Forbidden Emperor. Who can kill him? seeing the Xian Tian demon emperor's body split in two. All the people of the demon race were shocked dog-eared. How could they not expect that the son of the heaven-swallowing demon emperor, the Xian Tian demon emperor, who possessed the 6th level of the forbidden great emperor, would die in front of their eyes so easily? Not only were the people of the demon race shocked, but the cultivators present were also shocked viciously, and while shocked, they couldn't help but look in the direction where the sword had chopped from earlier, only to see that there was a white-clothed youth stepping through the air right there. He had a red human emperor streamer in his left hand, a golden Regulus sword in his right hand, and a large green-colored ancient clock dripping around his head. The moment they saw the youth, everyone present couldn't help but stare with wide eyes, revealing a look of living hell, simply because the white-clothed youth was recognized by many people present. It was no one else but Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan was clearly being held by that existence above the emperor realm, Yi Chen, as he blew himself up. Now the other party not only didn't die, but instead just appeared alive in front of his eyes. Who could keep their composure watching this? Emperor Profound was clearly held by an existence above the emperor realm and blew himself up. How could he not have died? I'm dreaming, aren't I? Hiss. It hurts so much. This is not a dream. Some people felt that the scene in front of them was too unreal, giving an extremely unreal feeling, making it like a dream, making him subconsciously think that he was dreaming. But when pinched hard on himself, the intense pain that swept through his entire body finally made him realize that the scene in front of him was really happening and not a dream. Just as the crowd was shocked, Gu Yuan had already arrived in front of Luo Qingcheng. Looking at the other party's slightly pale little face, Gu Yuan said with some guilt in his voice, "I didn't come late, did I? Earlier, when Yi Chen blew himself up, the system detected that Gu Yuan's life was in danger, triggered a divine choice. Choice 1, as long as people live there will be pain, so might as well take advantage of it to get unstuck. Bonus, departure without perceiving any pain. Choice 2, the world is so beautiful that it must be enjoyed and lived. Reward, ancient artifact Chaos Bell." Faced with this choice, Gu Yuan chose 2 without the slightest hesitation. It also led to the acquisition of the ancient divine artifact Chaos Bell. The Chaos Bell was an ancient divine artifact that could attack and defend, and was extremely powerful. With the Chaos Bell, Gu Yuan was immune to Yi Chen's self-destruction. However, the power of Yi Chen's self-detonation was truly too powerful, even if Gu Yuan possessed the Chaos Bell to keep him from taking any damage. However, the shockwave of Yi Chen's self-detonation still sent him flying to an extremely distant place. He then immediately began to search for these 2 divine artifacts with his sense of the human emperor streamer and Regulus sword. By the time these 2 divine artifacts were found, the people of the demon race had already come towards the 4 domains, leaving the heaven-swallowing demon emperor alone in the middle domain to devour and refine the middle domain. Because he was worried about his fiancée's safety, he came to the southern region at the first opportunity. Hearing Gu Yuan's words, Luo Qingcheng slowly shook her head. With that, the entire person jumped directly into Gu Yuan's arms. It was only then that his voice choked a bit and he said, "I thought I'd never see you again. What the hell happened earlier? Why did they all say you were dead?" Looking at Luo Qingcheng in his arms, Gu Yuan smiled and rubbed its small milk bag before saying, "Let's talk about this later. Let me help you solve the crisis in the Heavenly Spirit Holy Land first." Good. Luo Qingcheng obediently nodded her little head and immediately retreated from Gu Yuan's arms in a sensible manner. As Luo Qingcheng retreated from her arms, Gu Yuan also finally turned his gaze to the people of the demon race in the distance. There's no extra any of that nonsense. Gu Yuan's mind moved. Human Emperor Streamer, Regulus Sword, and Chaos Bell. The 3 ancient divine artifacts immediately transformed into a stream of light and shot out. The human emperor's streamer rose against the wind and soon transformed into a huge red flag that covered the sky. The red streamer fluttered in the wind, and the dense red hairs on it immediately transformed into a blood-red tentacle, shooting straight down to the people of the demon race. Miserable to the extreme, wailing and screaming came out from within the human emperor streamer. Then a soul slave is like the evil ghosts crawling out of hell, scrambling out of it, and then wailing and screaming to pounce on the people of the devil tribe below. What the hell is this? Looking at the blood-red tentacles that shot out, and the soul slaves, many of the people of the demon race couldn't help but frown. And then they all struck out their own means of attack towards the blood-red tentacles and soul slaves. But their strength was nothing in front of the blood-red tentacles with that one soul slave. Their resistance only lasted for a few breaths before they were either run through by blood-red tentacles or torn to death by soul slaves. The Xian Yuan sword also turned into a golden stream of light at this moment, quickly rushing into the crowd where the demon race was. In the first flash of golden light, there were corpses of people of the demon race separated. The terrifyingly extreme sword intent of the Xianyuan sword raged madly within the body of the person who chopped through it. In the blink of an eye, it is to destroy all the vitality in its body, strangling its soul, so that it can no longer die. The chaos bell came over the heavenly spirit Holy Land. Divine rhythms flowed on top of the clock body, and one by one, mysterious and obscure runes appeared on it. Terrifying might erupted, and the sound of the bell resounded in this part of the heavens and earth. An invisible fluctuation spread toward the bottom. Under the sound of this bell, quite a few people of the demon race had not even reacted yet, and they were directly shocked and their bodies exploded, and they couldn't die anymore. The people of the demon race who came to the heavenly spirit Holy Land were only a part of the demon race though, but the number of that is as much as it can be, not 100,000 then 80,000, but so many people of the demon race, but just a few dozens of breaths, are all turned into a puddle of blood? Or turned into a body of cold corpses. Blood gathered like a stream, and a shocking blood aura rose to the sky. This side of heaven and earth seemed to have turned into a Shura purgatory at this moment. Gulp! 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 Looking at the people of the demon race who soon died, the people present in the heavenly spirit Holy Land could not help but gulp wildly. The strength that Gu Yuan had displayed had truly shocked them. The strength of this strength was simply far beyond their imagination. Chapter 160, Killing the Heaven-Swallowing Demon Emperor. Slightly recovered from the shock, the people present immediately raised their voices towards Gu Yuan. Emperor Yuan is mighty. Emperor Yuan is invincible. Emperor Yuan is mighty. Emperor Yuan is invincible. Emperor Yuan is mighty. Emperor Yuan is invincible. The voice was like thunder, resounding through the clouds and spreading far and wide. Xiao Xian, who was rapidly coming towards this side in the distance, seemed to have heard the sounds from this side. A few moments of suspicion could not help but flash between his eyes as he said, "What profound emperor invincible? Emperor Yuan? Could it be Gu Yuan? Could it be that Gu Yuan did not die under Yi Chen's self-detonation?" The color of suspicion flashed in his eyes. His speed toward the heavenly spirit Holy Land became significantly faster by a few points. It was actually directly throwing Gu Junlin and the others far away from the people of the Xiao family. He was strangely fast. Between the flickering of his figure, he soon arrived in the sky above the heavenly spirit Holy Land. The tip of his nose smelled the blood that rose up to the sky and made people sick, and he subconsciously turned his gaze downward, and that look instantly made him suck in a breath of cold air. Below the heavenly spirit Holy Land at the moment, there were corpses of people of the demon race and the blood of people of the demon race everywhere. A mountain of corpses and rivers of blood. It's unnerving. With a sweep of his eyes, disbelief and incredulity first surfaced in his eyes when he saw the white-clothed figure standing in the distance. But soon, these complicated emotions were transformed into a thick surprise. Gu Yuan really isn't dead. He's really alive. Although he didn't know how the other party could survive Yi Chen's self-detonation. But the other party was alive. And this matter was a great joy for the people of the entire Tianwu continent. With the other party present, they would be able to resist the heaven-swallowing demon emperor. The Tianwu continent would be saved. Soon. As Gu Yuan used the human emperor streamer to reshape all the demonic souls here and then put them all inside the human emperor streamer, Gu Junlin and the rest of his party had also arrived with the people from the Xiao family. As their eyes swept over the tragic battlefield below, they were all unanimously shocked. Upon seeing Gu Yuan, those present were also visibly stunned. But very soon, their faces were all crawling with joy at a speed visible to the naked eye. Flying to the front and back of Gu Yuan, Gu Junlin's eyes were a little red, but his face was all joy. With one hand, he took Gu Yuan into his arms. He opened his mouth with joy in his voice. "I knew your boy's good fortune wouldn't die so easily." Gu Changda and the others also revealed joyful colors at this moment. Obviously all of them were happy that Gu Yuan didn't die. After slowing down, Gu Junlin finally asked the curiosity in his heart. "Yuaner, can you tell my father how you survived Yi Chen's self-destruction?" At those words, the people present all perked up their ears in unison, their eyes looking at Gu Yuan without blinking. Obviously, they were also curious as to how Gu Yuan had survived Yi Chen's self-destruction. Meeting the gazes of those present, Gu Yuan thought for a moment and spoke faintly. "I once accidentally acquired an ancient divine artifact chaos spell that can be used for both offense and defense. This ancient divine artifact has been hiding inside my body. I've never been able to find a chance to activate it. Yi Chen made me feel the threat from death when he blew himself up. By accident I activated the chaos spell. It's also because of the chaos bell. This is how I was able to escape from death from Yi Chen's self-destruction. The system is his biggest secret. And this system thing is so arcane that it's not easy to explain." After thinking about it, Gu Yuan had to make up such a random reason. Hearing Gu Yuan's words, Those present were once again startled. Obviously, he didn't expect that not only did Gu Yuan have the two ancient divine weapons, the Xian Yuan sword and the human emperor streamer, in his possession, the other party still had a third divine artifact on him, the chaos bell. A single divine artifact could cause countless people to break their heads in competition. Ancient divine artifacts were existences that far surpassed divine artifacts. Gu Yuan had a full 3 such divine artifacts. Who can hear this and not be shocked? Slowly, he pushed down the shock in his heart. Xiao Xian gazed in the direction of the central domain and spoke. The previous great battle allowed the suppressed and sealed heaven-swallowing demon emperor to find an opportunity. The heaven-swallowing demon emperor is out of his trap. Now that the heaven-swallowing demon emperor is devouring and refining the central domain, if he is allowed to devour and refine the central domain successfully, he can use the opportunity to break through to become a god. Although Yi Chuan is also an existence above the emperor realm, Yi Chuan relied on the divine pill to be able to break through. If the heaven-swallowing demon emperor succeeds in his breakthrough, his strength will far surpass Yi Chen's. At that time, no one will be his match. This demon is bloodthirsty and brutal. If we really let him succeed in his breakthrough, then he will become a disaster for the entire Tianwu continent. Earlier, we had struck out at the heaven-devouring demon emperor in order to prevent him from devouring and refining the middle domain. But he's too strong and too powerful. It's simply not something we can match. Now that you're here, if we have you on board, then we can stop the heaven-swallowing demon emperor from devouring and refining the central domain. Now on behalf of the heavenly martial continent, I implore young friend Gu Yuan to make a move. With that, Xiao Xian bowed earnestly towards Gu Yuan. Please also ask Emperor Yuan to make a move. Seeing that their own old ancestor had saluted Gu Yuan, the group of Xiao family great emperors also followed suit and saluted earnestly towards Gu Yuan. If the heaven-swallowing demon emperor breaks through, it will become a disaster for the entire Tianwu continent. And as a part of the Tianwu Great Land, I will naturally step in. Looking at the people present, Gu Yuan thought for a moment and asked, "When will you strike?" "This is a matter of sooner rather than later." Xiao Xian spoke out. If it was a little later, the heaven-devouring demon emperor would have had a greater chance of devouring and refining the central domain and then breaking through. If you're going to take a shot at him, you'd better do it now. Speaking of this, Xiao Xian glanced at Xiao Dust and commanded, "Xiao Dust, inform the great emperors who are in the dragon clan that we will head to the central region first now." "Yes, old ancestor." Xiao Dust nodded, and then without hesitation, he immediately took out the Miles transmission note and began to contact those great emperor powerhouses who were far away in the Dragon Clan. "What? Emperor Yuan didn't die. What? Emperor Yuan now has another ancient divine artifact? He's a monster, isn't he? And now we're going to fight the heaven-swallowing demon emperor? The profound emperor is going to participate as well? That's steady. Let's head to the central region now." The great emperors who were within the Dragon Clan, where they heard everything about Xiao Chen, they were all shocked one by one at that moment. Obviously, he hadn't expected that an existence above the emperor realm would fail to kill Gu Yuan as well. This incident is outrageous. When they heard that they were going to fight the heaven-swallowing demon emperor again, they were shocked in their hearts. After all, they had only just been beaten by the heaven-devouring demon emperor. However, upon hearing that Gu Yuan was also going, they immediately felt that the matter was stable. Gu Yuan was able to kill Yi Chen, an existence above the emperor realm. Killing a heaven-swallowing demon emperor right now would not be a handful? Although the heaven-swallowing demon emperor was strong, he was ultimately only a forbidden great emperor 9. It was simply not comparable to Yi Chen at all. As Xiao Chuan cut off the connection of the 10,000 miles transmission note, Gu Yuan and his group also headed towards the central region. This trip has only one purpose. That is to kill the heaven-swallowing demon emperor, not letting it devour and refine the Middle Kingdom. P.S. Thanks to the righteous fathers for the rush and the little gift. Love you guys. Chapter 161, Killing the Devil and Executing the Heart. Flying over the Forbidden Sea, he entered the realm where the middle domain was located. What the eye saw was a large swath of pitch black, extremely dark demonic chi. The devilish aura covered the sky and enveloped the entire central region. The demonic gas was pitch black to the extreme, and when one entered it, one could not reach out and see anything. Terrifying suction power erupted from the demonic chi, crazily sucking up all the energy contained within the middle domain. When Gu Yuan and his group entered the demonic gas, they could feel a subtle force absorbing all the energy in their bodies. The suction wasn't too great, though, just by running the gong method and mobilizing the power in their body, this suction force would no longer be able to absorb the power in their body. Xiao Xian spoke out at this moment and explained, This demonic chi is the result of the technique that the heaven-swallowing demon emperor cultivates, and it is by relying on this demonic chi that the heaven-swallowing demon emperor devours and refines the central domain. Gu Yuan and his group all nodded their heads at this moment. Expresses understanding. Although the devilish aura enveloped this place, plunging this place into a darkness that could not be seen, but everyone present was an Emperor Realm powerhouse. These demonic auras did not affect their vision. The group was extremely fast. It didn't take long to arrive at the area where the heaven-swallowing demon emperor was. The heaven-devouring demon emperor, who was originally sitting on his knees with his eyes closed, seemed to feel something. He opened his eyes and swept Gu Yuan and his party, but there was no surprise in his eyes. Obviously, he had already known about the arrival of Gu Yuan and his group. His eyes lingered on Gu Yuan for a moment before the heaven-devouring demon emperor spoke. I can't imagine that you could survive the self-detonation of an existence above the emperor realm. It's quite surprising to this emperor. Now that this emperor is just one step away from the heavenly god realm, he can break through to become a god with a single thought. If this emperor breaks through to godhood, within this heaven and earth, this emperor can be called invincible. Your kid's natural talent is unbelievable. Your future achievements are unlimited. This emperor is willing to give you another chance. Kneel down and kowtow. Worship this emperor as your righteous father. Become this emperor's righteous son. And in the future this emperor will fetch you whatever you want. If you don't, you will only end up dead. Speaking of this, an extremely dense killing intent was evident in the eyes of the heaven-devouring demon emperor. Gu Yuan is a rare talent. If it does not work for me, then it must not be kept. Stalling for time with all that nonsense? Gu Yuan swept his eyes at the demonic aura that enveloped this part of the world around him, and his heart instantly gained some clarity. Between the words of this heaven-swallowing demon emperor, the demonic chi within this heaven and earth was surging towards his body at an extremely fast speed. As the demonic chi entered its body, its aura was immediately enhanced at a speed visible to the naked eye. If he allowed all of this demonic energy to enter his body, he might actually be able to break through into a god as a result. This made him instantly understand the reason for the other party's nonsense. Totally stalling. Since he understood this, Gu Yuan didn't talk nonsense. With a wave of his hand, the Regulus sword, the human emperor streamer, and the chaos bell, three ancient divine artifacts immediately flew out from the system's carry-on space, momentarily catapulted it. The three ancient divine artifacts immediately erupted with extremely terrifying might. The human emperor's streamer rose against the wind and transformed into a huge red flag that covered the sky. The red streamer fluttered in the wind, and the red hair on it immediately transformed into a blood-red tentacle that looked like it had come to life, carrying an incomparably terrifying destructive aura toward the heaven-swallowing demon emperor. A silhouette flickered and appeared outside the human emperor's streamer. His figure was solidified and his aura was strong. It was the divine soul detachment of the once heaven-swallowing demon emperor, now the main soul of the human emperor streamer, only to see its body's subtle aura filled out, and a channel of extremely dense soul power immediately surged out from within the human emperor streamer, and then entered its body, letting its aura climb at an extremely fast speed. When his breath climbed to the extreme point, he did not talk nonsense and immediately turned into a stream of light and shot toward the heaven-swallowing demon emperor below, using my divine soul detachment against me. Looking at the main soul of the human emperor streamer that shot forth, the entire face of the heaven-devouring demon emperor couldn't help but become gloomy. Gu Yuan, this move. It's almost like killing the devil and killing the heart. Disobedient divine soul split. Then die for me. A ferocious light appeared in his eyes, and power exploded within the heaven-devouring demon emperor's body. With a movement of his feet, his entire body instantly transformed into streams of light and shot toward the human emperor streamer master soul. The power in his body gathered in his palm as much as he could, and he lifted his hand and directly slapped his palm towards the human emperor streamer's main soul. The main soul of the human emperor's streamer was clearly aware of the dreadfulness of the main body. With a large grip of his hand, a white bone sword as white as jade was grasped into his hand. Seeing this white bone sword, the already gloomy face of the heaven-devouring demon emperor became even more gloomy by a few points. This sword was not unfamiliar to him. It was none other than his favorite good oldest son, the floating sky demon emperor's original imperial weapon, the blood-devouring demon sword. Gu Yuan used his divine soul split to deal with him, even if this own divine soul split to use the weapon is still decapitated his own good big child to get the blood-devouring magic sword. It's ing. The more he thought about it, the angrier the heaven-devouring demon emperor became. Unconsciously, the power of the palm he slapped out also became a few points more powerful. Soon, the palm he slapped out was the one that collided with the stabbing sword chopped out by the main soul of the human emperor streamer. Boom! A loud explosion that resounded through the heavens and earth came out. The blood-devouring demon sword burst apart in an instant, turning into a piece of white bone that shot out in all directions. The violent collision aftermath swept away in all directions, directly shocking the blood-red tentacles that shot toward him to burst open. From this, it was easy to see how terrifying the aftermath of the battle between the heaven-swallowing demon emperor and the human emperor's streamer master soul was. With a palm blowing out the blood-devouring demon sword, the heaven-devouring demon emperor followed the trend and slapped another heavy palm onto the human emperor streamer's main soul. The power of this palm was extremely strong, and it directly struck the main soul of the human emperor streamer with soul power constantly escaping from its body, causing its solid figure to become illusory for a few moments. It was also heavily shot toward the back under this palm. A ferocious light appeared in the eyes of the heaven-swallowing demon emperor, and with a single movement of his feet, he wanted to chase after him, and then blow up this divine soul split of his, but he was not yet allowed to make a move. Clank! A clear sound of a sword resounded violently between heaven and earth. The heaven-devouring demon emperor gazed over, only to see that the Xian Yuan sword was turning into a golden stream of light rapidly stabbing towards him. The body of the Xian Yuan sword was surrounded by a storm of invisible sword blades, tearing through space wherever it passed, destroying everything, and it was extremely powerful. Before the sword arrived, it gave the heaven-devouring demon emperor a feeling like an awe on his back. It made him not dare to be careless at all. Heavenly demon palm. Between the surges of power in his body, the heaven-devouring demon emperor gathered all his power in his palm, and then slapped his palm out heavily. A palm came out, and an immense palm print instantly appeared. As soon as the palm print appeared, it was carrying an incomparably terrifying destructive force towards the Xian Yuan sword. The power of this palm was certainly strong, but the Xian Yuan sword was an ancient divine artifact that was extremely powerful. The two just touched each other, and the Xian Yuan sword was like a kitchen knife encountering soft tofu, directly splitting the palm shot out by the heaven-swallowing demon emperor into two. Seeing this, the heaven-devouring demon emperor's eyelids couldn't help but tremble, clearly not expecting the Xian Yuan sword to be so powerful. It was a good thing that although Xian Yuan's sword easily split the heavenly demon palm into two, the might that erupted from the heavenly demon palm still shook Xian Yuan's sword and flew backward, which made the heart of the heaven-swallowing demon emperor breathe a sigh of relief. Dang! A loud, heart-shattering bell rang out. The invisible sound wave power shook the space with ripples and blasted towards the heaven-swallowing demon emperor. In an instant, the heaven-devouring demon emperor could only feel his eardrums stinging. Before he had any chance to react, a large green-colored ancient bell had already descended from the sky. This bell was none other than one of the three ancient divine artifacts that Gu Yuan possessed, the Chaos Bell. Chapter 162, Becoming a God? Eat my sword. Looking at the large green-colored bell that descended from the sky, the heaven-devouring demon emperor's eyelids could not help but jump wildly. The divine charm flowed above this large green bell, and the divine might filled the air, actually giving him a sense of extreme danger. At that moment, the heaven-swallowing demon emperor didn't dare to be careless. Heavenly demon binding heaven. A low drink came out of his mouth. A sound of chains dragging suddenly resounded. Afterwards, one could only see that a pitch-black chain shot out from the demonic chi within this square heaven and earth, heading straight for the Chaos Bell. The might of this single pitch-black chain was strong to the extreme. This was easy to see from the fact that the heaven-swallowing demon emperor had severely injured and killed several of the more than 1,000 great emperors with the use of this move, causing these great emperors to flee. But now, these pitch-black chains were weak to the extreme in front of the Chaos Bell. Dang! An ancient bell resounded. An invisible sound wave power swept out, causing ripples to spread through space. Before these chains reached the Chaos Bell, they were shocked and burst apart. After that, the Chaos Bell did not reduce its momentum and once again smashed down towards the heaven-swallowing demon emperor. Facing the smashing Chaos Bell, the heaven-devouring demon emperor did not hesitate. Once again, he struck the heavenly demon palm. The palm print collided with the Chaos Bell, accompanied by a terrifyingly loud explosion. A terrifying collision force immediately swept in all directions. The Chaos Bell was directly shaken and flew backwards under the force of this terrifying collision. The heaven-swallowing demon emperor clearly hadn't taken any advantage either. A mouthful of blood sprayed out of his mouth, and his entire body was also like a cannonball, smashing fiercely towards the distance. It smashed a huge and incomparable deep pit straight into the ground. In an instant, debris splashed and smoke and dust flew up in the sky. The heaven-swallowing demon emperor is seriously injured. Now is the right time to take advantage of his illness. Everyone strike together. Seeing that the heaven-swallowing devil emperor was injured, Xiao Xian's eyes brightened up. Along with a loud shout came out. He immediately struck out his mastery towards the heaven-swallowing demon emperor who was in a deep pit. The rest of them didn't hesitate, each striking out their own attacks towards the heaven-swallowing demon emperor. For a time, all sorts of splendid attacking means blossomed high above the sky, looking beautiful. The heaven-swallowing demon emperor hadn't even reacted yet. All sorts of weird to the extreme means of attack had arrived. Rumble, rumble, rumble. For a while, there were all kinds of loud popping sounds. The entire middle region shook violently for a while under this round of bombardment. For a long time, when the explosions stopped, everyone's gazes couldn't help but look towards the heaven-swallowing demon emperor deep within the huge deep pit, wanting to see if it was dead or not. And that look instantly made everyone in the room feel a tingle in their scalp. One could only see the heaven-swallowing demon emperor standing quietly in the middle of the deep pit, looking at them with a look of death. A huge vortex was appearing right in front of the opponent. A terrifying suction force erupted from it, immediately causing the speed of the demonic chi flowing towards him from heaven and earth to become more than 100 times faster. And as the demonic chi continued to enter the heaven-swallowing demon emperor's body, the heaven-swallowing demon emperor's cultivation aura was also climbing at an extremely fast rate. Soon, the rising breath in his body reached a critical point. Divine origin now. Give me a breakthrough. Along with a loud cry from the heaven-devouring demon emperor came out from his mouth. The forces within the heaven-swallowing demon emperor immediately merged together at a speed that was unimaginably fast. Soon a divine origin was condensed within its body. With the successful coalescence of the divine origin, its full imperial might was finally transformed into divine might. Breaking, berserk divine might rushed up from within his body, shaking the middle region straight away. It made those present feel a great sense of threat. The heaven-swallowing demon emperor swept over everyone present with an icy gaze like looking at a dead person. His voice icy cold as he asked, "Have you thought about how you're going to die?" After devouring and refining the middle domain for so long, he was now finally breaking through to become a god. He can easily hold everyone in the world now. Meeting the gaze of the heaven-devouring demon emperor, everyone present felt a great pressure. It made them unconsciously bow their heads, not daring to meet their eyes at all. Where's that Gu Yuan kid? As his eyes swept around the people present, the heaven-devouring demon emperor couldn't help but frown. This was because he did not find any figure of Gu Yuan among these people. Could it be that this brat fled when he saw me break through to godhood? Doubts flashed under the eyes of the heaven-devouring demon emperor as he murmured to himself. But it was also the moment his words fell. Put! The sound of a sharp instrument entering flesh rang out. A gorgeous blood flower blossomed in front of the heaven-swallowing demon emperor's chest immediately. Subconsciously looking down, he only saw a long golden sword running from his back heart to his front chest. There was still divine blood dripping down towards the ground above the tip of the sword. The divine blood contained an extremely powerful might, and after it dripped down on the ground, it directly smashed the ground out of a huge deep pit. And at that moment, Gu Yuan's voice rang out behind the heaven-devouring demon emperor. "I'm here to kill you. You're not even dead. Would I run away?" Between the words, power exploded within Gu Yuan's body. The two powerful physiques and the Regulus sword were being fully activated by him. One moment, the terrifying sword intent and a terrifying thunderbolt as well as the powerful divine might contained in the Shen Yuan sword immediately rushed into the heaven-swallowing demon emperor's body as much as possible through the Shen Yuan sword, and then began in its body crazy rampage. Strangulation, destruction, annihilation of all its vitality. Intense pain emanated from his body, causing the heaven-devouring demon emperor's mouth to stifle a miserable cry that sounded like killing a pig. The misery of the voice was chilling to the ear. "Damn little! You don't speak of martial virtues. How dare you sneak up on this emperor, an old devil who has lived for tens of thousands of years. Even if this emperor dies, then he will drag you along with him." A fierce light surged in his eyes, and all the power within the heaven-devouring demon emperor's body immediately surged towards the divine source. Gu Yuan took advantage of his lack of attention to sneak attack on him, directly hit him hard. The violent power in his body crazy rampage destruction, which let him know that he today pill hot, as it is. Then blow yourself up. Pulling Gu Yuan, this small person who does not speak of martial virtue, to accompany the burial. Another one who wants to pull me into blowing himself up. But do you think I'll give you that chance? Gu Yuan let out a soft snort from the tip of his nose. He's not going to plant himself in the same place twice. He violently pulled out the Regulus sword from the heaven-swallowing demon emperor's body, and then with a single step of his foot, he headed towards the distance. Seeing this, the heaven-swallowing demon emperor wanted to catch up and then drag Gu Yuan to blow himself up to be buried with him. However, he had only just moved. when a huge and incomparable green-colored ancient bell descended from the sky, directly enveloping him in it. P.S. Righteous Father's urging for a little bit more, a little gift for a little bit. Love you guys. Chapter 163, The Road to Godhood opens. Soon enough, all sorts of insults from the heaven-swallowing demon emperor came from within the chaos bell. The heaven-swallowing demon emperor cursed while trying to control the power within his body to terminate the self-destruction. Nay, at this moment, the power he was converging towards within the divine origin had already reached a critical point. Trying to terminate the self-explosion now was obviously not an option. No. A miserable scream filled with despair came out along with the heaven-swallowing demon emperor. With that, a shocking loud sound rang out from within the chaos bell. Rumble. Berserk shockwaves swept through, causing the mountains and rivers in the central region to collapse and the earth to shake. The chaos bell was all blasted high into the air by this violent shockwave. A huge mushroom cloud made of smoke and dust rose up. Everyone was releasing their divine sense at this moment to probe towards the location where the heaven-swallowing demon emperor had previously been. Wanted to see if the heaven-swallowing demon emperor was dead. After some probing, a smile appeared on everyone's face. The only thing that remained where the heaven-swallowing demon emperor was some divine blood that contained terrifying energy. However, there was no presence of any aura of the heaven-devouring demon emperor, which undoubtedly indicated that the heaven-devouring demon emperor was dead. The heaven-swallowing devil emperor was a devil that had jeopardized the world, and now that he was dead, they were naturally happy. Swish, 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 there was a succession of cracking noises, and, soon, the group appeared in the area where Gu Yuan and the others were. The people who came were none other than the group of great emperors and dragon race great emperors who had escaped to the dragon race earlier. With a sweep of his eyes, someone was puzzled. Wasn't the heaven-swallowing demon emperor here before? How come he's no longer here now? The heaven-swallowing demon emperor is dead. Xiao Xian glanced at the person who had spoken and replied to the opening with a light smile. When these words came out, everyone who came here was shocked. The heaven-swallowing demon emperor is dead? Died that quickly? Who struck to kill him? Was it Emperor Yuan? But this killing speed is too fast. We got the news and came towards this side. And just after we arrived here, the swallowing sky demon emperor died. Can you nag how the swallowing sky demon emperor died? Yes, yes, yes. Fine shivering how the heaven-swallowing demon emperor died. While shocked, those present could not help but be curious as to how the heaven-swallowing demon emperor died. Greeting the curious gazes of those who had just arrived here, Xiao Xian smiled faintly and said, "Your guesses are correct. The one who killed the heaven-swallowing demon emperor was none other than Emperor Yuan. As for how the heaven-swallowing demon emperor died at the hands of the profound emperor, you will listen to me as I slowly explain this matter." As Xiao Xian recounted, those present were once again shocked doggedly. They had thought that it was Gu Yuan who had beheaded the heaven-swallowing demon emperor, but in their opinion, it's bound to be the heaven-swallowing demon emperor who had gone through a bloody battle and finally managed to kill him. Now, when he heard Xiao Xian say that Gu Yuan had killed the heaven-swallowing demon emperor without any effort and without even suffering any injuries, or the heaven-swallowing demon emperor who had broken through to become a god, this, trying not to be shocked, everyone subconsciously looked toward Gu Yuan, who was helping the heaven-swallowing demon emperor reshape his divine soul before putting it into the human emperor streamer. I thank Emperor Profound for removing the scourge of the heaven-swallowing demon emperor from the Tianwu continent. I thank Emperor Profound for removing the scourge of the heaven-swallowing demon emperor from the Tianwu continent. Thanks to Emperor Yuqi. Among the crowd, I don't know who said such a sentence, and the people present immediately echoed one by one to follow. A few more points of respect were evident in the gazes of the people present at this moment as they looked at Gu Yuan. That's respect for the Jedi. After refining the divine soul of the heaven-swallowing demon emperor into the main soul of the human emperor streamer, Gu Yuan heard these words from the crowd. He laughed softly and was just about to open his mouth to say something, but it was at that moment that a sudden change occurred. Wow! The space above the heights of the Tianwu continent suddenly tore apart. With that, an immense and incomparable crack appeared. A pillar of light shot down from above. Dazzling light blossomed and could not be forced into view. The pillar of light instantly enveloped Gu Yuan at an extremely terrifying speed, as well as a person whose cultivation had reached the level of a forbidden great emperor. What is this? Being enveloped by the pillar of light, many forbidden great emperors were shocked in their hearts, but before they had any time to react, a terrifying to the extreme suction force immediately erupted from the light pillar. Under this suction force, the figures of all the forbidden great emperors involuntarily flew towards the high sky. This suction force was extremely terrifying, and it was difficult for an ordinary taboo emperor to resist it. Only a handful of extremely powerful taboo great emperors could resist. Gu Yuan mobilized all the power he could to resist the terrifying suction force. What's going on here? Gu Yuan's brows furrowed, genuinely not understanding why this pillar of light came from where it came from, or why there was a terrifying suction pulling him towards the sky within this pillar of light. He wasn't the only one who didn't understand. There were doubts flashing through the eyes of many people present. Obviously, they were also very confused about the current situation. It was at this moment that Xiao Xian spoke, with a few moments of joy in his voice. He said, "This is the road to godhood opening up, the path to godhood." Upon hearing Xiao Xian's words, all the people present at this moment cast a puzzled gaze towards Xiao Xian. Obviously, they did not know anything about the path to godhood that Xiao Xian was talking about. Greeting everyone's puzzled gazes, Xiao Xian spoke out. The path to godhood is, as the name suggests, the path where one can become a god. Under normal circumstances, the road to godhood opens once in a million years. He'll pull the forbidden emperor in the 3,000 worlds who has the most hope of breaking through to godhood onto the path to godhood. There are all kinds of chances on the path to godhood. If one can successfully walk the path to godhood, then one can break through to godhood. It's reasonable to say that there are still many tens of thousands of years before the road to godhood opens now. But if a world is in danger of extinction, the path to godhood will open early. The path to godhood will teleport away from this world those who bring about the danger of annihilation to the world and forbidden great emperors who have hopes of breaking through to godhood. And this act will protect the world. The reason why the road to godhood is opening earlier now is thought to be because the heaven-swallowing demon emperor is bringing the danger of annihilation to the world. Speaking of this, Xiao Xian could not help but say with a smile on his face, "We've sort of dipped into the light of the heaven-swallowing demon emperor, which allowed us to enter the path to godhood ahead of schedule. There are countless opportunities on the road to becoming a god, but they are also accompanied by all sorts of perils. Take care of yourselves. I'll take my first step." With these words, Xiao Xian completely released his resistance to that suction force. In an instant, he was pulled towards high altitude by this terrifying suction force. As the pillar of light enveloping him disappeared, its entire person also completely vanished into this world. The group of forbidden great emperors who heard Xiao Xian's words also let go of their resistance to that suction force one by one, and were soon pulled towards high altitudes by this terrifying suction force, quickly disappearing. They had thought that this sudden appearance of suction was a crisis, but they didn't want it to be a chance for them to be able to break through into a god. In that case, how could they possibly still resist? Looking at the forbidden great emperors that had disappeared one by one into this part of the heavens and earth, Gu Yuan glanced around at those present and said his farewells. "Father, take care. Great Elder, take care. Uncle Luo, take care. Take care, Dragon Leader. Uncle Luo, tell Qingcheng that when I return it will be time to marry her. Father, I will bring my mother back on this trip. I'm going." As the words fell, Gu Yuan completely released his resistance to that suction force. As the resistances were released, a terrifying suction force erupted from the light pillar, instantly pulling Gu Yuan up into the sky and then completely disappearing into this part of the world. P.S. Volume 1, The Emperor's Realm chapter is finished. Volume 2, The God Killer chapter is about to unfold. 18 years old budding new author. Just started to write a book. A lot of places are not well written. The Righteous Fathers lightly spray. The first volume saw many suggestions and insults from the righteous greats, and Fire has tried to adjust. I'm not saying the second volume is as well written as it could be, but I think taking advice should make it better and more enjoyable. I hope that all of you righteous fathers will continue to support this, and Fire is here to thank you on her knees. I wish all you righteous fathers all the best of luck with your hearts and wallets, and then feel free to reward Fire with a little fire. Chapter 164, The Asshole Who Stole the Medicine. As he left the Tianwu continent, Gu Yuan only felt a blackness before his eyes. When his vision regained clarity, Gu Yuan scanned around and realized that he was in the middle of a huge and incomparable mountain range. The mountain ranges were filled with extremely dense spiritual qi and divine qi everywhere. Spiritual qi and divine qi intertwined and converged, actually turning into a sheet of mist that enveloped the entire mountain range. Between breaths, one could feel traces of growth in one's own cultivation. This place was littered with spiritual herbs and sacred medicines, emperor medicines, and with a sweep of his gaze, Gu Yuan saw the presence of several emperor medicines. Rather, it's a place of rare opportunity. Is this the path to godhood? Curiosity flashed under Gu Yuan's eyes. The divine sense was released, wanting to probe the four directions, look for traces of Xiao Xian. Xiao Xian had lived long enough to know a lot of things, so finding the other party might be able to clear up some things. However, Gu Yuan soon realized that here, divine sense could not be released at all. He tried to rip through space, but the space of this place is exceptionally solid, and if you want to tear the space, you can't do it at all. Unable to do so, Gu Yuan then also dismissed the idea of leaving this place now. With a sweep of his eyes, he landed his gaze on a distant imperial medicine shaped like a dragon, emitting a seven-colored haze and its god's might flowing. This emperor medicine was called the seven-colored dragon-forming grass, and if a living being took it, it could make a trace of extra divine dragon power in its body and improve its cultivation qualifications. This emperor pill was also a material for refining some emperor rank pills. This kind of emperor pill was a rare and precious medicine in the world, and now that he had encountered it, Gu Yuan was naturally prepared to take it away. Come outside the seven-colored dragon-shaped grass. Gu Yuan reached forward to pick it, but not before his hand touched the seven-colored dragon-shaped grass. A faint curtain of light suddenly appeared, protecting the seven-colored dragon-shaped grass within it. Divine charm flowed above the light curtain, containing a terrifying presence of demonic power. The power of its defense was also extremely terrifying. A defense formation? Or was it set up by a demonic beast? Gu Yuan's eyes flashed with surprise. He recognized at a glance that the curtain of light was a formation set up by a powerful demonic beast. After a slight hesitation, power surged within Gu Yuan's body, and with one palm, he burst the formation. With a wave of his hand, he put the seven-colored dragon-shaped grass into the system's carry-on space. Gu Yuan swept his gaze and stared at the remaining few emperor pills. There were no surprises. There were likewise formations present outside of these few imperial medicines. These formations weren't weak, but they were weak in front of Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan just worked his inner strength and easily broke these formations. It was also when Gu Yuan had picked several emperor pills in a row that a soft, explosive voice resounded in this part of heaven and earth. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Who told you to pick my emperor pill? Upon hearing this explosive shout, Gu Yuan could not help but turn his gaze toward the direction from which the voice came, only to see that there was a little girl with a pair of adorable cat ears that was carved in pink and jade was rapidly coming this way. Her petite, cute and slightly baby-fat little face was currently red from anger. The aura emanating from the little girl's body was powerful to the extreme. She was actually a Forbidden Emperor 9th level powerhouse. And it wasn't just any ordinary Forbidden Great Emperor 9, but the best of the Forbidden Great Emperor 9. It's in that realm where you're about to break through to godhood. The other side is fast. It was still thousands of meters away from Gu Yuan when it appeared, but just as Gu Yuan was sizing up the other party had closed the distance to Gu Yuan to 10 meters. Drug-stealing asshole, die for me. A soft popping sound came out of the little girl's mouth. The power in his body surged wildly, and when he raised his hand, he slapped his palm towards Gu Yuan. With one palm out, a huge cat palm descended from the sky, carrying an incomparably terrifying might towards Gu Yuan and fell down fiercely. This palm was so powerful that it actually caused Gu Yuan to develop an extremely dangerous feeling. Gu Yuan didn't dare to be careless and raised his hand as three ancient divine artifacts immediately flew out from the system's carry-on space. Nowadays, the human emperor streamer had already refined the heaven-swallowing demon emperor who had broken through to godhood into the main soul of the human emperor streamer, replacing the divine soul split of the heaven-swallowing demon emperor who had once been the main soul of the human emperor streamer. This allowed the human emperor streamer to erupt with a might that was countless times stronger than before. Once it appeared, it erupted with an extremely terrifying might. That cat palm that fell from the sky was directly blocked by the heaven-devouring demon emperor's manipulation of the human emperor streamer. As for the Regulus sword and the Chaos bell, they were at this moment erupting with extremely terrifying might towards the little girl quickly. Dang! A loud, ancient bell rang out. The invisible sound wave power immediately blasted towards the little girl. It made the little girl feel a stinging pain in her eardrums, and her mouth couldn't help but let out a loud cry of pain. By the time it resisted this invisible and terrifying sound wave force, the Chaos bell, with its divine rhythm flowing, was already carrying an incomparably terrifying might towards its heavy smashing down. The Xian Yuan sword also carried a storm of thousands of sword blades and a terrifying sword intent at this moment, transforming into a golden stream of light that quickly stabbed straight at the little girl. Looking at the Chaos bell that descended from the sky and the Xian Yuan sword that quickly came in the form of a golden stream of light, the little girl's face instantly paled. There was also an involuntary tremor in her petite body. She has been living here all along. Although she relies on taking all kinds of heavenly materials and treasures here to cultivate to the present level, but she who had never encountered a strong person had almost zero experience in fighting strong people. Now that she had seen the three powerful attacks that Gu Yuan had executed in a single fluid motion, she was truly stunned, so much so that she even forgot to resist. One could only watch as the chaos bell above his head came quickly with transformed into a golden sword light. Dying. Ooh. When the chaos bell and Regulus sword resisted the near future, the little girl closed her eyes in despair, and her mouth could not help but let out a wail. Chapter 165, Thunderpool. Looking at the little girl who looked like this, Gu Yuan hesitated slightly, just as the Regulus sword and chaos bell were about to land on her body. With a movement of his mind, the Regulus sword and chaos bell immediately stopped in front of the little girl. After thinking about it, Gu Yuan asked out loud, "Are you a living being here?" Hearing Gu Yuan's words, the little girl couldn't help but open her large, watery eyes. Looking at the chaos bell above her head and the Regulus sword in front of her, she gently swallowed. Only then did he honestly answer Gu Yuan's words. "My name is Yunshi, from the Spirit Cat Clan, a native member of the Changshan Mountain." Gu Yuan then asked a bunch of questions one after another. As for the questions Gu Yuan asked, Yunshi could be said to know everything. The reason why it was so cooperative was also simple. Because there was the chaos bell above his head and the Regulus sword in front of his body. She, afraid to die. Soon Gu Yuan was able to get a rough idea of the place he was currently in through Yunshi. This place was called the Mountain of Becoming God, a world dependent on the God realm. It was the place used by the divine realm to cultivate the people of the divine realm and the people of the 3,000 great worlds to break through to become gods. For the divine realm, the Mountain of Gods opens once every 100,000 years. While for the 3,000 great worlds the Mountain of Gods only opens once every million years. Not only did the Mountain of Successful Gods have an inextricable relationship with the divine realm, it also had an unspoken relationship with the 3,000 great worlds. This time, the reason why the Mountain of Successful Gods had opened early was entirely because a world had sensed a crisis, and the Mountain of Successful Gods was thus forced to open early. Yunshi didn't know which world had encountered a crisis, which had led to the early opening of the Mountain of Successful Gods. But Gu Yuan knew. This time, the reason why the Mountain of Successful Gods had opened earlier was entirely because the heaven-swallowing demon emperor had made the heavenly martial continent feel the plague of extinction. But there would be no need to tell Yunshi these words. Subsequently, through Yunshi, Gu Yuan also learned. Not only did the Mountain of Successful Gods possess countless cultivation qualifications, heavenly materials, and treasures within it, there was also the existence of one magical cultivation sanctuary after another. These cultivation sanctuaries possessed vast quantities of divine substances within them. By absorbing and refining these divine substances, one could condense the divine origin and thus break through to become a god. There were two ways to leave the Mountain of Success. For one thing, after becoming a god, the rules of this side of heaven and earth would sense it and then transport it directly to the god realm. The second is to wait until MT Sengoku is closed. The Mountain of Successful Gods was only open for a month at a time. After a month's time, no matter if the alien creatures that entered into the Mountain of God formation could break through to become gods or not, then they would all be transported back to their respective worlds by the rules in the Mountain of God formation. However, no one usually lasts until the Sengoku mountain closes. This was because the cultivation sanctuaries within the Mountain of Successful Gods were all controlled by the powerful clans within the Mountain of Successful Gods. Outsiders wanted the cultivation sanctuary guarded by their own family, and these powerful communities naturally did not allow it. Over time, the powerful communities within the Mountain of Successful Gods were all hostile to outsiders. As soon as an outsider was detected, the communities within the Mountain of Successful Gods would unite and strike at the outsider. The strength of these communities were all extremely powerful existences. Although there were no existences above the Emperor realm, they were all the best amongst the 9th level of Forbidden Great Emperors. Some even condensed the existence of a large half-divine origin. Although it wasn't the God realm, it was able to burst out with power infinitely close to the God realm. From this, it was easy to see how difficult it was to break through to godhood within the Mountain of Godhood. Not only was it difficult to break through to godhood, it was extremely difficult to survive. Seemingly thinking of something, Yunshi spoke out again. There is a cultivation holy land that is not under the control of the communities within the Mountain of Successful Gods. Hearing Yunshi's words, he asked without the slightest hesitation, "Where is it?" Through Yunshi, Gu Yuan knew that many powerful ethnic groups existed within the Mountain of Successful Gods. The underpinnings of all these ethnic groups were terrifying to the extreme. In some cases, there were no less than 100 existences that had condensed divine origins within a single clan. A single clan would have 100 existences that could erupt with power infinitely close to the God realm. And there were a full dozen of such groups within the Mountain of Successful Gods. In order to break through to become a god, even though he knew that these groups were incredibly powerful, Gu Yuan still had to go to the cultivation sanctuaries controlled by these groups. Only then would he be able to absorb enough divine substance to condense a divine source and break through into a god. Even if he had to start a conflict with these powerful groups, Gu Yuan still had to go. But now Yunshi said that there was still a holy land of cultivation that had not been controlled by the communities within Mount Changshen. Then he subconsciously wanted to go here to absorb the divine substance and then condense the divine source to break through into a god. If he could, he wouldn't want to clash with the powerful communities within the mountain of successful gods. The creatures within the mountain of successful gods, he had only seen one Yunshi though. But just a child like Yunshi was so powerful. From that it was not difficult to glimpse the power of the creatures within the Changshan mountain. Hearing Gu Yuan's words, Yunshi voiced out, Thunder Pool. Although the Thunder Pool contains rich divine substance, it is shrouded in thunder all year round. There are all sorts of powerful thunder existences there. Even if a forbidden emperor who has condensed a divine origin travels there, it will only lead to death. This is also the reason why the Thunder Pool has existed for so many years, but has never been controlled by the powerful clans within the Changshan mountain. Although the Thunder Pool is not under the control of the powerful communities within the Sengoku mountain, going to the Thunder Pool is even more dangerous than going to a cultivation sanctuary controlled by the powerful communities within the Sengoku mountain. I'd advise you not to hit the Thunder Pool. Speaking of this, great doubts immediately surfaced in Yunshi's tiny eyes. Because she was actually shocked to find that as she finished her introduction to Lei Qi, the face of the person in front of her unexpectedly crawled with joy at a speed visible to the naked eye. What's he so happy about? At this moment Yunshi was truly a bit confused, and the reason why Gu Yuan was so happy was simple, totally because of Thunder Pool. He possessed the 10,000 Thunder God body, which could absorb all the thunder in the world to strengthen his body. Now that he heard Yunshi's introduction to Lei Qi, it was hard for him to not be happy. This Thunder Pool might be full of all kinds of crises for others, and entering it would only lead to death. But such a Thunder Pool was a complete cultivation treasure for him. It was a place that was perfectly suited to his cultivation. Greeting Yunshi's gaze filled with doubt, Gu Yuan spoke. I'm going to the Thunder Pool to practice. What? You're going to the Thunder Pool to cultivate? Yunshi's beautiful eyes glared, and for a moment she even wondered if she had heard wrong. She had clearly made it so clear that the Thunder Pool was dangerous there. It was more than several times or even dozens of times more dangerous than facing the communities within the mountain of successful gods. However, it was under such circumstances that Gu Yuan still chose to go to the Thunder Pool to cultivate. It's hard not to be shocked. Yes, I am going to the Thunder Pool to cultivate. Meeting Yunshi's gaze, Gu Yuan calmly nodded. With that, this came out. Let's go. Take me to the Thunder Pool. Yunshi. Chapter 166, The Spirit Cat Clan has arrived. The Thunder Pool is dangerous. Are you sure you want to go to the Thunder Pool to cultivate? Yunshi asked again. Yes. Nodding his head, Gu Yuan said with some impatience. Just bring me to the Thunder Pool and you can leave. Cut the crap and get going. I can't leave here. Yunshi shook his head. Seeing Gu Yuan's frown, the chaos bell above her head and the Regulus sword in front of her body began to move again, as if they were going to kill her at any time. Yunshi gulped in fear before whispering, the place where you are is where my Spirit Cat Clan breeds medicinal herbs. I'm the Spirit Cat of the Spirit Cat Clan responsible for breeding herbs here. I can't leave this place. If not, I will be punished by the Spirit Cat Clan. I see. Gu Yuan nodded in realization. Just when Yunshi thought that she didn't need to go to the Thunder Pond, Gu Yuan's words made her small face instantly turn white. Do you want to be punished by the Spirit Cat Clan? Or do you want me to kill you now? Between the words, the Chaos Bell and Regulus sword were once again foolishly moving. It made Yunshi's heart fearful to the extreme. Not daring to hesitate, Yunshi immediately spoke out. I'll take you to the Thunder Pool. Gu Yuan smiled in satisfaction. With a wave of his hand, a terrifying suction force emanated from his hand, straightening out all the spiritual herbs and pills here. The holy pills and imperial pills were all included in the system's carry-on space. Tears glistened in Yunshi's eyes as she watched, looking like she was about to cry. She was the Spirit Cat responsible for farming herbs here, and now Gu Yuan had taken all the herbs here in front of her. If this matter was discovered, she would definitely be punished by the Spirit Cat Clan. She wanted to ask Gu Yuan not to take these herbs, but after hesitating, she still didn't dare to speak. She didn't want to die young. Just as Gu Yuan was putting all the herbs into the system's carry-on space, a voice had already come from the distance. Yunshi. It seems that the mountain of successful gods opened early because a certain great world sensed a crisis. Now the elders of the clan have noticed a sudden fluctuation in space on this side earlier. The elders of the clan suspect that an outsider may have been teleported here. So you should be more careful and not let anyone steal the herbs. At the same time as the voice rang out, a figure quickly flew in from the distance. It was a young man dressed in black. He was slender, with a handsome face and a pair of cat ears. As he spoke, he was rapidly coming this way. But as he spoke, he suddenly had the good sense to keep his mouth shut. This was because he saw that Yunshur had a large green-colored ancient bell above his head and a golden long sword hovering in front of him. Not far in front of you, Yunshur, there was another young man with a handsome face, dressed in a white suit, looking like an immortal descending from the earth, who was picking medicinal herbs. This made him instantly realize that the suspicions of the clan elders were right. An outsider had really been teleported here, and the other party had trapped Yunshur while frantically stealing the medicinal herbs that his spirit cat clan kept here. Damn pill thief! Give this emperor death! A fierce light flickered in his eyes, and the black-clothed youth raised his hand and slapped his palm down towards Gu Yuan. With a palm out, a huge palm print that covered the sky instantly appeared before crushing the air with a loud sonic boom. Carrying an incomparably terrifying destructive force, it slapped down heavily towards Gu Yuan. This palm was so overwhelmingly powerful that it actually caused Gu Yuan to develop an extremely dangerous feeling. Gu Yuan didn't dare to be careless. Between the power surging within his body, all the power was gathered in his palm. He raised his hand and met it with a palm. Great desolate imprisoning heavenly hands. A palm came out, and a huge and incomparable golden handprint immediately greeted the palm slapped towards the youth. The two palms collided in an instant. Rumble! It was accompanied by a loud and incomparable explosion sound. The violent collision aftermath immediately spread wildly in all directions with the collision place as the center. Destroyed quite a few plants and trees around it. Under the aftershocks of this collision, the youth was also forced to retreat back and forth. Cricket Taboo Emperor 5th level can actually erupt with such a terrifying battle power. Looking at Gu Yuan, a thick color of shock immediately flashed under the youth's eyes. Obviously, he didn't expect that the strike he had struck would be broken so easily by Gu Yuan. One must know that he was at the 9th level of the Forbidden Great Emperor's cultivation, an existence that was 4 small realms away from Gu Yuan. The difference was so great that he was still able to have his strike broken by Gu Yuan in such a manner, trying not to be shocked. And just as he was shocked, Gu Yuan joined his fingers like swords, and a flash of sword intent flashed across his fingertips. He used his finger instead of his sword, and with his hand raised, he chopped towards the youth. The sword intent was vertical and horizontal, and the sword intent also contained extremely terrifying thunder power, and the speed was as fast as it could be. The young man who was in shock had not even reacted before he was heavily chopped on top of his chest by this sword. Put! Blood splattered, and a long sword mark immediately surfaced on the youth's chest. There was also a dense trail of sword marks floating around him. Terrifying power erupted in this sword, and a mouthful of blood immediately spurted out of the youth's mouth. His whole person also flew toward the back at this moment like a kite with broken strings. A cold light blossomed in Gu Yuan's eyes, and with a movement of his feet, he immediately followed. Take advantage of your illness. Now was the perfect opportunity to kill the youth, so he naturally wouldn't let it go. If you kill Yunshan, my spirit cat clan will be the first to find out, and when my entire clan surrounds you, you will surely die. Yunshur quickly spoke out at this moment, obviously trying to get Gu Yuan to stop with those words. Hearing Yunshur's words, Gu Yuan did hesitate, but the hesitation was only for a short moment and then disappeared completely. Killing Yunshan would indeed allow the spirit cat clan to find out and thus besiege him, putting him in danger. However, if he didn't kill Yunshan, when Yunshan informed the spirit cat clan of this matter, he would likewise be besieged by the spirit cat clan. In that case, it's better to kill. Killing intent flashed in his eyes, as Gu Yuan's body surged with power. He raised his hand and slapped his palm down towards Yunshan. With a palm out, a huge and incomparable golden palm print instantly appeared. Sensing the terrifying might contained in the slap, Yunshan's entire face instantly turned pale. In his mouth, he also involuntarily let out a terrified yell. No! 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 However, even though he screamed through his throat, the huge palm imprint that Gu Yuan slapped down did not show the slightest sign of stopping. It looked like this palm was about to land on Yunshan. It was also at this moment that a golden pike broke through the air. It directly chopped heavily on top of this huge palm print. Boo! The golden paillettes and the huge palm print but just touched. Accompanied by a loud sound came out. The huge palm print instantly burst open. After that, the golden train went on unabated, shooting straight towards Gu Yuan. It was fortunate that Gu Yuan reacted in time and dodged at the first opportunity, which allowed him to avoid this golden pike. Looking at the place where the golden pike landed, an immense and incomparably deep pit had clearly appeared there. Divine sense could not be released in this place. The space was solid and abnormal, and the ground was also solid and incomparable. But it was under these circumstances that the golden pike was still able to leave such a huge crater in the ground after breaking the poem he had slapped out. From this, it was not difficult to see how powerful the might contained in this golden pike was. P.S. Righteous fathers, urge more point a little. Look at 30 meters of advertising to send a small gift. Fire really want to starve. Cream. Chapter 167, Let Go of the Dragon. Turning back to the direction where the golden pike had shot from, Gu Yuan's heart was even more shocked. Only to see an old man in the distance was staring at him with a gloomy gaze and murderous intent bursting out of his eyes. The terrifying imperial might and divine might on the other party's body rose up, making it easy to perceive how terrifying it was. It wasn't hard to tell the other person from the pair of white cat ears on their body. The opponent was none other than a strong person from the Spirit Cat clan. Behind the old man there were several other extremely strong auras coming quickly. Although he didn't see anyone, from the breath that was terrifying to the extreme, it was still not difficult to know that the people following behind him were all bound to be strong members of the Spirit Cat clan as well. If you have a friend from afar, you will kill him. Outsiders, now that you're here, you'll be buried here. Killing intent exploded in the old man's eyes. Lifting his hand, several more terrifying to the extreme golden pikes shot out. The speed of this golden pike was fast to the extreme. It's like a shooting star crossing the night sky, passing by in an instant. If it wasn't for the fact that Gu Yuan was always on the alert for the other party to strike when the old man appeared, now that the other party was striking, that wouldn't even necessarily be able to react. Dodging a few golden spikes, Gu Yuan came to Yunshi's body, and with a wave of his big hand, a violent to the extreme energy immediately surged into Yunshi's body, wanting to block Yunshi's internal power. Yunshi subconsciously tried to run his body's power to resist this foreign force. Keep it out of your body. However, Gu Yuan's bellowing cry reached her ears, but it instantly dissuaded her from the idea of resisting this force. If you dare to resist, now is the time for you to die. Hearing these words from Gu Yuan, Yunshi couldn't help but shiver and didn't dare to resist at that moment. She could only allow the energy in Gu Yuan's body to enter her body, blocking all the power within her. As the power within Yunshi's body was blocked as much as possible, Gu Yuan looked back at the rapidly approaching group of Spirit Cat clan powerhouses and said in a loud voice, I just want Yunshi to take me to the Thunder Pool. When I get to the Thunder Pool I will naturally release her back. If you guys keep chasing, now I will kill Yunshi first. After saying that, Gu Yuan no longer paid any attention to the people of the Spirit Cat clan who were rapidly coming this way. With a wave of his large sleeve, he put away the Regulus sword and the Chaos Bell. As soon as he pulled Yunshi up, he moved his feet and was transformed into a stream of light flying rapidly in the direction away from the people of the Spirit Cat clan. Soon, the strongest members of the Spirit Cat clan arrived at Gu Yuan's previous location. Looking at the direction that Gu Yuan had left, a strong member of the Spirit Cat clan looked at the old man who had struck earlier and asked, Old ancestor, that brat said that Yunshi would release Yunshi if he brought him to the Thunder Pool. Are we still chasing after him now? Pop. The old man called Old Ancestor raised his hand and slapped the speaking Spirit Cat clan powerhouse in the face before scolding. Stupid! Do you find the words of the human race credible? All of you, go after them. After a pause, the old man commanded again. Yunshi girl is still in that kid's hands. If you guys go after him, remember to conceal yourselves. You must not be discovered by that kid. Remember one thing, nothing can happen to Yunshi girl, or I won't spare you. It's the old man. The strongest members of the Spirit Cat clan all nodded their heads. Afterward, they no longer hesitated and immediately concealed their breath to follow in the direction Gu Yuan had left. As for the old man, he did not follow. Coldly sweeping a glance at the wretched Yunshan on the ground, he cursed a waste under his breath. Then without looking back, he went back in the direction from which he had come earlier. Now that the mountain of successful gods had opened, there was an influx of many outsiders, and he had to stay within the clan to sit on the ground. Otherwise, if a powerful outsider took advantage of the emptiness within his clan and took advantage of the void to sneak into his clan's cultivation sanctuary, that would not be good. The cultivation sanctuaries controlled by the major ethnic groups possessed vast amounts of divine substances within them. These divine substances were the key to becoming a god, and they were also of great use to the living beings within the mountain of gods. No outsiders may be allowed to enter it. This was also the reason why the powerful communities within the mountain of successful gods possessed hostility towards outsiders. Because these outsiders were all assholes who coveted their clan's cultivation sanctuary. After flying along for an unknown amount of time, Gu Yuan then looked at Yunshi beside him and opened his mouth. Say, where is the thunder pool? After a pause, Gu Yuan added. Don't worry, as soon as we reach the thunder pool, I'll unlock the seal on you and let you return to the Spirit Cat clan. I hope you can keep your promise. Yunshi let out a low sigh before she stretched out her somewhat baby-fat jade hand and pointed back. That direction. About 8 million miles. Gu Yuan looked at where he was and then at the rear. For a while, he was a bit speechless. How could he not expect that after flying for so long, he had flown backwards? After a slight hesitation, Gu Yuan prepared to fly towards the thunder pool. But just at that moment, a loud pop suddenly came from the distance. Upon hearing the popping sound, Gu Yuan and Yunshi subconsciously looked towards the direction the sound came from, only to see a fierce battle taking place there. The great battle was between a golden dragon and a dozen or so lions with huge bodies. That golden dragon's strength cultivation wasn't weak, possessing the first level of cultivation of a forbidden great emperor. But the cultivation of those dozens of lions was obviously powerful to the extreme. Their cultivation far exceeded that of the golden dragon. Now together, they attacked the golden dragon. Straight away, the golden dragon's scales fell off, its entire body stained with blood, and its breath withered. The eyes of the 10 or so lions were filled with teasing contempt and disdain. Apparently they did not place the golden dragon in front of them in their eyes. The reason why a dozen or so lions came together to surround the golden dragon seemed to be for fun. They are one of the powerful clans in the Mountain of Successful Gods, the Spirit Lion Clan. Glancing at the immense and incomparable lions, Yunshi instantly recognized which powerful group in the Mountain of Successful Gods the other party came from, and subconsciously opened his mouth. But just in the moment her words fell, Gu Yuan had already quickly rushed towards the Spirit Lion Clan by pulling her hand. Seeing this scene, Yunshi was startled and subconsciously let out a shocked cry. What are you doing? Don't you forget who you are. You're an outsider. Now if you appear in front of the Spirit Lion Clan's eyes, the Spirit Lion Clan will take action against you. You're not weak, but the Spirit Lion Clan is strong. If you go over there now, you'll only die. I advise you not to do anything stupid. Now that she was blocked by Gu Yuan's internal power, she couldn't even mobilize a single ounce of power. If Gu Yuan went down there and clashed with the Spirit Lion Clan, she was also afraid of being dragged into it. Shut up! Gu Yuan let out a low gulp. Only then did he face the Spirit Lion Clan below and burst out. Let go of that dragon. If you have the ability to charge me. The words fell. With a wave of Gu Yuan's sleeve, the human emperor streamer, Regulus sword, and chaos bell, 3 ancient divine artifacts immediately shot toward the spirit lions of the Spirit Lion Clan below. Chapter 168, easily killed in seconds. Let go of that dragon and come at me if you can. Upon hearing this explosive cry, the golden dragon and the 10 or so spirit lions that were fighting each other looked over in unison. Upon seeing Gu Yuan, tears immediately flashed in the golden dragon's enormous dragon eyes. A sound of excitement to the extreme also came out of his mouth. I can't imagine that I'd be able to meet little friend Gu Yuan here. It's really the heavens that won't kill me. He was no other than the Dragon Clan's patriarch of the Tianwu continent, Long Chang. Accidentally he was also teleported within the Mountain of Successful Gods. Before he could survey his surroundings, he was teased by the 10 or so spirit lions in front of him as if they were cats playing with mice. I had thought that I was about to be played alive by these dozen or so spirit lions. However, he met Gu Yuan at the critical moment, and he was really excited at this moment. And the reason why Gu Yuan made his move was solely because he recognized Long Chang. Long Chang had helped him many times, and now that he saw the other party in danger, it was naturally impossible for him to stand by and do nothing. Another outsider? The dozen or so spirit lions glanced at Gu Yuan, and there were immediate flashes of surprise in the bottom of their eyes, obviously not expecting them to encounter another outsider so soon. Unexpectedly, there were a few more teasing moments in their eyes as they looked at Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan's cultivation level was only the 5th level of the Forbidden Great Emperor, and many of their cultivation levels were at the 9th level of the Forbidden Great Emperor. Gu Yuan's strength was pitifully weak in front of them. In their minds, they could easily pin down Gu Yuan. Just as they were thinking so, the human emperor streamer had already risen against the wind and transformed into a huge red flag that covered the sky. The red streamer fluttered in the wind, and the red hair on it instantly transformed into a thick, strong, and long blood-red tentacle. As soon as the blood-red tentacles appeared, they shot out in unison towards the people of the Spirit Lion Clan below. The heaven-swallowing demon emperor stepped out from within the human emperor's streamer. A mysterious aura connected him to the human emperor's streamer. Endless soul power then surged out from within the human emperor's streamer into his body. With the influx of soul power, the already solidified him became a few points more solid, and his already powerful aura also became a few points more powerful, until after his breath climbed to a critical point, the heaven-swallowing demon emperor also moved. When he moved his feet, he instantly disappeared from his original position, and when he reappeared, he had already arrived within 10 meters above the dozen or so spirit lions. Between the power surging within his body, a terrifying strike had already blasted towards the dozen or so spirit lions below. The heaven-swallowing demon emperor was already in existence that had become a god, and now, although only his divine soul was left, he had absorbed all of the power of the soul slaves within the human emperor's streamer into his body, and the power that he was able to erupt was not to be underestimated. It was compared to him at his peak, and that wasn't even the slightest bit weaker. As soon as he made his move, he immediately made the dozen or so spirit lions feel a great pressure. At that moment, the dozen or so spirit lions didn't dare to be careless, immediately striking out in unison to fend off the strike struck by the heaven-swallowing demon emperor. Their strength was not weak, but if they were compared to the heaven-swallowing demon emperor, they were undoubtedly much weaker. Once they exchanged blows, they were all spitting blood from their mouths, and then like kites with broken strings, they flew out in unison. Before they had any chance to react, an ancient bell sound like thunder rang out at this moment. Dang! As the bell rang out, the invisible sound wave power immediately blasted down towards them fiercely. Under the sound of this bell, the dozen or so spirit lions that had just been injured were injured once again. One by one, they spat out blood, only to feel that their eardrums had burst. The intense pain struck them, causing each of their faces to distort as they all revealed a look of agony. Clank! A clear sound of a sword ringing resounded. The Xianyuan sword carried the terrifying power of thunder and a terrifying sword intent, just like a golden stream of light rapidly coming. At this moment, the dozen or so spirit lions were injured one after another, and when they saw the Xianyuan sword rapidly coming, they had not even made any reaction, and were penetrated by the Xianyuan sword from within their bodies. Put, put, put. The sound of a sharp weapon entering the flesh resounded one after another, and blood that looked like it didn't need money spurted out crazily from the body of a spirit lion. Ow! Ow! Accompanied by a mournful wail came out from the mouth of a spirit lion. Xianyuan sword contains the power of thunder and terrible sword intent in their body crazy rampage strangulation, soon as to annihilate all of their vitality, so that they turned into a head of ice-cold corpses. Gulp! Looking at the dozen or so spirit lions that died in front of his eyes in the blink of an eye, Long Chang couldn't help but gulp. Obviously they were shocked. I can't imagine that this guy is so strong. Yunshi's small face was a little pale as she glanced at Gu Yuan, and a trace of fear couldn't help but emerge from the depths of her eyes. Apparently, he hadn't expected Gu Yuan to have not used his full strength in his earlier fight with her. If Gu Yuan had been as ruthless and decisive as he was now when he struck earlier, then she's long dead. Nope. Thinking of this, Yunshi suddenly shook her head. Although Gu Yuan hadn't displayed such terrifying strength earlier, if it wasn't for the other party's withdrawal at the critical moment, now she's dead. They weren't the only ones who were shocked. It was the people of the Spirit Cat clan who were hiding in the distance by concealing their breath that saw this scene, and they were all shocked one by one. This kid is actually so powerful. Will we win if we take a shot at it? That dead Spirit Lion clan person wasn't weak. Our strength is at most 50-50 with them. Now you say win? If it's against this kid, the bag dies well. If you say so, then aren't we in danger? The danger isn't so bad. Our Spirit Cat clan is good at hiding our breath. That kid won't be able to discover it. Can't spot it? You see, the kid seems to be looking towards us. As the group of strong Spirit Cat clan members were talking, someone suddenly said this. Hearing this, everyone's heart snapped, because, at this moment, Gu Yuan turned around and had already looked towards where they were. The calm gaze appeared, but it made each of them feel numb and pale as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Luckily, Gu Yuan only took one look and withdrew his gaze, which made them all breathe a sigh of relief. I told you, our Spirit Cat clan is so good at hiding our breath. That kid definitely won't be able to find it. That's right, Spruce, you don't scare people all day. Spruce, you're too sensitive. You really didn't notice? Listening to the words of the clan members next to him, Spruce couldn't help but feel self-doubt. I wonder if I'm too sensitive and overthinking things. In fact, his guess was indeed true. Gu Yuan did find them. Only, Gu Yuan saw that these people did not make a move. After taking someone else's herb and taking someone from someone else's clan as a hostage, it was normal for the other party to send someone to follow them now. If these people didn't make a move, he wouldn't mind sparing their lives. But if these people preferred to take a shot at him at their own peril, then there was no choice but to send them into the human emperor's streamer. Chapter 169, Lion Sky's Anger. Many thanks to young friend Gu Yuan for saving my life. Long Chang transformed into his human form and came to Gu Yuan's body and performed a serious salute before he spoke respectfully. Patriarch Dragon, you're being too outgoing. Gu Yuan gave a smile, looking up and down at Long Chang for a few moments. Seeing the seriousness of the injuries on his body, he raised his hand and took out a lower-grade imperial-grade healing pill and passed it over. This is an emperor-grade lower-grade healing pill. It will allow you to recover quickly from your injuries. Take it. How is this good? Long Chang spoke with some embarrassment. The emperor-grade lower-grade healing pill was already an extremely precious pill, and since it was also a 9-stripe pill, it was even more precious. He was a little embarrassed to take it. However, before he could finish his sentence, Gu Yuan had already interrupted with a smile. The emperor rank lower grade healing pill is indeed precious, but this kind of pill can be concocted with my hands, so you can just take it. Hearing this, Long Chang was no longer polite at that moment and immediately took the elixir and sent it into his mouth. The elixir entered the abdomen, and as the terrifying medicinal power within the elixir melted away within the body, it flowed into all the meridians and limbs of Long Chang's entire body, every single place. However, in an instant, the injuries within Long Chang's body were all healed. Feeling the recovered injuries within his body, Long Chang squeezed his fist and a smile could not help but appear on his face. It's such a great feeling to have that power fill your whole body. After looking at the dozen or so spirit lions on the ground, Long Chang looked at Gu Yuan again before he couldn't help but let out an exclamation. Little friend Gu Yuan, you're still so powerful that it makes one's scalp tingle. Gu Yuan smiled and didn't say anything more. Let the heaven-swallowing demon emperor control the human emperor streamer to help a dozen or so dead spirit lions reshape their souls, and then inhale them into the human emperor streamer to instantly refine them into soul slaves. Gu Yuan dug out the demonic pills from the bodies of a dozen or so more spirit lions and put them into the system's carry-on space, and only then did he take Yun Shi and Long Chang to the direction where the thunder pool was located. Looking at the departing Gu Yuan trio, a group of powerful people from the Spirit Cat clan hesitated slightly and also concealed their breath and quietly followed them. As they left after a tea time, a figure came from the distance, and soon they appeared at this place. Their auras were strong, and all of them were terrifying existences with the 9th level of cultivation of a forbidden great emperor. A few of them had even condensed half of the divine origin within their bodies. If they wanted to, they could inevitably condense a complete divine origin, break through to godhood, and then leave the godhood mountain. It was only that the divine realm was simply not as good as Mount Chengshen in their eyes, which was why they hadn't condensed a complete divine origin to leave Mount Chengshen. Only when their lifespan was nearing its end would they condense a complete divine origin, break through to become gods, increase their lifespan, and then leave this place. Asterisk. Who killed the people of my clan? I want him to pay for his life. As his eyes swept over the dead head of a spirit lion, 2 clouds of anger immediately surged in the eyes of the person in charge. He was no other than the clan leader of the Spirit Lion clan, Lion Sky. Now that he saw that his clan members had been killed, and even the demonic pills had been taken away, how could he, who was the patriarch of the Spirit Lion clan, not be angry? I'd like to see who killed the people of my clan. Use blood as a guide to recreate time. As a low drink came out of Lion Sky's mouth, a drop of essence blood immediately flew out of his body, which then merged into the dead dozen or so spirit lions. As the essence blood was incorporated, the space above these dozen or so spirit lions immediately rippled with a fluctuation. When the fluctuations stopped, an image appeared in everyone's field of vision. The images were exactly what these dozen or so spirit lions had seen in their lifetime. It was this man who killed my people. Pass the order down. All the living beings within the mountain of successful gods. As long as anyone can kill this man, I will grant him 100 emperor pills, 1,000 holy pills, and 1 divine pill. Extracting Gu Yuan's image from the screen, Lion Sky spoke with an icy voice. Hearing Lion Sky's words, the hearts of the people of the Spirit Lion clan present could not help but be shocked. In the place where opportunities were all over the mountain of successful gods, 100 imperial medicines, 1,000 sacred medicines, this was nothing at all to the Spirit Lion clan. But things like divine medicines were rare even within the mountain of successful gods. His Spirit Lion clan had been developing within the mountain of successful gods for an unknown number of millions of years. Nowadays there were only a mere 3 divine medicines. Now, if they only needed to kill Gu Yuan, they would be able to obtain a divine pill. How could they not be shocked? Shocked. The people of the Spirit Lion clan present did not talk nonsense. After nodding, They immediately went forward to notify the major clans within the Mountain of Gods. If you kill this person, you can obtain 100 imperial medicines, 1,000 holy medicines, and a divine medicine? The Spirit Lion clan has gone too far in order to kill this person, right? This kid hasn't been seen before and is an outsider? An outsider was actually able to kill a dozen or so of your Spirit Lion clan's forbidden Great Emperor 9 powerhouses? This outsider is actually that strong? Old me doesn't like killing, but for the sake of the divine pill, I'll make a reluctant move. As Lion Sky's original words traveled into the ears of each powerful ethnic group and each powerful living spirit within the Mountain of God formation, the major clans within the Mountain of Successful Gods and a single powerful being within the Mountain of Successful Gods all moved at this moment, either from their own place of cultivation, or from their own community. All of them wanted to find Gu Yuan at the first opportunity and kill him, while collecting the Spirit Lion clan's rich rewards. As these powerhouses stepped out one after another, each of the forbidden great emperors who had teleported here from within the 3,000 great worlds suffered as a result. They had just teleported here, and before they could understand what was happening, they were greeted by a thunderous strike from a powerful group or a powerful being within the Mountain of Gods. The powerful beings and powerful clans within the Mountain of Successful Gods. Their main target was Gu Yuan, wanting to kill him to get the reward from the Spirit Lion clan, but if they encountered these outsiders, they would likewise strike. The outsiders who were transported within the Mountain of Successful Gods, they were all strong within their respective worlds. Its full strength could be known to be not weak without thinking about it. But within the Mountain of Gods, there were opportunities everywhere, countless cultivation resources, and all sorts of strange and exotic treasures. Most of the beings living here, unless some were young, otherwise, their cultivation level was the 9th level of a forbidden great emperor. This was not difficult to see from the fact that Yunshi possessed the 9th level of cultivation of a forbidden emperor as a little girl. When the outsiders encountered the living beings within the Mountain of Sengoku, only some very strong outsiders were able to survive by defeating the spirits within the Mountain of Gods by chance. Otherwise, the only thing that awaits them is death. It was also at the same time that many beings within the Mountain of Successful Gods were searching for Gu Yuan that he had already arrived at the Thunder Pool. And their lineup has evolved from the original 3-man lineup to the current 8-man lineup. The 5 extra people were the forbidden great emperors who knew Gu Yuan from the Tianwu Great Land. On the way to the Thunder Pool, Gu Yuan saw them being surrounded by the living beings within the Mountain of Successful Gods. That's what stepped in to save them. Chapter 170, Arrival at the Thunder Pool. This is the Thunder Pool. The Thunder Pool has arrived. Can you let me go now? Looking at the valley in front of him that was shrouded by thousands of thunderbolts, Yunshi looked at Gu Yuan and opened his mouth somewhat nervously. Now that we've reached the Thunderdome, she's no longer useful. Would Gu Yuan let her go as agreed, or would he kill her here and take her demonic pills? She, who had always viewed outsiders as bad guys, subconsciously assumed that Gu Yuan would kill her and take her demonic pills. Therefore, it is hard to avoid being nervous. Not only was she nervous, it was the powerful members of the Spirit Cat clan who were hiding in the distance by concealing their breath that were also nervous. If that kid doesn't release Yunshi, what should we do? Make a move? Do it? Package of death. Wow. Then you mean that if that brat doesn't release Yunshi, we won't make a move either? But Yunshi is old ancestor's favorite Shin grandson. If we don't make a move, old ancestor won't be able to spare us. Don't think so badly of this kid. He saved so many people along the way. So it's obvious that he's a man of love and justice. He should keep his word. His sentences to those he knows, not to the living beings within my Changshan mountain. Cut the crap and wait and see what happens first. After some deliberation, the strongest members of the Spirit Cat clan finally decided to wait and see what happens first. And as Gu Yuan met Yunshi's large, nervous eyes, he finally responded, only to see him grinning. He said, since you've already reached the Thunder Pool, you're of no use, but the demonic pills in your body are still of some use, so leave the demonic pills behind. Speaking here, Gu Yuan raised his hand and slapped it down. Looking at the slap that came, Yunshi's small face instantly turned white, accompanied by a desperate cry of pain. She could not help but close her eyes in despair. Just think of today's pills as spicy. The powerful members of the Spirit Cat clan in the distance were also all terrified. But soon, they just couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, because as Gu Yuan's palm fell, the imagined scene of Yunshi being slapped to death did not appear. Instead, there was an aura of a forbidden great Emperor 9 within its body that rose up at this moment. Feeling the renewed strength within her body, Yunshi was visibly dumbfounded. Opening her eyes in confusion, she looked at Gu Yuan, and at that moment, Gu Yuan had smiled and opened his mouth. I have withdrawn all the power that blocked your body, and now you can leave. The reason he said those words just now was purely because he saw this little girl looking like she was treating him like a bad guy. He was prepared to give the other party a good scare, but he wouldn't really kill them. Hearing Gu Yuan's words, Yunshi just looked at Gu Yuan with a complex expression. Then without a word, he immediately vanished towards the distance at an extremely fast speed. Now, although Gu Yuan didn't kill her, she was also afraid that Gu Yuan would suddenly turn against her and kill her. It wasn't until she fled to a safe location that she dared to stop. Glancing towards where Gu Yuan was, she couldn't help but say angrily, "Damn bastard, how dare you scare me? If you fall into my hands one day, you'll see how I'll scare you." Suddenly, as if sensing something, she looked toward a bush. This look immediately sent a shock through her mind. Only a number of kittens of various colors were already hiding within that one small bush. She instantly recognized these kittens as none other than the Great Elder, Second Elder, Third Elder, Seventh Uncle, and Eighth Great Uncle of her Spirit Cat clan. "What are you guys doing here?" Curiosity flashed under her eyes as Yunshi flew over to ask out loud. "Shoo!" An orange cat made a gesture of silence before whispering, "We followed you for covert protection. Protect me in secret?" Hearing this, Yunshi frowned with her willow eyebrows and beamed with dissatisfaction. "Since you guys are secretly protecting me, just now that person looked like he wanted to kill me. Why didn't you guys step in?" The crowd of people from the Spirit Cat clan were all speechless. For a moment he couldn't find any words to answer Yunshi. Say Gu Yuan is strong and they're sending them up there? That won't work. They want faces, too. That they've guessed? That won't do. That would be gambling with Yunshi's girl's life. If these words reached the ears of the old ancestor, they were guaranteed to be educated. Ahem. After thinking for a while and seeing that he couldn't think of anything to say in reply, the orange cat who had spoken earlier coughed lightly to change the subject. "Yunshi girl, that brat killed the Spirit Lion's people, and the clan leader of the Spirit Lion clan has already sent word that whoever can kill that brat will receive 100 imperial pills, 1,000 holy pills, and a divine pill. This kid seems to be entering the Thunder Pool. The Thunder Pool is dangerous. Even if this kid doesn't die when he enters it, I'm afraid he'll be seriously injured. And at that time, we'll make a move." Speaking of which, the orange cat said with a humanized smile on its face, 100 imperial medicines, 1,000 holy medicines, and 1 divine medicine is my Spirit Cat clan's possession. Come here and hide. Don't get caught. Let's have a wave of guards. Hearing this, Yunshi was shocked in her heart, and at that moment, she directly shook her head and said, "Our Spirit Cat clan is one of the powerful clans in the Mountain of Successful Gods, so how can we do this kind of thing that takes advantage of people's danger? This brat took away the emperor pill bred by my Spirit Cat clan, and he even considered you as a hostage. Such a person deserves to die." The orange cat hummed on in dissatisfaction before saying, "Yunshi girl, come over and hide. Don't get caught. It would be bad if we were to find out that instead of entering the Thunder Pool, that brat came to find trouble with us first." What Gu Yuan had done, in their opinion, was simply a way to get killed. If it wasn't for the fear of not being able to defeat Gu Yuan, instead of hiding here and then waiting for a rabbit, they would have struck now and directly killed Gu Yuan. After seeing Yunshi not being moved, the rest of the Spirit Cat clan also opened their mouths at this moment to advise. "Yunshi, quickly hide. It will not be good if you are discovered." Listening to the words of these clansmen, Yunshi couldn't help but wrinkle her willow brows slightly. This villainous style of secretly waiting for the right moment and then taking advantage of the opportunity to sneak in. Not like that. Moreover, now that she had been released by Gu Yuan, if these clansmen wanted to kill Gu Yuan so badly, why didn't they just do it? Don't get it. She didn't like that kind of villainy, and she didn't even like to hide. But the clan could not be persuaded. She had no choice but to reveal her body and hide her breath. "That kid's trail has been spied. It's just over the Thunder Pool. Let's go quickly. Hurry up." Thunder Pool. What is this kid doing in the Thunder Pool? He's not trying to enter the Thunder Pool, is he? The Thunder Pool is one of the holy places of cultivation within the God Formation Mountain, and it possesses a massive amount of divine substance within it. Every time the God Formation Mountain opens, there are guys who aren't afraid of death who want to enter it, and it's not impossible for that kid to want to enter it. The Thunder Pool is full of dangers. There's no harm in that kid entering it. I just hope that the other party doesn't die in the Thunder Pool in the end. This emperor still expects to kill this son with his own hands, and then receive 100 imperial medicines, 1,000 saintly medicines, and a godly medicines from the Spirit Lion clan. Me too. Me too. In the midst of a murmur, Quite a few powerful people within the mountain of successful gods were flying towards the thunder pool at an extremely fast speed. Chapter 171, Keeping You Safe. With a wave of his large sleeve, 3 ancient divine artifacts flew out from his carry space before landing on the ground. Only then did Gu Yuan voice out to Long Chang and the others, "Don't leave this place. Even if a strong person within the Changshan mountain arrives and tries to make a move against you, but with my 3 ancient divine artifacts in place, they can protect you safely." Upon hearing this, Long Chang and the rest of the group nodded their heads seriously and said, "Don't worry, Emperor Yuan. We will definitely follow your instructions and never leave this place." Gu Yuan nodded, and then without any further hesitation, with a single movement of his feet, he turned into a stream of light and flew straight into the thunder pool in front of him. As they entered the thunder pool, thousands of terrifyingly overwhelming thunderbolts were immediately pulled and immediately split down towards Gu Yuan in unison. Each of these thunderbolts was extremely terrifying, and the power contained in each of them was enough to be comparable to the full force of a forbidden great Emperor 9. It wasn't even the full force of a normal forbidden Emperor 9. Rather, it was the kind of full force strike of a forbidden great Emperor 9 who had condensed a large portion of divine origin within his body. From this it was not difficult to glimpse how terrifying this thunder was. If an ordinary person were to face the thousands of thunder in the thunder pool, then he or she would inevitably turn pale, and then flee out of the thunder pool without looking back. Simply because, the thunder in this thunder pool was simply too terrifying. But Gu Yuan looked at these thunders. But it was like a single man who had been single for 100 years seeing a big thundering beauty without an inch of hair, and the upturned corners of his mouth couldn't be suppressed in any way. It was close to letting out a jia strange laugh. Gu Yuan carried the 10,000 thunders divine body, which could absorb all the thunder in the world for its own use. The more thunder there was and the stronger the thunder was, the happier he would naturally be. The powerful thunder that others avoided like snakes and scorpions in others' eyes. In his eyes it was a supreme opportunity. With a thought, Gu Yuan immediately urged the 10,000 thunders divine body with all his might. The thunder in the thunder pool had already given birth to a sense of coming towards him quickly, and as he pushed the 10,000 thunders divine body with all his might, the more thunder that was being tugged on became more and more. The speed at which these thunderbolts came towards him also involuntarily accelerated quite a bit. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Successive sounds of thunder resounded in the thunder pool, which was the ringing sound of countless thunderbolts heavily bombarding Gu Yuan's body. As a terrifying thunder surged into his body, it then flowed into Gu Yuan's entire body's meridians and limbs. Every inch of it. Gu Yuan only felt that his whole body was tingling. It was simply refreshing. His cultivation realm also began to skyrocket at an extremely fast rate as a terrifying thunderbolt surged in. Almost instantly, a small realm was broken through. It was thought that it wouldn't take long for him to break through all the way to the 9th level of the Forbidden Great Emperor, and then relying on the massive amount of divine substance contained in the thunder pool to condense the divine origin, he eventually broke through to become a god. At the same time, the major powerhouses within the mountain of successful gods who had learned of Gu Yuan's whereabouts had also arrived at the thunder pool. With a sweep of their eyes, seeing that there was no Gu Yuan's figure here at all, the brows of the powerful people within the mountain of successful gods all involuntarily furrowed at this moment. There is no trace of that kid here. Could it be that this kid has already entered the thunder pool? The thunder in the thunder pool is incomparably terrifying. The only way to enter it is to die. If this brat is unfortunate enough to be struck to death by the thunder in the thunder pool, that would be a bit difficult to deal with. It is ridiculous to say that the group of powerhouses of Changshan Mountain who were going to kill Gu Yuan, when they guessed that Gu Yuan was likely to enter the thunder pool, they were actually worried about Gu Yuan. Do you see that person in the middle of the thunder pool is the one we are looking for? Someone opened his mouth with a sweep of his gaze in the middle of the thunder pool, his voice filled with surprise. Hearing these words, the gazes of those present could not help but look towards the thunder pool, and that look didn't surprise them too much. In the middle of the thunder pool, they did see a figure, although that figure was wrapped in thousands of thunder and could not be seen truly. But earlier, they had learned that Gu Yuan was preparing to head to the thunder pool. Now that they saw the figure in the thunder pool, they instantly guessed directly who the figure wrapped in thousands of thunder was. It was none other than Gu Yuan, whom they had longed to find. I hope this kid can hold out and not be struck to death by thunder. Yes, if this brat is struck to death by thunder, then my 100 emperor pills, 1,000 saint pills, and 1 divine pill will be gone. I hope that he will be stronger, so that he will have a chance to block the thunder pool in the middle of the thunder pool, thus escaping with serious injuries and being captured by the old man. Looking at Gu Yuan, who was in the middle of the thunder pool, The powerful people present within the mountain of successful gods could not help but pray for a while. Their move directly confused Long Chang and the rest of the crowd. For a moment, they all wondered if these people in front of them were out of their minds. Otherwise it wouldn't be possible to do the stupid thing of praying for a strong enemy. It was also while Long Chang and the others were in a daze that a strong person within the Changshan mountain finally noticed them. Outsiders. Outsiders deserve to die. And these outsiders who are in league with that kid deserve to die even more. Let's all strike together and kill them. A strong man from the mountain of successful gods with a grim gaze opened his mouth in a cold voice. The moment these words came out, the surrounding group of powerful people within the God Success Mountain could not help but nod their heads. These outsiders came within the Changshan Mountain for all the cultivation resources within the Changshan Mountain. All kinds of opportunities. And that piece of cultivation holy land that contained a massive amount of divine substance. None of these guys are any good. When you see it now, naturally, it's when you kill it. Then without the slightest hesitation, they all struck out at this moment. A berserk forbidden great emperor 9 emperor might and divine might rushed up, and in the time it took to raise their hands, they each struck out their own attacking means. At that moment, all sorts of horrifyingly splendid attacking means immediately bloomed in the air. There were hundreds of powerful people within the mountain of successful gods present. They were either powerful beings within the mountain of successful gods, or powerful people among powerful ethnic groups. None of them are weak. The weakest ones were all at the 9th level of the Forbidden Great Emperor. As for the strong one, it was the 9th level of the Forbidden Great Emperor who had condensed a large portion of the divine origin in his body. At this moment, they were striking out at the same time, and the might that could erupt from them was enough to anticipate how terrifying it would be. Gulp! Looking at the various horrifyingly splendid means of attack that smashed into the sky and feeling the terrifyingly destructive aura contained on them, a forbidden emperor next to Long Chang gulped in fear before his voice trembled a little and said, "The 3 ancient divine artifacts left behind by Gu Yuan, can they really protect us? I suppose it can." The dragon chief was also a little uncertain. Although the strength Gu Yuan had displayed was heaven-defying enough, makes one feel safe, but Gu Yuan was not here now. The only things that remained here were its 3 ancient divine artifacts. The might that could be erupted from each of Gu Yuan's ancient divine artifacts that were all powerful to the extreme. But there were hundreds of forbidden great Emperor 9 in front of them. Moreover, there was no shortage of existences that had condensed a large half-divine origin within their bodies. Now they strike together. With the 3 ancient divine artifacts in Gu Yuan's hands alone, Long Chang didn't know if he could resist these terrifying powerhouses in front of him. If Gu Yuan's 3 ancient artifacts can't block the hundreds of strong attack means in front of him, then the only thing that awaits them is 10 deaths and no life. After all, their strength alone could be far from being able to counteract these hundreds of terrifying powerhouses in front of them. It was also at the time of fear in their hearts. The 3 ancient divine artifacts above the ground seemed to have a sense, and at that moment, they actually flew up in unison. Chapter 172 Feeling the Fear. Divine rhythms flowed from the green-colored, ancient chaos bell, and one by one, mysterious and obscure golden runes appeared on top of the bell, and chaotic aura filled the air. And a terrifying to the extreme aura permeated out. The chaos bell rose against the wind, which was only the size of a palm, and when it came to the top of the head of Long Chang and the others, it actually transformed into a huge bell that covered the sky. The attacking means of the hundreds of powerhouses within the mountain of successful gods bombarded the chaos bell as much as they could. Straight away, the chaos bell shook, and the bells resounded continuously. But in the end, the chaos bell still blocked the attacking means of all the powerhouses present within the mountain of successful gods. What a powerful big bell! It was able to block the attacks of hundreds of our powerhouses. For our attacks to be so terrifying and for this great bell to be able to block them is truly mind-blowing. This big bell can't be said to be very similar to the chaos bell recorded in the ancient books. It can only be said to be exactly the same. This is the chaos bell. The chaos bell is an ancient artifact that can be used for both offense and defense. If the large green bell in front of us is really a chaos bell, then it would be able to block our attacks. Ancient divine artifacts are owned by those who can. It seems that this item is going to be owned by me. Tiger 13. You, Tiger 13, have not even condensed your divine source? How dare you try to obtain the ancient divine artifact Chaos Bell? It's simply ridiculous. An ancient divine artifact such as the Chaos Bell should belong to the old man. Seeing that the Chaos Bell was able to block the successive attacks of hundreds of powerhouses, the powerhouses present within the mountain of successful gods were all shocked in their hearts. Obviously, they didn't expect that a big bell that looked ordinary would be able to block their attacks. While shocked, there were also people with unique eyes who recognized the origin of the Chaos Bell. And with the recognition that the ordinary large bell in front of them was the ancient divine artifact Chaos Bell, many people's eyes reddened in an instant. The idea of wanting to take the ancient divine artifact Chaos Bell for themselves was in their hearts. And at that moment, golden light suddenly burst out from the Regulus sword, which could not be forced into view. Thousands of sword blade storms surfaced. The Xian Yuan sword chopped out towards the people present at the Mountain of Successful Gods with a top-down sword. A golden sword-like immediately shot out as the sword came out. A storm of thousands of sword blades followed close behind. So terrifying. This sword actually gave me an extremely dangerous feeling. A sword that is unmanned can even explode with such terrifying power. This sword is not simple. Indeed, it's not simple. Because this is the ancient divine weapon Regulus sword. What? Another ancient divine artifact. This sword. I'll take it. Don't daydream. Put your hands together to block this sword first. Feeling the terrifying might contained in this sword, all the powerful people present within the Mountain of Successful Gods were all startled in unison. How could one not expect an unmanned sword to explode with such power? This is really a bit too appalling. When someone with unique eyes recognized this sword, they were again shocked, obviously not expecting this to be another ancient divine artifact. Shocked, their eyes were once again on fire. There was also the idea of wanting to keep this for himself. Fortunately, at this moment, there were sober people who reminded them in time. So they reacted, and then they struck their own attacks to resist this sword. Rumble! A loud popping sound came out. The sword chopped out by the Shenyuan sword and the storm of thousands of sword blades immediately collided viciously with the various attacking means struck by the strongest people within the Mountain of Successful Gods. Terrifying collision aftershocks swept through the 8 directions, shaking the space with ripples. This collision aftermath was extremely terrifying, and it actually caused quite a few Forbidden Great Emperor 9 powerhouses within the Mountain of Successful Gods to uncontrollably retreat. With a simple collision, the gazes of the powerful people within the Mountain of Successful Gods looked at Regulus a few points more fiery. A figure appeared outside the human emperor streamer, and it was none other than the heaven-swallowing demon emperor. He swept his gaze around the circle and opened his mouth with an icy voice. Now you're given a choice. Get lost or die. The moment these words came out, all of the powerful people present within the Mountain of Successful Gods were in an uproar. Someone recognized the identity of the heaven-swallowing demon emperor and couldn't help but open his mouth disdainfully. A mere divine soul dares to tell us to roll, and says that if we don't roll, we'll die. Are you taking yourself too seriously? The rest of the powerhouses within the Mountain of Successful Gods all nodded in agreement. They could sense the power of the heaven-swallowing demon emperor. But who in the room is weak? Looks like you guys aren't going to roll. Calmly glancing at the people present, the heaven-swallowing demon emperor immediately had a metaphysical chi permeate out of his body, which then connected with the human emperor streamer. In an instant, a sea of soul power that was dense to the extreme immediately surged out from within the human emperor's streamer, which then flowed into the heaven-swallowing demon emperor's body in unison. With the massive amount of soul power surging into his body, the heaven-swallowing demon emperor's aura immediately began to grow stronger at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon it reached a critical point. It reached a peak comparable to its lifetime. One must know that the peak of the heaven-swallowing demon emperor's life was above the emperor realm. It was an existence of the heavenly god realm. Sensing that terrifying aura coming from the heaven-swallowing demon emperor, the faces of the powerhouses present within the Mountain of Successful Gods couldn't help but change drastically. It was also at this moment that they sensed a feeling of danger from the heaven-swallowing demon emperor that was intense to the extreme. The 10,000 soul streamer can absorb all souls in the world and refine them into soul slaves for its own use. If the 10,000 soul streamer possesses a master soul, the master soul can absorb the power of all the soul slaves within the 10,000 soul streamer to strengthen itself, allowing it to erupt with extremely terrifying might. This person is the main soul of the 10,000 soul streamer, and as for the red streamer behind him, it must be the ancient artifact of the Devil Dao's supreme treasure, the 10,000 soul streamer. To see 3 ancient divine artifacts in one go today, it's really a surprise to me. A deep-eyed old man couldn't help but let out an exclamation as he looked at the heaven-devouring demon emperor with the human emperor streamer behind him. Hearing the old man's words, the strongest people present within the Sengoku mountain couldn't help but have their faces change drastically. The first 2 ancient divine artifacts they had the idea of keeping for themselves. But this ancient artifact demonic treasure 10,000 soul streamer, they not only do not have the slightest idea of owning it for themselves. Not to mention, the heart also cannot help but rise fear, simply because, the ancient divine artifact Devil Dao Supreme Treasure 10,000 Soul Streamer was too terrifying. It is a weapon that can grow infinitely. It is rumored that its power is monstrous, and will also erode its owner. so that people cannot help but want to refine all the living beings in the world into the 10,000 soul streamer. As the refining of worldly living beings entered the 10,000 soul streamer, the more powerful the 10,000 soul streamer could erupt would become. The stronger the 10,000 soul streamer is, the more powerful it can explode, and the easier it is to refine the world's living beings into it. So on and so forth. The 10,000 soul streamer was simply strong and frightening. Such a terrifying devil Tao supreme treasure appeared within the mountain of success. They are really there to be intimidated. If a strong person gets the 10,000 soul streamer and wants to refine them into the 10,000 soul streamer, at first, they could barely resist, but as more soul slaves were refined into the 10,000 soul streamer, by the time they get to the back, they're bound to be unable to block it. Moreover, the heaven-swallowing demon emperor right now brought them an extremely dangerous feeling, which made them even more terrified. Chapter 173, All parties gather at the Thunder Pool. It was also at the time when the hearts of the powerhouses within the mountain of successful gods were filled with fear that the heaven-swallowing demon emperor had already moved. Heavenly demon palm. The power in his body surged and converged in his palm, and the heaven-devouring demon emperor raised his hand to slap towards the strongest person present within the mountain of successful gods. With a palm out, a huge palm print that was so large that it covered the sky instantly took shape. The terrifying demonic chi above the palm print escaped, carrying an extremely terrifying destructive power to shoot down, bringing an extremely dangerous feeling. All of the strongest people within the mountain of successful gods were able to perceive the power of this palm. At that moment, without even any discussion, they subconsciously struck out in unison. For a moment, various splendid and terrifying attacking means blossomed high in the sky, meeting the palm slapped out by the heaven-devouring demon emperor. Rumble! The sound of loud explosions spread in all directions. The terrifying collision power immediately erupted, transforming into a terrifying shockwave that swept through the 8 directions. The shockwave was extremely terrifying, and many of the strongest people within the Sengoku mountain had difficulty resisting it. At that moment, each one of them was shocked and spat out blood from their mouths, and flew out in unison like kites with broken strings. Only some powerhouses who had condensed a large half of their divine origin within their bodies were able to block the shockwave. A strike struck by a soul slave is actually this terrifying. As their eyes looked toward the heaven-swallowing demon emperor, thick shock involuntarily surfaced in the eyes of the powerful people present within the mountain of successful gods. How could he not expect that the heaven-swallowing demon emperor was only a soul slave, but could actually erupt with such terrifying might? Simply powerful and frightening. Shocked, they looked at the human emperor streamer with a bit more fear in their gazes. This soul slave is strong solely because the 10,000 soul streamer provides enough energy to him. A demonic Tao supreme treasure like the 10,000 soul streamer must be destroyed. Otherwise, the more soul slaves it absorbs and refines, the more power it can erupt. In the future, this streamer will bring disaster to the entire Sengoku mountain. This soul slave is too powerful to be fought against. Withdraw first. When we go back and gather the strongest members of the clan to come together, that's when we will suppress this soul slave and destroy the 10,000 soul streamer. That's right, retreat first. As a voice of discussion fell, quite a few fast-reacting Senghan mountain powerhouses had already transformed into a stream of light and disappeared into the distance. Some of the powerhouses within the mountain of successful gods who reacted slower were also ready to leave. But at that moment, the heaven-swallowing demon emperor struck again. Heavenly demon binding heaven. For simple words came out from the heaven-swallowing demon emperor's mouth, and a terrifying pitch-black demonic aura erupted from his body, instantly enveloping this area of heaven and earth. Whoa! 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 A sound of chains rattling came. In the magic gas that enveloped the world, a black chain immediately emerged. Afterward, these chains were like they had come to life, and they all shot toward the powerful people within the mountain of gods that still remained here. At this moment, those taboo Great Emperor 9th level powerhouses who had condensed the greater half of the divine source within their bodies had already left, and those who stayed here were ordinary taboo Great Emperor 9th levels who hadn't condensed the greater half of the divine source. They weren't weak, but they had been injured in the sparring match just now. Now that the heaven-swallowing demon emperor had erupted with full force, how could they stop it? At first, they were able to resist, but as time went on, miserable screams of the utmost severity soon came out of their mouths. Those were the screams that unconsciously escaped from them as the chains inside them and intense pain swept through their bodies. Soon, they were chained to absorb all the energy in their bodies, turning into a dry corpse. As for its divine soul, it was incorporated into the human emperor streamer. instantly transforming into a soul slave and becoming part of the enhancement of the human emperor streamer's nutrients. After sweeping his eyes around and determining that there was not a single living person, the heaven-swallowing demon emperor waved his sleeve, and the demonic chi that enveloped this part of the world returned to his body. And then he calmly glanced at Long Chang and the others. The calm gaze immediately scared Long Chang and the others to the point where they were bloodless and trembling. Look at that appearance. Seems to be afraid of the devouring heaven demon emperor will kill them. The soul into the human emperor streamer refining into a soul slave general. Fortunately, the heaven-swallowing demon emperor didn't have any intention of striking out at them, and just calmly looked at them before his entire soul disappeared into the human emperor streamer, which only made Long Chang and the others feel relieved. Heaven-swallowing demon emperor deserves to be called heaven-swallowing demon emperor. Even after becoming a soul slave he is still as terrifying as ever. Looking at the strongest members of the Changshan mountain who had been turned into dried corpses, Long Chang and the others could not help but sigh heartily. Fortunately, that time when we faced the heaven-swallowing demon emperor there was a Dragon King's order that could teleport us away. Otherwise, it's possible that the person who died just now could have been what happened to us back then. As much as I hate to admit it, that should be the case. This heaven-swallowing demon emperor can erupt with a terrifying power no weaker than that of his predecessor, and coupled with the other two ancient divine artifacts left behind by the profound emperor, we're safe. Thinking so, Long Chang and the others all had smiles on their faces. Compared to the happy ones, the strong men of Mount Changshan who had fled to the distance were all sad. Look at that appearance. As if he was afraid that he would become a VIP within the human emperor streamer in the future. There was no time to grieve for the people of Mount Changshan who had already died, and after a brief discussion, they returned to their own clans in unison, informing them of the events that had occurred earlier, only hoping to gather enough strength to deal with the heaven-swallowing demon emperor and destroy the human emperor streamer. A little soul slave dares to act recklessly within my Changshan mountain, simply seeking death. I'll go and destroy him right now. An extremely evil devilish treasure like the 10,000 soul streamer has even appeared within my Changshan mountain. This object is too evil and must be destroyed. Otherwise it will surely bring disaster to my Changshan mountain. To exterminate the soul slaves and destroy the 10,000 soul streamer. This matter should not be delayed. Gather all the strongest members of the clan who are at the 9th level of the Forbidden Great Emperor, and set out now. All of the powerful people within the mountain of successful gods who had learned of what had happened earlier moved at this moment. They immediately summoned all the strong people in their clan who had condensed some of their divine origins, and then headed straight towards the direction of the Thunder Pool without stopping for a second. The powerful clans within the mountain of successful gods were all existences that had stood within the mountain of successful gods for millions of years. The depth of the clan's heritage was simply appalling. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that there were great emperors everywhere, and that there were as many forbidden great emperors as dogs. There are dozens of taboo emperor 9th level powerhouses who have condensed the greater part of their divine origin in their bodies within a single powerful ethnic group. As for the forbidden great emperor 9th level powerhouses who hadn't condensed a divine source within their bodies, there were even more than 100 of them. There were even more cultivators under the 9th level of the forbidden emperor. But those people were undoubtedly too weak and feeble in front of these high-end battle forces of theirs, so weak that they didn't even have the qualifications to participate in the battle. So naturally, they weren't counted in. There were more than a dozen powerful clans such as this one within the mountain of successful gods, plus some smaller groups with some powerful beings without groups. Now these people were coming towards the Thunder Pool in unison, and their numbers were so high that there were hundreds of Forbidden Great Emperor 9 located in the body that had condensed a large portion of divine origin. As for the Forbidden Great Emperor 9 who had not condensed a portion of his divine origin within his body, there were even more. The number is already over 1,000. Such a powerful and luxurious formation heading towards the Thunder Pool not only attracted the attention of those within the mountain of successful gods, but also some outsiders who had been teleported here. After a brief moment of reflection, they all quietly followed, wanting to see what exactly had happened. It was actually able to cause the entire 9th level of the Forbidden Great Emperors within the Mountain of Success to converge together. Chapter 174, The End is Near. Listening to the words of that little girl earlier, the Thunder Pool not only contains all sorts of terrifying to the extreme thunder, but also possesses a massive amount of divine substance. Emperor Yuan can absorb all the thunder in the world to strengthen his body. Now that he has entered it, it is like a fish out of water. To say that it is a homecoming would not be an exaggeration. How long do you guys think it will take for him to break through to the 9th level of the Forbidden Great Emperor? How long will it take for him to condense his divine source and break through to become a god? Emperor Profound is the most demonic person I've ever seen. Judging by his level of demonicism, In at most 3 days he will be able to break through to the 9th level of the Forbidden Great Emperor. As for condensing the divine source and breaking through to become a god, it's estimated that it may take a bit longer. 10 days? Breaking through from the 5th level of a taboo emperor to the 9th level of a taboo emperor in 3 days. Condensing a divine origin and breaking through to become a god in 10 days. This is simply heavenly for others. But if this person is a profound emperor, I think it's possible, and I even have a feeling that he won't need that long. As the powerful people within the God Formation Mountain who had come here died and fled, Long Chang and the others all coincidentally looked in the direction of the Thunder Pool, and then began to speculate on how long it would take for Gu Yuan to break through to the 9th level of the Forbidden Emperor, and how long it would take for him to condense the divine origin and thus break through to God Formation. It was also just as several people were discussing the matter in a heated manner. One of the people beside Long Chang spoke with a pale face. You guys, do you think that Emperor Yuan's 3 ancient divine artifacts can block hundreds of Forbidden Great Emperor ninefold powerhouses who have condensed a large half of their divine origins along with thousands of Forbidden Great Emperor ninefold powerhouses? Ha! Upon hearing this person's words, Long Chang and the others, who had been in a heated discussion, all visibly froze. Subconsciously, he turned his gaze to the person who spoke. Seeing a cold sweat emerge on his forehead, his body trembling and his face pale as he looked high above the sky, they also subconsciously followed his gaze, and this look immediately caused Long Chang and the others to change their faces one by one, only to see that there were thousands of people rapidly coming from high above the sky in the distance. The aura emanating from each of these thousands of people was terrifying to the extreme. They were all clearly terrifying existences of the 9th level of the Forbidden Great Emperor. Hundreds of people in front of them even had a terrifying divine might permeating their bodies, from which it was not difficult to see that they were all existences that had condensed a large portion of the divine source in their bodies. Terrifying divine might and imperial might rushed up into the sky, immediately causing heaven and earth to change color and the wind to rise. Feeling the aura that permeated out from these people, Long Chang and the others only felt at this moment that they were a lone boat in the middle of an endless sea, and at any moment they might be swallowed up by the endless sea. These people aren't necessarily here to trouble us. Maybe they're just passing through. A forbidden emperor next to the dragon chief spoke stiffly, but just as the words were finished, someone high in the sky had already spoken. Everyone, please look. The small red streamer in front of those people is the evil and extremely evil demonic treasure, the 10,000 soul streamer. I also ask all of you to make a move and together destroy this evil devil Dao supreme treasure. As this person's words fell, the thousands of Taboo Emperor 9th level powerhouses and the Taboo Emperor 9th level powerhouses who had condensed a large portion of their divine origin within their bodies all looked in unison at the human emperor streamer that was lying silently on top of the ground. The gazes of thousands of Forbidden Great Emperor 9th level powerhouses appeared, and although they were looking at the human emperor streamer in front of them, Long Chang and the others still felt a great pressure, causing them to unconsciously lower their lofty heads. These gazes, they're just awful. Then let me destroy this evil thing. A burly man opened his mouth with a cold snort. As the words fell, power surged within his body, and he slapped out a palm in the middle of lifting his hand. With a palm out, a huge palm print that was so large that it covered the sky instantly surfaced. Divine might and imperial might filled the air above the giant palm, emitting an extremely terrifying aura, and then carrying an incomparably terrifying destructive power to quickly blast down. This Hanyu was a Taboo Great Emperor 9th level powerhouse who had condensed a large portion of divine origin within his body. His full force palm was simply strong and frightening. Before the palm arrived, the wind it stirred up was forcing Long Chang and the others to retreat. Even if they were to put out their full strength to resist, that would not be able to resist at all. If this palm falls completely, then there is only one thing that can happen to them. That's getting slapped into the ground. Thinking about this, Long Chang and the others were inwardly terrified. And then subconsciously they looked towards the 3 ancient divine artifacts lying quietly on the ground in front of them. It was only hoped that the 3 ancient divine artifacts would explode in power at this moment and save their little lives once again. Meeting their gazes, Gu Yuan's 3 ancient divine artifacts did not disappoint them. In an instant, all 3 ancient divine artifacts erupted with incomparably terrifying might before they shot up into the sky and flew towards the thousands of Forbidden Great Emperor 9 high above. The palm that the man slapped down was indeed terrifying. But the 3 ancient divine artifacts joined hands and still easily broke it. Dang! Clank! Accompanied by the sound of a huge ancient bell and a crisp and clear sound of a sword ringing out in this part of heaven and earth, the Xianyuan sword and the chaos bell bore the brunt of the attack, actually taking the initiative to kill towards the thousands of Forbidden Great Emperor 9th level powerhouses. A silhouette flickered and appeared outside the human emperor's streamer. It was none other than the heaven-swallowing demon emperor. along with the human emperor's streamer providing a massive amount of soul power surging into the heaven-swallowing demon emperor. Soon the heaven-swallowing demon emperor was at a level not weaker than that of his life. Up to this point, the heaven-swallowing demon emperor also struck out. Heavenly demon binding heaven. For simple words came out from his mouth. An endless pitch-black demonic chi immediately spread out from the heaven-swallowing demon emperor's body, instantly enveloping this area of heaven and earth. After that, a pitch-black chain emerged and shot straight toward the strongest person present within the mountain of gods. The heaven-swallowing demon emperor seemed to be aware of the power of these people in front of him, and with a thought, he immediately manipulated the human emperor streamer into a red flag that covered the sky. As the main soul of the human emperor streamer, he was able to manipulate the human emperor streamer alone at a specific time. The red streamer fluttered in the wind, and a blood-red tentacle shot out immediately above the streamer. Ow 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 ow. A mournful and extremely miserable screaming and hissing sound came out, and a soul slave was like an evil ghost crawling out of hell, scrambling out of the human emperor's streamer, and then headed straight for the thousands of successful God Mountain powerhouses in front of them. 3 weapons dare to show off. All of you join me in a direct suppression. With an explosive shout came out. All of the forbidden Great Emperor 9th level powerhouses present all struck out at this moment. Thousands of Taboo Emperor 9th level powerhouses plus the Taboo Emperor 9th level powerhouses who had condensed half of the divine origin within their bodies were all striking out together. And the destruction they caused was enough to guess how terrifying it would be. Various splendid and terrifying attacking means bloomed high in the sky. Gives a sense of impending doom. Chapter 175, Guyuan, I feel like I'm terribly strong. Rumble. Rumble, rumble, accompanied by the sound of an earth-shattering explosion resounded in this part of heaven and earth. Berserk collision shockwaves instantly swept in all directions. Under this horrifying shockwave, all the soul slaves that had rushed out of the human emperor's streamer and the blood-red tentacles were instantly annihilated without even a dregs remaining. The heaven-swallowing demon emperor's body shook, and his entire person instantly became illusory to the extreme, and then directly flew backwards and smashed heavily onto the ground. Guyuan's 3 ancient divine artifacts were also clearly heavily damaged at this moment. One of the mysterious and obscure runes that flashed on it immediately dimmed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the 3 divine artifacts were also swept by this horrifying shockwave, and flew out backwards, and ultimately slammed down hard on the ground, leaving behind a huge and incomparably terrifying crater on top of the ground. How dare a mere 3 weapons try to fight against us? They simply don't care about themselves. Lion Sky let out a soft snort from the tip of his nose, and his words were full of disdain and contempt. Hearing Lion Sky's words, the powerful people present within the mountain of successful gods all nodded their heads unanimously. These 3 ancient divine artifacts were indeed monstrously powerful, but they were the most cutting-edge battle force within the mountain of success. Now under the joint hands, the might that could be displayed was simply too powerful to be imagined. How could 3 ancient artifacts fight against them? To avoid a long night's sleep, it's now imperative to destroy the 10,000 soul streamer. All of you, let's strike together. Okay, then strike. As a voice fell, the strongest people present within the Sengoku God Mountain once again struck out. For a time, all sorts of splendid and terrifying to the extreme various attacking means once again blossomed high above the sky. Looking at the various means of attack that filled the sky, Long Chang and the others all subconsciously glanced at the 3 ancient divine artifacts left behind by Guyuan. It was only hoped that these 3 ancient divine artifacts would be able to manifest their might once again and help them withstand this attack once more. But after looking at them, they couldn't help but despair. Right now, the heaven-swallowing demon emperor was severely injured. His breath was withered, and his entire person was illusory to the extreme. As for the 3 ancient divine artifacts, at this moment, the runes on their bodies were dimmed, and it was obvious that they had also suffered a heavy blow. How could such 3 ancient divine artifacts block the various means of attack that were smashing down from the sky? Unstoppable. Couldn't stop it at all. And if these 3 ancient divine artifacts couldn't block the attacking means that roamed the sky, then they would inevitably be swept away by these attacking means. By then they are bound to end up with nothing but death. It's hard not to despair when you think about it. Pills are hot. Totally hot. As the various means of attack fell from the sky, Long Chang and the others could not help but let out a sigh of despair. I only thought that I would die today. Compared to their despair, one of the powerful people within the mountain of gods of success high in the sky, their faces were all coincidentally showing smiles at this moment. Obviously, in their view, destroying the 10,000 soul streamer was a foregone conclusion. But soon, the expression on their faces was an unanimous stare. Just listen. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Successive sounds of thunder suddenly resounded in this part of the world. Everyone subconsciously turned their gazes to the direction from which the voice came. Upon this look, one could see that a streak of thunder was like a dragon amongst thunder, carrying a golden thunder light that quickly shot out from the thunder pool, heading straight for the various means of attack high above the sky. The number of these thunderbolts was extremely large, and the power contained in each of them was terrifying to the extreme. The various brilliant and terrifying attacking means in the sky above were soon completely dissipated under the bombardment of the thunder. Could Emperor Profound have already condensed a divine source? After staring blankly at the heights for a few moments, Long Chang and the others all coincidentally looked in the direction of the thunder pool. There was a person in the thunder pool right now, and that person was Profound Emperor Gu Yuan. The thunder that had just helped them break the various means of attack high above the sky had flown out from the thunder pool, and it seemed to them that it was Gu Yuan's means. The fact that Gu Yuan was still able to strike in the middle of the thunder pool made them subconsciously assume that Gu Yuan had already broken through to the 9th level of the Forbidden Great Emperor and condensed a portion of his divine origin within his body, and that he was bound to have stopped cultivating by now. Otherwise, there was no explanation as to why Gu Yuan could strike at this moment. Strong people within the mountain of successful gods also cast their gazes in the direction of the thunder pool at this moment. It was equally interesting to see if the person who had moved the thunder to strike at them would come out. Meeting their gaze, a white-clothed figure slowly walked out from the thunder pool. He was surrounded by a terrifying to the extreme thunder, looking like the thunder god who controlled thunder in the world. Upon closer inspection, who else could it be if not Gu Yuan? In less than half a day, breaking through to the 9th level of the Forbidden Great Emperor, not to mention condensing some divine origins within his body. This is a monster, isn't it? Sensing the Forbidden Great Emperor's 9th Emperor's might and that terrifying divine might that rose up from Gu Yuan's body, Long Chang and the others could not help but be startled in their hearts. Just now, when that streak of thunder shot out from the thunder pool, they guessed that Gu Yuan might have broken through to the 9th level of the Forbidden Great Emperor, and had also condensed a divine origin within his body. But when the speculation turned into reality, they still obviously had been shocked. Their faces were unavoidably joyful. Gu Yuan's battle power was already heaven-defying, and now that he had broken through to the 9th level of the Forbidden Great Emperor and had also condensed a portion of his divine origin within his body, it seemed to them that the other party was completely capable of fighting off all of the strongest people within the mountain of successful gods that were present on his own. There were thousands of Taboo Great Emperor 9 strongmen present within the mountain of gods, many of whom had condensed a large half of the divine origin within their bodies. Such a force, no matter where it was placed, it was terrifying to the extreme. However, if Gu Yuan had broken through to the 9th level of the Forbidden Emperor and then condensed a portion of the divine source within his body, then in their opinion, he would be able to easily pin down all of the powerhouses within the mountain of divine formation, simply because they were profoundly aware of Gu Yuan's perversion. The boy who killed a member of my clan. Recognizing at a glance that Gu Yuan was the murderer of his own clanspeople, Lion Sky's eyes went cold as he said in a cold voice, "Killing my clanspeople, and now you still dare to blatantly appear in front of my eyes. You brat simply has a way of taking death. All of the Spirit Lion clan give me a hand. Kill this brat and avenge the dead clansman." "Yes, clan chief." The crowd of people from the Spirit Lion clan all responded in a loud voice at this moment. The moment the words fell, they moved in unison. Either they struck out their own attacks through the air, or they flew quickly towards Gu Yuan, preparing to engage him in a close combat. Looking at the various means of attack that smashed in with the Spirit Lion clan's powerhouse that came quickly, Gu Yuan's face not only didn't show the slightest bit of fear, not to mention that, instead, his face also showed a smile of excitement as he was eager to give it a try. "Nowadays I feel like I'm terribly strong, just so I can take you guys and try to see how strong I really am." Chapter 176, a slight move, shocking the whole scene. One person facing so many of us. This kid can still laugh. Is he crazy? Or was he scared silly? Seeing that Gu Yuan was still able to laugh right now, the powerful people present within the mountain of successful gods all unanimously frowned. It was impossible to figure out why Gu Yuan would be laughing at this moment. After thinking about it for a moment, they just assumed that Gu Yuan was scared silly and didn't take it to heart, and the speed of their strikes didn't diminish in the slightest. And at that moment, meeting the gazes of those present, Gu Yuan also moved. With a thought, the thunder that surrounded his body immediately shot out, heading straight for the various means of attack that smashed in from high above. Previously, the attacking means struck by thousands of powerful people within the mountain of successful gods had all been easily diffused by Gu Yuan, and now there were only 100 of them striking. Without the slightest surprise, all of these means of attack were annihilated under the lightning. breaking the means of attack that these people had struck. Gu Yuan didn't stop and moved his feet. Thunder light flashed under his feet, and his entire body was like a ray of thunder, instantly disappearing in place and heading straight for a closer person from the Spirit Lion clan. He was as fast as he could be. The closer Spirit Lion clan member only felt a blur before his eyes, and Gu Yuan had already appeared in front of him. What speed! This Spirit Lion clan member was shocked in his heart. As his feet moved, he subconsciously tried to pull away from Gu Yuan, but before he could make any moves, Gu Yuan had already slapped his palm out. This palm was so terrifying and incomparable that it actually collapsed the space directly, revealing a piece of nothingness behind it. To know, this is Mount Sengoku. The space here is solid and exceptionally stable. Even a forbidden great Emperor 9 who had condensed a large portion of divine origin within his body could not possibly tear through space and open up a spatial passage. But now Gu Yuan had directly collapsed the space with just a casual slap. It could be seen how powerful this random palm was. Boo! A sound like a balloon exploding suddenly rang out. The closer Spirit Lion clan powerhouse did not even have any reaction before his entire body directly exploded into a cloud of blood mist. He didn't utter a single scream until he died. It is evident that the death was extremely peaceful, casually slapping a forbidden great Emperor 9th level to death with a single slap. Looking at the person from the Spirit Lion clan who exploded into a bloody mist, the pupils of the people present all contracted unanimously. A strong shock also surfaced on their faces. How could he not expect Gu Yuan to be so powerful? To know, that Spirit Lion clan's clan member was a forbidden great Emperor 9th level powerhouse, not a roadside pheasant. Just like that, he was slapped to death as easily as a pheasant. This is a real shock to their young minds. Gu Yuan didn't care if the people present were shocked or not. After killing one person, with a movement of his feet, he had quickly charged towards another person of the Spirit Lion clan who had rushed closer. When that person from the Spirit Lion clan saw Gu Yuan charging in, his entire body was shocked out of a cold sweat. Not daring to have the slightest hesitation, he quickly retreated towards the back with a single movement of his feet. But his speed was clearly inferior to Gu Yuan's. Soon the distance between the two of them was drawn closer. Looking at Gu Yuan's stunningly handsome face, the man was so frightened that he wet his diaper. A terrified yell continued to emanate from his mouth. Don't you come over here. The scene of someone with the same strength as him being slapped to death by Gu Yuan just now was still lingering in his mind. As he spoke, he backed away playfully. He was also afraid that he would be slapped into a bloody mist like the man earlier. But his speed was not as good as Gu Yuan's, and he was eventually caught up by Gu Yuan. As Gu Yuan slapped his palm down, boo! Another sound like a balloon exploding came out, and another person exploded into a bloody mist. He died tragically under Gu Yuan. It was a good thing that two were dead, giving the rest of the rushing men a chance to catch their breath. They took advantage of the opening when Gu Yuan killed these two, and had already retreated in unison to the area where the powerhouses of Mount Changshan were located. Although they had retreated to the area where the strongest members of the Changshan mountain were, there was still a strong fear in their gazes toward Gu Yuan. Apparently, Gu Yuan killing the two men earlier had deeply frightened them. Even if there were thousands of taboo great emperors of the 9th level around them now, there were also many existences that had condensed divine origins within their bodies, but it still didn't bring them enough security. This sun is too demonic. All of you will strike together. Lion Sky was also ruthlessly shocked by the strength Gu Yuan had displayed. After regaining his senses from the shock, he immediately spoke in a loud voice. In terms of the strength that Gu Yuan was displaying right now, if it was just his Spirit Lion clan, then he really wouldn't be able to deal with the other party. The only way to have a chance to suppress Gu Yuan was for the strongest people present within the Changshan mountain to make a move together. The people present naturally understood that Lion Sky wanted to use their hands to take personal revenge. But the strength that Gu Yuan was displaying right now was really too strong. So even though they knew what Lion Sky wanted, they didn't reject it at all. Then strike together. After nodding, there was no unnecessary nonsense from those present. Between the surges of power within their bodies, they struck out their own means of attack towards Gu Yuan. Various attacking means that were splendid and terrifying to the absolute peak once again filled the entire high altitude. Not only were these attacks extremely powerful, but most importantly, they were not slow. It made it impossible to dodge and one could only choose to carry it hard. Kid, you can make me, the strongest within the Changshan mountain, attack you together. Even if you die, you're still proud enough to do so. Lion Sky's voice contained a hint of exclamation in his opening. Although Gu Yuan was strong, who among those present was weak? Now that they were striking together, in his opinion, suppressing Gu Yuan would only be a matter of time before the attack fell. Facing Lion Sky's words, Gu Yuan did not reply. His eyes calmly looked at the various means of attack that were smashing into the sky. He grabbed it with his big hand in vain. The Xianyuan sword that smashed into the ground was immediately sensed and immediately turned into a golden stream of light that flew in, before being held in Gu Yuan's hands. With the Xianyuan sword in his hand, a storm of sword blades appeared out of nowhere around him, causing his entire aura to change once again. Earlier, he was wrapped in a streak of thunder, making him look like a thunder god who was in charge of all the thunder in the world. The current him, his entire person was stern to the extreme and sharp, wrapped in a storm of thousands of sword blades. He appeared to have turned into a sharp and overwhelming sword, and appeared to be a sword god who was in charge of all the swords in the world. The super god rank technique indestructible divine skill ran wildly within his body, and a path of power went straight from Gu Yuan's body into the Regulus sword, urging it on. The Xianyuan sword was originally dull in its runes and dim in its golden light, and as the power within Gu Yuan's body surged into it, it catalyzed it. The runes on the Xianyuan sword instantly brightened, and the golden light violently and abruptly released, not to be forced into view. Berserk sword intent and divine might rose up from the Xianyuan sword. Gu Yuan's mouth also slowly spat out two words at this moment: destroy the sky. Chapter 177 Active Submission. Destroy the sky. As the two simple words fell, Gu Yuan held his sword with both hands and chopped out with a top-down sword. With a single sword strike, a radiant sword light that was 10,000 miles long instantly shot out. The sword light tore through space, incomparably sharp and razor-sharp, and wherever it passed, nothing could block it, and nothing could not cut it. It seems to really have the power to destroy the sky, and this sword light was as fast as it could be. It's like a shooting star passing through the night sky. Didn't even look at it. The attacking means made by a group of powerful people within the mountain of successful god were directly split into two by this sword light, and then turned into a channel of energy that returned to heaven and earth, completely annihilating it. Breaking the attacking means struck by the group of powerhouses within the mountain of successful gods. This sword light went straight towards the group of powerhouses within the mountain of successful gods without decreasing its momentum. Looking at the rapidly approaching sword light and sensing the terrifying destructive power contained above the sword light, each and every successful god mountain powerhouse could not help but be horrified. How could he not expect the sword Gu Yuan chopped out to be so terrifying? Can't stop it, can't block a bit at all. This was the thought that surfaced in the minds of all the powerhouses present within the mountain of successful gods. After being shocked, some of the strongest people within the Changshan mountain who reacted faster had already evaporated towards the distance at the first time, but some of the slow reactors are miserable. By the time they reacted, the sword light had already arrived. Boom boom boom. As the sword light fell, the terrifying might was leaked out, and quite a number of the strongest members of Mount Changshan who did not react in time were swept away by the might emanating from the sword light, and before they could even react, they exploded into a mist of blood one by one. For a while, blood rained down from the sky like rain, coloring the earth a dark red. Even those who dodged the sword in advance and survived, they were swept by the sword chi, each spitting blood and flying out backwards, suffering from minor injuries. Rumble! A terrifyingly loud explosion came out. The earth tore apart, the ground shook crazily, and smoke and dust billowed up in the sky with the wind. A huge gully that was 10,000 miles long appeared above the ground. That was the terrifying commotion caused by Gu Yuan's chopped sword landing on the ground. Gulp! 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 Looking at the huge gully that was 10,000 miles long, everyone present couldn't help but gulp, gazing at the white-clothed figure standing in the air. A thick shock and horror couldn't help but emerge under the eyes of the powerful people present within the mountain of successful gods. Obviously, they had all been shocked by the strength that Gu Yuan had displayed. Taking in the looks under the eyes of those present, Gu Yuan couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. Obviously, he was still relatively satisfied with the terrifying battle power that he was able to erupt nowadays. After nodding his head, power surged within Gu Yuan's body, and the bright runes on the Regulus sword flickered. Divine rhythms flowed, and the dazzling golden light lit up once again. That was when he had once again activated the Regulus sword. These people in front of him wanted to kill him, so he naturally wouldn't spare them. There's nothing to say. And seeing Gu Yuan once again activate the Xianyuan sword, the powerful people present within the Changshan mountain couldn't help but experience a wild jump in their eyelids. The sword that Gu Yuan had chopped out earlier had broken their joint attacking means, and had also killed no less than 100 forbidden Great Emperor 9th level powerhouses in the process. The horror and shock that scene had brought them had yet to dissipate. Now Gu Yuan is going to come with another sword. This instantly made them panic. Gu Yuan's strength was so strong that they had only managed to retrieve a life earlier by a fluke. If this is another sword, they weren't confident that they could dodge it, that they could block it. And what happens when you can't hide and can't block? The only one. That's death. Thinking about it, they couldn't help but panic. Under the panic, there was a person from the heart whose knees went soft, and he directly knelt in the air towards Gu Yuan, and then he opened his mouth. Little man Li Tsongxin, I would like to submit to you, my lord, and ask you to spare my life. It's not a wimp. It's from the heart. As he knelt down and opened his mouth, the rest of the people hesitated slightly and also knelt down one after another, and then begged for mercy and opened their mouths. I, Zhang Tsongxin, am willing to submit to you, my lord, and ask you to spare my life. Villain Zhaosong, I still ask you to spare my life. If you spare my life, I am willing to serve you as a dog and horse. I, Sun Bushong, would like to submit to you, your excellency, and ask your excellency to spare my life. Villain. However, in an instant, a large number of the strongest people present within the mountain of successful gods fell to their knees. They do what they do to stay alive. Live and let live. No shivering. Looking at the large number of powerful people within the mountain of successful gods who had fallen to their knees in the blink of an eye, Gu Yuan couldn't help but frown. He's all set to go on a killing spree. But these people knelt too quickly, and each one of them chose to submit to him. It made him a bit of a downer. Seemingly sensing something, Gu Yuan looked towards Lion Sky and the crowd of Spirit Lion Clan powerhouses, his voice somewhat icy. Why don't you kneel? The powerhouses present within the mountain of successful gods had already seen the situation clearly, and all of them chose to kneel down and beg for forgiveness at this moment. But there was still a portion of people who didn't kneel down, and they were Lion Sky and a group of clansmen from the Spirit Lion Clan. Malagasy. Hearing Gu Yuan's words, Lion Sky cursed darkly before speaking with an icy voice. You killed my clan members. Now I'm going to kill you, and we've long been immortal between us. If I kneel now, can you spare my Spirit Lion Clan? Listening to Lion Sky's words, Gu Yuan couldn't help but fall into deep thought. After thinking for a while, he slowly shook his head and said, It is true that I will not spare your Spirit Lion Clan. All the other powerful people within the mountain of successful gods knelt at this moment, but only the people of the Spirit Lion Clan had great backbone and chose not to kneel. Such a person cannot be kept. With a flash of killing intent in his eyes, Gu Yuan's feet moved, and thunder light bloomed underneath his feet as he was already rapidly heading towards Lion Sky. Anyone who is strong in my Spirit Lion Clan, kill them for me. Seeing Gu Yuan rushing towards him, the bottom of Lion Sky's eyes surfaced as if he was going to die. With an explosive shout coming out, his feet moved and his entire body instantly rushed towards Gu Yuan. Since Gu Yuan wouldn't give him a chance to live, he would kill him in blood, kill him in the sky. He wanted to tell the powerhouses within the Changshan Mountain that his Spirit Lion Clan had no cowards. Lion Sky was obviously very prestigious among the Spirit Lion Clan, and as his voice fell, all of the strongest members of the Spirit Lion Clan present opened their mouths in a loud voice. It's the matriarch. The moment the voice fell, they moved in unison, heading straight for Gu Yuan. There was only one purpose, and that was to kill Gu Yuan. However, just at the moment when the people of the Spirit Lion Clan moved, the gazes of some of the powerhouses within the Sengoku Mountain beside them flickered, and the color of hesitation in their eyes flickered, and these powerhouses within the Sengoku Mountain moved one after another. Between the powers surging within their bodies, they each used their own mastery. Sledgehammer Cloud Hand, Shocking Fist, the Demon Execution Palm, the Fist of the Righteous. Chapter 178, Surrendering the Original Divine Soul. The strongest members of the Spirit Lion Clan present couldn't have imagined that the people within the mountain of successful gods right next to them would suddenly strike out at them. Caught off guard, before they could even react, they directly died a tragic death at the hands of their own people who were also a part of the Changshan Mountain. Only a few were lucky enough to avoid their own people's means of attack. With his eyes looking towards the powerhouses who had struck out within the Changshan Mountain, the person from the Spirit Lion Clan who had managed to survive was about to explode with anger, and couldn't help but spit out Fenfangs and said, Grass, damned bastards. We can all be a part of the Sanghan Mountain within. You guys even us to take a shot. Are you guys crazy? Good brother. You said I was once your beloved and dear brother in arms. Why are you striking out at me now? You said you loved me, and this is how you show your love? In the face of the incompetent rage of the people of the Spirit Lion Clan, the eyes of the person who struck out clearly flashed with disdain and ridicule, speaking, It's not that we want to strike out at you, but that you have a way to take your death, and even dare to take the initiative to strike out at the adults. What's the point of talking nonsense with him? Dare to take a shot at His Excellency. Their spirit lion clan has already taken the way of death. Let's take a shot together and exterminate them. That's right. Cut the crap with them. Let's strike together to destroy them. Don't talk too much nonsense. Spirit lion clan scum, quickly suffer death. Accompanied by a loud explosive sound. The person who had struck out earlier struck out once again. The Spirit Lion clan was one of the most powerful clans within the Mountain of Gods, with no less than 100 forbidden great emperors among them, and dozens of powerhouses who had condensed half of the divine origin within their bodies. Such a force, no matter where it is placed, that is not weak, but there were undoubtedly more Sengoku Mountain powerhouses who had struck out against them. Among them, there were nearly 1,000 Taboo Emperor 9th level powerhouses, and there were hundreds of Taboo Emperor 9th levels who had condensed half of the divine source within their bodies. In front of such a more powerful force, even the Spirit Lion clan would become soft and weak. However, in just a few breaths of time, all the people of the Spirit Lion clan present had died tragically in their hands. Gu Yuan didn't even have time to make a move. At this point, the strongest person present within the Mountain of Successful Gods then opened his mouth towards Gu Yuan. Please spare my life. I would like to submit to you, my lord, and serve you from now on. Please spare my life. I would like to submit to you, my lord, and serve you from now on. Sweeping his gaze over the powerful people present within the Mountain of Successful Gods, Gu Yuan thought for a moment before speaking out. Since you are willing to submit to me, then hand over your innate divine souls. Since these people had chosen to submit, he would accept their submission with great mercy. It was just that in order to prevent these people from backstabbing themselves in the future, it was better to let them obediently hand over their innate divine souls. With his own soul in hand, whether these people lived or died was all at his fingertips, so he wouldn't have to worry about his future betrayal. Hearing Gu Yuan's words, all of the strongest people present within the Mountain of Successful Gods changed their faces drastically. They chose to submit to Gu Yuan, but only because of the pressure Gu Yuan brought to bear on them. The fear of dying a horrible death at the hands of Gu Yuan if he didn't submit wasn't really a desire to submit to Gu Yuan. The so-called words of submission are but a matter of expediency. Now that they heard that Gu Yuan wanted them to hand over their innate souls, they naturally panicked. Someone in the midst of the panic grunted out coldly, "A great man is born to live in heaven and earth. How can he be depressed and live under others for a long time? Wanting me to hand over my innate divine soul and put life and death under your control? You're simply dreaming." As the words fell, the person who spoke immediately transformed into a stream of light and vanished towards the distance. Well said. A great man is born to live in heaven and earth. How can he be depressed and live under people for a long time? Let's split up and escape. I don't believe he can kill us all. Voices of approval rang out, and the few who spoke did not stop for a moment, heading straight into the distance. But before they could escape far, several sword lights carrying infinite sword intent and a terrifying thunderbolt were already heading straight for them. These few swords contained the vast majority of Gu Yuan's body's power, and the might contained within them was simply too powerful to imagine. And the speed of these sword lights was extremely fast. The person who fled had not even reacted before being caught up by the sword light. The terrifying power contained in the sword light erupted, instantly splitting all the people who fled into two. A gorgeous blood flower bloomed in the air, and the body of the person who fled immediately fell from the air, eventually smashing heavily on the ground. After looking at the dead man, Gu Yuan's gaze calmly looked at the strongest people present within the Mountain of Successful Gods, and his voice spoke indifferently. You guys don't want to hand over your own souls either? As the words fell, Gu Yuan's berserk imperial and divine might rose up once again, bringing great pressure to the powerful people present within the Mountain of Gods. The hearts of the powerful people present within the Changshan Mountain were certainly unwilling to do so, but looking at such a terrifying Gu Yuan, and looking at the people who had died before, they finally nodded helplessly and said, "Little man Ji Bo Chang, I am willing to hand over my own divine soul. Little man Ji Wooly, I am willing to hand over my own soul to submit to you, my lord. I, Bayunto, am willing to surrender my own divine soul and submit to you, my lord. Little man Chang Wei Yen, I am willing to hand over my own divine soul and choose to submit to you, my lord." After a short period of silence, the strongest people present within the Mountain of Successful Gods all took a stand. Although handing over one's innate soul was equivalent to handing over one's little life to someone else, but this was at least not having to die. If you don't hand over your own soul, they're gonna die. Better to die than to live. In order to stay alive, they finally agreed to choose to hand over their innate divine souls. Upon hearing the words of the powerful people present within the Mountain of Successful Gods, Gu Yuan smiled in satisfaction before speaking out. Since you have chosen to agree to hand over your innate divine souls, then don't dawdle and quickly hand them over. Upon hearing this, each and every strong person within the mountain of successful gods raised their faces in bitterness. However, they didn't dare to say anything more, and immediately handed over their innate divine souls. With a wave of his hand, Gu Yuan put away all of these intrinsic divine souls before he spoke faintly. From now on, the strongest within the Changshan mountain cannot strike out at outsiders for no reason. If not, there is no need for you all to be alive. Hearing Gu Yuan's words, some of the strongest people present within the Sengoku mountain hesitantly opened their mouths. My lord, it's not that we want to strike out against the outsiders. It's that those outsiders are all thinking of the cultivation sanctuary within my Changshan mountain along with the cultivation resources and heavenly treasures within the Changshan mountain. If you don't let us take action against the outsiders now, then wouldn't we have to watch those outsiders enter the cultivation sanctuary within my Changshan mountain and seize the heavenly treasures and cultivation resources within my Changshan mountain? Gu Yuan frowned and grunted coldly. Li Long, do you have bad ears? Didn't you hear me say that it can't be for no reason? Now that he had obtained the innate souls of the powerful people present within the mountain of successful gods, Gu Yuan had already learned the names and identities of these people through these innate souls. Chapter 179 Arrival at the Divine Realm. Hearing Gu Yuan's words, Li Long's eyes immediately flashed with clarity. The little man understands. Gu Yuan didn't care if he really understood or not, and didn't want to say much on the topic at the moment. After thinking about it, he then spoke out. Now that the divine substance in the thunder pool has already been absorbed by me, where else is there a place that contains a dense amount of divine substance now? Earlier in the thunder pool, not only did he break through to the 9th level of the Forbidden Great Emperor by absorbing the terrifying thunder in the thunder pool one after another, he also relied on the rich divine substance contained in the thunder pool to condense a portion of divine origin within his body. It was a pity that the amount of divine substance contained in the thunder pool was limited, even though it allowed him to condense a portion of his divine origin within his body. But wanting to completely condense a divine origin was obviously impossible. In order to be able to condense a complete divine origin and thus break through to become a god, Gu Yuan could only find another place that possessed a massive amount of divine substance to continue condensing divine origins. Upon hearing Gu Yuan's words, a thick shock surfaced under the eyes of the powerful people present within the mountain of gods. One must know that the divine substance contained in the thunder pool was extremely dense, enough to allow hundreds of Forbidden Emperor 9 powerhouses to condense a complete divine source within their bodies, thus breaking through to become gods. However, now that Gu Yuan had absorbed all the divine substances in the thunder pool that could allow hundreds of Forbidden Emperor 9 strong people to condense a complete divine source and thus break through to godhood, he had not condensed a complete divine source at all and thus break through to godhood. How could this not shock them? The higher the cultivation qualification, the more divine substance was needed to break through to godhood. And after the breakthrough, the stronger the battle power it could explode. It could erupt with a powerful force that far exceeded the same realm by several times or even dozens of times, because their roots are extremely firmly established. Not only did this allow them to go farther in the future, it would also allow them to explode far beyond the power of their peers in the same realm. Back to my lord. There are quite a few places that contain divine substances. Returning from his shock, Li Long didn't hesitate for a second and spoke directly at that moment. Every powerful ethnic group holds a sacred place of cultivation that contains divine substances. If you wish to go, my lord, I can take you there. Lead the way. It's your honor. Li Long immediately nodded respectfully. Small thoughts then flashed in his eyes as he immediately led Gu Yuan to the powerful pack he hated. He could just take this opportunity to take a personal revenge. Led by Li Long, Gu Yuan traveled back and forth to several powerful ethnic groups before entering the cultivation sanctuaries within these powerful ethnic groups and began to absorb the divine substances contained within these cultivation sanctuaries. As the day passed, Gu Yuan finally condensed a complete divine origin within his body. I feel like I'm terribly strong right now. Squeezing his fist, feeling the terrifying power contained in that divine origin within his body, Gu Yuan couldn't help but lift the corners of his mouth slightly. Appears to be satisfied. Wow. The sky above suddenly tore apart as a pillar of light descended from the sky, enveloping Gu Yuan in it. Gu Yuan knew that this was his own condensation of divine origin, his breakthrough into a god, and that he was going to be teleported away from this place. Sweeping his gaze over all the strong men within the mountain of successful gods, Gu Yuan spoke faintly, "If you dare to injure the people of my Tianwu continent, I will kill you." The calm voice fell, but it caused the hearts and minds of all the strongest people present within the mountain of successful gods to tremble uncontrollably. Now that their original souls were in Gu Yuan's hands, if Gu Yuan wanted them dead, they must not live. It was impossible not to panic at the thought. After calming their nerves a little, facing Gu Yuan's words, they nodded seriously without the slightest hesitation. Don't worry, my lord. We will definitely not hurt the people of the Tianwu continent, nor will we let others hurt them. Nearly all of the people from the Tianwu continent had already gathered here, and they had specially sought out this place after learning that Gu Yuan had subdued the powerful people within the Changshan mountain. Now that they heard Gu Yuan's words, they were all touched inwardly, almost without even thinking about it. They seriously opened their mouths and thanked. Many thanks to Emperor Yuan. Gu Yuan nodded slightly, then released his resistance to the suction force coming from within the pillar of light. As the resistances were released, a terrifying suction force acted on Gu Yuan, instantly sucking him toward high altitude. However, in the blink of an eye, Gu Yuan completely disappeared from everyone's view. God Realm, a small border town, Qingyun City. At the center of Qingyun City, there was a huge square here. Above the square, 9 immense and incomparable stone pillars rose up into the sky, seemingly comparing with the sky. Above the stone pillars there was a lifelike golden dragon. This stone pillar was not a simple stone pillar, but a testing stone pillar used to test the qualifications of people who cultivated. Outside of the square, cultivators wearing different costumes had already converged at this moment. Their auras were strong, and they were all clearly existences above the Emperor realm. They were the powerful forces around Qingyun City. There was only one purpose for coming here, and that was to recruit those who had come out from within the mountain of successful gods this time. When the God Formation Mountain opened, not only would the forbidden great emperors of the 3,000 great worlds who had hopes of breaking through to the God realm be teleported within the God Formation Mountain, it was the forbidden great emperors of the divine realm who had hopes of breaking through to the God realm that would be teleported within the God Formation Mountain as well. When entering the mountain of success, any outsider would suffer from the targeting of the powerful beings within the mountain of success. Moreover, the cultivation sanctuaries that contained divine substances were all controlled by the powerful clans within the mountain of gods. Wanting to condense a divine source within the mountain of godhood to break through to godhood was not ordinarily difficult. However, if someone condensed a divine source to break through to become a god, then these people's future achievements would be unlimited. It was necessary to absorb such people into the power they were in. Even if it was really an existence that had exhausted its potential and had luckily condensed a divine source to break through into a god, it was still a terrifying existence of the divine realm, and would likewise have to be absorbed into the power that it was in. Although the divine realm did not lack many existences that had surpassed the forbidden great emperors and reached the divine realm, but the god realm wasn't a cabbage that could be found everywhere in the god realm. A red-robed youth spoke with an exclamation. The last time the God Formation Mountain opened, it took a full half a month to wait for someone to break through the god realm to be teleported here. And I don't know how long we need to wait for the God Formation Mountain to open this time before someone will be teleported here. A man laughed softly and spoke. Half a month's time is but a snap of a finger for us. Why guess so much? Wait slowly. At those words, the red-robed youth subconsciously nodded his head. Indeed, for existences of their realm, half a month was indeed nothing more than the snap of a finger. Suddenly, the Hanyo's pupils suddenly shrunk, and with a look of a living ghost, he looked toward the most central position of the square. Not only him, the rest of the people present were also looking towards the center of the square in a living ghost-like manner. Doubts flashed in the eyes of the red-robed youth, simply not understanding why these people had such expressions. Subconsciously he looked over as well, and with this look, his pupils instantly shrunk, and a look of living hell appeared on his face. Chapter 180, Super God's Talent. What did they see? They see, in the center of the square, there was suddenly a dazzling golden light that could not be seen. As the dazzling golden light gradually dissipated, a silhouette was revealed. He was dressed in white, with a slender figure and a handsome face, just like an exiled immortal descending to earth. Who else could he be if not Gu Yuan? Looking at Gu Yuan, who was in the center of the square, everyone present was dumbstruck. To know that they earlier and also said that the last time someone within the God Mountain condensed God Source breakthrough into God was transported here but used half a month time. Now but just a short day. There are people who have condensed a divine source within the mountain of gods to break through to become gods and be transported here. 1 day's time to condense the divine source to break through into a god. Such a fast cultivation speed. How could this not surprise them? It was also thanks to them not knowing that at the time Gu Yuan had entered the mountain of godly formation, his cultivation level was only just the 5th level of a forbidden great emperor. If not, I'm afraid they could live to die of direct shock. Slightly recovering from the shock, someone spoke up in a loud voice. Run the power in your body and press your hand on the stone pillar next to you. This will test your cultivation qualifications. This stone pillar can test my cultivation qualifications? Gu Yuan turned his gaze to the 9 huge stone pillars next to him. There was obviously doubt flashing under his eyes. But the doubt vanished in just a moment. Between the surges of power in his body, Gu Yuan raised his hand and slapped his palm on top of the 9 huge stone pillars next to him. Rumble! A loud and violent sound that shook the heavens and the earth came out instantly. The berserk power swept out like a raging sea wave. And its power was so great that it caused the 9 thick stone pillars to tremble involuntarily. This intense energy impact even triggered a violent vibration of the ground, as if the entire world had been shaken. At this moment, countless pairs of eyes were cast towards those 9 stone pillars, everyone's hearts filled with anticipation and curiosity, eager to know what kind of cultivation qualifications Gu Yuan possessed. Just then, Gu Yuan stood there calmly, his eyes firm and confident, seemingly fully certain of his strength, as he quietly waited for the results to be revealed, undaunted by the gazes of the crowd around him. As time passed, the 9 huge stone pillars suddenly erupted with a dazzling golden light. This golden light was as radiant as the rising sun, making it impossible to look directly at it. Immediately after, the golden light from the 9 pillars intersected and fused with each other, forming a brilliant and dazzling golden light cluster. This light cluster hung high in the air like a golden sun, emitting an endless majestic and divine aura. Finally, in the midst of all the attention, the golden mass of light slowly unfolded, revealing 4 large characters that shone with gilt light. The qualifications of a super god. These 4 words were like 4 lofty peaks standing in the sky. They represented the highest level of cultivation qualifications, surpassing the limits of mortals, meaning that Gu Yuan's future achievements would be limitless. The entire room was silent, and people were too shocked to speak. They stared in disbelief at the 4 big words in the air with wide eyes. Even those who had always held a skeptical attitude towards Gu Yuan had to admit at this moment that Gu Yuan truly possessed an extraordinary cultivation qualification. In this silence, Gu Yuan's figure appeared exceptionally tall and upright. What? Super God's talent? What does transcendent God's qualification mean? Does it mean that it surpasses the qualifications of the God realm? A qualification beyond the God realm. There is such a powerful person in the world? Looking at the 4 big words formed by the golden light intersection of the 9 stone pillars, everyone present was stunned doggedly. How could he not expect Gu Yuan's cultivation qualifications to be so high? It's almost scary how high it is. Super God's qualifications. Perhaps many people didn't understand what such qualifications meant. It was the people present who could not fully understand, but could only guess. But know this, in the divine realm, the qualifications above transcending great emperors are, from low to high, the gift of the gods, the true God's capital, the God King's capital, the posture of the God Emperor, the Godhead's capital, the Divine Emperor's capital. The talent of a heavenly God represents a limited future achievement, and without a chance against the heavens, there is a high probability that this life will stop at the heavenly God realm for the rest of one's life. True God's aptitude meant that one could break through to the true God realm in the future without any accidents. The aptitude of a divine king meant that one could break through to a divine king in the future if there were no accidents. The same is true of the Godfather. A divine emperor's talent meant that one could become a divine emperor in the future. Now Gu Yuan came directly with a super god's capital. Doesn't this mean that it has the hope of becoming an existence that crushes god emperors? Thinking of this, many people's eyes reddened as they looked at Gu Yuan. This was an existence that was expected to become beyond a god emperor. Such a demonic person must be befriended early. The quick-reacting red-robed youth quickly arrived in front of Gu Yuan with a movement of his feet and immediately opened his mouth. I'm Chen Xiaojian, an elder of the Qing Yun Divine Sect. Now I'm inviting you, little friend, to join me in the Qing Yun Divine Sect. I don't know, what do you intend to do, little friend? I, Elder Wang Zun of the Ling Yun Divine Sect, am inviting little friend to join my Ling Yun Divine Sect. I wonder what you think, little friend? I, Chen Wutian, a disciple of the Skyless God Sect, now invite you to join my Skyless God Sect. I wonder what you think. The people present quickly surrounded Gu Yuan. Between their words, they all wanted to pull Gu Yuan into their own forces. Then seeing that Gu Yuan was unmoved, the people present spoke up once more. Little friend, join my Lawless God Sect and my sect can provide you with all the cultivation resources you need. Little friend, join my Ling Yun Divine Sect and my sect can give you a divine weapon while you're at it. Little friend, join my Green Cloud Divine Sect, and my sect can make you a divine son of my sect, giving you all the cultivation resources you need, and all the wild artifacts you want. This one offer is tempting to the core. If it were an ordinary person, they might actually choose to say yes. But Gu Yuan was not an ordinary person. After listening to these people for a while, As the voices gradually stopped, Gu Yuan then shook his head. I appreciate your kindness, but I, Gu Yuan, don't want to join any of the forces. He had come to the divine realm for one purpose, and that was to travel to the Yi family and bring his mother back to the Tianwu continent instead of staying in the divine realm. Not joining any of the forces? When they heard Gu Yuan's words, all the people present were visibly stunned. Obviously did not expect Gu Yuan to refuse to join them. These big forces. Chapter 181. This kid, he really doesn't know what he's doing. An old man wearing a gold silk robe with a dignified face snorted coldly. He was the heavenless god sect's supreme elder. His status was honorable. Which Junior usually saw him was not respectful. Whichever thought that he was ignored like this by Gu Yuan today, even if Gu Yuan has unlimited achievements in the future. But now, at this moment, he was nothing more than a junior. Surprisingly, it swept right over the faces of everyone in the room. Honestly, this wave of generics is not at all humane. Humph, a brat who doesn't know the heights of heaven. Does he really think that just because he has a bit of talent, he can have no one in his sight? Without the shelter of our forces, how can he gain a foothold in this crisis-ridden god realm? Another beautiful woman with a graceful figure and charming face also covered her mouth and laughed softly. She was the patriarch of the Acacia sect and was famous in the divine realm for her seduction techniques. There were countless suitors in the course of the day, but they had never seen one as greasy as Gu Yuan. Oh, young people, a little arrogance is normal. Just this god's world is not a good place. No strength, but it is difficult to walk. An old man wearing a green-colored Taoist robe with an immortal style stroked his beard and said indifferently. He was the supreme elder of the Green Cloud Divine sect. It was also the one with the most unfathomable strength among the people present. Gu Yuan's refusal, instead of making the crowd back down, stirred up their competitive spirit. They were all mainstays of the top forces in the divine realm. What kind of geniuses hadn't been seen before? But one as demonic as Gu Yuan was unheard of. Such a talent, if they could take it under their command, they would definitely be able to lead their forces to the next level in the future. Little friend, you don't know. My Green Cloud Divine sect is the top power in the divine realm. With deep roots and strong people, if you join my Green Cloud Divine sect, I can make the decision to take you in as a personal disciple, pouring all my resources into cultivating you, so that within 100 years, you can break through to the realm of the Divine King. The Supreme Elder of the Green Cloud Divine sect seemed unwilling to open his mouth again and threw out a heavy bomb. 100 years to break through to Divine King? This old man has really put his blood on the line. You know, even with Gu Yuan's talent, it's impossible to break through to Divine King without 1,000 years. Humph, the Green Cloud Divine sect is worthy of being the top power in the divine realm. This handiwork is truly breathtaking. The crowd was talking. The gaze towards Gu Yuan was filled with envy and jealousy. Little friend, although my Lingyun Divine sect is not as good as the Qingyun Divine sect, it has also been inherited for millions of years and has a deep heritage. If you are willing to join my Lingyun Divine sect, I can make the decision to set the position of the Holy Sun to you, so that you can become the next helmsman of my Lingyun Divine sect. The Lingyun Divine sect's supreme elder wasn't willing to show weakness and threw out an even more shocking condition. What? The position of the Holy Sun? Has this old man gone mad? How dare he even give up the position of the Holy Sun for a milquetoast brat? Hiss! This Lingyun Divine sect's supreme elder isn't old and confused, is he? To make such a ridiculous decision. The crowd was in an uproar. The gaze toward the Lingyun Divine sect's supreme elder was like looking at a madman. The two Taoist friends are really willing to put down their blood. However, my lawless god sect is not a soft persimmon to be rubbed. Little friend, if you are willing to join my lawless god sect, the old man can make the decision to give you my heavenless god sect's treasure, the heavenless god sword. And you can pick any of my lawless god sect's techniques at your own discretion. And the old man will also teach you his life's work, without reservation. I will also teach you everything I have learned in my life without reservation, as long as you agree to become an elder of my lawless god sect. The heavenless god sect's supreme elder sneered and threw out his chips as well. What? The heavenless divine sword? That's a divine weapon on the divine weapon list. So powerful that it's rumored that even true god powerhouses covet it. And this old man is even willing to take it out? My goodness. This is the heavenless divine sword. What is this kid's virtue and ability that he could make the heavenless god sect take out such a heavy treasure? The crowd went completely crazy, looking at Gu Yuan with eyes filled with greed and envy. They had never dreamed that Gu Yuan would be able to cause the three top powers to fight over him. And, in order to draw Gu Yuan in, these three powers were even willing to take out such a crushing treasure. I appreciate your kindness, but Gu Yuan has come to the divine realm only to retrieve his mother and has no intention of joining any forces. So I beg your pardon. Gu Yuan remained unmoved in the face of the three top-tier powers' solicitation. Seeing Gu Yuan's resolute attitude, the three great divine sect's supreme elders couldn't bring themselves to lower their status to persuade him more. After all, they were all old monsters who had lived for tens of thousands of years. I've never seen anything like it. The face is still there. Since little friend's mind is made up, it would be inconvenient for me to force myself. The supreme elder of the Green Cloud divine sect stroked his beard in a fairy-like manner. However, if little friend changes his mind in the future, the door of the Green Cloud divine sect will always be open for you. Humph. My Lingyun divine sect's door will always be open for little friend as well. The Lingyun divine sect's supreme elder snorted coldly, clearly a little dissatisfied with Gu Yuan's refusal. Little friend, old me sees that you have amazing bones and exceptional talent. You will become a great man in the future. If you encounter any trouble, just come to the Lawless God sect to find me. The Heavenless God sect's supreme elder was pleasant, and even patted Gu Yuan's shoulder before he left. Gu Yuan naturally understood that these old guys had their calculations, but he didn't care. When you have value, naturally many people will come up. This is normal. After making a false deal with a bunch of sect forces, Gu Yuan then left Qingyun City alone. Before leaving, he purposely paid attention to his behind, and sure enough, he felt a few hidden divine senses sweeping over his body. Ha! It seems that this group of old guys really don't die. Gu Yuan let out a cold laugh and didn't point it out as he flew straight in the direction of Tianyang Main City. Tianyang Main City, one of the most prosperous cities in the divine realm, was also one of the entrances to the Yi family's small world. Families like the Yi family that had reached a certain size in the divine realm would build teleportation arrays at their own expense in different main cities. It was convenient for the disciples in his own family to return to the Yi family. After Gu Yuan arrived at Tianyang Main City, then he went straight to the teleportation array in the center of the city. Stand still. To use the teleportation array, you need to pay 10,000 spirit crystals. The Yi clan disciple guarding the transmission array stopped Gu Yuan, looked him up and down, and said in an arrogant tone. Gu Yuan frowned slightly. This 10,000 spirit crystals was not a small amount. Unusual cultivators simply couldn't take that much. However, he didn't want to cause trouble. After all, he was now here to find someone, not to kick the field. So he was prepared to obediently pay the money and enter the Yi family as soon as possible before saying anything. Gu Yuan reached into his pocket and was about to take out a divine crystal from the system space. The exchange ratio between divine crystals and spirit crystals was exactly 1 to 10,000. But it was interrupted by a sudden voice. Chapter 182 Feng Chen. Hey, what's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? You've been dawdling for half a day. Are you transmitting or not? If you don't have the money, get lost. Don't waste my time. A young man in fancy clothes with an extraordinary temperament walked over with a few attendants. A face of impatience glared at Gu Yuan. This youth was named Feng Chen, the son of the Feng family's head. Relying on the power of the family, he was used to being arrogant and domineering on weekdays, and did not put anyone in his eyes at all. This time, he traveled to the Yi family to discuss the marriage with Yi Ling of the Yi family. However, he was blocked by Gu Yuan, and was instantly enraged. Plus Gu Yuan was dressed in ordinary clothes. Half the time there was no movement. Thinking that Gu Yuan was unable to take the 10,000 spirit crystals for teleportation, his words were full of disdain and mockery. That's right, kid. If you don't have money, don't learn how to teleport. Get the hell out of here and don't waste everyone's time. Look at his poor face. I guess he can't even take out 100 spirit crystals. And he still presumes to teleport? What a laugh. Several of Feng Chen's attendants followed suit, mocking Gu Yuan to the fullest. Gu Yuan didn't pay any attention to these jumping clowns, and only said faintly to the guards beside the teleportation array, I don't have any spirit crystals. Will divine crystals do? What? Divine crystals? The guards froze at his words, and then a look of surprise appeared on their faces. What did you say? You want to use the divine crystal? Not only the guards, even the others around them had heard Gu Yuan's words. There were incredulous glances. Although it was said that the exchange ratio between divine crystals and spirit crystals was 1 to 10,000. However, in the divine realm, no one would ever be foolish enough to exchange divine crystals for spirit crystals, because regardless of the role, the effect, still in terms of the range of applications, God crystals far exceeded spirit crystals, and most importantly, divine crystals could only be condensed by cultivators who had successfully condensed divine origins at the very least. Doesn't this mean that behind Gu Yuan, There must be a heavenly god at the very least? When they thought of this, the gazes of the crowd towards Gu Yuan changed. Hiss! This kid! He's even willing to use a divine crystal as a spirit crystal? Could it be that he's the pride of some great power? Humph! Playing God! It's just a divine crystal. Who knows if he stole it? Listening to the exclamations of the crowd around him, Fang Chen was not happy. He thinks Gu Yuan was just beating his face against the wall. It was just a single divine crystal, and he could take it if he wanted to. However, it was impossible to commit to wasting a divine crystal for nothing in a place like this for the sake of a so-called battle of wills. After realizing this, Fang Chen snorted coldly and said to Gu Yuan, "Humph, is it hard for the clan to give you divine crystals just so you can waste them on these so-called fights of will? Kid, I advise you to save your money. Otherwise, when you've spent all the divine crystals given to you by your family, I'll see how you'll still be able to hang around in the divine realm." When Gu Yuan heard this, the corner of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a mocking smile. "You alone are worthy of lecturing me?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Gu Yuan's mind moved, and a divine crystal that emitted a brilliant light appeared in his hand. Seeing the divine crystal in Gu Yuan's hand, Fang Chen froze. He had originally thought that Gu Yuan was just bluffing, but now it seemed as if Gu Yuan really did possess the divine crystal. Moreover, look at Gu Yuan's clouded appearance. It seemed like they didn't put the divine crystal in their eyes at all. This caused an uneasy feeling to rise in his heart. How is this possible? How could you possibly have divine crystals? Fang Chen asked with a face full of disbelief. What? I can't have divine crystals? Gu Yuan looked at Fang Chen with a smirk, his eyes full of teasing. Fang Chen was at a loss for words, not knowing what to say. Kid, I'm warning you, don't do it out of respect. I'm a member of the Fang family. If you dare to mess with me, I'll make sure that you'll have to eat your words. Seeing that the situation was not good, Fang Chen brought out his own family and tried to use his family's name to pressure Gu Yuan. The Fang family? Gu Yuan sniffed, and the corner of his mouth hooked into a disdainful sneer. I don't care what kind of bull ****** Fang family you are. If you mess with me today, you'll have to pay the price. As soon as the words left his mouth, Gu Yuan's figure flickered and instantly appeared in front of Fang Chen. What do you want? Fang Chen was instantly startled by Gu Yuan's sudden movement and asked with a pale face. Don't want to do anything. Just want you to learn a lesson. Gu Yuan let out a cold laugh, then violently slapped Fang Chen's face. Pop! A crisp slapping sound rang out, and Fang Chen's entire body immediately flew out backwards like a kite with broken strings, falling heavily to the ground. Put! Fang Chen only felt a sweetness in his throat as a mouthful of blood gushed out. How dare you hit me? Fang Chen covered his red, swollen cheeks and glared at Gu Yuan with a face full of resentment. Beat you? What about beating you? Gu Yuan looked down at Fang Chen with contempt in his eyes. Fang Chen was trembling with anger, but he didn't dare to say anything more. He knew that he had kicked the bucket today. This ordinary-looking teenager was so capable of fighting. What kind of fodder did he grow up on? His strength was so great. Get lost. Gu Yuan waved his hand and said with an impatient face. After hearing Gu Yuan's words, the junior brothers that Fang Chen had brought with him hurriedly came forward to help Fang Chen up and fled in ashes. It was only after Fang Chen and the others left that the surrounding crowd came back to their senses. My goodness, this kid actually hit Fang Chen? Doesn't he know that Fang Chen is a member of the Fang family? This kid is really bold. How dare he even beat up someone from the Yi family? Isn't he afraid of the Fang family's retaliation? This kid is dead. The Fang family will never let him go. The crowd murmured, looking at Gu Yuan with awe and fear. Gu Yuan, however, acted as if he had done something trivial, not even glancing at the crowd as he walked straight towards the teleportation array. This gentleman, may I ask where you are teleporting to? The guard asked respectfully. Yi family? Small world, Gu Yuan said faintly. What? He's going to the Yi family? Holy, is this kid crazy? How dare he go to the Yi family? Doesn't he know that Fang Chen, who he just beat up, is the son-in-law of the Yi family? This kid is dead. He's dead. Hearing Gu Yuan's words, the surrounding crowd exploded. How could they not expect Gu Yuan to go to the Yi family? That's just asking for trouble. Amidst the shocked gazes of the crowd, Gu Yuan handed the divine crystal in his hand to the guard. Teleport. Yes. The guard received the divine crystal, took a deep breath, and then activated the teleportation array. Buzz. Accompanied by a dazzling burst of light, Gu Yuan's figure instantly disappeared into the teleportation formation. The dazzling white light dispersed, and Gu Yuan found himself in a completely unfamiliar place. The aura was so dense that it almost condensed into substance, and the air was filled with a light floral fragrance that refreshed the heart. Looking around, carved beams and painted buildings, fake mountains and flowing water. This Yi family, it is really grand. Before Gu Yuan could take a closer look, two guards in silver armor walked over and stared at him warily. The teleportation array is not for anyone to use indiscriminately. Boy, who are you? What is the purpose of coming to the Yi family? One of the guards looked Gu Yuan up and down and asked suspiciously. Chapter 183 Arrival at the Yi family. Gu Yuan wasn't annoyed. After all, it was better to keep a low profile when he first arrived. He smiled slightly and arched his hand. Two big brothers. My name is Gu Yuan. I'm here to look for someone. Looking for someone? Looking for who? The guards obviously didn't quite believe him. I'm looking for Yi Qinglan. Gu Yuan didn't beat around the bush and directly stated the purpose. The two guards froze at that. They looked at each other as if they had never heard of the name. Kid, are you fooling us? Where in the Yi family is there any Yi Qinglan? I've been in the Yi family for hundreds of years and I've never heard of this person? That's right, I think you're here to make trouble, aren't you? The two guards were instantly furious, the halberds in their hands pointing at Gu Yuan. When Gu Yuan saw this, he said in his heart that it was true. It seemed that Mother had been brought to the God realm in secret, and these guards had no idea of her existence. Two big brothers, I really didn't lie to you. I'm really here to look for Yi Qinglan. Please inform the two of you. Just say that Gu Yuan of the Tianwu continent has come to pay a visit. Gu Yuan remained polite. After all, coming up here and shouting and fighting wasn't his favorite. Yi Qinglan? The two guards looked at each other. Kid, are you not amusing us brothers? In this Yi family, we two brothers have been guards for hundreds of years, not to mention having seen, not even heard of this name. One of the guards said in a jarring voice, looking at Gu Yuan as if he was looking at a little cutie. That's right, I think you kids are 80% here to cause trouble. Another guard chimed in. The tone was full of disdain. Seeing this, Gu Yuan gave a cry in his heart. It seemed that when her mother was brought up back then, the Yi family had deliberately concealed her existence in order to prevent news from leaking out. Two big brothers, I really didn't lie to you. I'm really here to look for Yi Qinglan. Please inform the two of you. Just say that Gu Yuan of the Tianwu continent has come to pay a visit. Gu Yuan remained polite. The two guards had impatient looks on their faces when they saw Gu Yuan still chattering away, was about to open his mouth to refuse. However, he caught a glimpse of Gu Yuan unmovingly handing over a crystal clear stone. Two big brothers, a small token of appreciation. No honor. Divine crystals. The eyes of the two guards instantly went straight. This kid, he even took out a divine crystal with his hand? You know, one divine crystal. It was enough for them to work diligently as guards in the Yi family for the first half of the year. Ahem. This little brother. Since you're here, you must have something to ask for. This Yi Qinglan, maybe it's an alias that my Yi family members use outside is not allowed to say it. And I can't let you come here for nothing. Let's do it this way. You wait here for a while, I'll go and inform a message here. One of the guards said, and without moving, he put the divine crystal into his bosom, as if he was afraid that Gu Yuan would back out. Then I would like to thank you two big brothers. Gu Yuan smiled faintly and didn't point it out, quietly standing in place and waiting. The two guards looked at each other, and one of them then turned around and walked towards the interior of the Yi family. After about an incense stick of time, the guard went and returned. Behind him was a man in fancy dress, emaciated old man. The old man's breath was calm and unruffled. A pair of cloudy eyes but flickered with shrewdness. At a glance one could tell that it was a person who had been in a high position for a long time. You're the one looking for Yi Qinglan? The old man walked up to Gu Yuan, his gaze sweeping over him as he asked in an indifferent tone. Exactly. Gu Yuan arched his hand and bowed in a respectful manner. You said you know Yi Qinglan? The old man continued to ask. No joy or anger audible in his tone. Yes, the late generation has come this time precisely to look for Yi Qinglan. And I, her son, Gu Yuan replied in an unassuming manner. Humph, it's simply a joke. Do you know who Yi Qinglan is? How dare you impersonate her son? What audacity! The old man sniffed and burst into a rage. A terrifying aura erupted from within him and swept towards Gu Yuan. In the next second, Gu Yuan let out a cold snort. The terrifying aura on the old man's body completely dissipated before it even touched Gu Yuan. The old man obviously froze for a moment. This aura, this pressure, was by no means something a brat could possess. He narrowed those cloudy old eyes and resized Gu Yuan. The heart murmured, could it be that this kid is really Yi Qinglan that girl's? No, that's not right either. A person from the lower realm. How is it possible? Before he could finish thinking, Gu Yuan interrupted his thoughts with a cold laugh. What? Is this how the Yi family treats its guests? Hitting out at the drop of a hat? This family of yours? It's really a good family style. With every word Gu Yuan said, the aura on his body grew stronger. When it comes to the words good family manners, the tone was full of mockery and disdain. The two guards had long been scared by this sudden pressure and were in a cold sweat. Where had they seen this kind of battle? They could not wait to find a crack in the ground. That old man was also shocked by Gu Yuan's sudden aura. He had lived for so many years. What kind of geniuses hadn't he seen? However, it was the first time he had seen one as young as Gu Yuan who possessed such terrifying strength. That little bit of contempt and anger in his heart, it instantly disappeared without a trace, replaced by a strong scorn and a hint of curiosity. This little friend, please don't be angry. Old man Yi Tianhe is an elder of the Yi family? It was indeed our Yi family that was rude just now. Yi Tianhe collected his anger, and his tone became polite. It's just that this Yi Qinglan, indeed, is not a member of my Yi family? I don't know. Not from your Yi family? Gu Yuan let out a cold laugh, directly interrupting Yi Tianhe's words as a cold light flashed in his eyes. Then why did your Yi family imprison her here, and also put her? Speaking here, Gu Yuan's voice suddenly choked. He clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug deep into his flesh, but he was oblivious. Yeah, it's been so long. Who knows how Yi Qinglan was tortured in the Yi family? Every time I think about it. Gu Yuan's heart then vaguely throbbed. When Yi Tianhe saw this, his heart became even more puzzled. This kid cared so much about Yi Qinglan. Did it really belong to that girl? Without waiting for him to think about it in detail, Gu Yuan raised his head violently, his eyes filled with anger and killing intent. I don't care what the origin of your Yi family is. Today, I'm taking her away. Anyone who dares to stop me will be killed without pardon. Before the words fell, Gu Yuan's entire body suddenly rose up in the air. The divine origin that had been completely condensed within his body completely exploded. A fluctuation so strong that it was hard to describe instantly swept through the entire Yi family with Gu Yuan at the center. Boom! Deep within the Yi family, several pale figures were startled by the fluctuation and broke out. Who dares to spread wildness in my Yi family? A roar resounded through the clouds. Immediately afterward, several figures transformed into streams of light and sped towards the direction where Gu Yuan was. Several figures swept in from the depths of the Yi family and surrounded Gu Yuan in an instant. Chapter 184, Regulus chopping the dragon. The people who came were all old men with white hair. All of them had a calm and thick breath, and it was obvious that they were all people with profound cultivation. They stared sternly at Gu Yuan. Kid, how dare you? How dare you spill your guts in my Yi family? One of the old men wearing a fiery red robe shouted angrily. He was the Yi family's grand elder, Yi Tianlei. Humph. Who did I think it was? But it turned out to be a bunch of old undead. Gu Yuan sneered. I'm here today only to take away Yi Qinglan. If you're sensible, get out of the way. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless with my sword. Arrogant child. Another short and chubby old man shouted angrily. Just by virtue of you, you also want to spread your wildness in my Yi family? Simply delusional. Before the words fell, he transformed into a residual shadow. Towards Gu Yuan, he lunged. A golden long knife in his hand carried a harsh blade chi and went straight for Gu Yuan's throat. Humph. Sculpture. Gu Yuan let out a cold snort as his figure flickered, easily dodging the blade, while at the same time slapping out a palm with his backhand, hitting the elder squarely in the chest. Bang! That elder was immediately struck by lightning. A mouthful of blood sprayed out, and his body flew out backwards. It fell heavily to the ground, half unable to get up. Old fifth brother. The other few elders were shocked when they saw this. How could they not expect Gu Yuan's strength to be so terrifying that he had heavily injured the fifth-ranked elder of the Yi family in a single move? Get together and kill him! Yi Tianlei roared. Take the lead. Several other elders also offered up their magic treasures and surrounded towards Gu Yuan. For a while, swords and spiritual energy were in full swing. The entire Yi family was enveloped by this terrifying energy fluctuation. Gu Yuan faced the siege of several elders, and yet not the slightest fear. His figure flashed through the air like a ghost. Each strike was incredibly precise, neutralizing the attacks of several elders. Bang! 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 With a muffled sound, several elders were hit by Gu Yuan one after another, spitting blood from their mouths and flying backwards. How is this possible? Yi Tianhe looked at the scene in front of him, and his heart set off waves of shock. How could he not expect Gu Yuan's strength to be so terrifying? Fighting one against many, he even had the absolute upper hand. Although this kid is only at the heavenly god realm, his true strength has definitely surpassed the heavenly god realm a long time ago. We're no match. Yi Tianlei's face was gloomy, his heart filled with shock and fear. We can't let him go on like this. Otherwise, I'm afraid that my Yi family will be destroyed in his hands today. When he thought of this, he took a deep breath and a fierce look flashed in his eyes. In a hushed voice, "Elders, join me in setting up the formation. Today, even if I have to spell out this old life, I have to keep this kid here. Otherwise, if we let this kid retreat peacefully after spreading his wildness in my Yi family today, how will my Yi family gain a foothold in the divine realm in the future?" Hearing Yi Tianlei's words, the other few elders also had hard faces and nodded their heads. 9 dragons heaven-locking formation. With Yi Tianlei's roar, 9 streaks of golden light rushed up from within him, turning into 9 huge golden dragons. They circled and flew in the air. A deafening sound of a dragon's roar was emitted. The 9 golden dragons roared and swooped towards Gu Yuan, opening their bloody mouths as if they wanted to devour him in one gulp. When Gu Yuan saw this, his face also became grave. This 9 dragons heaven-locking formation was the Yi family's ancestral formation, and it was incredibly powerful. Even if a first-time true God Realm powerhouse fell into it, it would be difficult to get out. Humph, even if you guys set up a heavenly net, today, I'm going to take my mother away. A hint of sternness flashed within Gu Yuan's eyes. As soon as Gu Yuan's words fell, an even more terrifying aura erupted from within him. This aura was like an awakened ancient ferocious beast, carrying barbarism, dominance, and the pressure of a king on top of the world, instantly sweeping across the entire Yi family. Boom! The sky and the earth changed color, and the wind and clouds rolled back. The originally clear sky was instantly covered with dark clouds and lightning. The Yi family's crowd was under this terrifying pressure. His face instantly turned pale, his legs could not stop trembling, and an irresistible fear rose in his heart. What kind of power is this? Yi Tianlei was horrified. This power had completely exceeded his knowledge. Amidst the horrified gazes of the crowd, Gu Yuan slowly raised his right hand. Only a golden light flashed, and a golden longsword appeared in his hand out of nowhere. Regulus. Once the golden longsword came out, the wind and clouds in the sky and earth changed, and the sun, moon, and stars all seemed to dim a few points. Above the sword, golden thunder light gulped and emitted a heaven-destroying aura, as if it was going to split the entire world in half. Regulus. Regulus sword? Yi Tianlei's pupils suddenly contracted. His voice trembled, almost unable to believe his eyes. Regulus, an ancient artifact. How did the legendary divine weapon held by the king of the gods appear in this kid's hands? Gu Yuan held the Xian Yuan sword, its blade pointing straight up to the sky. An invisible sword intent rose up to the sky, splitting the thick dark clouds with a huge gash. Golden sunlight poured down, shining on Gu Yuan. It was as if a golden battle armor had been put on him. Break! Gu Yuan let out a low gulp, and the Xian Yuan sword in his hand swung violently. Rumble! An enormous golden sword aura, mixed with an aura of destroying the heavens and the earth, chopped towards those 9 golden dragons with an unrivaled stance. Roar! The 9 golden dragons let out a roar of unwillingness. Yet they seemed so fragile and weak in front of the heaven-destroying sword awnings. Boom! 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 Deafening explosions rang out, and the golden sword awns were as powerful as a bamboo, instantly chopping the 9 golden dragons into pieces and dissipating between heaven and earth. 9 dragon heavenly locking formation. Break! Put! Yi Tianlei sprayed out a mouthful of blood, his face instantly turning as white as paper, his eyes filled with disbelief. How is this possible? Not only him, but the rest of the Yi family elders were all struck by lightning and froze on the spot. This was the 9 dragons heaven-locking formation that their Yi family was so proud of. Surprisingly broken by this kid with a single sword? Now, it's your turn. Gu Yuan swept his gaze icily over the Yi family's crowd as if he was looking at a group of ants. The Yi family's crowd only felt a chill go straight from the soles of their feet to the sky. Under this icy gaze, they felt as if they were being watched by the Grim Reaper. Breathing became difficult. What do you want? Yi Tianlei forced back the fear in his heart and asked in a colorful manner. Gu Yuan sneered, slowly raising the Regulus sword in his hand. The sword blade pointed directly at Yi Tianlei, and his tone was as cold as ice. As I said, today, I am here only to take my mother. Those who stand in my way, die. You dare. Yi Tianlei was horrified in his heart and roared in color. I'm but you. However, before he could finish his words, he was impatiently interrupted by Gu Yuan. Shut up. I'm not interested in knowing who you are, nor do I want to know what grudges I have with the Yi family. All I know is that today, No one can stop me from taking my mother. The words just fell. Gu Yuan's figure flickered and turned into a golden lightning bolt, shooting explosively towards Yi Tianlei.